My body has somehow connected to a world of insectoids. As long as I can traverse through, there are various divine-level insects available for me to contract. But I'm not happy about it at all. Because during my first traversal, I ended up in an ancient forest. I was cut in half by a 20-meter-tall mantis. On my second traversal, I arrived in a desolate plain. I was attacked by a 1,000-meter-long soft-bodied worm. It melted me with indiscriminate attacks. However, during my last traversal, I found myself at the foot of a volcano. I encountered a fragile little beetle. When I tried to use my insect contract on it, I discovered it was a gold-eating insect that could devour anything. Just 2.5 days ago, I awakened the world's only hidden profession, insect tamer. Yet, the profession master judged that passing the college entrance exam dungeon would be difficult. It's simply because this world lacks any powerful insect contracts. Even if there are some, they are hidden in some corner of the world, making them exceptionally hard to find. Upon hearing this, Principal Mo's face turned pale. Without early combat power, progress would be slow, and in half a month, the national college entrance exam would take place. His most promising student might not even get into a low-tier university. Meanwhile, I softly said to Principal Mo, "Please don't worry too much, I'll find a way to solve this problem myself." Master Zhao nodded upon hearing my words, showing his appreciation. This student is calm and composed in such circumstances. If he can overcome this difficulty, he will surely become a strong individual. However, what they didn't know was that 2.5 seconds ago, a notification sound rang in my mind. Ding! Host awakening detected. The insect tamer profession is binding, and the insect king system is extracting the world's essence to optimize the insect tamer profession. Congratulations! The host has obtained a divine level talent skill enhancement, position swap, and insect realm traversal. Skill enhancement increases all host skill effects by 10 times, with the enhancement scaling with level. Position swap allows the host to swap places with any location, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Interdimensional traversal grants the host 3 chances to traverse every 10 levels. Wow, forgive my calm demeanor, I was also shocked. These 3 skills are indeed divine level skills. What amazed me most was what exactly this interdimensional traversal skill is. It allows me to enter another dimension. In an instant, an image appeared in my mind, that distant world filled with strange insects, under the insect king, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, where the wails of death echoed. When I stood up, all the insectoids bowed to me. I forcefully suppressed my excitement about traversing the forbidden insect realm because news of my hidden awakening, which was a preliminary lung awakening, spread like wildfire among hundreds of students. What? My newly awakened profession, insect tamer, has no combat power in the early stages. If I go to the school's organized beginner dungeon upgrade tomorrow, won't I be completely useless? Cut the drama, I thought it was something impressive. This lousy insect tamer probably isn't even as good as a regular combat profession. It's laughable, awakening is equivalent to not awakening at all. Just then, the second-ranked school beauty, Ning Yuanxi, approached. He awakened as a legendary electric mage, so many people were eager to see how he would challenge me. Strong and always by my side, Yu Dapeng stepped forward to block him, saying, "Ning Yuanxi, you may have won against Lin Chen, but even if you did, there's no need for your snide remarks. Just go back, I won't let you hurt Lin Chen today." Ning Yuanxi's gaze passed over Yu Dapeng and landed on me. Calmly, he said, "Lin Chen, I've finally beaten you once, but I don't want to see you like this, so dejected. If you need help, I can assist you. If you can't handle losing and are downcast, I will look down on you. Tomorrow, the school will organize a team for the beginner dungeon upgrade, and I can team up with you to help." After saying this, Ning Yuanxi turned and walked away. Watching his departing figure, Yu Dapeng retorted, "Who said you won? Brother Hao, we don't need this guy's help. We'll team up to level up together tomorrow." I patted Yu Dapeng on the shoulder and said, "Dapeng, today you already have the aura of a guardian tank." Shortly after the awakening ceremony ended, I returned home to a rundown little house. Although I had been calm before, I was actually quite anxious inside. If I couldn't contract an insect in time, my awakening would have been in vain, and I would definitely miss the big exam in half a month. So, I had to traverse the insect realm and get my first insect. I softly murmured, "Insect realm traversal," and in an instant, I connected with an unknown dimensional interface. What came into view was a primitive vast forest filled with towering ancient trees, damp and with the smell of decaying leaves filling my nostrils. Following this came a rapid drain of my mental energy. At this rate, I wouldn't be able to stay in this world for more than 5 minutes. Why is this happening? Is it because my level is too low and my mental energy too weak? Never mind that for now, I must quickly find a combat-capable insect to be my pet. I can feel that in this vast, unmeasurable primitive forest, countless powerful insectoids live here. Time quickly passed, and after 2.5 minutes, I still hadn't found a suitable insect. The drain on my mental energy left me feeling weak. Suddenly, on the trunk of a towering tree over 20 meters wide, a mantis appeared. It was larger than an adult, wielding 2 massive sickles in its hands. I gasped, having no doubt that it could kill me at any moment. Facing it, I felt a sense of impending death. There was no question that this mantis was strong. I activated my professional skill, Insect Contract, and instantly felt my mental intent connect with another soul. The unique affinity of an insect tamer began to influence it, causing its defensive posture to gradually soften. Could it be working? I couldn't help but feel a surge of joy inside. Suddenly, the mantis that was about to be tamed began to struggle violently, and the bond between our two souls snapped instantly. My already limited mental energy quickly became insufficient to maintain control. This is bad, I've failed. The mantis perched on the tree suddenly became extremely angry, not knowing what this human had done to provoke it. It raised its sickles, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, my mental energy was completely depleted. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the rundown little house. I gasped for breath, my face still pale. The insect realm was incredibly dangerous, and the success rate for insect contracts seemed low. This mantis contract failed because its level was too high, and its mental energy too strong for me to contract. After resting for 2.5 minutes, I initiated the reconstruction again, traversing the Tianfu. This time I appeared in a barren plain, with sparse dead grass standing like upright iron wires. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a large area of huge sparks erupted in the distance of the plain. A snake-like soft-knot creature thousands of meters long sprayed beams of fire thousands of feet into the air, while countless green leaves attacked the sky, this time appearing, unexpectedly encountering several insect creatures, as a fierce battle broke out. All flying insects and beasts within 1,000 miles fled. If I were to appear beside them, I'm afraid there would be nothing left of me now. I let out hiding in a depression of a hill, not daring to move casually. After 5 minutes, I transformed into a white light and disappeared into this other world, waking up again in the bungalow, looking at the information on the panel. The worm interface has traversed once, leaving only the last chance. I took a deep breath. If I fail for the last time, I must wait until I reach level 10 to have a chance to rebuild and travel. This time I appeared at the foot of a volcano, a gigantic mountain that almost reaches the sky, with red flames erupting from the summit, the enormous flames spreading out, blocking the sky and sun. This time I estimate I still didn't come to the right place. Everywhere at the foot of the volcano is volcanic exploration. In this kind of environment, it is impossible to survive. What organisms, seems to confirm my judgment. I feel that there are no traces of any life activities around. More than 4 minutes have passed, and I can't find any insects, not even a single ant. Am I going to fail again? Just as I was about to disappear from the insect world, a beetle-like flying insect flew past me in a crooked manner. This beetle was the size of a fist, with a hard shell. It glanced at me curiously, did not stop, and then continued flying forward. I didn't expect that there would still be insects surviving in such a harsh environment, but this beetle doesn't look strong at all. Sigh, for the last chance to shuttle, I encounter such a weak bug. If I don't catch it, I'll definitely have to grind to level 10 for a chance. Finally, I activated the professional skill Insect Contract, connecting with the soul of that insect through a unique affinity of the insect tamer. The bug paused for a moment, stopped flying, and then seemed to struggle little, or rather, it was dazed, like it had just woken up, and with my contract, it became a bug. Back to reality again, I immediately discovered that there was a black bug buzzing in front of me, which is the bug I brought back from the otherworldly contract. At this time, I can see the information about the bug. The golden eating bug is a strange insect that was born in ancient times, capable of devouring everything in the world. Its shell is hard, with super strong defense, impervious to water and fire. The ancient strange insect that is invulnerable to water and fire, no wonder it can live near volcanoes. According to the information provided, it is not the weak little bug I initially thought. Could it be that I've stumbled upon a treasure? I can't wait to check. It's a golden insect attribute. Level 1 gold-eating bug, Strength 200, Agility 100, Spirit 100, Constitution 200, Skills. What the hell? I rubbed my eyes, afraid that I was seeing things. How could there be such ridiculous attributes? My own thinking attribute points are only about 10. However, I quickly figured out why the attributes of this level 1 devouring bug are so abnormal, all because of my own divine level talent skill enhancement, which increases the effects of all the host's skills by 10 times, and as the level increases, the enhancement magnitude increases. And now the first level self can summon 10 gold-eating insects with a quantity limit. Summon gold-eating insects. Buzzing, a total of 10, the gold-devouring insect appeared from the void beside me, which made me feel a wave of dizziness. My mental power should be at its limit, and I need to wait for my mental power to recover before I can summon more. I excitedly looked around me. These 10 terrifying perverts are gold bugs. Tomorrow's novice dungeon, even if I solo it, I will definitely be early. With this heavenly place that can traverse and rebuild, I can imagine that in the future, the entire reconstruction can become my reserve army, and I can walk horizontally across the whole world. The next day I arrived at school and followed the school's organized plan to go to the novice dungeon, increasing my strength through leveling up, preparing for the big exam in half a month. The higher the level and the stronger the strength of those who level up within this half month, the greater the chance they have to be admitted to better higher education institutions. At this time at the entrance, there are already quite a few students from other schools waiting. The novice dungeon is not targeted at the students from Class 8, but rather the combat professions awakened from the 13 middle schools in Yang City. All students participate, and there are about 1,000 people on site. The monster levels in the novice dungeon range from level 1 to level 9. Every city in the country will choose such a dungeon to train students, which is very suitable for novice students to kill monsters and level up. I'd rather die than know if it was accidental or intentional. He stands not far from me, glancing over from time to time, yet he doesn't even ask to team up with me. Doesn't he understand that I'm here to give him an opportunity? If you have no combat power but want to level up, can't you just ask me? It's not embarrassing, even if it is a little embarrassing. So what? Do you men have such strong self-esteem? This is a lot of people forming quite a few teams, but I still stood there motionless, with no intention of finding someone to team up with. Ning UNC became even angrier upon seeing this. Lin Shen, oh Lin Shen, you really are just letting it all go. If you don't want to level up, why come here? Among everyone in the 8th middle school, who has higher combat power than you, if you don't team up with me, who else can you find? Although I remain motionless, a large group of Ning UNC sycophants constantly appear around him, wanting to team up with him, charmingly accompanying him with smiles, but Ning UNC has an extremely irritable temper and has only one letter for those people. At this moment, Yu Dapeng, dressed in shining golden equipment, came to my side and said, Lin Chen, let's team up to kill monsters. It was obvious that last night, Yu Dapeng's family had made many preparations for him, wearing a full set of 24K gold, shining luxurious gold equipment. It turns out you were waiting for Yu Dapeng. Ning UNC seems to understand, but Yu Dapeng, being just a tank, has no output at all. What does he have to kill monsters? Just then, a huge thunder struck, and a female healer who was swaying as she walked came over. This girl often bothers me, and she glanced at my friend Ing and said, Brother Hao, I want to team up with you too. I am your Ning UNC, staring at that female classmate's big thunder, suddenly feeling an extremely irritable emotion, he coldly said get lost. Then he immediately raised a staff in his hand, turned to stare at me, and said tremulously, Lin Chen, I will team up with you. The staff I have is silver grade, and I don't need the healer, I can kill the monsters inside in an instant. After saying this, he felt a bit regretful, wondering where the girl's modesty he was supposed to maintain had gone. How could he lower himself and that stinky guy? I looked at the two people in front of me, and my gaze fell on the staff in Ning UNC's hand. The staff emitted a glow, and it was clear at a glance that it was not an ordinary item, usable at level 1, silver equipment, valuable yet rare, only obtainable by the first family of Yang City. Commander, I just casually took a whiteboard steel knife issued by the school. I won't use it today, I'm not planning to team up with you all, I want a solo. As soon as I said this, Yu Dapeng was stunned, preferring to die rather than move. Even Principal Mo Ren, who was walking over, was stunned. Lin Chen, are you serious? Yes, Principal, please approve. I looked at Mo Ren and said seriously. Mo Ren originally wanted to refuse, but seeing my stubborn face, he felt a pang of heartache. Forget it, let Lin Chen waste a teleportation messenger. Just be careful yourself, and if it doesn't work, come out. Principal Mo, how could you agree to his request? He doesn't know what's good for him. I want to see what you can solo. Ning Yuanzi turned his head and glared at me. He couldn't imagine that I actually rejected the good intention of forming a team. Yi Dapeng also doesn't speak politely, just went to team up with other classmates. He understands that I am almost a person who doesn't take no for an answer, so he no longer advised me. After entering the instance, I arrived at a small plain covered with waist-high wild grass, and in the distance, there seemed to be a forest. In front of me, among the waist-high grass, there seemed to be quite a few animals hiding. I released a golden insect, fluttering and flying around me. Suddenly, a mountain chicken appeared in my sight, and it looked at me warily. As long as I showed any hostility, it would immediately launch an attack. The golden eating bug darted away like a sharp sword, flying towards the mountain chicken. The gold-eating bug landed on the neck of the mountain chicken and opened its mouth to successfully kill a level 1 mountain chicken. With experience added, the level 1 mountain chicken was instantly killed by the gold-eating bug. I looked at the experience. The experience increased by 1%. Killing a level 1 monster increases the experience by 1%, but leveling up requires killing 100 monsters. With the gold-devouring insect, the efficiency of killing monsters is less than 1 second, so killing monsters doesn't take time at all. It's actually more time-consuming to find monsters. Come out, my companions, each find monsters to kill. With my mind made up, I didn't hesitate too much and summoned all the gold-eating insects at once. With a command, 10 gold-eating insects flew in all directions. Successfully killed the mountain chicken, experience bonus, wherever the 10 gold-eating worms went, not a single monster was spared. In just a few minutes, my experience points increased by 50%, which means 50 mountain chickens died under the sharp teeth of the gold-eating worms. This efficiency can be described as terrifying. Before coming in, I checked the records for the novice dungeon, and to this day, the fastest record for clearing the novice dungeon in the first round and reaching the highest level is actually held by my sister, who has changed to the legendary class of Dance Master. Sister Lindong not only broke the previous year's record, but also remained unbroken for 2 years. She is even stronger than imagined. To know that the first round of the novice dungeon lasts 12 hours, after 12 hours, regardless of whether the level is cleared or whether all the monsters are killed, the monsters inside will be forcibly teleported out, and then re-enter Lindong level 1, starting the first round record of clearing in 8 hours and leveling up to level 10. Probably killed all the monsters inside. According to what I know about the hidden warrior profession, it's not considered a group attack profession, but my sister can still kill all the monsters inside, which shows she is very hardworking. At the same time, other teams also gradually set off into the dungeon. Ning Yuanxi ultimately chose to solo just like me. With his rare awakened electric mage strength, he could easily solo the novice dungeon, and he also carried a silver staff with an additional 300 attack power, effortlessly sweeping through the novice dungeon. At this time, he entered the dungeon alone. Whether it's a level 1 or level 2 monster, as soon as it shows its head, a lightning strike comes down, and it's a guaranteed one-hit kill. Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, you have no combat power at all now. What right do you have to clear the dungeon alone? If you could do it like I do, that would be another story. Thinking of how I rarely spoke up to give him the greatest face, yet was rejected, he still feels unsettled now. Just because I beat you once, you were so stubborn, insisting on pretending to be the strongest. Is it really that hard to lower your head? After this round of the dungeon, Ning Yuanxi will be waiting for you to come and beg me. He strikes while also facing difficulty. Am I supposed to kill you? Kill you, one by one, monsters perish in the lightning and iron. If the monsters gather together, he uses chain lightning, one dies and a large group follows. Half an hour passed, and I leveled up to level 3 in the novice dungeon. I calculated that for each level up, the 3 attributes of strength, agility, and constitution each gain 10 attribute points, while the profession-specific spirit attribute gains 2 additional points. Insect summoning, this skill level increases in sync with the player's level. The Golden Devourer also leveled up to level 3, increasing the summon quantity by 10 with each level. I started continuously summoning Golden Devourers, and soon the number increased from 10 to 30. With an army of 30 Golden Devourers sweeping through, we definitely have a chance to break the record for this dungeon. Now I can finally relax. Career awakening has brought a turning point in my life. This time, it's guaranteed. Thinking of this, a surge of pride suddenly rises in my chest as I step forward into the depths of the grassland with 30 gold-devouring insects. Successfully killed a level 3 porcupine, gained 3 experience points, successfully killed 4 prairie wolves, gained 40 experience points, killed all the way, no suspense, and in the blink of an eye, leveled up to level 4. Outside the copy, Principal Mo Ren's heart was anxious and uneasy. It has been an hour since No. 0 entered the copy, but until now, he still hasn't been seen. If he uses the teleportation stone to come out, could something have happened inside? Suddenly, an image appeared in his mind. I was drenched in sweat, covered in bruises, and desperately fighting a mountain chicken with a face full of stubbornness. Thinking of this, he shivered. Why hasn't Lin Chen from your school come out yet? Isn't it been an hour since he went in? He shouldn't be able to last this long. Could he be hiding somewhere? But what's the point of that? In the end, when the instance is over, he'll still come out at level 1. The discussions of several principals made Mo Ren's mood even more unsettled. He is now very frustrated about agreeing to let me enter the dungeon alone. How is this kid just like his sister? Stubbornly at this moment, I am leisurely walking in the instance. I have now delved into the area of level 6 and 7 monsters, but the experience points are still flooding the screen. Successfully killed a level 6 striped leopard, experience plus 60. Successfully killed a level 7 Siberian tiger, experience plus 70. The thrill of a flash sale is still the thrill of a flash sale. There's no difference from killing a level 1 pheasant. It hasn't been long, and my level has already reached 4 levels 70%. I believe that in about 10 minutes, I will be able to level up to level 5. Finally leveled up to level 2. After killing hundreds of monsters, Yu Dupeng took a breath. At this time, their team arrived at the level 3 monster area. As a tank, he has to bear the monster's damage at the front. I wonder how that kid Lin Chen is doing. Facing a level 1 mountain chicken alone should be very difficult for him. He is such a proud person, always coming in first. This time, it probably hurt his pride. After finishing this round of the dungeon, let's team up with him next time. He should have given up by now. Ning Yuanxi has also reached level 3 at 50% at this time. Although his combat power is very strong, the continuous consumption of mental energy is a bit too much for him to bear. Fortunately, the magic staff given by his family is powerful, otherwise, it would be quite difficult to clear the dungeon alone. At this moment, he is hiding in a remote place, meditating to restore his mental strength, and he doesn't know how that kid Lin Chen is doing right now. He must have suffered quite a bit. If he doesn't go through some hardships, how would he understand this young lady's goodwill? 2 hours later, my level reached level 6, with 30% of the basic attributes increasing 7-fold compared to the initial level 1. The most important thing is that as I leveled up, my mental strength increased significantly. While leveling up, I summoned more golden insects, and the number has now reached 40. And with the simultaneous upgrade, the attributes of the gold-eating bug have surged. Level 6 gold-eating bug, strength 1200, agility 600, spirit 600, constitution 1200, skills. The upgrade principle of this gold-devouring insect is the same as mine, but under the enhancement of god-level skills, it is too abnormal, and I don't just have 1, but 60, and they can continuously increase. As the last level 7 East Coral fell, I began to move towards the level 8 monster area. It only took 2 hours to reach the level 8 monster area. Who would believe it if I said it? The experience points are still rising rapidly as always. The gold-eating insect not only has extremely strong combat power, but can also fly at high speed. Groups of them soar in the air, and when they spot a monster, they dive down for a quick kill. At this speed, I believe I can complete the entire dungeon in 4 hours, and my level will reach the maximum of 10 for this round of dungeons. The strongman grinned shyly. Sister, I will far surpass you. The record of my sister must be broken by me, this younger brother. Outside of the novice dungeon, Principal Morin has been paying attention to the teleportation portal. He has been waiting for me to come out. Since I haven't come out, he can't put his mind at ease. At this moment, he completely regrets agreeing to let me enter the dungeon alone. Suddenly, a white light appeared at the teleportation point, as a student encountered an insurmountable danger and used the teleportation to come out from the instance. Lin Chen, you brat, finally made the effort to come out. The principal can finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's really a bit excessive for me to keep worrying about you as the principal. The beam of light dissipated, revealing a boy with a flat top. It was none other than Lin Chen, the student who was breathing heavily, his face pale and seemingly filled with fear. This boy is silently recognized, also a student of the 8th middle school. In his heart, he inexplicably feels some anger towards this student who was teleported. Lin Chen uses a whiteboard steel knife to chop. The monster hasn't even appeared yet, and you used the teleportation stone. Can't you have a bit of ambition? Although it is said that the teleportation stone is meant for students to save their lives, usually at this time, they would encounter at most 2nd or 3rd level monsters, which is really unbearable and infuriating. At this moment, the principals beside us also looked over, thinking that the person who came out was only me. The principal shook his head and laughed. Hee, this kid can really endure. It took him so long to come out. I'm afraid old Imo is worried to death, always gloomy. Oh, he's leveled up to level 2. It seems this kid has been working hard inside. Although, I don't know how he leveled up to level 2 in there, but what's the point? Without strength, barely managing to fight level 1 and level 2 monsters is one thing, but can he really handle level 3? Alright, everyone, let's not say more. Although he's a bit foolish, he's still spirited. Is it commendable, Zhao Dahai? What's going on? The principal walked up to the crew-cut boy and asked in a deep voice. The monster inside the school principal is too scary. That level 2 one-eyed mouse monster is so terrifying. Its attack power is so high. The male student lowered his head and answered softly, looking as if he was still haunted by it. The level 2 monster in the one-eyed mouse beginner dungeon. The principals next to him almost burst out laughing. The 2nd level monster is too terrifying. What a fresh statement this is. Oh, it turns out that person is not Lin Chen. So does that mean Lin Chen is still inside? If there is a sleeping dragon, there must be a phoenix chick. It's too difficult for old Mo. If our school were like this, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. Alright, then you go over and take a break. Principal Morin interrupted the student's words with a serious face. If you can't even handle a second-level monster, what's the use of awakening this kind of combat profession? It's simply embarrassing for 8th middle school. But just at that moment, 4 beams of transmission light flashed out again, and the 4 students had similar expressions, all with faces full of fear. But these 4 students were not from the 8th middle school. What's going on? Why are you all out here? The principals of the students' respective schools came forward to ask. They had just finished with No. 8 middle school and then arrived at their own schools. The principals who came forward to inquire also looked very grim. Something went wrong. The monsters inside suddenly became very powerful. Their temperament is ferocious. It's too terrifying. I released the detection spell. Those monsters have the words demonized after their names. The demonization has been polluted by demons, and the principals were momentarily stunned. At this moment, 2 military vehicles rushed towards the novice dungeon base at high speed. The 2 military vehicles were like crazy, almost crashing into the students who had just been teleported out before stopping. The principals were just about to scold, but seeing the sticker on the car body, they couldn't help but call out. The door of the city defense military vehicle opened quickly, and 4 men and 1 woman got out of the car. The leader was a man, about 40 years old, with a crew cut and a tall, handsome appearance. He walked with a commanding presence, as if thunder and lightning were rolling with each step. Zhao Zhao Kaijun, Principal Morin looked incredulous and instinctively shouted. My mentor has not been seen for several years, Zhao Kaijun, who also graduated from the 8th middle school 20 years ago, which is why he is called my mentor. He is now a general in the city guard of Young City, responsible for the public order and safety of Young City, a prominent figure ranked among the top 2 in the city, and his strength ranks in the top 3 in Young City. How did you come here? With students constantly being teleported out of the instance just now, and someone like Zhao Kaijun appearing, Morin has a feeling that something might have gone wrong with the novice instance. To put it simply, teacher, we detected that the novice dungeon was invaded by abyssal demons, and since we happened to be nearby, we rushed over. Principal Morin felt a heaviness in his heart. The copy dungeon was polluted by abyssal demons. This is not a rare occurrence, but it is the first time he has heard of it happening in a novice dungeon, such a low-level instance. What should be done? There are nearly 1,000 newly promoted children inside. Unlike the panic of the principals, Zhao Kaijun remained calm and said softly, teachers, don't panic. Don't all these novice kids have a teleportation stone? Once they come out, we will seal the dungeon and then go in to clean it up, and the dungeon will return to normal. Zhao Kaijun glanced at the principals and continued, you don't need to worry, everyone. The students will not be able to withstand these demonized monsters. Soon, the children will realize that these monsters are corrupted. You should have conducted emergency drill classes regularly. Based on how to respond to situations like this, they are likely to teleport away quickly. The attachment seems to confirm Zhao Caijuan's words. Just at this moment, a white light filled the transmission portal, rising and falling continuously, as countless students were transmitted out. At the same time, in the copy, I finished off the level 7 monsters and delved into the level 8 Raging Gorilla area, where a level 7 gold-eating bug was fighting frantically with a level 8 Raging Gorilla. The two rolled on the ground, and after a few rounds of fighting, the Raging Gorilla finally died and stopped. What the hell? An 8-level monster is so fierce that even the upgraded gold bug can't take it down in one hit? Seeing this situation, I realized, as a newbie, how could such a freakish 8-level monster appear in a dungeon? How can other ordinary newbies fight it? At this moment, a message flashed on the panel, successfully killed an 8-level Raging Gorilla, demonization experience plus 160. What demonization? Lin Chen frowned. I haven't heard that novice dungeons have demonized monsters. Is the difficulty of this dungeon mutated? He cast a detection spell on a Raging Gorilla, demonized, level 8 strength, 340 agility, 160 spirit, 160 constitution, 340 skills, none. The attributes of the demonized monster have doubled compared to the original level 8 monster. It's equivalent to a monster of over level 10. No wonder the experience points, which should have been 80, have increased to 160, also doubling to 160 points. After a brief thought, Lin Chen concluded that the dungeon must have mutated. According to the emergency drill protocols, he should teleport out of the dungeon immediately. But seeing the 160 experience from just one level 8 monster, he hesitated. That's equivalent to double experience. Although the demonized monsters have significantly increased power, they are still no match for the gold-eating worms. At this moment, other gold-eating worms also encountered the demonized Raging Gorilla. Successfully killed level 8 Raging Gorilla, demonized, experience plus 160. Successfully killed level 8 Raging Gorilla, demonized, experience plus 160. The experience bar was rising at a visible speed. The rate of increase was actually twice that of killing level 7 monsters. Ding, level up, you have reached level 8. Holy crap! At this rate, he would probably reach level 9 soon. This double experience is just too exhilarating. The demonized Raging Gorilla currently posed no threat to him, but the experience points were just too satisfying. It felt like Lin Chen was driving at a sports car level of upgrade speed, and now it was boosted with nitrous, like a rocket. Keep grinding. Keep going until we can't anymore. We'll deal with any crisis then. Lin Chen watched as the experience points skyrocketed. In no time, he was already at 30% of level 8. Sure enough, with his super strong abilities, he needed to grind stronger monsters to maximize his speed. The novice dungeon was suitable for ordinary students, but for him, it was really not enough. After finishing the novice dungeon, he had to go to the wilderness outside the city to grind monsters. He heard there were many high-level monsters there, and they were in endless numbers. That would be exhilarating. He had to fully utilize his ability to grind monsters above his level. At this moment, Lin Chen had summoned 50 gold-eating worms. Both their attack power and numbers were increasing significantly. The level 8 gold-eating worms had grown considerably, almost twice their original size. Their 2 sharp teeth began to emit a cold gleam. They looked even more ferocious. Now that they had reached level 8, at this speed, it shouldn't take long to reach level 10. Once he reached level 10, he could go to the insect realm to find spirit insect contracts. By then, he might even contract powerful insect types. Lin Chen also knew that once the dungeon was contaminated by abyssal demons, relevant organizations would soon come to seal the dungeon. However, this time gap should be about an hour, right? As long as he finished grinding the monsters and got out before they arrived to handle the dungeon, everything would be fine. After all, this opportunity for rapid leveling up was truly rare. He had also said he would break his sister's record. Now, other students should have noticed that the dungeon was contaminated and couldn't hold on, gradually teleporting out of the dungeon. But he was different from them. He could handle it. With an hour's time gap, he could finish grinding and get out within that time. Lin Chen's judgment was not wrong. However, he was still mistaken. The city guard Zhao Kaijun arrived much faster than he had anticipated. He never expected that Zhao Kaijun and the others happened to be nearby. Kill them all madly. Lin Chen commanded the gold-eating worms, accelerating their killing speed. It seemed that the golden devouring insects sensed their master's thoughts, becoming even more frenzied around Lin Chen. When they encountered the demonized raging gorillas, they pounced and began a wild tearing frenzy. These golden devouring insects were impervious to fire and water, their shells incredibly tough. The raging gorillas howled and kicked, but could not break through the insects' defenses at all. After just a few minutes, Lin Chen's experience points rose from 30% to 60%. At this rate, he would surely level up to level 9 in less than 15 minutes. The speed of his leveling was like a rocket. This thrill made Lin Chen feel as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit, his entire body feeling euphoric. If the students and principals outside the instance knew about this speed, their eyes would surely pop out. Historically, no one had ever leveled up so quickly during the novice phase. In the face of Lin Chen's formidable strength, the so-called demonization was merely equivalent to giving him double experience points. Double experience. This was unprecedented in novice instances. Sure enough, after 15 minutes, Lin Chen reached level 9. His attributes, along with those of the golden devouring insects, were enhanced again. The raging gorillas that previously required 3 or 4 bites to defeat could now be taken down in just 1 or 2 hits. Soon, half an hour passed, and all the level 8 raging gorillas were wiped out. Lin Chen's level rose to 9, with 80% experience. It was truly exhilarating. He hadn't expected not only to have double experience but also to encounter such a dense concentration of level 8 and 9 monsters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved such speed. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen stepped towards the highest level of the novice instance, the area of the fierce-eyed tigers. At this moment, outside the instance, the crowd was bustling and lively. Thousands of students had emerged from the instance. They gathered together, recounting the thrilling crises they had faced. Each school was counting their numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. The counting voices rose and fell. Yu Depeng had reached level 4 and was searching for Lin Chen among the crowd. Have you seen Lin Chen? Have you seen Lin Chen? But the answers he received were all, I haven't seen him. This is bad. Yu Depeng's face turned pale as he muttered, it's been 3 hours since the instance opened, and now it's been another hour since it was contaminated, that's 4 hours. 4 hours without a trace. Regular instances were dangerous enough for Lin Chen. Now, with the instance mutated and filled with hidden dangers, it was definitely a grim situation. What? Still can't find him? Ning Yuanxi, standing beside Yu Dapeng, asked with a furrowed brow. I can't find him anywhere, he must still be inside. I really don't know what that kid is doing in there, Yu Dapeng said, looking dejected. What a reckless guy. Ning Yuanxi scolded, but deep down, she was in a state of panic. Could something really have happened? His previous recklessness could be understood, but what was the situation now? Now, in the contaminated instance, danger lurked everywhere, completely different from before. One careless move could lead to death. Don't think that having a teleportation stone guarantees safety. Under the attack of demonized monsters, he might not even have time to use the teleportation stone. Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, you really are pushing it, aren't you? You keep making me worry about you time and again. When you come out, I won't let you off easily. I'll teach you a lesson. She stared intently at the teleportation entrance, hoping to see Lin Chen's figure emerge at any moment. Unfortunately, she was disappointed time and again. In the next 6 or 7 minutes, no one else came out. Unlike half an hour ago, when the white light had almost formed a continuous stream. Zhao Kaijun asked in a deep voice, Principals, have you all counted your students? Everyone is out, right? The principal of No. 1 high school replied, everyone from our school is out. The principal of the 2nd high school said, all our students are out. The principal of the 3rd high school replied, all our students are out too. Each principal answered Zhao Caijuan's inquiries seriously. Although they were heads of their respective schools, they dared not be the slightest bit perfunctory or negligent with Zhao Kaijun. Teacher, what about the students from the 8th high school? Are they not all out yet? At that moment, Principal Mo Ren of the 8th high school was sweating profusely, searching for people everywhere. It was clear that there were still students who had not come out. Mo Ren said with a bitter expression, we're still missing one person. At this time, a young woman, about 20 years old, standing next to Zhao Kaijun said, Uncle, if the instance is not closed in time and cleaned up immediately, once the entire instance is contaminated, it will be troublesome. It could even lead to the destruction of the entire instance. Her implication seemed to suggest that they should not worry about the student inside. The girl had short hair, a spirited expression, and was quite attractive. Zhao Kaijun looked at the young woman and frowned, saying, Chen Ziqing, how many times have I told you, during work, do not call me uncle. I am your superior, General Zhao. The girl replied, okay, got it. From now on, I'll call you General, Uncle. Zhao Kaijun shook his head helplessly and turned to Mo Ren, saying, Teacher, tell me about the student who hasn't come out yet. Hearing that Zhao Kaijun did not immediately close the instance as his niece suggested, Mo Ren breathed a slight sigh of relief. He knew that once the instance was closed, the people inside could not come out until it was reopened. But when it would be reopened was uncertain. This meant that Lin Chen would have to stay with the monsters inside for a long time. He briefly explained Lin Chen's situation to Zhao Kaijun. Hidden awakening this year? Death sentence in the early stages? No combat ability? Yes, his name is Lin Chen, from the Lin family. Mo Ren nodded. From the Lin family? Zhao Kaijun did not understand why Mo Ren emphasized the Lin family. He's the son of Lin Yuanshan. Mo Ren suddenly said. What? His son? Zhao Caijuan's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression changed slightly. He was no longer the calm and composed person he had been earlier when faced with a crisis. Kaijun, this child is not easy. Considering your relationship with Lin Yuanshan, you must find a way to save him. We cannot abandon him easily. Mo Ren looked at Zhao Kaijun anxiously. Zhao Kaijun nodded. His relationship with Lin Yuanshan was more than just that of classmates. He whispered to Mo Ren, Teacher, rest assured. Since Lin Chen has survived 3 hours in a normal instance and 1 hour in a mutated instance, if he is still fine, it proves he has the ability to survive in both situations. And he hasn't used the teleportation stone from the beginning until now, which means he is living well. As expected of Zhao Kaijun, who had experienced many storms, he quickly deduced Lin Chen's current situation clearly. Is it really like that? Mo Ren, along with Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, and others nearby, found it hard to believe Zhao Caijuan's judgment. It's impossible. How could Lin Chen have the strength to survive in such a situation? Yeah, if he were seriously injured and hiding in some corner, that would be more reasonable. Of course, they could not say such things in front of Zhao Kaijun. General Zhao, what should we do now? 3 city guards who had come along asked Zhao Kaijun for instructions. What to do? Of course, we must close the instance immediately. No matter what condition that kid is in, if he discovers the mutation and still doesn't come out, he must bear the consequences himself. The young woman interjected without hesitation. The nearby city guards nodded, seemingly in agreement with her. The Lin family members are all so greedy, Zhao Kaijun thought to himself. That kid must be grinding monsters inside. However, he said, if the instance is sealed, he won't be able to come out even if he wants to. How about this? We give him another half an hour. If he still doesn't come out after half an hour, we'll seal the instance again. The girl frowned and said, but it's already been so long. If we wait another half hour, the whole instance might be ruined. Uncle, what you're doing is against the rules, the girl insisted. Zhao Kaijun replied lightly, the instance won't be ruined in half an hour. If it really is, I'll take full responsibility. Yes, the city guards replied, bowing their heads. The girl pouted beside them but said nothing more. What's the inside story? Who is that guy inside? Why does my uncle care so much? She thought, feeling curious about the person who hadn't come out yet. Zhao Kaijun thought to himself, Lin Yuanshan's son, how could he be trapped by a mere novice instance? I really want to meet him. Hidden awakening? Interesting, Yuanshan, you have a successor. Inside the instance, Lin Chen was unaware of what was happening outside. He was frantically hunting the level 9 demonized jungle tigers with a ravenous appetite. Although these demonized jungle tigers were incredibly powerful, they were still no match for Lin Chen's devouring gold insects. Ding, you have reached level 10. Awesome, so exhilarating. This feeling of leveling up is the most satisfying. Lin Chen charged forward with his more than 50 formidable devouring gold insects, unstoppable and invincible. The cries of the jungle tigers echoed throughout the end of the instance. These cries composed the triumphant song of Lin Chen's leveling up. 10 minutes passed, and Lin Chen's experience reached 50% at level 10. Fast. So fast. In the area of level 9 monsters, the density of monsters had increased significantly compared to before. Experience points were flooding in. Another 10 minutes passed. Ding, you have reached level 11. Boom, after the last level 9 jungle tiger fell, all the level 9 monsters were killed by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's experience bar reached 30% at level 11. At this moment, if anyone could look down on the entire novice instance from a god's perspective, they would see that the novice instance was almost entirely polluted. The remaining unpolluted part was less than 10%. Given the previous rate of pollution, this 10% would be gone in about 10 minutes. Just when Lin Chen thought the instance was about to end, a small temple appeared before him. Lin Chen was taken aback. After killing all the level 9 monsters, the instance should have ended. He hadn't heard of such a temple existing. In a novice instance, there was no mention of a boss stage, so why was there one for him? Could it be that the instance after abyssal pollution was different from before? If Lin Dong were here, he would know that Lin Chen's judgment was wrong. Generally speaking, level 9 jungle tigers were indeed the endpoint of a novice instance. However, if the first round of professionals killed all the monsters in the novice instance without leaving any behind, there was a chance to trigger the final boss stage. But almost no level 1 professionals could manage to kill all the monsters in the instance. They simply didn't have the strength. Moreover, it was too normal to miss some due to lack of strength. But 2 years ago, Lin Dong had done it. She had also faced the instance boss stage. However, 2 years later, what Lin Chen faced was not just a boss stage, but a boss stage polluted by abyssal demons. Without hesitation, Lin Chen stepped toward the temple. About 100 meters away from the temple, Lin Chen suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. What was inside? Just the aura was so terrifying. And this aura seemed to have a hellish feeling. At this moment, Lin Chen not only did not advance but instead retreated 100 meters. More than 50 ferocious gold-eating insects circled in front of him. Go! With a command from Lin Chen, the 50 gold-eating insects flew towards the temple like 50 miniature bombers. The tightly shut doors and windows of the temple could not stop these insects at all. The gold-eating insects crawled onto the doors and windows, and before long, those doors and windows made of unknown materials were bitten through. The insects burrowed inside. Truly, they were the insatiable gold-eating insects. Several screams echoed from within the temple. Immediately after, a voice filled with extreme panic shouted, "What the hell are these things? Get away from me!" They can actually speak human language? Lin Chen retreated another several dozen meters. Could it be that there are intelligent beings inside? There were many intelligent monsters in this world. However, he had never heard of such low-level intelligent beings at level 10 or 8. With a loud bang, the temple door was smashed open by a massive figure, stumbling out. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. It was a monster with the body of a man and the head of a bull. On the bull's head, 2 long, curved, sharp horns looked extremely menacing. Lin Chen cast a detection spell. Bull-headed giant beast, Lord, demonized, level 15 strength, 4000 agility, 1000 spirit, 1000 constitution, 3000 skill, death stomp. Holy crap. A level 15 lord level boss, and it was demonized. This 4-dimensional attribute was too outrageous. It could rival monsters outside at levels 40 or 50, and it even had a skill. This was the first time Lin Chen had seen a monster with a skill. But no matter what you are destined to be my experience points. Kill. With Lin Chen's command, more than 50 gold-eating insects all pounced on the bull-headed giant beast. Then, they began to bite frantically. The bull-headed giant beast, Lord, was in unbearable pain, wildly slapping its hands against its body like a madman. Bang bang bang! It tried to swat the gold-eating insects off its body. Many of the insects were indeed knocked off. Even more had their shells cracked from the blows. However, those wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The recovery ability of the gold-eating insects once again surprised Lin Chen. They were too strong. They were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. The bull-headed giant beast grabbed one gold-eating insect in each hand, trying to crush them. But the gold-eating insects were incredibly hard, feeling like two pieces of solid rock in its grip. Furious, it threw the two gold-eating insects forcefully to the ground. Suddenly, the bull-headed giant beast leaped into the air, soaring dozens of meters high. It then charged towards the ground at high speed, finally stomping down heavily. It had used its skill, Death Stomp. Boom, there was a deafening roar. Dust and stones flew everywhere. The ground was directly stomped into a large pit by the bull-headed giant beast, Lord. Countless cracks spread out from the walls of the pit in all directions. Boom! At this moment, the temple beside them could no longer withstand the impact and collapsed halfway. Dust billowed. Many of the gold-eating insects that had been clinging to the bull-headed giant beast also fell off. However, the ones that fell to the ground quickly crawled back up. They flew back onto the bull-headed giant beast. Lin Chen, standing hundreds of meters away, felt a bit shaken. Goodness, this skill is too powerful. Luckily, I was cautious earlier and retreated over 100 meters. If I had been stomped by this guy, I would probably be dead or at least lose a layer of skin. Minutes passed. The bull-headed giant beast was covered in blood. The outer layer of its flesh had been eaten away by the gold-eating insects. Suddenly, the bull-headed giant beast, Lord, glared at Lin Chen with red eyes. You despicable human! You shall die! It seemed to understand that Lin Chen was the one controlling these vile insects. It staggered towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, however, remained motionless, coldly watching the bull-headed giant beast. He could certainly tell that the Minotaur was at the end of its strength. It was about to fall. If it had focused on killing him from the start, he would have been in some danger. But now, there was no chance. As the Minotaur charged towards him, Lin Chen called out, "Swap positions." In an instant, Lin Chen appeared 300 meters away. The Minotaur was taken aback. It never expected that after finally reaching Lin Chen, the man would suddenly disappear. It struggled to turn its head, only to see Lin Chen standing calmly at the temple entrance. Boom! With a loud crash, the Minotaur fell to the ground, its eyes seemingly filled with unwillingness. It probably never imagined that it would die without even touching the corner of this human's clothing. Successfully killed the Minotaur, Lord, demonized, you being 20,000 experience, ding, you have leveled up to level 12, damn. This boss gave way too much experience, allowing Lin Chen to level up directly, reaching an unprecedented level 12 in the novice dungeon. Just as the kill and level up notifications faded, a plume of smoke suddenly rose from the massive mouth of the Minotaur. This smoke was dark red, exuding a chilling aura. As it ascended, it coalesced into the form of a seductive woman. With a curvy figure, although not a real person but merely outlined by smoke, she radiated an enchanting allure. This shadow was extremely beautiful, a beauty unlike Ning Yuanxi. Every inch of her exuded a maddening temptation. It seemed she was born to be a seductress of men. In an instant, Lin Chen felt parched. My God, such a woman, such a creature exists in this world? You despicable human scum, you dare to kill this saintess's vessel. You will never redeem your sins, even if you die 1,000 times. What the hell? Lin Chen bit his tongue, slightly regaining his senses. Could it be that this so-called saintess is a demon, and her invasion caused the novice dungeon to mutate? It seemed that after leaving the Minotaur's body, this abyssal soul could not linger for long. The woman twisted and struggled in the air, quickly fading away. You little thing, this saintess will remember your face. I will definitely come to find you again in the future. With that harsh remark, the soul vanished without a trace. Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. So just like that, I've made a deep-seated enemy from the abyss? I was just grinding for levels. Who told you to hide here? Gradually, Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, and he snorted. If we really meet again, I'll tear you apart and see if you can still talk big. Lin Chen checked himself. In just 4.5 hours, he had cleared the entire novice dungeon and reached the terrifying level 12. This was the most powerful record in the novice dungeon so far, surpassing the previous record of 8 hours to reach level 10 by a significant margin. He had long surpassed level 10, he should be able to traverse the insect realm 3 times now. He had been too busy earlier to take a closer look. Lin Chen opened his panel. Sure enough, it read, Insect Realm Traversal, 3 times. He could once again enter that ancient and mysterious insect realm to summon divine insects. How terrifying would he be with a few more divine insects? He was already a bit impatient. But thinking about it, this novice dungeon had been tainted by abyssal demons for some time. Those relevant departments should be arriving soon, right? If the dungeon was sealed, he wouldn't be able to get out. He didn't want to be trapped in the dungeon for 10 or 20 hours. If sealed, he wouldn't even be able to use the teleportation stones to escape. Better to leave first. With that thought, he headed towards the teleportation array. Once the dungeon was cleared, a teleportation array would appear at the end, so he wouldn't have to walk back to where he entered. At this moment, outside the dungeon, thousands of people were intently watching the teleportation array. After half an hour, all the students knew that there was only one student still inside. The students from the 8th middle school were certainly aware of Lin Chen's situation. Other students from different schools were also filled with curiosity about someone who had not yet emerged. As they learned about Lin Chen's previous achievements, his first place, the awakening of anomalies, hidden awakenings, the new profession of bug tamer, the failed awakening, the outright rejection of the goddess, and then soloing the dungeon. Each event was a shocking story, almost legendary. Some felt regret, some were dismissive, some found it laughable, and some thought Lin Chen was unaware of the gravity of the situation, affecting the bigger picture. But many girls had developed a strong interest in Lin Chen, especially since he had repeatedly rejected the goddess Ning Yuanxi. They kept Lin Chen's name in their hearts, eager to see what kind of legendary figure he was. With only 1 minute left until the half-hour deadline, voices began to rise. He should have died in there by now. What are we waiting for? The dungeon should have been sealed long ago. What a waste of time, there's no way he could still come out. He must have been killed by the demon monsters. A failed awakening. I really don't understand what someone like him is doing in a dungeon. What can he possibly do? Yeah, the funniest part is that he's trying to solo it. If the whole dungeon gets ruined, we won't have anywhere to level up. I really want to see how this kid is faring. Only Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, and a few others remained silent. Yu Dapeng was restless. My Lin Chen, why aren't you out yet? Could it be that something really happened to him inside? Ning Yuanxi was also staring at the teleportation array with a heavy heart. She couldn't help but ask Mo Ren, Principal, the dungeon is about to be sealed, but Lin Chen still hasn't come out. What should we do? If he gets sealed inside, he will have to face those terrifying monsters. The situation could get even worse. Mo Ren had no idea what to do. His mind was already in chaos. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Kaijun. However, Zhao Kaijun's expression was very calm, showing no signs of anxiety. The city guards beside him were watching the time on their watches. At this moment, there were only half a minute left from the half-hour Zhao Kaijun had mentioned. The city guards had long wanted to seal the dungeon. They felt waiting this half-hour was meaningless. However, since it was Zhao Kaijun who had said half an hour, they didn't dare to act prematurely, even if there was just 1 second left. Time's up, one of the city guards said. Zhao Kaijun nodded. Just as the city guard was about to use the sealing stone to proceed, a bright light appeared in the teleportation array. The light spread, revealing Lin Chen. His appearance immediately caused a stir among the thousands of students. He actually came out? He can still come out. What luck! Hiding in the dungeon and holding on until the last half minute. What a way to gain fame. I salute you for being first. He probably hid in some corner from the start, not even knowing the dungeon had been demonized, right? How ridiculous that so many of us were waiting for him. Mo Ren, Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, and the others quickly stepped forward. Yu Dapeng rushed up and hugged Lin Chen, shouting excitedly, "You brat, you finally came out." Mo Ren stood in front of Lin Chen, smiling. In this crisis, he hadn't lost a single student. Wait, level 12? His old eyes widened in shock, completely unable to believe it. Lin Chen, you leveled up to 12? God, how is that possible? Absolutely unbelievable. At this moment, Yu Dapeng also cast a detection spell on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, bug tamer, level 12. Yu Dapeng shouted in disbelief. What the hell? Lin Chen, you can't be serious, level 12? Level 12, my heavens. You have to know, right now, Yu Dapeng has only reached level 4. Even someone as strong as Ning Yuanxi has only just reached level 6. At this moment, Ning Yuanxi also noticed Lin Chen's level. His expression changed instantly, disbelief written all over his face, as if he had witnessed the most improbable event. Level 12? How is that possible? How did he do it? Even if he killed all the monsters, he would only reach level 10 at most. Besides, what ability does he have to kill all the monsters in 4.5 hours? Just now, Yu Dapeng had shouted out loud, his tone filled with a kind of hysterical shock. Over 1,000 pairs of eyes in the room turned to stare at Lin Chen. In an instant, thousands of detection spells hit Lin Chen. White light swirled around him. Lin Chen knew that if he emerged at level 12 and was recognized, it would definitely cause a stir and attract everyone's attention. He didn't want it to be this way, but there was no choice. After all, he was the last one to come out. And he had drawn enough attention. In an instant, his level exploded across the venue. Level 12, my god. Impossible, this completely exceeds what the textbooks say. It must be an illusion, it must be an illusion. A person who should have died early in the instance has reached level 12, while others are at most level 6. Who would believe that? Wasn't it said he was sentenced to death early on? Who the hell said that? Step forward. I always thought he was a clown, turns out I was the clown. Is this the person? The one who rejected the goddess Ning Yuanxi and broke everyone's perception, Lin Chen? A girl's eyes sparkled. Wow, he's so handsome. Another girl swooned. Although Mo Ren didn't understand how Lin Chen achieved this, the facts were right in front of him. Lin Chen had awakened and broken the record. Now, he had also broken the novice instance record. 4.5 hours to clear the novice instance and reach level 12. He had personally broken his sister's record. Not to say there would be no one after him, but certainly, there had been no one before him. It was estimated that, let alone 100 years, at least 50 years would pass before anyone could break this novice instance record. Good, Lin Chen, not only did you survive, but you also leveled up so high. If you can do this, I can rest easy. He was so excited that tears streamed down his face. At the same time, a thrilling excitement spread throughout his body. Lin Chen looked at Mo Ren and softly said, I'm sorry, Principal Mo, I worried you. The other 10 school principals were also looking at Lin Chen in shock. They too could hardly believe it. In their decades of educational careers, they had never seen anything like this. Who would have thought that someone could clear the novice instance in 4.5 hours and reach level 12? This was something they had never dared to imagine. Today, this kid completely shattered their understanding. The 8th middle school has really produced a dragon. The Lin family has produced another dragon. One of the oldest principals murmured. At this moment, several city guards preparing to seal the instance approached Zhao Kaijun and said in disbelief, General Zhao, after testing, the source of the instance contamination has disappeared, and the instance has returned to normal. Should we still seal the instance? Are you all stupid? It's back to normal, why seal it? Zhao Kaijun scolded. Yes. The city guards looked ashamed. How could they have said something so foolish? In fact, it was just too unexpected. Who could have predicted that at the last moment, when the instance was about to be destroyed, it would miraculously return to normal? This had never happened before. They were momentarily at a loss and had to consult Zhao Kaijun. Zhao Kaijun looked at Lin Chen and nodded slightly. Others might not understand, but someone who had been through countless battles like him would know. The source of the instance contamination had disappeared. There was only one possibility, this Lin Chen in front of him had killed that demon. At this moment, Zhao Kaijun also walked up to Lin Chen, smiling as he said, You are Lin Chen? Very good. And you are? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, surprised to see someone in military uniform on site. Moreover, the other party exuded an imposing presence, as solid as a mountain. After a brief pause, he narrowed his eyes slightly. This person was not simple. There was a thick, almost palpable aura of killing intent surrounding him. How many people and lives must he have taken to accumulate such a presence? Mo Ren, standing nearby, introduced, Lin Chen, this is also your senior, Zhao Kaijun, General Zhou. He was once a classmate of your father. A classmate of his father? Lin Chen's smile slowly faded. The last thing he wanted to hear was news about his father, anything related to him. Nevertheless, he respectfully greeted, Lin Chen pays his respects to senior, General Zhao. Zhao Kaijun nodded in satisfaction. His appreciation for Lin Chen increased. The young man was exceptionally talented but showed no hint of arrogance. His temperament was very stable. Zhao Kaijun said to Mo Ren, Teacher, since the crisis in the instance has been resolved, we should prepare to retreat. He suddenly turned to Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, I sincerely hope that one day we can fight side by side. His tone was very sincere. He took something from his body and tossed it to Lin Chen, smiling, Here's a little something for you. It might have some small use in certain places, Consider it a small gift from a senior to a junior. Lin Chen caught it and looked down to see a jade plaque, which felt very smooth to the touch. The plaque was engraved with the words Zhao Kaijun. This item was not simple. Presenting this jade plaque in many places was equivalent to Zhao Kaijun being present himself. Who was Zhao Kaijun? A general of the city, one of the most significant figures in Yang City. He was also a heavyweight in the military of the Great Xia. Thank you, senior. Lin Chen bowed slightly. Come on, uncle, how can you give this away? A woman's voice interrupted. It was Chen Ziqing, who had been standing next to Zhao Kaijun, scrutinizing Lin Chen. Newbie instance first clear at level 12 is a bit of a fluke genius, but he's just a level 12 newbie after all. Look at how you all seem to want to put him on a pedestal. In our Great Xia Abyss army, he's just a minor character. The short-haired woman said coldly. As soon as the words Abyss army were mentioned, several city guards nearby straightened their backs, their expressions solemn. Abyss army? This was the first time Lin Chen had heard this name. Ahem. Zhao Kaijun felt a bit awkward, took the short-haired woman's hand, and said to him, Oren, teacher, we're leaving. He said this without waiting for his niece to say anything further, pulling her into the car. He knew his niece was notoriously proud, and seeing everyone admire Lin Chen for breaking the newbie instance record and leveling up to 12 in just 4.5 hours had triggered her competitive spirit. Even if she couldn't achieve it herself, there was no way she would concede. Vroom vroom, the car started and quickly drove away. At this moment, a group of principals were still in shock and dazed by what Zhao Kaijun had just said and done. Lin Chen, I sincerely hope that one day we can fight side by side. Zhao Caijun's words resonated like a morning bell and evening drum, shaking all the principals. How did such a prominent figure as General Zhao see potential in Lin Chen? The jade plaque he gifted seemed to carry a meaning of forming a good relationship. Lin Chen suddenly said to Amoren, Principal, I would like to apply to leave the newbie instance and go to the wilderness outside the city to hunt monsters and level up. Amoren nodded, sure, you're already level 12. Staying in the newbie instance is no longer meaningful. I will issue you a city exit permit shortly. After the earlier shock, Amoren had returned to normal. On the bus back to school, the way Lin Chen was looked at by his classmates was completely different from before. Before, it was regret, pity, mockery, and even gloating. But now, it was sheer shock. Some people were even terrified. It was as if the person sitting in that seat was not Lin Chen, but a prehistoric giant beast. For some reason, they felt a terrifying sense of natural suppression, a hierarchical oppression. Ning Yuanxi looked at Lin Chen from several rows away, her expression unusually complex. I thought I finally won against him, but it turns out, I didn't. He is not some awakened death sentence, but an unprecedentedly terrifying hidden awakening. But so what? I, Ning Yuanxi, will not always lose to you. I have my own resources, I have my own strength. She resolved in her heart to crazily level up and enhance her power. Remembering last night, her family had prepared many top-notch equipment for her, but she felt a bit resistant, thinking her own strength was enough. At least among her peers in the same school, even without any equipment, she was the strongest. Now, she felt a bit regretful. If I had used that equipment, at least I wouldn't have such a huge gap with him, right? But what Lin Chen was thinking at that moment was to go home, traverse the insect realm, summon divine insects, and go outside the city to hunt wild monsters early the next morning. Lin Chen got off the car halfway. He went straight home. He didn't want to socialize with those classmates, eat, or discuss anything. Those were all ineffective social interactions for him. The opportunity for a powerful rise was right in front of him, and he couldn't waste it. Insect realm traversal. In an instant, he projected himself into the insect realm. Compared to the previous panics, he was very calm this time. The deep, ancient aura. The insect realm. This time, he appeared in a vast canyon. On both sides were steep mountains. From the mountains, waterfalls cascaded down. The rumbling sound filled his eardrums. Below the canyon, there were several water pools. In the pools, various swimming creatures could be vaguely seen. A gigantic creature crawled at the bottom of the canyon. It looked a bit like a snail and a bit like a crocodile. This crawling giant was the size of a football field. Its body was several dozen meters high. Its aura was as deep as an abyss, heavy as a mountain. Wherever it passed, nearby ferocious beasts and flying birds fled in panic. Lin Chen hid in a crevice of a rock. He remained motionless, not daring to make a sound. The giant creature was by the water pool, its turtle-like head stretching into the water. After a while, its head emerged, raised towards the sky, and its bulging throat expanded and contracted as if swallowing countless things. It was clearly hunting, and its prey was the creatures in the water. This giant creature moved back and forth slowly, always in front of Lin Chen. Without needing to test, Lin Chen knew that this guy was incredibly powerful. Its defense was even more abnormal. It could serve as a super tank. If he had such a hard-shelled pet to push forward, and he rode on it, it would definitely be impressive. Based on past experience, such high-level animals were not something he could summon with his current abilities. So, he did not easily attempt to summon it. Another failed traversal. Lin Chen felt helpless. Half an hour later, Lin Chen's body disappeared in a flash of white light. He appeared in his single-story home. Although he had failed, Lin Chen discovered that this time in the insect realm, he was no longer limited to 5 minutes like when he was at level 1, but rather half an hour. Indeed, as his mental strength grew, the time spent inside would extend. This could be considered a gain. After resting for an hour, insect realm traversal. A whirlwind of dust, boundless sand. This time, Lin Chen seemed to have landed in a deserted desert. The sky and earth were filled with swirling yellow sand, as if it were the end of the world. He could be sure that beneath the sand, many ferocious insects were lurking. However, it was daytime now. The surface temperature was extremely high. Lin Chen walked on the surface, his feet feeling extremely uncomfortable. The bugs beneath the sand had all burrowed deep underground, leaving no trace. Half an hour had passed. He had only managed to move half a mile. Yet, within his line of sight, there were no insects to be seen. It seems this trip will be in vain again, Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. I wonder if I can summon my pet bugs here. A sudden thought struck him. Come out, my companions. He called softly. 20 gold-devouring bugs materialized around Lin Chen. It really works! Lin Chen exclaimed in unexpected delight. Had he known this earlier, he could have been a bit bolder in this world. With a certain level of safety, he could also have his gold-devouring bugs help him search. This way, efficiency would increase by hundreds of times. But, it's too late this time. Lin Chen recalled his pet bugs, and in a flash of white light, they vanished. When he returned to his humble home, Lin Chen felt a wave of weakness wash over him. After 2 consecutive interdimensional travels, his mental energy was nearly depleted. I need to rest for a few hours. There was one last chance left. After these 2 travels, along with the 3 he had made at level 1, Lin Chen took out paper and pen to jot down his experiences and extended inferences. First, as he leveled up, his mental energy increased, allowing him to stay in the insect realm longer. Inference: one day, when his mental energy is sufficient, he could potentially stay there for 3 to 5 days, or even months or a year. If that were the case, there would be many more things he could do. Second, in the insect realm, he could also summon his pet bugs. Inference: therefore, he could utilize his pet bugs' abilities, such as searching for other pet bugs. Or, he could fight various strange bugs there. But, I wonder if killing the bugs in the insect realm would yield some items different from this world. Or, not only could he summon the bugs inside, but it might also be possible to level up by killing monsters there. Suddenly, bolder thoughts emerged in his mind. Since I can summon pet bugs there, is it possible to leave some pet bugs inside? If this is feasible, then next time I travel, I wouldn't have to randomly appear in different locations each time. At that point, I could simply swap positions and reappear at the location I was at last time. He could explore this world step by step. Could he even swap positions to travel directly from the real world to the insect realm? Then he could go there anytime. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he had thousands of different pet bugs. One type of gold-devouring bug was already quite abnormal. If there were thousands of types, Lin Chen found it hard to believe. These speculations made Lin Chen's blood surge, his heart racing. He suppressed his excitement and sat down to recover his mental energy. 3 hours passed. Insect realm travel. It was still that deep, ancient otherworldly aura. An endless expanse of green fields. The sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. A wave of greenery rushed towards him. This time, he appeared in a vibrant, flower-filled plain, with butterflies dancing and various honey-collecting insects buzzing around. Another scene different from the previous ones. This time, something great is about to happen. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. Because, just now, he looked around and had already spotted quite a few insects. Compared to the previous times, this time he finally welcomed a good harvest. However, he did not let his guard down. Come out, my companions. Lin Chen released 70 gold-devouring bugs in one breath. These bugs surrounded Lin Chen, protecting him. Lin Chen walked forward slowly. Besides the lush green grass, there were also vibrant flowers. What caught his eye the most were the buzzing insects flitting among the flowers, along with various colorful butterflies. These insects were not as aggressive as in previous scenes. They seemed indifferent to Lin Chen's presence, and some even conveyed a hint of friendliness. A nearly transparent flying insect landed on Lin Chen's shoulder. This insect resembled a butterfly but was slightly different, as if it were made of 2 transparent leaves for wings. If it weren't for the specks of light shimmering on its wings, Lin Chen wouldn't have noticed it at all. At that moment, it stood on his shoulder, its wings fluttering gently. Soon, several others of its kind descended, all landing on Lin Chen's shoulder, as if he emitted a scent that made them comfortable. Lin Chen could even sense their joyful emotions. He cast a detection spell on them. To his surprise, he couldn't detect any information at all. He didn't know if it was due to his low level or if this world had such rules. The detection spell he currently mastered was a very simple skill, one that almost everyone could learn. This spell could only detect information that did not exceed 10 levels above his own. The inability to detect information about the insects left Lin Chen in a dilemma. He didn't know which kind to summon, those on his shoulder or the ones nearby. A few wasp-like insects with sharp stingers and poisonous tails flitted between the flowers. Whoosh, they moved so quickly that Lin Chen could barely catch sight of them. If he summoned such wasps, there was no doubt they would be incredibly powerful. They were the ultimate speed assassins. The thought of these wasps excited Lin Chen. Just then, the previous butterfly-like insects returned in a swarm, dancing around Lin Chen. In an instant, his body sparkled with starlight. They seemed to take a great liking to him. However, they were not fond of his gold-devouring insects, avoiding them as they flew about. Seeing that there was no danger, Lin Chen felt relieved. Come back. He kept one gold-devouring insect hidden under the grass while recalling the others. Since you all like me so much and want to come with me, I'll summon you first. The closer he got to the insect tamer, the easier it would be to summon them. Lin Chen planned to make a large number of contracts today. If he didn't collect at least 10 or 8 insects as pets, he would feel he had wasted this good fortune. The butterfly-like insect before him was the first. Insect contract. Lin Chen softly called out. The skill landed on one of the butterfly insects. In an instant, his mental energy connected with its soul. There was no resistance. The insect seemed quite happy and even a bit curious about Lin Chen. He intensified the mental connection, using the unique affinity of an insect tamer to influence it. Just as everything was going smoothly and they were about to form a contract, suddenly, Lin Chen felt a sharp pain in his head. At the same time, his mental energy surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam. He tried to control his mental energy, but it was impossible. Within seconds, his mental energy was nearly depleted. Not good. Lin Chen's face turned pale. He instantly understood that this was not an accident. It was simply that forming a contract with this insect required far too much mental energy, more than he could currently bear. He remembered that when he first summoned the gold-devouring insect, he hadn't felt much mental drain at all. Why was it completely different with this butterfly insect? Lin Chen's mental energy was completely exhausted. This was a sign that he was about to leave the insect realm. Did I fail again? A flash of white light passed, and Lin Chen vanished from the insect realm. However, it seemed that in the moment of disappearance, Lin Chen felt his mental energy connect with a certain soul. It seemed that at the critical moment, the contract was formed. Lin Chen opened his eyes in the real world. He saw a butterfly insect standing on his shoulder. Indeed, at the last critical moment, it had succeeded. If I had started summoning a little later and consumed more of my mental energy, the remaining mental energy wouldn't have been enough to sustain it. A narrow victory. Lin Chen checked its information. Spirit butterfly, born in places rich in life energy, gentle in nature, dislikes fighting, but possesses enormous health and has awakened excellent support abilities. Excellent support abilities? Lin Chen opened his information panel. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, bug tamer. Unique, level, 12, strength, 140, agility, 140, mental, 270, constitution, 140, occupation skills, bug contract, bug summoning, level 12, talent skills, skill enhancement, level 2, position swap, bug realm traversal, 0 times. Summon level 12 gold-eating bug, current quantity 100 out of 120, summon level 12 spirit butterfly, current quantity 1/120, Lin Chen thought and calculated his recently upgraded stats. He discovered that level 10 was a watershed. Before level 10, for every level up, the base attributes increased by 10 points, and the special attribute mental increased by 20 points. After level 10, for every level up, the base attributes increased by 20 points, and the special attribute mental increased by 40 points. Most importantly, skill enhancement had risen to level 2. Skill enhancement, level 2. The host's skill effects are enhanced by 20 times, and the enhancement increases with level. The original 10 times increase had reached a 20 times increase. Lin Chen then checked the attributes of the gold-eating bug, level 12 gold-eating bug, strength, 5,600, agility, 2800, mental, 2800, constitution, 5600, skill, rage. The gold-eating bug enters a state of rage, increasing attack power by 200%, lasting half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. This skill was comprehended by the gold-eating bug when it leveled up from black iron to bronze at level 10. Lin Chen, now at level 12, had a maximum of 120 such gold-eating bugs. If this got out, the whole world would probably drop their jaws. Individually, they were already not weaker than the level 15 demonized Minotaur Lord he had killed before. The most important thing was the quantity. Looking at the Spirit Butterfly's attributes, level 12 Spirit Butterfly, Strength, 100, Agility, 100, Mental, 100, Constitution, 11,600, Skill, Life Sharing. The Spirit Butterfly can share its life with others, transferring the damage taken by others to itself. Wow! It really is a harmless Spirit Butterfly. Is it really a harmless Spirit Butterfly? Among the four-dimensional attributes, 3 were 100, indicating that the Spirit Butterfly truly had no attack power. But the Constitution was shockingly high. Of course, this was after Lin Chen's skill enhancement increased it by 20 times, but it was definitely a solid health tank bug. Its first awakened skill was actually life-sharing. It completely turned Lin Chen into an immortal being. Now, if he stood there without moving, it would take a long time for all the students of the 8th middle school to inflict any damage on him. He really struck gold. There was one more important thing to verify. Lin Chen hadn't forgotten that he had intentionally left a gold-eating bug in the other world, which did not follow him back. He sensed a bit. A smile appeared on his face. The gold-eating bug that had infiltrated the grass roots had not left with Lin Chen. It was still in that bug realm. Lin Chen could sense that his pet bug was in a distant time and space. Although the connection with the current human bug perception was much weaker, there was indeed a faint connection. Lin Chen was sure it was still in the bug realm. Excitement surged in his heart. This test result was too important. Since the pet bugs can stay there, it's equivalent to establishing a location. This makes it possible for me to manage the insect realm in the future. I just don't know if I can teleport there now. Position swap. Lin Chen activated the skill. There was no change. Lin Chen still stood in place. As expected, it didn't work. Cross-realm position swapping is not possible. This was not beyond Lin Chen's expectations. However, he was almost certain that next time he went to the insect realm, he would definitely be able to use position swapping. Then he could completely build a base from that grassland. Step by step, he could explore the entire insect realm. That insect realm, whose location was unknown, was so magical. It seemed that any random bug was an invincible existence, like a cheat. Right now, he really hoped to level up to 20 and enter that insect realm again. He would exhaust all his mental energy to summon 10 spirit butterflies, then summon 120 gold-eating bugs, placing them into the pet bug space, so he could summon them at any time. Lin Chen was so weak that he had no mental energy left. He went to bed to rest and recover. Tomorrow, he would go to the outskirts of the city to hunt monsters. A night passed. The next day, Lin Chen did not go to school but went directly to the wilderness outside the city. At the same time, Principal Mo Ren of the 8th middle school was organizing the students to return to the novice dungeon. Ning Yuanxi quietly searched among the crowd. Everyone was there, but Lin Chen was nowhere to be found. Did he really leave the novice dungeon to hunt monsters in the outskirts? Awakening on the second day and heading to the wilderness, such a person isn't the first, but it's rare, right? She suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loss. She didn't understand why she felt this way. Why did he seem so unpleasant when he was here? Now that he was finally gone, why did her heart feel so unwell? As she prepared to enter the dungeon again, she felt utterly bored, as if she was doing something very lowly. I'll give myself a day to finish the novice dungeon, and then I'll leave this place. She felt a bit regretful because today her family told her they would help her, letting a high-level player take her directly to hunt in the wilderness or dungeons. Using the family's power would allow her to level up faster and increase her strength. At that time, she thought it was unnecessary and refused. Maybe I shouldn't have refused, she thought to herself. It might be really hard to catch up to him relying solely on my own strength, but the Ning family is, after all, the first family in Yang City, with various resources and power still very strong. At this time, Yu Dapeng also realized that Lin Chen really wasn't coming to the novice dungeon and was leveling up in the wilderness. Awesome, no wonder he's my deskmate. On the first day, he's already pulling away from others, and on the second day, he's taking a different path and speeding down the highway. I also need to work hard, otherwise, I won't have another chance to be his deskmate. He saw Ning Yuanxi looking a bit down in the distance and walked over. Sister Ning, do you want to defeat Lin Chen? Oh, I suddenly understand your feelings from before. That guy Lin Chen really can make people feel hopeless. Yu Dapeng chuckled, I don't know why, but I suddenly want to catch up to him and defeat him. If I could defeat him, even just once, I think that feeling would be amazing. Ning Yuanxi was silent for a moment and suddenly said, then let's team up today, work hard, equip ourselves well, and tomorrow go to the wilderness or dungeon to speed up leveling. Okay. Yu Dapeng nodded and said, our family has money, has equipment, has people, there's no reason to lose to that guy. If strength is lacking, then use money to make up for it. At this moment, Lin Chen was approaching the outskirts of the city. He had no idea that his actions had ignited the fighting spirit of Ning Yuanxi and Yu Dapeng. They were determined to win against him once. A massive wall hundreds of meters high divided the inside and outside of the city into two worlds. Is it this wall that has protected the survival of the people inside the city? Lin Chen looked up at the towering city walls, feeling a sense of shock in his heart. It was his first time coming to the outskirts of the city. He couldn't imagine how much manpower and resources were spent to build such walls. At the same time, it also indicated how harsh the current living environment for humans was. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that the novice dungeon inside the city had been invaded by that abyss saintess. Had it really come to the point where even the high walls couldn't protect young city? In the novice dungeon, if it weren't for everyone having a teleportation stone, this batch of students might have all died inside. At that time, the short-haired girl who had been standing next to Zhao Kaijun mentioned the Abyss Army, and several city guards looked solemn and reverent. The Abyss Army was probably the main force resisting the abyssal demons. That's why they had such a high reputation in certain circles. Having emerged from the mutated novice dungeon, he had leveled up to an unprecedented level 12. That was far beyond his classmates' levels, but the short-haired girl said that compared to the Abyss Army, he was just a small karami. It felt a bit like she looked down on him. Indeed, although he had great potential as a newly awakened senior student, level 12 was still just level 12. If he were thrown into the abyss now, he would probably last less than a minute. On the battlefield, it didn't matter if you were a level 12 rookie or a level 52 veteran. I'm still too weak. Then let everything start to grow from today. Lin Chen resolutely took a step forward, heading towards the city gate. As he approached the city gate, Lin Chen discovered a huge square here. There were also several bustling streets nearby. The streets were lined with countless shops, including pharmacies, weapon shops, and armor shops of all kinds. It seemed that many people came in and out of the city daily, whether to prepare for leaving the city and restock their gear or to bring back various items from the wilderness, which boosted the commerce here. Where there are people, there are trades. At the edge of the square stood a large oval building, the place Lin Chen had come to find today. Before leaving the city, he needed to complete a task, which was to go to the Professional Traders Center for identity verification. Upon entering the hall, he saw hundreds of people handling different business in various areas. Lin Chen walked directly to the identity verification area. Following the staff's instructions, he placed his hand on a black crystal ball. Starting identity verification, verification successful, citizen of the Great Xia, Lin Chen, basic permissions for the Professional Trader Center activated, permissions, level 1, the Professional Trader Center was the largest platform for trading goods and information in the Great Xia. After verifying his information, it was equivalent to having a login identity. Level 1 allowed access to basic permissions. As his level increased, the permissions he could use would also rise. After verification, he paid 10,000 coins and received a wristwatch. Lin Chen painfully invested almost all his savings. This electronic watch, worn on his wrist, allowed him to log into the Professional Trader Center anytime and anywhere. Not only could he check the trading information inside, but he could also enter some professional forums to obtain recent dungeon information. He could log in to check relevant information while fighting monsters in the wilderness, so there was no need to waste time here. Lin Chen left the Professional Trader Center and walked towards the city gate. At the city gate, a squad of city guards was patrolling, ready to handle any monster siege emergencies. When he reached the city gate, Lin Chen was taken aback to unexpectedly see a familiar face here. It was the short-haired girl he had seen with Zhao Kaijun yesterday. Today, she was wearing a uniform, looking even more spirited. A few male city guards nearby were respectfully reporting something to her. Indeed, this girl was a member of the city guards and seemed to hold a certain level of authority and status. Thinking back to her dismissive attitude towards him yesterday, Lin Chen didn't want to put his warm face against her cold backside, so he pretended not to see her. He walked straight towards a city guard and presented the school's exit permit. "It's you? What are you doing here?" The short-haired girl noticed Lin Chen and, after a slight pause, asked him indifferently. "Captain Chen, he wants to leave the city." The city guard, who was checking Lin Chen's exit permit, responded first. Leave the city? What for? A student who's only level 12 should be in the novice dungeon organized by the school, not out here in the dangerous wilderness, the girl said coldly. The city guard handed the exit permit back to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected any complications in leaving the city. He didn't take back the exit permit from the city guard, nor did he look at the short-haired girl. He simply stared calmly at the guard who was checking. Is there a problem with my exit permit? Well, the city guard was momentarily at a loss for words. There's no problem per se. If there's no problem, then why don't you allow me to leave the city? Lin Chen interrupted him directly. The buzzcut city guard was put in a difficult position. Logically, with this exit permit, he should be allowed to leave, but the captain had vetoed it, so he just returned it. Moreover, Lin Chen was indeed only a level 12 student. In his understanding, a level 12 student shouldn't be out in the wilderness, especially one lacking experience. He just never expected Lin Chen to question him. He looked helplessly at Chen Ziqing. Chen Ziqing coldly said, there are unusual movements from monsters outside the city. Leaving the city is not permitted right now. It was clear that Chen Ziqing held the power, easily finding a reason to make Lin Chen suffer. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then reached into his bag and pulled out a jade pendant. Can I leave the city with this? He held the pendant up. It was the one Zhao Kaijun had given him yesterday. As soon as the pendant appeared, Chen Ziqing's eyes narrowed. The nearby city guard stiffened. The guard responsible for checking documents, regardless of what Chen Ziqing said, respectfully told Lin Chen, I'm sorry, please. He also reminded him, the outside is complicated. Not only are there fierce monsters, but you also need to be wary of bad people. It's best to return to the city before nightfall. Don't stay out in the wilderness overnight. This was no joke. It was the general's token. The token represented the general's intent. He regretted following Chen Ziqing's orders earlier and blocking Lin Chen from leaving the city. If the general found out, a punishment was inevitable. Lin Chen nodded at the words and stepped towards the city gates, not even glancing at Chen Ziqing. As the city gate opened and then closed, Lin Chen's figure disappeared into the distance. Chen Ziqing's face flushed with anger. Good intentions turned into a donkey's liver and lungs. A newly awakened guy, going into the wilderness alone. Doesn't he know how dangerous it is? Only level 12 and acting all high and mighty. Even level 18s need to team up to dare venture into the wilderness. Just because classmates and teachers praised you a bit before, do you think the world revolves around you? Let's see how long you can last out there. She turned to a city guard and said, Zhao Wu, if you patrol the wilderness later, keep an eye on this kid. If it weren't for my uncle taking a liking to him, I wouldn't bother. Yes, Captain. The nearby city guard replied respectfully. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had walked out of the city gate. He also tucked the jade pendant away. This thing was valuable. Sometimes, it was quite useful to show off a bit. Heh. A gust of cold wind from the wilderness blew in. Lin Chen felt that the weather outside the city seemed much darker, and from afar, he could hear the howls of beasts. There was even a hint of a bloody smell in the air. It felt like he had stepped into another world. However, Lin Chen was not afraid. Instead, he felt a surge of blood rushing through him. A real man should leave the greenhouse and fight on the battlefield. The wilderness is fraught with danger, with threats lurking at every turn. However, there is also a wealth of experience, materials, and money, everything that one needs. Lin Chen kept moving forward. Gradually, he distanced himself from the city walls, and when he looked back, a mound of earth completely blocked the shadow of the walls. In that instant, Lin Chen felt as if he were alone in a perilous world. There was no one to rely on, only himself. With a thought, 100 gold-eating worms appeared beside him. His summoning limit was 120, and so far, he had summoned 100. At the same time, 20 fairy butterflies also manifested, their wings unfurling, shimmering with light. Then these fairy butterflies attached themselves to Lin Chen. The light faded, and he entered a state of invisibility. A few howls echoed, and 6 or 7 wandering hyenas came into view. Lin Chen threw a detection spell from a distance. Wilderness hyena level, 10 strength, 150 agility, 150 spirit, 50 constitution, 150 skill. None. The wilderness hyena, known as the legendary but picking beast, is feared by both humans and other beasts. If one falls into their hands, the outcome is usually quite tragic. At this moment, they also spotted Lin Chen and charged at him wildly from afar. Indeed, the monsters outside the city were highly aggressive. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, these four-dimensional attributes were merely those of an ordinary low-level level 10 monster. They were still somewhat lacking. Go! With a thought, 6 or 7 gold-eating worms separated from the swarm and flew towards a wilderness hyena. The gold-eating worms that had reached level 12 were already the size of 3 fists. The wilderness hyenas, seeing the gold-eating worms, lunged to bite them, their bite force considerable. However, the gold-eating worms showed no fear or hesitation, directly landing on the hyenas' mouths. With a snap of their jaws, they bit off the entire heads of the hyenas. Instant kill. Killed wilderness hyena, experience plus 400. Obtained wilderness hyena tooth *1 is 6 or 7 wilderness hyenas fell to the ground. 6 or 7 pieces of information scrolled across the panel. This was all within Lin Chen's expectations. After testing these monsters, Lin Chen felt more confident and immediately stopped hesitating. Scatter and hunt down the monsters, he commanded. 100 gold-eating worms spread out like 100 small bombers, dispersing in all directions. However, they advanced forward in a radius of about 100 meters centered around Lin Chen. Soon, experience points began to flood his window. Killed level 10 wilderness hyena, experience plus 400. Killed level 10 wilderness hyena, experience plus 400. Obtained wilderness hyena tooth *1. Obtained wilderness hyena tooth *1. Lin Chen's storage space filled with bones. These small materials weren't expensive, but they added up, and in the end, they would be a considerable income. Awakened professionals all received a storage space, which would grow larger as their levels increased. People could store various items in it, materials, equipment, recovery potions, and so on, to enhance their sustainability. Wilderness, here I come. Level 10 monsters posed no challenge for Lin Chen, regardless of their numbers. After all, he had swept through level 10 demonized tigers in the novice dungeon without breaking a sweat. Those monsters were no match for him. Although Lin Chen was only level 12 now, given his current strength, he should be able to efficiently farm monsters at levels 15 to 20. Even level 30 monsters did not intimidate him. Therefore, as he unleashed over 100 gold-eating worms to frantically hunt monsters, Lin Chen began to venture deeper outside the city. With Lin Chen's extraordinary strength, as Chen Ziqing had said, even level 18 professionals needed to team up to venture into the wilderness. After all, the wilderness is different from the novice dungeon. In the novice dungeon, the monster areas are clearly defined by level. But in the wilderness, it's a mixed bag. No one can guarantee that among a group of level 10 monsters, there won't be some level 20 monsters. Lin Chen's goal is to enter the level 20 monster area and see for himself. If Principal Moran knew his thoughts, he would probably be shocked and regret letting him leave the city. He agreed to Lin Chen's venture into the wilderness, implicitly allowing him to hunt some monsters in the teens near the outskirts of the city. If there were any problems, he could return to the city in time. Who would have thought that Lin Chen would head straight into the depths? Just a few days ago, his classmates, who were still in the same classroom, were still in the novice dungeon, fighting level 1 to 5 small monsters. Successfully killed 11 poison stingers, experience plus 500, dropped poison bee stinger *1, successfully killed 11 poison stingers, experience plus 500, successfully killed a level 12 heavy armored cockroach, experience plus 600, dropped cockroach antenna *1. Lin Chen pushed through without any monsters to stop him. The monsters he encountered turned into his experience points and items, with the experience points on his panel rapidly scrolling. It felt amazing. It seemed that leaving the novice dungeon and arriving in the wilderness was an incredibly correct decision. It's not that the wilderness monsters are extremely dense, but the vastness of the area is immense, and the monsters are endless. After stabilizing, in about half an hour, he reached level 12 at 40%. He estimated that in another 40 to 50 minutes, he could reach level 13. This leveling speed was actually much faster than the usual novice dungeon. Now, the experience points required for each level up were massive. Hundreds of gold-eating bugs were flying around, pouncing on any monsters they saw. One by one, the monsters fell. As Lin Chen walked through, it was a scene of slaughter. Corpses lay everywhere. In half an hour, thousands of monsters had fallen to the gold-eating bugs. He wondered how many levels that brat Yu Dapeng had reached by now. Lin Chen suddenly thought that if he could leave the novice dungeon, he might have the chance to take him alone. Yu Dapeng, like Lin Chen, was not well liked in class. Lin Chen was aloof and not sociable, while Yu Dapeng was a nouveau riche second generation, the bottom of the class, with an unpleasant demeanor, which made many people instinctively reject him. Their pairing as desk mates was quite miraculous. Others almost wanted to call them the crouching dragon and phoenix chick. Yu Dapeng once had a dream of dragging Lin Chen into a life of indulgence, partying to the extreme, and then finding a few girls to break Lin Chen's virginity before he awakened at 18. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded to this day. Knowing that Lin Chen came from a difficult background, he often made excuses to buy extra food or drinks and pushed them in front of Lin Chen. In Lin Chen's eyes, he was much better than those who thought they were born into elite families and always acted superior. This time, with his awakening, Yu Dapeng soared to new heights. Advanced Awakening, Sword and Shield Master. Previously, in the eyes of teachers and classmates, he was just a pile of uselessness. If he could help him level up, in half a month, during the martial arts exam, he could rush into the top martial arts school in the Great Xia, Qingbei Martial Arts University. He didn't know how many self-proclaimed elites he would disgust. Lin Chen suddenly thought with a wicked sense of humor. He had the ability to do this. However, he was just thinking, everyone has their own life trajectory. He didn't want to change anyone. As for Ning Yuanxi, she was indeed the type born into an elite family. Naturally well-bred and well-nurtured. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also truly outstanding. However, Lin Chen never wanted to get close to such people. He always felt that he and she were not of the same type or circle. He felt more like the wild, stubborn grass that grows in the wilderness. He didn't want to enter the back garden of the rich. If he was not mistaken, she should appear here in 2 or 3 days. After all, the novice dungeon is only suitable for ordinary awakeners. For that small group of outstanding individuals, in the last period of time, they would definitely choose to go outside the city or into dungeons to kill monsters, level up, and enhance their strength. However, by the time they arrived here, they wouldn't even know how many levels they had gained. If they came here full of excitement, only to find themselves nearing level 10, one could only imagine their feelings. Lin Chen always felt that his sister must have encountered an insurmountable opponent, otherwise, she shouldn't have fallen into such a dire situation. If that were the case, then his slightly better strength would be far from enough. With this thought, Lin Chen expanded the range of his control over the gold-eating worms from 100 meters to 200 meters. As a diameter, that was 400 meters. In this hour, he summoned the remaining 20 gold-eating worms. His combat power increased by another 20%. Killing monsters became broader in range and faster in speed. As the first appearance of the tamer class, it truly deserved the title of King of Solo Play. Now, his speed was not inferior to that of 10 or 20 team combinations. No one else was as reckless as he was, treating an entire wilderness as his own buffet. That arrogant Chen Ziqing probably thought Lin Chen would be cautious upon first entering the wilderness. In her eyes, Lin Chen was just a level 12 little guy. Experience bar at 12 level 90%. It should take about 10 more minutes to reach level 13. A level 12 heavy-armored cockroach crawled out from a clump of dirt, appearing in Lin Chen's line of sight with its long antennae. The range had expanded too much, leading to some oversight, and this heavy-armored cockroach had become a fish that slipped through the net under the massacre of the gold-eating worms. Lin Chen dared to expand the range, pursuing the speed of slaughter, also because he had confidence and assurance. Ever since he had the fairy butterflies sharing life, although he was just a level 12 player, the 20 fairy butterflies could share hundreds of thousands of health points. No matter how high the damage, it was impossible to harm him in a short time. Moreover, at a distance of 1 or 200 meters, calling the gold-eating worms back would only take 3 to 5 seconds. Besides, he also had position swap, allowing him to teleport away at any time. So, while it seemed risky, it was actually very safe. Just as Lin Chen was about to summon a gold-eating worm to deal with this heavy-armored cockroach, he suddenly stopped. He slowly drew out the white steel knife given by the school during the novice dungeon. I've always relied on my pet worms to fight. As the master, I haven't made a move myself. That's a bit unreasonable. Today, this tamer will personally use a steel knife to deal with you, heavy-armored cockroach. Lin Chen's childlike enthusiasm surged as he held the steel knife in front of his chest, striking a pose. The heavy-armored cockroach also saw Lin Chen at this moment, and a surge of anger rushed to its head as it charged at him. Come on! With a clang, Lin Chen swung the knife down towards the heavy-armored cockroach's head. The steel knife rebounded, causing Lin Chen's hands to tingle. However, this strike also left a small gash on the cockroach's head, and some green blood spurted out. The heavy-armored cockroach, in pain, lunged at Lin Chen, trying to bite him. Lin Chen stood his ground. He was knocked back by the force of the heavy-armored cockroach's charge. Lin Chen took a few steps back. Observing his body closely, under normal circumstances, he would have sustained considerable damage. But at this moment, he felt no harm at all. At the same time, he sensed that one of the fairy butterflies on him had taken a slight amount of damage. However, for it, the damage was almost negligible. What a great life sharing! Lin Chen thought that if he stood here motionless and let the heavy-armored cockroach hit him, it would probably take a long time to inflict any damage. With this confidence, Lin Chen was no longer polite and swung the knife down again, this time cutting off one of the heavy-armored cockroach's antennae. Lin Chen's level was comparable to that of the heavy-armored cockroach, and their strengths were evenly matched. The heavy-armored cockroach moved slowly but had thick defenses. Strength was not Lin Chen's forte, but he had learned some basic fighting techniques back in school. Thus, the battle between one person and one cockroach went back and forth. Isn't this fun? Lin Chen shouted, "Die, cockroach, take another hit from me." He swung his weapon again, striking the armored cockroach. After a few minutes of battle, the cockroach had lost more than half of its health and was moving slower. Ha ha ha! Lin Chen laughed heartily, completely oblivious to the shame of having only managed to defeat an armored cockroach while the golden devouring insects could kill it in an instant. He found it amusing and exhilarating. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. At that moment, a burst of laughter came from a distance. Lin Chen turned to the side. Behind him, a four-person team appeared, walking towards him. The four of them couldn't help but burst into laughter as they saw Lin Chen struggling with the cockroach. That guy must be an idiot, a level 12 little weakling challenging a cockroach in the wild? Look at all the blood on the ground, these two have probably been fighting for half an hour. Ah, this is just too funny, I can't believe there are people like this in the world. Monsters spawn all the time, and fools are everywhere. The group pointed and laughed at Lin Chen. This was the first time Lin Chen had encountered a team of adventurers outside the city. It was said that the wilderness was almost lawless, and murder was a common occurrence. The city guards had warned Lin Chen to be wary not only of monsters but also of other players. A sense of vigilance rose from the depths of Lin Chen's heart. With a thought, dozens of golden devouring insects quickly flew back from outside, quietly hiding in the grass around him. The team moved quickly, getting closer to Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen could see clearly that this was a well-rounded team, a tank swordsman, an archer, a mage, and a healer. Each of them was over level 20, with two reaching level 22. As a high-level player in his 20s, they naturally wouldn't care about a mere level 12 Lin Chen, nor would they take him seriously. When have the strong ever cared about the thoughts of the weak? Do humans consider the feelings of the ants beneath their feet? The group pointed and laughed at Lin Chen, openly treating him as a big fool. Of course, their words were quite harsh. Besides battling the armored cockroach, Lin Chen also kept part of his attention on the movements of this team. He wasn't afraid of players in their 20s. With the strength of his golden devouring insects, it wouldn't be too difficult to wipe them out if they dared to attack him. However, Lin Chen didn't want to kill someone just because of a few mocking words, unless it was something truly excessive. Just as Lin Chen was preparing to strike the cockroach a couple more times to finish it off, suddenly, whoosh! A fireball flew from the mage's hand, heading straight for Lin Chen. Lin Chen squinted and stepped back a few paces. Boom! The fireball hit the armored cockroach. Bang! The armored cockroach fell to the ground, dead. It turned out that the mage's target was not Lin Chen but the dying cockroach. This action from the mage caused the others to burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha! Zhou Ran, your strength has increased, a little fireball just killed an armored cockroach. Your skill proficiency has improved. Did you see how hard he was fighting? You helped him out, haha. The team erupted in another round of mockery. Lin Chen noticed that the screen did not display any experience points. It turned out that the final blow was dealt by the mage, and the experience points went to him. Lin Chen felt a surge of anger. He had fought the armored cockroach for 5 or 6 minutes, sweating profusely, only for this mage to steal the kill with a final blow. The experience points from one armored cockroach were trivial, but the mage's actions were utterly excessive. They didn't regard Lin Chen as anything at all. Lin Chen was about to speak up. The swordsman in the group said, "Don't complicate things. Everyone, move quickly, or we won't find him in time." The others, upon hearing this, stopped teasing Lin Chen and rushed off into the distance, disappearing in no time. It seemed they were in a hurry to do something. Lin Chen watched their retreating figures, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. "Consider yourselves lucky. You've really angered me. I'll make sure you feed the worms." They viewed Lin Chen as an ant, but in his eyes, these guys were no different from the wild monsters he was currently hunting. Lin Chen had a clear understanding of his own strength. They left, and a small commotion ended just like that. Lin Chen continued deeper into the area to kill monsters. Successfully killed a level 13 magic fly lizard, experience plus 700, successfully killed a level 14 confusing flower, experience plus 800, dropped confusing flower petal plus 1, successfully killed a level 16 lizardman axe soldier, experience plus 1000, dropped lizardman axe plus 1, he pushed through effortlessly, continuously executing instant kills. The experience points kept flooding in. Ding, you have leveled up to level 13. Finally reached level 13. After an hour and a half out of the city, he had leveled up once. At this rate, leveling up 3 or 4 times in a day was very possible. With such a rapid leveling speed, he couldn't even imagine how high he could reach by the big exam in half a month. By then, not only his classmates but also the teachers and principal would be astonished. Perhaps even he would be taken aback. According to past data, many awakened combat professions spend half a month just in the novice dungeon, leveling up to around level 10. Even so, such people could still enter some prestigious institutions. At that time, he would definitely surpass level 20. It could be said that he would pull himself into a completely different tier. Thinking about reaching level 20, he could then enter that ancient and mysterious insect realm. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. After accumulating experience several times, next time he entered the insect realm, he could immediately use position swap to reach that patch of grass. He would use that patch of grass as his base for managing the insect realm. This would solve the problem of always randomly appearing in various places, which had a high failure rate. Perhaps, with the next 3 opportunities, he could summon 6 or 7 types of pet insects. By then, he wouldn't be afraid of lacking strength, he would be more concerned about being too powerful. His current goal was still to level up as quickly as possible. Back then, his sister was the top scorer in the martial arts exam in Jiangning province. Based on his current development, he shouldn't fall short of his sister's achievements. But was that enough? Definitely not. My sister has quite a bit of trouble, I still need to be stronger. He heard that Qingbei Martial Arts University was the highest martial arts institution in the entire Great Xia, with every person inside being a prodigy selected from various places. All of them had extraordinary strength. Could there be someone like me among them? Lin Chen leisurely killed monsters while daydreaming. The speed of monster hunting didn't slow down, but the experience required to level up from 13 to 14 had doubled. The wilderness seemed boundless, and the monsters were endless to kill. Here, compared to the novice dungeon, the advantage was that the monsters were of higher level, yielding much more experience per kill, and there were monsters everywhere. However, the density still felt insufficient. He currently had 120 gold-devouring insects, with a maximum summon capacity of 130, making him a terrifying killing machine. If there were places with particularly dense monsters or high-level monsters for him to kill, that would be even better. He raised his wrist and gently touched his watch. An electronic screen appeared in front of him. While killing monsters, Lin Chen browsed various information on it. First, he checked the trading information for various items and equipment. Entering the professional trader center, Lin Chen discovered that this world had all sorts of things and demands. Countless. He didn't want to delve into the details now. A preliminary concept was enough. His main purpose was still to look for suitable locations or dungeons nearby for his current level up. Near Yang City. This dungeon is interesting, the Lost Mine, the closest to him, less than 3 kilometers away, conveniently located on the outskirts of the city. Lin Chen checked the information about this dungeon. It was a passage dungeon that had only been discovered for a year. This dungeon had a strange restriction. Only players below level 20 could enter. The monsters in the cave ranged from levels 20 to 25. The monsters were extremely dense, making it very difficult for an average team to clear the dungeon. How strong could a player below level 20 be? Those above level 20 couldn't enter the dungeon. Therefore, this dungeon wasn't very popular. So far, average teams could only clear normal and elite levels. The nightmare level had only been cleared once. The highest difficulty, Hell, had never been cleared by any team. Many speculated that the Hell level would drop the heart of the Night Star. Lin Chen looked up the heart of the Night Star. It was a rare ore, formed after sinking into the earth for billions of years, hiding the essence of heaven and earth, which could be used to forge a necklace with considerable enhancement. In the trading center, there were also people looking to buy the heart of the Night Star. The price was 3 million. Lin Chen immediately locked onto this dungeon. He planned to check it out tomorrow. It might not be suitable for others, but for Lin Chen, it was simply perfect. Monsters below level 25, super dense. For others, it was a pain, but for Lin Chen, he feared there wouldn't be enough monsters. But before that, he wanted to find a way to level up to 15 first. Lin Chen felt that reaching level 15 would allow him to handle various dungeons relatively stably. At noon, Lin Chen took out some bread and water from his space, quickly having a simple lunch. He glanced at his experience bar, level 13, 20%. He wanted to reach level 15 today, which meant he still had nearly 2 levels to go. It was a bit challenging, but it should be doable. At worst, he could grind a bit more at night. At that moment, all the level 16 Lizardman Axe soldiers within a radius of about 300 meters fell. Lin Chen walked from the jungle into a grove. He began to enter the area of level 17 sword-armored beasts. The visibility in the grove was slightly worse than on the plains. Lin Chen continued to maintain a distance of 200 meters, not blindly expanding his range. One by one, the level 17 sword-armored beasts fell, turning into experience points for Lin Chen. It was still a one-hit kill. Suddenly, not far away, there seemed to be a commotion. A few shouts. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Another series of hurried footsteps sounded, rushing towards Lin Chen's direction. More people? In the wilderness, Lin Chen just wanted to quietly grind monsters and level up, not wanting to interact too much with others. Bang, bang, several fireballs exploded hundreds of meters away. Seeing the fireball spell, Lin Chen recalled the group of adventurers he encountered outside the city that morning. That arrogant mage. He frowned slightly. Just then, a faint purple figure flashed past about 50 meters away from Lin Chen. The speed was extremely fast. The figure flickered between several large trees, originally heading east, suddenly veering south not far from Lin Chen. With a few quick jumps, it disappeared from sight. Lin Chen saw a small purple figure. With such speed, it should be an agile-type adventurer, possibly an archer or assassin. After about half a minute, two figures reappeared in Lin Chen's line of sight. One was holding a heavy sword, and the other was wielding a staff. It was indeed the two people from the team he encountered earlier that morning, the mage and the swordsman. It seemed they were chasing after the person ahead. When these two saw Lin Chen, they looked surprised. They didn't expect to see him so deep in the wilderness outside the city. In their expectations, Lin Chen, this fool, was just a novice, likely only playing near the high walls outside the city in the wilderness. In the end, even if he didn't die, he would know to return home. While they were lost in thought, they could no longer discern the direction of that faint purple figure. The mage asked Lin Chen, "Hey, kid, which direction did that person run off to?" Lin Chen frowned slightly. "Hey, I'm asking you a question, are you deaf?" The mage appeared very impatient. Lin Chen replied calmly, "I don't know." The mage was furious. "Damn, you little brat want to die?" He couldn't believe that a rookie would dare to refuse his question. A fireball quickly formed in his hand, ready to teach Lin Chen a lesson. The swordsman beside him pressed down on the mage's hand, signaling him not to attack. At the same time, he looked around, seemingly trying to determine if Lin Chen had any accomplices nearby. A level 12 professional had come this deep into the wilderness, which struck him as odd. There must be a higher level professional guiding him. He was much more cautious than the mage. Not seeing any of the accomplices he expected nearby, he furrowed his brow and stared at Lin Chen. The swordsman said coldly, "Brother, that person stole our stuff, we must catch her. Please inform me." Lin Chen still shook his head, repeating, "I don't know." "Big brother, are you playing with us?" The person passed right in front of him, didn't he see? "I'll give him a fireball, that should jog his memory," the mage shouted, his right hand splayed open, preparing to conjure another fireball. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, but dozens of gold-devouring insects had already returned nearby. For this group, provoking him time and again had ignited his killing intent. Just as both sides were about to clash, the swordsman, who had been watching Lin Chen, suddenly said to the mage, "Forget it, let's chase in that direction." With that, he dashed off to the east. The mage coldly told Lin Chen, "You're lucky this time." Then he quickly followed the swordsman eastward. "I'm lucky? It's you who are lucky." If those two had dared to advance any further just now, he would have struck. Their repeated provocations had ignited Lin Chen's anger. "I can't even have a quiet day." Although he was only level 13, killing those two level 20-somethings shouldn't be too difficult. He had seen 4 people in the morning, and now only 2 remained. Where were their other 2 companions? Had they scattered? Or had they been killed by the purple figure? Lin Chen didn't want to waste time and continued to hunt monsters. At this moment, his experience bar was at 60% for level 13. Before dark today, I need to reach a bit over level 14 to use the midnight time to level up to 15, so I can return to the city for the mine dungeon early tomorrow. Successfully killed a level 17 sword armor beast, experience plus 1100, dropped sword armor beast leather armor plus 1, successfully killed a level 17 sword armor beast, experience plus 1100, dropped sword armor beast leather armor plus 1. The speed of monster hunting remained rapid. As the sun slanted to the west, a white light flashed over Lin Chen. "You leveled up to level 14, still a bit slow." With his powerful strength, leveling up was still this slow. Others would probably take 3 to 5 days to level up twice. I wonder how many levels the classmates still refreshing the hand dungeon have reached today. Now, Lin Chen gained more experience for each level than he did before level 8. They were probably around levels 3 to 5. Someone like Ning Yuan-si, with powerful equipment and a rare profession, definitely surpassed the average person by far. He should be able to reach around level 8. That brat Yu Dapeng just leveled up to 4 yesterday. He probably needed another 5 or 6 days to leave the novice dungeon. So pathetic. What a waste of a high-level awakening. But to take this kid under my wing, the level gap is too large, there's simply no chance. The setting sun dyed half the sky a golden hue. The evening breeze was a bit cool. Lin Chen summoned some of the golden-eating insects back, letting them rest under the leaves of the surrounding trees. The rest were sent out to expand the range, no longer limited to a 200-meter radius. Lin Chen started a fire, preparing to roast some meat for dinner and take a break. Although the city guards had advised him to return to the city by nightfall, Lin Chen had no intention of going back. This level of wilderness posed no threat to him at all. Perhaps in the 30, 40, or 50 level monster zones would there be some danger. However, those areas required several days of deep travel. Lin Chen had only traveled for a day today, and with all the stops he made, focusing mainly on monster hunting, the wilderness monsters in this range were relatively weak. The powerful high-level monsters that posed a threat had long been cleared out by the city guards on their routine patrols. They certainly wouldn't allow monsters that threatened the inner city to exist nearby. The sword-armored beast was a creature similar to a pangolin, with compact meat. Before long, about 20 pounds of sword-armored beast meat on the fire began to sizzle and ooze oil. A rich aroma wafted through the air. During Lin Chen's process of roasting meat, experience points kept rolling in on the panel. The golden-eating insects sent out were still busy slaughtering nearby monsters. This was a surefire AFK leveling mode. If Yu Dapeng knew about this, as a tank needing to withstand the damage of countless monsters, Ning Yuanzi would need to output lightning-fast damage. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was just roasting meat and leveling up. They would probably want to spit blood and collapse. So fragrant, it seems I arrived just in time. A faint purple figure emerged from the dim thicket. Her? Lin Chen squinted slightly, recognizing her as the purple figure that had fled earlier in the afternoon. The bright firelight at night illuminated her features. Dressed entirely in purple, with a purple top and a purple gauze skirt, her features were delicate, her large, watery eyes adorned with a rather avant-garde smoky makeup, and she appeared to be around Lin Chen's age. What was going on today? Were these two groups of people trying to latch onto him or what? Whether it was that team of professionals or this girl before him, he didn't want to get involved with either. He just wanted to focus on leveling up. So, he coldly said, I don't care about your grievances, but don't disturb me, or I won't be polite. The girl shifted her gaze from the roasted meat to Lin Chen's face. Oh, look at you, a handsome young man. How can you be so cold-hearted to a lonely girl suffering from hunger in the night? Lin Chen frowned slightly, saying nothing, but his intent to drive her away remained. Alright, I'll just eat a couple of pieces of meat and leave after that, I'm almost starving to death. The girl pouted slightly, looking at Lin Chen with a face full of grievance. Lin Chen turned his gaze back to the roasting meat. She glanced at him and softly said, Lin Chen, Beast Tamer, level 14. Ha? You've leveled up to 14 so quickly? She looked astonished. When I leveled from 13 to 14, it took me a whole day. You've only been at it for 3 hours since this afternoon, right? It seems that skill brings courage. No wonder you dare to come to this wilderness alone to hunt monsters. Today, I saw a strange insect killing monsters in the woods. That must be your pet, right? A beast tamer is so powerful, leveling up so fast? Clearly, she was shocked by Lin Chen's leveling speed. Lin Chen cast a detection spell on her. Zhao Shaoling, assassin, level 19. Indeed, she was an assassin. Lin Chen took a few steps forward, pulled out a dagger, and began to cut the meat. The girl's eyes were fixed on the roasted meat, seemingly drooling. She had a greedy expression. I'll leave after I finish eating the meat. I won't involve you in this. Those few are bad people. They've been chasing me for days to snatch what I have on me. Although you, as a tamer, are a bit special, you won't be their match. Seeing Lin Chen agree to let her eat some meat, she quickly explained. The implication was that she wouldn't let that group of professionals misunderstand her connection to him, which could lead them to target both her and him. In her judgment, if Lin Chen were to incur their wrath, a low-level 14, he wouldn't stand a chance against those 20-level professionals. And in the sparsely populated wilderness, who would know if someone was killed? But she didn't know that Lin Chen wasn't afraid of those people at all. Today, when that mage pressured him, he even had murderous intent. Fortunately, those two left quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The roasted meat was still very hot, but Zhao Shaoling was clearly too hungry to wait. She opened her small mouth with neatly arranged teeth and desperately bit into the meat. Then, because it was too hot, she panted while eating. Had this child not eaten for 2 or 3 days? Lin Chen cut a few slices of fragrant roasted meat and handed them to her. Since the meat was cut thin, it cooled quickly and was just right when it entered her mouth. Zhao Shaoling took it and put it in her mouth, her face full of satisfaction. She smiled and said, You seem cold on the surface, but you're quite considerate towards girls. Lin Chen was speechless. He took out 2 bottles of drinks from his space and tossed one to her. Thank you for giving this poor girl a sense of security tonight. It was raining heavily tonight, I hadn't slept all night, and I was afraid of sharks. Looking at your level, you must have awakened just the day before yesterday as a senior student, right? I remember my sister saying that the day before yesterday was the day all senior students awakened. Before Lin Chen could answer, she shook her head. No, if you awakened on the day before yesterday, then you could only have leveled up for 2 days, right? It's impossible to reach level 14 in just 2 days. Logically speaking, if you dare to hunt monsters alone in the wilderness, your strength must be extraordinary, but no one has ever heard of someone leveling up to 14 in just 2 days, unless those big guilds use manpower and equipment to pile up. But you, a mage wielding a plain steel knife, looking so self-destructive, couldn't possibly be a bastard child of a big guild. That's just too hard to understand. Lin Chen was initially too lazy to respond to her. However, seeing her look of confusion, he replied, I awakened the day before yesterday. Ah, really? I awakened the day before yesterday? Then you must be terrifying. I've never heard of anyone leveling up so quickly. You're not as simple as you seem. Your level may be low, but your strength must be super strong. Zhao Xiaoling was still in shock, her face full of disbelief. Even her eating motion paused. Is a tamer really that abnormal? So, with your strength, in half a month for the martial arts exam, you can enter whichever academy you want in the Great Xia. Which school do you want to enter? Lin Chen, I want to enter Qingbei Martial Arts University. Zhao Xiaoling smiled and said, I guessed it. If you really get into Qingbei Martial Arts University, then you have to call me senior. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. You're a student of Qingbei Martial Arts University? Then you are only level 19. If Zhao Xiaoling entered Qingbei Martial Arts University last year, then after a year, being only level 19 was indeed a bit low. Lin Chen's meaning was understood by Zhao Xiaoling, and she giggled. My situation is a bit special, but I am indeed a student of Qingbei Martial Arts University. Take a look at this. Zhao Xiaoling threw a badge over. Lin Chen caught it and saw that it was a school badge, with Qingbei Martial Arts University engraved on the front and Zhao Xiaoling on the back. She was indeed a student of Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Chen returned the badge to her and asked, have you heard of someone named Lin Dong? She entered Qingbei Martial Arts University 2 years ago. Lin Dong? Zhao Xiaoling pondered for a moment. Finally, she shook her head, no impression. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. He wanted to know more about his sister. But thinking about it, they were not in the same cohort, so it was not surprising that she didn't know. Girlfriend? Relative? Zhao Xiaoling asked curiously. My sister. What does your sister do? Lin Chen was silent for a while and finally said, I don't really understand, it seems she is a shadow dancer. Zhao Xiaoling laughed, a shadow dancer? Isn't that like me, an assassin? At this point, her expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Xiaoling paused, it's nothing, I just suddenly thought of someone, but it shouldn't be related to your sister. Normally, with Lin Chen's personality, he would definitely not pursue the topic further. But this matter involved his sister. He didn't want to drop the subject just like that. Is it inconvenient to say? Not really, I just heard that a year and a half ago, several major incidents happened in the capital, all related to a shadow dancer, but I haven't heard of any connection to Qingbei Martial Arts University. Was that shadow dancer a woman? Yeah, it seems these events happened in a guild. For some reason, several large-scale battles broke out, and an affiliated guild of a super-large guild, over 300 people, was completely wiped out overnight, turning to dust. Super-large guild? Lin Chen frowned. I only heard others talking about it, I really don't know the truth. Zhao Xiaoling shrugged, indicating that she only knew this much. Guilds are a unique product of this professional society. They gather a large number of professionals, both combat and lifestyle types. In this society, wherever there are interests, guilds are usually present. They are the most powerful civilian organizations outside of state military forces. In many places, certain guilds even overpower government troops, dominating local power. Lin Lian thought for a moment and finally asked, what happened to that shadow dancer afterward? I haven't learned about the outcome, it seems someone deliberately blocked the news. The shock it caused was great, but it disappeared quickly. Lin Chen nodded. It seemed that Zhao Xiaoling only knew this much. That shadow dancer might not even be related to his sister. However, that possibility couldn't be ruled out. If it really was his sister. Lin Chen's eyes glinted coldly. Half a month later, when he went to the capital and found his sister, everything would be clear. Lin Chen, why does your face look so bad? The sudden chill radiating from Lin Chen made Zhao Xiaoling feel a shiver run through her. Lin Chen shook his head. In a few days, I'll return to school. I'll ask around for you, let's exchange contact information. The two added each other as friends on the professional trading platform. The professional platform not only allows for trading but also for messaging, calling, and video chatting, and each person has a unique identity. Because of the senior and junior relationship, the distance between them closed significantly. Lin Chen cut a few more slices of meat for her. The night breeze was refreshing. If it weren't for the treacherous wilderness, being accompanied by a beautiful woman roasting meat at night would indeed be a delightful experience. The two chatted intermittently, with Zhao Xiaoling doing most of the talking while Lin Chen listened. The meat from this pangolin-like sword-armored beast was truly excellent. Lin Chen was also putting his heart into the roasting. In fact, many corpses of wild beasts are quite valuable when brought back, especially after being cooked by professional chefs, turning into exquisite meat. Some adventurers specifically hunt for ingredients, and people call them gourmet hunters. Lin Chen had read about it in books. The most famous gourmet hunters are the four great kings of cuisine. Just then, a faint white light appeared on Lin Chen. You have reached level 15. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart after idling for half the night. He had finally reached level 15, achieving his plans and goals. Zhao Xiaoling, on the other hand, looked utterly incredulous. She asked in shock, "You just leveled up?" "Yeah," Lin Chen replied. "What the hell?" Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but curse. "Is there anyone who levels up like you? Is there anyone as abnormal as you? What kind of bug tamer profession allows for idle leveling? How can other players compete with that?" Lin Chen's expression remained calm. Was it really such a big deal to level up just once? Zhao Xiaoling suddenly tilted her head and asked, "Do you want to know why those people have been chasing me for days?" "Not really," Lin Chen said. He had heard Zhao Xiaoling mention before that those people wanted a certain treasure from her, and such matters were sensitive. He had never thought to inquire about the details. Zhao Xiaoling pouted, "Why are you like this? Do you have to kill the conversation?" Lin Chen felt a bit speechless. Was it not okay to not want to know? After thinking for a moment, he helplessly said, "Then why are they chasing you?" Zhao Xiaoling giggled, "That's more like it. When chatting with a girl, you need to be enthusiastic, engage in various topics, and maintain passionate interest, got it?" She struck a pose like a senior. "Because I found a boss spawn point in the wilderness, but there were too many elite monsters there for me to handle alone, so I retreated near the entrance, but I marked down the coordinates. But for some reason, the information leaked, and those people want to force me to tell them the location. Those guys aren't low level, they're not exactly high either, but their strength is considerable, fully equipped, at least bronze level. I've heard those four are called the Four Evils of Young City. They've been active in the outskirts of the wilderness, attacking suitable targets, and their teamwork is very coordinated. Many high-level players have died at their hands. They kept chasing, and I kept running." As for the so-called Four Evils of Young City, Lin Chen didn't take them seriously. However, a wilderness boss spawn point? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Zhao Xiaoling. After years of theoretical study, he certainly understood the significance of that statement. This was something that drove many people crazy. Monster invasions and gathering spots come in several types, one of which is wilderness monsters, like the ones Lin Chen had killed today, which are widely present but generally ordinary. Another type is instances like the Lost Mine that Lin Chen was preparing to visit. It is an independent space and a passage for monster demons to invade the human realm. Instances are also divided into multidimensional and one-dimensional instances. A multidimensional instance means multiple groups of players can enter simultaneously without interfering with each other. A one-dimensional instance means that anyone entering the instance appears in the same space, and groups can encounter each other. There is also a type similar to an open one-dimensional instance, where a wilderness boss appears in a fixed area of the wilderness. Killing a wilderness boss can drop rare items or equipment. However, these wilderness bosses are usually monopolized by guilds. They won't disclose the location and respawn time, maintaining long-term control to enjoy the benefits of killing them. Therefore, wilderness bosses are of immense value. Lin Chen was a bit surprised that Zhao Xiaoling brought this up. Was she not afraid he would greedily want to take her down with him? No wonder those four had been chasing her. After hearing me say this, are you tempted? Zhao Xiaoling tilted her head to look at Lin Chen, wearing a somewhat teasing expression. Lin Chen couldn't help but scoff internally. Did this girl think he was like those four, wanting to kill and loot? Was she underestimating him, Lin Chen? He was originally an innocent person, and now he was being dragged into this mess by her. At that moment, Lin Chen fell silent. Zhao Xiaoling could certainly see Lin Chen's thoughts. She found this junior more and more adorable. If you want to know the location, I can tell you. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly said again. I don't want to know. Lin Chen replied expressionlessly. He. Zhao Xiaoling said, this location, even if reported to the guild or the professional trading center, would still yield a decent reward. But I don't want to choose either of those. I have another way to handle it, which is to find someone to cooperate with, play a few rounds first, and then sell it when I'm tired of it. Lin Chen remained silent, just quietly looking at Zhao Xiaoling. Although he also wanted to experience the wild boss, he wasn't very eager inside. Right now, he just wanted to level up, strengthen his abilities, and participate in the National Martial Arts exam in 13 days, then enter Qingbei Martial Arts University. After that, he would go find his sister. Other things like farming equipment, items, and making money were also important, but they could only come second or third. That boss spawn point is in a valley, the entrance is very small, and it's hard for ordinary people to find. I had to go in stealthily to understand the general situation. The valley is full of enhanced and elite monsters, around level 20 to 25. I can kill some of them at a higher level, but the monsters are too concentrated there, and I can't lure them out one by myself. As for the boss, I didn't dare to probe, afraid of being discovered, but I estimate it's around level 25. Lin Chen thought that if it were level 20 to 25 monsters, he could probably handle them without much issue, and he wasn't afraid of the monster density. However, this was Zhao Xiaoling's discovery and had nothing to do with him. After Zhao Xiaoling finished talking about the wild boss situation, she quietly looked at Lin Chen, no longer speaking. The two of them just silently gazed at each other. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Lin Chen couldn't take it anymore. He asked lightly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhao Xiaoling smiled brightly. "I thought you would be indifferent under a girl's gaze?" She stared into Lin Chen's eyes. "I'm really curious now. After I told you so much about the boss, aren't you the least bit tempted?" Lin Chen replied lightly, "How could I be tempted? Am I like those 4 people, forcing you to hand over the dungeon?" Zhao Xiaoling said, "You don't need to force me. Just ask, and I'll tell you, it's a gift for you. Are women's thoughts in this world particularly complicated?" Zhao Xiaoling suddenly stretched, and this movement accentuated her chest and S-shaped figure, making her already stunning beauty even more alluring. "Alright, Lin Chen, do you think you can handle those monsters?" Lin Chen was silent for a moment and said lightly, "You want to find me to cooperate? To kill that wild boss together?" Zhao Xiaoling leaned closer to Lin Chen, scrutinizing him. "Oh, you're quite sly. I noticed that you clearly knew my intentions all along, but you just wouldn't bring it up, right? You want me to say it outright before you respond. Don't you love interacting with people? Have you never asked anyone for help?" After a meal, Zhao Xiaoling had figured out Lin Chen's little personality. Lin Chen was indeed that kind of person. To be honest, I had arranged for a few of my sisters to take down this boss together, but they haven't arrived yet. Your performance just now was so shocking that it made me think of some cooperation. You have a pet, maybe it can help me lure the monsters one by one, and then I can deal with them. Although it will be tough, I think we can give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can think of other ways. The benefits will be split 70 to 30, I take 70, you take 30. What do you think? A 70 to 30 split was quite generous for Zhao Xiaoling, the resources were hers, and she was only asking Lin Chen to use his pet to lure the monsters. If a regular guild did this, they would generally not offer a share. Even if it's just a 1% share, that's still not bad. However, Lin Chen didn't care about these so-called benefits at all. What he was thinking about was the dense elite monsters there, which could help him level up further. The experience from that boss would surely be considerable. Zhao Xiaoling's mention of the shadow dancer in the capital made Lin Chen feel a surge of anxiety. If that shadow dancer really was his sister, then her situation was very dire. She might have already encountered misfortune. He felt that with his current strength, it wasn't enough, he needed to become even stronger. At that moment, Lin Chen said, "I agree." Zhao Xiaoling was very happy to hear this. "You're such a hard-to-read little man. I wasn't sure if this boss would pique your interest. I'm glad you finally agreed. Let's rest for 2 hours and then set off." 2 hours later? At night? Lin Chen was taken aback. "Yes, nighttime is more advantageous for me as an assassin. It's harder for me during the day. What's the problem?" "No problem, I don't mind," Lin Chen replied casually. "Alright then, we'll set off in 2 hours. Although Lin Chen had been grinding monsters all day and at high intensity, in reality, it was mostly his pet bugs doing the fighting. He hadn't lifted a finger himself. His physical strength and energy had hardly been depleted. Zhao Xiaoling seemed a bit tired. She waved her hand and took out a blanket from her storage space, spreading it on the ground. "Then I'll rest for a bit. The battle in 2 hours will probably be fierce." Lin Chen nodded. "You rest, don't worry, I'll keep watch. Finally, I don't have to sleep in a tree." Zhao Xiaoling chuckled and lay down fully clothed. Before long, soft snoring could be heard. It seemed she was extremely tired and had fallen asleep. Lin Chen looked at this scene, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. This Xiao Xiaoling was too carefree. She had only known him for a short time and was already so trusting of her safety in his hands? Aside from a few gold-eating bugs on watch, Lin Chen quietly recalled most of the others into his space to let them recover for a while. He squinted his eyes and closed them to rest. Perhaps all the wild monsters nearby had been cleared out by the gold-eating bugs. The night wilderness was now silent. Occasionally, night insects chirped softly. Sometimes, the firewood in the campfire would crackle. 2 hours passed quickly. The boss isn't far from here. We should reach it in about an hour. Let's go, Zhao Xiaoling said after waking up and tidying up briefly. I'll form a party with you. Zhao Xiaoling has sent you a party invitation. Do you accept? Accept. This was Lin Chen's first time forming a party with someone. This was displayed on his information board, showing his party status with Zhao Xiaoling. This is a vision-enhancing pill. After you take it, your eyesight will improve. Although it won't be as good as during the day, at least the night will affect you half as much, and it lasts for half a day. Zhao Xiaoling handed Lin Chen a pill-like object. Lin Chen had seen an introduction to vision-enhancing pills in books. He knew such a thing existed, but this was the first time he had seen one. This item was very expensive. He didn't expect Zhao Xiaoling to casually take it out from her space backpack and give it to him. Lin Chen raised his head and swallowed it. A warm current flowed through him. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, although it was still night, it felt like morning. While it couldn't compare to daytime, his vision had improved significantly. What a magical pill! Is it made by those life-type alchemists? Lin Chen thought to himself. The two of them took advantage of the night and began walking west. At night, many monsters roamed about. Zhao Xiaoling led the way. Generally speaking, nighttime could cause visual impairments and make one overlook traps and dangers. It was extremely perilous. Moreover, any monsters that appeared at night had the characteristics of stealthy assassins, capable of delivering lethal strikes. However, for Zhao Xiaoling, these were not problems at all. She was an assassin herself. Shadows and night were originally their main battleground. She moved silently, and along the way, monsters around level 20 hadn't even reacted before falling to the dagger in her hand. This girl is not simple. Her strength is very strong. She's probably from some elite family in the capital, Lin Chen thought to himself. However, if her strength wasn't formidable, how could she have been roaming the wilderness for so long and discovered a wild boss spawn point? Even the four evils of Young City couldn't do anything about her. Watching the continuously refreshing experience points, Lin Chen estimated that in a duo team, the experience points were about 60% of what one would get solo. An hour later, Zhao Xiaoling arrived at the entrance of a valley. We're here, right here. The entrance is narrow, but inside there's a whole new world, very spacious. This entrance was nestled between two mountains. This place was too concealed. If one wasn't standing at a particular angle, they wouldn't even see the entrance. No wonder it hadn't been discovered for so long. Zhao Xiaoling said proudly, hard to find, right? I stumbled upon it by chance. Lin Chen nodded, yeah, it looks like an ordinary shallow cave. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly said seriously, once we enter through this entrance, about 300 meters in, there will be many enhanced and elite monsters wandering around. We'll clear them out while slowly advancing. You'll mainly be responsible for using your pet to lure one monster at a time to the side. I'll use my assassin skills to stealthily kill them. Remember, in principle, we lure one monster at a time. I can handle 2 or 3, but if it's more than 4, we must retreat quickly and wait for the monsters to return to their wandering state before we continue. Do you remember? Lin Chen nodded. Just as Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaoling were preparing to enter the valley to hunt the wild boss, a shadow emerged from the woods where they had been roasting meat. They've already left. A man with pointed ears and a monkey-like face stood by the fire, staring at the dwindling embers. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures appeared from the hidden depths of the trees. They ran away? If Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaoling were here, they would recognize that the 4 who had just appeared were the 4 evils of Young City who had been pursuing Zhao Xiaoling. Huangguan, we brought you, the tracker, from the city. You need to find out the situation and track their whereabouts, otherwise, you won't get a single cent, the swordsman said in a deep voice to the pointed-eared man. Don't worry, Boss Chui. The pointed-eared man named Huangguan was a tracker. He circled the fire, inspecting it, occasionally sniffing the air, and said, 2 people stayed here, a man and a woman. The woman is an assassin, the man is unknown. They ate roasted meat together, stayed for about 3 hours, and left an hour ago, heading west. 2 people? Is that man the one we saw today? The mage spat, I knew these 2 were in cahoots. If it weren't for you stopping me, I would have killed him during the day. Who? Are you talking about that idiot who challenged the cockroach today? The archer asked in surprise. No way? That level 12 kid could make it all the way out here? The healer also doubted. That's why I said they're a team. That kid alone wouldn't come this deep into the wilderness, but if that girl brought him, it makes sense, the mage said. Makes sense. The archer and healer nodded. Huangguan, can you still track them now? The swordsman asked in a deep voice. Of course, I've never lost track of anyone in the wilderness, the tracker Huangguan said proudly. Shall we continue tracking them now? The swordsman nodded. Of course, leaving this late likely means they're heading to the boss spawn point. All right. Huangguan raised his head and walked westward, saying, the other party left together, 2 people. The direction was exactly where Lin Chen and Zhao Shaoling had departed. The 4 behind quickly followed. The mage took a few steps to the swordsman's side. Boss, no matter if that girl is going to the boss point this time, she's doomed. She probably thinks she can escape our pursuit, but she definitely doesn't expect us to find a tracker to locate her. The archer sneered beside him. In front of a tracker, an assassin is just a pile of dung. The healer then said, that girl made us search the wilderness for days. Once we catch her, not only do we need to find the boss location, but we can't let her go either. Let's play for a few days. Huangguan, the tracker, walked ahead. It seemed effortless as he followed the route Lin Chen and Zhao Shaoling had taken earlier. Lin Chen and Zhao Shaoling were unaware that a master had locked onto them. Zhao Shaoling cleared the ordinary monsters in the passage and continued deeper. The narrow passage led to a vast valley surrounded by towering mountains. No wonder Zhao Shaoling said there was a hidden paradise inside. Who would have thought there would be such an expansive environment here? Zhao Shaoling crouched on a hillside with Lin Chen. The 2 looked down. Below the hillside, enormous one-eyed humanoid monsters were wandering. Zhao Shaoling whispered, do you see those cyclops? Level 20 elite monsters, stronger than regular practitioners of the same level. In a bit, you let your pet bugs lure them one by one to the hills on the right, and I'll take them down. Remember, don't lure too many at once. After saying this, she crouched and moved to the right, her figure slowly fading as she walked. The valley was filled with mist, varying in density, making everything hazy and unfathomable. Clearly, this was a monster area generated by demonic energy after invading the human realm, and it had yet to be trodden by humans. In the distance, Lin Chen couldn't see clearly, but below the hillside, countless one-eyed giants, spaced about 10 meters apart, were wandering with large clubs. These hulking figures, over 4 meters tall, were clearly strength-type monsters, their muscles bulging. They were the guardians of this valley, and anyone daring to approach could be smashed into pulp. Humans, keep away. If they were ordinary monsters, this density would be decent, but if they were all elite monsters, it would be quite impressive. Lin Chen sent a gold-eating bug flying over. Soon, the bug caught the attention of the nearest giant monster. A strange scent. Something has invaded here. The giant monster became enraged, raising its massive wooden club and charging at the gold-eating bug. At the same time, another one-eyed giant nearby followed suit. 2 had been lured. There was no choice, luring a single monster was nearly impossible. Fortunately, 4 or 5 other one-eyed giants nearby did not follow. The gold-eating bug turned and flew toward the hills on Lin Chen's right. The 2 one-eyed giants chased closely behind. Lin Chen cast a detection spell on the one-eyed giant. One-eyed giant warrior, enhanced elite monster, level 20, strength, 2300, agility, 1500, mentality, 1000, constitution, 2500, skill, frenzied strike. The 4-dimensional attributes were indeed very high. They were on a completely different level from the typical level 20 monsters in the wilderness, truly worthy of being enhanced elite monsters. Moreover, they possessed skills. With a flash of cold light, a dagger appeared out of thin air and plunged into the heart of one one-eyed giant. It was Zhao Shaoling using the assassin's assassination skill. This strike made the one-eyed giant let out a loud roar, and its health bar dropped by a quarter. The 2 one-eyed giants swung their large wooden clubs at Zhao Shaoling. Zhao Shaoling moved like a phantom, dodging swiftly. The large wooden stick couldn't hit her at all. Boom, 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 boom. The stick struck the ground, sending mud flying and grass and trees scattering. The momentum was immense. If that stick had hit Zhao Shaoling, the damage would have been significant. One couldn't help but wonder if her petite body could withstand it. However, after observing for a while, Lin Chen realized he might have been overthinking it. 1 or 2 monsters really couldn't harm her. Zhao Shaoling's agility was too strong. As she darted and twisted, not even the hem of her skirt could be touched. However, the massive stick swung through the air, creating a powerful gust that sent her hair flying. Her skirt billowed, occasionally revealing her long, fair thighs. Meanwhile, Zhao Shaoling seized every opportunity, continuously stabbing her dagger into the first giant monster. The damage from her subsequent attacks was clearly lower than the first time she used her assassination skill, taking away about 5% of the Cyclops' health each time. If one didn't count the initial assassination skill used after going invisible, she could probably take down a Cyclops warrior in about 20 strikes. Seeing they couldn't hit Zhao Xiaoling, the two Cyclops became furious. Suddenly, the heavy wooden sticks seemed to double in speed, their attacks coming like a torrential storm. It was the Cyclops using their frenzy skill. The attack speed was doubled. With both Cyclops using their frenzy skill, even Zhao Xiaoling, despite her strength, didn't dare to be careless. She flickered her form, creating distance from the Cyclops. The Cyclops pursued madly. One dodged, two chased, causing the entire hillside to erupt in chaos. 2 minutes passed, and it was clear the frenzy skill had worn off. The two wooden sticks slowed down. Zhao Xiaoling seized the opportunity and stabbed the first Cyclops again. Her target remained locked on the first Cyclops, planning to completely take it down before dealing with the other. This strategy was sound. If it were Lin Chen, he would have made the same choice. However, killing like this was too slow. After observing for a while, Lin Chen understood that Zhao Xiaoling could indeed handle 2 or 3 monsters while ensuring her own safety, but it would take a considerable amount of time. As for 4 or 5 at once, she would struggle significantly. Your team has killed a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining plus 4,800 experience points. Gain Cyclops Heart *1, please choose item acquisition method, team leader pickup, free pickup, roll for pickup, Lin Chen chose, team leader pickup. 4,800 points, such a high experience value. Even in a duo, it was still much higher than the average wilderness monsters. If soloing, a single monster might yield 8,000 experience points. At this point, after taking down one, Zhao Xiaoling only had to deal with the other Cyclops warrior. Now, she was even more at ease. She circled around the other monster, striking faster. Seeing this, Lin Chen felt reassured. Come out, my companions. Lin Chen softly called, releasing 40 gold-eating bugs and sending them flying towards the Cyclops down the slope. Just then, a message came through. Your team has killed a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining plus 4,800 experience points. Gained Cyclops Heart *1. It was Zhao Xiaoling who had taken down another Cyclops warrior. Dealing with 2 monsters at once is manageable, but any more than that is really too much. Zhao Xiaoling panted, calling out to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, be more careful when drawing aggro. We can't attract anymore. Generally, when teaming up to kill monsters, there must be a tank at the front to absorb the monster's hatred. Then, the damage dealers can unleash their attacks from the side or behind. If they can't secure a one-hit kill, then Zhao Xiaoling would be very passive in the fight. She had to draw the monsters away and dodge. After all, as a rogue, she couldn't withstand the monster's damage. If you really get hurt, there are no healers here, and that would be a big problem. So, Zhao Xiaoling must be very careful. Lin Chen asked, Zhao Xiaoling, are you okay? Zhao Xiaoling waved her hand and shouted, I'm fine, just wait a moment for me to go invisible, then you can lure the monsters over. Just then, a series of messages flashed on the team panel. Your team has killed a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining plus 4,800 experience points. Your team has killed a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining plus 4,800 experience points. Your team has killed a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining plus 4,800 experience points. A continuous stream of messages filled the team panel. Zhao Xiaoling was stunned. She thought she was seeing things. Upon closer inspection, it was another string of experience item information. What is going on? Her bright eyes widened. If she weren't so sure it was impossible, she would have thought the team panel was malfunctioning. What happened? Zhao Xiaoling looked at Lin Chen. In the distance, Lin Chen still looked the same as when he was talking to her, without any change. Didn't you see the messages on the team panel? At this moment, Zhao Xiaoling didn't care about going invisible to prepare for the next batch of monsters Lin Chen was about to lure. She walked towards him. What messages? Lin Chen thought Zhao Xiaoling had just whispered to him. The monster kill experience messages. Oh, Lin Chen replied casually, I saw it. How strange, I'm not blind, how could I not see it? At this point, Zhao Xiaoling had reached Lin Chen's side. With an incredulous voice, she continued, Hey, don't you find it strange? Just the 2 of us in a team, who killed so many monsters, and the killing speed is so fast? I fought 2 Cyclops for 4 or 5 minutes, and in that time, 5 or 6 dozen Cyclops warriors must have died, right? Is the system malfunctioning? Zhao Xiaoling still looked confused. Lin Chen was speechless. With all this surprise, he thought something serious had happened. It's not a malfunction, I killed them. You? How is that possible? Zhao Xiaoling stared at Lin Chen, unable to believe it. Looking at Zhao Xiaoling's shocked, confused, and disbelieving expression, Lin Chen thought, surprised by my monster killing speed? This is just my usual operation. Besides, I've only released less than half of my gold-eating worms. I still have 30 protective suits made from spirit butterflies on me, protecting me. If you knew that, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Lin Chen said lightly to Zhao Xiaoling, my pet worms are down there killing monsters. By the way, the number of monsters and experience points in this area is decent. I hope it helps me level up to 16, so this trip won't be in vain. Zhao Xiaoling looked down the slope. It was too far, Lin Chen's little worms were not clearly visible. It seemed like one Cyclops warrior after another was inexplicably collapsing. It was as if a gust of wind had blown through, knocking monsters down wherever it went. The air was filled with the sounds of roars and cries of agony. Zhao Xiaoling turned her gaze back to Lin Chen. A minute later, she finally sighed, Lin Chen, you've shocked me once again. I finally understand why you leveled up to 15 in just 2 days. No, maybe you'll reach level 16 soon. I finally understand why you, a low-level player, dare to venture into the wilderness alone. You are truly an unprecedented big freak. Oh my. Your whole family is the big freak. Let's go, we're heading down. Lin Chen waved his hand. The two walked towards the center of the valley. At this moment, all the enhanced elite Cyclops in the nearby area had been cleared out. In this short time, about 200 Cyclops warriors had fallen to the gold-eating worms. This was still with Lin Chen having released less than half of the gold-eating worms. Lin Chen felt that half of the gold-devouring insects was more than enough. Too many would just lead to a chaotic brawl, which was unnecessary. Zhao Xiaoling nodded and followed Lin Chen down the hillside. Dozens of gold-devouring insects cleared the way ahead, shouting, kill, kill, kill. Your team has killed a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining plus 4,800 experience points. You have obtained a Cyclops Heart *1. Your team has killed a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining plus 4,800 experience points. You have obtained a Cyclops Heart *1. The team screen was crazily refreshing with experience points. Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen's face repeatedly. However, she couldn't read anything. Lin Chen still wore that indifferent expression. Not excited at all? Lin Chen, I know you're strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. To be honest, I'm completely in awe of the tamer profession now. It wasn't entirely that the tamer was so powerful. I have my own fortuitous encounters, alright? But these things are secrets that belong solely to him. He would never share them with anyone. Battling the giants throughout the valley was a perilous journey for many skilled teams, but for Lin Chen, it felt as easy as taking a stroll in a chicken coop. All around were weaklings. As night fell and mist enveloped the area, it was still that breathtakingly dangerous place of corruption. Yet, walking beside Lin Chen, Zhao Xiaoling felt an inexplicable sense of safety. I'm really ashamed. Zhao Xiaoling sighed, recalling how she had been so cautious when she first came here a few days ago, sneaking around after going invisible. In the end, she accidentally got discovered by a monster and had to escape in a very embarrassing manner. When she had teamed up with Lin Chen before, she had held little hope, only wanting to utilize Lin Chen's skill of luring monsters with his tamed insects. She proposed a 70-30 split, with her getting 70 and Lin Chen 30. She had always thought of herself as the main force, so it was only natural for her to let Lin Chen keep watch while she took a break. Little did she expect that now, she was merely a bystander, playing a minor role. Zhao Xiaoling said, Lin Chen, now you're the main force. Let's switch the split around from before. I'll take 30, and you take 70. She was quite worried that Lin Chen might harbor resentment over the previous distribution of benefits. Lin Chen smiled, you don't need to worry about that. I don't mind, let's stick to what we agreed upon before, alright? He turned to look at Zhao Xiaoling and said lightly, do you understand what I mean? Zhao Xiaoling smiled in relief, I understand. In fact, she didn't care much about this little benefit, it was more like playing house, just experiencing the game rules. But Lin Chen's attitude once again surprised her. People chase after fame and fortune, resorting to any means for profit, leading to enmity between fathers and sons, brothers turning against each other, and friends betraying one another. It's a never-ending cycle. But what about Lin Chen, who was just starting out? He seemed to have a mindset that viewed wealth and status as fleeting clouds, unshackled by external possessions. Such a person is destined to shine brightly in this world in the future. Zhao Xiaoling commented on Lin Chen. Little did Lin Chen know that Zhao Xiaoling's mind was spinning with so many thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely refute it. He wasn't that noble, his life was still quite difficult, and he was fighting hard for even the smallest gains. Right now, his backpack was filled with miscellaneous items. When grinding monsters in the wilderness before, he couldn't bear to throw away even the items that were worth almost nothing. A monster appeared, twice the size of a Cyclops warrior, and instead of a thick wooden club, it wielded a massive iron-spiked club. Cyclops Captain, Enhanced Elite Monster Leader, Level 23, Strength, 4000, Agility, 2250, Mentality, 1500, Constitution, 4000, Skills, Frenzy Strike, Roar, Stomp, Level 23 Elite Cyclops Captain. The four-dimensional attributes are almost twice that of those one-eyed giant warriors. However, they are still no match for Lin Chen's gold-devouring insects. 8 or 9 gold-devouring insects pounced on them, tearing and biting. The one-eyed giant captain roared wildly and used a powerful strike technique. A large wolf-toothed club swung through the air. However, such a large weapon was of no use against the small gold-devouring insects. 4 or 5 gold-devouring insects took down the nearby one-eyed giant warrior and flew over to gang up on the captain. The one-eyed giant captain suddenly opened his mouth and let out a tremendous roar. Roar, a wave-like sound wave spread outwards. The vibrations sent sand and stones flying. Many gold-devouring insects were knocked off balance. The enormous roar echoed throughout the valley. The remaining monsters in the valley were instantly stunned and rushed over upon hearing the sound. The captain took a giant leap and stomped heavily on the ground. In an instant, he created a large pit. Dozens of gold-devouring insects were sent flying. Bang bang bang, monsters from all directions surged toward this side. At first glance, there were no less than 600 or 700. Almost all were enhanced elite one-eyed giant warriors, with 1 or 2 captains mixed in. As these massive giants ran over, their tremendous weight and size shook the ground, causing the entire valley to tremble. It was like a landslide, an apocalypse. It was unexpected that dealing with one captain would cause such a commotion. Although the valley was not small, it was not very large either. The roar and stomping sounds were too loud. All the monsters in the valley rushed this way. Not good. Zhao Shaoling, standing next to Lin Chen, instantly turned pale. Lin Chen and Zhao Shaoling were like 2 tiny dots under the wave of monsters. Zhao Shaoling couldn't help but tremble slightly. This valley was a death trap for anyone who came here. Fighting the one-eyed giant warriors was manageable, but once they engaged the captain, it was easy for all the monsters in the valley to rush over. Now, did she and Lin Chen still have a chance to survive? Lin Chen frowned at the enormous scene. It seemed that 40 gold-devouring insects would struggle to handle the current situation. Come out, all my little friends! In an instant, another 90 black, fierce, and bloodthirsty gold-devouring insects appeared around Lin Chen, all of the same level. The area around him was shrouded in darkness. In an instant, Lin Chen became the ruler in the dark. Ah! Zhao Xiaoling's eyes widened in shock, and she gasped. She exclaimed, Lin, your pet insects, there are so many? 130 powerful gold-devouring insects charged toward the incoming group of enhanced elite one-eyed giant warriors. Fury! Each gold-devouring insect activated its skill. Fury, the gold-devouring insect enters a state of rage, increasing attack power by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. This is equivalent to doubling their attack power. The gold-devouring insects were already incredibly powerful, dealing high damage, and now their power was increased twofold. In an instant, they slaughtered the giant warriors, their speed further enhanced. Under Zhao Xiaoling's astonished gaze, waves of one-eyed giant warriors fell like wheat. Just moments ago, facing the tsunami-like surge of giant warriors, she thought her life would end here tonight, an overwhelming sense of despair washing over her. She never expected that this outdoor boss refresh point would have such a trap. If her sisters had come to team up and battle this place, they could have been completely wiped out. Thinking of this, she felt a chill run through her body. She had underestimated the challenges of outdoor bosses too much. Clearing a boss was entirely different from refreshing a spawn point later. No wonder she rarely heard of small teams clearing bosses, it was always guilds organizing large-scale tactics. This is also one of the reasons why the outdoor boss points are almost exclusively controlled by guild forces. She glanced at Lin Chen beside her. Facing these giant monsters, this man remained completely indifferent. She had just witnessed the terrifying individual combat power of his pet insects. What was even more shocking now was the sheer number of them. How could there be such a terrifying profession, such powerful individuals in this world? It should be noted that he was just a level 10 or so practitioner. Once he grew stronger, how terrifying would that be? 130 gold-devouring insects clashed with 600 or 700 enhanced elite Cyclops warriors, along with 3 captains, instantly turning the valley into a chaotic battlefield. The ground was kicked up in a storm of sand and stones, and the grass and trees scattered like fallen leaves. The number of gold-devouring insects was considerable, and their strength was terrifying, but the number of giant monsters was even greater. Countless gold-devouring insects were knocked to the ground. However, impervious to water and fire, the gold-devouring insects, with their excessively strong defenses beneath their hard shells, quickly took to the air again. They continued to fight. In their rage, the gold-devouring insects unleashed even wilder attacks. Batch after batch of giant monsters fell to the ground. Corpses lay everywhere. Your team has killed a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining plus 4,800 experience points. Your team has killed a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining plus 4,800 experience points. Spam screen. Rapidly spamming the screen, Zhao Xiaoling was now in a daze. Another different message appeared. Your team has killed a Cyclops captain, enhanced elite monster leader, gaining plus 14,400 experience points. You have obtained silver equipment, giant's armor. It turned out that a captain had been bitten to death by the gold-devouring insects. This valley could not be called anything but terrifying, and the strength of the monsters could not be called anything but formidable. Generally, even skilled teams would likely be wiped out here. But Lin Chen, with a single effort, relied solely on his pet insects to overpower the monsters. Under the slaughter of the gold-devouring insects, the giant monsters were dwindling. In no more than 10 minutes, the monsters here would be completely exterminated. At this moment, Lin Chen looked at his experience bar, which had already reached 60% of level 15. After killing these monsters, he should be able to level up to 16. Even if he didn't, the difference wouldn't be significant. Just then, a faint light appeared on Zhao Xiaoling. Then Lin Chen saw Zhao Xiaoling jump up in joy. Level up? Yes. Zhao Xiaoling said happily, I've reached level 20, I've been grinding for half a month for this level. Suddenly, Lin Chen's expression changed. Just now, while the gold-devouring insects were battling the many giant warriors in the valley, he felt as if a pair of special eyes had been watching him for a moment. However, when he tried to search for that gaze, it disappeared. Then, it seemed like there was a faint sound of magical chanting. Yet, he couldn't catch the source of this sound at all. And now, this chanting suddenly grew louder. This meant that a powerful magical skill was about to be completed. Was there a powerful archmage here? Before he had time to think further, a wave of horror surged in his heart. Not good, a mage's magic. At that moment, a gigantic blazing sun suddenly appeared above the valley. The sun emitted dazzling light. The light illuminated the entire valley, instantly turning night into day. Under the rays of the blazing sun, the air twisted and deformed. Death Sun forbidden spell? Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed. Lin Chen also felt something was wrong the moment the sun appeared. He felt as if he were suddenly in a furnace at 1,000 degrees. At the same time, under the rays of the blazing sun, the flowers, grass, trees, and some soft rocks in the valley turned to charcoal. Just as Lin Chen felt he was about to turn to ashes, a large group of fairy butterflies revealed their true forms around him. And they all displayed different damage. Suddenly, the elven butterflies shared the damage that Lin Chen had received. Not good. Lin Chen suddenly thought of something, shouted, and rushed towards Zhao Xiaoling beside him. This area attack magic was unavoidable for both him and Zhao Xiaoling. He grabbed Zhao Xiaoling and, regardless of the situation, pressed her down under his body, using himself to shield her from the deadly rays of the blazing sun. Scorching! Just as Lin Chen felt he was about to ignite, another elven butterfly was injured, and once again, it bore the damage for him. The blazing sun not only illuminated the entire Sun Valley but also pierced through the whole wilderness night. It seemed that those eyes and that chanting were not an illusion. There was a powerful mage behind the opponent, continuously casting spells and performing forbidden incantations. And it had succeeded. Right now, Lin Chen had almost no equipment on him. Just a flesh body. One could say he had no defense at all. At this moment, Lin Chen dared not move, because he still had Zhao Xiaoling with him. If it weren't for the more than 30 elven butterflies sharing life with him, even 10 Lin Chens would have died at this moment. He never expected that this small valley would hide such a terrifying great mage. This was Lin Chen's professional awakening, becoming an insect tamer, traversing the insect realm 6 times, and obtaining 2 insect types. After killing monsters for several days, he encountered danger for the first time. This startled him. This world was not as simple as he had imagined. He glanced towards the center of the valley, where those deadly rays fell upon the golden devouring insects in battle. Those golden devouring insects seemed completely unharmed. Lin Chen was first stunned, then quickly understood that he had originally discovered the golden devouring insects in a volcanic environment. Moreover, the introduction of the golden devouring insect also stated that it was not soaked by water or fire. Even if the golden devouring insect could not be completely immune to water and fire elements, it was close enough. The mage in the valley must be this wilderness boss, and it possessed considerable intelligence. It had been hiding in the shadows, clearly seeing the power of Lin Chen's insect taming. It must also understand that as time passed, the one-eyed giants and several captains in the valley would surely die. Therefore, it did not participate in the battle but was preparing for the strongest magical strike. Fortunately, the deadly sun only lasted half a minute. When the blazing sun disappeared, the valley returned to darkness. Lin Chen looked down at Zhao Xiaoling beneath him. In an instant, he was startled. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoling was completely naked. Her clothes and skirt had turned to ashes under the initial deadly rays. A pendant around her neck was glowing green, protecting her. Zhao Xiaoling remained motionless. Could she be dead? Zhao Xiaoling. Lin Chen, disregarding her nakedness, shouted and, in a panic, reached out to grab her, feeling a slick surface. Her skin was unharmed. It was likely that the green pendant was a magical item that allowed her to survive under the deadly sun. But why was she still motionless? Zhao Xiaoling was wearing ordinary clothes, which naturally could not withstand the deadly rays, unless they were high-level equipment. Suddenly, Lin Chen also realized that he was now just like Zhao Xiaoling, completely naked. Under the light, his clothes had also turned to ashes. A wooden stick lay between Zhao Xiaoling's legs. He could still feel her warm body temperature. Damn! Lin Chen, who had been tightly pressed against Zhao Xiaoling's body, quickly moved away and jumped up. How embarrassing! How awkward! He quickly took out a set of clothes from his space and put them on. Fortunately, before entering the wilderness, he had considered that he would spend some time in the wild, so he had prepared plenty of supplies, including clothing. After putting on his clothes, Lin Chen returned to Zhao Xiaoling's side. In the nightlight, the naked Zhao Xiaoling looked like a piece of white jade, radiating a soft white glow. She was extremely captivating. But at this moment, Lin Chen couldn't care about these things. He needed to determine how badly she was hurt and whether there was still hope. Zhao Xiaoling, what's wrong? Lin Chen felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that the senior he had just met, who had fought alongside him, was going to die like this? He wanted to pick up Zhao Xiaoling's body to examine her closely. However, as he reached for her, she suddenly made a sound. Woo-woo. Why aren't you leaving? How long do you plan to stay? This unexpected reaction left Lin Chen momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, even a straight man like Lin Chen understood. Zhao Xiaoling was fine. She just didn't dare to move, whether she was under him when he was protecting her or now, in his line of sight. She could only play dead. And now, with the situation being so urgent, Lin Chen needed to assess her injuries and take action, which forced her to speak up. Oh, how awkward. How embarrassing. Lin Chen quickly stood up and turned around. He swallowed hard and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm turning around now, you can get up and put on your clothes. A barely audible response came from her. Zhao Xiaoling didn't dare to lie there exposed any longer. She didn't even think to ask Lin Chen to move away before she got up. She quickly scrambled to her feet, retrieved new clothes from her space, and put them on. Lin Chen heard the rustling sound of her getting dressed behind him. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. As long as she was okay, everything else was trivial, and the unexpected embarrassment was a small matter. I'm ready. After a while, Zhao Xiaoling spoke. Her mood seemed to have calmed down quite a bit, though her voice still trembled slightly. Lin Chen turned around. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoling's face was flushed. Her expression was quite awkward. I'm sorry, Lin Chen said. It's all my fault. It's nothing, Zhao Xiaoling replied softly. If it weren't for you, I would have probably died by now, turned to ashes. Thank you for saving me just now. Zhao Xiaoling was not the type to be coy. As the conversation progressed, she had mostly returned to her previous state. Both of them hid some unusual emotions in their hearts. At this time, there was basically no more fighting in the valley. The gold-eating insects had almost wiped out all the one-eyed giant warriors and their captain. Is that the boss casting magic? Zhao Xiaoling said softly. It must be, otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. Lin Chen nodded. How can there be such a powerful boss? A level 20-something monster can cast such terrifying spells? It's unimaginable. Let's go. We need to settle the score with it. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold as he recalled that if it weren't for the special cards he and Zhao Xiaoling had, they would have been dead by now, turned to dust. Half an hour ago, in the dark wilderness, a group of 5 was clearing night monsters while heading towards the valley. Suddenly, a massive light appeared in the sky far away. The brilliance was blinding. What is this? The 5 were startled. It's actually a forbidden magic spell. One of the mages exclaimed in shock. Those 2 must be fighting the outdoor boss. A swordsman said in a deep voice. It should be in that direction, replied a man with pointed ears and a monkey-like face. The swordsman waved his hand. They must be in the late stages of the fight. Let's speed up. The 5 quickened their pace, moving twice as fast as before. Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaoling walked towards the end of the valley. Along the way, countless giant corpses lay scattered. Although Lin Chen's pet insects had been rampaging ahead, the sight of such carnage at close range still left Zhao Xiaoling shocked and her heart racing. This man was truly powerful. A massive stone building, resembling a palace, appeared at the end of the valley. 30 stone pillars served as supports, each standing 30 meters tall. At the top was a crown-shaped roof. The stone door was half open. Lin Chen sent the golden devouring insect inside to scout the situation. He could see that the interior was empty, with no giant monsters at all. So, without hesitation, he stepped inside. Zhao Xiaoling followed closely behind him. It was a vast, empty hall. It could accommodate thousands of people, and even giants could fit in the hundreds. On one side of the hall, there was a high platform with a large stone chair on it. "You despicable humans, how dare you step into my territory? And you have killed so many of my warriors. You shall pay." A voice came from the stone chair. Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaoling turned to look. They saw a tiny monster sitting on the large stone chair. It was a gnome-like goblin holding a bone staff, a small creature that created a stark contrast with the enormous chair. If it weren't for its speech, Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaoling would have taken a while to notice it. "You dare invade the territory of King Celsus. If you do not leave immediately, you will face death." The gnome goblin shouted loudly, though it seemed a bit blusterous. Lin Chen could tell that the gnome goblin was quite dispirited at that moment. It was likely that the earlier spell, the Death Sun, had drained its energy. Lin Chen cast a detection spell on it. Celsus, leader level goblin mage, level 25 strength, 2000 agility, 2000 spirit, 7000 constitution, 2000 skills, fireball, Death Sun. Indeed, it was a goblin mage, and a named boss at that, which was quite rare. Since they had reached the boss level, Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaoling naturally had to kill it. There was nothing more to discuss. Moreover, this creature had just secretly unleashed a powerful attack that nearly took out Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaoling. Zhao Xiaoling turned invisible, disappearing into the air. Lin Chen waved his hand, and over 100 golden devouring insects flew toward it. Seeing the two intruders take action, the gnome goblin King Celsus's expression changed dramatically. Lin Chen's guess was correct. The earlier Death Sun had nearly exhausted its magical power, as it was a spell that required a quarter of an hour to chant. It was also its strongest magical skill, one that had been bought with the lives of countless giants. It succeeded, and the magic fell upon the two. However, what shocked it was that neither of them was harmed, and even those terrifying insects were unscathed. This completely exceeded its understanding. Its all-out strike had no effect. Now, it was already a weakling. The earlier hysterical roar, demanding the intruders to leave, was merely a show of bravado. It truly lacked the ability and time to cast another Death Sun. All it could do now was raise its staff against the dark swarm of insects. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 fireballs were launched, crashing into the swarm of golden devouring insects. As expected, the fireballs exploded among the insects, but caused no damage at all. These detestable insects can actually resist fire magic. The gnome goblin King Celsus shouted in anger. "Get away, you ghostly things, get away. How dare you invade the territory of King Celsus? Damn it, truly damn it. Off my face, my fingers, my body." Celsus rolled around frantically on the platform. Countless golden devouring insects were gnawing at it. Bang, struggling and rolling, it fell from the high platform to the ground, losing its guards. Without its powerful attack, as a mage, its situation was no better than that of a one-eyed giant warrior, perhaps even weaker. Zhao Xiaoling, having just turned invisible, thought of attacking near the goblin. However, just as she had walked halfway, she heard the last roar of the gnome goblin king, Celsus. "If you dare to kill me, the Abyss Saintess will not spare you. I am her man." "That Abyss Saintess again? But no matter who you are." In the next moment, Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaoling both saw the information on the team panel. "Your team has killed the gnome goblin king Celsus, gaining plus 90,000 experience points. Gained golden equipment, Celsus staff. Gained golden equipment, Celsus dagger. Gained golden equipment, Celsus one-handed sword. Gained skill magic scroll, Death Sun. Celsus staff. Golden level, spirit plus 100, constitution plus 100, energy-based skill power increased by 15%, usable after level 20. Celsus dagger, golden level, agility plus 100, constitution plus 100, agility-based skill power increased by 15%, usable after level 20. Celsus one-handed sword, golden level, strength plus 100, constitution plus 100, strength-based skill power increased by 15%, usable after level 20. Magic scroll Death Sun, usable by spirit-based professions, after use, will gain the fire-based magic skill Death Sun, usable after level 20. Wow! Wow! In that moment, Lin Chen felt that this expedition was incredibly worthwhile. The things given by the gnome goblin king Celsus were too extravagant. First, the team could also split 90,000 experience points. Lin Chen instantly felt a faint glow around him. He had leveled up to 16. He actually dropped weapon equipment. Among all the equipment, there was no doubt that weapon equipment was the most valuable. And he had dropped 3 pieces at once, all top-tier golden level. This level of golden equipment could almost be said to be priceless, extremely sought after in the current traders market for professionals. Every family, every major guild, who wouldn't want to get one to cultivate their elite disciples? With the strength of the Ning family, they could only provide Ning UNC with a single piece of silver equipment. One can imagine how much income these 3 pieces of golden equipment would bring if sold. But, regardless of the rich experience points or the 3 pieces of golden weapon equipment, combined, they might not even compare to this magic scroll. Magic scrolls can be divided into 3 categories based on usage level. Primary scrolls, levels 1 to 20 intermediate scrolls, levels 21 to 40 advanced scrolls, levels 41. The most important thing is that skill scrolls are generally random, meaning you might use dozens or even hundreds of scrolls without getting the skill you want. But now, this magic scroll has a specified magic. The magic Death Sun is incredibly powerful, as Lin Chen and Zhao Shaoling had witnessed earlier. The most important thing is that this kind of magic usually only appears in advanced scrolls, and the drop rate is extremely low. But this one can be used and learned at level 20. Zhao Shaoling looked at these gains, her eyes nearly popping out. This trip, having walked through the gates of hell, now seemed worth it. This was her first time tackling a wild boss. Because it was her first time, lacking relevant experience, she and Lin Chen just charged in. If those major guild members knew, would they laugh to death or be scared to death? The gains from clearing a boss are completely different from those from refreshing monsters later. The difference could be hundreds or even thousands of times. Just like this gnome goblin King Celsus, if he were to respawn and be fought again, it would be impossible to drop golden equipment again. It would not drop the Death Sun skill book either. At most, it would drop silver equipment. But even silver equipment is still quite considerable. Seeing such rich rewards, even though Zhao Shaoling came from an extraordinary background and had seen a lot of grand scenes, she still gasped in amazement. These 4 items are each quite valuable. However, Lin Chen still casually pointed with his small hand and collected them all into Zhao Shaoling's spatial backpack. Zhao Shaoling looked up at Lin Chen. Beyond the shock, there was an inexplicable sense of gratitude. How many people can share in hardship, but once wealth is revealed, they immediately take action? This situation is far too common in this society. Even if they don't take action, who doesn't want to have control in their own hands? But Lin Chen was just so nonchalant. Just like before, he handed everything over to her to handle. In the end, they would split it according to the agreed ratio of 70-30. Such magnanimity is truly rare in the world. Even more precious is this trust. A trust that has never changed from the beginning to the end. Lin Chen knew how much he was worth. It was merely a name, background, origin, interests. He knew nothing, alright? But he believed in himself just like that. If he were a bit greedier, everything from today could belong to him. Even the boss experience points. Lin Chen could easily team up with himself when the boss was about to die. If he wanted to kill himself, it would be a matter of a wave of his hand, all done by his own hand. Zhao Shaoling looked at her backpack. Besides the giant's heart and various items, there were several pieces of silver equipment that dropped when the enhanced elite giant captain died. Of course, there were also 4 items given by the gnome goblin king, Celsus. Just as she was calculating how to distribute the rewards, a voice rang out not far away. It seems we arrived just in time. Thank you for helping us kill the boss. Now, please hand over all the items obediently. 5 people entered the stone palace, appearing before Lin Chen and Zhao Shaoling. These 5 were the ones Lin Chen had seen before, the group that had been chasing Zhao Shaoling. 4 of them were the 4 evils of Yang City. The 5th person, a middle-aged man with pointed ears and a monkey-like face, was quite unfamiliar. However, one could guess he was a helper called by the 4 evils of Yang City. Whether he was a strong damage dealer or had a special profession, like a tracker, was unknown. It was likely the latter. As soon as this group appeared, Zhao Shaoling's expression changed. A dagger was in her hand. "Ha, what a pair of dog men and women, making it so easy for us to find you. Turns out you came here to farm and fight the boss." The mage laughed first. The archer mockingly said, "On such a fine night, instead of engaging in a wild battle, you come here to fight monsters. Isn't that a waste? If you don't know how, I can offer a free live tutorial later, and I won't charge tuition." The healer behind was eyeing Zhao Shaoling's chest and figure, his eyes revealing unmasked desire. The swordsman captain quietly watched Lin Chen and Zhao Shaoling. He said in a deep voice, "You two, we only seek wealth. If you voluntarily hand over the items you just obtained, we can let you leave a path, and from then on, we won't know each other. Zhao Shaoling looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. Although it was his first time in the wilderness and his first time dealing with other practitioners, he was not a novice. He had lived 2 lives. Some of these people spoke harshly, while others spoke nicely, but how could he not know that regardless of whether they handed over the items, they could never let them leave a path? Surely, they would eventually take action, wanting to kill the 2 of them here. Who would kill whom was uncertain. This group had offended him time and again. He had long harbored murderous intent. Truly, heaven has a path, yet you refuse to walk it, hell has no door, yet you come rushing in. Zhao Shaoling looked at the 4 people before her. This was a fully functional combat team, with a tank, damage dealers, and support, and each of them was over level 20. Undoubtedly, their combat power was formidable. After a few days of interaction, Zhao Shaoling knew even better that these people had been teaming up for a long time and were very skilled in their cooperation. Their combat style was particularly fierce. She whispered to Lin Chen, these people are different from monsters. Monsters lack intelligence, and even if they are high level, they are easier to deal with. But these villains have killed and looted countless times, and their combat experience is very rich. We are no match for this group. I'll hold them off for a while. You need to escape quickly. The faster you escape, the better. Don't look back. I'll hand over all the items to you later. You take them with you. Do you remember? If you leave, I, as an assassin, will have a chance to escape. She had just reached level 20, while Lin Chen was only at level 16. Although Lin Chen's pet bug was powerful and numerous, she didn't believe the 2 of them could handle the 5 in front of them. So, she quickly suggested that Lin Chen leave first while she looked for an opportunity to escape. Zhao Shaoling was right. As humans, even if they were a bit lower in level, they were not comparable to monsters. Because humans have intelligence. They are more cunning and understand the weaknesses of their kind. Zhao Shaoling shouted at the group, you have been chasing me just to get the coordinates of this place, and now you have them. I can give you the items, but this person beside me has nothing to do with this matter. He is just someone I called to help me with the exploration. You let him go first, and then I'll give you the items. As she spoke, Lin Chen noticed in the team window that Zhao Shaoling was placing a bunch of items up for transfer. All Lin Chen had to do was click, agree, and those items would be transferred to his backpack. It seemed Zhao Shaoling had no intention of giving the items to them. The swordsman's expression turned cold. Zhao Shaoling, do you think we are fools? He sneered a few times. You want him to leave, and then you rely on your assassin skills to escape, right? Do you want to know why we can find you? Do you know what profession this person beside me is? The swordsman pointed to the sharp-eared, monkey-faced man. His profession is tracker. The tracker, Huang Guang, looked at Zhao Shaoling with a savage gaze. Tracker? Zhao Shaoling's face turned pale. This was a profession that completely countered assassins. It was extremely rare. She didn't expect that the 4 evils of Yang City would find someone like this. It seemed that tonight, there was no escaping misfortune. They had even survived the exploration boss. After finally killing the boss and obtaining rich loot, they were found by these people before they could leave. She was so unwilling. Moreover, it was no longer just about a few items, it was about how she and Lin Chen could escape their killing. If they really handed over the items, they would have to leave this place. She would hand them over without hesitation. However, she also understood that if they did, they might act faster, and the 2 would die even quicker. So, she devised a plan for Lin Chen to leave first. But the other side saw through it. Moreover, they indicated that there was a tracker nearby. At this point, her heart sank into despair. Even if Lin Chen left first, this group could easily catch up to him at any time. It was completely useless. If they could kill that tracker, there might still be some chance. But would the other side give her that opportunity? Zhao Shaoling glanced at Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen had no expression on his face. He suddenly said calmly, how about this? I don't want to kill anyone. I'll give you one last chance. You throw all the items on the ground, including the clothes on your body, and I can spare your lives. As soon as Lin Chen said this, the group was completely stunned. Even Zhao Shaoling was taken aback. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The people on the opposite side burst into mocking laughter. Maybe this idiot doesn't know what he's saying? Sure enough, this person is a fool. These 2 really are a pair of hidden dragons and phoenix chicks. Big brother, why waste words with them? Just kill them, and everything will be revealed. The swordsman nodded. With a whoosh, an invisible arrow shot towards the 2. It was the archer who acted first. A faint mark immediately appeared above Lin and Zhao's heads. This was not an attacking arrow, but one with a special function. Zhao Shaoling's face turned pale as she exclaimed, oh no, we've been marked. The marking arrow not only rendered the assassin's invisibility skill ineffective but also greatly increased the archer's attack accuracy and power. "Run!" Zhao Shaoling called softly. At the same time, she leaped, her figure appearing more than 10 meters to the right of Lin Chen. She intended to create distance from Lin Chen, drawing the attention of those few people to give Lin Chen a chance. A battle shield appeared in the swordsman's hand. He stood sideways, guarding in front of the other four. The swordsman did not let his guard down just because Lin Chen and Zhao Shaoling were of lower levels. A standard combat stance took shape, showcasing his high combat skills. Bang! A fireball flew from the mage's hand. The mage immediately cast a quick fire spell. The fireball flew towards Zhao Shaoling. At the same time, whoosh, whoosh, 2 sounds of arrows being shot. The archer also released 2 arrows. The healing support raised his staff, casting several light rings on the others. The entire team moved into action, their coordination clearly very practiced. The fireball and arrows clearly predicted Zhao Shaoling's direction of movement. She was forced to turn, her face slightly pale. She returned to Lin Chen's side. In this brief exchange, the team clearly had the upper hand. "It's over," she murmured. At that moment, the mage launched a larger fireball towards Lin Chen and Zhao Shaoling. "Die for me!" The mage's eyes flashed with a cruel light. Bang! The large fireball exploded in mid-air. The mage was taken aback. The flames scattered, revealing 5 gold-devouring insects. It was Lin Chen who commanded the gold-devouring insects to block the fireball. The gold-devouring insects were impervious to water and fire. The previous fireball spell was merely a tickle to them. Even the blazing sun couldn't harm them. After colliding with the large fireball, the 5 gold-devouring insects paused slightly before flying towards the 5 people. Whoosh, 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 like a barrage of arrows. The archer shot 5 arrows at the approaching gold-devouring insects. Clang, 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 clang. 5 sounds. It was as if the arrows struck gold and jade. The arrows only caused the gold-devouring insects to slow down slightly, but had no significant effect. They continued flying towards the 5. The performance of the gold-devouring insects startled the 5. They couldn't understand what kind of insects these were. The large fireball couldn't harm them, and the arrows couldn't stop them. "Be careful! Don't be careless!" The 5 gold-devouring insects flew in front of the swordsman. "Roar!" the swordsman shouted loudly. "Taunt!" The gold-devouring insects all pounced towards the swordsman. A protective halo appeared around him, glowing like an egg shielding the swordsman. The 5 gold-devouring insects clung to the egg-like halo and began to bite. The halo dimmed again. The swordsman's expression changed. He couldn't understand why the halo could be bitten. What kind of insect was this so powerful? Little did he know, these were ancient insects known as all-devouring. At this moment, the 2 damage dealers in the team, the archer and the mage, unleashed various skills to attack the gold-devouring insects. However, the mage's fire skills were utterly useless. The archer's damage also had no effect on the gold-devouring insects. Their faces changed dramatically. If the damage dealers couldn't inflict harm, then the swordsman would eventually reach his limit. With a soft pop, the swordsman's protective halo was bitten through by the gold-devouring insects. The swordsman shouted, "Resist halo!" Another halo lit up around him. 5 gold-eating insects were pushed back several meters by the halo. However, as soon as they turned around, they lunged at the swordsman again. "Output, damn it, hurry up and output, I can't hold on much longer," the swordsman shouted. 2 skills were consecutively broken by the gold-eating insects. His heart sank to the bottom of the sea, feeling that things were not looking good. This was the first time he had encountered such terrifying insects. No attack could harm them, and their attack power was so frightening. His only means of defense was to raise his shield and try to swat away the gold-eating insects that were lunging at him with his one-handed sword. Smack! 1 gold-eating insect was swatted away by the swordsman's sword, but 2 landed on his shield. Another 2 landed on him. The swordsman let out a miserable scream. His powerful defensive ability still couldn't withstand the gold-eating insects. In an instant, 2 large holes were bitten into his body. The anxious healer quickly cast healing spells on the swordsman. The healing spells were indeed miraculous. The 2 wounds on the swordsman quickly stopped bleeding, and the flesh began to close at a visible speed. However, it was still useless. Before the 2 wounds could heal, the gold-eating insects tore away more and more flesh from the swordsman. The swordsman screamed in agony. The healer was also panicking, casting healing spells one after another on the swordsman without regard for his mana. At this moment, the 2 damage dealers, the archer and the mage, widened their eyes in disbelief. They saw the 2 gold-eating insects that had landed on the shield and were shocked to find that even the shield had been bitten through. How monstrous was this? What the hell is this monster? Big brother, we can't do it, we can't harm these insects at all, we must run away immediately, the mage shouted in fear. How could the swordsman not know? But he simply couldn't shake off the 2 insects on him. Want to leave? It's too late now. Lin Chen, standing at a distance, smiled faintly. I said I would give you one last chance, but you didn't want it. I can't be blamed for that. The scenery in this valley isn't bad. Tonight, you'll stay here forever. At this moment, Zhao Shaoling also stopped being invisible. She looked at the scene in front of her in shock. Quick, 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 you guys attack that person. As long as you kill him, his insects will be useless. At this time, the swordsman was already rolling on the ground in pain. Even in this situation, he still had sharp eyes, realizing the key point. The true master of these insects was Lin Chen. If they could kill Lin Chen, there was a good chance to resolve the current crisis. Truly worthy of being the leader of the 3 evils, the one whom the 3 recognized as their boss. Unfortunately, could they kill Lin Chen? They couldn't even force out Lin Chen's trump card. The mage and the archer no longer cared about the swordsman and the insects on him. Several fireballs and arrows flew towards Lin Chen. Come out, my partners. Lin Chen waved his hand, and over 100 gold-eating insects appeared in front of him. Crack, 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 several sounds rang out. The fireballs dissipated in mid-air, and the arrows fell to the ground. Then, a dark mass of gold-eating insects flew towards the 5. The speed was incredibly fast. The 5 looked on, their faces turning pale. Just a few small insects had been difficult to deal with. Now, seeing this dark mass, which was likely hundreds, they wondered if they would even survive by the time they arrived. In an instant, except for the swordsman still rolling on the ground, the remaining archer, mage, and healer were filled with terror. They immediately turned and ran towards the entrance of the stone palace, no longer caring about the swordsman on the ground. At this moment, they noticed that the tracker had already run over 100 meters ahead of them. When Lin Chen had released 5 insects and the 4 evils of Yangcheng couldn't do anything about them, he had already thought of running. When Lin Chen released over 100 gold-eating insects, he didn't think twice and immediately fled. In an instant, he regretted coming here. But could these few run faster than the gold-eating insects? Soon, the gold-devouring insects pounced first on the slowest healer and mage. Then came the archers. Finally, they caught up with the tracker who was running at the front. Help! It hurts so much. The 4 of them frantically tried to swat away the gold-devouring insects that were leaping onto them. But a dark mass surged over them, leaving them no chance at all. Spare me! Master, spare us, we were wrong. Please let me go. I can give you anything, I beg you. At that moment, they must have regretted it deeply. Why did they provoke that guy? Who would have thought that a fool wielding a plain steel knife would be so terrifying while challenging a cockroach monster? At that time, everyone laughed at this idiot. It turned out the real fool was themselves. They were filled with regret. But in this world, there is no medicine for regret. The frantic pleas for mercy echoed, their cries pitiful. But Lin Chen, in the distance, remained unmoved. The time was short. In less than half a minute, the hysterical screams ceased, and the entire stone palace fell silent. Zhao Shaoling looked at the scene before her in horror. At this moment, she felt her hands and feet cold and numb. The 5 people who had just been alive and extremely arrogant had turned into 5 skeletons. Yet, the gold-devouring insects continued to swarm over the bones, gnawing madly. It seemed they wouldn't even spare the bones. The stark contrast of the situation left her unable to adapt even now. At first, when the 5 appeared, she felt quite desperate. She had played a chase and escape game with them for a few days and had some understanding of their abilities. Among the level 20 or so professionals, they might not be top tier, but they were definitely not weak. So, she began to think about how to escape with her life. Although she knew the chances were slim. When she realized the 5th person was a tracker, she was almost in despair. At that moment, her only thought was to create a slight opportunity for Lin Chen to escape. As for herself, she no longer dared to fantasize. She was not unaware of Lin Chen's prowess with insects. But fighting against professionals was completely different from killing monsters. And on the opposite side, there were 5 people, all of whom were far above the level of the 2 on her side. Until Lin Chen made his move. In an instant, not only did he gain the upper hand, but he completely crushed them. Seeing the 5 on the opposite side so easily defeated by Lin Chen's gold-devouring insects left her utterly shocked. Such a powerful team was wiped out in just a few minutes. Just like that, a strong team was gone? She came from a powerful family and had seen many geniuses, including countless strong individuals. But someone like Lin Chen, a mere level 16 awakener, could so easily annihilate a team composed of various professions. It completely overturned her understanding. He had only awakened 2 days ago. Who would believe it? Who would dare to believe it? The pleas for mercy from the 5 on the opposite side had stopped, indicating they were all dead. But Lin Chen seemed to have no intention of stopping. She stood not far away, witnessing the horrifying scene before her. The gold-devouring insects were gnawing at their flesh. Until all the flesh was consumed, they continued to gnaw at the bones. It was like the most terrifying human tragedy. Although the other side was a group of villains, opponents who had just tried to kill them, she had no doubt that if it weren't for Lin Chen's insects, if the 2 of them had fallen into their hands, the outcome would have been just as miserable. She even estimated that she would suffer endless humiliation. She had long since planned to commit suicide immediately after being captured. But when she saw the 5 humans struggling, dying, and turning into skeletons right before her eyes, and now the bones were being gnawed at, Lin Chen was not only killing but also destroying the corpses, erasing all traces. Her face turned pale, her hands and feet cold and numb, she trembled all over. She closed her eyes, unable to bear looking at the disappearing bones any longer. She couldn't look again. And now, she didn't even have the courage to turn and glance at Lin Chen. From beginning to end, Lin Chen had not made a sound. He hadn't even called back his pet insect. This indicated that everything that had happened was his intention. It was him. He had decided to do this. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoling felt that the person beside her was no longer a naive and lovely junior. He was cold and ruthless, decisive in killing, heartless as steel, no less fearsome than the most vicious demon in the abyss. It turned out that the image she had always believed him to be was not true at all. A hand gently rested on Zhao Xiaoling's trembling shoulder. She thought she would be startled. She thought she would fall to the ground in fear. But when that hand rested on her shoulder, she suddenly felt warmth, an extremely reassuring and safe feeling. The demonic image in her mind shattered like glass in an instant. She no longer trembled. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly turned around and tightly embraced Lin Chen with all her strength. Lin Chen gently wrapped his arms around her. Woo-woo! Zhao Xiaoling suddenly began to cry uncontrollably, without any reason. Lin Chen gently patted her back. In the vast valley, there were only the 2 of them at that moment. The night breeze gently brushed by. Although the air was still thick with the smell of blood, it had faded considerably. Under the moonlit night, Zhao Xiaoling didn't know how long she had been holding Lin Chen, and Lin Chen held her close. The bones on the ground ahead had long since disappeared. Those golden devouring insects had also returned to Lin Chen's pet space. Suddenly, Lin Chen spoke softly, "What's wrong? Do you think I was too cruel?" Zhao Xiaoling was slowly regaining her calm. "No." She took a deep breath and said, "Just now, I might have thought so, but now I don't. Being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. Since the invasion of demons, the history of humanity has been a history of blood and fire for hundreds of years. In the battles between humans and demons, which battle was not a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Which place was not a scene of terror? How? You are not someone who lives in a small circle. Someone like you will one day stand at the highest point of humanity, and when that time comes, you will definitely face the most evil demons. If you truly think like a small woman like me, then the higher you climb, the more tragic your end will be one day." Lin Chen nodded and said lightly, "If you can think this way, then that's good." Zhao Xiaoling stepped out of Lin Chen's embrace. Her face was flushed. She couldn't figure out why she had suddenly hugged Lin Chen just now. Although it was only one night, it seemed like a lot had happened. "Lin Chen, do you have a girlfriend?" Zhao Xiaoling suddenly asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito. "No." Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment. "Oh," Zhao Xiaoling replied. Then, quietly, she stopped speaking. "Let's go," Lin Chen said softly. Zhao Xiaoling leaned against Lin Chen. She didn't know if it was fear or something else. In the empty stone palace, on the stone chair of the high platform, there was a faint inscription. Giant Valley restart time, 14 days 2350, and the time behind it jumped every minute. Zhao Xiaoling said, "This wild boss has been cleared by us, and the respawn time is 15 days. 15 days, and I won't be in Yang City anymore. Lin Chen, do you still want to come here to farm?" Lin Chen shook his head. "No, at that time, I will participate in the National Unified Martial Arts Examination, and after the exam, I will leave Yang City soon." Zhao Xiaoling smiled and said, "Then let's sell it to the professional trading center and exchange it for some benefits." Half a mile from the valley, in a cave, Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaoling decided to stay here for a few hours, leaving at dawn. By the campfire, Zhao Xiaoling sat next to Lin Chen. Just now, apart from taking the golden dagger, she handed all the other items to Lin Chen. She also wouldn't allow him to refuse. They included a golden staff, a golden one-handed sword, and 3 pieces of silver equipment dropped by the captain. Silver equipment, giant's armor, Strength plus 50, Constitution plus 50, Strength skill power increased by 5%, usable after level 20. Silver equipment, Giant's helmet, Strength plus 50, Constitution plus 50, Strength skill power increased by 5%, usable after level 20. Silver equipment, Giant's boots, Constitution plus 50, speed increased by 10%, usable after level 20. And 2,000 giant hearts. At dawn, the morning light filled the entire wilderness. Lin Chen and Zhao Shaoling returned near the city gate. Lin Chen, my family sent someone to pick me up, just texted me. So for the next half month, I won't be accompanying you in Yang City to level up. I'll wait for you in the capital, okay? You must come find me, okay? Lin Chen nodded. I will definitely go to the capital. Lin Chen, when you come to the capital for further studies, you can stay at my house, is that okay? Lin Chen smiled without speaking, watching Zhao Shaoling's figure fade away. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. At this moment, at the city gate, when Lin Chen left the city, Shen Ziqing and the plainclothes city guards were all present. What? A day and a night, and we haven't found Lin Chen near the city outskirts? He didn't return to the city last night? Shen Ziqing listened to a city guard named Zhao Hu report. Yes, and we patrolled the entire 3-kilometer range outside the city wall yesterday, with no trace of him. When Lin Chen left the outskirts, although Chen Ziqing tried to stop him, she only let him go after he presented Zhao Caijuan's token. However, afterward, she still reminded Zhao Hu and the other city guards to keep an eye on him. After all, he was someone her uncle was particularly concerned about. The plainclothed city guard said worriedly, could something have happened to him? After all, he's only a level 12 initial awakener, it's impossible for him to have gone beyond 3 kilometers. There's no reason we can't find him. Chen Ziqing angrily said, isn't it because I tried to stop him, but you let him go? The plainclothes city guard was momentarily speechless and quietly said, he presented the general's token, could I not let him go? Besides, he did have a school-issued exit certificate. Chen Ziqing suddenly said, you may not realize the magnitude of the mistake you've made. What did I do? The plainclothes city guard was stunned. Do you know who that kid is? Isn't he Lin Chen, the hidden awakener from the 8th middle school this year, who has a death sentence in the early stages of his profession? The plainclothes city guard recounted what he knew about Lin Chen. He is the son of Ling Yuanshan. Chen Ziqing exclaimed. What? The plainclothed guard and Zhao Hu were taken aback. This was indeed something they did not know. The son of General Lin? 10 years ago, during the monster siege, if it weren't for General Lin's efforts, Yang City would have collapsed long ago. Zhao Hu murmured. What do we do now? The plainclothed city guard looked anxious. Chen Ziqing said solemnly, Zhao Hu, you take 1,000 city guards, split into 10 groups, and search again carefully, expanding the 3-kilometer range outside the city to 5 kilometers. Yes, Zhao Hu replied. I'll go find my uncle and see if he has any solutions. Hopefully, this kid is lucky and hasn't died at the hands of monsters outside the city. Chen Ziqing's expression was serious. What should I do? The plainclothed city guard asked anxiously. He personally let the person go. If anything really happened, he would be restless for a lifetime. You, stay at the entrance. If he comes back, notify us in time. Just as a few were preparing to act separately, the city guard suddenly shouted, wait, look, who is that? Outside the city gate, under the rising sun, a figure was walking slowly towards them. Lin Chen? Chen Ziqing exclaimed. It's really him. He's fine. Zhao Hu shouted joyfully. Oh, you're all here? As Lin Chen walked through the city gate, he noticed Chen Ziqing and the others looking at him strangely, feeling a bit puzzled. Where did you run off to yesterday? Didn't I tell you that you must return to the city at night and not stay in the wilderness? Seeing Lin Chen looking relaxed and unharmed while they had been worried about him, Chen Ziqing instantly became angry. Who said you must return to the city and can't stay in the wilderness overnight? Lin Chen replied lightly. Remembering how she had unreasonably obstructed him when he left the city, and now coming back to throw a fit, Lin Chen didn't give her a good face. You! Chen Ziqing trembled with anger. You Lin Chen, while I and the others were worried about you, you act so arrogantly. Lin Chen, it's good that you're back. Ziqing was very worried about you, the city guard said with a smile. He really was concerned about Lin Chen's safety, and now that he saw him return, he was very happy. Lin Chen glanced at Chen Ziqing, this girl still cares about him? No way. Goodbye. Lin Chen waved to the city guard and the others and walked into the city. Chen Ziqing was so angry she stomped her feet. Oh, he's level 16 now? Zhao Hu suddenly exclaimed. Damn, it's true, he was only level 12 when he left the city yesterday. The city guard also exclaimed. He's really level 16, how did he do it? Chen Ziqing was also shocked, forgetting her anger. Damn, this is outrageous, Zhao Hu muttered. I remember General Zhao once said that when he awakened, he was only level 12 on the third day, right? Yes, with General Zhao's speed back then, he easily entered the prestigious Qingbei Martial Arts University. Then what about this Lin Chen? He must be this year's top scholar in Jiangning province. I don't know about the top scholar, but at least in Yang City, it will cause a big stir, right? Impressive, a person reaching level 16 in 3 days. I remember when I awakened, I was only level 8 after 3 days, not even level 10. What a genius! Poof! Chen Ziqing sneered, it's just a low-level upgrade, even if it's fast, so what? It's not as miraculous as you think. Zhao Hu and the city guard turned to look at Chen Ziqing, their expressions quite strange. Why are you looking at me like that? Under their peculiar gazes, Chen Ziqing felt a bit flustered. Although she had some authority to command the two in work, they were her elders, and when not throwing a tantrum, she respected them greatly. Zhao Hu laughed, Ziqing, you look like a jilted lover, do you like this kid? The city guard chimed in, if you really like him, I can talk to General Zhao, he and this kid's father are friends through thick and thin. With him involved, it should work out. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Ziqing's face instantly turned red. I won't talk to you anymore. Chen Ziqing turned and fled the city gate. Ha ha ha. The crowd at the city gate laughed heartily. Lin Chen was unaware of everything happening at the city gate, not knowing he had been teased. He returned to the practitioner trading center, selling various small items dropped from monsters he had killed over a day and night directly to the center. He received 100,000. The main reason was the valuable giant hearts. This was the first time Lin Chen had such a large sum of money. Seeing the amount, his hands trembled a bit. There are 3 ways to consign items at the trading center. The first is to sell directly to the officials, which generally offers a slightly lower price but allows for immediate profit. The second is to set your own price for consignment, and if other players are willing to buy, the transaction is completed, allowing for self-determined pricing. The third is a timed auction, where you can set a minimum price and specify a time limit. The highest bidder at the end will complete the transaction. Lin Chen placed 3 pieces of silver equipment at the trading center using the third method, and after 3 days, the highest bidder would win. He was too lazy to set a minimum price. As for the items dropped by the Elf King, he did not handle them this time. After replenishing some supplies, Lin Chen planned to spend a little money to directly use the teleportation array to go to the Lost Mine Dungeon. He intended to grind monsters there until the Great Martial Exam. He hoped to reach level 20. For days had already passed since the awakening day, and there were still 11 days left until the big exam. Time was tight. Whoosh! After a slight dizziness, Lin Chen appeared in front of a dungeon. To his surprise, it was extremely lively here, with players everywhere in front of the dungeon square. Wasn't this supposed to be an unpopular dungeon? There were many people, and it was bustling. Normal difficulty, 5 needed. Get on the bus to enter the dungeon quickly. We need a healer, hurry up. Mine Dungeon, long-term recruitment for experts, elite level clearance. A chorus of calls for team formation. Nearby, some people had set up stalls and were doing business. Recovery potions, city prices, get them while they last. Buying Dungeon Night Starstone materials, good prices. Lin Chen arrived at the dungeon entrance and checked the dungeon information. The dungeon restricted entry to players below level 20. The Mine Dungeon had 4 difficulty levels, Normal, Elite, Nightmare, and Hell. The monster levels ranged from 20 to 25. According to the displayed information, even the normal level monsters in this dungeon were twice as difficult as monsters of the same level in the wilderness. Moreover, the monsters were very densely packed. A normal level dungeon required at least a 3-person team to dare to enter. To grind elite monsters, at least a 5-person elite team was needed. Currently, the Nightmare mode had only been cleared by a powerful team 6 months ago. Now, almost no one entered, as the requirements were too high. This dungeon had been discovered for a year and a half, and the Hell mode had yet to be cleared. Even a fully equipped elite team could not defeat it. As players leveled up and their equipment improved, those who could defeat the monsters had already surpassed level 20 and could not enter at all. Lin Chen, accompanied by 2 gold-eating worms while checking the dungeon information, attracted a lot of curiosity from others. Some approached to examine the gold-eating worms perched on Lin Chen's shoulders. Hey, brother, what class are you? Is this your summoned bug? It looks like a strange bug. It looks a bit like a beetle. Is this bug for display or for battle? I love collecting insect specimens, but I'd never seen one like this. Is it a new species, brother? It looks really cool. Can you sell one to me? People kept coming up to chat and inquire, but Lin Chen ignored them. Now at level 16, the gold-eating worms were no longer completely black. Instead, they had hints of silver mixed in. Once their bodies turned completely silver, these worms would evolve into advanced pets at level 20. Every 10 levels, the strength of the gold-eating worms would make a significant leap. These worms had gained their skill, Fury, at level 10. In another 4 levels, after reaching level 20, they should awaken new skills. Some timid individuals, seeing the fierce appearance of the gold-eating worms, dared not approach and watched from a distance, pointing and whispering, "Brother, are you a summoner? Want to form a team?" Summoners can act as half-tanks and are quite popular in some teams. The hell level has yet to be cleared? Lin Chen frowned slightly. This dungeon is notoriously difficult to clear. Many speculate that the hell level will drop the Heart of the Night Star. The Heart of the Night Star is a premium ore that can be used to craft a necklace with significant enhancements. Lin Chen remembers someone in the trading center offering 3 million for it. The wilderness monsters are insufficient to satisfy Lin Chen's desires. Therefore, coming here to grind in the dungeon is, of course, to fight something more challenging. With his ability to fight monsters above his level, he must make the most of it. Normal is definitely too easy, elite is barely manageable, nightmare should suit me better. But hell, I really want to give it a try. Let's go straight for hell. With my devouring gold bug strength, I should have a good chance. If it doesn't work out, I can always retreat and switch back to nightmare mode. Having reached level 16, both Lin Chen's attributes and his pet bugs have significantly improved compared to before. Lin Chen opens his attribute panel, name, Lin Chen class, bug tamer level, 16 strength, 220 agility, 220 spirit, 450 constitution, 220 class skills, bug contract, pet bug summon, level 16, talent skills, skill enhancement, level 2, position swap, bug realm traversal, 0 times, summon level 12 devouring gold bug. Current quantity 140/160 summon level 12 spirit butterfly, current quantity 30/160 as the summoning level of his pet bugs increases, the bugs he summons directly reach the highest level, but the required spirit power also rises significantly. He is currently relying on his energy to slowly recover and replenish the number of pet bugs. Looking at the attributes of the devouring gold bug, they are absurdly strong. Level 16 devouring gold bug strength, 8800 agility, 4400 spirit, 4400 constitution, 8800 skill, rage. When in a state of rage, the devouring gold bug's attack power increases by 200%, lasting half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Under normal circumstances, the attributes of the devouring gold bug are similar to Lin Chen's, and the attribute increase mode upon leveling up is the same. However, they benefit from Lin Chen's skill enhancement, level 2, which boosts their attributes by 20 times, resulting in their current terrifying power. As for the spirit butterfly, it remains a reliable tank, and now it's even more monstrous. Looking at the attributes of the spirit butterfly, level 16 spirit butterfly strength, 200 agility, 200 spirit, 200 constitution, 15,000 skill, life sharing. The spirit butterfly can share its life with its master, transferring damage taken by the master to itself. With the spirit butterfly sharing life, Lin Chen is practically an indestructible cockroach. Lin Chen now has a strong desire to level up. Only by increasing his level and enhancing his strength can he venture into stronger secret realms. This is the only way to ensure his admission to Qingbei Martial Arts University. Just as Lin Chen is about to attempt entering the Hell level dungeon, several beams of white light flash outside the dungeon. A team of professionals emerges from the dungeon. There are 4 people in total. This team is clad in silver armor, clearly all equipped with silver-grade gear. There is a swordsman tank, a mage, an archer, and a support. They appear to be a standard team setup. However, at this moment, all 4 look exhausted, with numerous wounds of varying sizes on their bodies. As soon as this team emerges, the crowd gasps. The Stronghold Guild members are out? This is their 3rd assault on the Hell level dungeon, right? They went in with 5, and only 4 came out. 1 must have died inside? Looks like they failed again. The mage, a tall man, scans the surroundings with a gloomy expression. The murmuring crowd immediately falls silent. TMD, what are you looking at? The swordsman tank, with a fiery temper, barks at the many professionals around. The mage raised his hand and said in a deep voice, "Let's go back to heal. We'll come back in 6 hours. I don't believe we can't clear this hellish dungeon. Get lost." The swordsman shoved Lin Chen aside, who was about to check the information. Lin Chen frowned. The 4 of them, led by the mage, walked past Lin Chen and headed off into the distance. Once they were far away, the surrounding adventurers began to chatter. The Strongmen Guild is the most powerful guild in Yang City. Even their team can't clear the hellish level. If they can't do it, then no one in Yang City can. The death level, it's not called that for nothing. Did you see that mage? That's Wu Rend, the heir of the Strongmen Guild. The Strongman Guild? Lin Chen had been in school before and didn't know much about this faction. A fully equipped team in silver gear can't clear the hell level? Is it really that difficult? After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen still chose the hell mode. Are you sure you want to enter the hell dungeon mode? Confirm. Whoosh, in an instant, Lin Chen was teleported into the dungeon. The people nearby were stunned. He entered the dungeon? Just him alone? Is this kid crazy? Even in normal mode, you can't solo it. But the kid disappeared just like that. It was certain he had entered the dungeon. Wait a minute. Did this kid enter hell mode? Holy crap. Is he insane? My god, I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? High-level dungeons are fraught with danger. It's not like you can just stroll around or hide somewhere and then come out to brag. That's utterly meaningless. Where did this reckless one come from? He can't be a newly awakened student, can he? Coming to challenge a dungeon without knowing anything? He can't even clear normal mode alone, and he's going for hell? Is he tired of living? I'm not going into the dungeon today, I'm going to wait here to see how this kid dies. The last statement resonated with many. Yeah, I really want to see what happens to this kid. I'm waiting to see too. So, a large group of people sat on the stone benches at the entrance of the dungeon, waiting to watch the show. Lin Chen felt a flash in his eyes and found himself in a cave. It was an abandoned large mine. Many miners had likely worked here to make a living. But then the monsters came, and the mine was left desolate. The cave walls were still embedded with scattered night star stones, emitting a cold light in the dim cave. Night star stones are a type of energy or used for forging weapons, formed over millions of years. They are quite valuable. Of course, now these scattered ores have little mining value. No one would rush into this dungeon for these few ores. After a brief pause, Lin Chen began to walk deeper into the mine. A humanoid creature in tattered clothing appeared in Lin Chen's line of sight. Its eyes were blood red, and its body was muscular. It held a pickaxe in its hand. Lin Chen cast a detection spell. Lost Miner, Enhanced Elite Monster, Level 20, Strength 2500, Agility 1000, Spirit 300, Constitution 2000, Skill, Critical Hit, Double Strength for a short time, lasts 5 seconds, cooldown of 10 minutes, such high attributes. No wonder this is a hell-level dungeon. It's no surprise that no team has cleared it yet, with even the most basic monsters being this abnormal. The main attributes of strength and life are outrageously high. The skill is even more impressive. Double strength? That means it can hit with 5,000 strength attributes, right? No wonder, after more than a year, no one has cleared it yet. Just this kind of monster, even a top-level 30-level adventurer wouldn't stand a chance. However, for Lin Chen, it's not that you are strong that worries him, but that you might not be strong enough. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish, the higher the blame, and the richer the experience. His gold-devouring insects are no pushovers either. Home, where is home? I want to go home. The lost miner repeated this phrase over and over, day after day, mining here without seeing the light of day, living like a walking corpse, ultimately losing both body and soul, going mad, wandering in the mine all day, a danger to anyone who approaches. If any human enters here, it's kill, kill, kill. Go! A gold-devouring insect quickly flew towards the lost miner. At that moment, the lost miner also noticed the invading insect and swung his pickaxe, charging forward. The two immediately engaged in battle. The lost miner seemed filled with resentment, swinging his pickaxe at the insect. Whoosh! The pickaxe grazed past the gold insect. The insect lunged at the miner, biting wildly. In an instant, the miner was torn apart. After just 2 or 3 exchanges, the miner fell. Killed level 20 lost miner, experience plus 7,000, obtained Nightstar Stone *3, damn. That felt good. Back in the wilderness, Lin Chen and Zhao Shaoling had stayed in a small grove, grinding a lot of level 17 sword-armored beasts for 1100 experience. In the wilderness, killing a level 20 monster only gave about 1500 experience. Now, with the same level enhanced elite monsters, the experience was over 4 times that. If they were dense enough, it might lead to another high-speed burst after reaching level 16. Come out, my partners! 139 gold-devouring insects appeared around Lin Chen. Originally, there were supposed to be a full 140, but one had stayed in the insect realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Taking out 1 or 2 felt insufficient, but when a group gathered, they instantly exuded a terrifying aura. With the increase in the level of the gold-devouring insects, their power had grown. Now their presence was different from when Lin Chen first contracted them. That naive and cute demeanor was gone. Cold, ferocious, devouring the heavens and earth, like ancient evil insects slowly awakening. If they reached levels 30 or 40, or even higher, it would be like facing ancient behemoths. Lin Chen recalled the vision he saw when he awakened as an insect tamer. Where the insect army passed, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. All spirits bowed in submission. Go! 100 gold-devouring insects formed a spear-like formation and flew deep into the mine. There were still 39 gold-devouring insects around Lin Chen, like a black nebula encircling him. Lin Chen stepped forward, walking deeper into the mine step by step. The swarm of insects pounced on 5 wandering lost miners. How could the lost miners withstand this? A single gold-devouring insect was already terrifying, and now it was a group assault. Almost as soon as the battle began, it was over. Killed level 20 enhanced elite lost miner, experience plus 7,000, obtained Nightstar Stone *4. Killed level 20 enhanced elite lost miner, experience plus 7,000, obtained Nightstar Stone *5. In an instant, 5 messages flashed by. 35,000 experience points gained. The speed was really fast, much quicker than in the wilderness. This was the right place. I wonder if I can reach level 17 after one round of the dungeon. Using the light emitted by the night star stones on the cave walls, Lin Chen continued to walk deeper into the mine step by step. Killed level 20 enhanced elite lost miner, experience plus 7,000, obtained Nightstar Stone *3. Messages continued to flash on Lin Chen's screen. After 10 minutes, Lin Chen's experience bar rose a notch. In addition to experience points, a large number of Nightstar stones dropped. This ore was also quite valuable, with a market price of no less than 200 per piece. Before awakening, Lin Chen's life had been exceptionally difficult. Sometimes, he couldn't even afford a meal. That's why Yu Daopeng often made excuses about buying too much food or too much water, pushing it in front of Lin Chen. He silently helped Lin Chen, but was also worried about hurting Lin Chen's self-esteem. However, since the awakening began, when he entered the wilderness and started defeating numerous monsters, the items dropped were miscellaneous and seemed to hold little value in the eyes of others. But for Lin Chen, the gains were not insignificant. Together with Zhao Xiaoling, they ventured into the wild and reaped great rewards. Just from those giant heart scraps, they sold for 100,000. There were also 2 pieces of silver equipment hanging in the trading center. Moreover, there were several pieces of golden gear and premium scrolls yet to be processed. If sold, it could amount to an astronomical sum. This illustrates why everyone wanted to become a combat-oriented professional. Having the strength to fight was incredibly profitable. Earning money by screwing bolts with one's hands? It was simply not on the same level as the income from a professional clearing dungeons. However, since he had embarked on this path, the expenses for purchasing equipment, potions, and so on were also terrifying. These were not trivial matters. Half an hour into the dungeon, Lin Chen looked at his experience bar, level 16, 30%. Fast, too fast. Half an hour was equivalent to 2 or 3 hours in the wilderness. In the wilderness, one had to cover a large area to find enough monsters, and they were all ordinary ones. Unless it was like the wild boss point in the valley. But that was too hard to find. In this, Lost Mine, dungeon, there was basically a monster every 10 to 8 meters, and they were all enhanced elite monsters. The experience points were 4 times that of the former. For Lin Chen, although these monsters were powerful and could not be killed in one hit one-on-one, the reality was that several bugs attacking at once made it no different from being instantly killed. With such dense monsters, it was no wonder they said the mine dungeon was a holy land for leveling up. For many professionals, encountering multiple monsters meant more experience points, but it also implied greater danger. However, for Lin Chen, there was only the former, not the latter. Before long, the mine appeared to split into paths. It was his first time here, and he had no criteria for choosing. Lin Chen selected one path, but he did not overlook the other, sending out a dozen gold-eating bugs. Lin Chen continued forward. After walking 100 meters, he encountered another fork. This mine really is like a maze. Walking this way, I don't know which path is the right one. Forget it, I'll just walk randomly and kill whatever I encounter. I guess there are many forks in the process, but they ultimately connect, right? Every time he encountered a fork, Lin Chen sent out a dozen gold-eating bugs. As he advanced, all the places the gold-eating bugs passed through sent feedback back to Lin Chen's mind. In his mind, the entire map of the mine slowly expanded and took shape. At the same time, the information on the experience panel rolled in like a snowball, getting faster and faster. After several forks, the gold-eating bugs he released appeared again. This confirmed Lin Chen's speculation. These mines were basically interconnected. Another 10 minutes passed, and Lin Chen's experience reached 16 level 50%. He walked and killed monsters along the way. Unknowingly, Lin Chen had walked 2 or 3 miles in the mine. He had also entered the later stage. Lin Chen saw that the cave walls had been excavated into individual rooms. He didn't know whether these rooms were once inhabited or used to imprison runaway miners. In any case, Lin Chen saw many old bloodstains in those rooms. Clang, clang, clang. A humanoid monster resembling a lost miner emerged from one of the rooms. However, its size was 3 to 4 times that of a lost miner. It stood a good 5 to 6 meters tall, with a face full of flesh, looking extremely fierce. In its hand was not a pickaxe, but a spiked whip. Lin Chen's detection skill fell upon it. Mine Overseer Chief, Enhanced Elite Chief, Level 24, Strength 5000, Agility 2000, Spirit 1000, Constitution 5000, Skill, Summon. The Overseer can summon nearby monsters below its level. Chiefs are often the strongest monsters outside of a dungeon boss. Such high attributes. Summon. This skill is very interesting. It calls all nearby monsters over? If so, it's just like a raid, another group battle, right? Group battle? I like it. Waiting for all the gold-eating worms to return to Lin Chen's side. It's time. Buzz 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 buzz. 20 gold-eating worms pounced on the Overseer. The Overseer noticed the enemy and shouted, swinging his whip. Many gold-eating worms were sent flying. Those that weren't hit rushed onto the Overseer. Bite. The gold-eating worm opened its mouth wide, and with a snap of its sharp teeth, it bit off a chunk of flesh from the Overseer. In less than 10 seconds, the Overseer couldn't hold on any longer. The Overseer suddenly swatted away 5 or 6 gold-eating worms from its body and turned to flee deeper into the mine. It actually wants to escape. While running, it let out a strange howl. On. The huge, bizarre sound echoed throughout the mine. Through the reverberation, it spread almost throughout the entire cave. Thud 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 thud. Countless monsters rushed towards this side from different passages. They're coming. How many are there? One by one, lost miners emerged from various tunnels, charging towards Lin Chen. It looked like there were 400 to 500 of them. If Lin Chen hadn't cleaned up so thoroughly before, the entire mine would have come over, probably over 1,000. Go! Over 100 gold-eating worms beside Lin Chen charged forward. In an instant, a group battle ensued, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The sounds of the eagle pickaxe striking and various screams filled the air. One miner after another fell to the ground. Kill level 20 lost miner, experience plus 7000 obtain Nightstar Stone *5 kill level 23 miner ghost, experience plus 8000 obtain Nightstar Stone *8. The crazy experience points and items flooded the screen. At the same time, Lin Chen's experience points were skyrocketing at a visible rate. Wow! Such insane experience points. It's simply too exhilarating. Come on, bring more. Just as almost all the lost miners fell, the Overseer, which had been tightly bitten by the 20 or so gold-eating worms, also collapsed. Kill Overseer, experience plus 50,000 obtain bronze equipment, Miner's Shoes obtain bronze equipment, Miner's Bow another big gain in experience and items. This Overseer was simply a comrade in arms. With one summon, it gathered all the nearby monsters. It saved Lin Chen the trouble of searching everywhere. Suddenly, Lin Chen had an idea. Next time he enters the dungeon, he won't have to slowly look for monsters to farm. He can rush straight to this miner Overseer, let some worms bite it, make it go crazy, and call all the monsters in the mine over. Wipe them all out at once. Lin Chen pondered this idea repeatedly and found it very feasible. If other players knew Lin Chen's thoughts, they would probably spit blood. Why is the Lost Mine dungeon so hard to clear? The biggest danger lies here. No team can withstand the frenzied assault of hundreds or even thousands of monsters at once. Even the strongest team, if overwhelmed by a horde of monsters, would either be wiped out or thrown into chaos. There's no choice but to flee. After cleaning up the remnants of the battlefield, Lin Chen's level also reached 80%. Lin Chen continued towards the final area of the mine. A huge cavern appeared before Lin Chen. Unlike the previous mine passages, this was a square plaza large enough to hold thousands of people. A large platform stood in the center of the cavern. A giant creature was sitting on a massive stone chair on the platform. It was 10 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters wide, a humanoid monster. It looked like a gigantic fat man. This size gave an overwhelming sense of pressure. At a glance, it was clear that it was a strength-type boss. Beside it lay a massive wolf-tooth club. The wolf-toothed club was forged from fine iron, covered in sharp spikes. Who dares to intrude into the mine? A deep voice echoed. A sharp gaze fixed on Lin Chen. Lin Chen cast a detection spell. Cave Lord, boss level monster, level 30, strength 8000, agility 4000, spirit 1000, constitution 6000, skills, critical hit, knockback, skill, knockback, with a 20% chance to knock the opponent back when struck by a large blade. The attributes were incredibly high. However, it was now a solitary figure, destined to be beaten to death. Kill him, and we'll clear the entire dungeon, achieving the first clear. Lin Chen smirked slightly. Intruders in the cave shall die. The cave lord stood up, roaring. After speaking, he leaped down from the high platform to the ground. Boom! A loud crash. The entire cave shook. Loose stones fell from the surrounding cave walls, crashing down. TSK, how heavy must that be? Lin Chen clicked his tongue. If it were other adventurers facing this boss, it would indeed be very difficult to take it down. But who was Lin Chen? The bane of bosses. To him, any boss was merely experience points and loot. Charge! Lin Chen's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand forward. A massive swarm of gold-devouring insects surged toward the cave lord like a cloud. Bold! The cave lord roared. Whoosh! The lord swung the enormous wolf-toothed club, sweeping through the air like a whirlwind. The swarm of insects scattered in an instant. However, 2 or 3 dozen gold-devouring insects were knocked away by the club. The remaining insects immediately pounced on the lord. Those that had been knocked away quickly returned. A wolf, the lord's flesh and blood fell away, and it couldn't help but howl in pain. It desperately swung the wolf-toothed club, continuously striking at the flying insects. At the same time, its left hand kept slapping at its body, trying to knock off the insects. But at this moment, its body was covered in gold-devouring insects. How could it knock them off? It grabbed a few insects, trying to crush them. But to its surprise, these insects were incredibly tough. They were almost as hard as cast iron. It slammed them hard against the ground. However, these insects quickly crawled back up. They simply couldn't be crushed or killed. Moreover, their sharp teeth were extremely dangerous. A single bite could tear off a large chunk of flesh. Pain! The lord felt most of its outer muscles being shredded by these vile insects. Roar, roar, roar. Life was draining from the lord. This lord had immense strength, but in front of the gold-devouring insects, it was utterly useless, practically born to be countered. 4 to 5 minutes later, with a thunderous crash, the lord fell to the ground, defeated. The entire cave trembled. Ding ding ding, several notification sounds followed. Successfully killed the cave lord, experience plus 100,000, obtained silver equipment, giant strength wolf-toothed club, obtained silver equipment, giant strength leather armor, obtained item, heart of the night star, obtained item, night star stone asterisk 200, the rewards kept coming in. 100,000 experience points. A flash of white light, and Lin Chen finally leveled up to 17. 2 pieces of silver gear. Impressive. For players below level 20, it was almost impossible to drop silver equipment. Usually, it was black iron or bronze gear. Lin Chen then looked at the heart of the night star. This heart-shaped item, shining with brilliance, looked extraordinary. Lin Chen checked the item description. Heart of the night star, born underground, formed over billions of years, grants 10% immunity to elemental damage. If crafted into a heart of the night star necklace, it grants 30% immunity to elemental damage. Wow! If this starry night heart necklace is really made, it would be the nemesis of elemental mages. After clearing this hell-level dungeon, a teleportation array appeared at the end. Lin Chen immediately stepped into the teleportation array. Whoosh! Lin Chen appeared outside the dungeon. He had been inside for about 2 hours. As Lin Chen's figure appeared outside the dungeon, the noisy sounds around him suddenly came to a halt. This guy isn't dead? This kid finally decided to come out after a few hours? He must have been hiding inside, barely holding on for a few hours, and couldn't take it anymore, so he ran out. Young man, just to show off, you had to enter a hell-level dungeon. The group of players outside, seeing that Lin Chen was still alive, felt a bit disappointed. Generally, people dislike show-off players the most. What? Look, the hell-level dungeon has been cleared for the first time. Someone who was checking the dungeon information suddenly shouted. The crowd nearby was taken aback. When they understood the meaning of this statement, they all rushed over. No way? No strong teams have challenged the hell-level dungeon at this time. Who cleared it? For over a year, the hell-level stage of this dungeon had been a daunting challenge, known as the death stage. No player had been able to clear it. Many had been injured or died inside. Even the Strongman Guild couldn't do anything about it. There should be a name for the first clear. Check who it is. Some people who couldn't squeeze in shouted from outside. Lin Chen. The first clear is Lin Chen. Someone shouted from inside. Lin Chen? Who is that? I've never heard of such a person. Some were confused. Generally, outstanding players would be well known in the community, but no one seemed to know this Lin Chen. Wait, is it just one person? Not a team? My god, it was cleared by one person, not a team at all. Someone suddenly exclaimed, could it be that kid from earlier? I forgot to check what that kid's name was. How is that possible? What are you all saying? The crowd was in a frenzy, searching for Lin Chen. But Lin Chen had already left during the earlier chaos. The dungeon cooldown time was 6 hours, and he couldn't enter again until then. He had come in the morning, cleared the hell level stage of the Lost Mine in 2 hours, and it was still not yet noon. Lin Chen's operation was seamless, without any hesitation. He finished and left. Lin Chen planned to go home and rest for a while, and once the 6 hours were up, he would come back to clear it again. During Lin Chen's rest period, news of the hell level stage being cleared in the Lost Dungeon began to spread. The Lost Dungeon wasn't a big deal nationwide, but it was quite noteworthy in Yang City. Mainly because this dungeon had been unable to be cleared for over a year. Zhao Kaijun sat in his office, listening to his subordinate's report, while Chen Ziqing was beside him. Oh, someone finally cleared the hell level stage of this dungeon? Yes, General. A city guard said respectfully. It must be from the Strongman Guild, right? I heard they recently formed a team of players below level 20 to challenge it. No, it was cleared by one person, the city guard replied. One person? Chen Ziqing exclaimed in surprise, not a team? When did Yang City produce such a powerful low-level player? Oh, Zhao Kaijun also became interested. It is said that a person named Lin Chen cleared the hell level stage. Lin Chen? Zhao Kaijun suddenly recalled that quiet and reserved figure. He shook his head, unable to connect the two. He should be in the novice dungeon organized by the school right now. That little brat? He just returned to the city and went to challenge the Lost Mine dungeon? Chen Ziqing jumped up in shock. What's wrong? Have you seen him? Zhao Kaijun turned to look at Chen Ziqing. I've seen him, of course, he's always been impressive. Yesterday he went out to the wilderness to hunt monsters. I wouldn't let him go, but he showed me that jade token you gave him. He didn't return to the city last night and stayed out in the wild all night, coming back this morning. Is it really him? Zhao Kaijun was slightly surprised. At first, he thought it was just someone with the same name. He never expected that Lin Chen, who had only awakened for a day or two, could clear the entire Yang City's checkpoints for over a year. Goodness, first day of awakening, second day stirring up the entire novice dungeon, third day hunting monsters in the wilderness, fourth day breaking through hellish checkpoints. Interesting, Zhao Kaijun nodded in approval. Oomph, what's so interesting? I just can't stand his attitude. A level 16 kid, you'd think he was level 61. What? He's already level 16? No way! Zhao Kaijun exclaimed. That speed was just too fast. Who says it isn't? This morning, he strutted back to the city, so proud of himself, Chen Ziqing said, still feeling indignant. So, it seems we might be able to invite him to join us in dealing with that place we're preparing for, Zhao Kaijun suddenly said. Uncle, that place, how can he go? He's only level 16, wouldn't that be sending him to his death? Chen Ziqing was shocked. We'll talk about it then. At this moment, at the entrance of the Lost Mine, Secret Realm, a team of 7 arrived. 2 middle-aged men were leading 5 young people. All 5 were almost fully equipped in silver gear. Even if some pieces weren't silver, they were at least bronze. They looked like they were close to the strength of the powerful guild. One of the sword and shield tankers was a chubby man fully clad in armor. He held his helmet in his hands, panting heavily. It seemed that while his gear had high defense, it was too hot. Another was a young beauty, a lightning mage wielding a silver staff. If Lin Chen were here, he would definitely recognize them. It was his classmates Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanci. Yuanci, your dad and your third uncle organized a team for you today to bring you here to level up. Don't worry, you'll surpass that Lin Chen kid, a spirited middle-aged man said as he sat down on a chair at the dungeon entrance. The other middle-aged man also sat down beside him. Third uncle, if you insist on waiting here with my dad, then I'm not responsible for you. We're going into the dungeon, Ning Yuanci said. Go ahead, go ahead. Although your level is only 12 and that Dapeng kid is only 10, it's fine. Just stick with those 3, and you'll gain experience. It turned out that the day after Lin Chen went out to the wilderness, while the school continued to organize students to run the novice dungeon, Yu Dapeng had made an agreement with Ning Yuanci to utilize their family resources. Not only to forge powerful equipment but also to form a strong team to level up in the Lost Mine. Sister Ning, according to the plan, will first run through the normal levels of the Lost Mine 2 or 3 times to level up a couple of times, and then we can try the elite dungeon, Yu Dapeng said, standing beside Ning Yuanci. Ning Yuanci nodded, but her gaze was beyond the high walls, looking towards the wilderness. What's wrong? Missing that Lin Chen kid? He spent all day in the wilderness yesterday. I wonder what level he's at now. At most he's leveled up 1 or 2 levels. The wilderness isn't that easy. We have dungeon cooldown tokens, and we'll level up quickly in this Lost Mine, easily surpassing him. He's probably only around level 13 or 14, right? Well then, let's go into the dungeon. The 5-person team disappeared into the dungeon entrance, entering the normal dungeon of the Lost Mine. Big brother, why is this kid Siyuan suddenly willing to use the family's power? What stimulated him this time? The person called third uncle of Ning Yuanci laughed. Ning's father chuckled. I heard it was a kid named Lin Chen in the class who got her riled up. On the first day of the new player dungeon, he reached level 12, and she has to beat him. Hee, the competitive spirit of children, huh? But who is this Lin Chen? I haven't heard of any Lin family in Yang City. In his view, only a prominent family could support such an impressive performance. It's not a prominent family, he's just a poor kid. By the way, big brother, I heard that the city guards recently discovered a monster invasion point in the western suburbs, and now over 10,000 city guards are on layered defense, trying to counterattack. Uncle San suddenly said. Ning's father shook his head. There are too many people and too much noise here, let's discuss this later. Alright. At that moment, the performance of the 7 people also caught the attention of nearby professionals. No way, isn't that the head of the Ning family, Ning Tianling, sitting over there? It really is. Wow, the other person next to him must be Ning family's top expert, Ning Xingchen. What are these 2 big shots doing here? Didn't you hear them talking earlier? They're here to level up Ning Tianling's precious daughter. Rich people have it good, they even have someone to run alongside them while leveling up. That young girl is really beautiful. If I had a daughter like that, I'd go bankrupt to support her. I heard she just awakened a few days ago and is already at level 12. Indeed, people from prominent families level up terrifyingly fast. Of course. Do you think we common players level up just by grinding monsters one hit at a time? If I could be in a prominent family, even as a pig, I could soar. A crowd began to lament their misfortune, feeling that their humble origins made life so difficult. 6 hours later, Lin Chen appeared at the entrance of the Lost Mine once again. He walked directly to the entrance with 2 gold-eating bugs. Look, that kid is back. Is he the one you were talking about? He cleared the hell level all by himself? He's only level 16, I don't believe it. The Strongman Guild's full team at level 20 couldn't do it. Are you sure? The crowd had more than doubled since 6 hours ago. These people had heard the miraculous rumors from earlier. In the morning, a professional with 2 bugs, who was taciturn and said nothing, directly entered the hell level, and in 2 hours, he broke through the Lost Mine hell level that had stumped Yang City for over a year. Many other factions from different provinces had attempted to conquer it but had all failed. Whether as an individual or a team, this was a significant event for Yang City. If it was an individual, it indicated that a genius was rising, drawing attention. Thus, this matter quickly reached Zhao Caijuan's desk. If it were a team, it would showcase the strength of that faction. If the Strongman Guild broke through, it would signify that their power had reached a new level. Raising the banner of breaking the hell level would attract countless idle professionals to join. This is why the Strongman Guild was willing to spend enormous resources and pay a heavy price to conquer the hell level. Lin Chen showed no hesitation. Upon reaching the entrance, he directly teleported into the hell level dungeon. He just went in alone like that? Wow, that news from this morning was real? The ones saying this were newcomers who hadn't witnessed the earlier scene. Did you see that? He entered the hell level? It was the hell level, I just saw it. Wow, this trip wasn't in vain, I actually saw the real person. I'll wait here for 2 hours to see the outcome. Lin Chen entered the mine. The same familiar miners greeted him. This time, he was well acquainted with the path. Lin Chen released about 100 gold-eating bugs. Let the battle begin. What happened outside, Lin Chen had no time to pay attention to. He didn't even know that what he did in Yang City that morning had caused such a huge stir. For him, the goal was very simple. He just wanted to level up, and quickly. While for others, the mine was like a maze, for Lin Chen, who had completely traversed it once, the map was already in his mind. He spent over 2 hours going through it that morning. This time was neither long nor short, but Lin Chen had an idea to speed up the process. At that moment, Lin Chen took a shortcut directly towards the foreman of the mine. In less than 10 minutes, he saw the foreman walking out of a room. 20 gold-eating bugs pounced on him immediately. After a flurry of bites, the foreman couldn't withstand it at all. Amidst a cacophony of screams, he fled while howling "ing ing ing." This summoning sound spread far through the tunnels. A series of hurried footsteps came from various mines, as if thousands of people were rushing in the same direction. This time, unlike last time, Lin Chen would face over 1,000 lost miners responding to the sound. Last time, he had cleared more than half of them in the first half, so during that battle, he had fought with 140 gold-eating bugs against 500 to 600 lost miners and miner phantoms. But now, he had only cleared a small number on his way. the tremendous noise reverberated throughout the entire mine. "They're coming! Hee hee!" Countless miners surged like a tide. Lin Chen's eyes instantly turned red. Kill! 150 gold-eating bugs, like 150 reapers, charged towards the miners. A great battle ensued. The howls, the cries of agony, the sounds of strikes, all merged into one. Over 1,000 combatants clashed in the narrow mine. After awakening, Lin Chen had also experienced several battle scenes. But seeing the brutal scene erupt in an instant, even with his calm disposition, he still felt a surge of emotions. 10 minutes later, the mine was filled with layers of miner and phantom corpses. Lin Chen's experience bar reached level 17, 30%. At this moment, it had been less than 20 minutes since Lin Chen entered the mine. Such a rapid leveling speed was unprecedented. If only the numbers were doubled. Now, the experience required for each level up is too much, he thought while walking. Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the stone palace again. He saw the big fat man sitting on the high stone chair. Who dares to intrude into the mine? A deep voice rang out. A sharp gaze fixed on Lin Chen. Dead fat man, we meet again. Lin Chen chuckled. All the gold-eating bugs lunged at the cave lord. Another familiar scene unfolded. 2 minutes later, the cave lord let out a terrible scream. Successfully killed the cave guard lord. Experience plus 100000 obtains silver equipment. Giant strength bow obtains silver equipment. Giant strength shoes obtain item. Night star stone asterisk 300 experience. 2 pieces of silver equipment, and some materials. No night star heart was obtained. Generally speaking, such special items only drop on the first kill. They are either unique or will only drop again after a year or half a year. Lin Chen hadn't dealt with the night star heart from that morning yet. Before entering the dungeon that morning, he had heard people discussing nearby. That powerful team from the Strongman Guild, level 20, wanted to clear the hell level and obtain the night star heart. Who would have thought they suffered heavy losses and failed? Yet Lin Chen managed to handle it alone. Surely that so-called Strongman Guild's prince would be spitting blood in frustration. 20 minutes. Lin Chen looked at the time. It had just been 20 minutes since he finished the hell dungeon. The first time took over 2 hours. Lin Chen walked to the teleportation array, his figure flashed, and he was teleported out of the dungeon. At this moment, some people were still discussing Lin Chen's entry into the dungeon. A flash of white light passed, and Lin Chen appeared outside the dungeon. Ah! A professional saw Lin Chen and was stunned. Didn't he just go in? How is he out again? It seems like it hasn't even been 20 minutes, right? Look, that kid is out. Someone shouted from a distance. With a bang, everyone present turned to look. Countless people rushed over, surrounding him. Bro, what happened this time? You came out in less than 20 minutes. Did something go wrong? One person squeezed in front of Lin Chen and asked. If I didn't come out after finishing, what else would I be doing in there? Lin Chen replied. What? You finished? Is that too exaggerated? You completed the entire hell dungeon in 20 minutes? Are you kidding? I don't believe it. 20 minutes? An ordinary dungeon can't be finished by a 5-man team, let alone him alone, and it's a hell level. The crowd buzzed with discussion. In the distance, 2 middle-aged men were drinking tea and chatting. Seeing so many people surrounding Lin Chen and erupting with loud discussions, they curiously looked over. Lin Chen was preparing to leave. He had no intention of wasting time with these onlookers. With less than 10 days until the National Unified Martial Arts exam, he needed to improve his strength as much as possible before the test. Besides waiting for the cooldown of the Lost Mine, he was considering looking for other dungeons or farming monsters in the wild. Just then, several bright lights from the teleportation array indicated a team was coming out of the dungeon. Brother Hao? One of the fat men in the team exclaimed in surprise. Yu Dapeng? Lin Chen was also slightly taken aback. He didn't expect to see Yu Dapeng here. There was also a mage in the team holding a shimmering silver staff. The moment she saw Lin Chen, her face lit up with surprise. But she slowly hid her expression of joy, forcing herself to maintain a cold demeanor. What's up? Lin Chen, do you want to come to the Lost Mine dungeon too? Although you leveled up a bit faster than us a few days ago, I want to remind you that this Lost Mine is special. There's a part inside that suddenly triggers all the monsters to concentrate their attacks. If your strength isn't enough, it's better not to go in casually. Yu Dapeng glanced at Ning Yuanci and then at Lin Chen, giving a wry smile. Sister Ning, Brother Hao, what exactly is going on between you two? Especially you, Sister Ning. When you didn't see Lin Chen, you were always worried about him. But now that you see him, clearly worried about him recklessly entering the dungeon and getting hurt, yet you speak so coldly? Yu Dapeng, what nonsense are you talking about? When have I ever worried about him? Ning Yuanci's little face turned red, and she said angrily. Among the 5-person team, besides Ning Yuanxi and Yu Dapeng, there were also 2 women and 1 man, all professionals. At this moment, the 3 were looking at Lin Chen. "Si Yuan, is this the Lin Chen you always mention?" one girl asked. Lin Chen noticed that this girl was holding a magic book. "Another damage-dealing mage? No, she's a healer." Lin Chen suddenly remembered that classmate from Mount Everest, the one who always wanted to be brothers with Lin Chen. She said she wanted to awaken as a healer to specifically support Lin Chen. During the awakening ceremony that day, she miraculously awakened as a healer. But after the novice dungeon, Lin Chen hadn't seen her again. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but glance at the girl holding the magic book. So big. Could it be that the awakening of healers is related to their chest size? A thought suddenly popped into Lin Chen's mind. Seeing Lin Chen's gaze fall on her chest, the girl with the magic book slightly puffed out her chest and chuckled. "He does look quite handsome. No wonder our UNC can't forget him." "Why are you talking nonsense like Dapeng?" Ning Yuanxi was once again backstabbed by her best friend, and her face turned even redder. Among the other 3, one woman who looked a bit more mature frowned. Just now, Lin Chen had subconsciously glanced at the wet nurse's chest, and it caught her eye. "So he's a lecher. I thought he was some kind of deity, but it turns out he's just a poor professional." A man among the 3 interjected coldly. Seeing Ning Yuanxi's previous attitude towards Lin Chen, he also sensed that although Ning Yuanxi's words seemed very cold on the surface, they indeed had a bit of the petty nature of rivals, as Yu Dapeng had said. Then he saw Lin Chen carrying 2 strange little bugs, holding a plain steel knife, dressed in a mismatched manner. Calling him a professional beggar wouldn't be an exaggeration. Is this kind of person really worth Ning Yuanxi's constant thoughts? He felt very displeased. "Xiao Yun, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Although the man's words weren't too excessive, the sarcasm in his tone was quite obvious. Everyone picked up on that. Ning Yuanxi immediately shot the man a glare and retorted. Xiao Yun didn't dare provoke Ning Yuanxi, but he didn't expect her to start defending Lin Chen so quickly. Anger surged from the bottom of his heart, and he was even more dissatisfied with Lin Chen. "Am I wrong? A mental type, holding a plain steel knife, isn't that a joke? If he really comes from a difficult background, it's fine to buy some equipment. I could generously give him a top-tier piece." He waved his hand and pulled out a bronze staff. Then he tossed it towards Lin Chen. The staff landed on the ground, rolling a few times before coming to rest at Lin Chen's feet. "A bronze staff, I guess you've never seen one, right? Heh, consider it a gift for thinking of Si Yuan," Xiao Yun said casually. "Wow, which rich kid is this, just giving away a bronze staff like it's nothing?" Someone among the onlookers exclaimed. "This bronze staff, if you take it out to sell, there are plenty of people willing to pay tens of thousands for it. It's definitely much better than that plain steel knife in that kid's hand. If he switches to the staff, that kid's strength will definitely increase significantly. If only I had a bronze staff, I'm still stuck with an ordinary staff that adds too little to my attributes." Xiao Yan looked at the eager eyes of the onlookers, listening to their gasps, and felt very pleased. Although a bronze weapon was also a piece of meat for him, using it to suppress Lin Chen and provoke admiration from others was worth it. He thought that soon, Lin Chen would bend down to pick up the bronze staff and look at him with gratitude. "Xiao Yun, what do you mean by this?" Yu Dapeng shouted angrily. "Who are you insulting with a bronze staff? Xiao Yun, you've gone too far, he's my classmate." Ning Yuanxi also shouted angrily. The wet nurse beside them didn't speak but shook her head, her attitude clear, feeling that Xiao Yun's actions were wrong. Even the woman who didn't have a good impression of Lin Chen frowned. On the contrary, Lin Chen found Xiao Yun's actions extremely childish. "Equipment? He had a bunch of golden and silver gear in his backpack. You don't even have the basic quality of respecting others. I'm ashamed to associate with someone like you." Yu Dapeng shouted even louder. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Yun was instantly bombarded by the crowd, and his face turned red with anger. He indeed had a circle of wealthy friends, and usually, his behavior among them would earn him applause. He didn't expect that here, everyone would disapprove of him and confront him. In an instant, he felt very uncomfortable. Originally, he came here to team up for a dungeon raid, considering Ning Yuanxi's face. He wanted to give them some benefits, to make these girls admire him and gain their favor. He was a level 19 professional with high-level equipment. A few novice players, around level 10, begged their fathers and grandmothers to help them, but instead of being grateful, they dared to defy him for someone of that caliber? "Fine," Xiao Yun sneered, "then you can play by yourselves." In a fit of anger, he disbanded the team. "Xiao Yan leaves the team. I'll be waiting for you to come begging me. Without me, this team will fall apart immediately. When you come to beg me again, you'll know who the most important person is." Xiao Yun stood there, his face full of a cold and proud smile. This team consisted of Yu Dapeng at level 10, Ning Yuanci at level 12, and a healer at level 11. Their levels were too low, merely there to contribute a little. The only main damage dealer was Xiao Yun, a level 19 archer clad in silver gear. They had just completed a round of a normal dungeon, taking an hour and a half, with a rich experience gain, mainly due to his performance. Did they get into a fight? Uncle San almost spat out his tea from a distance. Lin's father raised his cup of tea with a sizzle, still wearing that indifferent expression. That Xiao kid from the Xiao family has been too much in the playboy circle, but then again, which of those young masters in Yang City doesn't have this flaw? Should I step in to mediate? Uncle San sighed. No need, let's not talk about such trivial matters. For bigger conflicts, UNC has to learn to handle them herself. We can't keep helping her forever, can we? Xiao Yun, you helped us just now, and we thank you, but your behavior was too excessive. Ning Yuanxi's face turned pale with anger. She didn't expect that the seemingly gentle Xiao Yun would suddenly show such a face. Lin Chen, we want to team up with you to run the dungeon. Ning Yuanci invites you to join the team, do you accept? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. He hadn't said a word during the earlier scene, yet things had developed this way. Although he wasn't talkative, he was very perceptive. He understood everyone's thoughts and motives. That Xiao Yan felt threatened by his presence, thinking he was jeopardizing his status among the girls, so he tried to step on him. However, unexpectedly, the four people in the team stood by his side, especially Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanci, who fiercely confronted him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun relied on his position as the main damage dealer, forcefully trying to make others submit to him. He never anticipated that in the end, Ning Yuanci would actually team up with him. Aside from Yu Dapeng, the other two girls were somewhat at a loss for words. Although they looked down on Xiao Yun's antics, the team really couldn't do without him. Relying on Ning Yuanci, the level 12 mage for damage output? It was possible, but it would be slow, grinding through one monster at a time. But that way, the efficiency would be too low. It wasn't worth it. When Xiao Yan left, they understood his thoughts. But asking them to kneel and beg him was, of course, impossible. They were different from those shameless girls. Just as they lamented that a perfectly good team was about to fall apart, unexpectedly, Ning Yuanci wanted to team up with this Lin Chen kid. But what was the use of teaming up with him? How go, you should agree. Although we might be a bit slower, we can still do it. We just cleared a normal dungeon, and if we're careful, we can manage, Yu Dapeng said to Lin Chen. Xiao Yun coldly listened from the side. In his view, these people were clueless. Instead of begging him, they wanted to team up with a useless player. In a dungeon run, strength was what mattered. I can't wait to see how you all cry with this trash team. Yes, let's run another round first, and I'll find a higher level damage dealer later, Ning Yuanci also said. Lin Chen helplessly replied, even if I join the team, it won't help. I just came out of a dungeon and have to wait 6 hours to go back in. Just came out of a dungeon? The support girl glanced at Lin Chen. A solitary civilian player, unsure if she had just come out of a dungeon, probably just managed to sneak in with some team. She shook her head, unable to believe that she had ended up with this group. Ning Yuanci thought her little sister was still too soft-hearted. Although they shared a bond as classmates, it was indeed too impulsive to invite her. Without Xiao Yun, lacking damage output, re-entering the dungeon was already difficult and pointless. Now they had to recruit a slacker, a burden. How go, we just came out of a dungeon too, but we have cooldown stones, so we can skip the cooldown time, Yu Dapeng said with a proud smile. Oh, you actually have those things. Lin Chen knew about cooldown stones, but they were too expensive, so he had never considered buying one. Since that was the case, he wouldn't have to grind monsters in the wilderness for the next 6 hours. Although it was a 5-man team here, the efficiency was still much higher than outside. Besides, he had always wanted to help out Dapeng. He clicked, agree. Lin Chen joined the team. A message appeared on the team panel. Give me the team leader. Lin Chen suddenly said to Ning Yuanci after joining the team. Oh, Ning Yuanci didn't understand why Lin Chen wanted the leader position. She simply complied and handed it over. Team leader changed to Lin Chen. The healer and the battle support were stunned. Before they could process what had happened, Lin Chen took a few steps forward. You have chosen to enter the Lost Mine Hell level, do you confirm? Confirm. Ah, Hell level? The four were dumbfounded. Just as they were about to call out to Lin Chen, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they were teleported back into the lost mine. In the mine, a flash of white light appeared, and the five found themselves inside. The dark mine led deep into the abyss, like a giant beast with a gaping maw. In the distance, several lost miners wandered, exuding a powerful aura. They were at least 10 times stronger than ordinary dungeon monsters. If they were discovered and charged at them, they could be torn to shreds at any moment. Lin Chen, are you crazy? The battle support girl shouted in disbelief. Even entering a normal dungeon, with this team's strength, they could only lure one monster at a time and grind it down slowly. Just a moment ago, she had thought this team would disband and each would find their own way. Even if Ning Yuanxi wanted to team up with Lin Chen, she thought it was just for fun, to strengthen their bond as classmates, which was understandable. But she never expected that Lin Chen, upon hearing about the cooldown stones, would actually join and immediately demand the leader position. And then, in a flash, he opened the dungeon level and entered the hell level. Hell level? Coming here to die? It's over. The healer's face turned pale. We need to find a place to hide immediately, or we're done for. Lin Chen, you. Ning Yuanxi stomped her foot. If she had known Lin Chen was going to act so recklessly, she would never have given him the leader position. The authority to decide to enter a level belonged to the team leader. Just a moment ago, she had been confused, not understanding what Lin Chen wanted the leader position for. She thought it was no big deal, so she casually handed it over. She never imagined that Lin Chen's purpose in taking the leader position was to enter the hell level. So, Lin Chen's actions, from demanding the leader position to quickly entering the dungeon, were all premeditated. It was definitely not a mistake. Lin Chen, what are you thinking? You just said you snuck into someone else's team to enter a dungeon. You should know the difficulty of the Lost Mine dungeon. Could it be that you've never been in this dungeon before, and just wanted to play in the hell level for the thrill, not knowing the danger? People can die in there. I'm sorry for dragging you all into this, Ning Yuanxi said apologetically to the other two girls. Without a doubt, Lin Chen, who operated the entry into the hell level, was her classmate. When her classmate made a mistake, she had to bear the responsibility. Hey, how did you click into this level without even looking clearly? Yu Dapeng sighed. In his view, the only explanation was that he clicked too quickly and made a mistake. Yu Dapeng adjusted his helmet. If we can't avoid it later and the monster comes, I'll take the hit. Healer, make sure to help me with healing and health. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Xiaoyun, who had been listening to these rookies talk while looking proud, was indifferent. In his opinion, those who had suffered might understand their own importance better. Unexpectedly, after a flash of white light, they really entered the dungeon. I thought you were the younger brother of the fire dance, unaware of your situation, but it turns out you are the older brother, unaware of your own demise. The Lost Mine has another titled Death Mine, perhaps you haven't heard of it? In his view, a team like this would be courting death even in a normal level. His gaze inadvertently swept over the dungeon's magic stone at the entrance. In an instant, he was petrified. Hell level? It took him a moment to digest those 4 words. What a crazy thing, so you really went to seek death. Today, I will be here to watch how you end up. He bent down to pick up the bronze staff he had carelessly thrown on the ground like trash. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it was still a bronze staff, not a blank slate. Selling it would fetch a decent amount. Such equipment, if given to those newbie girls, would surely have many willing to express their gratitude in kind. Leaving the crowd at the entrance, Xiaoyun was still very angry. Originally, he was a bit surprised that Ning Yuanxi had invited him to team up for a dungeon run today. In the rich second-generation circle of Yang City, the always stunning yet very aloof Ning Yuanxi actually invited him. This was unprecedented. In such a situation, he could boast to other friends for quite a while. Getting a smile and an invitation from someone like Ning Yuanxi was not easy. Upon joining the team, he found there were actually 2 girls, both quite attractive, especially the healer, who had such a large chest. She could be considered a woman that a man couldn't fully grasp with one hand. So, even if he couldn't handle the iceberg that was Ning Yuanxi, winning the hearts of the other 2 girls would still be a joy. Despite the annoyance of having a dead fat guy eating experience points, he understood it was just because he was classmates with Ning Yuanxi, looking out for him. And from a looks perspective, 10 dead fat guys couldn't compare to him. This person posed no threat to him, so he decided to let it go. Today was the day to conquer girls with strength. Thus, in the first round of the normal dungeon level, he put in a lot of effort. His performance in the dungeon left the girls very satisfied, giving him a great sense of pleasure. The arrows flew in a continuous stream. Just after exiting the dungeon, his hands were so sore he could barely lift them. However, he didn't expect that after exiting the dungeon, he would run into another classmate of Ning Yuanxi. He had only said a few words, but when he looked at Ning Yuanxi, she jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately confronting him. "Yun, come here." One person waved at Xiaoyun and called out. Xiaoyan looked at the person waving and was instantly stunned. He hurried over and respectfully said, "President Lin, Third Master." He had been surrounded by the crowd and couldn't see, And he never thought that President Lin and Third Master, who had come with Ning Yuanci, hadn't left and had been waiting here. Come, sit down and rest for a while. What's going on? Third Master asked with a smile. Third Master, you don't know. Xiao Yun poured out his grievances, embellishing Lin Chen's faults. He claimed he was eager to help them level up but was treated unfairly by them. He felt as aggrieved as a weaned child, almost crying. Here, the performance is 7 parts, and 3 parts are true feelings. It is said that inside the dungeon, apart from Lin Chen, the other 4 war-worried expressions, all thinking about how to find a hole to hide in. How go, you? Yu Dapeng suddenly pointed at Lin Chen and shouted, "You're already level 17? The battle support girl immediately said, "So what if he's level 17? Why are you shouting? Those monsters are coming over soon." In her view, level 17 was nothing to be surprised about. Both Xiao Yun and she were still level 19. At this moment, Ning Yuanci scanned Lin Chen and said in shock, You actually reached level 17. She had thought Lin Chen would only reach around level 14. She never expected him to reach level 17. Don't underestimate this 3-level difference. They are completely different tiers. The experience required for the last 3 levels might even exceed the total experience of the previous 14 levels. How did you do it? Ning Yuanci and Yu Dapeng looked at him in disbelief. The reason they wanted to leave the novice dungeon quickly and form a team to grind the Lost Mine dungeon was to surpass Lin Chen. They were determined to win against him at least once. For players below level 20, unless they had powerful equipment to lead them, players in their teens couldn't handle this dungeon at all. They originally intended to use this dungeon to surpass Lin Chen. Level 17? What's the big deal? Look at you guys, the battle support girl said, puzzled. He awakened at the same time as us, Ning Yuanci explained to her. Ha! With your legendary awakening qualifications and such good equipment, you're only level 12, while he's already at level 17. That's really too exaggerated. The battle support girl realized this and was also shocked. Wow, Lin Gu, you're amazing. The healer looked at Lin Chen with shock and admiration. She had also awakened her profession with Lin Chen and Ning Yuanci a few days ago. So, she had a more intuitive feeling about Lin Chen reaching level 17 than the battle support girl. He hasn't even reached level 10 yet, he's the lowest level, she pouted. However, as a healer, she was only responsible for casting skills from the back, so her level wasn't as important as that of tanks and damage dealers. Lin Chen, although I don't know how you leveled up so high in just a few days, and I admit that your leveling is indeed unmatched, even if you're level 17 now, it doesn't change our current situation, the battle support girl reproached. You brought us into this hellish level, now, what do you think we should do? As she spoke, there was a hint of complaint. Lin Shi, Mu Shui, Lin Chen just leveled up too quickly and made a mistake. You don't need to blame him anymore. His mistake, I will bear it. Once we clear the dungeon, I will compensate you, Ning Yuanci said to the 2 girls. It turned out that the healer was Lin Shi, and the battle support was Mu Shui. Who says I made a mistake? Lin Chen said lightly, it's just a small hellish level. The 4 were stunned upon hearing this. They were currently worried about how to survive in this place. But the instigator, Lin Chen, spoke such bold words. Just as they were about to say something, they heard Lin Chen softly say, "Come out, my little partners." Over 100 black and silver devouring bugs instantly emerged from the void around Lin Chen. A dark mass surrounded him, fierce and terrifying, exuding a powerful aura. This sudden scene startled the 4. Even Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanci were seeing Lin Chen's operation as a bug tamer for the first time. As for Lin Shi and Mu Shui, they had never heard of such a thing. What kind of profession is this? Mu Shui was stunned. It's a bit like a summoning type, the healer Lin Shi, who had also been startled, said, covering her chest in shock. A slight movement caused a tremor. But, I haven't heard of any summoned pets from the summoning system being this strong? At this moment, Yu Dapeng curiously approached, carefully observing the golden devouring worm, murmuring, "Brother Hao, is this your pet?" Lin Chen nodded. Go! Over 100 golden devouring worms buzzed and flew towards the mine. A few lost miners wandering nearby also noticed the golden devouring worms and rushed over. Your team has killed a level 20 lost miner, enhanced elite, experience plus 2100. Your team has killed a level 20 lost miner, enhanced elite, experience plus 2100. In an instant, 4 or 5 messages appeared on the team chat. What? The 4 were stunned. Instant kill? Instant kill. That was a level 20 enhanced elite monster, right? Just like that, those worms killed it? That's too exaggerated, right? How? How is that possible? Let's go, move faster, Lin Chen said, then step deeper into the mine. Don't be shocked, hurry up. Yu Dapeng saw Lin Chen had already walked over 10 meters. The few girls still had no reaction, standing there in a daze. Alright, let's catch up. If there's anything you don't understand, just watch more, Ning Yuanci said as well. Lin Chen moved quickly, faster than when Ning Yuanci and the others were grinding normal dungeons. This kind of action was considered very dangerous in their perception. Reckless. But the messages were flooding the screen. Your team has killed a level 20 lost miner, enhanced elite, experience plus 2100. You have obtained item Night Star Stone *7. They felt a bit numb at that moment. Is this it? This works? It felt like taking a walk, with experience points coming to them automatically. It was completely overwhelming. If they weren't absolutely sure they were in the hell level of the lost mine, they would have thought they were in a beginner dungeon. No, even in a beginner dungeon, it shouldn't be this fast. A gigantic boss appeared before them. They each cast their detection spells. Mine Overseer Boss, Enhanced Elite Boss, Level 24, Strength 5000, Agility 2000, Spirit 1000, Constitution 5000, Skill Summon. The Overseer can summon nearby monsters below its level. Upon seeing the attributes of this boss, they all gasped in shock. Their faces turned pale. If this monster charged over, would the 5 of them still be alive? Who could withstand it? Who could deal damage? They had fought through normal dungeon levels. They had seen this boss before, but now its attributes compared to those from the normal levels were on a completely different level, at least 10 times stronger than before. Faced with such a powerful monster, they couldn't think of how to deal with it. Go! Lin Chen commanded the 20 golden devouring worms to fly towards the boss. In just a few seconds, to everyone's astonishment, that ridiculously powerful boss actually couldn't fight back and fled. The scene before them once again overturned their understanding. On, the boss fled while making a strange sound. Not good. Battle Assistant Mu Shui screamed. It will summon all the monsters over here. Healer Lin Shi also panicked and shouted. As the two voices fell, a rumbling sound of running echoed from all directions in the mine. Countless monsters were rushing towards them, like a tidal wave. At this moment, even Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanci's expressions changed drastically. They had just fought through a normal level. Everything had been going well, but upon encountering this scene, the entire team was thrown into chaos. At that moment, they quickly retreated, finally hiding in a chamber of the mine. They took advantage of the terrain to set up a defensive point. The monsters couldn't surge in all at once. It took over 40 minutes to deal with this crisis. Now, however, the gathering monsters were even more numerous. They came crashing in like a tsunami or a landslide. There were probably thousands of them. Moreover, not to mention the leader, even the lowest level enhanced elite monsters were incredibly powerful individually. Which team could withstand this wave of assault? Lin Chen, let's quickly find a room to hide. Ning Yuanci shouted anxiously. Brother Hao, there are too many monsters, I definitely can't hold on. Yu Dapeng exclaimed. Don't be afraid, just stand here and watch, Lin Chen said calmly. Go! With a light call, hundreds of gold-devouring insects that had been waiting buzzed toward the thousands of miners charging in. Kill, 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 kill. A battle unfolded before everyone, reminiscent of a grand American blockbuster. Dust and rocks flew, the sky darkened. Countless miners' screams echoed throughout the mine. Your team has killed a level 20 lost miner, enhanced elite, experience plus 2100. Your team has killed a level 20 lost miner, enhanced elite, experience plus 2100. Your team has killed a level 20 lost miner, enhanced elite, experience plus 2100. Countless messages flashed across the team panel, so many that they were almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. Dozens, hundreds, countless. A flash of white light appeared, and Yu Dapeng leveled up to level 11. Another flash, and Ning Yuanci leveled up to level 13. Yet another flash, and the healer Lin Shi leveled up from level 8 to level 10. She jumped 2 levels. You all leveled up? The support Mu Shui looked at this scene in shock. In just this minute, I've also reached 19 level 95%. Which is more experience than I got fighting monsters outside for several days. In less than 10 minutes, all the monsters, including the leader, lay dead on the ground. The other 4 looked at the corpses scattered around. At this moment, they were all stunned. Let's go, let's fight the boss, Lin Chen said, stepping over the piled-up monster bodies and moving forward. Lin Chen had already walked 20 or 30 meters when the others finally reacted and stumbled to catch up. A massive stone palace appeared before them. They saw again the big fat man sitting on the high stone chair. Previously, in a normal dungeon, it took their 5-person team half an hour to wear him down. Now it was a hell-level dungeon. How powerful would this boss be? How could they possibly defeat this boss? Who dares to intrude into my mine? A deep voice echoed. The sound reverberated in the vast stone palace. Everyone's hearts jumped. They quickly cast detection spells. Cave Lord, Leader level Monster, level 30, Strength, 8000, Agility, 4000, Mentality, 1000, Constitution, 6000, Skills, Critical Hit, Knockback, Skill, Knockback, with a 20% chance to knock the opponent back with a heavy slash, so terrifying. The faces of the four changed dramatically. These attributes are too outrageous, right? Facing the big fat man sitting on the stone chair, they felt dry mouths and weak limbs. Boom! A loud noise echoed as if the entire stone palace was about to collapse. It was the big fat man leaping down in front of them. A sharp gaze swept over everyone. Dead fat man, we meet again, Lin Chen chuckled. The cave lord looked at Lin Chen, momentarily stunned. It seemed to recognize this person but couldn't recall where it had seen him before. You invaders must all die. It roared. Kill! Lin Chen waved his hand, and over 100 gold-eating insects rushed towards the cave lord. 2 minutes later, the cave lord let out a terrible scream and fell to the ground. Successfully killed the cave guard lord, experience plus 30,000, obtained silver equipment, giant strength helmet, obtained silver equipment, giant strength one-handed sword, obtained item, night star stone asterisk 400, abundant experience, 2 pieces of silver equipment, and a large handful of materials. The final notification flashed across the team's public screen, but the 4 of them looked dazed. Dead? This ridiculously powerful cave lord boss is dead? Just like that, they cleared the level? This was a hell-level dungeon, a dungeon that made everyone pale with fear. If it weren't for their personal experience, if someone else had told them this, they definitely wouldn't have believed it. From the moment they entered the dungeon until now, they had killed the boss and cleared the level. None of them had used a single skill. Not even a small lightning bolt, or a little healing spell would have been fine. But nothing. It felt like they had just strolled around the mine after a meal. Then, countless experience points and items were delivered right to their doorstep. Although there were characters who were just going through the motions, this time, it was way too much. Let's go, let's get out of here. Lin Chen waved to everyone. A flash of white light passed, and they appeared outside the dungeon. 19 minutes to clear. Ning Yuanxi murmured. The Ning family is the largest family in Yang City, with strong power, only a few major guilds could compare. The family head, Ning Mafeng, and the third son, Ning Manhwa, are both among the top strong players in Yang City. The Xiao family is also decent, but compared to the Ning family, they are several streets behind. So, even the capable rich young master Xiao Yan didn't dare to act recklessly in front of the 2 big shots. He had been carefully accompanying them in conversation. Xiao Yun, level 19, fully equipped in silver gear, was also considered a prodigy in the eyes of ordinary people. At this moment, a flash of white light appeared at the dungeon entrance. It was Lin Chen, Ning Yuanxi, and the other 3 coming out of the dungeon. They're out? Third Master Ning Manhwa was the first to see Lin Chen and Ning Yuanxi teleporting out. From their expressions, these few people looked very happy, not like they had suffered any harm. His heart felt a bit more at ease. Earlier, he had learned from Xiao Yun that those people had entered a hell-level dungeon, and his heart had been in his throat. This was really reckless. Was a hell-level dungeon something they could enter with their current strength? Ning Yuanxi was being too reckless. As a professional, the first lesson should be to accurately assess the strength of all parties. A few days ago, Ning Yuanxi awakened the legendary level electric mage profession, causing a great stir in the Ning family, making every member very happy. A legendary awakening profession, barring any accidents, would lead to another giant dragon in 10 years. The Ning family had produced another great talent. The entire family decided to focus resources on nurturing her. The responsibility for nurturing the young people of the Ning family had always been handled by Ning Manhwa, Ning Yuanxi's third uncle. So, he personally led the team here. As for Ning Mafeng coming over, that was a father accompanying his daughter, a gesture of support for her. Ning Manhwa felt that Ning Yuanxi's choice to enter the Hell Dungeon was very unwise. As a future strong player of the Ning family, she should understand the importance of assessing the situation and making accurate judgments. Little did he know, entering the Hell Dungeon was entirely Lin Chen's doing. Strange. Ning Manhwa was slightly stunned. How did they come out in less than 20 minutes? This dungeon either trapped players inside for 12 hours before automatically expelling them, or there was some special item that forcibly broke them out. He didn't remember Ning Yuanxi having such an item. Yeah, what's going on with them? How did they come out? Xiao Yan also looked confused. Iyun, please go call them over for me. I want to ask about the situation. Okay. Xiao Yun stood up. How many cooling stones do you have? Lin Chen asked at the entrance of the dungeon. We still have 10 on us, Ning Yuanxi replied. Then let's go in and clear it 10 times, how about that? With this speed, if they cleared it 10 times, the rewards would be terrifying. With such rewards, it wasn't just that they wouldn't be tired, even if they were exhausted, they would be willing. Sure. Lin Shi and Mu Shui shouted excitedly. The rapid leveling just now had been exhilarating for them. If you don't need to rest, we are definitely willing, Ning Yuanci said happily as well. Brother Hao, playing the dungeon with you feels like riding a rocket. This leveling speed is just outrageous. Yu Dapeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. I really suspect that if we keep this up, even I might have a chance to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University. Qingbei Martial Arts University was the top martial arts school in the Great Xia. They finished a round of hell level stages in less than 20 minutes. Experience points skyrocketed, leaving them stunned. This speed was simply unbelievable. Hearing that Lin Chen would continue to lead them and that they would clear it 10 times in one go made their hearts race with excitement. Such a leveling speed was something they had never even dared to imagine before. Of course, they agreed. They were even worried that Lin Chen might stop leading them. You have chosen the Lost Mine Hell level dungeon, are you sure? Confirm. Whoosh, a few beams of white light flashed, and the five entered the dungeon again. At this moment, Xiaoyan had only taken a few steps. Watching the few people disappear, he was left dumbfounded. They went in again? What was going on? He couldn't understand. If they had used special items to forcibly exit the dungeon earlier, how could they have gone back in again? Surely they weren't using a teleportation device to play, right? Could it be? Did they clear the dungeon just now? Impossible, how could that be? The Lost Mine Hell level dungeon was notorious in Yang City. It was said that the Prince of the Strongmen Guild had been assembling the strongest level 20 team to conquer it but had never succeeded, suffering significant losses instead. Could Ning Yuanci and Lin Chen's low-level team really defeat it? No way. Xiao Yun couldn't believe it. Yet, the scene before him left him perplexed. He had no choice but to return to the two big shots. They went in again? Ning Manhwa also saw that Xiao Yan hadn't walked over yet, and the ones who had just come out quickly went back in. Xiao Yun didn't know how to respond. Ning Manhwa frowned and thought for a moment. Then he turned to Ning Mafeng. Brother, what do you think? Ning Mafeng had certainly seen the earlier scene. He pondered for a moment. Logically, they shouldn't be able to clear a hell-level dungeon. The highest level among them is just a level 19 battle support. The others are level 17, 12, or even below level 10. It is said that the first kill of the hell-level boss in the Lost Mine drops the Night Star Stone, which is incredibly enticing. The Strongmen Guild has paid a huge price to obtain it. Their team is all at the extreme level 20, with equipment starting at least from silver, yet after countless attempts, they still couldn't conquer it, which proves that although the Night Star Stone is tempting, the difficulty of this dungeon is indeed very high. If they went into the hell-level dungeon just now, came out, and then went back in, there is only one possibility: they indeed cleared the hell-level dungeon earlier, and the second time they went in was to farm for levels. President Ning, they are entering a hell-level dungeon, how is that possible? Xiao Yun murmured. For a team like this to clear it? He didn't believe it, nor did he want to believe it. Now, he felt very regretful. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed not only a leveling opportunity but also a great chance to farm for equipment. The most important thing is to participate in the hell level, which is a significant honor in Yang City. Of course, it can't be done just relying on Ning Yuanci, Siyu, and Depeng. That Lin Chen is not simple, Ning Mafeng said lightly. Him? Xiao Yun's mind conjured the image of the guy holding a whiteboard steel knife. He couldn't believe it. Ning Mo laughed softly. The truth will be known in 20 minutes when they come out. Just now, they thought Ning Yuanci and Lin Chen would take a long time to come out, so they leisurely drank tea. But now, with a 20-minute benchmark time, the waiting process felt incredibly slow. Xiao Yan looked at the teleportation portal every minute or two. About 18 minutes passed. A few beams of white light flashed. As expected, Ning Yuanci and Lin Chen reappeared at the entrance of the instance. This time, Xiao Yun immediately stood up. He didn't even bother to run over. He opened his mouth to call out to Ning Yuanci loudly. But just then, with a flash of white light, the five of them disappeared at the entrance again. They had entered the instance once more. His heart went numb. At this moment, other players lingering at the instance entrance also noticed Lin Chen's team's actions. One beam of white light went in, and another came out. Then, another beam of white light went in. Damn, these guys are going in and out so quickly. What level are they playing? Besides playing normal levels, what else could it be? Even if it's a normal level, this speed is too fast, right? It's not surprising. Some players from wealthy families, although at a lower level, can stack equipment and recovery potions, pushing through without regard for cost. A cooldown stone for an instance costs no less than 200,000, this is really a big spender. Those few times just now must have consumed a lot, right? Is it really worth it to do this for a normal instance? Ah, the joy of the rich is often so plain and dull. A group of players outside debated. Wait, I remember these guys seem to have entered the hell level just now? One player hesitantly said. When players enter different levels, the entire instance's magic stone briefly shows different colors before slowly fading back. White for normal, yellow for elite, gold for nightmare, purple for hell. Hell level? Don't joke around, you must be blind. No, I saw it too. When they entered just now, the entire magic stone turned purple? Damn, it can't be real, right? Clearing the hell level in less than 20 minutes, is that possible? Are you guys joking? 18 minutes later, another beam of white light lit up. The five appeared outside the instance. The arguing players saw Lin Chen and the others come out, and after a moment of surprise, one player couldn't help but ask, "Hey, kid, did you just enter the..." The five disappeared at the teleportation portal again, entering the instance. At this moment, the entire instance's magic stone emitted a purple glow. Damn! I didn't see it wrong, did I? They really entered the hell level. Is the instance's magic stone broken? Clearing the hell level in less than 20 minutes? And completely unscathed, how is that possible? It's too exaggerated, too unbelievable. As the purple light shone, the entire entrance of the instance felt like an atomic bomb had been dropped. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. The people at the entrance today were not the few who witnessed the legend yesterday. If they had been there, they would have known by now. But now, each of them felt this was major news. They all opened the Trader Center, sending messages to friends and colleagues, reporting what was happening before their eyes. Soon, hundreds of people gathered at the entrance, eagerly discussing. 18 minutes later, a flash of white light appeared, and 5 people emerged. Immediately, a purple light shone and then disappeared into the dungeon. Came out, then went back in? Is the dungeon really played like this? Damn, I've really learned something today. A practitioner who looked a bit like Ing Mantat was squatting on the ground after being slapped by his wife during an argument. Just moments ago, Lin Chen and the others nearly stepped on him as they came out. He muttered to himself, "Wow, they're going in again." 18 minutes. The 5 came out and instantly went back in. He heard the nearby people discussing and saw that these small players were continuously battling in the hellish levels. This incredible scene repeated before his eyes. He murmured again, they're going in again. After about 10 minutes, Lin Chen and the others came out for the 5th time and went in for the 6th. The man was still squatting on the ground. He watched Lin Chen and the 5 come and go, and at this moment, his heart felt numb. He had a dazed expression. "Wife, come out and see God." Not to mention, the scene was mostly filled with practitioners around level 10 to 20. At this time, in the distance, Ning Mafeng and Ning Manhwa, who were drinking tea, were also stunned. They had never seen such a crazy dungeon run. It was their first time witnessing it. The meticulous preparation, planning, and coordination faced with high-risk dungeons, along with mid-run recovery, seemed like a joke. At this moment, Xiao Yun was beside the 2 big shots. Watching those people repeatedly enter and exit, she saw all eyes focused on them. Everyone was discussing. At this time, the whole world was in awe of them. They were the focal point of this world. If he hadn't left the team, he would have been standing in the center of the stage. But now, he felt like a clown on the sidelines. He recalled his earlier mockery of Lin Chen. He remembered thinking he had some output capability and wanted to pressure a few people into submission. He even played the trick of leaving the team. He felt as if there were several invisible hands constantly slapping his face. His entire face was now hot and red. At this moment, people from all directions were rushing here. There were those around level 10 to 20, as well as level 30 and even 40 practitioners. Clearly, many of them were not here to run the dungeon. They had heard about what was happening and rushed over to see the excitement. The crowd was getting larger. From the initial 100 or so, to 200 or 300, then 400 or 500, to over 1,000. They all crowded near the entrance of the lost mine. The tide of people surged. Just then, a series of clanging footsteps approached. A team of fully equipped players, all at level 20, appeared in everyone's sight. Each of them had rich written all over their faces. Among them, the leader was a mage with a stern expression. "The prince of the Strongmen Guild has arrived," someone exclaimed. The Strongmen Guild was the most powerful practitioner guild in Yang City. Haven't they always wanted to be the first to clear the Lost Mine Hell level and obtain the Night Star Stone? But I heard they've been failing and losing many members. If the Night Star Stone is a first clear drop, doesn't that mean that the team just now has already obtained the Night Star Heart? Exactly. This item is something the Strongmen Guild is determined to get, and now that the peach has been picked by someone else, there will definitely be a good show to watch soon. The Strongman Guild has always been very aggressive. Whatever they want, they will get it no matter what. Do you think there will be a fight? Get out of the way. A swordsman tank from the rich team pushed aside the crowd gathered at the dungeon entrance. Those who were pushed aside were about to curse, but upon turning around and realizing it was a member of the Strongman Guild, they immediately fell silent. They made way. Your Highness, the team that first cleared the dungeon is still inside. Should we take them down? A team member said to the stern leading mage. The heart of Night Star belongs to us. We've paid such a high price, and it's about to be ours, yet we let these small fry get ahead of us. How is that possible? Another team member replied. The others nearby heard the conversation and sensed the tension in the air. Some of the more timid individuals began to quietly distance themselves. It was no joke, if a fight broke out, they wouldn't have time to run. The Prince of the Strongman Guild? At that moment, Xiao Yun also spotted the newly arrived team. His expression brightened, and he quickly stood up, jogging over. He felt abandoned by Lin Chen, Ning Yuanxi, and the others earlier. He attributed it to their different social circles and levels. He considered himself a scion of a noble family, fundamentally different in values and worldview from some commoner adventurers. How could they mix together? Now, seeing the Prince of the Strongman Guild appear, he felt as if he had found one of his own. Your Highness, hello. Xiao Yun approached the leading mage, greeting him somewhat obsequiously. Xiao Yun? The mage was slightly taken aback upon seeing Xiao Yun. What are you doing here? Xiao Yun felt embarrassed to admit the truth about his earlier actions. I came to team up with Ning Yuanxi to clear the dungeon, but I got tired and decided to rest over here. Ning Yuanxi also came to clear the dungeon? Yes, I got tired and didn't want to continue, so she went in with a few of her classmates. Oh, so you're not clearing the dungeon and not going back, just hanging around in this desolate place? Is there a pretty girl here that has caught the eye of young Master Xiao? The mage chuckled. Your Highness, you really know how to joke. Xiao Yun's face turned a bit awkward. He rolled his eyes and then said, you must have come here to get the heart of Night Star, right? I know who has it. Who has it? The leading mage's expression turned cold as he asked indifferently. A person named Lin Chen, Xiao Yun said confidently. Oh, who is this person? I've never heard of such a great figure. The prince had gone through multiple rounds of hell-level dungeon challenges and understood the difficulty deeply. At first, he couldn't believe that besides himself, there was someone else who could clear the hell-level dungeon. But with the determination to obtain the Heart of Night Star no matter what, he came over in time. The Heart of Night Star had always been thought to be used to create elemental defense jewelry. However, the Strongman Guild recently obtained a synthesis recipe. It recorded the materials needed to craft a necklace that grants +1 to all skills. The Heart of Night Star was the main ingredient. Equipment that grants +1 to all skills is the top-tier gear. The value of such equipment is unimaginable. The higher the level of the adventurer using it, the greater its value. If it were put up for auction, it's likely that every capable adventurer in the world would want to get it. Therefore, recently, the Strongman Guild had their level 20 players equip the best gear possible and then tackle the hell-level dungeon. However, almost every time, they fell victim to the boss's summoning skill. Hundreds or even thousands of enhanced elite monsters would attack at once. It was too difficult to withstand. In their last attempt, they finally found a way to avoid engaging the boss first and clear out all the monsters in the mine instead. Only then did they confront the boss. Sure enough, although the boss used the summoning skill, there were no minions to summon. However, in the end, when facing the boss, they still lost one adventurer before managing to escape. It was too hard. In order to obtain the Heart of the Night Star, 6 or 7 people have died in total. At this moment, Xiao Yun replied, Lin Chen is not some great deity. He's just a classmate of Ning Yuanxi, a poor player. He's a mental-type profession, and he's still wielding a plain steel knife. Isn't that ridiculous? A poor player? So, this person has no background or power in Young City at all? The prince said. Exactly. Xiao Yun affirmed. Then where is he now? He's in the dungeon, teaming up with Ning Yuanxi to run the dungeon. His strength is very weak, only level 17, but I don't know how he found a bug in the hell dungeon, so, I said, if my strong guild can't clear the hell level, it's impossible for anyone else to do it. The prince's expression gradually turned cold. Earlier, he had thought that if a strong player cleared the dungeon and obtained the Night Star Stone, he could negotiate to have it handed over. Of course, he wouldn't mention that it could be crafted into a full skill +1 level item. At most, he would say it could be made into defensive equipment. Defensive equipment is worth far less than offensive equipment. However, since it was a low-level, weak player who just happened to find a roundabout way to clear the level, would he dare refuse the strong guild's request? Perhaps he could even save the initially estimated few million. A mere 30 to 50,000 would probably suffice. Just as he was thinking this, a flash of white light appeared. The 5-person team emerged from the teleportation array, and it was Lin Chen and the others who had just completed a round of the dungeon. "That's him, that's Lin Chen," Xiao Yun shouted loudly. The prince narrowed his eyes, just about to speak. Another flash of white light, and the 5-person team instantly disappeared again. The prince was stunned. He was calculating how to subdue the other party and make them obediently hand over the Night Star Stone. Unexpectedly, the team that had just emerged instantly re-entered the dungeon. It caught him off guard. At this moment, the magic stone in front of the dungeon was emitting a purple glow. A member of the strong guild said, as expected, they entered the hell level. Then the Night Star Stone must be in their hands. Another person said, "Damn, they run really fast. What a joke, thinking that by running into the dungeon, we wouldn't be able to do anything about them. So naive, we'll just wait here." At this point, the prince also regained his composure. Just now, he had wanted to speak, but these guys disappeared, making him feel as if he had punched a cotton ball, very uncomfortable and very displeased. It was also quite disrespectful to him. In the entire Yang city, which professional would see him and not stop to greet him respectfully? He coldly said, "Clear the area, prepare for battle. When those people come out again, we'll subdue them first." "Yes," came 4 responses. Then, the 4 members outside the prince began to clear the area at the dungeon entrance, driving away other professionals. The strong guild's actions were indeed domineering. Many professionals were extremely dissatisfied. However, seeing that these few people were all in high-level equipment, and behind them was a powerful strong guild, they could only endure being driven away without a word. Aside from cursing quietly in their hearts, they had no other way. Of course, they didn't really leave, they just moved away from the dungeon entrance. Especially after the area was cleared, several professionals from the strong guild stood in different positions, forming an attacking formation. With such a big commotion and such a juicy situation, who wouldn't want to watch? "The strong guild is making such a big show, planning to attack UNC and her team," said Sanyi Ning Mawa coldly from a distance while sipping tea. Hearing this, Ning Mafeng said the Strongman Guild has always been arrogant in Yang City, and that son of Longtuan, Long Jietian, even calls himself the prince. If they really dare to make a move against UNC, we wouldn't mind uprooting the Strongman Guild. Mohu, you should start making some arrangements right away. Perhaps today we will see the opportunity we have been waiting for. A faint cold smile appeared at the corner of Ning Mafeng's mouth. Inside the mine. This was the 9th time Lin Chen and the others had entered the Lost Mine's hellish level. They had used 8 cooling stones. 8 times, roughly 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours, if it were in the classroom, would only be a little over 2 classes. But now, Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, Mu Shui, and the others were trembling with excitement. Even Ning UNC was no exception. For the first time, they felt that leveling up could be such a simple thing. It could be so crazy. This was the perfect example of the combination of money and extraordinary power. The harvest from the 8 rounds of hellish levels was terrifying. The equipment and items dropped by the monsters piled up like mountains. There were nearly 20 pieces of silver equipment. It should be noted that silver equipment is highly sought after before level 30, and can be considered top-tier gear. At this level, most professionals are equipped with ordinary or some bronze gear, with only a few having silver gear. A piece of silver equipment could easily sell for over $1 million outside. That's tens of millions in profit. Moreover, there were over 10,000 Night Star Stones. Night Star Stones are one of the most commonly used materials by alchemists, and there's no worry about selling them. So, even though they spent over $1 million on cooling stones, compared to the harvest, it was nothing. If there were enough cooling stones, they could be used as daily consumption, and the comparison of expenditure to income was a blood profit. However, only someone like Lin Chen could achieve this. Just like in the other ordinary, elite, and nightmare levels of the Lost Mine, the drops were merely ordinary or bronze equipment. Furthermore, during the level battles, a large number of auxiliary items like recovery potions would be consumed. These all come at a considerable cost. Therefore, almost no professional could recklessly use cooling stones. Previously, Ning UNC and Yu Dapeng had used their family's influence to gather 10 cooling stones, which were meant for a final push for the Great Martial Exam. Moreover, cooling stones are a very special item, with very little circulation in the market. Thus, Lin Chen hadn't considered using such items before. After 8 rounds of the dungeon, the monetary gain was not the main point. The most important thing was the experience points gained. Lin Chen had leveled up from level 17 to level 19. One more level up, and he would reach the crucial level 20. Leveling up so quickly was somewhat unexpected for Lin Chen. He had thought that in a team, the experience points would be divided significantly. But in reality, the division was not that much. Time and again, the massive monster drops were simply too efficient. Ning Yuanxi's level had also risen from level 12 to level 17. She had leveled up 5 times. This made her constantly look at Lin Chen with a complex expression. Her heart was filled with shock. So this was how Lin Chen fought monsters. Previously, she had thought about secretly pushing ahead with Yu Dapeng. Then, surpassing Lin Chen. When they met again, she imagined Lin Chen's astonishment. She had fantasized several times about the look of surprise and submission in Lin Chen's eyes when he saw her level. Just thinking about it made her feel incredibly satisfied. But today, while teaming up to fight monsters, she truly understood. Her fantasies of satisfaction were merely one-sided. Lin Chen was someone she could hardly surpass in the past, present, or even future. She was convinced. She was completely convinced. This was the first time in 3 years, since competing with Lin Chen in the same class, that she truly felt this way. Fortunately, it was just a competitive relationship between classmates, not a hostile one. Well, if we can't win, then we can consider getting closer together. Yu Dapeng has risen from level 10 to level 16. He leveled up 6 times. This almost drove him crazy. He often wanted to squat down and hug Lin Chen's thigh tightly. In terms of address, he had changed from brother how to boss. You have to know, before awakening, he was one of the bottom students in the class. Fortunately, his family had some money, a nouveau riche, so his previous plan was to be a waste of space. Just living a laid-back life would be fine. However, he never expected that during his awakening, he would actually awaken a combat profession. This made his father, Olju, so happy that he went crazy. Besides throwing a big banquet, he also transferred over 5 million in pocket money to him. He even equipped him with a full set of high-level gear. Just as he planned to level up to around level 11 or 12 before the big exam, so he could enter a decent advanced academy, today's teaming up with Lin Chen completely shattered his understanding. His life perspective was raised again by Lin Chen. Now he had leveled up to 16. With his current strength, it was entirely possible to aim for Qingbei Martial Arts University. Who would have dared to imagine this before? Qingbei Martial Arts University, how unattainable it seemed before. Now, it seemed almost within reach. Unbelievable. He pinched himself several times, fearing he was dreaming. And that healer, Lin Shi, had risen from level 8 to level 15. She leveled up a full 7 levels. Waves of white light shone from her body. Each time, she felt a shiver run through her entire body. She was a student from the 6th high school. Due to her acquaintance with Ning Yuanxi, she joined Ning Yuanxi's team as a healer. Her initial level was only 8. She previously thought that it was just about spending more money to slightly improve the leveling efficiency. She never expected that after coming here, things would change. And then, she gained such immense wealth. Her gaze towards Lin Chen changed from indifference to astonishment, to shock, and now to obsession. Lin Chen's unlikable calm and aloof demeanor became so charming in her heart. It was irresistible. As a result, she always tried to find ways to get closer to Lin Chen. It seemed that she could feel the masculine hormones radiating from him. She felt like her body was melting, and her eyes turned red. If it weren't for Ning Yuanxi being here, she might not have been able to resist making a move. This is the charm of the strong. Exaggerated, but this is the truth. As for the highest level battle support, Mu Shui, who was originally level 19, had now also leveled up to 97% of level 20. After finishing this round, she could no longer enter. She had previously seen Xiao Yian bullying Lin Chen and immediately showed her disgust. But for Lin Chen, she only sympathized and defended him based on morality. However, now she had completely changed her view. It wasn't entirely because she gained immense leveling benefits by following Lin Chen. Relatively speaking, she was more mature and viewed things differently than a little sister like Lin Shi. People like Lin Shi loved out of admiration, but she saw the meaning behind strength. In her eyes, someone as strong as Lin Chen, although just beginning to rise, was destined to be a top-tier powerhouse. If he could develop smoothly, he would undoubtedly become a dominant force, a ruler at the highest level. So, she wanted to please him, to form a bond with him. She just didn't know how to do it. She was really troubled. It's just a pity that he is too strong, and I am too weak. I can't compare to Lin Shi in terms of chest, nor to Ning Yuanxi in terms of looks. I can't follow him, otherwise, whether for myself or the Mu family, we would achieve great leaps in the future. Then came the leader's loud and chaotic shouting segment. The first time they entered, the 4 outside Lin Chen were shocked, their faces changing dramatically, their hands and feet going weak, thinking they would die here in the next moment. By the second and third times, facing the monstrous tide crashing towards them, they were still shaken and terrified. But now, confronted by a swarm rushing like a tsunami, these girls were chatting and laughing. Why does it feel like there are still too few of these monsters? Lin sure joked. I feel the same way, and I used to think they were fierce and terrifying, but now they seem like adorable delivery workers, Ning Yuanci added. For some reason, I want to go see that fat guy again, Yu Dapeng laughed heartily. Hundreds of gold-devouring insects slaughtered thousands of monsters, blood flowing like rivers. Yet Lin Chen's face showed little expression, his eyes somewhat vacant, lost in thought. Boss, what are you thinking about? Yu Dapeng asked curiously. Of course, it's about how Brother Hao is numb to this kind of scene, nothing new to him. Brother Hao, those monsters really aren't worth watching. You might as well take a look at Lin Mei. Maybe that would be a bit refreshing. Lin Sure tossed a healing spell to Lin Chen, drawing his gaze. She proudly adjusted her ample bosom and provocatively glanced at Ning Yuanci's chest. Alright, Lin Sure, stop being infatuated, okay? Ning Yuanci said, feeling quite helpless about Lin Sure's constant teasing of Lin Chen. Deep down, she even felt a vague sense of crisis. Lin Chen, this guy, seemed to prefer the more voluptuous types. Lin Chen, are you worried about not having enough cooldown stones? After we finish these 2 rounds and use up 10 cooldown stones, you can go back to rest. I'll discuss with my family about collecting more cooldown stones. We can level up here for the next few days. Money isn't a problem. That old guy in my family has plenty. I can ask him for some. Yu Dapeng patted his chest. Lin Chen shook his head. Did you notice anything unusual at the entrance of the dungeon when we went out just now? He suddenly said. The entrance? Nothing special, Yu Dapeng replied, puzzled. Ning Yuanci also looked confused. I just remembered, Mushue suddenly said, at the entrance of the dungeon earlier, the prince of the Strongmen Guild, Long Zhaotian, was there with his team, and it seemed like they were waiting for us, their expressions a bit strange. Right, now that you mention it, I remember too, Lin Sure said. It's a pity the dungeon cuts off communication, otherwise, I could ask what was going on with Xiao Yiyun outside. I think I saw him too, Ning Yuanci remarked. Lin Chen was now very powerful. For ordinary low-level practitioners, even with better equipment, he wasn't afraid. But that didn't mean he was oblivious to the surrounding situation. On the contrary, he was very sensitive. The first time he came here, when he wanted to enter the dungeon, he encountered that so-called Strongmen Guild team tackling the hellish level. They seemed quite arrogant. At that time, a swordsman tank even bumped into him. He pondered for a moment and seemed to understand. Mu Shui was right, those people were indeed waiting for them at the entrance. What was their purpose? Of course, they knew that these people had cleared the hellish level. They must have obtained the Night Star Heart, an item the Strongmen Guild had long sought after at great cost. However, what did it mean to guard the entrance? Did they want to rob them? In the wilderness, wasn't there a team known as the Four Evils of Yang City? They also wanted to snatch boss items from him and Zhao Shaoling. But what happened in the end? The 4 perished in the belly of the insects, forever becoming worm dung left in that desolate valley. The battle in the valley was Lin Chen's first time killing someone, and he did so in a brutally tragic manner. That murder can be said to have given Lin Chen a sense of rebirth. This world is not like that in school. It is a cold world. Not only do monsters kill, but humans do as well. If it weren't for his own strength, the outcome for him and Zhao Shaoling that night would have been tragic. Killing 5 people, Lin Chen had already been tainted with a different kind of killing intent. If that so-called Strongman Guild dared to make a move, he would not show mercy. On the day of his awakening, he had resolved to find his sister, to help her, to protect her. To achieve this, he needed to become a powerful man. Any hint of weakness would make it impossible. Lin Chen said to the 4, the Strongmen Guild is indeed waiting for us, and their intentions are not good. Be careful when we go out, but I estimate they won't attack you immediately, they want something from me. The others felt a chill in their hearts. Indeed, outside, the pack of wolves was truly waiting for them. Something from you? Ning Yuanci asked curiously. This hellish dungeon level, I cleared it alone yesterday, it was the first clear, and it drops the Night Star Heart. They want the Night Star Heart. Suddenly, a palm-sized green stone appeared in Lin Chen's hand. It looked like imperial green jade, emitting a ghostly green light. So beautiful. Lin sure praised. There really is a Night Star Heart. Mu Shui exclaimed in shock. It has long been rumored that the first clear of the Lost Mines hellish level would drop this item. The prince of the Strongmen Guild, Long Zhaotian, has been trying to clear it but has not succeeded. Ning Yuanci said in confusion, I remember the Night Star Heart can be combined with other materials to create equipment that reduces elemental damage. Is a defensive item really worth the Strongmen Guild paying such a price to obtain? I don't know, Mu Shui shrugged. Lin Chen said, perhaps the Night Star Heart can be used to create defensive equipment and for other purposes, but no matter what, just be careful. You don't need to worry about me. just protect yourselves. What are we afraid of? If they dare to make a move, we'll make them regret it, Yu Dapeng said loudly. Alright, don't meddle, I'll handle this. You all stay out of it, but Dapeng, as a tank, make sure to protect the three of them. Oh, fine. Lin Chen said, however, our primary goal is still to continue clearing this dungeon. We have 2 cooldown stones left, and if we can choose, we should continue to clear our dungeon. We shouldn't let them delay our progress. Lin Chen, you're right, Ning UNC nodded. The Strongman Guild won't dare to act. If they do, the Ning family won't let it go easily, so there's no need to fear them. In the Stone Palace, a tremendous rumble shook the ground. The dead fat man fell to the ground for the 9th time. Experience. Equipment. The usual rewards were given. Let's go, we're heading out. At the dungeon entrance, several beams of white light flashed. It was Lin Chen and the other 5 who had just finished the level, appearing at the dungeon entrance. Sure enough, the entrance was not crowded with adventurers eager to enter as usual. Now, it was empty. No, there were 5 people there, and they showed no intention of entering the dungeon. It seemed they were waiting for someone. As soon as Lin Chen and the others emerged, those 5 instantly locked onto them. Moreover, the formation was such that the tank was at the front, with several damage dealers in the middle and support at the back. A standard battle formation, ready to engage at any moment. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. Setting up such a formation, were they trying to kill him and his group? Or was it a threat? This style was just like the 4 evils of Yang City. Wanting something without any sincerity, trying to rob or buy it forcefully? They had picked the wrong person, hadn't they? He sneered coldly in his heart, wondering what tricks they were playing. Seeing Hao and the others emerge from the dungeon after waiting for more than 10 minutes, the swordsman stepped forward 2 paces, cleverly positioning himself at the entrance. At the same time, he said coldly, "Our prince has something to discuss with you, did you hear that? Don't even think about running back into the dungeon. If you dare to move, you will be attacked." The Strongman Guild's first words were quite arrogant and carried a blatant sense of oppression. As the swordsman tank moved, Yu Dapeng also stepped forward to stand at the front of the team. He was now level 16, having leveled up rapidly before. However, there was still a significant gap in strength compared to the Strongman Guild's level 20 professionals. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of retreat. Ning Yuanxi also held her staff firmly. Lin Shi and Mu Shui beside her were also ready for battle. Lin Chen appeared calm. 2 gold-eating worms stood on his shoulders, while the others he had stored in his pet space within the cave. At that moment, he stood there with a very calm expression, seemingly indifferent to the Strongman Guild's stance. With his current strength, he could handle professionals around level 20 as if they were just monsters. Even against those in their 30s or 40s, he felt no fear. Just now, he had noticed the reactions of his teammates. Ning Yuanxi, Yu Dapeng, and even Lin Shi and Mu Shui, whom he had only recently met, did not retreat to the side as he had instructed to protect themselves. In the mine, he had made it very clear that they should stay out of it. He could handle those outside. However, at this moment, they showed no intention of staying out of it. It was obvious they were determined to stand with him, even in the face of a powerful team like the Strongmen Guild, risking being killed. Long Zhaotian, what do you want? Ning Yuanxi asked coldly. Long Zhaotian stood behind the swordsman tank, holding a golden staff. He scanned the crowd, his gaze finally landing on Lin Chen. Is this the guy? He recklessly cast a detection spell on Lin Chen and another on the gold-eating worm. Lin Chen, Beast Tamer, level 19, Gold-Eating Worm, Lin Chen's pet, level 19, Strength, 500, Agility, 250, Spirit, 250, Constitution, 500, a worthless beast tamer profession, with 2 worthless worms? Xiao Yun was right, this was a pauper, with not a single decent piece of equipment on him. How could someone like this clear the Hell Dungeon? He must have found some dungeon terrain bug to exploit. Otherwise, 1,000 of such people would be useless, not even enough to fill the gaps between monsters' teeth. What he didn't understand was that outsiders could only detect the basic attributes of the gold-eating worm, which had been enhanced 20-fold by Lin Chen's skill enhancement, and could not be detected at all. In reality, after the 20-fold enhancement, the strength of the gold-eating worm was not 500, but 10,000. At that moment, Long Zhaotian thought about how he had organized team after team, putting in so much effort. Yet now, he still hadn't succeeded. He had suffered heavy losses and paid a huge price. But such a waste had actually succeeded. He instantly felt as if he had been insulted by the other party. He said coldly, Ning Yuanxi, I came today to talk to Lin Chen about retrieving something. It has nothing to do with you. You can go home now. Of course, if you still want to enter the dungeon to fight monsters, we won't stop you, but Lin Chen is not an option. Ning Yuanxi had the background of the Ning family, and he was very clear about that. He didn't want to conflict with her. Mu Shui suddenly said, "Nothing to do with us? Long Zhaotian, I really don't know what you're talking about. We're in the same team as Lin Chen, do you think we would leave him and sell him to you?" "Sister Mu is right," Lin Shi also said. Long Zhaotian frowned. This scene was somewhat unexpected for him. He originally thought that by putting on this show, the other party would understand his intimidation and feel the pressure. Others wouldn't be foolish enough to get involved, they would leave Lin Chen alone. Then, he would only have to deal with Lin Chen, a nobody without connections or background. If he was smart and handed over the Night Star Heart, he might even get a donation of 30 to 50,000. If he was ungrateful, not only would he not get that amount, but he might also disappear from Yang City altogether. The few women beside Lin Chen were familiar to him. The Ning family, the Lin family, and the Mu family were not ordinary families in Yang City. It was best to avoid conflict with them. However, now these few stood firmly by Lin Chen's side, which was unexpected. "Oh, what do you want to talk to me about?" Lin Chen said. "Did you clear the Lost Mine Hell level first?" "Yes. As expected, it was this kid." "Then you got the Night Star Heart?" "Correct." "Who said the Night Star Heart belongs to you?" The swordsman tank suddenly shouted, "Our strongman guild has organized so many runs, invested so much, and we've mastered the techniques. We will definitely take it down today." "Then you do your thing. What does it have to do with me?" "Swordsman, can't you understand what I'm saying?" "I'm saying this Night Star Heart belongs to our strongman guild, not you." "Do you understand?" "Oh, it's yours? Then why is it in my hands now?" A piece of green stone appeared in Lin Chen's hand. Then, with a flick of his wrist, it disappeared. Lin Chen suddenly revealed the Night Star Heart, and Long Zhaotian and the others' eyes widened, their breathing becoming noticeably heavier. "Damn, the Night Star Heart is really in this kid's hands," a spectator exclaimed from not far away. "So, this is what the Night Star Heart looks like. It's so beautiful. What's the use of beauty? In a bit, it'll be obediently given to the Strongmen Guild anyway. The Strongmen Guild has lost so many people and so much equipment, all left in the mine. If they can't get the Night Star Heart, they won't be able to accept it. What a pity, it's so hard to get such a good item, but they can't keep it." Further away, Ning Mafeng and Ning Manhwa were still calmly sitting in their original spot, sipping tea. They didn't seem worried about Ning Yuanci at all. In fact, among the onlookers, Ning Manhwa had already arranged for several people to go in. They would protect Ning Yuanci at a critical moment. "That kid is quite bad," Ning Mafeng said with a smile. "Ha, yes, taking out the Night Star Heart in front of Long Zhaotian and the others is like showing flesh in front of a pack of wolves," Ning Manhwa also laughed. "However, it's quite clever. Now, under everyone's watchful eyes, if any conflict breaks out later, there will be thousands of witnesses. It's much better than dealing with the Strongman Guild alone in some corner. Is this kid really so fearless? Doesn't he fear the Strongman Guild?" Ning Manhwa couldn't figure out how he could handle the Strongman Guild alone. Ning Mafeng said softly, "After all, he's this year's hidden awakening, he must have some strength. But what interests me more is another thing on him. Did you see those few teammates beside him? What's wrong with his teammates? Even facing the formidable team of the Strongman Guild, they still haven't left him but are standing closely by his side. What does that indicate? It shows his personal charm is very strong. Just in those few hours of teaming up to clear the dungeon, he completely infected and conquered them. That's true, that's the charisma of a leader. Exactly, the charisma of a leader. However, look at your precious daughter, she's also defending him so much. She can't escape either. He. Ning Mafeng laughed. Escape or not, they've been classmates for many years, and it's a young person's world. How can we old folks interfere? Big brother, what do you mean by that? I mean nothing at all. Lin Chen revealed the Night Star Heart, then put it back into his space. He looked at Long Zhaotian and the others with a half-smile, half-serious expression. After the experiences of the past 10 days, he was no longer the little brother in the classroom. After awakening, he first followed the school to complete a beginner dungeon in one day, breaking records. The next day, he ventured into the wilderness alone, pushing through everything in his path. He encountered Zhao Shaoling, and together they explored, even facing the 4 evildoers of Yangcheng who plotted to rob and kill. Once he decided to act, he was decisive, striking like thunder, showing no mercy. When it came to killing, he left no trace behind, not even a scrap. The growth he experienced over these 10 days had forged a heart of a strong warrior. The so-called strong guild team in front of him was nothing more than a few clowns in his eyes. If they behaved excessively, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them in public. The performance of Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanci was quite reassuring to him. He had emphasized to them that they didn't need to intervene and should keep their distance for safety. But if they truly sought to protect themselves under pressure, he might lend a hand out of camaraderie, but they would never be true partners. However, now that they were performing well, if the opportunity arose, he could help a few of them. Even someone as useless as Yu Dapeng could be given a chance to challenge Qingbei Martial Arts University, as long as he was willing. In the past, Qingbei Martial Arts University generally had levels between 16 to 20. Whether it was Long Zhaotian or the other arrogant ones, they thought that by posturing and having their lackeys shout a few times, they could make him hand over the Night Star Heart? What a joke! They didn't even know where their sense of superiority came from. This kind of arrogance and overbearing attitude was nothing but clownish. Long Zhaotian stared at Lin Chen. He had just seen Lin Chen reveal the Night Star Heart and then put it away, clearly not taking them seriously. He was furious, his lungs nearly bursting. He coldly said, "Brother, the Night Star Heart is something our strong guild must have. Since you've obtained it first, we can buy it from you. Our strong guild has plenty of money. Kid, there's nothing we can't get in our strong guild. The prince doesn't often offer kind words, you'd better be sensible." The swordsman beside him chimed in. Lin Chen replied indifferently, "Sorry, but I don't want to sell the Night Star Heart right now." Long Zhaotian's eyes narrowed. "You little brat, the prince is giving you face, and you're throwing it away? Do you want to die?" The swordsman was enraged at his words. "No room for negotiation?" Long Zhaotian's gaze turned cold. "No negotiation." Lin Chen shook his head. "Humph." Long Zhaotian snorted coldly. The swordsman received the signal and shouted, "You're looking for death." He immediately cast a halo on himself. Attack enhancement. A bowman behind him extended his left hand, and a powerful bow landed in his grasp, while his right hand produced several sharp arrows, knocking them onto the bowstring. A battle support member in the team also began to cast spells, enhancing their output. The strong guild team quickly executed a series of pre-battle maneuvers, entering a combat state, ready to strike their opponent with a thunderous blow at any moment. A chilling killing intent filled the air. A tremendous sense of oppression washed over them. Yu Dapeng showed no fear, casting a defensive halo around himself, standing at the front of the team. Lin Shi and Mu Shui gritted their teeth, holding their staffs firmly, refusing to back down. Ning Yuanxi coldly said, "Long Zhaotian, do you want to kill and rob in front of everyone? Have you thought this through?" Long Zhaotian's expression darkened. Originally, he didn't think much of a mere civilian profession. As for life or death, it was even less significant. Moreover, standing in front of him was Lin Chen, who wore a calm and indifferent expression, even daring to reveal the Night Star Heart before retracting it, a rather provocative act that infuriated him. If it weren't for the thousands of people present, he would have attacked without hesitation. But now, he found himself unable to issue the command to attack. The Strongmen Guild, Long Zhaotian, usually acted with dominance and force. However, committing violence and robbery in public was no small matter. In that moment, he suddenly felt particularly uncomfortable. To hit or not to hit? It felt as if Lin Chen had him by the throat, making it hard for him to breathe. Meanwhile, the thousands of onlookers saw the Strongmen Guild shift into battle mode and instantly became excited. Here it comes, the show is starting. Fight, fight, hurry up and fight. Today we can see a murder, this trip is worth it. A few thrill seekers among the spectators shouted excitedly. However, many others disapproved of the Strongmen Guild's actions. What a guy, when the deal falls through, he wants to kill and rob. But the Ning family on the other side has considerable power. The Strongmen Guild usually bullies civilian practitioners, and they've gotten used to it. When they encounter strong opponents, don't they just stand there, afraid to act? Now, Long Zhaotian must be feeling uncomfortable, thinking that just putting on a show would make the other side yield, but he didn't expect to run into a tough nut like Lin Chen. Ha, now he can't attack or not attack, his face is turning green, even Long Zhaotian has his day. Indeed. Long Zhaotian's face was now frighteningly dark. Kid, our Strongmen Guild sincerely wants to buy the Night Star Heart from you. This thing is useless to you, so name your price. It was hard to fight, so Long Zhaotian wanted to steer the conversation back to business. What he initially thought would be a few tens of thousands to send Lin Chen away, he could no longer say, "Oh, this item has special significance for us, but for you, it's of no use. How about this? I'll give you a flat price of 1 million. 1 million? Not selling." Lin Chen shook his head again. "You." Another half-minute of silence. 10 million. Long Zhaotian's eyes turned red. "I'll give you 10 million, just give me the Night Star Stone." Long Zhaotian truly wanted to obtain the Night Star Heart. He was not only feeling bitter inside but was almost on the verge of tears. But Lin Chen shook his head and suddenly said, 10 million? Too little. I'll sell it to you for 100 billion. If you don't have that, then forget it. Put. Many people nearby burst out laughing. At this point, everyone realized that Lin Chen had never regarded Long Zhaotian or the Strongmen Guild at all. He had no intention of selling to Long Zhaotian. He didn't want to give Long Zhaotian any way out. In fact, he seemed to be subtly pushing Long Zhaotian into a corner. For some reason, the onlookers felt a strong, inexplicable sense of exhilaration. A kind of euphoric rush. This was understandable. The Strongmen Guild had always been arrogant and domineering in Yang City. They were high and mighty, a local tyrant. Many present had suffered losses and had been oppressed to some extent. Now, they were being forcefully confronted by Lin Chen. Some couldn't help but give Lin Chen a thumbs up. Well done. You. Long Zhaotian felt a surge of anger ready to explode from his chest. What? Is it not okay that I won't sell you my stuff? Lin Chen took a step forward. Oh, didn't you initially want to scare me into giving you the Night Star Heart? Can't scare me, so you want to rob? Too scared to rob, so you come back to buy? You can't buy it now, what do you want to do? I say, aren't people like you boring? Lin Chen stepped forward, each sentence hitting home, until he stood right in front of Long Zhaotian, his gaze cold. Long Zhaotian's eyes were now bloodshot. His whole body trembled with anger at Lin Chen. He no longer cared about the consequences. Zheng Ma was about to give the order to start the battle. Long Zhaotian. Suddenly, the crowd parted to make way. A man in his 40s entered the standoff between Long Zhaotian and Lin Chen, accompanied by 3 others. Uncle Wu, you came at the right time. Long Zhaotian's face lit up upon seeing the newcomer. Master Wu, Master Wu. Long Zhaotian's teammates immediately greeted the visitor respectfully. The newcomer was a core member of the Strongman Guild's upper echelon. However, the man wore a grim expression. He glanced around before stepping closer to Long Zhaotian and whispered something in his ear. Long Zhaotian was momentarily taken aback but replied, I'll get the Night Star Stone first. Uncle Wu said coldly, I advise you to follow your father's orders immediately. Long Zhaotian fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, seemingly unwilling to back down. Your father also said that if you dare to make a move here today, you will no longer be a member of the Long family. Uncle Wu added. Long Zhaotian's face turned a mix of green and white in an instant. Go back, Zhaotian. Let's go. Half a minute later, Long Zhaotian waved to his 4 teammates. Then, he turned and walked away, under the gaze of 1,000 onlookers. He felt as if his face had been slapped hard today. The man called Uncle Wu took a deep look at Lin Chen. Good, 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 truly a hero emerges from youth. Then, he led his team away with Long Zhaotian. The scene fell silent with thousands of people present. Was it over? Just a moment ago, wasn't it like Mars colliding with Jupiter? The powerful strongman guild of Yang City chose to retreat? This truly shattered the perceptions of the nearby civilian professionals. They had always believed that no matter the process, in the end, Lin Chen would still have to hand over the Night Star Heart. The best outcome would be to exchange it for a bit more benefit. Lin Chen had indeed made a name for himself by clearing the hellish levels, but they had also assessed Lin Chen and his pet bug. They really hadn't seen anything particularly special about him. In fact, many of the spectators present were stronger than him. Their thoughts were similar to Long Zhaotian's. Lin Chen must have found some terrain bug in the levels, just a lucky kid. However, Lin Chen stood his ground against Long Zhaotian and the others, refusing to back down. They truly admired Lin Chen's courage. If it were them, they would have crumbled and compromised long ago. But Lin Chen held firm and actually won. Did Lin Chen just drive away Long Zhaotian, the prince of the Strongman Guild? He won. I always thought that for the Strongman Guild, we were just weaklings at their mercy. Turns out, we just lacked the courage of someone like Lin Chen. Today, Lin Chen demonstrated the model of a hero. Even if his strength is lacking, as long as he has the heart of a strongman, he can still defeat the strong. Many civilian professionals, who had previously looked dazed, suddenly seemed much clearer. They had always been at the bottom of society, surviving under the pressure of countless powerful monsters, living in fear, and the oppression of those in power had fostered a timid and weak character in many, seeking only to preserve their existence. But today, they witnessed Lin Chen's courage, and the heart of a strongman. It was shocking, truly shocking. Suddenly, many felt a sense of enlightenment. Several people bowed respectfully to Lin Chen before leaving. Lin Chen wasn't putting on airs. His repeated pressure on Long Zhaotian and the Strongman Guild was purposeful. It seemed reckless, but in reality, he was meticulously controlling the situation. The initiative had always been in his hands. Lin Chen was not arrogant enough to look down on the Strongman Guild. It was precisely because he understood their power that he wanted to force the Strongman Guild into a corner. He didn't want to sell the Night Star Heart. However, he feared not the thief but the thief's intentions. He didn't want the Strongman Guild to follow him everywhere in the future, scheming against his possessions. He revealed the heart of the Night Star, placing the desire of the dragon to obtain it before everyone. This was to ensure that the Strongman Guild would not dare to take any action privately. Moreover, if anything were to happen to Lin Chen in the future, the Strongman Guild would surely be implicated, because over 1,000 people had witnessed it. The Strongman Guild had shown murderous intent for the heart of the Night Star. Thus, with this move, Lin Chen was actually safer now. Xiao Yin hid in the crowd, lowering his head and quietly following the departing throng, afraid of being discovered. During the earlier confrontation, he saw that Mu Shui, who was at the same level as him, had suddenly risen to level 21. He realized that Lin Chen and the others had indeed repeatedly entered the hell level to grind for experience, and they had reaped substantial rewards. In just 2 hours, they had leveled up twice. Meanwhile, he would need several months of grinding monsters to reach Mu Shui's level 21. He had missed out on such a tremendous fortune. The tense standoff had come to an end. "Boss, what should we do now?" Yu Dapeng asked. "I think we should return to the city immediately and make some preparations and deployments." In his view, they were still in danger. Even if the Strongman Guild didn't get the heart of the Night Star and we forced them back just now, they won't let it go. It was certainly satisfying. However, being targeted by the Strongman Guild was a serious matter. If it weren't for the large crowd today, those guys would have definitely made a move. People could die. So, it was likely that tomorrow or the day after, in a less crowded place, those guys would not hold back. Ning Yuanci also said, "Lin Chen, I personally still think you should sell the heart of the Night Star to the Strongman Guild. The item is undoubtedly precious, but for you right now, time is the most important thing. With enough time, you can grow. And then, what can't you obtain?" At this point, a hint of worry appeared on Ning Yuanci's face. "Lin Chen, before the big exam, you shouldn't return to that solitary place of yours. You need a safe place. You might consider coming to." Yes, Lin Chen, come to my house. Living with me will be safer," Lin Shi suddenly interjected, her face full of excitement, her body trembling, causing her chest to sway. "Lin Shi, go die," Ning Yuanci shot her a glance. "You can come to." Cough. "You can come to my house." With Lin Shi's interruption, Ning Yuanci felt that his invitation to Lin Chen, although meant for his safety, had taken a different turn. Lin Chen shook his head. "You don't need to worry. Since the Strongmen Guild has left, they won't act in the near future. Don't we still have 2 cooldown stones? Let's finish the dungeon. Our goal is the big exam in a few days. We shouldn't let other matters affect us. We need to maintain strategic composure." Still doing dungeons? Yu Dapeng was taken aback. He had not expected Lin Chen to be so indifferent about what had just happened. He seemed truly unfazed, as if the Strongman Guild was nothing to worry about. "Alright, boss, everything is up to you. We just need to follow you." Lin Chen nodded and said to Ning Yuanci, "It will only take about half an hour to finish these 2 runs. When we return later, have your family gather a batch of cooldown stones. No need for too many, about 10 will do. I estimate that after using 10, I will also surpass level 21. As for the expenses, we can cover them from the equipment we sell. Dapeng, I will hand over all the equipment we obtained just now to you. You can be responsible for selling them." Everyone admired Lin Chen's well-thought-out arrangements, each link connecting seamlessly. His thinking was very clear. They all nodded in agreement. Only Mu Shui sighed with a bitter smile. "The unfortunate one is me. Now that I'm level 21, I can no longer enter the Lost Mine with you. I've been abandoned by you all." In the center of Yang City, a towering 64-story skyscraper. Standing on the highest floor, one can overlook the entire Yang City and clearly see the tall city walls that guard it. Here lies the office of Long Huizhan, the president of the Strongmen Guild. The Strongmen Guild is the largest guild force in Yang City, monopolizing a vast array of resources and businesses in this chaotic era. Especially in recent years, their business has surged, and their power has subtly become comparable to the local city guard. With a loud slap, a heavy slap landed on Long Zhaotian's face. He rolled back 4 or 5 meters, and when he stood up, blood was already trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Father, I don't know what I did wrong." Long Zhaotian was brought back here by 5th Master, only to be met with a heavy slap. At this moment, he covered his face as he stood up, his expression full of defiance. Earlier, he had already been filled with anger from Lin Chen in front of the Lost Mine dungeon. In front of him stood a burly middle-aged man with a dark expression, his muscles bulging, a true powerhouse, resembling Long Zhaotian to some extent. This was Long Zhaotian's father, Long Tun. Long Tun snorted coldly, "You don't know what you did wrong? Humph, if I hadn't called you back in time, you might already be dead, and you've also brought trouble to the Strongman Guild." "Father, I don't understand what you're saying. Isn't it just a small matter of wanting to kill Lin Chen to get the Night Star Stone? How could it be so serious?" Long Tun replied coldly, our strongmen guild rose in this chaotic world, and we have always used strong methods, but that doesn't mean we act recklessly. In front of thousands, killing and robbing, what were you thinking? Are you challenging Yang City? Challenging the Great Xia? A person must not only know how to use strength, the key is to know how to use their brain. Seeing Long Zhaotian still looking confused, Long Tun sighed after staring at him for a moment. Zhaotian, do you know who Lin Chen is? Lin Chen? Isn't he just a poor guy with no connections or background? When Lin Chen was mentioned, Long Zhaotian's eyes were filled with hatred. A poor guy with no connections or background? Zhaotian, it seems that the slap you just received didn't wake you up. He turned to Fifth Master and said, Long Wu, you tell him. Yes, big brother. Long Wu, the fifth in the Long family, was known as Fifth Master in the martial world. According to the current information we have, he is the son of Lin Yuanshan. Since Lin Yuanshan fell into despair, his family has been living in extreme poverty. Lin Yuanshan also has a daughter who entered Qingbei Martial Arts University 2 years ago, but for some unknown reason, she hasn't returned in a year and a half, and no one has been able to contact her. Zhao Kaijun and Lin Yuanshan were once like brothers. A few days ago, in the novice dungeon, he met Lin Chen and gave him a military token. With this token, Lin Chen can be considered half a military person. Long Zhaotian listened in confusion. That idiot with a plain steel knife has such a big background? Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. As for Lin Chen's strength, it's quite strange. He is this year's hidden awakener from the 8th middle school, a new profession, bug tamer. On the day of his awakening, Master Zhao assessed him as a waste awakener, but from his performance in the novice dungeon and in the wilderness, this person is extraordinary. Although his level is not high now, his strength is extremely impressive. The 4 notorious figures from Yang City who have gone missing in recent days reportedly had their last contact with Lin Chen, and it's highly likely that these people were killed by him. It can be inferred that if Zhao Tian and the others had acted earlier, there's an 80 to 90% chance that all 5 would have been killed by him, and with 1,000 witnesses, it would be Zhao Tian and the others who acted first to rob, leaving them with no way to pin anything on him afterward. This child is decisive in killing, with a very meticulous mind. He is someone who plans before acting. Long Zhaotian had no understanding of this information at all. If it weren't for Fifth Uncle saying it in person, he would have thought it was a joke. If Zhaotian is killed and the Strongmen Guild's team is wiped out, whether it's for revenge or to maintain the authority of the Strongmen Guild, we cannot sit idly by. Otherwise, the entire Strongmen Guild will be completely implicated. If we kill Lin Chen, then Zhao Kaijun will definitely take action, whether on behalf of the military or personally. From the information we've gathered, it seems some people have anticipated this outcome and the situation that is about to unfold. In the past hour, numerous forces and powers have quietly gathered. They are just waiting for the Strongmen Guild to be in a disadvantageous position, and then these people will pounce on us like a pack of wolves, tearing us apart and feasting on us. After all, in recent years, our Strongmen Guild has risen aggressively for business development, indeed encroaching on the interests of many forces, and even devouring many of them. We've offended too many people. Long Tun's expression was calm as he said lightly, "Did you hear that clearly?" At this moment, Long Zhaotian was trembling all over. Strongmen Guild building. After listening to Uncle Wu's account, Long Zhaotian finally understood. He tried to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and respectfully bowed to Long Tun, saying, "Father, I know I was wrong. Before, I indeed underestimated Lin Chen and fell into his trap. I will remember this insult." Long Tun nodded. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh. "Lin Chen, just a kid who has just awakened, dares to play tricks in front of the Strongmen Guild? Do you think the Strongmen Guild is made of clay? Zhao Tian, do you still want to kill Lin Chen?" "Yes, father," Long Zhaotian said calmly. "Good, worthy of being my son." Long Tun said coldly, "Where you fell, you will get up from there. I will give you a chance. I won't give you a single person from the Strongmen Guild, but I can give you 50 million. How you take your revenge is up to you. A knife can kill, and money can also kill. Moreover, if you die at Lin Chen's hands, I won't take revenge for you. If you die, you die. Are you willing?" "I am willing, father." Long Zhaotian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. 40 minutes later, after finishing 2 dungeons with Yu Dapeng and others, Lin Chen reached level 19, 50%. At the dungeon entrance. "Lin Chen, are you really not coming to my house? My family is numerous and powerful, after all, it's relatively safer. The Strongmen Guild has to be cautious when it comes to killing." "No," Lin Chen shook his head. Ning Yuanxi understood Lin Chen somewhat, and his choice was not unexpected for her. She bitterly smiled in her heart. This deadpan guy is always so indifferent. "Then, Brother Hao, why don't you come to my house? It's quiet there, and if anything happens, I can help you anytime. And you know, The medical immortal has a professional skill. I can help people clear their meridians and relax their muscles, even more comfortable than those technicians outside. Saying it's a divine skill on the third floor is not an exaggeration. Just right, you've been fighting monsters all day, a bit tired, right? She puffed out her chest, her figure swaying. I'll find a chance to ring your bell. I'll come experience your skills again. Lin Chen still politely declined. Lin Shi's expression suddenly turned quite disappointed, her eyes seeming to well up with tears. However, Lin Chen pretended not to see. "See Yuan," someone called out. "Father? Third uncle? You haven't gone back?" Ning Yuanci saw the two coming over after putting down their teacups. Uncle Ning, Lin Shi and the others greeted. It seemed they were still acquainted with Ning Mofeng. Just idling around, having a few cups of tea with your third uncle, Ning Mofeng said casually. Finished the dungeon? Then let's go back. Ning Yuanci nodded slightly, glanced at Lin Chen, and introduced, Lin Chen, this is my father, and this is my third uncle. Lin Chen greeted softly, Ning Zone, San Yi. Ning Mofeng chuckled, Xiao Hao, since you are classmates with Ning Yuanci, just call me Ning Shu. No need for Zone, that feels distant. He suddenly smiled slightly and added, by the way, we just received a piece of news from the Strongmen Guild. The Heart of the Night Star is actually an equipment that can create a full skill +1 item, and we also got the crafting list. If you're interested and have time, come visit us. Bring UNC along, and we can study it together for a few days and nights. Full skill +1 equipment? Lin Chan's eyes narrowed. This was practically a divine level item. No wonder the Strongmen Guild had been so eager to obtain the Heart of the Night Star. At the same time, he felt a surge of excitement. However, the crafting process and other materials were likely not simple. Right now, his goal was to level up and prepare for the big exam. Moreover, such a valuable crafting list, why would they want to share it with him? He calmly replied, alright, Ning Shu, but I'll visit another day. Lin Chen thought for a moment and still politely declined. Old fox, Lin Shi thought to herself, using a crafting list, almost lured Brother Hao to Ning Yuanxi's house. Fortunately, Brother Hao resisted the temptation. Well then, we'll wait for you. We'll head back first, Ning Mofeng said with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, chuckling lightly. The five parted ways. Lin Chen returned to his doorstep. A Hummer was parked in front of his house. The words City Guard were affixed to the vehicle. The visitor was Zhao Kaijun, who jumped out of the car and smiled at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you've been quite the sensation these past few days. I have 3 reports about you on my desk. General Zhao. Lin Chen greeted. General Zhai? Your principal Mo Ren mentioned that day that he and your father were not only classmates but also went through hardships together. You won't even call him Zhao Shu. It seems you don't have deep feelings for your father, Zhao Kaijun said, his gaze piercing as he stared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained silent. Alright, then today, I won't mention your father. Let's talk about your sister Lin Dong, shall we? My sister? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Truly worthy of being a city general, Zhao Kaijun, upon their first meeting, despite his intense aura, was quite approachable. He had even given Lin Chen a jade token, saying it was a small trinket from a senior to a junior, which could be of some minor use at certain times. Casually mentioned. However, Lin Chen knew that this item was far from simple. On the day he left the city, as soon as he made an appearance, the city guard treated him with great respect. Now, upon further interaction, he realized that this Zhao Senior was indeed sharp-eyed, with an exceptional grasp of people's hearts. From just one title, he could interpret the father-son relationship. Moreover, he directly used his sister to gauge him. This person was truly not simple. Zhao Shu, please come in. Lin Chen poured a glass of plain water for Zhao Kaijun and sat down, remaining silent, appearing to listen to Zhao Kaijun clarify his purpose for visiting. You little brat. Zhao Kaijun chuckled wryly, I mention your sister, whom you've been worried about, and you just slightly flicker your eyes, and that's it? How old are you, yet your thoughts are so profound? Since Zhao Shu is here, he will naturally clarify his intentions with me, Lin Chen said. Alright, since you're a smart person, I'll speak to you in a way that suits a smart person. Lin Chen nodded. In his 2 lifetimes, his age combined was not less than Zhao Caijuan's. First, your performance in the Lost Dungeon against the Strongmen Guild today was indeed exquisite and astonishing. Zhao Kaijun couldn't help but show an expression of appreciation on his face. However, if you think the Strongmen Guild can be easily dealt with, then you are mistaken. The Strongmen Guild is a wolf that eats people, not a panda that eats bamboo. So, they won't let you off the hook, of course. They wouldn't dare to act against you in broad daylight. Lin Chen said softly, after the big exam, I will be going to the capital. I don't want to waste my energy on them. You want to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University, and then find Lin Dong, right? Lin Chen nodded. But do you know the situation at Qingbei Martial Arts University? Do you know what college your sister entered? Lin Chen shook his head. He truly knew nothing. He had always thought that once he entered this institution, he would naturally know everything. Qingbei Martial Arts University is the strongest institution in the Great Xia, gathering the nation's elite. You could say every student is a genius from across the country. Qingbei Martial Arts University is also divided into 99 colleges, some of which are even outside the capital. Among so many colleges, do you know which is the strongest? It is the military-affiliated Sanglong College. Your sister entered Sanglong College. Sanglong College? This was the first time Lin Chen had heard this name. What else was special about Sanglong College? This college doesn't just let you in because you did well on the big exam. Without a military recommendation letter, even if you are the top scholar in the country, you cannot enter. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Where did his sister get the military recommendation letter? His sister had so many things she hadn't told him. If entering Qingbei Martial Arts University means being a national genius, then entering Sanglong College means being a genius among geniuses. But Sanglong College also has a title, called the Death College. Death College? Lin Chen's heart trembled. Could it be that his sister had already? Zhao Kaijun smiled slightly and said, "The reason I'm telling you all this is to let you know that even if you can easily get into Qingbei Martial Arts University with your current strength, it's still not enough to enter Sanglong College." Lin Chen tilted his head and thought for a moment, then slowly said, "So now, is there an opportunity, but what do I have to pay?" Zhao Kaijun shook his head and laughed. "Are you really 18? At such a young age, you understand so much about the world. Don't you feel troubled? Alright, I'll be straightforward. The reason Sanglong College is also called the Death College is that it is essentially a military training ground. The training methods never consider death because the purpose of training talents is aimed at the most terrifying Abyss interface. Death, for the Abyss army, is merely a return. So, those who enter this college either die or become the strongest. Death College? Abyss? Lin Chan's eyes narrowed. That's right, the Abyss is the most threatening dimension invading the human world. As for the wild monsters or dungeons you usually see, they are actually just little brothers. Hundreds of years ago, countless passages appeared in this world because demons from the Abyss wanted to break into the human realm. Many of the dungeons you see now have actually been cleared by human warriors, or the paths originally connected to the Abyss and the dungeons have been blocked for various reasons, forming independent dungeons. And under certain rules, these monsters and even bosses that can no longer connect to the dungeons are generated in cycles. In recent years, we humans have studied these rules and can even create some simple dungeons to train newcomers, enhancing their levels and strength through battles. A picture of the true origin of the world slowly unfolded before Lin Chen. These things must be top secret, right? Lin Chen had never seen them in books. Zhao Kaijun said, "We have recently discovered a passage in Yang City that connects to the Abyss world. Right now, we have only set up formations at the exit to trap it, but the passage is still expanding, and its level is rising. Given time, if this passage opens wide enough for Abyss monsters of a significant level to pass through, the entire Yang City could be destroyed overnight, and even the whole Great Xia could face disaster. We are preparing to battle it, to delve inside and sever its passage, turning it into an ordinary instance. You, I hope, will be one of the participants." Zhao Caijuan's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. His words were resolute, filled with a boldness that regarded life and death as nothing. The stakes had risen to the level of Yang City's safety and the security of Great Xia. Any passionate youth would be stirred at this moment. However, Lin Chen replied, "I am just a newly awakened senior student. I fear I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Besides, in a few days, the big exam is coming, and I cannot afford any delays. I also need time to prepare." At this moment, in the Ning family, Ning Mafeng held a piece of urgent news in his hand and said softly, "The passage to the Dark Land is becoming uncontrollable for the city guards. They are under immense pressure. If I am not mistaken, the city guards will organize personnel to delve into it in the next day or two." Beside him, Ning Mao's expression turned serious. "This newly formed passage is different from the instances that ordinary civilians can enter. It is the initial land." Ning Mafeng showed an excited expression. According to experience, the various ores, plants, and even various items and equipment inside the initial land all have development value, often representing a vast fortune, possibly worth tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions. Ning Mafeng nodded. "Yes, the city guards cannot consume it all by themselves, which is why all the forces in Yang City reached a consensus with the city guards to develop it together, sharing risks and profits. Elder brother, What level has the passage to the Dark Land open to now? It has reached level C. So that means level 30 professionals can enter? Exactly. Our Ning family has been allocated 10 spots to enter, and I want Yuan Si to go in as well. What? Ning Manhwa was taken aback. No way, elder brother, Yuan Si's level is too low, and she lacks experience. The exploration of the initial land has a mortality rate of 99%, even under successful conditions. Ning Mafeng sighed, I know this all too well, but a great chaos is about to descend upon this world, and there is no time to slowly cultivate her. At the same time, similar scenes unfolded in various forces such as the Strongman Guild, the Lin family, the Mu family, and so on. Zhao Kaijun stared at Lin Chen, you little brat, don't give me that attitude. You just want to clarify what benefits you can gain if you participate, right? Lin Chen remains silent. However, it could be taken as tacit agreement. This world is too vast, and his strength is still insufficient. He is merely a level 19 kid, not yet in a position to worry about the country and its people. What he needs to solve now is survival and strength. Zhao Kaijun said, Kid, would I trick you? The benefits are beyond your imagination. First, if you successfully participate, you can share in the rewards, which could be several million, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Second, after this matter is concluded, I can represent the military to give you a recommendation letter, so once you get into Qingbei Martial Arts University and enter Sanglong Academy, it will be completely problem-free. Third, there is an unwritten rule in the exploration of the initial land. Explorers can take whatever items they find inside, but those ores and such that are hundreds or thousands of meters deep are very difficult to take away. Fourth, this time the military has issued instructions for the campaign into the Dark Lands. If successful, the contributions will be immense, and you will receive many rewards. These rewards will also be of great significance for your time at Sanglong Academy. At this point, Zhao Kaijun cautiously glanced at Lin Chen. I want to participate, Lin Lianghao said directly. Zhao Kaijun was left dumbfounded. The next day, a city guard named Zhao Hu came to pick up Lin Chen. Zhao Hu had already met Lin Chen for the third time. Previously, when Lin Chen first ventured out into the wilderness, the city guards had not allowed him to leave, but Lin Chen had shown them Zhao Caijuan's token. At that time, Zhao Hu had treated Lin Chen with respect and was very curious about what kind of person could possess a general's order. The second time was when Lin Chen returned to the city from the wilderness. At that time, Chen Ziqing had noticed that Lin Chen had not returned overnight and that the patrols had not seen him. She thought Lin Chen had encountered an accident in the wilderness and had ordered Zhao Hu to lead a team to search for him. Later, Lin Chen had walked back under the rising sun, looking quite dashing. This had infuriated Chen Ziqing. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Zhao Hu stood at attention and saluted, then explained that he was there to escort Lin Chen to the Darklands on behalf of General Zhao. Lin Chen nodded. The two headed southwest towards the wilderness, and after an hour, they arrived at the mouth of a canyon. From a distance, Lin Chen saw thousands of soldiers stationed around the canyon entrance, having constructed numerous defensive measures. This area, with its green mountains and clear waters, was originally quite picturesque, but the atmosphere was tense at the moment. The soldiers were all heavily armored, their expressions grave. In the midst of the soldiers was a massive, dark entrance. Around the edges of the entrance, a light that resembled lightning flickered and crackled. These flashes seemed to be consuming the surrounding barrier. As time passed, the entrance would grow larger and larger. Lin Chen, this is just the periphery, the real entrance is inside. Let's go in. The two crossed the dark entrance. The entire world seemed to dim. Lin Chen found himself in a space that resembled a desolate land. At one end of this space, a gigantic black hole hovered in midair, and at the entrance of the black hole, several array masters were reinforcing the existing ceiling resistance array. However, the array seemed on the verge of collapse, as if it could fall apart at any moment. Many soldiers stood around. This black hole is the entrance to the Dark Lands. It is currently at sea level expansion, and it will soon reach D level. If we wait a moment, General Zhao and the others will arrive. Lin Chen nodded. It was about to reach D level expansion? No wonder Zhao Kaijun was so anxious to organize a team to enter the passage. The abyss splits into passages categorized as A, B, C, D, E levels. This level corresponds to the upper limit of the levels that can enter the passage. Currently, it is at sea level expansion, meaning that abyss monsters below level 30 can invade the human world through the passage. Humans can also send practitioners below level 30 into the passage. However, once it reaches D level, it means that monsters with a level cap of 40 can invade the opposing dimension. D level and C level are not on the same tier at all. If countless level 40 abyss demons were to suddenly surge into the passage, no one in Yang City would be able to stop them. Right now, at sea level expansion with level 30, the array was almost unable to contain it. It had already reached its limit. At any moment, it could collapse. Lin Chen had learned about this knowledge from books, but this was his first time witnessing it in person. Lin Chen? An old man in a green robe turned around in front of the array and, upon seeing Lin Chen, was momentarily taken aback. Master Zhao. The old man was none other than Master Zhao, the host of the awakening ceremony that day. Master Zhao stepped forward and, looking puzzled, asked, Lin Chen, didn't you just awaken? Why are you here? This place is extremely dangerous, don't you know? As he said this, Master Zhao's expression grew serious. He turned to Lin Hu with displeasure and said, What are you city guards doing? How could you bring the new recruits to a place like this? Even for an experience, this is not a place you should come to. Don't you know that this entrance formation won't hold for long? It could collapse at any moment. Zhao Hu, taken aback by the reprimand, hurriedly explained, Lin Chen is here to participate in this battle mission. What? Participate in a battle mission? Are you all crazy? When did the city guards start treating things so lightly? I will have a word with General Zhao about this. Lin Chen interjected, Master Zhao, I was invited by General Zhao to participate in the mission. Zhao Kaijun invited you? Master Zhao was stunned. His eyes flickered, and suddenly a detection spell hit Lin Chen. Lin Chen, insect tamer, level 19 what? Lin Chen, you've reached level 19? Master Zhao's pupils constricted in disbelief. A few days ago, he had presided over the awakening ceremony at the 8th middle school. He had witnessed Lin Ju's hidden awakening process firsthand and was very familiar with Lin Chen's insect tamer profession. At that time, he had regretted that Lin Chen's new profession started with a death sentence, unable to form his own combat power and grow quickly in the early stages. New professions often start off very strong, with only a few being failures. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was one of those few. He had encouraged Lin Chen to face setbacks bravely. However, at that time, when Lin Chen faced a catastrophic start, he had comforted the extremely disappointed Principal Mo, and he had greatly admired Lin Chen's calm and steady demeanor. Now, how long has it been since then, and he has already reached level 19? Many people take a year to reach this level after awakening. In his memory, it had only been a few days. No one had ever reached such a high level in such a short time. It must be Principal Mo, who spent a huge price to help him. Master Zhao thought. Reaching level 19 in such a short time must have come at a great cost. Old Mo truly lived up to his reputation as a caring principal. Lin Chen, you are also being reckless. Now that you can reach level 19, besides thanking Principal Mo, you should understand the importance of cherishing this. You can go out. I will clarify things with General Zhao shortly. Lin Chen was also a bit confused. He had just arrived, so why was Master Zhao asking him to leave and not allowing him to participate in the mission? Just then, over 100 people suddenly surged into the space. The entire area seemed to become crowded all at once. At the front was Zhao Kaijun, accompanied by a tall man in his 60s, whose face bore the marks of time, but whose eyes sparkled with electricity, exuding an imposing presence without anger. Behind them, about half of the people were in military uniforms, clearly soldiers. Among the others, Lin Chen instantly recognized several familiar faces. Lin Chen, you really are here. A big fat man rushed out from the crowd and came to Lin Chen's side. It was Yu Dapeng. Behind Yu Dapeng were Ning Yuanci, Lin Shi, Mu Shui, and others. How come you all are here? Ning Yuanci leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered, this time, the battle in the Dark Lands is extremely risky, but the rewards could also be great. So, besides the military, the larger forces in Yang City are also participating. If there are benefits, it means everyone shares the cake. Our Ning family has sent quite a few people this time. Dapeng, Lin Shi, Mu Shui, and others represent the forces behind them. I originally wanted to ask you to represent the Ning family as well, but my third uncle said you are already representing the military. Indeed, it's good to see you here. However, Lin Chen, be careful this time. Long Zhaotian is also here, and there are quite a few representatives from their strongman guild participating this time. Lin Chen looked up and indeed saw Long Zhaotian, surrounded by 5 or 6 people, staring intently at him. Seeing Lin Chen look over, he suddenly made a slicing motion across his neck with his right hand. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smile. Having escaped one calamity, yet rushing to seek death? The 5 or 6 people beside Long Zhaotian were all level 29 or had reached the upper limit of level 30 as professionals. They slightly lowered their heads, avoiding the attention of others, seemingly just ordinary participants, but occasionally glancing sideways, their gazes swept towards Lin Chen. Wanting to make a move against him in this chaotic place? Then be prepared to turn into a worm. Not far from Long Zhaotian stood a strong figure whom Lin Chen recognized, the very person who had stopped Long Zhaotian at the entrance of the instance that day and took him away. Long Wu. He glanced at Lin Chen indifferently before retracting his gaze. Lin Chen scanned his surroundings and noticed that it seemed every family guild had an elder leading them. The leader of the Ning family was Ning Manhwa. This time, Ning Yuanxi's father, Ning Mafeng, did not come. Ning Manhwa was also familiar with Lin Chen. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he approached with a smile. Lin Chen, I wanted to invite you to represent the Ning family, but I didn't expect you to be invited by General Zhao first. Lin Chen remained silent for a moment before softly saying, Uncle Ning, you should know that this operation in the Dark Land is not so simple. The risks are immense. How could you let Ning Yuanxi participate? It's really inappropriate. Ning Manhwa sighed. I also disagreed, but this is the head of the family's intention. He wants her to gain some experience and grow faster. Lin Chen fell silent. He had the ability of a super level, which was why he dared to come here. Why was the Ning family so eager to rush things? However, perhaps the Ning family had arranged some protection for her as a backup. It was likely that Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, Mu Shui, and others were about the same. And for himself, his backup was his own strength. At this moment, several middle-aged men who looked like elders from the Yangcheng forces came over. One of the chubby middle-aged men, upon seeing Lin Chen, suddenly lit up, took 2 steps forward, grabbed Lin Chen's hand, and exclaimed, You are Lin Chen? Lin Chen noticed the thick gold chain around his neck, his appearance resembling a nouveau riche, and somewhat similar to Yu Dapeng, and immediately understood that this guy was probably Yu Dapeng's father. He nodded slightly. Good. Indeed, you are extraordinary, handsome and dashing, like a jade tree facing the wind. This kid Dapeng is truly fortunate to have you as a deskmate for 3 years. What kind of tone is this? Has the nouveau riche become so cultured now? Lin Chen felt a bead of sweat trickle down from his temple. Uncle you are too polite, he said helplessly. Lin Chen, let me tell you, I've always wanted Dapeng to invite you to our house for a meal, but this kid has never followed through. I really need to give him a good talking to. Uncle you seem to have immense enthusiasm for Lin Chen. Lin Chen, once this matter is settled, you must come over. I'll have Dapeng's cousins come too, you young people should interact more, haha. He even gave Lin Chen a hug. This warmth made Lin Chen feel embarrassed once again. Lin Chen, thank you for helping Xiao Shi level up yesterday, she came back and told me about it. My Lin family sincerely invites you, our great benefactor, to our home as a guest. A middle-aged man in a suit also smiled and spoke to Lin Chen. Yes, Dad, you really should thank him. If it weren't for Brother Hao, I might still be level 8 now, Lin Shi said as she walked over, wrapping her arm around the suited man's. This is my dad. After I told him about us yesterday, he kept saying he wanted to meet you. Hello, Uncle Lin. Lin Chen could only respond like a junior. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. The Mu family also thanks you for your help with Mu Shui. If you need anything in the future, Lin Chen, just let me know directly. Another middle-aged man said to Lin Chen. This must be Mu Shui's family, right? Just like that, these several middle-aged men surrounded Lin Chen, each one eager to take him home. One suggested a meal, another offered gifts. Their enthusiasm was overwhelming. Lin Chen, come here for a moment. In the distance, Zhao Kaijun waved at Lin Chen. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to Zhao Kaijun. The warmth of these elders was truly unbearable. Why did it feel like their gazes were a bit too naked? It felt as if they wanted to drag him home to be their son-in-law. If they continued to attack him like this, he wouldn't know how to respond. Lin Chen noticed an old acquaintance standing next to Zhao Kaijun. Dressed in military uniform, exuding a certain heroism, it was Chen Ziqing. However, she glanced at Lin Chen and then turned her head away. She also participated in this campaign? Lin Chen, come, let me introduce you. This is the Lord of Yang City, Lord Chu Yuan. Zhao Kaijun said, looking at the tall man beside him. Lord Chu. Lin Chen greeted. The moment this person entered, Lin Chen had noticed him. He walked with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his presence as imposing as a mountain. It was clear he was a figure of great stature. However, he didn't expect him to be the Lord of Yang City. Chu Yuan sized up Lin Chen, nodded, and said, Good, since ancient times, heroes have emerged from youth. The heavy responsibility of protecting Yang City will rely on you young talents in the future. Previously, Zhao Kaijun had briefed him on Lin Chen's situation and mentioned that Lin Chen was quite capable and could participate in this operation. He trusted Zhao Kaijun's judgment. Indeed, this young man seemed very composed. However, being only level 19, his rank was a bit low. If he were level 30, he might truly be able to make a difference this time. In Chu Yuan's mind, Lin Chen surely had some powerful skills, and his strength could probably surpass a few levels, but at level 19, it was still impossible to reach the level and strength of 30. This time, the maximum level for entering the passage was 30, so when selecting personnel, they tried to choose those at maximum level or close to it. Those families also sent a batch of low-level kids in this time. Well, it doesn't matter, after all, there aren't many of them, and they won't significantly impact the overall situation. The main force is still on the military side. Chu Yuan raised his head, scanning the crowd, and said loudly, "Everyone, the passage to the Dark Realm is about to expand to D-level." D-level, as you all know, means that the entire Yang city will become a place where monsters run rampant. Therefore, this operation may be our last chance. I know many of you are eyeing the benefits inside, but I must say, you can take the benefits, but you must also bear the heavy responsibility. This time, 50 from the military and 50 from the guild families, a total of 100 people will set off into the Dark Realm. Breaking the passage to the abyss is not difficult, the challenge lies in how to reach the endpoint. During this process, you will encounter many ferocious monsters and face the abyss boss at the end. No one understands the situation inside the Dark Realm right now. I hope our warriors can complete the mission and survive. I, Chu Yuan, will be here, waiting for your triumphant return. Everyone, make your final preparations. We depart in 3 minutes. As Chu Yuan finished speaking, the faces of the young heirs preparing to enter the passage tightened. They began checking their supplies and equipment. The passage connected to the abyss had an average death rate exceeding 90%. Among these 100 people, it was uncertain how many would return. The 50 military representatives stood together. Zhao Kaijun stood at the front of the line. I announced that Chen Ziqing is the commander of this operation, and Lin Chen is the deputy commander. You all must obey their orders. Chen Ziqing, a fire mage, level 29. Her strength is well known among the military of Yang City. Even without her connection as General Zhao's niece, her power is enough to command respect. Everyone was already mentally prepared for her role as the commander of this operation. However, very few knew about Lin Chen. Even Zhao Hu, aside from sensing that Lin Chen's identity was not simple, had never witnessed his true strength. The crowd looked at this handsome young man, who was only level 19, with great confusion. How did he become the deputy commander? However, as soldiers, their duty is to obey orders. Although they were puzzled, no one raised any objections. As the newly appointed commander, Chen Ziqing had to issue directives and strategies. With a serious expression, she said, "This time, we must break the abyss passage. This is a task that must be completed. Under this premise, I also hope everyone can survive as much as possible." She glanced at Lin Chen and continued, "When we enter the dungeon, we may appear randomly in various locations, but based on past experiences, we usually appear near the entrance. At that time, we will regroup and form teams based on different professions. If anyone gets separated and can't keep up, they should head deeper into the dungeon on their own." "Yes," the soldiers responded in unison. 3 minutes later, the participants of the operation began to step into the black hole one after another. Lin Chen felt a slight dizziness, and his vision darkened. Then he found himself in a dim world. The sky was gray and overcast. The ground beneath his feet was mottled and seemed polluted in many places. A strong sense of oppression rose in his heart. Lin Chen looked around but saw no one. At that moment, he had no idea where he had been transported. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen started walking north. After about 100 meters, a unicorn-like monster appeared in his line of sight. Lin Chen cast a detection spell. Nightmare Beast, Abyss Demon, level 25, Strength 4000, Agility 7000, Spirit 2000, Constitution 4000, Skills, Dark Flame, Illusion. Lin Chen had read about the Nightmare Beast in books. It is a powerful dark creature from hell, symbolizing bloodshed and slaughter. Legend has it that it is a twin of the unicorn, but it has fallen into the abyss. He never expected such a terrifying demon to appear here. Moreover, its attributes were exceptionally high, significantly surpassing those of the boss in the Lost Mine. If this dungeon was filled with such monsters, many in the 100-man team would surely die here. "Come forth, my companions," Lin Chen softly chanted, and 50 gold-eating worms materialized from the void beside him. Now at level 19, he could summon up to 190 gold-eating worms. During his upgrade in the Lost Mine, he had timely utilized his full mana state to continuously summon them. By now, he had 180 in his pet space, nearly at full capacity. However, the number of spirit butterflies sharing his life was not many, around 50. Yet, each spirit butterfly had over 10,000 health points. With about 50, that amounted to 500,000 health points. They were practically immortal. Lin Chen had never worried about his health points. Although the spirit butterflies did not appear often, their impact was immense. They were Lin Chen's trump card, allowing him to face any monster or enemy with confidence. Attack! Lin Chen waved his hand, and 20 gold-eating worms buzzed as they flew toward the nightmare beast. At that moment, the nightmare beast, which had been walking, also noticed the gold-eating worms in Lin Chen. The scent of humans. The nightmare beast became furious. A beam of mental power shot out from those blood-red eyes. In an instant, Lin Chen felt a chilling aura rush toward his body. Countless dead beings emerged from the ground around him, dragging their decaying bodies as they lunged at Lin Chen. Illusion? Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly. He cast a detection spell on one of the corpses. No information was displayed. The devouring gold insects moved swiftly, soon pouncing on the nightmare beast. With a bang, a large expanse of black flames erupted from the nightmare beast. The nearby space was distorted by the heat. However, this black flame had no effect on the devouring gold insects. The nightmare beast was taken aback. It never expected these little bugs to be so formidable. Its illusion and black flames had no effect on them at all. Just as it was about to flee, it was too late. 20 devouring gold insects landed on it and began to gnaw. Hiss, the nightmare beast let out a long cry. In 10 seconds, the nightmare beast collapsed to the ground. At the same time, that chilling aura and the dead beings crawling out from the ground vanished without a trace. It was indeed an illusion. However, this illusion was quite sophisticated. If it weren't for Lin Chen's devouring gold insects killing the spellcasting entity, the nightmare beast, he wouldn't have been able to break it. Kill the nightmare beast, Abyss Demon, experience plus 70,000, obtained bronze equipment, demonized nightmare longsword, obtained item horn *3, nightmare longsword, demonized strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, strength-based skills increase by 10%, usable at level 25. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Then he was overjoyed. A single nightmare beast granted such terrifying experience. Moreover, there was equipment and items. It was comparable to defeating some small bosses. Are abyss demon monsters this wealthy? If that's the case, how terrifying will the rewards be if he pushes through here? Lin Chen released another 40 devouring gold insects and strode forward. A roar came from Lin Chen's left side. Lin Chen adjusted his direction and walked over. A chubby boy was wildly slashing at the air around him with a one-handed sword, panting heavily. Da Pang? At that moment, he was using all his strength to slash at the surrounding air, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. He had fallen victim to the nightmare beast's illusion. Lin Chen looked around and indeed saw a nightmare beast about 100 meters away from Zhao Hu. Kill! Dozens of devouring gold insects flew toward the nightmare beast. After a few seconds, the nightmare beast fell to the ground, dead. Kill the nightmare beast, Abyss Demon, experience plus 70,000, obtained bronze equipment, demonized nightmare staff, obtain item horn *4, nightmare staff, demonized spirit plus 50, constitution plus 50, spirit-based skills increase by 10%, usable at level 25. Another piece of equipment dropped. However, it was somewhat regrettable that all these pieces of equipment were demonized. Human practitioners could not use them directly, they needed to be purified by an alchemist. The purification process was a bit troublesome, but aside from the purification cost, they could still be sold for a good price. The profit was not small. If all the monsters here are like this, then he could go all out to kill. Wouldn't that mean if there were 1,000 monsters here, he could harvest over 1,000 pieces of equipment? Boss! After the nightmare beast died, Yu Dapeng also regained his senses, propping himself up with his sword to steady his swaying body. He suddenly saw Lin Chen and was instantly overjoyed. Then he noticed the fallen nightmare beast and understood that it was Lin Chen who had killed the monster and saved him. Boss, if you hadn't come in time, I would have died. He forced a bitter smile. How did you end up alone? Yu Dapeng shook his head. I teleported here alone, didn't see anyone, and planned to hide until I encountered a team, but unexpectedly ran into this nightmare beast. One careless moment, and I almost died at the hands of that beast. Yu Dapeng's face was still filled with fear. The power of the abyssal demons truly exceeded his expectations. If he had known the monsters here were so strong, he wouldn't have come in. He had heard from Ning Yuanxi that Lin Chen was entering the Dark Land on behalf of the military, which was why he applied to come in with his father. He thought that with his silver gear, he could handle monsters around level 30. Unfortunately, this was an undeveloped abyssal passage. Even at the same level, these abyssal demons were far stronger in attributes and skills than monsters of the same level outside. Boss, I was wrong, I can't survive here. Yu Dapeng said with a mournful face. It's okay, with me here, you can't even die if you wanted to. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. Just stick with me, I'll lead you. The demons here are rich, whether it's experience or dropped items, there's plenty. We'll probably encounter a lot of ores and herbs later, so we need to speed up and harvest items. You take the lead as captain, collect all the items into your backpack first. Hearing this, Yu Dapeng was overjoyed. Got it, boss. Yue Dapeng invites you to join the team, do you agree? Agree. They hadn't walked long when a group of nightmare beasts appeared in Lin Chen and Yu Dapeng's line of sight. It looked like there were about 30 of them. A group of such powerful nightmare beasts gathered together exuded waves of dark energy, making one's heart race. Yu Dapeng's expression changed. His hands and feet went weak. He couldn't handle even one, let alone a group. If he provoked one, the whole group would definitely come after him. Yu Dapeng looked at Lin Chen. Boss, should we go around? Idiot, we can't find a way around, so why go around? Just focus on gaining experience and collecting items. Lin Chen said calmly. Attack! 90 gold-eating insects swooped down like a swarm of small bombers towards the group of nightmare beasts. Hiss hiss hiss, 90 gold-eating insects crashed into dozens of nightmare beasts. In an instant, chaos erupted. Lin Chen commanded the gold-eating insects and activated their rage skill. Under rage, the gold-eating insects' attack power increased by 200%, lasting half an hour with a 2-hour cooldown. Efficiency needed to be increased. From his previous studies, Lin Chen knew that this type of dungeon with an abyssal passage was even more rewarding than regular exploration. Not only were the monster drops plentiful, but there were also many resources to gather. Kill Nightmare Beast, Abyssal Demon, experience plus 50,000 obtained bronze equipment, Demonized Nightmare Pauldrons obtained item, Unicorn *3 obtained item, Primary Demon Stone *1 kill Nightmare Beast, Abyssal Demon, experience plus 50,000 kill Nightmare Beast, Abyssal Demon, experience plus 50,000. In an instant, a series of messages flooded the team chat. More than 30 monsters, over 100 messages. A flash of white light appeared. Yu Dapeng leveled up directly, from level 16 to level 17. Holy crap! Damn it, boss, this is too exaggerated, right? Yu Dapeng was dumbfounded. Boss, although I know you're strong, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Even though Yu Dapeng had been through the hellish levels of the Lost Mine with Lin Chen, he was still in shock. What kind of place was this? The Dark Land. Every monster was ridiculously strong. Just now, he had encountered a nightmare beast and had seen its power. If Lin Chen hadn't arrived in time, he would have been done for. But now, there were more than 30 such monsters, all killed at once. Lin Chen looked at Yu Dapeng, who was still in disbelief. He shook his head and said, Dapeng, can you show a little ambition? Alright, then I'll follow the boss to see the world. No way, right? Yu Dapeng shouted again. What now? Boss, we hit the jackpot, ha ha ha. Yu Dapeng excitedly waved his hands. 30 pieces of equipment. And a whole bunch of low-level demon stones, unicorns. Alright, just focus on being a backpack hero, let's go. Lin Chen led Yu Dapeng northward. Beneath their feet was the scorched black earth, with many short shrubs around, but these trees looked as if they had been burned, leaving only blackened stumps. Kill Nightmare Beast, Abyss Demon, experience plus 50,000 obtain bronze equipment, Demonized Nightmare Pauldrons obtain item low-level demon stone *1. Messages flashed continuously on the public screen. In just a few minutes, Yu Dapeng's backpack already contained 40 to 50 pieces of equipment. At this moment, Yu Dapeng was no longer just shocked, he was somewhat horrified. Is this how equipment is obtained? Is this how items are farmed? Someone's coming! Yu Dapeng shouted. 2 figures approached. On the ground lay 3 corpses. They looked as if they had been burned, completely charred. These people had been full of life just outside the entrance moments ago. Upon closer inspection, it was still possible to recognize them. 2 were in military uniforms, and 1 was a scion of a prominent family. They are all dead. Thinking back, if Lin Chen hadn't appeared in time, he might have ended up like them. A wave of unease surged in his heart. However, following the boss now felt exhilarating. Lin Chen nodded, all killed by nightmare beasts. First, they were hit by an illusion, leaving them powerless, then burned to death by black flames. Hey, boss, let's go. Yu Dapeng couldn't bear to look any longer. Wait. Lin Chen bent down and picked up a black stone from the ground. It was shaped like a shuttle. This is. Yu Dapeng curiously leaned closer. It seems to be cobalt ore. Lin Chen said casually. Cobalt ore? Right. Now that you mention it, I remember it was mentioned in my senior year textbooks. Cobalt ore is one of the valuable ores, and it can be refined into cobalt ingots, which are worth even more. Lin Chen nodded. Then he looked at Yu Dapeng in surprise. Dapeng, aren't you supposed to be a slacker? How do you recognize such obscure mineral knowledge? Boss, are you laughing at me? That's because there was a question about it on an exam once, and I copied your answer, but I remembered it. This small piece can sell for over 1,000, with many people fighting for it. Boss, this small piece counts as income. If you hadn't been so observant, I would have almost missed it. Lin Chen said with a half smile, is that so? Then take a look at the ground. Hearing this, Yu Dapeng looked down. He was instantly stunned. On the ground, 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Everywhere were these shuttle-shaped cobalt ores. As far as the eye could see, they were countless. Perhaps in the millions. Boss, we struck it rich. Yu Dapeng's voice trembled slightly. He suddenly threw himself to the ground, frantically picking them up. Your team obtained item cobalt or *1. Your team obtained item cobalt or *1. A series of messages flooded the screen. He couldn't stop picking them up. He simply couldn't keep up. After a few minutes, Yu Dapeng's space backpack was already filled with 300 to 400 pieces of cobalt ore. Selling them would easily net 300,000 to 400,000. Is this picking up cobalt ore? No, this is picking up money. And in just a short while, hundreds of thousands were in hand. However, as far as the eye could see, there were still cobalt ores scattered on the ground. That was a bundle of money just lying there. Hurry, 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 faster. Yu Dapeng moved with a speed faster than firing a gun, drawing his bow with both hands simultaneously, frantically picking up. His eyes were bloodshot. Just a couple of cobalt ore pieces he casually picked up would be enough to open a royal box in a KTV in Yang City, and then order a few girls to sing and drink with him. Lin Chen frowned. Dapeng, we can't keep picking up cobalt ore here. Boss, what are you saying? This is all money. If we don't pick up money, we'll be struck by lightning. We need to move forward. Boss, don't. Hearing Lin Chen say to give up the cobalt ore here and move on, Yu Dapeng was almost in tears. Boss, you don't know, before my dad got rich, our family was so poor that we lived on just 10 yuan a day for everyone, and often went 10 days without eating meat. Lin Chen was speechless. Alright, I'll give you 1 minute. Yu Dapeng stood up, looking at Lin Chen with a pleading, mournful expression, begging, Boss, give me 10 more minutes. It's already been 10 seconds. You have 50 seconds left. Otherwise, I'll leave, and you can stay here to pick up ore. Lin Chen said. You bastard, how can you torture people like this? Yu Dapeng shouted, and with a biu, he dove to the ground. He doubled his speed, frantically picking up the cobalt ore. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. What a nouveau riche. Is it true that the more nouveau riche one is, the more they want money? 1 minute later, Lin Chen continued to move forward. Yu Dapeng reluctantly kept looking back at the ground. However, Lin Chen's speed was fast, leaving him no chance to pick up stones. Hey! After advancing half a mile, the two stepped out of the dark red earth. They entered a patch of jungle. However, under the shadowy sky, the green plants on the ground did not appear green but had a brownish hue. Hiss! A horse whinnied. A knight charged towards Lin Chen and Yu Dapeng. It was a headless knight. Headless Knight, Abyss Demon, level, 27 strength, 9,000 agility, 5,000 spirit, 2,000 constitution, 6,000 skills, charge, stomp the Headless Knight, a terrifying rider galloping in the dark. Its attributes were much stronger than the level 25 nightmare beast from before. A swarm of gold-eating insects rushed forward. The skeleton horse under the knight charged, sending a dozen gold-eating insects flying. Hiss! The Headless Knight pulled the reins, and the horse reared up, then stomped heavily to the ground. Several gold-eating insects were crushed under its hooves. Their shells cracked slightly. However, more gold-eating insects pounced on the horse and rider. Ow! The Headless Knight let out a miserable scream. It fell to the ground. Your team has killed the Headless Knight, Abyss Demon, experience plus 60,000. Your team has obtained bronze equipment, Demonized Knight's Sword. Your team has obtained items, Basic Demon Stone *3 Knight Longsword, Demonized Strength plus 60, Constitution plus 60, Strength-based skills increase by 12%, usable at level 30. Once again, they received abundant experience, equipment, and items. Today has really broadened my horizons. You can't see a single demon monster outside, but they're everywhere here. Yu Dapeng followed behind Lin Chen. Now his backpack was full of equipment and items. This made him very satisfied. After advancing several hundred meters, Lin Chen's gold-eating insects killed dozens of nightmare beasts and headless knights. Yu Dapeng's backpack added dozens more pieces of equipment. The demons here, except for a few, all provided experience, equipment, and items. At this moment, the two entered a vast grassland. The grass around them was half a person tall, boundless. The grass blades were sharp like sword tips, blooming with black flowers. Worried that there might be monsters beneath the grass, the two walked cautiously. However, these worries were unnecessary. Here, there are no monsters, just quietness. Yu Dapeng reached out and picked a black flower. I didn't expect this place to have such beautiful flowers. These black flowers were adorned with numerous silvery white pollen, like countless stars in the night. They were quite lovely. However, if one didn't look closely, it was hard to notice these details. Boss, let me pick some flowers for you. When we see Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui later, you can give them to them. Yu Dapeng picked 3 or 4 and held them in his hand. Boss, those girls seem to really like you. Wherever you go, their eyes follow. Which one do you like? Ning Yuanxi is cool, Lin Shi is passionate, Mu Shui is elegant, each has her charm. If it were me, I wouldn't know how to choose. Lin Chen recalled a popular saying from his past life: only elementary school students would do multiple choice questions, adults want them all. He suddenly focused on the black flowers in Yu Dapeng's hand. What's wrong, boss? Yu Dapeng was momentarily stunned. This is the black butterfly flower, Lin Chen said lightly. Black butterfly flower? What kind of flower is that? Yu Dapeng looked confused. The black butterfly flower is a very rare herbaceous flower, difficult to cultivate artificially, but it is a main ingredient for making spiritual blue medicine. So, is it valuable? Yu Dapeng's excitement grew slightly. Lin Chen nodded and said softly, it's worth more than cobalt ore. 1 black butterfly flower is worth as much as 2 pieces of cobalt ore. My God! Yu Dapeng groaned. Then here, boundless, how many black butterfly flowers must there be? Yu Dapeng's eyes instantly turned red. This flower must be picked completely from the flower stem to maintain its perfect quality. You're not a cultivator, so you can't do it. Of course, what you just picked is slightly damaged, which will affect its price a bit. This is all in the books. Lin Chen hadn't finished speaking. Yu Dapeng roared, mine, all mine. Then he crazily lunged forward. Your team has obtained item black butterfly flower *1. Your team has obtained item black butterfly flower *1. A series of messages flooded the screen. Lin Chen was speechless. You can't pick them all, it's impossible. Yu Dapeng muttered as he frantically picked flowers. Seeing Yu Dapeng in a frenzied state, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Dapeng, how long do you plan to keep picking these flowers? However, looking at the vast expanse of black butterfly flowers, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Outside, a single flower like this is often hard to come by. Boss, you're not planning to leave again and give up on these black butterfly flowers, are you? Yu Dapeng's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice trembled. Lin Chen chuckled. You almost died here just now, remember? Have you thought about what would happen if the passage went out of control, like those demons flooding into Yang City? What would Yang City become? It would probably turn into ruins. Yu Dapeng paused in his picking, stood up, and looked at Lin Chen. Do you understand? Dapeng, we don't have much time left. We must hurry ahead. Yeah, boss, you're right. Yu Dapeng nodded, but his gaze lingered on those black butterfly flowers. Alright, once we take down this passage, these resources will be gradually developed by those who come after us. I know. Yu Dapeng looked a bit teary, but having them in hand now, they belong solely to us. Dead bodies. As they moved forward, every couple of 100 meters, they could see several corpses lying on the ground. Some were military, and some belonged to noble families. Along the way, they had already seen a dozen or so. Now, even Yu Dapeng's expression turned very heavy. Boss, do you think Ning Yuanxi and the others might have run into trouble too? Lin Chen fell silent. Yu Dapeng sighed. Now, every time I see a corpse, I don't dare to look at their faces anymore. I'm afraid I'll recognize someone. Lin Chen used 30 gold-eating insects to clear the way in front, while the remaining 150 spread out to encounter and kill monsters. Besides gaining experience points, Lin Chen also wanted to clear the demons in this passage as much as possible. Eliminate living forces. Suddenly, in the distance, a series of magical attacks erupted: fireballs, lightning, wind and thunder, streaking across the sky. The sky darkened, and dust flew everywhere. Boss, there are many people fighting ahead. Yeah, let's go take a look. Dapeng, stay a bit behind me. If anything happens, don't try to be brave, I'll take the hits, got it? Lin Chen said seriously. Oh, a tank has to follow behind the boss, a mental type, asking him to shield me. It would be embarrassing to say that out loud. However, Yu Dapeng still obediently followed behind Lin Chen. After walking a distance, the situation became clearer. About 30 professionals were crouched behind a dirt mound, continuously casting attacks. There were many corpses lying on top, and many people in the battle were injured. The situation was grim. Lin Chen? You're still alive, that's great. A male voice called out. At the same time, the person approached, and it was Zhao Hu. We've been looking for you everywhere, thought you had met with an accident. Lin Chen looked at the crowd of fighters ahead. The personnel were mixed, mostly military representatives, but there were also many from noble families. What's the situation now? Report to the deputy commander. After we teleported in, out of 50 soldiers, only 17 gathered together. We couldn't find anyone else, so under the commander's leadership, we had to advance. During the push, we kept receiving personnel, both from the military and noble families. At our peak, we reached 48. We can finally deal with those nightmares and headless nights. But then we encountered a level 29 flying demoness, and we suffered heavy losses. Now, fewer than 30 of us remain, many of whom were severely drained of physical and mental energy, almost unable to fight. As Jiaohu was speaking, a sharp scream suddenly pierced the air. The sound was so loud and piercing that everyone present felt disoriented, teetering on the edge. Even Lin Chen experienced a headache. At the same time, across the hill, a gigantic monster with wings soared into the air. It was a bewitchingly beautiful female demon. She was gripping what seemed to be a tank-type professional in her hands. With sharp fangs bared, she bit into the professional's neck, continuously sucking blood. The professional screamed in agony, struggling desperately. But half a minute later, the professional's body became shriveled, like a weathered corpse. Of course, the person had long since died. After draining all the blood from this professional, the demoness tore him apart with her hands, and pieces of him fell to the ground. The people below continuously cast spells and shot arrows at her. But as the winged demoness flew higher into the sky, all attacks missed. It's this blood-sucking demoness that killed over 10 of us. Jiaohu looked at the temporarily distant demoness, his voice filled with immense fear. On the ground, the 20 or so nightmares and headless knights confronting the crowd retreated slightly. No one dared to pursue. Everyone used the lull in battle to recover desperately. Various healers cast one healing spell after another. Lin Chen, are you okay? A woman in military uniform approached Lin Chen. It was Chen Ziqing. However, at this moment, her hair and clothes were a bit disheveled, her face pale, looking quite disheveled. This demoness is too powerful. No matter how badly she's hurt or how poor her condition is, she just flies away after a while, and then, about half an hour later, she comes back, restored to her best state. And every time, she takes quite a few lives with her. So, not only can we not advance, but we've also been forced back quite a distance. If this continues, we won't just be unable to break the passage, everyone will die. Chen Ziqing said with a serious expression. At this moment, she also noticed Lin Chen and Yu Dupeng standing together, both looking refreshed and composed, showing no signs of exhaustion. Especially Lin Chen. His clothes didn't even have a single wrinkle. He seemed to have not experienced any battle at all. He looked more like a tourist here. In contrast, Chen Ziqing's fair face was smeared with black dirt, her face was disheveled, and she was extremely weak from overexerting her magical energy. Her complexion was pale, and her clothes were torn in several places. Particularly on her back, there was a huge gash running down from the left, almost causing her a fatal injury. It was clear that she had received some healing assistance to recover from her injuries. Comparing the two, she suddenly felt that her first question to Lin Chen about whether he was okay was simply ironic. He was fine. The one in trouble was herself. At that moment, her tone quickly turned cold. Haven't you encountered any monsters behind you? The word behind was particularly emphasized with gritted teeth. We encountered some monsters, but they weren't very strong, and we dealt with them, Lin Chen said. Ha! We've killed more than 20 demons. Encountering some not very strong monsters? Lying without even a draft, the lowest here is at least a level 25 nightmare beast. Just as Chen Ziqing's anger surged from the bottom of her heart. Lin Chen? Brother how? A few voices came. 3 girls ran out from a small gully. It was Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui. Lin Shi shook her chest and suddenly pounced on Lin Chen, hugging him tightly, tears and snot streaming down. Brother how? I thought I would never see you again. Chen Ziqing's gaze towards Lin Chen grew colder. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed as Lin Shi hugged him so tightly in front of everyone, her chest pressing against him. He was about to push her away. But he soon realized that Lin Shi was trembling all over. It was likely that the series of battles they had just experienced, seeing people around her constantly dying, had frightened this girl who hadn't been through much hardship. He felt helpless and could only pat her back, softly comforting her. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here, it's fine. Chen Ziqing coldly said from the side, Enough, Lin Chen, we came here with an extremely important mission, not to flirt. Lin Chen was speechless. However, Chen Ziqing also knew when to stop and didn't continue to mock him. Instead, she said seriously, Lin Chen, I need you to take the injured here, as well as some personnel who are not strong enough to retreat. They won't be of any use here and will definitely be killed. Please protect them as much as you can, and if you encounter demons, organize the fight, okay? Lin Chen frowned. Was this asking him to be the logistics chief escorting the injured? What about you? The demons here are unexpectedly powerful. At the same level, we are no match for them. However, if this mission fails, the outside world will suffer. So, I will continue to advance with the other team members. Lin Liang shook his head. If there are indeed injured people who need to retreat, let Zhao Wu take them down. You, Lin Chen, what do you want to do? Chen Ziqing suddenly got angry. After all, you are my uncle's deputy commander, you should do something, even if it's at a lower level. You can't deal with those demons, but I'll have Zhao Wu follow you to assist you. Now you don't have to be afraid, right? Lin Chen knew that Chen Ziqing misunderstood him, thinking he only wanted to look out for himself and didn't want to drag along a team of injured. He also didn't want to keep entangling with her over trivial matters. He coldly said, Chen Ziqing, do you think you have the ability to reach the finish line and break the connection to the demon world? Even if I die, I must die on the path forward. Chen Ziqing declared resolutely, her tone filled with a fearless spirit. Lin Chen was speechless, her courage was commendable, but if the goal couldn't be achieved, it was of no use. Since he had promised Zhao Kaijun to come in, he was here to work and earn rewards. If Chen Ziqing disagreed, he wouldn't mind acting alone. Why should he be constrained by a naive girl like her, making arrangements here and there? The most important thing was that she had no clear understanding of his strength. He glanced at Chen Ziqing and said lightly, alright, you've already exhausted yourself in battle, let me handle what's ahead. Chen Ziqing grew anxious. No, Lin Chen, your level is low, and your combat power is insufficient. You'll die if you participate in the battle. Insufficient combat power? Chen Ziqing, what's your basis for that? Lin Chen retorted calmly. Chen Ziqing was genuinely a bit angry. The tasks she arranged were meant to keep him away from danger and preserve his life, but he kept being ungrateful. What did he mean by that? Did it need any basis? He was only at level 19, just a bit higher than his few girlfriends. People like him came here, who didn't know it was just a formality, a way to gain some benefits. It was said that her uncle had some connections with his father, taking care of him. Did it really need to be spelled out so clearly? Here, the real combat power lay with those at level 30. Even those people couldn't resist the demons here. What did he rely on? He had been leisurely coming along because they had already cleared the monsters ahead. He hadn't seen any real demons and didn't understand these creatures at all. Now, what was he trying to show off for? At that moment, Zhao Wu also spoke up. Lin Chen, you should listen to Ziqing. It's really too dangerous ahead. He was worried that this might hurt Lin Chen's pride, so he added, moreover, protecting these injured is not easy. Even if we retreat to the back, we might still encounter those demons, and fighting will be very difficult. He had always had a good impression of Lin Chen. Lin Chen had the token of General Zhao but had never used its privileges. Just now, Chen Ziqing had arranged for him to follow Lin Chen. He understood that this was essentially to protect Lin Chen. He had also made up his mind that if there was danger ahead, he would die in front of Lin Chen, even if it cost him his life. Did you hear that, Lin Chen? And I am the commander, as our military representative, you must obey my orders. Chen Ziqing gritted her teeth. Knowing that Lin Chen was a bit unruly, she had no choice but to invoke her authority as commander to pressure him. How many demons did you kill just now? Lin Chen suddenly asked. More than 20, Lin Chen. I'm telling you, these demons are very powerful. It's not easy for a team to deal with even one, so you should, Da Peng. Lin Chen interrupted Chen Ziqing. Boss. Da Peng stepped forward and came to Lin Chen's side. Show them the equipment from your backpack. Yes, boss. Da Peng waved his hand, revealing the equipment from his backpack. A flash of brilliance passed over. The ground was piled high with equipment, like a great mountain. Golden light shone brightly. Although it was impossible to count, anyone could see that there were at least 200 to 300 pieces of equipment here. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Just now, they had also killed demons and knew that each demon would drop a piece of equipment. A small number of demons did not fall. And now, there are 200 or 300 pieces of equipment here. Doesn't that indicate that Lin Chen and the others just killed no less than 300 demons? The sword and shield tank beside him, of course, was not the main force. So, who killed them? Lin Chen? Is he really that powerful? Just now, every time they took down a demon, all of them had to exert their full strength to do so. Moreover, quite a few people died due to carelessness. How did he manage that? Lin Chen, just now, how many demons did you actually kill? Did you really bring down all this equipment? Chen Ziqing exclaimed in disbelief. Otherwise, do you think these demons gave it to me? Lin Chen shook his head. How did you kill them? It's so hard for us to take down even one. Chen Ziqing swallowed hard. If Lin Chen hadn't shown so many spoils of equipment, she wouldn't have believed it. I think I don't need to describe the detailed process to you, right? Lin Chen said lightly. All of this is ours, so don't get any ideas. Yu Dapeng dove into the pile of equipment, quickly stowing the items into his space backpack. Lin Chen, you. Not to mention Chen Ziqing, even the nearby city guards were stunned, and Zhao Hu was trembling, unable to speak. They were all level 30 professionals. It was hard to believe that Lin Chen, only level 19, had killed so many demons. Doesn't that mean that level 19 Lin Chen is far stronger than them? How could that be? But the facts were right in front of them. This guy always surprises and shocks people. Ning Yuanxi glanced deeply at Lin Chen. She had followed Lin Chen to kill in the Lost Mine Hell level. Although it wasn't as terrifying as here, he made it seem as easy as drinking water. She had experienced that firsthand. Mu Shui stood beside Yu Dapeng and whispered, "Just now, you guys killed so many demons? That's too exaggerated, right?" Her eyes suddenly widened in shock as she looked at Yu Dapeng and said, "Dapeng, hey, you've leveled up to 18? Yu Dapeng grinned, "Just a little more, and I'll be at 19. My god." Mu Shui groaned. "I knew Brother Hao was amazing. Dapeng, quickly form a team with me. I want to be with Brother Hao." In front of everyone, Lin Sure didn't dare to cling to Lin Chen anymore, but her hand rested in the crook of his arm. She was completely conquered by Lin Chen's strength in the Lost Mine. "Lin Chen, although I don't know your fighting style, your strength makes me very happy. That means we have hope for our advance," Chen Ziqing said, her shock giving way to hope. Just now, she had described the prospects as despair. Although she found Lin Chen quite displeasing, she certainly didn't want him to die innocently. That's why she suggested that Lin Chen lead the team away while she faced the demons and succubi. "Now, Lin Chen, you will command, and I will cooperate with you." Chen Ziqing, after all, was a soldier. Although she had a bit of a feminine nature, she was not vague when it came to important matters. Lin Chen shook his head. "How to arrange it should still be up to you. I'll just be responsible for helping you break through." "That works." Time was pressing, and Chen Ziqing immediately began to allocate personnel according to Lin Chen's instructions. There were still 28 people here, but 8 of them had already lost their combat ability, so Zhao Hu led them to stay behind. The remaining 20 were paired according to their professions, forming 4 teams. Whether it was to give Lin Chen face or for some other reason, Chen Ziqing also agreed to let Ning Yuanxi, Yu Dapeng, and a few other lower-level individuals continue to advance together. She arranged for them to team up with Lin Chen. This made the girls very happy. They thought they would be left behind. They all wanted to follow Lin Chen. "Boss." Yu Dapeng suddenly felt a bit awkward. "Captain, let me pass this to you. My backpack is already full, I can't fit anything else." As soon as Yu Dapeng said this, the people around fell silent. For someone of Yu Dapeng's level, the empty space in his backpack could hold nearly 500 items. Generally speaking, even with a lot of supplies, it shouldn't be possible to fill it up completely. This shows just how much he and Lin Chen had gathered earlier. "You can give it to Captain Ning Yuanxi." "Oh, okay." Just as the personnel were being rearranged, several sharp screams rang out. In the distance, a winged demoness flew through the sky, accompanied by hundreds of demons returning to attack. "They're coming." Chen Ziqing's expression changed. "The number of demons this time is several times more than before, everyone be careful." The others quickly took their positions, tanks in front, damage dealers in the middle, and support at the back. Just as everyone was tense, a buzzing sound came from all directions. As they were puzzled, they saw countless fist-sized black bugs flying towards them from various places. Then, they all flew around Lin Chen. Hundreds of them circled him. "Lin Chen, am I your pet bug?" Chen Ziqing asked curiously. Earlier, at the entrance of the novice dungeon, she had heard about Lin Chen's profession from others. Lin Chen nodded. At this moment, the demoness and the horde of demons were not far from everyone. "Attack! Tanks, make sure to hold aggro and protect the damage dealers and support." Various spells and arrows flew towards the enemy. The support added buffs to everyone. Lin Chen was also surrounded by 5 or 6 halos, significantly enhancing his attributes. However, this didn't do much for Lin Chen. His combat power still relied on his pet bugs, while his own strength was quite weak. Besides being a tank, he had always wanted to enhance his own abilities but couldn't find the right opportunity or approach. Unexpectedly, the series of attacks from the group were mostly dispersed by the demoness' flapping wings, and the scattered attacks didn't deal much damage to the demons below. "No wonder we were beaten so badly earlier, our damage output isn't enough against them." Lin Chen observed the demoness' actions, estimating that she had used some kind of storm technique to counter their attacks. These demons were nearly level 30 and had the strength of minor bosses. How could similarly leveled players compete? Only with enough players cooperating and leveraging their team synergy could they have a chance to defeat them. "Go, my companions," Lin Chen commanded. All the gold-devouring bugs flew towards the demons. Once they reached above the demons, they descended upon them. In an instant, dozens of nightmare beasts and headless knights were thrown into chaos. The demons fought against the swarm of bugs. Even the demoness was swarmed by 20 or 30 gold-devouring bugs. One demon fell. 2 demons fell. Even the demoness let out a mournful woo and shot up into the sky. A minute later, except for the demoness, all the nightmare beasts and headless night demons lay on the ground. Is it over? Are all the demons dead? The people present were stunned. What exactly are these bugs? They're terrifying. So, he really did release hundreds of items he collected. So, this is how he kills monsters. To wipe out all these demons like this is too exaggerated, right? We fought for half a day with dozens of people, losing many just to drive back the demons, and he killed them all by himself? It couldn't have taken more than a minute, right? Everyone looked at Lin Chen in shock. Then they saw many bugs flying back. A wave of fear surged through many hearts. They all stepped aside, keeping their distance from the gold-devouring bugs. Such powerful demons couldn't withstand the bites of these bugs. Zhao Wu sighed. So, Lin Chen's strength is actually this formidable. No wonder, at just level 19, he has gained such esteem and trust from General Zhao. It's not just because of connections, is it? Is this the strength of our deputy commander? All the city guards looked at Lin Chen with reverent eyes. Earlier, when General Zhao announced him as the deputy commander, I didn't understand it, but now it makes sense. Entering the dungeon, they fought hard. The power of the demons left them in despair. As warriors, they were not afraid of dying on the battlefield. But this time, they couldn't complete the mission. When the formation outside collapsed, the demons would invade the human realm continuously. The entire land would turn into a hellish battlefield. But now, as Lin Chen made his move, he instantly killed over 100 demons. Even the powerful and despair-inducing demoness had no idea where she had fled. A flame of hope ignited in their hearts. They were saved. Yang City was saved. Salute to Deputy Commander Lin. A city guard stood at attention and gave Lin Chen a standard military salute. The other city guards also saluted in unison. Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed, looking extremely grim. What's wrong, Lin Chen? Chen Ziqing hurriedly asked, feeling anxious. She had never seen Lin Chen with such a serious expression. Since she had known him, Lin Chen had always been calm and unruffled. Moreover, just now, when Lin Chen made his move, his pet insects were incredibly powerful. Even the strong demons were no match for them, almost an invincible presence. Lin Chen said solemnly, about 20 of the demoness I was chasing have died. This was the first time such a thing had happened since Lin Chen started. Although he could continuously summon them as long as his mental strength was sufficient. Lin Chen looked into the gray distance. What kind of existence was out there? It could actually kill his gold-devouring insects. He glanced around at the 20 or so professionals and said softly, everyone, there is an unknown powerful presence ahead. Preliminary judgment indicates it has the ability to kill us all in an instant, so be careful. What? The others nearby were startled. An existence that could kill them all in an instant, how should they respond? Deputy Commander Lin, no matter what lies ahead, please lead us forward to complete the task of interrupting the passage. Zhao Wu stepped forward, looking at Lin Chen with determination on his face. Deputy Commander Lin, we are not afraid of death. The soldiers shouted in unison. All right, Lin Chen nodded. Perhaps, soon these soldiers might all die, and he might not survive either, but for a warrior, dying on the battlefield was their fate. Summon the spirit butterflies. Having teamed up with Yu Depeng earlier to kill over 300 demons, he had already reached level 20. However, he hadn't had the time to take stock. Originally, he planned to take stock and then continue to increase his pet insect summons. But now, this dungeon was more perilous than imagined. The death of 20 gold-devouring insects left him with an uneasy feeling. 1, 2, 3. A total of 10 spirit butterflies were added. Lin Chen's mental strength was nearly depleted. Summoning level 20 spirit butterflies was too taxing on his mind. Only in a critical moment do I realize my many shortcomings. Right now, apart from his basic attributes, he had no equipment benefits. Lin Chen shook his head. Since awakening and obtaining the gold-devouring insects, he had hardly paid attention to equipping himself. Moreover, in the early stages, with a low level and fast upgrades, his gold-devouring insects were invincible, so he had been lazy about updating his equipment. Now, his mental strength was severely lacking. Lin Chen smiled wryly. Adding 10 spirit butterflies to the original 50, Lin Chen now had nearly 700,000 health points. Logically speaking, at around level 30, there should be no existence capable of killing him. However, deep down, he was still extremely uneasy. Let's go! After enhancing his survival capabilities as much as possible, Lin Chen led everyone deeper into the passage. At the depths of the passage, on a hill, a demoness had a pale complexion. She discarded a nightmare beast that had just been drained of all its blood and was now a shriveled husk, and grabbed another nightmare beast to suck its blood. With each beast she drained, her body recovered significantly. However, even though her body was continuously healing, truly restoring it would not be a quick process. Her body was riddled with wounds, clearly from being bitten by the gold-devouring insects. If she hadn't returned in time, she would have long since died in the jaws of the insects. At her feet lay the corpses of about 20 gold-devouring insects. Beside the demoness stood 2 demons. One of them was an extraordinarily alluring woman, with curves that exuded an irresistible charm. She frowned and said, "Vlad, I recognize these insects. Not long ago, they killed my container of spiritual energy." The other demon beside her resembled a vampire. Vlad stared at the corpses of the gold-devouring insects on the ground and slowly said, "Saintess, these insects are extremely powerful. If I hadn't just mastered the infinite toxin skill granted by our king, it would have been impossible to kill them." "Vlad, your infinite toxin is already the strongest skill in the realm of poison. If the opponent is hit by your poison technique, as long as they still have blood, it will continuously regenerate, and your poison will never cease until it kills them." If Lin Chen were here, he would likely recognize the speaking demoness. She was the one who had risen in a blood mist after Lin Chen killed the Minotaur in the novice dungeon. The saintess continued, "The master of these insects is a tamer named Lin Chen. I didn't expect him to come here as well. Vlad, we must kill him. If he grows stronger, he will pose a tremendous threat to our abyss." Lin Chen led everyone forward. Along the way, his gold-devouring insects killed quite a few nightmare beasts and headless knights. However, the one who had killed his gold-devouring insects had yet to appear. Even the demoness who had previously caused Chen Ziqing to lose his armor had not shown up. These nightmare beasts and headless knights were certainly no match for Lin Chen. After the encounters, they all turned into experience points, along with a large pile of equipment, which was added to Ning Yuanxi's backpack. On the way, Lin Chen and the others also discovered many valuable resources. Previously, Yu Dapeng had obtained a large amount of cobalt ore and black butterfly flowers, which also appeared in abundance. However, the soldiers ignored them. The young scions of noble families picked up quite a bit. Lin Chen and the others moved quickly. They could only gather a little before having to leave and catch up with the main group. The most exaggerated find was a massive vein of kryptonite ore, stretching for who knows how many miles. Kryptonite ore was also an extremely rare mineral. Preliminary estimates suggested that if this vein were mined, it could be worth hundreds of millions. However, without tools, it was impossible to extract or collect. Everyone could only leave regretfully. Unknowingly, the group had already delved into the latter half of the passage. Lin Chen's feelings of unease grew stronger. He knew they were getting closer to that terrifying entity. "Those insects are coming again." The Saintess and Vlad simultaneously spotted 4 or 5 gold-devouring insects appearing in the distance. They were Lin Chen's scouts. "Wind!" The Saintess exhaled. The breath, catching the wind, quickly formed a tornado. It swept up the 4 or 5 gold-devouring insects. Endless toxin. Several green bats flew out from Vlad. The bats collided with the gold-devouring insects in the tornado, transforming into a green mist that enveloped the insects. The black gold-devouring insects were infected with the toxin from the bats, turning green. The blood energy continuously diminished. The immune water and fire elements, as well as the gold-devouring insects that can resist mental attacks, cannot resolve this ever-present deadly poison. In just a short while, 4 gold-devouring insects fell to the ground, dead. Lin Chen, who was still several miles away, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Poison? Just as Lin Chen's team was preparing to approach the depths of the passage, they encountered a large group of over 30 people. The convergence of these two teams essentially gathered all the personnel entering the passage. After a brief meeting and rest, both sides merged once more. Long Zhaotian was surprisingly among them. After Lin Chen appeared, Long Zhaotian fixed his gaze on him. He approached Lin Chen. "I was worried you might be dead. Now that I see you, that's good. The heart of the Night Star, you must help me keep it safe. The things I want, I have yet to be unable to obtain." Lin Chen glanced at him indifferently. He said nothing. What things? Things he still wanted, that he couldn't obtain? "Do you think you're good at fighting among your classmates? What good is it to be able to fight? To survive out here, you need power and background. Your classmate is that Yu Dapeng, right?" In this statement, Long Zhaotian not only mocked Lin Chen but also implied a threat using Yu Dapeng. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. A surge of anger welled up inside him. "You have already chosen your path to death." Lin Chen had not taken him seriously before, but now, he had touched the reverse scale. "Then, Long Zhaotian, you must die." Seeing Lin Chen's cold gaze in silence, Long Zhaotian snorted and returned to his slightly off-center team. "It a bit, you must kill him and extract the items from him, otherwise, the previously agreed 50 million, you won't get a single cent," Long Zhaotian said to two assassins in the team. "Young Master Long, don't worry, we've been looking for him, we didn't expect him to still be behind. A student who's only level 20, let alone the two of us at level 30, one of us is more than enough. Assassins have a unique advantage in killing, and it is their area of expertise." After resting, everyone prepared to set off. Lin Chen suddenly said, "Da Peng, UNC, you stay here, don't go forward." "Boss, is that terrifying thing right ahead?" Lin Chen nodded. "Brother Hao, I'm not afraid. I'll follow you. If there's a tough battle, I can heal you," Lin Shi said. Lin Chen shook his head. "You and Mu Shui should stay here as well. You have already earned merits for this trip and have enough experience. If you go further, you might die, it's unnecessary." Ning UNC, upon hearing this, became anxious. "Lin Chen, then you shouldn't go forward either. I'm different from you. I'm a military representative, I cannot back down without completing the mission." Lin Chen left the team. "Lin Chen, did you see that guy through the giant insect?" Chen Ziqing asked gravely from the side. "Yes," Lin Chen nodded. "It's a poison vampire and a demon saintess who can use wind elements." "Poison vampire? Demon saintess? Lin Chen, do you have confidence in dealing with them?" Chen Ziqing asked. "Hard to say. Although they are also restricted by the 30-level limit of entering this passage, I feel that those two demons came in by lowering their levels through some secret methods, so they exist like bugs." Chen Ziqing wanted to say, "Isn't that the same as you?" Yu Dapeng, Ning UNC, and the others followed Lin Chen's advice and ultimately stayed behind. They also knew that following Lin Chen would not allow them to play any significant role. Lin Chen did not persuade Chen Ziqing and Zhao Hu because it was their duty, and he couldn't change their minds. "Let's go," Chen Ziqing said to Lin Chen. The main force advanced. When encountering scattered demons like headless horsemen again, the team could eliminate them. As for the large-scale gathering of demon armies that had appeared several times before, they surprisingly did not show up. It seemed they had retreated in the end. Lin Chen noticed that Long Zhaotian and a few of his teammates were keeping a distance that was neither too far nor too close, constantly watching him. He frowned slightly. Suddenly, he said to Chen Ziqing, "You lead the way ahead, I'll catch up later." "Ha?" Chen Ziqing was puzzled. However, Lin Chen said nothing more. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ziqing did not ask further. Lin Chen then began to walk slower and slower, eventually lagging at the back of the group. Most people did not notice, but Long Zhaotian and his companions also slowed down along with Lin Chen. "What a good opportunity! If that kid stays in the middle of the crowd, we wouldn't be able to make a move, but now that he's alone, it's a rare chance. I can handle this alone." Seeing Lin Chen lagging behind, an assassin was overjoyed. Lin Chen's unusual behavior made Long Zhaotian feel something was off, but he was too eager to eliminate Lin Chen. If it weren't for Lin Chen, the Night Star heart would have been his. If it weren't for Lin Chen, he wouldn't have been slapped hard by his father and left in such disappointment. Therefore, he didn't ponder why Lin Chen was slowly falling behind. Hatred surged in his heart, and his eyes turned red. "You two attack together, I want to ensure he dies 100%. Lin Chen saw Long Zhaotian and the others also slow down and gradually move towards him. He sneered inwardly. When you think it's a chance to hunt, it often becomes a chance to be hunted. Such a simple thing, can't they think it through? Even such foolish people can dominate in Yang City, it's truly a tragedy." Lin Chen seemed too relaxed. He sat down, breathing heavily. The people at the back of the group noticed this and asked if he was okay. After Lin Chen shook his head, they ignored him and continued forward. Suddenly, a flash of silver light appeared. An assassin who had long been lurking beside Lin Chen made his move. The dagger struck Lin Chen, but Lin Chen seemed unaffected. The assassin was slightly taken aback. What was going on? He hadn't missed, but why did the other party look unscathed? He knew how much damage this strike could cause. A level 20 professional, even equipped with decent gear, shouldn't be able to survive this. At the same time, another assassin quickly moved to Lin Chen's side, thrusting a short sword that glimmered with a green light, clearly laced with deadly poison, towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen stepped back a few paces to avoid it. "Lin Chen, if you had stayed with Chen Ziqing, I really wouldn't have been able to deal with you, but you're too weak, lagging behind and giving me a chance, so I can only send you to the afterlife," Long Zhaotian said coldly from a distance with a tank in support. "Oh really? Who kills whom is still uncertain." Lin Chen sneered. Buzzing sounds suddenly filled the air as countless insects appeared around Lin Chen. They then lunged at the two assassins. "Don't be ridiculous, using these bugs to fight." One assassin scoffed. But before he could finish his sentence, he let out a horrific scream. The two assassins could only manage to stab a few gold-eating insects away before being overwhelmed by them. These gold-eating insects tore into the flesh of the two assassins. Some even burrowed through their flesh into their innards, feasting on their organs. The two assassins rolled on the ground continuously. In less than a minute, they breathed their last. Then, the gold-eating insects crawled out from within them. The two bodies were a bloody mess, with only a pair of eyes wide open in fear and pain, seemingly unable to believe it until death. Long Zhaotian and the others nearby felt a chill all over. What the hell are these things? Long Zhaotian and the others looked in horror at the insects crawling in and out of the corpses. In a short while, the two assassins' flesh was completely devoured, leaving only bones. These two assassins had no strength to fight back at all. In an instant, the three watching from a distance felt their limbs go weak, and an infinite fear rose in their hearts. This was simply a demon. Looking at Lin Chen, his face was calm and indifferent, as if this way of killing was not the first time. How could he have thought of coming to kill such a person? Long Zhaotian suddenly felt that this world was absurd. It felt like a few of them were armed with 64 caliber pistols to kill someone. Suddenly, the opponent raised a rocket launcher and with a bang took out two, then aimed the launcher at them. The key was that the opponent's gaze was so cold, and their actions were so ruthless. Those who are ruthless say little. At the first move, they kill and erase all traces. Young Master Long, UTMD told us he was just a level 19 rookie? Are you trying to get us killed? A combat assistant shouted at Long Zhaotian. Hey, brother, the one who wants to kill you is Long Zhaotian, it has nothing to do with us, we were also deceived, another healer quickly clarified to Lin Chen. Is that so? Are you afraid now? Lin Chen said. Lin Chen, I admit you are a very special person, I misjudged you, I shouldn't have provoked you. Long Zhaotian wanted to soften his stance. This desolate mountain wilderness was indeed a good place to kill. In such a dangerous place, being killed by a monster and being killed by a person was indistinguishable. This was precisely why Long Zhaotian had organized personnel to prepare to act here upon hearing Lin Chen entered this instance, for the same reason. Now, Long Zhaotian really couldn't think of a way to deal with Lin Chen's terrifying bugs. He suddenly remembered what his fifth uncle had told him about Lin Chen. The godlike broken records in the novice instance. Suspected that the four evils of Yang City died at his hands. Inferring that if Long Zhaotian acted in the lost mine, he would most likely be killed by Lin Chen. At that time, when his fifth uncle said those outrageous pieces of information, although Long Zhaotian pretended to acknowledge his mistake, he didn't believe it at all. And now, it was proven that those pieces of information were absolutely true. No, perhaps those pieces of information were still insufficient. Lin Chen was more powerful and terrifying than imagined. Why didn't they properly warn him to never provoke Lin Chen? If they had clearly stated that Lin Chen's professional skills involved such terrifying bugs, would he have run as far away as possible? In that moment, an infinite regret arose in Long Zhaotian's heart. For the Night Star Heart, he had provoked Lin Chen multiple times, wanting to take action against him. Seeing Lin Chen's cold gaze, he swallowed hard and trembled as he said, Lin Chen, I don't want the Night Star Heart anymore, I can still give you 50 million, as long as you let me go. He panicked. Really panicked. It's too late. Lin Chen raised his hand. If you want to kill, then be prepared to be killed. Since he had decided to take action, would Lin Chen back down halfway? Leave behind a handle or a disaster? The gold-devouring bugs around him buzzed and flew towards Long Zhaotian and the three. Like a dark cloud. Before the bugs arrived, a chilling killing intent rushed towards them. The three were instantly scared out of their wits. The way these bugs killed was too terrifying. Long Zhaotian, I won't let you go even as a ghost. The combat assistant shouted and turned to flee madly. Big boss, spare my life. The healer also cried out, but dared not stay, fleeing alongside the combat assistant. Long Zhaotian's face turned pale. Usually, he wore the identity of the prince of a strong guild, dominating the entire Yang City, especially bullying those weak professionals, undefeated in battle, trampling whoever he wanted. Over the years, countless people had cried and begged for mercy before him. At first, he would sometimes soften his heart. But later, killing only brought him an inexplicable pleasure. Sometimes he even felt like a demon. But now, he realized that compared to Lin Chen's cruel methods, he was simply a pure boy. He wanted to run, but his legs went weak, and he couldn't move at all. Lin Chen, I'm from the Strongmen Guild. If you kill me. In his haste, he wanted to threaten Lin Chen to make him stop. However, before Long Zhaotian could finish his words, a swarm of gold-eating insects pounced on him. He wanted to cast a spell to repel those insects, but before he could even move, a sharp pain shot through his body. Soon, the two guys who had fled were also caught by the gold-eating insects and knocked to the ground. How could they possibly be faster than the gold-eating insects? Although the agility of the gold-eating insects was not the highest among their attributes, it was still quite high, and besides, they could fly. It could be said that once targeted, there was almost no escape. Before long, the three of them were covered in gold-eating insects, which began to bite them frantically. The horrifying sight of seeing one's flesh and blood being gnawed away by these insects and swallowed whole. This was a scene that could only appear in nightmares from childhood. Lin Chen, please make them stop. I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to force you to give me your Night Star heart. Seeing that he couldn't threaten Lin Chen, Long Zhaotian switched to begging for mercy. Lin Chen coldly watched the three of them writhing in pain on the ground. He had never shown mercy to those who bore hostility towards him and attacked him. Please, my lord, spare my life. Lin Chen, if you dare to kill me, our strongmen guild will take revenge, and you will regret it. Oh my god, oh my god, my god. A minute later, the frantic screams stopped. The three of them were dead. 2 minutes later, the three of them had become unrecognizable, no longer resembling their former selves. Come back! Lin Chen waved his hand, and all the gold-eating insects flew back to him, disappearing into the space around him. Who has so much time to play games of back and forth with you? Once he made a move, it was always a thunderous strike. Kill and erase all traces. The first time Lin Chen killed someone, it was the four evils of Yang City, who had repeatedly provoked him. Anger surged in his heart time and again. But he had not yet made a move. In the end, when they followed him, wanting to kill him and seize his goods, intending to silence him and Zhao Shaoling, Lin Chen finally struck and killed them. He broke his first killing taboo. Once a person kills, they become different. When killing again, their movements become more decisive. Lin Chen quickly collected the belongings of the three and tossed them into his backpack space, not caring how many items were inside, then stepped forward. Soon, he caught up with Chen Ziqing and the others. What were you doing just now? Chen Ziqing noticed Lin Chen slowly catching up and felt that he was somehow different from before. There seemed to be a killing intent about him, similar to the aura his uncle carried after returning from the abyss time and again. I encountered a few demons and killed them, Lin Chen replied. Oh, then be careful, this time, we can only rely on you for the mission. When they reached the end of the passage, countless demons appeared on the horizon. A dark mass, likely numbering in the thousands. Prepare for battle, Chen Ziqing shouted. The tanks began to move to the front. However, everyone's expression was grave and somber. Why are there so many? The wave they faced earlier had only been a few dozen. Even so, the casualties had been heavy. Now, with so many, they simply couldn't fight back. It's deadly, every single demon is so terrifying, let alone over 1,000 here. If these demons rush over, how will we survive? We should retreat. Some young aristocrats had never seen such a terrifying situation. Once fear took hold, it grew infinitely. Thus, a dozen or so retreated to the back, wanting to escape. Don't panic, Chen Ziqing shouted sternly. If you panic, you'll die even faster. But those dozen people didn't care about his warnings. Better to die as a friend than to live as an enemy. It would be best if you guys fought desperately at the front, so they could have a chance to escape. Soon, more than a dozen professionals left the team and started running back in the direction they had come from. A bunch of useless fools. Don't they know that if they scatter, they'll die even faster? Chen Ziqing's face turned pale with anger. Her hands trembled, and she almost wanted to strike out and punish these deserters. Lin Chen gently patted the back of her hand. Forget it, there will always be some people who rush to the front when there are benefits, but when it comes to a life or death situation, they run faster than anyone else. It's normal. However, many scions of noble families stood firmly at the front line. As they watched those dozen or so people reach 400 or 500 meters behind, a group of over 100 headless night demons suddenly charged in from the side. There were demons behind them too. At this moment, the professionals who were preparing to face the enemy turned pale. It turned out that those demons had already set up an encirclement. As for those dozen or so people, they were already a chaotic group, with many mages in front and tanks in the back. Once the two sides made contact, the human professionals instantly collapsed. Slaughter! It was a one-sided massacre by the demons. Those dozen or so professionals who wanted to escape were all killed in an instant. Some professionals on this side released skills in an attempt to save them. However, the distance was too great to be of any help. Although everyone hated those who fled at such a critical moment, seeing them all die at the hands of the demons made their hearts heavy with sorrow. Even more so, the situation of being surrounded was terrifying. Lin Chen, what should we do now? Chen Ziqing's face was extremely grim. Even those who remained had a resolve to fight to the death. However, the situation was just too dire. You all move in that direction, using the terrain. It will allow you to hold out a little longer. Lin Chen pointed to the left, where there was a ravine. Utilizing the terrain of the ravine could reduce the contact area between the tanks and the demons. They could allocate only a small amount of strength to ensure the safety of the support. Chen Ziqing also saw that the terrain over there was more favorable for defense. She looked deeply at Lin Chen. She didn't expect him to remain so calm in such a situation, carefully observing and seeking a more advantageous opportunity. Chen Ziqing began to direct the team to move towards the left ravine. Lin Chen also realized that if he didn't take action, everyone here would not be able to withstand the onslaught of so many demons. Without further hesitation, he declared, "Come forth, my companions." A swarm of gold-devouring insects materialized from the void around Lin Chen. 170 of them. With a buzz, the gold-devouring insects split into several groups and flew towards those demons. He wasn't afraid of these headless night demons at all. However, behind these demons were two terrifying beings. They had the power to annihilate his gold-devouring insects. Only by quickly eliminating these small demons could they concentrate their strength to deal with those two beings. What profession is he? How can he control such strange insects? Some professionals who had never seen Lin Chen in action looked curiously at his maneuvers. He actually wants to use insects to fight those demons? Those demons are so terrifying. What use are those little insects? Are they just cannon fodder? Cannon fodder isn't bad, at least it can buy us more time to prepare. At this moment, the hundreds of headless knights that had just encircled from behind came into contact with dozens of gold-devouring insects. A chaotic battle ensued. One headless knight fell. Another headless knight fell. Soon, they were falling in droves. The remaining demons tried to flee, but where could they escape to? What the hell? Those little insects actually killed those demons. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? It's unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Is this your first time seeing it? Just now, our deputy envoy Lin has already killed hundreds of demons, even more than this batch. One of the people who met with Lin Chen couldn't help but say, "Who is your deputy envoy Lin? He's so strong." Well, they were also unclear about Lin Chen's background. "Lin Chen, it's good to have you here," Chen Ziqing sighed in relief. She had been very tense with so many demons appearing earlier, unsure if Lin Chen's pet insects still had the fighting power to take down these demons. Seeing that Lin Chen's insects were still as sharp as ever, she felt a bit more at ease. "Don't worry, if it's just this level of demons, it's not a problem," Lin Chen said, looking into the distance. What he had been focusing on were the two beings that could kill his golden devouring insects. As for headless knights, no matter how many came, he would kill them all. "They're coming." 3 figures appeared in the distant sky. One was a winged demoness. She had fought with everyone for several rounds earlier. The second was a man somewhat similar to the demoness, also with wings. The last one was a captivating woman swirling in the air with her feet, using wind elements to fly. At the same time, demons from all directions began to charge towards the crowd. "Tanks, make sure to hold aggro, no matter what, don't retreat. Healers, focus on healing the tanks to keep them alive." Chen Ziqing began to wave her team to prepare for battle. However, these 50 or 60 people seemed like a small boat in a wave of demons, about to be submerged at any moment. Lin Chen's more than 100 golden devouring insects split into several groups, circling around the crowd. The battle began. Countless demons charged forward. The ground shook. The sound of hooves was incessant. The tanks continuously cast defensive skills on themselves. Various damage dealers started releasing their skills. Support roles also did not stop. In an instant, a dazzling array of skills filled the air. Large groups of demons fell as they charged towards the crowd. But a small number of demons crashed into the formation. Casualties among the professionals were constant. "Lin Chen, these demons are too powerful. Even with you here, we've eliminated 8 or 9 out of 10, but it's still very hard to resist," Chen Ziqing said, her face filled with sorrow as she watched people around her continue to fall. "You all focus on defense and find a way to survive," Lin Chen said, watching the golden devouring insects fighting fiercely with the demons in the distance. Those insects continuously flew towards various demons, many of which were knocked back and defeated. But once they got close enough to pounce on a demon, the golden devouring insects would quickly tear open a wound on them and then burrow into their bodies, smashing their organs before emerging again. Then, the demons would fall. "I still have too few golden devouring insects." When facing a large number of weak monsters, they can be wiped out in an instant, but when the opponents are also strong and numerous, the efficiency drops significantly. For the first time, Lin Chen felt that he had too few pet insects. It was far from enough. And he himself was too weak, with severely insufficient combat power. Previously, he had been invincible, not having to worry about anything, but after this battle, these two shortcomings were completely exposed. In terms of pet insects, according to the previous rule of gaining 10 more insects for each level up, it seemed like he had a lot now, but the higher he leveled up, the slower the upgrades became, so the number of his insects would increase only limitedly. Fortunately, as a bug tamer, he wasn't limited to taming just one or two types of insects. Currently, the types were unlimited as long as he could summon and sign a contract. After reaching level 20, he could go to the insect realm, but he had to finish this matter first. Regarding his own strength, once this was over, he still needed to push hard on skills and equipment. Lin Chen, I had some prejudices against you before, and I apologize, Chen Ziqing said, looking at the dozen or so corpses nearby, all of which were professionals who had died in the recent waves of attacks. If it weren't for you, there would be even more deaths. Lin Chen glanced at her but remained silent. In fact, Lin Chen did not care about any prejudices. In reality, apart from the initial difficulty when Chen Ziqing first left the city, she had not harmed herself at any other time. This time, the city guards have drawn 50 practitioners below level 30. You could say that's all the personnel at this level. Earlier, we thought the numbers were completely sufficient, but now it seems far from enough. If it weren't for you, perhaps our entire army would have been wiped out this time. It was you who saved us. Chen Ziqing was also a very straightforward woman, and by now, she was completely certain that Lin Chen was the one who turned the tide. Lin Chen shook his head. Don't be too optimistic just yet. Although we have basically held off those demon swarms, there are still 3 of the strongest ones that haven't made a move. If the situation turns unfavorable, you all need to retreat quickly. After a few rounds, although a dozen practitioners had died, over 1,000 demons had also perished, with several hundred killed, and the remaining ones were scattered, no longer able to form a large-scale assault. Of course, almost all of them were killed by Lin Chen. Chen Ziqing followed Lin Chen's gaze and saw the 3 super demons in the sky, her heart sinking. These damn bugs again. The demon saintess glared at the devouring gold bugs that were slaughtering everywhere in the arena. These bugs are indeed despicable, but they are not invincible. We have already killed dozens before, and there are only about 100 left below. It's not too difficult to eliminate them, but we must not let them get close, or we won't be able to hold on. The vampire Vlad said coldly. Humph, I'll clear out those people first. With a whoosh, the demon saintess flew towards the crowd, her feet entwined with a whirlwind. At the same time, a magic book appeared in her hand, and she chanted, Wind Whirlwind. 4 powerful tornadoes materialized out of thin air, sweeping towards the crowd. Everyone be careful. Seeing the super demon make a move, Chen Ziqing shouted loudly. About 20 damage dealers quickly cast their attacks towards the tornadoes. Boom! 1 tornado dissipated. 2 tornadoes dissipated. 3 tornadoes dissipated. However, the 4th one crashed into the crowd. In an instant, 4 or 5 people were swept into the air. Everyone, make sure to protect Lin Chen. Chen Ziqing ordered. Go! Lin Chen waved his hand, and 20 devouring gold bugs flew out towards the demon saintess. Wind Sphere! The demon saintess chanted a few lines, and countless whirlwinds appeared in front of her. These whirlwinds wrapped around the devouring gold bugs and trapped them tightly. Lin Chen frowned. Although the devouring gold bugs were not harmed, it was not easy for these 20 bugs to break free. This meant losing the opportunity to kill the demon saintess. The vampire behind saw this and took out something resembling a holy grail, pouring it into the air, causing a blue liquid to fall. It transformed into a blue mist, flying over and swirling into the demon saintess's whirlwind. In an instant, the devouring gold bugs were covered in this greenish-blue mist. Such strong poison. Lin Chen immediately felt the life force of the devouring gold bugs rapidly fading. The previous 30 devouring gold bugs had died in this way. If this poison were to spread, no one here would survive. Chen Ziqing, I'll have a dozen devouring gold bugs assist you. You all retreat and deal with those scattered headless night demons. Make sure not to let those 2 demons in the sky get close. If they fly towards you, just run for your lives without caring about anything else. What about you? Chen Ziqing asked nervously. I'll be fine, they can't kill me. I'll command the bugs to take them down. Alright. Chen Ziqing couldn't understand what Lin Chen was relying on, but at that moment, she also saw how sharp the poison released by that vampire was. She directed everyone, let's retreat 500 meters. Want to leave? You human scum will all die here today, the vampire demon said coldly. Endless poison. He swung the holy grail, and a wide mist of green spread out towards everyone. Lin Chen's face changed dramatically. Quick, run. The group of professionals hurriedly retreated. But it was a bit late. About 10 professionals, including Lin Chen, were covered by the green mist. In an instant, Lin Chen felt his heart racing, muscles contracting, his skin burning as if on fire. accompanied by a stinging sensation all over his body, dizziness, and a foggy consciousness. Poisoned. And it was highly toxic. Lin Chen realized his life was rapidly fading. The 10 or so professionals were rolling on the ground, and in just a moment, their faces turned pale, on the brink of death. Lin Chen! Chen Ziqing saw Lin Chen also poisoned and shouted in alarm. You all hurry and leave, you can't withstand this poison. Lin Chen shouted loudly. In less than a minute, the professionals struggling on the ground stopped moving. Motionless. Dead. While Chen Ziqing directed everyone to retreat and dealt with the remaining demon knights, she kept an eye on Lin Chen. Her face was extremely pale, murmuring, Lin Chen, you mustn't be in trouble. Bang, a fairy butterfly fell from Lin Chen. It was the one that had exhausted its life for Lin Chen. Dead. Not good, this poison shows no signs of dissipating, still this strong. Does that mean, even if I have more health, I will die after a while? Lin Chen's face changed, looking very grim. Suddenly, Lin Chen's expression changed again. The golden devouring insects that had been trapped in the demon saint's wind vortex and poisoned were now completely out of contact with Lin Chen. Dead? Dead. 20 golden devouring insects trapped in the wind vortex and poisoned finally couldn't hold on, their lives exhausted, one by one dying. These pet insects had always been incredibly strong, immune to fire, water, and mental attacks, with robust health points. But under such potent poison, they still couldn't withstand it. They flew out of the wind vortex, landing on the ground, motionless. Lin Chen's golden devouring insects had lost another batch, right before his eyes. Before arriving at this place of demise, dozens of succubi chasing them had suddenly died. Now, another 20 were dead. Nearly 50 had already perished. Only 10 remained with Chen Ziqing to assist them in killing the headless knights. He could now command only about 100. Bang! Another fairy butterfly died, falling from Lin Chen. In this minute or so, he lost over 10,000 health points. Lin Chen's life continued to fade rapidly. The poison seemed endless, constantly eroding Lin Chen's life. Come back! Lin Chen's eyes turned crimson as he shouted. About 100 golden devouring insects broke away from the battle and flew towards Lin Chen. If he couldn't kill those 3 demons in a short time, not to mention all the golden devouring insects and fairy butterflies would die, Lin Chen would also be poisoned to death in this dungeon passage. Wind vortex! At this moment, the demon saint saw Lin Chen's golden devouring insects flying to his side and continuously cast wind vortex spells. She wanted to trap those golden devouring insects. One after another, wind vortices formed, and only when the demon saint's face turned pale and she was on the verge of collapse did she stop. At this point, 4 or 5 dozen wind vortices surrounded her. One after another, the wind vortices were rolling towards the golden devouring insects. Scatter! The 100 or so golden devouring insects quickly spread out. One after another, golden devouring insects were trapped in the wind vortices. Soon, about 40 or 50 golden devouring insects were ensnared. However, many golden devouring insects flew towards the 3 demons from various directions. The 3 demons were startled. They quickly dodged, trying to avoid the golden devouring insects pouncing on them. However, prolonged evasion would lead to failure. A scream. It turned out that the injured succubus was a bit slow, and at this moment, about 10 golden devouring insects had already pounced on it. Except for a few gold-eating insects being knocked away by the succubus, those that pounced on it quickly tore open its flesh, frantically burrowing into its body, gnawing at its innards. Blood splattered into the air. The succubus, with her wings spread wide, screamed in agony as she crashed to the ground. Boom! A cloud of dust was kicked up. Wind barrier. The demon saintess saw the succubus screaming under the onslaught of the gold-eating insects, heavily injured and about to fall, and her expression changed drastically. She hurriedly cast a spell to form a barrier around her body. Gold-eating insects surged forward, only to be swept away by the wind barrier. However, this wind barrier was different from a wind vortex. The vortex would trap the gold-eating insects inside, while the barrier could only blow them away. The blown-away gold-eating insects were not harmed and quickly returned to continue their assault on the demon saintess. At this moment, many gold-eating insects also lunged at the vampire demon. However, the vampire demon was incredibly fast, far surpassing both the succubus and the demon saintess. It darted and weaved, continuously releasing toxic mist, contaminating the gold-eating insects trapped in the 4 or 5 wind vortices. The gold-eating insects attacking it followed closely behind but failed to land on it. This demon saintess and vampire are too difficult to deal with, especially the vampire's speed is too fast, while the gold-eating insects are melee pets. If only there were some ranged attack pets, we wouldn't be so passive. This is another shortcoming. Slap! Another fairy butterfly fell to the ground, dead. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. After awakening, he traversed the insect realm, obtained gold-eating insects, entered the novice dungeon, fought in the wilderness, teamed up with Zhao Xiaoling to tackle wilderness bosses, killed the 4 evils of Young City, battled in the Lost Mine dungeon, and defeated the Dragon Explosion, a series of battles where he was invincible. He had grown accustomed to this invincibility. But now, facing experts in fierce battles, all his shortcomings were being exposed. If it weren't for finding the fairy butterfly in that grass patch at level 10, he would have died countless times by now. If he didn't die this time, it would at least give him a clearer understanding of himself. He needed to know how to improve. Chen Ziqing and the others stood at a distance, forming a team to fight against the Headless Horseman and other demons. Although it was tough, with Lin Chen and his 10 or so gold-eating insects helping, they were not in too much danger. Chen Ziqing stood among the crowd, her face a mix of disbelief and worry as she looked at Lin Chen. Half an hour had passed, and Lin Chen was still locked in a fierce battle with those 2 demons. As for the succubus, she had died half an hour ago, beyond any hope of revival. Those highly toxic insects can kill a level 30 professional in less than a minute, which means they can devour over 10,000 health points in under a minute. But Lin Chen has been poisoned for half an hour. Doesn't that mean his health is not below 300,000? My God, how is that possible? I've never seen such a person, nor have I even heard of one. He completely breaks all understanding. How many trump cards does Lin Chen have? But no matter how many trump cards he has, if his health continues to deplete like this, he won't be able to hold on. Perhaps in the next moment, he could die at any time? He must not die. He must not die. This once-in-a-century genius, if he dies, it would not only be a loss for Yang City but also a tremendous loss for the entire Great Xia. Moreover, if he dies, none of us here in the passage will escape, we will all die. If we all die, this mission to interrupt the passage will fail. If it fails and forms a D-level rift, then level 40 demons will continuously pour into Yang City, and in a single day, most of the millions of citizens in Yang City could be killed and devoured by demons. And it might even spread from Yang City to the entire country. Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, your life now concerns the lives of millions. You must not die. At this moment, Lin Chen's face was ashen. Half of the spirit butterflies on him had already perished, and he had little time left to endure. In the half-hour battle, he had lost 60 or 70 of his gold-devouring insects. Only 30 or 40 remained. And until now, whether it was the demon Saintus's wind shield or the vampire demon's evasions, the insects had been unable to break through the defenses of the 2, unable to enter their bodies. Am I really going to die here today? I still need to find my sister. I can't die yet. Lin Chen's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted, resembling a madman. However, not only Lin Chen, but the demon Saintus and the vampire demon were also suffering internally. They could not fathom why that weak human had been standing there for half an hour. They understood the power of the endless toxins better than anyone. In this half hour, they must have drained each other's hundreds of thousands of health points. But why was he still alive? A level 19 practitioner could have hundreds of thousands of health points? Unbelievable. And those terrifying insects, they dared not let them land on them. The further it went, the harder it became to kill them. And after half an hour of high-intensity use of mental and physical strength, they could no longer hold on. Lin Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes. Finally can't hold on anymore, huh? The demon Saintus's wind shield was getting thinner, and she had no mana left to sustain it. A gold-devouring insect broke through and pounced on the Saintus. At the same time, the vampire's movements were slowing down, and a gold-devouring insect landed on its foot, starting to bite. It's my turn to counterattack. Once the demon Saintus and the vampire demon's defenses were breached, it was the gold-devouring insect's time to shine. 1, 2. More and more gold-devouring insects pounced on the demon Saintus. Blood rained down from the sky. The demon Saintus's stunning face had twisted into a grimace. Lin Chen, it's you again, ruining my good plans. The demon Saintus glared fiercely at Lin Chen. But don't get too proud. If my true form were here, even 1,000 of you would die. This time, it's just a clone of mine. Even if it dies, it only costs me some vitality. Lin Chen, the entire abyss will remember you. Unless you hide in the human realm forever, once you appear again, you will face endless pursuit from the entire abyss. Lin Chen sneered, you dare to boast after being killed by me twice? And don't talk about the entire abyss hunting me. One day, I will turn your entire abyss upside down. Just wait for me. Lin Chen was filled with rage. This battle with the 2 demons had cost him dearly. Only a few of the 170 gold-devouring insects remained. Even the trump card, the spirit butterflies, had mostly perished. If the opponent hadn't collapsed first, it would have been his turn to break down. He never imagined that one day, the battle would reach such a level. As for the Abyss demons, they were natural enemies of humanity. Their encounters were battles of life and death, making such threats meaningless. Lin Chen, with one last roar of resentment, the demon saintess crashed to the ground. The demon saintess. Dead. You have killed the demon saintess, Lord, gaining 500,000 experience points. You have obtained the item, Magic Book, Solomon's Key. Almost all the remaining gold-devouring insects were now pouncing on the vampire demon. At the same time, all the gold-devouring insects were covered in a bluish-green hue. This vampire demon not only released terrifying toxins but was also composed of poison itself. At this point, Lin Chen had thrown down all his trump cards, determined to kill the vampire demon. Fortunately, at this moment, the vampire was also on the brink of death. Your name is Lin Chen, right? The vampire floated not far from Lin Chen. You are quite impressive. Among humans of this level, you are the strongest I have ever seen. No, you are even stronger than those level 50 or 60 professionals. Its blood and chunks of flesh kept falling. However, it seemed completely unconcerned. Its gaze was indifferent. I am Count Vlad. I have been defeated by your strength, and I bear no resentment. We will meet again, Sir Lin Chen. The vampire Vlad gave a slight bow to Lin Chen. Then, his entire body was dismembered by the gold-eating insects, scattering into chunks of blood and bone. Vampire demon. Dead. You have killed Count Vlad, Lord, gaining 500,000 experience points. You have obtained the magic scroll, Endless Toxin. You have leveled up to level 21. Finally, they are all dead. These two lunatics. One spouting threats, the other bowing in respect. Damn it, they are all crazy. If they had to die, why all these theatrics? Lin Chen, feeling exhausted, collapsed to the ground. The gold-eating insects that had killed the demon saintess and the vampire also fell to the ground. This time, I really threw everything I had into it. Lin Chen forced a smile. Of course, after a day of cooldown, he could continue to summon the gold-eating insects, replenishing to his current level 21, 210 of them. However, to fill up to about 200 gold-eating insects at level 21 would require time, probably a month and a half of recovery. Moreover, he still needed to replenish the fairy butterflies. With the vampire dead, the poison in Lin Chen's body gradually diminished. Fortunately, if this poison had continued, it would have really been fatal. Lin Chen looked around and smiled bitterly. I've exhausted all my resources. Thankfully, it ended in victory. Lin Chen. A voice called from a distance. Chen Ziqing rushed towards Lin Chen. The battle here had ended, and the one over there had almost simultaneously concluded. Chen Ziqing reached Lin Chen and then, she hugged him tightly. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. What was wrong with this girl? Lin Chen, I thought you were going to die many times. Chen Ziqing clung to Lin Chen, trembling slightly. If it weren't for you, we would all have died. Thank you for saving us, for saving me. Her arms wrapped around Lin Chen's neck. Well, I was also fighting desperately to survive. Lin Chen felt a bit uncomfortable being squeezed by Chen Ziqing's body. This girl, usually swift as the wind and steady as a clock, appeared to be a soldier, all hard and unyielding. But unexpectedly, her real body was so soft. Yet it had an astonishing elasticity. A woman like this, even an experienced man would know, is exceptional. Who would have thought? No, Lin Chen, this life of mine was saved by you. Lin Chen wanted to push her away. But thinking about it, this was a moment of shared hardship, a feeling of survival after a disaster, which was only natural. Forget it. Deputy Lin. At this moment, Zhao Hu and a group of city guards approached, some limping or twisting as they walked. Just now, they had fought hard, and several had died. As for injuries, everyone was wounded, almost all severely, having squeezed out their last bit of strength. However, every survivor wore a joyful expression of having survived. Hearing Zhao Hu's voice, Chen Ziqing gently pushed Lin Chen away and stepped back, suddenly distancing herself from him. Her face was flushed. Deputy Lin, now that all the demons in the Shadowlands are dead, we can move forward and break the connection to the passage. Chen Ziqing took a deep breath and said calmly, we just need to exert a little effort to destroy the formation at the passage entrance, and the entire passage will collapse, severing the connection between the Shadowlands and the Abyss forever. You all go and destroy it. I'm too tired. I need to rest for a while. Lin Chen said. Yes. Chen Ziqing responded. At that moment, she didn't look like a commander at all. Instead, it seemed like Lin Chen was the one in charge. Lin Chen suddenly felt a strange sensation. Chen Ziqing led a group of city guards to interrupt the passage. Lin Chen looked at the ground in the distance. There were many corpses of the gold-devouring insects scattered there, but Lin Chen felt that his mental power had connected with several of the gold-devouring insects inside. Some of them aren't completely dead? They've come back to life? Just as he was puzzled, a buzzing sound filled the air. More than 20 gold-devouring insects flew up from the ground, rising into the air. "Come back!" Lin Chen beckoned with his hand. The 20 gold-devouring insects flew over and circled around Lin Chen playfully. For some reason, these near-death but now revived gold-devouring insects still looked the same, yet Lin Chen had a strange feeling. What feeling? He seemed to sense that these 20 gold-devouring insects felt a sense of joy upon seeing him. What was going on? Since signing a contract with the insect world and using the gold-devouring insects as his pet template, Lin Chen could summon them. As long as he leveled up, he could increase the limit on the number of summons and call forth more pets, all of which acted without independent will. They completely followed Lin Chen's mental commands and will. This was the normal operation of the insect tamer profession. However, at this moment, Lin Chen felt that these few gold-devouring insects seemed different. They had leveled up and developed a faint sense of individual emotion. Although they still acted entirely based on his commands, there was already a difference. They appeared more agile and fluid in their flight and movements. Could it be because they had reached level 21? Lin Chen looked into the distance, where about 10 gold-devouring insects remained to assist Chen Ziqing and the others. "Come here!" Lin Chen called those gold-devouring insects over. They flew toward him. Indeed, upon closer inspection, they were different. Lin Chen carefully observed and compared. This batch of gold-devouring insects was just like before, completely unchanged, in the familiar normal state. But what was going on with those 20 gold-devouring insects? Lin Chen focused on those special gold-devouring insects. In an instant, he was stunned. Their names had clearly changed to Level 21 Gold-Devouring Insect, Elite. Meanwhile, the names of the 10 gold-devouring insects remained, Level 21 Gold-Devouring Insect. Could pets evolve after a period of battle, in addition to leveling up? Although these 20 gold-devouring insects were all level 21, they had evolved from ordinary to elite. Becoming elite-level pets, they had developed a bit of independent spirit. The entire insect no longer appeared rigid as before, it seemed to have come alive. So, could it be that one day, elite-level pets might evolve into leaders, lords, or even kings? It was possible. Very possible. However, as for how to evolve, Lin Chen thought for a while and had no definite answer. For now, he can only assume that after many battles, they accumulated enough to finally break through and evolve. Not finding an answer, Lin Chen wasn't anxious. This matter could take time. After evolving, would the attributes of the pets also change somewhat? Lin Chen checked the attributes of the ordinary gold-devouring insect, level 21 gold-devouring insect, strength, 19,200, agility, 9,600, spirit, 9,600, constitution, 19,200, skills, rage, acceleration, rage. The gold-devouring insect enters a state of rage, increasing attack power by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Acceleration. The gold-devouring insect enters a state of acceleration, increasing movement and attack speed by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Seeing the attributes of the level 21 gold-devouring insect so outrageous, Lin Chen gasped. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't have reached this level. It must be that my god-level talent skill enhancement, has leveled up again. Moreover, a new skill, acceleration, has been added. Movement and attack speed have doubled, which is equivalent to doubling my attack power. There's no other way to describe it except with the word abnormal. Lin Chen couldn't wait to open the Elite Gold-Devouring Insect Attribute panel. In an instant, he was stunned. Level 21 Gold-Devouring Insect, Elite, Strength, 38,400, Agility, 19,200, Spirit, 19,200, Constitution, 38,400, Skills, Rage, Acceleration, Rage. The gold-devouring insect enters a state of rage, increasing attack power by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Acceleration. The gold-devouring insect enters an accelerated state, increasing movement and attack speed by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Damn! All attributes doubled. I'm rich! Lin Chen was overjoyed. This time, he didn't lose. On the contrary, he made a huge profit, although he had only evolved about 20 elite gold-devouring insects. However, these attributes were truly outrageous. Good, good, good. With these attributes, I can completely outclass those of the same level by 100,000 streets. Regarding the things he needed to do next, whether it was the upcoming martial arts examination or the journey to the capital to attend Qingbei Martial Arts University and enter Sanglong Academy, Lin Chen was more confident than ever. Soon, he would be able to find his sister. If she has been forced into a desperate situation by some forces, then I will clear all her enemies for her. Lin Chen suddenly remembered something. Summon! 5 brand new level 21 gold devouring insects appeared in the void beside Lin Chen. Summoning 5 level 21 gold devouring insects consumed half of my spirit power. Lin Chen looked at his status and smiled wryly. Normally, it would take a day to recover his spirit power to full status, even if he meditated quietly. At this rate, he didn't know how long it would take to summon a full set of gold devouring insects, at least half a month. Moreover, there were still a large number of fairy butterflies to summon. It seemed that if things didn't work out, he would have to buy some recovery potions to speed up this process. Lin Chen saw the new gold devouring insects appear and immediately checked their status. Level 21 gold devouring insect. Sure enough, the summoned gold devouring insects were just ordinary ones. It seemed that to evolve from ordinary to elite gold devouring insects, a lot of battles were needed, or perhaps some fortuitous encounters. Having 20 elite gold devouring insects all at once, I should be satisfied. Lin Chen smiled. Although the newly summoned gold devouring insects were not elite, he was not disappointed. His life had just begun. One day, he would have a large number of elite gold devouring insects. He would also have leader level ones, lord level, king level. Lin Chen also opened his own attribute panel. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, insect tamer. Level, 21. Strength, 320. Agility, 320. Spirit, 650. Constitution, 320. Professional skills, insect contract, pet insect summon. Level 21. Talent skills, skill enhancement. Level 3. Position swap. Insect realm traversal, 3 times, summon level 21 gold devouring insects, current quantity 31/210, summon level 21 fairy butterflies, current quantity 11/210, seeing his own attribute panel, Lin Chen felt very complicated. First, from the attributes, it was unremarkable, normal level 21 attributes for a professional, but compared to his pet gold devouring insects, he felt like a beggar, which was quite embarrassing. It's time to fully equip myself with a complete set of attribute gear. Secondly, my core talent skill enhancement, has indeed reached level 3 as I leveled up and broke through the critical threshold of level 20. No wonder my pet bugs have such high attributes. That's a 30-fold increase. Thirdly, I indeed gained 3 opportunities to traverse the bug realm. Last time, in that patch of grass, I left a gold-eating bug as an anchor point. Next time I enter the bug realm, I can directly use position swap to reach the grass, unlike the previous times when I felt like a headless fly, appearing in all sorts of strange places. Now, with the next level 30, I will once again gain 3 opportunities to traverse, but it seems it will take quite a while. The 3 opportunities one received this time to traverse the bug realm are extremely precious. I must think and plan carefully before taking action. The gold-eating bug and the spirit butterfly have indeed reached the summoning limit of 210. However, to summon them all, a considerable recovery time is still needed. Perhaps I can go to the trading center to buy some expensive recovery potions for assistance. Later, I'll check the trading center to see what the market price is. During this time, I have been busy leveling up. Just then, a loud rumble echoed. Lin Chen looked up, and at the end, a beam of white light shot into the sky. Following that, the entire dark area seemed to shake. Chen Ziqing walked over with an excited expression. Lin Chen, the passage connecting to the abyss has been interrupted, and the rules here will change. According to past experience, we will be forcibly teleported out of here in 10 minutes. Lin Chen nodded. The abyss crisis has been resolved. Lin Chen, if it weren't for you this time, the outcome would have been completely different. Not only would everyone here have died, but Yang City might not have been able to hold on either. Chen Ziqing looked at Lin Chen and said seriously, this time, you have made a great contribution. I will report truthfully to the military. As for the resource development here afterward, you will receive all the profit shares, but according to regulations, the personal share cannot exceed 5%. Chen Ziqing mentioning the personal profit share at this time seemed to be a precaution. He was afraid Lin Chen would be disappointed or angry later. After all, the combined contributions of everyone might not be as high as his alone. If it's 5%, that's not too little, Lin Chen replied. The later development will also require a lot of manpower and resources, and there are various forces to balance. Besides, if the total income is in the tens or hundreds of billions, 5% would still be in the hundreds of millions. He was just a high school senior. If his wealth exceeded 100 million, he would definitely be a wealthy tycoon in Yang City. Before this, who would have dared to imagine? In the last 10 minutes, you all look around. Whatever you find now belongs to you, Chen Ziqing said to the crowd around him. Upon hearing this, everyone excitedly dispersed to search for resources. Just now, they were busy fighting, and with demons everywhere, it was fraught with danger. Even if they saw many good things, they couldn't collect them. Lin Chen, Aren't you going to look for something in the last 10 minutes? Chen Ziqing asked. Lin Chen shook his head. No, I'm going back to find my classmates. At this moment, outside the passage, City Lord Chu Yuan, Zhao Kaijun, and a group of elders from prominent families were waiting. Their expressions were not very good. Several hours had already passed, but not a single person who entered had come out. This already indicated that, up to now, the people inside had not completed the task of interrupting the passage. General Zhao, do you think they can complete the task? Chu Yuan asked with a serious face. Zhao Kaijun thought for a moment and slowly said, it's hard to say, but we did our best. The ones sent in were all elites from the city guard around level 30, and many prominent families also selected their experts to go in. If they fail, a large number of abyss demons will invade through the dark area. Are we prepared for the follow-up work? Chu Yuan asked again. Rest assured, my lord, the 30,000 city guards have all been assembled and are ready for battle outside, Zhao Kaijun said in a deep voice. General Zhao, you really are confused. You sent those students into the dark place. I wonder how you will explain that to old Mo later? Master Zhao glanced at Zhao Kaijun and couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Zhao Kaijun forced a smile. Master Zhao, you've said that at least 10 times in the last few hours. Master Zhao didn't care about the general's status and said mercilessly, especially that Lin Chen. Do you know how much energy and resources old Mo has spent to cultivate him? I don't care about the other young masters, I can guess their parents' intentions. But Lin Chen, you really shouldn't have let him in. What good would it do for someone of his level to go in? It's just sending him to his death. Zhao Kaijun smiled bitterly, speechless. He squeezed the recommendation letter he had prepared in his pocket. If what Master Zhao repeatedly said was true, and something happened to Lin Chen inside, then he would truly be doing a good deed that turned bad. He wanted to give Lin Chen a chance. But what if it was a chance that led to death? He was conflicted. Lin Chen, you made it. We were scared to death here. Yu Dapeng stood up and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Chen approach. Earlier, Lin Chen had told them to stay put and not move, and they had been hiding in a hollow in the mountain. Just now, we felt the entire passage shift. Lin Chen, what happened? Ning Yuanxi asked. The danger has been eliminated, we broke the passage. Lin Chen smiled. I knew it. With Brother Hao here, we would definitely complete the mission. Lin Shi ran over. She had reached a level of blind admiration for Lin Chen. Mu Shui stood quietly to the side, watching Lin Chen. This person has created a miracle once again. 10 minutes later, everyone in the dark place felt their bodies tighten, as if an extremely powerful force was pushing them, forcibly transporting them out of the instance. Several beams of white light flashed. They appeared at the entrance of the instance. Ahaha, good, good. You all finally made it out. Zhao Kaijun laughed heartily as he welcomed them. Uncle, we did not disgrace our mission, we broke the passage, but many people died. Chen Ziqing said, his expression darkening. The big shots outside looked at the battle team that emerged. Compared to the large group that had entered, those who survived were far too few. Out of the 100 who went in, fewer than 30 came out. It was nothing short of tragic. The elders of each family were searching for their own people. Some were pleasantly surprised, while others were downcast. Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, and others each went to greet their families. Lin Chen, I'm very glad you understood the importance of choosing your battles and didn't overreach. Surviving is the most precious thing, Master Zhao, who had been worried about Lin Chen, said with relief. He had watched Lin Chen awaken and grow up, and he had a good relationship with Principal Mo. He didn't want to see old Mo's hard work go to waste. In his heart, he believed that Lin Chen had to do everything he could to protect himself in order to survive after entering the dark place. Chen Ziqing stepped forward and said, Master Zhao, Lin Chen didn't just protect himself. You know, almost all the demons in the passage were killed by Lin Chen. If it weren't for him, more than 20 of us wouldn't have survived, and we wouldn't have been able to break the passage. It was he who saved us, it was he who saved the entire Yang city. Lin Chen? Not only was Master Zhao stunned, but all the big shots also turned to look. Ziqing, why don't you tell us about the battle process? Zhao Kaijun asked. Okay. Chen Ziqing began to recount the situation in the dark place. The strength of the demons made everyone frown. The astonishing recovery abilities of the demoness left everyone in disbelief. Finally, the terror of the demon saintess and the vampire demon shocked everyone. Especially the vampire demons can almost instantaneously kill a level 30 professional with their deadly poison. Lucky, this time it succeeded. What good fortune. I didn't expect the enemies inside to be so powerful, an elder from a prominent family side. What luck! That was Lin Chen fighting for his life. Chen Ziqing retorted. Ha, Lin Chen, you truly didn't disappoint me, Zhao Kaijun said with great joy. The city lord, Xu Yuan, smiled and said, Lin Chen, you have made a great contribution this time. On behalf of the millions of citizens of Yang City, I thank you. For the subsequent profits from the dungeon development, we will definitely give you the highest share. You're being too polite, city lord. Lin Chen replied. Sounds nice, but a level 19 professional talking so grandly, only fools would believe it, right? Suddenly, an elder from a prominent family coldly remarked, You few are all military representatives, surely you're just flattering each other. This person was from a family that was a vassal of the Strongman Guild and had previously clashed with Lin Chen. Now, hearing Chen Ziqing emphasize Lin Chen's contributions and claim he had taken most of the credit, they felt threatened. If the prominent family contributed less, their share of the benefits would also decrease. There's no flattery, brother Hao's efforts, we are all witnesses, Lin Shi interjected. Ning Yuanxi, Yu Dapeng, and others quickly echoed her. Saying how many demons you killed, but isn't it all just talk? Who can't talk? The elder from the prominent family still clung to his stance. Just as the argument grew heated, Master Zhao suddenly exclaimed, Ha? Lin Chen, you've reached level 21? Previously, when Chen Ziqing spoke of how Lin Chen slaughtered demons, he had some doubts. He had always believed that Lin Chen had reached level 19 in the past 10 days thanks to Principal Mo's resources and great effort. A connected individual suddenly becoming a powerful warrior was hard for him to accept. Hearing Master Zhao's exclamation, everyone turned to look. It's true. I remember he was indeed level 19 when he first entered. At that time, I was still wondering what use it was to enter at such a low level. In just a few hours, he leveled up to 21, that means he killed how many demons? Back in my day, I took half a month to go from 19 to 20, killing over 10,000 monsters. Moreover, he's leveled up twice now? My goodness! How many demons did Lin Chen kill in there? It must be tens of thousands, right? The elder from the prominent family who had been disparaging Lin Chen fell silent. In reality, it wasn't tens of thousands, just over 1,000. The experience from the demons inside was far richer than that from the outside. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out, Lin Chen, where's Long Zhaotian? Did you kill him? The speaker was Long Wu from the Strongman Guild. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings fell silent. After all, the Strongman Guild was a force comparable to the local military, and this involved murder, with the deceased being the prince of the Strongman Guild. Long Wu, what nonsense are you talking? Chen Ziqing was the first to defend Lin Chen. She had shared hardships with Lin Chen and had witnessed how he protected Deban and fought against the demons. How could such a savior, such a hero, be slandered? Although Long Zhaotian is in high level, he has many experts around him. I don't believe he would be killed by the monsters inside. Long Wu saw that the survivors who came out did not include Long Zhaotian. His feelings were very complicated. This time, the Strongman Guild had sent over 10 people inside, and all had died. Even the crucial Long Zhaotian was dead. He had quietly asked others earlier and learned that when they were close to the end, Long Zhaotian's team was still alive and had even had some verbal conflict with Lin Chen. Then, they just disappeared. He knew in his heart that Long Zhaotian had spent a lot of money on this trip, hiring 2 powerful assassins, intending to kill Lin Chen inside. With Lin Chen alive, Long Zhaotian would be dead. Although there was no evidence, it was highly likely that everyone knew Long Zhaotian had been killed by Lin Chen. Long Wu, people call you Wu Yi, but I see your words are as empty as flatulence. What do you mean he shouldn't be killed by the monsters inside? Chen Ziqing was not at all intimidated by the fact that the Strongman Guild was a behemoth. He directly confronted him. If it weren't for Lin Chen, not to mention a small fry like Long Zhaotian, even I would be dead. The Strongman Guild is strong, but can it outmatch 50 military experts? By your logic, should all those who died at the hands of demons inside be blamed on Lin Chen? Don't you find that absurd? Why do you speak like a child? Even Long Wu, who had weathered many storms, was at a loss for words at this moment. After all, he had no evidence. He couldn't say that Long Zhaotian had developed a conflict over Lin Chen's Night Star Heart and that one of his targets inside was to kill Lin Chen. He could only glare fiercely at Lin Chen. Enough! At this moment, the city lord Xu Yuan spoke up. Long Wu, stop with the speculation. Lin Chen is now the hero who saved 1 million people in Yang City, not a civilian practitioner whom your Strongman Guild can bully at will. Lord Chu, that's not what I meant. After all, before entering the dark place, everyone knew there was a significant conflict between Long Zhaotian and Lin Chen. As Xu Yuan spoke, Long Wu did not dare to be arrogant. He hurriedly explained. A conflict? Long Wu, how dare you say that? Isn't it your Strongman Guild that wants to forcibly take others' things? Xu Yuan's expression gradually turned cold. Long Wu, you can convey my words to Long Tun. Lin Chen is one of our military personnel. If you want to touch him, you must first ask whether we in the military agree, and also ask the other guilds that Lin Chen saved whether they agree. I don't agree either. A big fat man with a large gold chain stepped forward. Lin Chen is my child's deskmate. Whoever touches him is my enemy. I don't agree either. Ning Manhwa stood up. I don't agree either. The Lin family stood up. I don't agree either. The Mu family stood up. In an instant, 7 or 8 families stood up. Long Wu's face twitched with anger. The military and these families actually united against the Strongmen Guild because of a Lin Chen. In such a situation, even if Long Tun came, he would have to compromise. It was not something he could provoke the Strongman Guild over. Fine, if I can find evidence, you won't have anything to say then, right? He forced himself to say. At this moment, Zhao Kaijun, who had been silent, said lightly, "Alright, Long Wu, speak only when you have evidence. Your Strongman Guild should actually thank Lin Chen, because if the demons had rushed into Yang City, whether your Strongman Guild could even exist would be another matter." Long Wu lowered his head. In the past, whenever the Strongman Guild spoke, who didn't listen attentively? But today, when he spoke, it sparked public outrage. Alright, I'll take this blame, I'm leaving. Long Wu took a few subordinates and left. He felt it was too embarrassing to stay here. Lin Chen, thank you for saving Ning Yuanci and countless people in Yang City. How about this, you give me your Night Star heart, and my Ning family will help you gather the materials and make it into a necklace as a return for your kindness to our Ning family. Previously, Ning Manhwa had wanted to use the production list to pin down Lin Chen. Now, it had turned into offering money and resources to help make the finished product for free. Old Ning, if the materials are insufficient, my Lin family has some, feel free to take them. The head of the Lin family smiled. Count me in. The Mu family also said. Several families expressed their support. Then I thanked President Ning and all the uncles in advance. Lin Chen was overjoyed. He certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Equipment with +1 to all skills is valuable yet hard to find. Lin Chen, you are very strong. Sanglong Academy welcomes you. Zhao Kaijun handed Lin Chen a letter of recommendation. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, but the college entrance examination hasn't started yet. It's not certain if I can get into Qingbei Martial Arts University? The recommendation letter was indeed one of Lin Chen's most important goals for entering the Dark Realm this time. Unexpectedly, Zhao Kaijun had prepared it long ago. This also indirectly proved that Zhao Kaijun had full confidence in Lin Chen. Ha ha, Lin Chen, with your strength, what does the college entrance examination starting the day after tomorrow mean? If you want, Lord Chu Yuan can directly recommend you and exempt you from the exam. Yes, Lin Chen, I have this ability to get you exempted. Chu Yuan nodded with a smile beside him. As a prominent figure in the Great Xia, governing a region, Chu Yuan was qualified to recommend people for training. Thank you, Uncle Zhao and Lord Chu, for your kind intentions, but I'd rather take the exam. I want to see how I compare to other senior students. Good. That's the spirit of a good man from Yang City. Master Zhao, who had only listened and not spoken, gave Lin Chen a thumbs up at this moment. Zhao Kaijun continued, Lin Chen, I have another good piece of news for you. In light of your significant contributions this time, I just discussed with Lord Chu, and we are rewarding you with 100,000 merit points. Merit points? Previously, when Zhao Kaijun came to invite Lin Chen to the Dark City, he mentioned this, but at that time, Lin Chen was focused on the recommendation letter and didn't pay much attention. Lin Chen, don't underestimate these merit points. They are worth much more than money, you will understand this in the future. This 100,000 merit points is a significant expenditure even for our military in Yang City. We have accumulated these merit points for a long time. Thank you, Uncle Zhao and Lord Chu. Another good thing in hand. Alright, you can go back and rest. We need to discuss some follow-up matters. We will let you know once we determine your personal dividend ratio. Okay. After the military bigwigs finished speaking, they walked out to discuss matters. Once the bigwigs left, Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanci, and others surrounded Lin Chen. Just now, when the bigwigs were talking, these juniors didn't dare to interrupt and quietly listened. Impressive, boss. Your leveling speed is too fast, you're already at level 21. Yu Dapeng walked up to Lin Chen and gave him a thumbs up. Yesterday, Ning Yuanci and I collected 10 dungeon cooldown stones, but you can no longer enter the Lost Mine. If you could take us through the Lost Mine dungeon 10 more times, I might reach level 20. Dapeng, what level are you now? Ning Yuanci asked from the side. After entering the Dark Realm, I was lucky to meet the boss, and then I followed him for a while, leveling up from 17 to now 70% of level 18. You're even higher level than me. Ning Yuanci felt a bit down. Yesterday, Lin Chen had pulled Ning Yuanci from level 12 to 17. This time she entered the Dark Realm and couldn't kill any demons, so she didn't gain any experience points. Peng leveled up from level 10 to 16 yesterday, and today, during the trip in the Dark Realm, he managed to level up to over level 18. Brother How reaching level 21 definitely increases his chances of entering Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin sure smiled, but then she smiled wryly. But for us, this is bad news. We can't level up anymore. If Brother How takes us through the Lost Mine 10 more times, we might even have a chance to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Chen smiled and said, "You can find another dungeon. I'll take you for a day, or after the big exam, we can team up again. It won't be a waste." "Forget it, Lin Chen, you've been tired all day today and need to prepare for the big exam the day after tomorrow. Let's team up again when we get to university," Ning Yuanci said. Lin Chen nodded. "Actually, all four of you are very likely to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University," Mu Shui said from the side. In previous years, generally speaking, those above level 15 had a chance, and it was safer at level 17. Now, De Peng is at level 18, UNC is also at level 17, and even Lin Sure is at level 15. It's a pity I awakened last year and didn't go to university. Unfortunately, I wasn't so lucky last year and didn't meet Lin Chen. At that time, I participated in the big exam at level 12 and ended up getting into a second-rate university, which I didn't attend later. Mu Shui sighed. "I'm the lowest level." Lin Sure almost cried. "I also want to go to Qingbei Martial Arts University and be by Brother Hao's side. This man has created a miracle once again." Mu Shui looked deeply at Lin Chen, thinking to herself, he has the ability to completely change others' destinies. Under normal circumstances, Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanci would probably get into a decent school, but now, they are all very likely to get into the top school, Qingbei Martial Arts University. "Boss, after we finished the dungeon, I received news that the more than 30 pieces of silver equipment we farmed in the Lost Mine yesterday have all been sold, totaling 31 million. I'll transfer it to you shortly." Just when you wanted to use the money, it came. Lin Chen said softly, "We five did the dungeon together, so you can transfer 6 million to me." "No, Lin Chen, if we agreed to split it beforehand, you could take 6 million, but this time, 30 million is for you, and we'll split 1 million. Ning Yuanci suddenly said, her expression firm. "Yes, I agree with that." Lin Sure and Mu Shui chimed in, "If you consider us friends, please accept this proposal, otherwise, you look down on us." Lin Chen looked at the four in front of him, all with determined faces. If he refused again, they might really get angry. "All right," Lin Chen said helplessly. He indeed needed a sum of money. Tomorrow he not only had to buy a large number of recovery potions but also needed to change his equipment to prepare for entering the insect realm. Half a month ago, he was still a penniless nobody, struggling for 3 meals a day, but in just half a month, he had become a high school student with a fortune of 30 million. This world is indeed a world for professional awakeners. Without a professional awakening, it's hard to even be a person, Lin Chen thought to himself. "Da Peng, help me sell these pieces of equipment together." Last time, Lin Chen had estimated that those silver pieces could sell for around 25 million, but he didn't expect Yu Da Peng to sell them for over 30 million. This kid, who used to be a poor student and couldn't do anything right, had inherited the genes of his nouveau riche father. He had a great talent for buying and selling. Moreover, Lin Chen felt he didn't have that much time to deal with these trivial matters. Lin Chen cleared his backpack, and over 1,000 pieces of demon equipment fell to the ground. It looked like a mountain, shining with golden light. "Damn!" Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanci, Lin Sure, and Mu Shui all exclaimed in unison. "Boss, you really are a big freak." Yu Dapeng marveled, "I still have 400 or 500 pieces of demon gear you gave me, not to mention countless cobalt ores, black lotuses, and so on." Lin Chen, just now Chen Ziqing said you turned the tide. Some people might still be skeptical. If those old guys were still around and saw these pieces of equipment, their jaws would probably drop. Ning Yuanci also sighed. What turning the tide? To say that the entire dungeon passage was cleared by Brother Hao alone wouldn't be an exaggeration. It's terrifying. Even the usually calm Mu Shui sighed. "Alright, boss, just leave it to me with confidence." Yu Dapeng slowly packed up the equipment on the ground. After parting ways with Yu Dapeng and the others, Lin Chen returned home. At that moment, Lin Chen received a message from Zhao Kaijun. It stated that after discussions among the high-level officials of Yang City, it was decided to grant Lin Chen 20% of the subsequent development profits. After evaluation, it was estimated to be around 2 billion. However, he would need to wait until the development was completed, which could take 6 months, a year, or at most 2 years, so he should rest assured and wait. This was indeed great news. The personal cap of 5% set by the regulations had risen to 20%. This must be a special case. Although this money wouldn't be available immediately, it wouldn't take too long, and Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry. At that moment, he also received the funds from the sale of some equipment he had previously sold, along with Zhao Xiaoling. The total earnings from various materials and equipment amounted to 7 million. Now, his net worth was 37 million, enough to do many things. Moreover, he still had several super rare items. One was the 3 pieces of golden equipment obtained from defeating the wilderness boss, the Gnome King Celsus, alongside Zhao Xiaoling, which required level 20 to use, so he had kept them in his backpack without processing them. That made for 4 rare items. Lin Chen took them out and checked. Celsus staff, golden grade, spirit plus 100, constitution plus 100, energy type skill power increased by 15%, usable after level 20. Celsus dagger, golden grade, agility plus 100, constitution plus 100, agility type skill power increased by 15%, usable after level 20. Celsus one-handed sword, golden grade, strength plus 100, constitution plus 100, strength type skill power increased by 15%, usable after level 20. Magic scroll, Death Sun, usable by spirit type professions, upon use, will grant the fire type magic skill Death Sun, usable after level 20. It was clear that Lin Chen could use the staff and the magic scroll, especially the magic scroll. Death Sun was a forbidden spell. At that time, Celsus had suddenly cast it, nearly killing Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaoling. Lin Chen took out the Death Sun scroll. Learn, he thought. A flash of golden light passed, the magic scroll disappeared, and his skill list added one more item, mastered skill, Death Sun. As a spirit-type practitioner, Lin Chen could learn various spells, including electric-type spells like Ning Yuanxi's. Of course, the most authentic spells were summoning-type spells, which suited him better. However, having many skills is never a burden. Lin Chen checked the spell cost for casting Death Sun, which required 900 points of magic power, meaning that with his current spirit power, he couldn't even cast Death Sun once. Damn, this is really frustrating. Indeed, forbidden spells are not so easy to operate. He recalled that when Celsus cast this spell once, he nearly exhausted himself. As for the staff, its core attribute was energy-type skill power increased by 15%, a feature that many would fight to obtain. However, Lin Chen was not very satisfied with the spirit plus 100 aspect. As a summoner, his spirit power wasn't very strong. Generally speaking, summoners don't consume much spirit power to summon. Lin Chen, being an anomaly, currently had hundreds of pet bugs to summon, and who knows how many more in the future. Therefore, what was originally ample spirit power had become an unbearable shortcoming for Lin Chen. In the Shadow Realm, after killing the Demon Saint and the Vampire Demon, he also obtained 2 rare items. He had never found the time to study them properly. Lin Chen took out the magic book, the Key of Solomon, and began to examine it. The Key of Solomon, the only magic book once used by the Abyss King Nicholas in his youth, containing 100 types of magic. The holder of this magic book can directly cast the spells within it. However, all these spells are now sealed, and each magic spirit seed can unlock one spell. Equipped, mental power plus 50%, currently unlocked spells, Tornado, Wind Sphere. Damn, I've stumbled upon a super treasure. Lin Chen was completely stunned. Even though he usually had a calm demeanor, he was taken aback at this moment. If the Demon Saintess were here, he would really want to kiss her. She was just too lovable. This magic book, the Key of Solomon, was simply incredible. Unique equipment. This piece of gear had no level restrictions, and once equipped, it granted a 50% increase in mental power. This was a percentage boost to attributes. In other words, even if it were used at level 100, it wouldn't fall behind. Without a second thought, Lin Chen equipped it immediately, and in an instant, he felt his mental power surge tremendously. Lin Chen's original mental power was 650 points, and now it had suddenly become 975 points. With this, he could cast the Death Sun spell he had just learned once. However, to be honest, Lin Chen had never really reached a full mental power state. He had always been increasing his pet bugs. It was completely insufficient. This Key of Solomon for mages should reach the divine level category. He never expected that after the Demon Saintess was killed, this piece of equipment would drop. Lin Chen flipped through the Key of Solomon. Each page recorded 5 types of magic, totaling 20 pages, which meant 100 types of magic. There were fire, earth, wind, water, electric, dark, light, mental, support, recovery. All kinds of magic, but the most numerous were still dark-type spells. Fireball, landslide, wind shift. Among the last 2 pages, all 10 magic skills were actually forbidden spells. However, almost all the spell names were in dark colors. Now, they were all sealed and could not be used. Only Tornado and wind sphere, were in bright colors. This meant that out of the 100 types of magic, only these 2 spell skills could be used. What a pity, it's like having a treasure mountain but being unable to use it, Lin Chen sighed. As for the magic spirit seeds needed to unseal them, he had never heard of them before. However, he believed that since they had a name, he could probably find them later at the trading center. Lin Chen took out another find. Magic scroll, endless toxin. After casting the skill, the blood of the poison will provide nutrients, slowing the decay of the toxin, decaying by 1% every minute, can only be learned at level 25. Truly perverse. At that time, when Lin Chen was poisoned by this skill, he lost about 12,000 health points per minute, decaying by 1% every minute. It was almost equivalent to the toxin maintaining its strength, just slightly diminishing. If one had to calculate the limit, this skill could poison someone for an hour. An hour, 60 minutes, losing over 10,000 health points per minute, could potentially take away 300,000 to 400,000 health points from the opponent with one poisoning. Lin Chen had 50 fairy butterflies, each providing over 10,000 health points to him. Lin Chen was almost dead. How many people in this world have hundreds of thousands of health points? Probably very few even have tens of thousands. Therefore, this skill was almost a guaranteed kill for anyone who got hit. Moreover, it was a group attack skill. Facing millions of opponents, casting this skill would wipe out the entire army. If he could learn this skill, it would be incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, it required level 25 to learn. Lin Chen was currently at level 21 and still needed to level up 4 more times. Lin Chen felt a bit regretful as he put it into his backpack space. With this little bit of organization, Lin Chen's strength greatly increased. First, learned the Death Sun spell. Second, equipped with Solomon's Key magic book, his mental power greatly increased, almost doubling. Third, through the magic book, he mastered 2 spell skills, Tornado and Wind Sphere. He now had over 30 million in hand. It was time to enter the trading center to buy some recovery potions and equipment. Lin Chen entered the trading center. He first looked for recovery potions, focusing specifically on those that restored blue bars, or mental power. To his surprise, he found that there were dozens, even hundreds, of different types of recovery potions, all kinds available. However, potions that restored mental power basically fell into 2 categories. One type instantly restored full mental power upon consumption, but the effect was used up immediately. This type was mainly used in battle, but it couldn't be consumed endlessly due to a cooldown period. It was extremely expensive. The other type slowly restored mental power, such as 10% per minute, with the effects lasting for 10 minutes. This type was slightly cheaper, but even at a lower price, it was still quite costly. Lin Chen quickly zeroed in on a potion called Intermediate Blue Spring. It had a 10% effect per minute, restoring 100 points of mental power, and lasted for 10 minutes. In other words, 1 bottle of Intermediate Blue Spring could restore 1,000 points of mental power. The cooldown time was half an hour. That wasn't too long. Those instant recovery potions often had cooldowns of 1 to 2 hours before a second bottle could be consumed. Lin Chen calculated. Summoning a level 20 gold-eating bug required about 100 points of mental power. With his current mental power, he could summon about 10 gold-eating bugs at full capacity. To summon 210 gold-eating bugs and 210 fairy butterflies, he needed 42,000 points of mental power. That meant he would need to drink 42 bottles of Intermediate Blue Spring. The total time for drinking the potions would be 420 minutes, with a cooldown time of 1,260 minutes, totaling 28 hours. In other words, even if I drink potions non-stop, it would take 28 hours, not even enough for a day and night, Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. 1 bottle of Intermediate Blue Spring cost 100,000. To fully restore his strength before the big exam, he would need to spend 2 million. This money was nothing. Different people have different views on money. In Lin Chen's eyes, in this world, money is something that serves strength. The stronger you are, the faster you make money. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and first ordered 10 bottles. He directly paid 1 million in the trading center. Soon, the merchant sent a message, asking Lin Chen to open the teleportation channel. A flash of white light appeared, and 10 bottles of potion appeared before Lin Chen. This was a channel constructed by a small item teleportation array. Come out. Lin Chen still had half of his original mental power. 5 level 20 gold-eating bugs floated around him. Then, he stored these 5 gold-eating bugs in his pet space. After summoning the 5 gold-eating bugs, Lin Chen felt a wave of dizziness. His mental power was depleted. He picked up a bottle of Intermediate Blue Spring and gulped it down. Then, his mental power quickly began to recover. By the end of 10 minutes, his mental power had fully restored to 975 points. Lin Chen summoned another 10 gold-eating bugs. After the half-hour cooldown, Lin Chen drank the second bottle of potion. To be honest, there were very few practitioners who played like Lin Chen. First, no one suddenly needed tens of thousands of mental power. Second, this was a crazy money-burning behavior. Most people would slowly recover their mental power through meditation and then use it gradually. But Lin Chen didn't have that much time to wait. The effect is pretty good. Lin Chen was quite satisfied. He ordered another 20 bottles of intermediate blue spring. Another 2 million. Even the merchant on the other side was stunned. Although potions were hard currency and many professions needed them, in his small shop, the maximum order was usually 3 to 5 bottles. But Lin Chen, having ordered 10 bottles first, then placed another order for 20 bottles shortly after. He had been running the shop for several years, but it was the first time he had seen this. "Today I'm going to get rich." The boss was ecstatic. Then his service attitude was exceptionally good, and he even gave away 5 bottles of Little Blue Spring. Each bottle restored 100 points, so 5 bottles meant 500 points, with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. Better than nothing. Lin Chen accepted them. Thus, Lin Chen drank the potion, summoned, drank again, summoned again, and entered a crazy money-burning mode. During the cooldown, he continued to browse the trading center. Oh, this piece of equipment is interesting. An item caught Lin Chen's eye. Mental Power Robe, Golden Grade, Mental Power plus 500, usable at level 20 Creator, Luo Shui Yao description, one of the 3-piece mental set, equipping all 3 increases mental power by 1000. This equipment, specialized in boosting mental power, was exactly what Lin Chen was looking for. He glanced at the price, 9 million. Unexpectedly, this piece of equipment was not dropped from monsters but crafted by a maker. Moreover, it seemed to be a girl. Ever since awakening the bug tamer profession and quickly leveling up, Lin Chen had rarely paid attention to other life professions. It seemed he had underestimated these professionals a bit. He had fought hard and earned around 30 million. Yet, someone was selling a single piece of equipment for 9 million. Below the item, many comments were posted. "This kind of trash is sold for 9 million? Luo Shui Yao must be crazy. What's the use of adding so much mental power? For this price, you could buy equipment that enhances skill effects." Passing by, laughing. "Hasn't this equipment been on sale for over a year? Still here? Haha, this equipment is worth at most 7 million. It seemed this piece of equipment was quite controversial. It was not surprising. Generally, popular equipment focused on increasing attack power. However, Lin Chen was very interested in this mental 3-piece set. The extreme boost to mental power was just to his taste. But if it were just a single piece of equipment, it wouldn't have sparked such strong interest in him. It was mentioned to be a mental 3-piece set. He wondered if the other 2 pieces were still available. Lin Chen typed Luo Shui Yao into the trading center. Then, all the items she had for sale were displayed. This Luo Shui Yao could not be considered a prolific maker. However, she had about 20 to 30 pieces of equipment for sale. It was just that they had been listed for quite a long time, and the transaction rate was not very high. Lin Chen browsed briefly and found that the equipment Luo Shui Yao had for sale was almost all extreme builds. Just like this mental 3-piece set, it completely focused on increasing mental power, sacrificing all other benefits. It was clear that this was a very individualistic maker. The other 2 mental items were still available. Both had been listed for over a year without being sold, but their owner, Luo Shui Yao, had maintained this price without ever changing it. Generally speaking, if a seller lists an item for a while without any inquiries, they would usually lower the price. Sometimes they even sell at a loss because they need cash for turnover. But Luo Shui Yao showed no signs of doing that. It was estimated that this person was not short on money, right? Otherwise, having dozens of pieces of equipment for sale would tie up hundreds of millions in funds. However, Lin Chen had little interest in learning more about this maker, Luo Shui Yao. The second piece of equipment was a ring, Mental Ring, Golden Grade, Mental Power plus 500, usable at level 20 Creator, Luo Shui Yao description, one of the 3-piece mental set, equipping all 3 increases mental power by 1000. Price, 9 million. The third piece of equipment was a pair of shoes, Mental Shoes, Silver Grade, Mental Power plus 500, usable at level 20 Creator, Luo Shui Yao description, one of the 3-piece mental set, equipping all 3 increases mental power by 1000. Price, 9 million. The mental 3-piece set, robe, ring, shoes. Each piece grants plus 500 spirit points, totaling 1500 points for 3 pieces. Adding the set bonus of 1000 points brings it to 2500 points. Lin Chen's base spirit points at level 21 is 650, and under the 50% boost from Solomon's Key, it reaches 975 points. If Lin Chen equips these 3 items, his base attributes would be 650 plus 2500 is equal to 3150, and with an additional 50% boost, it would skyrocket to a terrifying 4725 points. This is on a completely different level compared to his original base attributes. Originally, the 3-piece set would increase by 2500 points, which is already quite absurd. Coincidentally, Lin Chen obtained the divine item, Solomon's Key, which amplifies this absurdity to an unbelievable extent. In Lin Chen's view, each of these 3 pieces is worth 9 million, not at all expensive, and even worth over 10 million would not be excessive. With Solomon's Key in hand, he wouldn't hesitate to spend 15 million, let alone 9 million. He calculated his finances. To acquire all 3 pieces would cost 27 million. Lin Chen previously had 37 million, and he estimated that buying potions would consume 2 million. If he buys these 3 pieces, that would be another 27 million. In total, that's 2 million. After all the calculations, only 8 million remains. After finishing the math, Lin Chen smiled wryly. The money had barely been in his hands for a few hours and it was already cooling off. However, once Xu Dapeng dealt with the more than 1500 demon items and a series of other goods, and after he sold the 3 useless golden items, he expected another terrifying income. The largest sum would come from the dividends of the Dark Land Dungeon development. Zhao Kaijun had said it would be in the hundreds of millions, but it was taking too long, and he couldn't wait. Lin Chen quickly made a decision. He clicked order on the Spirit Power Robe and paid 9 million. In the capital city, the 3 top families of the current Great Xia, the Luo family, the Chen family, and the Yin family. At this moment, in the courtyard of the Luo family, in a workshop, a 20-year-old woman, exceptionally beautiful, sat in a reclining chair, her body lazily tilted at a 45-degree angle, her long legs crossed and resting on the table in front of her. The pose was anything but elegant. She held a book titled A Detailed Explanation of Demon Forging Techniques in her left hand, engrossed in reading, while her right hand continuously reached for the table, grabbing chips to munch on. Gaga! A little girl pushed the door open and cheerfully shouted, "Miss, your Spirit Power Robe, that hung for a year was just ordered, and the payment has been made." The woman turned her head at the words, closed the book, and her beautiful big eyes sparkled. Hee, finally someone with good taste. Ha, I've been poor for a year, and finally, happiness has come. Xiao Lu, quickly call my girlfriends and tell them to meet tonight at Tianshan Renjian. Food, drinks, fun, and male models, all on me. I knew you would say that. Xiao Lu laughed and shook her head. Hurry up, tell them, whoever doesn't come will have to treat next time. This woman was Luo Shueyao, the creator of the Spirit Power Robe that Lin Chen ordered. Oh, Xiao Lu turned to leave. By the way, did the buyer contact you to negotiate? Luo Shueyao suddenly asked. Xiao Lu shook her head. Miss, no, which is strange. In the past, those who bought your equipment always contacted us and haggled until their mouths bled. This time, this person didn't even contact us and just placed the order directly. Looks like it's a big boss. Luo Shueyao's eyes twinkled as she smiled. Xiao Lu pushed the door out to help Luo Shueyao contact her party-loving girlfriends. Luo Shueyao stood up and stretched, her S-shaped curve incredibly beautiful. Alright, this young lady's funds are tied up. I'd been on a diet for a year. Tonight I must order 10 male models to announce my return to the world. Clang! The door was pushed open again. Little Green walked in, her face full of excitement, waving her little hands and shouting, Miss, that person placed 2 more orders, buying your ring and shoes. Still no price negotiation, just placing orders and paying directly? This time, even Luo Shueyao was curious. Yes, miss, it's quite strange, nearly 30 million, and it seems that person didn't even blink. Lin Chen had no idea that his equipment purchases would cause a small stir among sellers thousands of miles away. He was currently satisfied, looking at the 3 pieces of spiritual equipment he had acquired. Spending over 20 million had boosted his spiritual power from 975 to 4,725 in one go, achieving several qualitative leaps. With this amount of spiritual points, even against the perverse Death Sun, he could cast his little forbidden spell 5 times. What a bargain! Lin Chen was not unaware of the method of contacting sellers to request discounts. He just felt that these 3 pieces of equipment were not expensive, on the contrary, they were cheap. What everyone else despised, he felt was a steal. The power of spiritual energy was what suited him best. Moreover, he was too lazy to haggle with the other party. In his view, it was a complete waste of time. Equipping the 3 pieces of gear, Lin Chen's spiritual power jumped to 4,725, and if he mentioned it, it would probably scare a lot of people. Looking at the time, it was already past 8 in the evening. He had been frantically drinking potions and summoning pet bugs for 4 hours. At this point, he had only consumed 6 bottles of magic potion and summoned 60 pet bugs. Among them were 50 gold-eating bugs and 10 fairy butterflies. Still a long way to go to reach the full 420. Lin Chen smiled wryly. However, despite the smile, he didn't slow down at all, pouring down another bottle of magic potion as if it were free. Time ticked by. Before he knew it, it was midnight. By this time, he had summoned a total of 120 pet bugs. There was only 1 day left before the national exam. He wanted to enter the bug realm once more before the big test. So, he had to make ample preparations. Lin Chen could only rest his eyes while continuing to summon. By the next noon, he had summoned another 180 pet bugs. Now, including some scattered ones, he had a total of 350 pet bugs, among which 300 were gold-eating bugs, and 20 of them were elite-level gold-eating bugs. Their attributes were double that of ordinary gold-eating bugs. Besides having stronger attributes, when Lin Chen released the gold-eating bugs and divided them into small teams, the ordinary gold-eating bugs seemed to take the elite ones as their leaders. They subtly formed an elite unit leading a group of ordinary ones. The combat power of the small team seemed to be more spirited and superior to the previous disorganized bunch. This amazed Lin Chen. It turned out that the bug army could continuously evolve and optimize? He suddenly felt that if this continued, there might be some big surprises in the future. In addition to the 300 gold-eating bugs, he also summoned 50 fairy butterflies. This had far exceeded the strength he had when he first entered the Dark Land. It's about time to enter the bug realm. Reflecting on his 6 trips into the bug realm, 4 of which were in vain. In the other 2, he obtained gold-eating bugs, which allowed him to soar ever since, and they remained his main combat force. Once he got fairy butterflies, turning him into a blood cow, almost immortal. And in the last trip, he had learned to be clever. He had 1 gold-eating bug lie down in that grassland. Later, he discovered that his gold-eating bug had stayed in that spot, meaning that when he entered the bug realm again, he could use the position swap skill to reach that grassland. There, in addition to the spirit butterflies, he also discovered quite a few good bugs. If all went well, after crossing the insect realm again, he could use that place as an anchor point. He wouldn't be wandering aimlessly anymore. The success rate would definitely increase significantly. When he drank the potion, Lin Chen no longer summoned his pet bugs. After 2.5 hours, his mental energy had recovered by 400 points. That's about right. This time, the crossing is 10 times the mental energy of last time. I'm not so passive anymore. After adjusting his breathing for a minute, he declared, "Insect realm crossing." A flash of white light passed, and he disappeared from the house. Soon, he found himself on the beach of a small island in the insect realm. The damp sea breeze tousled Lin Chen's hair, and the air was filled with a salty scent. He immediately felt the drain of his mental energy. However, compared to the visibly rapid depletion before, it was now almost imperceptible. Come out! 100 gold-devouring bugs materialized around Lin Chen in the air. Here, he didn't know if it was dangerous. He decided to release some pet bugs first to protect himself. With these gold-devouring bugs by his side, Lin Chen felt much more at ease. A gentle breeze swept by, and the sound of waves crashed rhythmically. Lin Chen suddenly changed his plan. Originally, he intended to use a position swap to go to the place where he had summoned the spirit butterflies as soon as he appeared in the insect realm. But now, he decided to explore this place first and teleport later. That place was definitely a must-visit. He couldn't forget a certain fast-moving bee bug he had encountered there. Without a doubt, it was a bug similar to an assassin. Unfortunately, he had used his last opportunity to contract the spirit butterfly. However, he was very satisfied with having obtained the spirit butterfly. In the battle in the dark place, if it weren't for the spirit butterfly's life-sharing skill, he would have died many times. The bugs in the insect realm were somewhat similar to professions in the human world. If the gold-devouring bug was a combat profession, then the spirit butterfly was akin to a support profession. Now that his mental energy was abundant, unlike before when he had only a few minutes or half an hour, Lin Chen was not anxious this time. I wonder what kind of pet bug I can get this time. I'm so looking forward to it. Lin Chen looked around. Although he was just standing on the beach, he couldn't fully survey the entire island. But he could basically determine that this was a small island in the middle of the ocean, not very large. The mountain was mostly rocky, with only a few sparse coconut trees. The sea breeze blew, making the coconut trees sway gently. This place didn't seem like a dangerous area. Lin Chen took a step forward, treading on the sand, walking around the island. In the near sea, many birds resembling seabirds flew above the ocean. They were very fast and kept a distance from Lin Chen, so he couldn't see them clearly. Sometimes, they would dive down, plunging into the sea to catch fish. However, after watching a few times, Lin Chen realized that those were not fish at all, but bugs that looked like fish. As a bug tamer, Lin Chen was very sensitive to insects. This insect realm is quite strange, it seems to be inhabited only by bugs. After an hour, Lin Chen walked around the entire beach of the small island and returned to the starting point. During this time, he saw flying bugs in the sky. Of course, there were also quite a few swimming bugs in the water. The species here was still relatively scarce. However, it wasn't surprising, surrounded by the vast ocean, thousands of miles from land, having a few life forms was actually quite good. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, a group of several hundred bird bugs landed in the trees at the top of the island. He wanted to take a closer look at these bird bugs. Lin Chen climbed up the island. The island wasn't very high, at most about 20 meters above sea level. When those bird bugs saw Lin Chen and his gold-devouring bugs approaching, they suddenly took flight, flapping their wings and scattering in a panic. Then, they circled around the nearby sea. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel amused. Let's go, there's no point in lingering here. Just as Lin Chen was about to use the position swap to leave, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Splash! The sea suddenly parted. A gigantic creature leaped out of the water. Its size was larger than 3 football fields combined. The immense form made Lin Chen feel a darkness before his eyes. The fish-like creature opened its mouth wide, swallowing hundreds of birds and insects in one gulp. What the hell? Lin Chen was startled. What is this? So terrifying. He hadn't noticed this creature while it was in the sea. If it suddenly attacked him, he feared he would be left with nothing. Lin Chen shivered, dropping to the ground, hiding among a few trees at the mountain's peak. He had been wandering here for about an hour, feeling no sense of danger, yet who would have thought there was such a colossal creature nearby? Lin Chen was instantly drenched in cold sweat. What was he doing just moments ago, walking right by its mouth? After devouring the flying creatures, the giant did not return to the water but spread its fins and soared into the sky. What the hell, a gigantic flying fish? It looks a bit like the Confronting described in Strange Tales? Lin Chen lay on the ground, glancing at the creature from the corner of his eye. In the North Sea, there is a fish called koan. The koan is so large that no one knows its length in thousands of miles. It transforms into a bird called pang. He recalled the records about the Confronting. But that's not right, the Confronting is said to be thousands of miles long. This creature is far from that size. The creature circled above the island, clearly noticing Lin Chen. But for some reason, it seemed to harbor no hostility towards him. As a bug tamer, Lin Chen was highly sensitive to the emotions of insect-like creatures. Since there was no hostility, he no longer lay on the ground but stood up. He even cast a detection spell on it. As expected, he still couldn't see the creature's condition. If I could contract this guy, that would be quite something, that would be pretty cool. Lin Chen sighed. However, that was impossible. After several trips through the insect realm, Lin Chen knew he couldn't contract high-level creatures at his current level. This insect realm is truly amazing, even a creature resembling the ancient legend of the Confronting exists. I really want to grow up quickly, become strong enough, and then explore this world. Lin Chen had already decided to leave here and head to the grasslands. At that moment, the creature seemed to take an interest in Lin Chen. It floated in the air, its enormous eyes fixed on him. Just as Lin Chen was about to use his position swap skill, a voice suddenly seemed to echo, "Why not try to contract it? If the contract fails, just teleport away. After all, there's no loss, at most, it will just consume some mental energy." With this thought, Lin Chen's heart suddenly began to race. Why not give it a try? Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Insect contract. He activated his professional skill, linking his mental energy to the colossal creature soaring in the sky. The creature seemed to show no resistance. Ha! It's actually a larva. Lin Chen sensed its mental state. It resembles a human baby quite a bit. In an instant, Lin Chen's heart raced wildly. There's a great crisis here. Crisis, since there was a larva, it indicated that there were adult creatures nearby. If the larva was several football fields in size, how large would the adults be? Opportunity, it's not that he couldn't contract it as he previously thought. Instead, there was a significant chance. Lin Chen continuously infused the creature with his mental energy, which was rapidly depleting. Soon, 1,000 points of mental energy were exhausted. The creature still had not been contracted. But there was no violent resistance. Another 1,000 points of mental energy were spent. The creature seemed to have assimilated quite a bit of Lin Chen's emotions. There was hope. However, its size was too great, and its mental ocean was vast. Even as a larva, it exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. Not long after, another 1,000 points of mental energy were consumed. In just a short while, 3,000 mental energies vanished. Lin Chen had little mental energy left. He couldn't hold on for much longer. However, at this moment, the fish bug was filled with goodwill towards Lin Chen, having been largely assimilated. Lin Chen's eyes turned crimson. Cub. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If missed, it might be a long time before another chance arose. Perhaps, there would never be another opportunity. Yet, the mental energy consumed far exceeded Lin Chen's imagination. Even for a cub, over 3,000 mental energies couldn't handle the opponent. If it were his previous meager mental energy, it would have been impossible. However, now, it seemed he could see a possibility of success. But, his mental energy was also running low. Again, this familiar and helpless situation. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. Contracted for me. At the last moment, when Lin Chen's mental energy was completely exhausted, he shouted, "You have successfully contracted Confronting, done." Damn, that was exhausting and risky. At this moment, Lin Chen's body transformed into a white light. In the last 0.1 seconds, Lin Chen suddenly saw the sky darken. A fish head of unknown size emerged. Woo! A long cry filled with anger. But Lin Chen had already vanished. Back at home, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. I did it, ha ha ha. That was close. If I had been a moment later, the contract would have failed. Or, if I had been even later, its parents might have returned, and I could have died. Let's see what it is first. Lin Chen walked out of the house, and in the sky outside, a large fish over 20 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide floated, gently moving its fins, looking somewhat dazed at Lin Chen. Unlike in the insect realm, the current large fish seemed to be a phantom. Just as he was thinking, the flying large fish suddenly dove into Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen instantly felt completely different. Confronting, one of the ancient divine insects, has attributes of both a large fish and a large bird, symbolizing power. Confronting grows through 6 stages, with the ultimate form being 100,000 miles long, capable of inviting the moon from the 9 heavens or diving into the 9 bends of the Yellow Springs. The current stage is the first stage of the cub. First stage cub? He checked the pet bug Confronting's panel, level 21 Confronting, first stage, strength, 30,000, agility, 10,000, mental, 10,000, constitution, 20,000, skills, flight, enhancement, flight. When Confronting merges with the insect tamer, it grants the tamer the ability to fly. Enhancement, Confronting can enhance 10% of attributes for the insect tamer. Ha ha. It's actually a support-type pet bug. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. But soon, he was overjoyed. These 2 skills. Incredible. Lin Chen quickly opened his attribute panel, name, Lin Chen, occupation, insect tamer, level, 21, strength, 3,320, agility, 1,320, mental, 6,225, constitution, 2,320, professional skills, insect contract, pet summon, level 21, talent skills, skill enhancement, level 3, position swap, insect realm traversal, 2 times, summon level 21 gold eating bug, current quantity 31/210, summon level 21 spirit butterfly, current quantity 11/210, summon level 21 Confronting, first stage current, quantity 1/1. Have I become this monstrous? Lin Chen murmured. Am I still a level 21, mental type insect tamer? Such powerful attributes? This support-type Confronting brought him a 10-fold increase in attribute points. Previously, Lin Chen had always felt embarrassed that his pet bugs were so strong while he himself felt like a waste. There was really no combat power at all. Although the combat power of the pet insect was also his combat power. Deep down, he was truly unhappy. Now, well, he himself had begun to leap forward. With such powerful attribute points, there were more things he could do. Lin Chen's current strength, of course, far surpassed that of his peers. He was almost like a bug in the system, but Lin Chen did not feel invincible just because of that. His ultimate opponent, his final enemy, was not his peers. His sister's strength was certainly not as strong as his current self back then, but her strength was not weak either. Yet, she was still trapped in a predicament. Were her opponents those powerful guilds? Or the Abyss? Lin Chen noticed a line in his status, summon level 21 Confronting, first stage current quantity 1/1. This meant that the Confronting, unlike the gold-eating insect and the spirit butterfly, could not be summoned in countless numbers. At least for now, it could only summon one. Perhaps, the Confronting, being such a divine beast, was too extraordinary to replicate or split easily. However, since it was only in the first stage, Lin Chen did not know what changes would occur as it leveled up. It might not always be a combat support. Looking at the time, Lin Chen had only been in the insect realm for a little over 2 hours. He still had 2 opportunities to traverse the insect realm. But now, his mental energy was depleted. and he definitely needed to recover before entering again. It would take 4 hours to fully recover. Lin Chen picked up a bottle of medium blue spring and drank it. 100. His mental energy was quickly recovering. Finally, just before 8 o'clock in the evening, he was only 100 points away from being fully restored. Lin Chen drank another bottle of medium blue spring. He stepped outside again. There was one skill he had yet to try. Fly. He whispered softly. In an instant, a surge of power coursed through him, and his body slowly began to float. Whoosh! Lin Chen's body swayed and shot up into the sky. He stood high above, overlooking the entire Yang city. The lights were dazzling. At night, it looked almost like Earth in his past life. If it weren't for that high wall, beyond which countless monsters awaited to devour the unwary, this world seemed quite beautiful. Whoosh! The strong wind swept past, lifting Lin Chen's hair and clothes. His speed reached 300 to 400 yards. So fast. In just a few minutes, he circled high above. He hadn't even noticed the ground. Refreshing. It felt truly exhilarating. Some human professionals could also fly, but none were anything but high-level individuals. Lin Chen recalled the vampire in the dark place who could fly because he had wings. The demon saintess could also fly because she had wind magic. Someone like Lin Chen, who was only at level 21 and could fly, was probably one of a kind, right? Whoosh! Lin Chen returned to the front of the house. Insect realm traversal. A flash of white light, and Lin Chen disappeared from his spot. At the same time, he appeared in the insect realm. Ha! At this moment, Lin Chen felt that the ground he was standing on was shaking continuously. Suddenly, his whole body was lifted off the ground into the air. Lin Chen was startled. He saw clearly. This time, he was actually standing on the back of a giant creature. This creature was so large that he could not see its head or tail. From its shape, it resembled a dragon. This insect realm really has everything. Lin Chen shook his head. Whoosh! He used the flying ability granted by the Kunping to leave the back of this colossal creature. It was enormous, far too large. Suddenly, the dragon-like monster's body bent slightly, as if its head, which was who knows how many miles away, turned to look at Lin Chen. In an instant, Lin Chen felt a terrifying pressure descend upon him. His body stiffened, making it difficult to fly. What kind of thing was this, so frightening? Lin Chen fell straight to the ground. Was he going to die here? Swap positions. Lin Chen was very decisive, realizing something was wrong. Whether he fell to the ground or provoked that massive creature's attack, he was doomed. So, he immediately activated the position swap. In an instant, he appeared in another place. Here, the grass was lush, full of life. It was the same place he had visited last time and obtained the fairy butterfly. It really worked. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. Just then, the golden devouring insect that had swapped positions with him suddenly lost contact. It's dead. Lin Chen's expression changed. This meant that if he had been a moment slower or hesitated, it could have been him who died. He didn't know if it was that giant creature's attack or something else. I thought my strength had surged, feeling a bit cocky, but in reality, surviving here is extremely difficult. My strength is still insufficient. I don't even know how many levels I need to rise or how strong I need to be to survive more easily here. Come out, Lin Chen murmured. About 100 golden devouring insects appeared around him. With a thought, 4 or 5 golden devouring insects flew in different directions, lightly settling underground. After doing all this, Lin Chen slowly lifted his feet off the ground, maintaining a state of flying while walking, and began to look around. It seemed a bit different from last time. As Lin Chen walked, he observed his surroundings. Last time, the grass was lush, various flowers bloomed vibrantly, and swarms of bees and butterflies danced. But this time, the scenery was the same. However, those insects were nowhere to be seen. What happened? Or is it the wrong time? Lin Chen felt very strange. After walking several hundred meters, he saw no insects at all. Have they all left? In the far distance, colorful lights flickered. After a while, various sounds of banging came. Another battle? He remembered the second or third time he had traversed into this insect realm. He had also encountered a great battle then. At that time, it was a war among giant insects. He had hidden in a hollow, not daring to move until the time was up and he was teleported back. And now, he gazed into the distance. He could only see various magical lights above the horizon, but no insects were visible. Come out! Another 100 golden devouring insects appeared around him. These 200 golden devouring insects surrounded Lin Chen. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Chen shot towards the battlefield like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was extremely fast. Yet, it still took him nearly an hour to approach the edge. Indeed, it's another insect war. This time, various sizes of insects were involved, and overall, there were more small ones, at least not like that massive dragon earlier. However, the numbers were truly vast, densely packed, filling the sky and the ground. There must be hundreds of thousands. This world seems just like the current human world, where battles and fights happen frequently. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. He stopped and did not approach any further. He had become accustomed to being cautious in this insect realm. When he first entered, he encountered that mantis insect, which nearly cut him in half. Later, he faced the crocodile turtle insect, the segment insect, and just now, the dragon insect. Compared to them, they were all at a higher level, with significantly greater strength. But unknowingly, Lin Chen had also grown, his strength multiplying by dozens of times. After watching from a distance for a while, he felt a bit more at ease. The battle before him did not seem like the previous giant insects, unleashing world-destroying skills. The battle was only between levels 10 to 50. This is more like it. In a world full of big shots, how can one survive? Lin Chen noticed that in the battle, one side consisted of the same species, looking like black and brown striped locusts. However, the locusts here are not like those in the human world, nearly 2 fingers wide. Here, they are about the size of an adult. At first glance, the sky is filled with locusts, fierce and terrifying. These locusts are also quite aggressive in battle. Some directly pounce on their opponents, biting and gnawing. Others spray venom to kill their foes. On the other side of the battle, there are all sorts of insects, a dazzling variety. He even seems to see the figures of the gold-devouring insects and the spirit butterflies he possesses. Those locusts appear to be the invaders. Lin Chen watched for a while, folded his wings, and landed on the ground. He shook his head in frustration. There were no insects nearby at all. As for the distant battle, he did not wish to get involved. The numbers here were overwhelming, and it had nothing to do with him. It would be better to wait here for a while, to see if he could pick up some scraps and contract an insect later. That would make the trip worthwhile, allowing him to add a pet insect and enhance his strength. So, he was too lazy to look any further and simply lay down on the ground. A gentle breeze blew, the green grass was like a carpet, and it was quite comfortable. Last night, taking medicine, summoning, resting, taking medicine, summoning, resting. It was quite a struggle. He didn't know how long it had been. Suddenly, Lin Chen frowned. He sensed again, it was not an illusion. The gold-devouring insects and spirit butterflies beside him were actually becoming restless. At first, he thought it was an illusion. But upon closer inspection, it was indeed true, they were agitated. What's going on? This was a situation he had never encountered before. What did they want? It seems they are trying to convey some kind of message to me? Lin Chen carefully sensed the emotions being transmitted by his pet insects. What? Want to go into battle? Lin Chen was taken aback by this realization. He had always thought that the pet insects he summoned were machine insects, completely devoid of emotions. They would only obey his will and commands. But now it seemed that was not entirely the case. The emotions within them, though weak, were indeed present. Especially those upgraded elite gold-devouring insects he had released. Their emotions were even stronger. The higher the level, the greater the spirituality. Lin Chen even had the illusion that they wanted to say something to him, but the information they transmitted was too faint to capture easily. It seemed he did not understand enough about the profession of insect tamers and the pet insects he summoned. Do you want to go kill those locusts? Lin Chen sensed again, confirming that they were conveying such wishes and thoughts. Lin Chen then looked towards the battlefield. The number of insects fighting there had already decreased by more than half. Only tens of thousands of insects remained. On the ground, countless dead insects lay scattered. The locusts seemed to be stronger, overpowering those various insects. Want to join the battle? Earlier, Lin Chen had observed that with his current strength, he could indeed intervene in the ongoing fight. Although it was not very safe. But whether to fight or retreat, he was about 70% confident. Unknowingly, Lin Chen's strength was no longer that of a beginner. Alright, you are my partners, always fighting for me, so I will help you too. However, I must act within my limits to ensure my own survival. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen immediately sprang into action. He leaped up, and a phantom of a Confronting appeared behind him. Then, he flew swiftly towards the battlefield, skimming close to the ground. The grass swayed on either side of his body. He stopped not far from the battlefield. He suppressed the restlessness of the gold-devouring insects beside him. Then he softly chanted, "In the name of death, I summon the flames of the blazing sun, to incinerate all things in the world, returning to the abyss of nothingness." 5 minutes passed. The casting time for this spell was indeed very long. Fortunately, the various insects in battle did not notice him. Death Sun, level 5 fire magic, casting creates a blazing sun that emits rays of light, generating high temperatures and scorching heat. The attack power is related to the caster's mental strength, lasting for 1 minute and covering a range of 100 meters. This magic was once used against Lin Chen when he was level 16, attacked by that boss while exploring with Zhao Xiaoling. If Lin Chen hadn't had the elf butterfly at that time, he would have been dead long ago. Moreover, the high temperature of those rays was terrifying, burning the clothes of both Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaoling. Spell completed. Lin Chen felt a portion of his mental strength deplete. At the same time, a massive blazing sun appeared above those locusts. It radiated scorching rays onto the locusts. In an instant, some of the lower-level locusts were burned to death and fell to the ground. Damn! Lin Chen was startled. Is this really the Death Sun spell? The Death Sun he unleashed now was about 30 times larger than the one Selphus had cast before. And the range? It was definitely more than 100 meters, probably several kilometers. What's going on? Could it be his innate skill enhancement, amplifying it? Skill enhancement, level 3. All skill effects of the host are enhanced by 30 times, with the enhancement increasing as the level rises. If that's the case, then all of his various spells, even the simplest basic spells, would be ridiculously powerful, right? He never expected that this god-level innate skill could not only enhance his abilities in the field of insect taming but also amplify the spells cast by him as the master. It seems that not only are the tamed insects formidable, but he, as their master, also possesses terrifying combat power. Thinking of this, a magic book appeared in Lin Chen's hand. It was the Key of Solomon. Wind Sphere. This is a simple instant cast spell. At that time, the demon Saintus had cast dozens of them, trapping his group of gold-eating insects. A wind sphere appeared among the locusts. Thousands of locusts were caught in the wind sphere. Sure enough, this wind sphere was dozens of times larger than the one cast by the demon Saintus. Both sides were in a fierce battle, and the locusts were about to push the other insects to their doom. Unexpectedly, a dramatic change occurred. Two terrifying spells suddenly erupted on the battlefield. They instantly wiped out many locusts. A large number of lower-level locusts died within the spell's range. The situation turned around. Although those various insects were confused about what had happened, they saw an opportunity arise. Squeak squeak, they counterattacked. You killed a dark locust, gaining 40,000 experience points. You killed a dark locust, gaining 40,000 experience points. You killed a dark locust, gaining 40,000 experience points. You obtained item, Beginner Insect Crystal Asterisk 2. You obtained item, Beginner Insect Crystal Asterisk 2. In an instant, hundreds of messages flashed across Lin Chen's panel. Lin Chen was startled. His experience bar visibly surged. It shot up by 5% in an instant, reaching level 21, 5%. Damn! This feels amazing. Originally, after reaching level 21, the experience required to level up was massive. Killing 30 or 50 monsters seemed hardly to make a dent. But now, with just 1 or 2 skills, he gained a large amount of experience. Lin Chen suddenly felt as if he had returned to the rapid leveling sensation of levels 6 or 7. Awesome! This insect realm felt like a super large dungeon unique to Lin Chen, where not only were there countless insects to contract, but it could also serve as a holy land for leveling up. Wind Sphere! Wind Sphere! Tornado! Since he had decided to help the little insects, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He would definitely defeat the Dark Locust army here. Besides, the rewards were simply too generous. Thus, one spell after another was unleashed. These spells are incredibly powerful and deadly. Each spell that appears takes away a portion of the Dark Locusts. 10%, 20%. The experience points are rising at an astonishing speed. Lin Chen, the additional combatant on this battlefield, has caused a reversal of the absolute advantage that the Dark Locusts once held. Conversely, they are now being beaten to pieces. And under the frantic counterattack of the small bugs, they are retreating step by step. At this moment, the Dark Locusts also noticed Lin Chen, this participant in the battle. A small group of hundreds of Dark Locusts flew towards him. From a distance, Lin Chen felt their intense killing intent. Go! 200 gold-devouring bugs charged towards the Dark Locusts. These gold-devouring bugs, led by various elite gold-devouring bugs, split into dozens of small combat teams, displaying remarkable intelligence. Previously, Lin Chen's gold-devouring bug army had no strategy, merely rushing in all at once. But now, they had transformed into something resembling small combat units in an army, significantly enhancing their team combat effectiveness. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. The battle in the Dark Land had allowed his 20 gold-devouring bugs to upgrade to elite level. What a delightful surprise! Not only had the number of Lin Chen's pet bugs changed, but more importantly, there was a qualitative transformation. Those hundreds of Dark Locusts couldn't even reach Lin Chen. Along the way, they were intercepted and killed by the gold-devouring bug squads. You killed a dark locust, gaining 40,000 experience points. You killed a dark locust, gaining 40,000 experience points. You obtained item, basic bug crystal *4. You obtained item, basic bug crystal *3. 30%. 40%. Lin Chen was exhilarated, soaring through the air, with an illusory Confronting behind him. He moved left and right on the battlefield, continuously casting spell after spell at the dense dark locusts. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Chen had killed no less than 1,000 dark locusts. You leveled up to level 22. Fast. It was really too fast. These dark locusts cannot be said to be weak. Each one is roughly equivalent to a demon in the Dark Land, possessing strength comparable to a human at around level 30. However, this level of strength is truly insufficient against Lin Chen now. These dark locusts provide rich experience points. However, the dropped items are much more monotonous, all being those bug crystals. As for what use these bug crystals have, Lin Chen couldn't figure out their purpose for the moment, but he decided to take them anyway. After Lin Chen's rampage, the dark locusts were already in disarray. The remaining ones all retreated to save their lives. The small bugs chased after them. However, Lin Chen did not intend to pursue. At this moment, he realized a problem. His mental energy was nearly depleted. I got too carried away with the killing. Lin Chen smiled wryly. At this time, a group of small bugs approached him. Some were flying, some were crawling. They came before Lin Chen and suddenly bowed down to him in unison, giving the impression of treating Lin Chen as a deity. Quite interesting. Unfortunately, he was about to leave soon. He hadn't even contracted a pet bug yet. At this moment, a mayfly-like insect landed in Lin Chen's sight. About the size of 2 palms, it had a pair of wings and was surrounded by a purple lightning aura. It looked very beautiful. Lin Chen had noticed this mayfly insect earlier. Their numbers were few, but they were incredibly fast and could unleash purple lightning to attack the dark locusts. Their power was immense. This seemed to be an electric-type flying insect. If it weren't for this flying insect, the small bug army would have been defeated long ago under the dark locusts' attacks. The gold-devouring bugs are powerful, but they are melee pets. Lin Chen had always wanted to find a ranged spell-type pet. This mayfly insect seemed quite promising. Without hesitation, Lin Chen declared, "Insect contract." He used his beast tamer profession skill on the mayfly insect. A wave of mental energy connected with the mayfly insect. The mayfly insect, surrounded by purple lightning, was taken aback. But not long after, it seemed to understand Lin Chen's intentions. "Are you willing to come with me? To become my pet bug? And then fight the world alongside me?" Lin Chen was not forcing a contract on it. Instead, he was sharing his ideals, his goals, and his determination to grow stronger and greater. Perhaps this was also a proud insect. At first, it did not acknowledge Lin Chen. However, gradually, it genuinely sensed the powerful heart of Lin Chen striving to rise, and its spirit began to soften. "You have successfully contracted the purple lightning mayfly success." At this moment, Lin Chen's mental energy was completely depleted. A flash of white light passed, and he left the insect realm. He reappeared at home. Lin Chen smiled. This venture had truly yielded rich rewards. Not only had he leveled up significantly, but he had also contracted an insect. Lin Chen was overjoyed. He looked at the gently fluttering purple lightning mayfly beside him. Its pale body, a pair of wings resembling delicate garments, and several small purple lightning bolts swirling around it were quite beautiful. This appearance was impressive. Lin Chen checked its information. Purple lightning mayfly, a rare lightning-type extraordinary insect, naturally possessing the ability of lightning escape, extremely fast. In its initial stage, it can launch purple lightning attacks on enemies. At advanced stages, it can activate skills to summon the lightning of heaven and earth, gathering into the 9 heavens immortal lightning, forming an incredibly powerful spell. Another precious pet bug. A huge profit. This harvest was not inferior to the first time he obtained the Confronting. Good. Very good. Level 21 Purple Lightning Mayfly Strength, 5,000 Agility, 15,000 Spirit, 20,000 Constitution, 5,000 Skills, Lightning Escape, Purple Lightning Escape. When using this skill, the flight speed of the Purple Lightning Mayfly increases by 300% for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Purple Lightning, a skill that the Purple Lightning Mayfly can cast, capable of attacking enemies with purple lightning. The power is related to the level of the Purple Lightning Mayfly, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Such powerful attributes. Such powerful skills. Lin Chen looked at his panel. Summon level 21 Purple Lightning Mayfly, current quantity 1/210, current quantity 1/210. Beautiful. This was another type that, with level increases, the summoning limit would rise, belonging to the category of infinite summons. unlike the Kunpeng, which could only summon one. This meant that as long as Lin Chen had time and mental energy, he could summon over 200 lightning-type purple lightning mayflies. The number of his battle pet bugs would surely double again. In terms of individual comparison, the gold-eating bug was a melee pet bug focused on strength, while the purple lightning mayfly was a ranged spirit-type pet bug. The defense of the purple lightning mayfly was certainly not as strong as that of the gold-eating bug. However, its attack power seemed to be slightly stronger than that of the gold-eating bug. Since awakening and obtaining the gold-eating bug, Lin Chen had been nearly invincible. Now, with the addition of a ranged attacker, the purple lightning mayfly, his weaknesses in the dark places were finally compensated. His gold-eating bugs had to fly close to the demons to attack, which had caused many gold-eating bugs to be trapped by the Demon Saints Wind Group. Now, with the combination of melee and ranged attacks, his strength was greater than the sum of its parts. Tomorrow, the national exam would begin. Tonight, he would buy a few bottles of medium blue spring to recover some mental energy and summon some purple lightning mayflies, which would be more than enough. Regarding the national exam, with his current strength, Lin Chen did not worry too much. Now he had 50 spirit butterflies to keep him alive, and the Kunpeng gave him the ability to fly, along with absurd increases in all attributes, and 3 skills, Death Sun, Tornado, and Wind Group. He had 300 gold-eating bugs as battle pets, and tonight, he would summon around 100 more purple lightning mayflies. With this strength, not to mention participating in a small senior year exam, he could probably even fight in the abyss. The military recommendation letter from the Qingbei Martial Arts University Tsanglong Academy has also been received. One could say that he is now a preparatory student of Qingbei Martial Arts University Tsanglong Academy, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, his sister was the top scholar of Jiangning province. He couldn't possibly be worse than his sister. So, he decided to take the Jiangning province top scholar as a small goal for tomorrow. Lin Chen smiled. Soon, he would be heading to the capital. He was about to leave Yang City and live in a new city. Yang City had a population of just over 1 million, but it was said that the capital had 50 million people. It was the center of politics, economy, and cultivation in the country. Sister, wait for me, I'm coming soon. No matter how many powerful enemies there were there, so what? If they dared to bully his sister, Lin Chen wouldn't mind smashing them all to pieces. The next day, Lin Chen arrived at school. After a night, he had finally summoned 100 purple lightning mayflies. The cost was that he was now almost broke. A complete pauper. 300 gold-eating insects and 100 purple lightning mayflies, this kind of strength would be unmatched not only by his classmates but even by the teachers at the school. As soon as he arrived at school, Yu Dapeng exclaimed upon seeing Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, did you go out to hunt monsters yesterday? How did you level up again?" Ning Yuanci glanced deeply at Lin Chen and thought, in just one day, he leveled up again. Yesterday he was at level 21, getting into Qingbei Martial Arts University is almost a sure thing, but he's still pushing himself and has reached level 22. I can't compare to him. Before her awakening, she had always wanted to surpass Lin Chen. Every time she lost to him, she thought it might be due to luck. But after awakening, she realized she was getting further away from him. He was becoming more like a towering mountain that she could only look up to. Lin Chen, my Ning family is helping you gather materials to make the Night Star heart necklace. We've collected almost half of what we need, but it might take a while to produce the final product, Ning Yuanci said softly. There's no rush. At that moment, Lin Shi spotted Lin Chen from a distance and quickly jogged over. Brother Hao, you're here. Lin Chen nodded. Yesterday, I went with Yuanci and Dapeng to run the Lost Mine dungeon a few times. The efficiency was so low, we could only clear the normal levels. It's nothing like when you lead us. But we did gain a bit. I leveled up to 17, Dapeng reached 19, and Yuanci is at 18. Yu Dapeng grinned, although we can't compare to you, boss, we won't give up. We have to keep up with your pace. Not bad, you all did well. In previous years, reaching level 15 and above had a good chance of getting into Qingbei Martial Arts University, Lin Chen nodded. His classmates all came from decent backgrounds. Before awakening, they were all young masters and princesses, but after awakening, they were all driven to push forward with determination. Brother Hao, we're working so hard just to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University and be your classmates, Lin Shi said sweetly. Boss, I also want to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University and continue being your deskmate, Dapeng added. Lin Chen, if it weren't for you leading us through 10 dungeon runs to level up, we wouldn't have had any chance at Qingbei Martial Arts University. But now, I feel like we can meet in Qingbei. Ning Yuanci smiled from the side. Students, Principal Moran called from a distance, we will soon teleport everyone to Jiangjing, the capital of Jiangning province, for the unified entrance exam. Hurry over. The students from Yang City quickly gathered. Lin Chen, come here, come with me. Imoren saw Lin Chen and was overjoyed, shouting loudly. And you all, Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanci, Lin Shi, come over and follow me. The four of them walked to Imoren's side. You four are impressive, you are the top four in our Yang City this year, all seeds of Qingbei Martial Arts University. Especially you, Lin Chen, you have shocked me. Master Zhao told me yesterday that you have already reached level 21, I can hardly believe it. This is all thanks to the principal's years of education. Lin Chen smiled. He had always been grateful to Imoren. This old man treated his students better than his own son. Moreover, he had always taken great care of Lin Chen. When his sister went to university, Imoren even went out of his way to secure various scholarships for Lin Chen, helping him overcome many difficulties in life. The students filed into the teleportation array. Waves of white light flashed by. Lin Chen felt a slight dizziness. The group appeared in a square. In the center of the square, several huge red characters read, 7th Examination Hall. Form a line and don't get chaotic. Principal Imoren directed the students from Yang City. So many people. Lin Shi looked around curiously. This is just the combat department's students. The others from the life department have already been diverted to other places, Yu Dapeng replied. But even among the combat department, there are 30 examination halls. We are in the 7th. 30? Lin Shi exclaimed. Then there must be no less than 10,000 people here. Does that mean there are at least 300,000 combat students in Jiangning province this year? That's right. The other 29 examination halls are actually not far from us. They are just next door, Ning Yuanci said. Lin Chen also glanced around. Although there were many people, it was not chaotic. Each district school organized a major exam every year, so they were very experienced. After so many years of studying, the National Martial Arts examination had finally arrived. Today, I not only want to perform well but also to make a name for myself. My sister dominated the competition back then. As her brother, how can I be worse than her? Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. Lin Chen, Ning Yuanci, Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, you four must remain calm and composed. As long as you don't make mistakes, you all have the ability to aim for Qingbei Martial Arts University. Principal Imoren reminded them once again. Don't worry, Principal, we are all strong. Yu Dapeng patted his chest vigorously, making a loud sound. I'm most worried about you. If you had half of Lin Chen's composure, everything would be fine, and I would be at ease, Imoren criticized Yu Dapeng. Ning Yuanci and Lin Shi chuckled to the side. Oh, Imoren, you've turned things around this year, having 4 students above level 15. A voice came. A man of similar age to Imoren approached with a group of students. Unlike Imoren's usual disheveled appearance, this man had shiny hair and wore a sharp suit. He was a teacher or principal with refined tastes. Behind him followed more than 20 students, all above level 15. Zhou Ziyuan? Imoren frowned upon seeing the newcomer. For students above level 15, that's much more than last year. For a small place like Yang City, this can be considered a good year. However, with over a dozen schools in a city, we can't even compare to one of them. Our school has 20 students above level 15, Zhou Ziyuan said, his tone filled with arrogance and condescension. Zhou Ziyuan, go where it's cool and don't pollute my sight. Imoren seemed to disdain the other party, his tone unceremonious. Zhou Ziyuan sneered coldly and said, your quality hasn't improved at all, you're still so crude. I don't know how you became a principal or how you educate students. No wonder Ingu looked down on you back then. Imoren was furious upon hearing this. Zhou Ziyuan, don't go too far. Ingu followed you, but so what? Was she happy? Who is he? Yu Dapeng asked quietly from the side. He spoke softly, so only Lin Chen and a few others could hear. He is the principal of Jiangjing No. One high school, Ning Yuanci replied quietly. I've seen his photo on the national high school rankings. Jiangjing No. One high school can be said to be the strongest high school in our Jiangning province. Yu Dapeng looked at the 20 or so students behind Zhou Ziyuan, shocked. Are these more than 20 students above level 15 really just from one high school? Probably. Among these 20, 10 are above level 20, the highest being level 23, one level higher than Lin Chen. Level 23? Lin Chen looked at the student closest to Zhou Ziyuan. It was a male student, expression cold, standing behind Zhou Ziyuan. Sure enough, level 23. This surprised Lin Chen slightly. He thought he was leveling up quickly enough. His profession as a bug tamer could be said to be the ceiling for group leveling. Yet among those who awakened at the same time, there were still some with levels higher than his. This world is indeed vast, and there are all kinds of people. Don't think that you are the best, there are always those who are better, and there are mountains beyond mountains. But is one's strength really reflected in this level? Lin Chen thought, I'm not afraid to battle teachers at levels 50 or 60, let alone just a level 23 student. Zhou Ziyuan, if you wanna talk nonsense, just do it. Why do you have to mention Yinggu? Yinggu marrying you was a mistake, you can't give her happiness. Why do you want to ruin her? I truly look down on you. At this moment, Mo Ren was so angry that his face turned red, and his voice trembled slightly. Whether she is happy or not, she doesn't look at you, you have to admit that, right? The muscles on Zhou Ziyuan's face twitched. It was clear that he was also very angry inside. The two seemed to have a grudge. There's a story, Lin Shi said quietly from the side. I've heard Principal Mo's story. Ning Yuanci seemed to know quite a bit. I heard that Principal Mo and Principal Zhou were classmates at the Capital Normal University and were once the best of friends. At that time, Principal Mo liked a female classmate, but for some reason, that female classmate ended up marrying Principal Zhou. However, I heard that the woman wasn't happy either, and after 5 or 6 years, they divorced. Ning Yuanci sighed. Our Principal Mo never married, probably related to that past. I didn't expect Principal Mo to have such a story, and such deep feelings. This must be a thorn deeply embedded in Principal Mo Ren's heart. Lin Chen frowned slightly. This Principal Zhou Ziyuan is not decent. So many years have passed, and not only did he steal his friend's girlfriend back then, but he also uses this matter to stab at him. Do you think your more than 20 level 15 students are impressive? Who knows who will rank higher in the big exam? Mo Ren said stubbornly. Ha, Mo Ren, after so many years at No. 8 high school, when have you ever beaten me? When have I not easily dominated you? You. Mo Ren trembled with anger but couldn't find the words. Lin Chen said calmly, Principal Mo, there's no need to get angry with him, we just need to focus on our own matters. Lin Chen, you are right. Mo Ren took a deep breath. Oh, so this is the hidden awakened professional Lin Chen that Mo Ren has been bragging about for a while? Zhou Ziyuan glanced at Lin Chen, and upon seeing Lin Chen was level 22, he was slightly surprised. Lin Chen's hidden awakening was recorded throughout Jiangning province. Regardless of his strength, the emergence of a new profession would always attract attention. Zhou Ziyuan stood at the peak of the education sector in Jiangning province, so he was somewhat aware of this. Principal Zhou, I am Lin Chen. Lin Chen said. I heard many people say you are a waste awakening. It seems not, you are already level 22. However, level is not the most important, strength is fundamental. Lin Chen nodded. Zhou Ziyuan was right this week. Many people love to compare levels, but in reality, levels are not important. Strength is the core. Lin Chen himself is a testament to that. Principal Zhou, our Yang city really can't compare to the provincial capital Jiangjing. Perhaps there aren't as many students above level 15 in our city as there are in a single middle school in Jiangjing, but as you just said, what's the use of levels? Strength is what matters most. Lin Chen echoed Zhou Ziyuan's words back to him. Oh, so you mean your strength is quite strong? Lin Chen replied, indeed, very strong. What a joke, a country bumpkin like you, just a frog at the bottom of the well, dares to boast. A male student of level 23 behind Zhou Ziyuan suddenly interjected. Although he had been indifferent while listening to his principal argue with Mo Ren, he turned to look when Lin Chen spoke up. Seeing that Lin Chen was actually at level 22, almost on par with him, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. A student from Yang City? It's just a small place. Then he noticed the beautiful girls Ning Yuanci and Lin Shi standing next to Lin Chen. He felt even more displeased, and upon hearing Lin Chen boldly claim to be strong, he couldn't help but speak out. You're the one bragging. Just because you're level 23, you think you're impressive? You're far worse than my brother Hao. Hearing someone confront Lin Chen, Lin Shi was the first to jump in and immediately countered. The male student stared at Lin Shi's chest for a moment, then suddenly sneered, then how about we make a bet? If I score higher than him in the upcoming exam, he has to call me grandpa 100 times. Does he dare to bet? Lin Chen shook his head. Not daring? The guy displayed a victorious expression. Anyone can talk big, but when it comes to paying the price, people become honest. He had seen many like this Shang Qian. Childish. Lin Chen turned to Mo Ren and said, Principal Mo, I want to bet with them. If we win, what do you want them to do? No, Lin Chen, you. Mo Ren said anxiously, wanting to stop Lin Chen. Although Zhou Ziyuan was annoying, Ningjing was the capital of Jiangning province and truly not something a small Yang city could compare to. In previous years, the top scholars of Jiangning province mostly came from a few schools in Ningjing, except for the year before last. Principal Mo, trust me, Lin Chen said softly. You, Lin Chen, are you confident? Mo Ren fell silent for a moment. Lin Chen nodded. Mo Ren turned to Zhou Ziyuan and said, Zhou Ziyuan, your students challenge us. What do you think? Then do you dare to bet? Zhou Ziyuan laughed. If you dare, I dare. Emoran had no choice. Aside from hoping for Lin Chen, he really had no way to win against Zhou Ziyuan. Hee, Emoran, as long as you don't think I'm bullying you, what do you want to get? If you lose, Zhou Ziyuan, I want you to resign and come to our Yang City No. 8 middle school to be a teacher. Do you dare to bet? Zhou Ziyuan's face darkened upon hearing this. Alright, I'll bet with you, but if you lose, I won't need you to be a teacher at our school, but you have to tell me that you will never be better than me in your life, and that Ingdu made the right choice in picking me. Emo Ren's face turned red all of a sudden. Blood rushed to his head. Alright, Zhou Ziyuan, I agree. Seeing the bet established, the male student grinned at Lin Chen. Kid, remember my name, Zhang Qian. You'll see, I'll be ahead of you, and you won't even be able to see my name. Lin Chen pointed at the more than 20 students above level 15. You? No, I mean any one of you among them. As long as someone scores higher than me in the upcoming exam, that counts as your win. Arrogant. Truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. No need for Brother Zhang to win against him, I can do it myself. The group of students from Ningjing No. 1 middle school couldn't stand Lin Chen's words and began to shout and curse. Students preparing for the exam, the major test is about to begin. A voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker. Please organize the students from each school and send them to the examination room immediately. Now, I will announce the exam rules. First, do not disturb others during the exam. Anyone caught doing so will be disqualified. Second, except for the first basic testing phase, in other phases, candidates will face monsters. Each of you has been given a protection orb. As long as you break it, a protective shield will form, and we will bring you out. It's starting. The students waiting for the exam tensed at the words. 10 years of hard study. Only today matters. Suddenly, a massive light tower appeared in the sky, radiating waves of energy. Tens of thousands of students stood beneath it, like tiny ants. Is this the endless light tower, one of the 3 national treasures of the Great Xia? Many students below showed expressions of shock. They had long heard that Great Xia had 3 national treasures that protected the fortunes of this ancient eastern nation. Demons ravaged the world, causing many small countries to perish, but Great Xia still stood firm, greatly related to these 3 national treasures. The endless light tower was one of them, presiding over the college entrance examination every year. It tested all candidates fairly and justly. Rays of light descended from the endless light tower. One of them enveloped Lin Chen. Lin Chen relaxed his body and did not resist. A flash of white light, and Lin Chen was transported into a room. This room was about 100 square meters, and he was the only one there. A screen appeared in the air, displaying, First Round Assessment, Basic Test. Rules, in a moment, a testing stake will appear in front of the candidate, please attack it, and the damage will be recorded as the candidate's attack power assessment data. Different professions have different testing methods. Lin Chen's assessment was for attack power, as the endless light tower likely considered his newly emerged profession as a bug tamer to be a main attack type. It assessed output. In the northwest corner of the examination hall stood a 40-story building, filled with many large rooms, each equipped with numerous screens. Besides the endless light tower, there were also several invigilators monitoring through the screens. At this moment, in one of the rooms, 6 or 7 invigilators had already taken their positions. They were all elites sent by the Ministry of Education, all above level 70. A middle-aged invigilator with a buzzcut smiled and said, "This year, it seems the quality of students from Jiangning province is quite good. There are 2,000 candidates above level 20. Another invigilator replied, "Have you heard? This year, besides many legendary awakenings, it seems a hidden awakening has emerged in Yang City, and the profession appears to be bug tamer. Hidden awakenings are rare. There might not be one in the entire country for over a decade. What's his name? I'll adjust the monitoring camera to take a look. His name is Lin Chen, I remember." The invigilator typed Lin Chen's name on the screen, and soon, an image appeared. On the screen, a candidate as handsome as the readers stood calmly in the room. It was Lin Chen. "This kid is quite composed. Others are somewhat nervous," one invigilator remarked while watching Lin Chen on the screen. "Not bad, level 22, although not the highest, it's still impressive. I heard he was a failed awakening in the early stages. What nonsense! A failed awakening can reach level 22 in half a month? To be honest, after 10 years of monitoring various professions during exams, I'm quite interested in this new profession. Then let's see how his basic test goes." Lin Chen stood in the room, unaware that he had already caught the attention of several invigilators. A thing that resembled a wooden stake appeared 10 meters in front of Lin Chen. According to the exam rules he had read earlier, he was supposed to attack this prop, which would then record his attack power. "Come out!" 50 purple lightning mayflies materialized around Lin Chen. These mayflies, with their light yellow bodies and 2 wings, were entwined with purple lightning. This was the first appearance of the purple lightning mayfly swarm. Hey, look, what kind of bug did Lin Chen summon? Several proctors saw the purple lightning mayflies on the screen. Is this his professional skill, a pet summoned by an insect tamer? They look beautiful, but I wonder how strong their attack power is. Just as they were talking, those purple lightning mayflies suddenly unleashed a burst of purple lightning simultaneously. The electric light flashed. Dozens of purple lightning bolts struck the wooden stake at the same time. With a loud bang, several proctors were startled. A slight haze of smoke dissipated. The proctors present stared at the wooden stake, all dumbfounded. What? Where's the stake? Damn, those lightning bolts actually shattered the stake? The proctors looked at each other in disbelief. This wooden stake could withstand a maximum damage of 100,000. There were several types of stakes, but over the years, they had always used the 100,000 damage value stakes for testing, which had a relatively high precision. Generally speaking, strong instant damage was around 40,000, and in previous years, some outstanding single-target attacks barely reached 60,000 or 70,000. Is it malfunctioning? One proctor murmured. This is an endless light tower prop, not a machine. What could malfunction? Another proctor replied. Then how do we explain this phenomenon? Instant attack power exceeding 100,000? In the examination room, Lin Chen saw more than a dozen purple lightning mayflies simultaneously release lightning, striking the wooden stake and shattering it, while a plus 100,000 number floated out from the stake. Did the power of the lightning bolts reach 100,000? Perhaps. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with this result. However, it was also his first time experiencing the college entrance examination, so he felt a bit bewildered. How much can others' attack power reach? My 100,000 attack power shouldn't be low. In the proctoring room, several proctors were debating. So how much instant attack power do we record for him? 100,000? 100,000, but that seems incorrect since he shattered the 100,000 test stake. What should we do? Should we let him hit another one? Increase the stake's damage threshold? We are only responsible for proctoring. Changing the test stake requires Director Qian's approval. Then go find Director Qian. Not long after, a spirited old man walked in. What's going on? Director Qian, here's the situation. One proctor explained what they had just witnessed. It must be that Lin Chen's attack power exceeded the 100,000 limit of the stake, which caused its destruction, Director Qian said firmly. At this moment, several proctors whispered, we think so too. So what do we do now, Director Qian? Give him a test stake with a damage threshold of 200,000. Okay. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had completed the first round of testing and was waiting to be transported to the next examination venue. Just then, another wooden stake appeared 10 meters in front of him. Do I have to hit again? This college entrance examination was indeed rigorous, allowing for 2 chances. For a candidate who made a mistake on the first attempt, the second was a chance for redemption. I thought I would only attack once. Attack! The dozen or so purple lightning mayflies unleashed purple lightning once more. Boom, plus 200000, a number floated up. At the same time, the wooden stake, bearing the weight of a dozen lightning strikes, suddenly shattered. What the hell? In the examination room, several proctors cursed. You managed to break a testing stake with a limit of 100,000, and now you've shattered one with 200,000? What is your attack power limit? What should we do, Director Qian? One proctor asked. Director Qian pondered for a moment. Let's put out a 1 million wooden stake for him to test. A 1 million testing stake? One proctor was taken aback, but the precision of a 1 million stake isn't enough. There's a margin of error. Just do it. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Alright. One proctor activated the endless light tower and released another testing stake. Lin Chen saw another testing stake appear in front of him. He frowned slightly. What's going on? Another one? Is this basic test never ending? Do I really need to hit so many times? Lin Chen shook his head. He had just thought the college entrance examination was rigorous. Now it seemed rather unreliable. Helpless, Lin Chen simply let the 50 summoned purple lightning mayflies unleash purple lightning. Boom, a loud sound. 890000, a value different from the previous 2 floated up. This time, the wooden stake was in tatters. However, it was finally not shattered. Finally measured the limit. The proctors in the examination room let out a long breath. However, their faces were filled with shock. Instantaneous attack power reached 890,000. This is terrifying. Old Zhang, you're level 70. Do you think your instantaneous attack power can reach this level? One proctor asked another slightly older teacher. Not a chance, I'd estimate it's at most this level. Old Zhang replied honestly. What kind of freak is this Lin Chen? Just level 22, yet his instant damage is so high? Are insect tamers really this powerful? What are those insects that can unleash purple lightning called? They look good, but I didn't expect their damage to be so high. Alright, let's end this round of testing. You all proceed to the second round. Director Qian instructed, his score will be counted as 890,000. Understood, Director Qian. They had no idea that 890,000 was not Lin Chen's instantaneous attack power limit at all. Lin Chen could currently summon a maximum of 440 battle pets, and with him as the master, that's 440 plus 1 is equal to 441. Right now, it was just the attack from 50 purple lightning mayflies. Less than 1/8. The first round of testing ended. Lin Chen flashed and reappeared in a different space. This time, the space seemed to be a corridor, wide enough to accommodate a dozen people side by side, with no end in sight. Second round, combat power test, rules. The difficulty levels available for candidates are normal, nightmare, and hell. The number of monsters killed by the candidate within 10 minutes will be counted. Killing a normal monster earns 1 point, a nightmare monster earns 2 points, and a hell monster earns 3 points. The second round of testing will begin in 5 minutes. A screen appeared in front of Lin Chen. The first round of testing has ended. The results and rankings of the first round are now announced. A total of 297,560 candidates participated, and the number of candidates entering the second round is 198,373. First round results ranking: Lin Chen, 890000, rating, SSSS level, Xiaobing, 70,000, rating, SS level, Zhang Xian, 65,000, rating, SS level. This was a panel displayed in front of all candidates. Wow, 300,000 candidates were instantly stunned. What the hell? I can't be seeing this wrong. How could Lin Chen, the first place, have such a score? Bug, it must be a bug. 890000, is this a joke? Don't worry, the system will definitely correct it soon. Zhang Xian was completely stunned when he saw this ranking. How is that possible? No way, absolutely not, it must be a mistake. His eyes were bloodshot. Zhang Xian stared intently at the screen in front of him. Principal Zhou should be outside negotiating with the exam supervisor now. That kid must be very happy to see this mistake. Little does he know that after the data is corrected, he will be slapped in the face and realize he is just a clown. Xia Bing? That genius from Ningjing No. 2 high school, damn it, she actually has a higher single attack than me. However, my advantage lies in group attacks. Single attacks are indeed not my strong suit. A girl with an extremely beautiful appearance and fair skin, but with a very cold expression, furrowed her brows and stared blankly at the ranking panel in front of her. Lin Chen? How come I've never heard of this person? The first round of exams is elimination-based and does not count points. After this round, a third of the participants have been eliminated. Lin Chen glanced at the ranking and casually turned off the screen. Although he felt he should be able to take first place, he really didn't expect that his first place would have such a huge gap from the second, more than 10 times. You have chosen hell difficulty, are you sure? Yes. Come out. Another 50 gold-eating insects appeared around Lin Chen. 50 gold-eating insects plus 50 purple lightning mayflies. Damn! He summoned his pet insects again. In the examination room, several proctors were stunned. Just now, Lin Chen's instant attack power reached 890,000. It scared them all. However, now, Lin Chen had doubled the number of pet insects. Doesn't it mean that the previous 890,000 was not Lin Chen's maximum instant attack power? Then what is his maximum instant attack power? My god, where's Director Qian? One proctor shouted. He just went out. Hurry and call him back. 2 or 3 minutes later, Director Qian walked back into the examination room. What happened again? Director Qian, take a look at the number of his pet insects. A proctor pointed at the screen. Oh, there's more? Then what about the instant attack power assessment just now? A proctor asked. Just counted as 890,000, anyway, it's all first place. Lin Chen stood in front of a wide, endless corridor, watching a large group of goblin monsters that appeared after a few flashes. They were holding big wooden sticks, swaying unsteadily. Lin Chen threw a detection spell at one of the goblin monsters. Goblin, hell level 15, strength, 1000, agility, 500, spirit, 300, constitution, 1000, a level 15 hell level monster. Its attributes were even higher than the level 20 wild monsters outside. However, to Lin Chen, they were almost like ants. Little rookie cutie. One of the purple lightning mayflies beside it raised its head and suddenly spat out a bolt of lightning. A flash of purple light. Boom, the goblin monster was instantly turned to ashes and disappeared. At the same time, a number slowly rose +3. 3 points? No experience points. It seems these monsters were simulated by the endless light tower. Lin Chen looked down the corridor, where countless monsters seemed endless. Let's get to work. The 50 gold-eating insects around Lin Chen quickly flew forward, while the 50 purple lightning mayflies followed, continuously casting lightning from behind. Crackle! Large groups of goblin monsters fell. +3, +3, +3. Countless numbers floated up. The small monsters in the dozens of meters of the corridor were completely cleared out. Lin Chen thought for a moment, with such a few monsters, there was no need to summon more pet bugs. The 100 in front of him were more than enough. While he had great power, the number of monsters was low, and to some extent, this test could not reveal his true strength. Shaking his head, he stepped forward. Look over there. Several proctors quickly locked a large screen onto Lin Chen. The second round of the assessment began, and as soon as Lin Chen made his move, they gasped in astonishment. Isn't this too exaggerated? 8 seconds? 5 seconds? Or was it 3 seconds? He cleared all the monsters in such a long corridor. If those candidates fighting for their lives knew, wouldn't they be furious? In that brief moment, he must have earned at least 150 points. With 10 minutes for the second round, just how many points is he going to get? Look, Lin Chen didn't even move a finger and killed so many monsters. Among all the candidates nationwide, who else is as relaxed as he is? At this moment, Lin Chen only felt a bit bored. He walked behind, his pace not even matching the speed at which his pet bugs slaughtered ahead. The goblins in the corridor fell like wheat, one after another. There are too few monsters, and they are too weak. 3 minutes passed, and Lin Chen's points reached 9,000. At this point, he was about 70 or 80 meters away from his pet bugs. Old Zhao, why are you still watching this kid? What's the point? One proctor laughed. The proctor named Old Zhao shifted his gaze from Lin Chen's screen to other candidates. After so many years of being a proctor, this is the first time I've seen such a situation. Who isn't? During the college entrance examination, everyone is focused in giving their all. I see that kid over there, he looks a bit bored, almost moldy. I suddenly feel like the college entrance examination rules we've been enforcing for decades might have a problem. Probably going to change the rules next year. One person changing the college entrance examination rules that have been in place for decades. Who would believe that? These few candidates are performing well too, especially one named Zhang Qian. Oh, how many points does he have? 4,000. This type of swordsman has always been one of the best professions over the years. Besides, he has learned group attacks and splash damage skills, strong in power and fast in speed. This girl named Xiaobing is similar, with 3,900 points, she's an archer. The proctors were discussing among themselves. Hey, old Zhao, why are you looking back at Lin Chen again? Several proctors noticed that old Zhao, who had been staring at Lin Chen's screen, was looking back at him again. I know that Lin Chen's monster fighting lacks technical content and isn't exciting. It's just his pet bugs rushing in and killing everything while he strolls behind. Old Zhao smiled wryly, but for some reason, there's a certain charm to it that makes it hard to look away. I can't stand watching the other candidates. That freak Lin Chen. At that moment, Director Qian walked past the door. Old Zhao's eyes lit up. Director Qian, come in and take a look. Director Qian walked in and smiled. I guess it's about that Lin Chen again? Director Qian, you guessed it right. This Lin Chen is really too abnormal. His pet bugs can kill all the monsters in an instant. How can we measure his limits like this? Director Qian was the chief proctor of the Jiangning provincial examination. He stood in front of Lin Chen's screen for a short while and also smiled wryly. This kid, I don't know where he popped up from. How does he have so many abnormal bugs? He patted old Zhao on the shoulder. You keep watching. The principals and vice principals of several prestigious schools are coming to the Jiangning examination site. I need to go greet them. If anything unexpected happens, contact me. 10 minutes passed, and the second round of results finally concluded. Lin Chen left the corridor and appeared in a lounge, where there was a bottle of blue spring potion and a life potion. The prompt information displayed, please use the potion to restore your status. After 10 minutes, enter the third round of assessment. Third round of examination, team combat assessment. Rules, candidates can choose to form a 5-person team with other candidates or team up with simulated NPC professions. Those who do not choose teammates will have NPCs assigned based on their professions. Assessment scene is within a simulated dungeon, scored based on the shortest time to clear the dungeon. Assessment difficulty, the system will match based on the strength evaluation of the team members. Where do I need to restore? I haven't consumed anything, right? However, Lin Chen still picked up the 2 potions and put them into his space backpack. The great Xia is still willing to invest resources in education and training assessments. These 2 potions must be worth over 100,000. The first round of assessment tests individual skill attack capabilities. The second round assesses the efficiency of candidates' attack power within a limited time, somewhat like a group attack assessment. The third round is team combat. These assessments are quite comprehensive and can indeed filter out qualified talents. They can be placed in higher education institutions for further training. As for the third round team assessment, Lin Chen didn't care much. Dungeon clearing? Although Lin Chen had awakened not long ago, he had cleared quite a few dungeons. Compared to many classmates who were still slowly leveling up in beginner dungeons, he was already an experienced player. He didn't plan to find anyone to team up with, he would just let the system match some teammates when the time came. He could push through the dungeon alone with his pet bug, never needing a tank or support. He could handle all roles by himself. Beep beep beep. The exam panel suddenly beeped, indicating someone requested a connection. Connected, boss, hurry and team up with me, I want to join you. A voice came through the system. No need to ask, this duck-like voice could only belong to Yu Dapeng. Candidate Yu Dapeng requests to team up with you. Do you agree? This Yu Dapeng. Lin Chen smiled and pressed, agree. A flash of white light, and Yu Dapeng was teleported in, appearing next to Lin Chen. Boss, finally I have a chance to cling to your thigh. Yu Dapeng really did drop down and hug Lin Chen's thigh with both hands. Get off, you loser, disgusting. Lin Chen kicked him to the corner. Yu Dapeng got up and returned to Lin Chen's side. Boss, I got an S rating in the first round and ranked 56th in the second round. Pretty strong, right? Not bad. Qingbei Martial Arts University recruits 100 students every year in Jiangning Province. If he maintains this performance, he has a good chance of entering this university. Yu Dapeng was the highest level among those Lin Chen had brought up. Another round of beep beep sounds. Lin Chen connected. It's me, Lin Shi. Brother Hao, can you team up with me? I won't drag you down, I have skills that can massage. Lin Shi. Agree, Lin Shi appeared in the room. Brother Hao, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Even though I'm not very useful, I'm clinging to your leg. Lin Shi hugged Lin Chen's thigh just like Dapeng did earlier. Lin Chen smiled wryly. What's up with these two today? Lin Chen assured her he wouldn't abandon her before she stood up. Boss, you treat us differently, you weren't this gentle with me just now. Beep beep beep. Lin Chen, it's me, Ning Yuanci. Shall we team up? Ning Yuanci appeared in the room. You're all here? After Ning Yuanci appeared and saw Yu Dapeng and Lin Shi, she was slightly taken aback. But then again, since I'm here, how could you not come? Yuanci. Lin Shi went over and hugged Ning Yuanci. Ha, we're all here today. 5-person team, just one more person needed, Ning Yuanci said to Lin Chen. What other person do we need? With Lin Chen here, that's all we need. Yu Dapeng said. Lin Chen nodded. The three of them were good friends, so they were just grouped together. The missing person would be matched randomly by the system. Lin Chen didn't care what the match would be like. At that moment, an exam panel popped up in front of the four of them. The results and rankings of the second round of exams are now announced. A total of 198,373 candidates participated, and 90,000 will enter the third round. Second round results ranking: Lin Chen, 30,000 points, Xia Bing, 150,000, Zhang Qian, 14,900. Damn, boss, you're as abnormal as ever, you really are first in the second round. Yu Dapeng jumped up. Lin Chen, when your first round results came out, I thought there was a mistake, 890,000, that's a huge gap from the second place's 70,000, Ning Yuanci said, still in shock. What mistake? My brother Hao's strength, we've seen it before, even if it were 9 million, I wouldn't find it strange. Let's see what your rankings are in the second round, Lin Chen said lightly. I ranked 78th in the second round, Yu Dapeng said. I was 47th in the second round, Ning Yuanci followed. And I was 131st in the second round. Lin Shi's tears suddenly flowed out. This means I can't go to Qingbei Martial Arts University with Brother Hao. Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanci quickly comforted Lin Shi. Lin Shi, don't worry, in the third round, with the boss leading you, your ranking will improve. Lin Shi looked at Lin Chen and nodded. There were less than 3 minutes left until the third round of exams. Beep beep beep. Just then, Lin Chen's panel rang again. Someone wants to team up? Who is contacting me? Lin Chen pressed, connect. Are you Lin Chen? I'm Xia Bing. A strange woman's voice. Xia Bing? That name sounds a bit familiar, where have I seen it? Lin Chen was taken aback. Xia Bing? Isn't she the one who has been ranked second in both the first and second rounds? Ning Yuanci suddenly said from the side, Lin Chen, do you know her? Lin Chen shook his head. It's her. After Ning Yuanci mentioned it, Lin Chen remembered. He had seen her name a few times while checking the rankings. Xia Bing? What do you want? Lin Chen said. His tone was neither warm nor cold, but slightly cold. The other parties seemed to be taken aback. Xia Bing was indeed stunned. She could tell from Lin Chen's tone that he didn't have much impression of her. I've always been ranked below you, can't you see? Why is this person so rude? Is there something you need? Lin Chen said again. Wait, don't hang up. Xia Bing quickly said. She could sense that after Lin Chen's words, he was about to hang up the call immediately. I want to ask if you have formed a 5-person team? Xia Bing took a deep breath and said quickly. She regretted contacting Lin Chen a bit. If she had known he would speak like this. 4 people, Lin Chen replied with 2 words. I want to team up with you. Xia Bing was silent for a moment before speaking. Team up with us? Lin Chen was surprised by Xia Bing's request. You're so strong, do you really need our help? Lin Chen's first reaction was that Xia Bing wanted to team up with strong players to boost her exam ranking and score. Help from you? What are you thinking? Xia Bing said coldly, how can you think you're stronger than me? Ha, it's a shame you're the one ranked first and still can't understand the exam rules? Her tone carried a hint of mockery towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. If she didn't want to leverage his strength, then why would she actively request to team up with him? The others nearby also understood the pride in Xia Bing's tone. They had never seen someone come asking for help while being so arrogant. At that moment, Lin sure couldn't help but say, if you don't want to team up and don't want brother how to take you, then why come over and ask to team up? Even if you say so, we won't laugh at you. A woman with a big chest but no brains. Xia Bing replied coldly from across the way. What are you talking about? Are you jealous because you can't stand seeing someone with a fuller figure? My brother how likes the big ones, Lin sure retorted angrily. Idiot! Xia Bing shot back. Lin Chen suddenly reached out and hung up the call. Lin sure was a bit infatuated, but after all, she was a friend. Who was Xia Bing anyway? They didn't even know each other, and Lin Chen wouldn't indulge her. Brother how, this woman is bullying me. Lin sure clung to one of Lin Chen's arms, pressing against her side. Nearby, Ning Yuanci and Yu Dapeng watched Lin sure being confronted and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This guy was too clingy to Lin Chen, which often made them uncomfortable. It was a pity that Lin Chen hung up the call, ending the argument. Just as they were thinking, the communication beeped again. Lin Chen answered. What do you want? He asked. Didn't you say you didn't want to team up with us? The caller was still Xia Bing. When did I say I didn't want to team up? I just said I wanted to team up with you, not to ride on your coattails. Oh, then what is your purpose? Did you see the last rule? The difficulty of the assessment will be matched based on the strength of the team members. Your scores in the first 2 rounds were quite impressive, so I want to team up to see how difficult the system will match us. If I wanted an easy ride, I could just team up with a few rookies to lower my difficulty, right? I just want to challenge the highest difficulty. The first 2 exams were like kindergarten level, so boring, so uninteresting. Don't you think? Lin Chen nodded. He wasn't blind to the rules, he was just confident. He believed that any test would be no problem for him. He had walked through dark places before. Could it get any more twisted? Agree to team up, Xia Bing sent over. The exam was set up so that team members could be teleported to the same room, allowing them to communicate plans and action strategies effectively. A girl with very fair skin but a cold gaze. She was also very good-looking. Among the 300,000 combat system examinees in Jiangning province, she ranked second in both rounds of exams, so she was certainly not an ordinary student. A definite top student. Xia Bing, welcome. Ning Yuanci greeted generously. Welcome, Yu Dapeng added. Poof. Lin sure glanced at Xia Bing's chest and puffed up her own. Lin Chen, I'm very curious. Your scores in the first 2 rounds were absurdly high. What difficulty will the Endless Light Tower match you for the 3rd round? Xia Bing stared at Lin Chen. What difficulty? We'll find out when we go in, Lin Chen replied. The reason he let Xia Bing join was that he was intrigued by her mention of difficulty. The exam had reached this point, and Lin Chen really felt a bit bored. The difficulty was too low. There was no challenge. Oh, look, Lin Chen and Xia Bing, the 2 strongest, are actually teaming up. The proctor room. Proctor Teacher Zhao shouted. Several proctors gathered around. Since the first time Teacher Zhao saw Lin Chen on the monitoring screen, he couldn't look away. In his words, Lin Chen's exam was a bit boring, but it was so captivating that one couldn't help but watch. In general exams, candidates are mostly matched with NPC teammates by the system, but there are also some who team up with classmates they usually get along with and have a certain level of teamwork. On the surface, this seems casual, but it actually reflects the core of team exams. Yes, the Endless Light Tower, this treasure of wisdom, can analyze the strength of the team members and match the most suitable assessment content for the candidate's abilities, old Zhao said. What I want to say is, with these two strongest individuals paired together, the others are not bad either. What difficulty will the Endless Light Tower assign them later? Oh, I didn't think of that just now. Although the difficulty level for the third exam hasn't been announced, it is divided into 3 levels: Ordinary, Nightmare, and Hell. This team is likely at Hell level difficulty, at least it will rise to Nightmare. If it's Hell level difficulty, then this team is in for a tough time. In previous major exams, although Hell level difficulty rarely appeared, once it did, many strong teams have sunk under that difficulty. So, Lin Chen, who may have had an advantage in the first 2 exams, could be dragged down by this round. Let's wait and see. Director Qian, the highest administrative official of the Jiangning Province Unified Examination, is responsible for supervising and managing hundreds of thousands of candidates. A true big shot. However, now he is leading 5 people towards the examination building. He is explaining the examination situation to them, his attitude very polite. The 5 or 6 individuals are all middle-aged and elderly, their presence as imposing as mountains, clearly top-notch experts. A tall, thin old man smiled and said, "Old Qian, you don't need to be so polite. We're just here to observe, you don't have to accompany us. You can go handle your own affairs." Director Qian smiled and replied, "How can I not accompany you? You are the top 5 higher education institutions in our Great Xia, Qingbei Martial Arts University, Sakurahan University, Ningjiang University, Fudan University, and the Great Xia Martial Arts Research Institute. You are either the president or the vice president, all significant figures in Great Xia. It's a blessing for the students of Jiangning Province to have you here." Now, with more and more fissures appearing everywhere and demons invading, the current human world is in a precarious situation. We also want to cultivate more outstanding talents to ensure the survival of our Great Xia. As they spoke, they arrived at a reception room. "Old Qian, what stage is the major exam currently at? We've passed the first and second rounds, and we're about to enter the third." "Good, then just send us the rankings and exam records, we can check them ourselves. You go handle your exam matters." "Alright, just call me if you need anything," Director Qian said, calling over a few reception staff to serve tea to the 5 big shots. As Director Qian stepped outside, he sighed. The current situation seems quite severe, so all the top universities are actively seeking out outstanding students everywhere. This competition has also become intense. If it were peacetime, would such a situation arise? Wouldn't everyone just be waiting for students to apply to their universities? The third exam, the team combat assessment, began. Lin Chen and his 4 teammates were teleported from the lounge to the exam location. An island. Lin Chen and the others stood at the edge of the beach, right at the island's perimeter. The sound of waves crashing echoed. A message popped up in front of each person. Your team's current difficulty level is Purgatory level. Proceed to the center of the island, enter the instance island in the sea, and ultimately clear the level. The points earned will be calculated based on the number of monsters killed, instance difficulty, and completion time. Purgatory level difficulty? Xiaobing's expression changed. What is purgatory level difficulty? Yu Depeng was not well versed in previous major exams. He was somewhat similar to Lin Chen. However, Yu Depeng's lack of research was due to his inherently careless nature. In contrast, Lin Chen's lack of research stemmed from complete confidence in his own strength. Strong enough to break through everything. In previous years, the third exam would only have 3 difficulty levels: Ordinary, Nightmare, and Hell. Generally, candidate teams are ordinary, only very strong teams would match Nightmare, and only a few top-tier teams would encounter Hell level. But we are at the Purgatory level, not the Hell level. Yu Depeng was confused. I've never heard of the Purgatory level before. Maybe it existed in the past, maybe it didn't, but those big exam magazines have never mentioned it. Xiaobing's expression was very serious. When you first joined the team, wasn't it because you wanted to face tougher challenges? Now you should have your wish fulfilled. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Xiaobing glanced at Lin Chen. Purgatory level, aren't you nervous? Is this all because Lin Chen's first round single attack power was 890,000, and in the second round, he scored 30,000 points? Such outrageous results? Ning Yuan thought for a moment and said, "That's probably the reason." "Alright, we'll find out how difficult the Purgatory level really is soon," Lin Chen said lightly. Lin Chen and the others looked towards the island. The island wasn't very large, but it was about 4 or 5 miles wide, and in the middle of the island, there was a light curtain, seemingly an entrance to a dungeon. To reach the dungeon entrance in the middle of the island, they would have to walk about 3 miles. From a distance, they could see many monsters resembling crabs and flying birds along the way. At that moment, a crab the size of a lion spotted the 5 of them and quickly crawled towards them, seemingly wanting to launch an attack. "Get back!" Yu Dapeng shouted, casting a defensive aura around himself and stepping in front of the team. The team's professional quality was quite good. Lin Chen and the others behind him cast a detection spell on the crab. Man-eating crab, purgatory level 35 strength, 5000 agility, 4000 spirit, 2000 constitution, 5000 skill, claw grip. The crab's claws are its special weapon. When caught, the crab's strength increases by 300%. "What the hell, this can't be right?" Yu Dapeng exclaimed. The other 4, except for Lin Chen, were instantly frozen in shock. Level 35? Purgatory level attributes? Strength attribute as high as 5000 points. This is deadly. This isn't an exam at all. Yu Dapeng slammed his shield down, feeling extremely tense facing the approaching crab. He had no confidence in being able to block even a few attacks. Ning Yuan and Lin Shi exchanged glances, smiling wryly. "How are we supposed to take this test? What purgatory level? This is completely a super freak level, okay? Anyway, I'm done for, let's see how Brother Hao handles it." Lin Shi looked at Lin Chen. "So this is what they call purgatory." Xiaobing murmured, "It seems this difficulty is at least 10 times that of hell." She suddenly looked ahead, and a green bow, resembling jade, appeared in her hand, quickly knocking a white feather arrow. Whoosh, an arrow shot towards the crab that was almost in front of Yu Dapeng. Lin Chen nodded. Xiaobing's reaction was quite good. She didn't let the sudden change affect her too much and quickly entered combat mode. At this moment, Ning Yuan also reacted, raising a white staff in her hand and swiftly releasing a bolt of lightning that struck the crab. -900 -652 damage numbers floated above the crab's head. The first damage was dealt by Xiaobing. The second was from Ning Yuan. From this single target damage value, it was clear that Xiaobing was indeed much stronger than Ning Yuan. However, even with both of them using a skill, they had only reduced the crab's health by less than a third. Bang! The crab crashed into Yu Dapeng's defensive shield. -500 Yu Dapeng's health instantly dropped significantly. For Yu Dapeng, who was fully equipped in golden wolverine armor, this damage was quite substantial. If the crab hit him a few more times, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. A green light flashed, and Yu Dapeng's health quickly recovered. It was Lin Shi behind him who had cast a healing spell. Bang bang bang, the crab tried to clamp down on Yu Dapeng, but Yu Dapeng held his shield firmly against it. In a fit of anger, the crab charged repeatedly at Yu Dapeng's shield. With each impact, Yu Dapeng's health dropped sharply. The rate of blood loss was faster than Lin Shi's recovery. Ding ding ding, the sound of arrows. Crackle, the sound of lightning. Xiaobing and Ning Yuan quickly unleashed their attacks. Put! The crab spat out a mouthful of seawater, kicked its legs, and was killed by Xiaobing and Ning Yuan. A number appeared above the crab's head, 100. Killing a monster earns 100 points. Xiaobing and Ning Yuan took a breath, looking at the lifeless crab. There was not a trace of joy on their faces. On the contrary, their expressions were very heavy. This was just a small monster by the sea, and it was already so strong, putting the entire team in danger. What about entering the island? What about entering the dungeon? What about the bosses and leaders in the dungeon? How to fight? This crab monster's strength is equivalent to that of the headless night demon in the Dark Lands, Lin Chen thought as he watched the scene. As expected, it truly deserves to be a higher level than hell. The difficulty is much greater than I imagined. I thought it would be similar to the hell level Lost Mine. Is this really the system matching based on the strength I previously displayed? Xiaobing is right, she brought the team over, but it doesn't mean comfort and ease. On the contrary, the difficulty is greater. Examination room. Old Zhao suddenly became serious, and the people who were sitting abruptly stood up. This unusual action startled the nearby invigilators. Old Zhao, what's wrong with you? One of the invigilators complained. You guess what difficulty Lin Chen's team matched in the Endless Light Tower? What difficulty? Didn't I say before that Lin Chen is strong, but his teammates are much weaker, likely a nightmare? I guess adding Xiaobing could trigger hell difficulty, one invigilator speculated. Nightmare difficulty? Hell difficulty? Ha, you wouldn't believe it, but the Endless Light Tower actually matched Inferno difficulty. What? What did you say? Inferno difficulty? Where? I want to see the legendary Inferno difficulty. All the teachers in the examination room were shocked and a bit dazed, then they all jumped up in surprise. They rushed to the monitoring screen of Lin Chen. Rest area of the examination venue. A group of principals and education bureau directors were resting here. waiting for the students to finish their exams before leading them back. The spacious rest area had central air conditioning, and the examination center staff served tea. The environment was very comfortable. However, at this moment, Zhou Ziyuan felt hot all over, his mouth dry and parched. He drank cup after cup of tea. His gaze was fixed on the large screen in front of him, breathing heavily. Two huge screens hung on the walls of the rest area. The left screen displayed the real-time leaderboard of student scores. The right side had countless small screens showing the main candidates' exam footage. Not only Zhou Ziyuan, but the other principals and directors were also glued to the screens, concerned about their students' exam situations. Second round score ranking: first place, Lin Chen, 30,000 points, second place, Xiaobing, 15,000 points, third place, Zhang Qian, 14,900 points. These lines of red text deeply stung Zhou Ziyuan's eyes. In the first and second rounds of exams, Zhang Qian only ranked third. Zhou Ziyuan's Zhongjing No. 1 high school was the strongest school in Jiangning province, and the provincial top scorer in previous years had always come from their school. The provincial capital, the political and economic center of a province, is where officials are the most powerful, companies are the strongest, talents are the best, and students are also the strongest. In fact, this year's student quality has greatly satisfied Zhou Ziyuan. After half a month of awakening, at Zhongjing No. 1 high school, 25 students have reached level 15 or above, among which 10 are above level 20. Level 20 is impressive. The strongest martial arts university in Daxia, Qingbei Wudao University, allows entry at level 15. Level 20 is almost a sure thing. The highest level student in the province also comes from their school, Zhang Qian, who is at level 23. That's even higher than Lin Chen's level 22. Zhou Ziyuan's goal this year is for his school students not only to have the most entries into Qingbei Wudao University but also to aim for the provincial top scholar. If nothing unexpected happens, this year's provincial top scholar will likely fall to Zhang Qian. Therefore, before the exams began, seeing Imoran unable to take the pressure and falling for the trap, how could he not take the opportunity to step on him and settle old scores? Establishing a bet was exactly what Zhou Ziyuan wanted. He envisioned winning and having Imoran apologize to him, admitting that he would never be as good as him. Seeing the proud Imoran bow his head would be immensely satisfying. As for losing, he hadn't really considered that. However, after the first and second exams, Imoran's student Lin Chen firmly ranked first. His prized student, Zhang Qian, couldn't even secure second place, only coming in third. Although the main event was still the third exam, losing 2 rounds in a row made him extremely irritable. He felt that things were not looking good. Zhang Qian, a top-tier awakened profession, a swordsman, was not only strong in single-target attacks but also formidable in group attacks. Rising to level 23 in half a month fully proved his strength. Of course, that was also because the Zhang family is the strongest family in Jiangning province. The Long family's strongmen guild is merely the strongest guild in Yancheng, but compared to the Zhang family in the entire Jiangning province, it is just a little brother. With a powerful family background and terrifying resources, even though Lin Chen is a ceiling-level group attacker with extraordinary strength, he is still 1 level lower than Zhang Qian. However, this is also because Lin Chen does not pursue levels to the extreme. He has survived in the wilderness alone, cleared land thousands of miles away with Zhao Shaoling, and fought dungeons for most of the day with Yu Dapeng and others, engaging in several battles. If Lin Chen had family backing, he would have immediately donned golden gear on the day of awakening, with an unlimited supply of cooldown stones and the fastest leveling dungeons. Now, Lin Chen, without mentioning level 23, could easily reach level 25. Moreover, although Lin Chen is at level 23, many level 40 or 50 professionals might not even be his match. Those at levels 60 or 70 could potentially put up a fight. He is that impressive. Zhou Ziyuan stared intently at the screen before him, still unable to believe it. A Zhang Qian of such strength, everyone was certain that this year's provincial top scholar would be him, yet he lost to his opponent's student? He couldn't even secure second place, only coming in third. If Zhang Qian lost to Xiaobing, he could barely accept it. But losing to that Mo Ren student, Lin Chen, he absolutely could not accept. He knew who Xiaobing was. She was his student. Zhou Ziyuan glanced at an elderly woman in the northwest corner of the hall. The woman, though somewhat aged, had an elegant demeanor and a calm expression, quietly observing the candidate's situation on the screen. Zhou Ziyuan looked again at Mo Ren, who was not far from him. Mo Ren was staring intently at the elderly woman, looking utterly lost. Humph. The third exam began. The results of the third round of candidates started to come in. Third round results ranking: first place, Zhang Qian, 1,700 points, second place, Suifei, 670, third place, Zheng Haoren, 669. Good, the third round is Zhang Qian's main battlefield, he's in first place. Zhou Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief. If in the third round, that Lin Chen ranked first again, he might really lose. The cost of losing was something he could hardly bear. That would mean resigning from the principal position and going to teach at a small place like the 8th middle school in Yang City. He specifically went to check Lin Chen's ranking. Rank 37,000, Lin Chen, 30, ranked all the way to the sky. This person doesn't understand team battles at all, probably doesn't even have any awareness of team battles, right? He thought for a moment and then looked at Xiaobing's ranking. Rank 700, Xiaobing, 100, this person isn't good at team battles either. Zhang Qian might surpass Xiaobing and Lin Chen in the third exam, ranking first. I might not lose after all. Zhou Ziyuan smiled. On an island, Zhang Qian and 4 NPC professionals had already advanced 200 meters. As a swordsman, he wasn't using a one-handed sword or a two-handed sword, but could manipulate 6 flying swords. The tank NPC was at the front. He released the flying swords from behind. 6 flying swords spiraled and stabbed at the 7 or 8 man-eating crabs charging towards them. The sword light crisscrossed. Each sword struck the crab. It could be seen that, apart from the crab that was hit and lost a significant amount of health, the nearby crabs also suffered splash damage. The 6 swords belonged to a group attack, but each sword also generated splash damage. It could be said to be a group attack, plus a group attack. Truly formidable. In less than a minute, the 5 crabs fell to the ground. 50-50. His was nightmare difficulty. Killing a crab earned 50 points. He looked at the points. First place, Zhang Qian, 1,950 points. Second place, Suifei, 730. Third place, Zhang Haoren, 729. Damn, the last 2 rounds of exams scared the hell out of me, actually losing to those 2 idiots. Zhang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a surge of excitement rose within him. The third round is my main battlefield. You all better open your eyes and watch me and my points tremble in my third round. The directors of the 5 top universities in Daxia had also finished watching the replay of the first and second rounds of exams. This Lin Chen is quite interesting. I've heard he's a hidden awakened profession, and I've always wanted to see for myself. Indeed, not simple. An old man chuckled. Not just not simple, it's downright abnormal, okay? Single attack 890,000. If it weren't for the endless light tower hosting this exam, I'd think there was some kind of bug. Those pet insects of his, numerous and with very strong attack power. If this profession doesn't show any weaknesses in the future, he will definitely be a pillar of Daxia. Another old man said, looking at Lin Chen in the replay on the screen. I think the second and third places, Xiaobing and Zhang Qian, are also good. Both are legendary awakenings, especially that Zhang Qian, a swordsman who can control a large number of flying swords. I heard he can now control 6 flying swords. If he reaches a higher level and can control dozens of flying swords, his combat power will be terrifying. Zhang Qian, the student who reached level 23, the highest in Jiangning province? Not bad, ranking third. If he pushes hard in the third round, getting first place isn't impossible. Oh, the third round exam has started. Indeed, this Zhang Qian is far ahead. Come, let's see how the third round exam goes. Thud, another man-eating crab fell down. 100 Yu Dapeng breathed a sigh of relief. He was at the front, and the pressure was really great. These crabs with insane attributes deal too much damage. Xiaobing and Ning Yuanci both breathed a sigh of relief. These crabs have such high health that they need constant output. It takes a long time to kill just one. Even Lin Shi, who had been staying in the back, was quite nervous. She had to keep an eye on Yu Dapeng and timely restore his health. She was really afraid that if she made a mistake, Yu Dapeng would collapse. Lin Chen looked at everyone's scores. Xiaobing, 200, Ning Yuanci, 196, Yu Dapeng, 180, Lin Shi, 140, Lin Chen, 60. Lin Chen thought for a moment and roughly guessed how the points were distributed in this exam. Killing a monster earns 100 base points. Then, points are awarded based on contribution. For these 2 monsters, Xiaobing had the highest output, so she got a full 100 points each time. Ning Yuanci's output was slightly lower, but 196 was almost a full score. As for Yu Dapeng and Lin Shi, their contributions were not as impressive as the 2 of them, resulting in lower scores. Lin Chen had not made a move at all. He was just coasting along. He had no contribution whatsoever. But because of the team dynamics, he could leech off 30 points every time the team killed a monster. So, that added up to 60 points for him. This distribution method ensured that the strong earned points while reflecting different levels of contribution. Similarly, even if one made no effort, the exam was a team score, and he could still benefit. Lin Chen, these monsters are too hard to fight. What should we do? Ning Yuanci looked at Lin Chen. Right now, they were only facing a few scattered monsters on the beach. As long as they moved towards the island, there would be piles of monsters along the way. In the dungeon, there would probably be even more. Lin Chen, are you not going to make a move? How long are you going to watch? Xia Bing said coldly. Earlier, everyone had been fighting two crabs while Lin Chen just watched leisurely. He was purely there for the spectacle. Although Xia Bing wasn't expressing strong dissatisfaction, if he had been observing the monster's strength, he had seen enough by now. If he didn't show any performance or take action, it would be hard to justify. The team belonged to everyone, and each person had to do their best to maintain the team's combat effectiveness. They couldn't have three girls fighting fiercely while he just coasted along, could they? 3 to 4 minutes had already passed since the third round began. Yet, this team had only killed 2 monsters, and it was quite a struggle. Xia Bing sighed inwardly. She wanted to pursue a high-difficulty challenge, which was why she chose to set aside her pride and team up with Lin Chen. Indeed, her wish was granted. The system had matched the challenge. But this challenge was too extreme. When the difficulty was too high, it ceased to be a challenge. Could it be that the system made a mistake? How could it match such a difficulty that is simply unmanageable? Xia Bing glanced at Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanci, and Lin Shi. Then she looked again at Lin Chen, who was empty-handed. She almost blurted out, "You guys are friends with Lin Chen, can you say a few words? You can't let him just coast here. If he were a rookie, it would be fine to guide him and let him leech a bit, but the key is that he isn't. On the contrary, it's precisely because of him that the system matched such a high difficulty, yet now he is just watching the show. How can this be? Isn't he a parasite in the team?" What puzzled her was that these three had no intention of urging Lin Chen at all. Lin Chen didn't fight. They just fought desperately. Did they really not mind supporting Lin Chen like this? What kind of team is this? I'm really fed up. I probably stepped into a pit today. Xia Bing was genuinely a bit angry. I'm just unlucky. Voluntarily stepping into a pit. What was I even thinking at the time? I hope in the third round of the exam, I didn't lose too many points. Relying on the scores from the first and second rounds, the total score shouldn't be too terrible, right? However, it seems that the Qingbei Martial Arts University is in danger. I used to think about getting into the strongest Sanglong Academy there. Those love-struck girls, I really can't understand them. They seem to not care about the exams at all. Sisters, this is 10 years of hard work, and one day will determine the outcome. Can you all wake up? Women need to be self-reliant. Men will only affect the speed at which sisters can act. Just then, out of nowhere, 7 or 8 man-eating crabs appeared, wandering along the beach or something. They clustered together and simultaneously spotted a few people by the shore. They quickly crawled over. Not good. Xia Bing's expression changed. After testing the waters earlier, this team could handle 1 or 2, but 7 or 8? They couldn't hold up. This could cost lives. There are too many monsters at once. We should retreat, widen the distance, let these monsters return to a wandering state, and then lure them in one by one to kill. Xia Bing urged. As an archer, she was very agile. She should be able to run faster than anyone else here. However, what surprised her was that, in the face of this crisis, no one listened to her and ran away as she suggested. They all looked at Lin Chen. Hey, everyone, let's run. Why are you looking at him? Alright, I understand now, let's get started. Lin Chen suddenly said calmly. What are you pretending for? Xia Bing was about to make a run for it. Come out. Lin Chen lightly exhaled. 50 gold-eating insects and 50 purple lightning mayflies appeared in the air around him, forming a cloud of insects. Kill! Lin Chen raised his right hand. A dozen purple lightning mayflies instantly unleashed bolts of purple lightning. Those purple lightning struck the man-eating crabs that were quickly crawling towards the group. Crackle, crackle. 7 or 8 crabs flipped over and fell to the ground. 100,100,100. 8 100-point scores floated up. One hit kill? Xia Bing's eyes widened, nearly falling over. Lin Chen checked his score. 860. His ranking had risen from around 60,000 to 970. He had entered the top 1,000. The system determined that each monster gave him a full 100 base points. It made sense. This time, it was entirely Lin Chen taking the lead, while the other 4 in the team were just coasting. However, even coasting, each person still gained 8 times 30 is equal to 240 points. In less than 10 seconds, they gained 240 points. That speed was quite frightening. Indeed, as soon as Lin Chen made his move, it was earth-shattering. Boss, you finally made a move, and it's truly extraordinary. Yu Dapeng shouted at Lin Chen, jumping up. Brother Hao, show your might now. Lin Shi also gave a thumbs up. Lin Chen, your speed is fast, but our points are a bit low. Ning Yuanci looked at her score inside. Hey, you guys, how could this be? Aren't you all shocked? One-hit kill. This is a one-hit stop. Seeing Lin Chen's explosive combat power and the calm demeanor of the three beside him, Xiaobing was dumbfounded. But they were level 35 hell-level monsters, and he took out 8 in one go. How could you not be at all surprised? This is completely abnormal, okay? Even Ning UNC complained about the points being too few. In less than 10 seconds of coasting, they still got 240 points. How is that too little? This speed, only a few tens of thousands of candidates could achieve, okay? Poor me, I was just telling everyone to run quickly. It turns out they all knew about Lin Chen's monstrous strength, the only one who didn't was me. You guys won't laugh at me, right? At this moment, Xiaobing's heart was extremely complicated. Her expression was very unnatural. However, it seemed that no one noticed her embarrassment. This made her feel a bit better. Well, if we fight like this, your scores will be a bit lower. Lin Chen nodded. How about this? I'll give each of you 20 pet bugs to follow you. When you see a monster, don't worry about defense, just focus on attacking. My bugs will protect you, and after you attack, they will attack as well. This way, the speed won't be delayed much, and since you participated, your score should be higher. That works. A few nodded. Lin Chen distributed 80 gold-eating bugs and purple lightning mayflies to them, leaving only 20 by his side. The monsters on this small island posed a significant challenge for ordinary people. However, for Lin Chen, it was still not too difficult. Taking first place would be no problem at all. Besides aiming for first place himself, Lin Chen also wanted to help his few friends. The spots at Qingbei Martial Arts University were better given to his classmates than to others. Then let's set off! Lin Sure exclaimed, looking at the 20 battle bugs swirling in front of her, her face full of excitement. Let's go, let me show off too! Yu Dapeng laughed as he charged ahead. Ning UNC unleashed 4 or 5 bolts of lightning at a distant man-eating crab. The injured and enraged crab charged at her. But when it reached her, the purple lightning mayflies in front of her spat out a few bolts of lightning, instantly killing the crab. Although the 100 purple lightning mayflies followed Ning UNC, the contribution for killing the crab still counted towards Lin Chen, so he gained another 100 points. However, Ning UNC's score was no longer the 30 points for just participating. She earned 80 points. As expected, the rules were pretty much as Lin Chen had anticipated. Although this score couldn't compare to Lin Chen's, it was still quite good. The key was the speed of killing monsters. The others saw Ning UNC rack up 70 points like that and all charged forward as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Soon, 100, 100, 100. In an instant, countless points floated up. Lin Chen stayed behind, once again coasting along. But this time was different from before. Previously, coasting only earned him 30 points. Now, for every monster killed, he reliably earned 100 points. After Xiaobing took down about 10 crabs, she turned back to look at Lin Chen. She saw him leisurely following behind the group. Is this really possible? Maybe he's the first to play this alternative way in the college entrance exam? Wow, today I've really learned something from this team. As they moved toward the center of the small island, the monsters that appeared were not just man-eating crabs anymore. There was a level 36 yellow-billed egret circling by the sea. The island had many ponds where leopard sharks swam. When they passed by, these sharks would jump out to attack. At level 37, the most disgusting were the hydroids living on the trees of the small island. However, these monsters were no match for Lin Chen's team. At first, when they saw a pile of monsters, they were a bit nervous, but seeing Lin Chen's pet bugs display their power time and again, swiftly killing many monsters, they felt reassured. Later, everyone was excitedly searching for monsters, the more the better. Points. Every monster was a precious point. Soon, everyone's scores surged from tens of thousands into the top 100. The highest was Lin Chen, ranked 78. Xiaobing was 89. Ning UNC was 92. Yu Dapeng was 95. Lin Sure was 99. This was still the result of them starting nearly 10 minutes later than others. The rankings of the 5 were rapidly climbing. In the examination room, Old Zhao, is Lin Chen's team still on the beach? Haven't they advanced yet? A teacher checking on other candidates asked. They couldn't just keep an eye on Lin Chen. They were responsible for monitoring the entire Jiangning province's major exam. Only the proctor named Old Zhao seemed enchanted, not looking at anyone else, just fixated on Lin Chen's camera. Seeing Old Zhao frowning and silent, the supervising teacher chuckled. Hell difficulty, I wonder how the endless light tower matched this. This kind of exam would be tough even for first and second year students. Earlier, Lin Chen's team had matched to hell difficulty level, and they were shocked and watched for a while. But seeing how difficult it was for this team to fight the crabs, they struggled for a long time and only managed to kill 1 or 2. They all shook their heads and went off to do other things. No, they're not on the beach anymore. They've already walked a few hundred meters toward the center of the island. Oh, that's pretty fast. How are they fighting? The supervising teacher walked over with a smile. His gaze fell on the screen. He paused slightly. What is this Lin Chen doing? All the candidates are nervously attacking and killing monsters, but he seems to be strolling along the beach. Is he taking this exam so lightly? High difficulty is a matter of ability, but if he isn't even fighting monsters, that's an attitude problem. The supervising teacher shook his head. Who said he isn't fighting monsters? Old Zhao said with a strange expression, just look at the other team members, and you'll know. He assigned a pet bug to each team member? At this moment, the supervising teacher also saw the trick. Well, although he seems very relaxed, every team member's output and the monsters they kill are all counted under his name, Old Zhao said. Doesn't that count as cheating? Another supervising teacher walked over. Of course it doesn't, this is team combat, and for every monster killed, Lin Chen contributes the most. How can that be considered cheating? Besides, if it were cheating, wouldn't the endless light tower be able to detect it? But still, isn't he making it too easy? This is even more relaxed than we are outside. Zhang Qian arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. He took a breath. Even though he was a powerful swordsman with strong area attack skills and high monster killing efficiency, pushing from the beach to the dungeon entrance at the center of the island had exhausted him. He planned to rest for 2 or 3 minutes before entering the dungeon. He pulled up the real-time score rankings. To be honest, he felt a bit nervous. He was afraid that Lin Chen would suddenly surge up and take first place again. Third round score rankings: first place, Zhang Qian, 11,700 points, second place, Suifei, 8,670 points, third place, Zhang Haoren, 869 points. Phew, thank goodness. First place is still his. Looking further down, there was no sign of Lin Chen in the top 10. Oof. As expected, that kid was only strong in the first and second rounds. In the third round, he was completely out of it. That's Xia Bing, who knows where she fell to. If he could maintain first place, it was entirely possible to reclaim the top spot in the final results. Let's see what rank he is now. Zhang Qian scrolled down. 78th place? Zhang Qian squinted his eyes. So fast, it seemed that when he looked earlier, Lin Chen was still ranked in the 40th or 50th thousand. How did he suddenly jump into the top 100? But so what? He's still far from my first place. He sneered. During the break, he checked on some of his classmates who were previously quite strong. To his delight, the highest ranked among them was only 6th place, far from his own position. Where did Lin Chen's name go? Zhang Qian turned back to look, and the 78th position had already changed to an unfamiliar name. Zhang Qian scrolled to see. Lin Chen, 8th place. What? Zhang Qian's eyes turned red instantly. In just a short while, less than a minute, his score had risen from 78th to 8th place? He had fought the monsters on this island and was very clear about the distribution of the situation. There was no reason for such a sudden increase in points. No way. Absolutely impossible. He angrily slashed his sword at a nearby rock. Bang! The large rock shattered into pieces, flying everywhere. What on earth is going on with this person? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. 8th place, although there was still a gap with the first place. But at this rate, with Lin Chen's rising speed, holding on to this first place was not guaranteed. Teleport. Originally planning to rest for a few minutes, but seeing Lin Chen's ranking skyrocketing, he couldn't rest any longer. He immediately entered the instance. Similarly, witnessing Lin Chen rapidly climb from tens of thousands to 78th place, then to 8th place, was Zhou Ziyuan outside the examination hall. His mood suddenly became agitated. Why aren't you staying in the tens of thousands? Why are you rushing to the front? His heart grew increasingly anxious. So fast, too fast. At this moment, he was already regretting betting with Morin. Who could have predicted that a dark horse like Lin Chen, a freak, would appear? Entering the third round of the exam, the large screen in front of him no longer displayed the exam footage. He could only see the scores. Therefore, seeing Lin Chen's rapidly rising score, he couldn't understand how he achieved it. Impossible. Even if these monsters were lying in heaps for him to kill, it wouldn't be possible to be this fast. Indeed, under normal circumstances, Lin Chen had no reason to rise so quickly. But Zhou Ziyuan had no idea. Killing one monster, Lin Chen earned 100 points. As powerful as Zhang Qian, killing one monster only earned him 50 points. Thus, for the same monster killed, Lin Chen's points were double, triple, or even more than others. How could it not be fast? Zhou Ziyuan, are you a bit flustered? Unbeknownst to him, Morin stood behind Zhou Ziyuan. What am I flustered about? Zhou Ziyuan turned around to see Morin and feigned calmness. In the first and second rounds, you lost to me. In the third round, Lin Chen is quickly gaining points. You should understand that it won't be long before he definitely takes first place, Emorin said lightly. You should prepare to come to our Yang City No. 8 middle school as soon as possible. No, this Lin Chen's scores in several exams are quite abnormal. I'm going to find Director Qian to report this situation. I don't believe it. Saying this, Zhou Ziyuan stood up and walked out of the rest area. Boss, we've arrived at the instance entrance. Should we go in right away or rest for a while? Yu Dapeng said excitedly. If you need to rest, then take a break. There's no rush. Then let's rest for a minute. Actually, we haven't really taken any damage, Xia Bing said. For the others, their current state had nothing to do with the term damage. There were hardly any monsters that could hit them. Any slight consumption was merely for the sake of gaining a bit more points from their output. Otherwise, slacking off would be completely fine. Xia Bing looked once again at Lin Chen's pet bug beside her. What kind of bug is this? Where was it captured? How is its damage so high? These questions kept swirling in her mind. She used a detection spell, but the attributes she saw were average. She found it really strange. Clearly, it could only be considered an excellent bug, yet when it came to killing monsters, any one of them was much stronger than herself. This made her quite disheartened. She had always been proud and arrogant. Now she couldn't even compare to a single bug. What can I say? Moreover, there were still 100 of them here. Is there anything more demoralizing than this? In fact, it wasn't surprising that Xia Bing couldn't see the true attributes of the bug. What she could see were just the unenhanced attributes of the pet bug. Lin Chen's 30 times enhancement, she couldn't see that. Boss, in the second round of the exam, you ranked first? Lin Chen brought up the real-time ranking panel. Third round results ranking. First place, Lin Chen, 21,000 points. Second place, Zhang Qian, 20,900 points. Second place, Xia Bing, 19,700 points. Third place, Zhang Haoren, 19,600 points. Seventh place, Ning Yuanxi, 16,890 points. Lin Chen didn't care much about being first. He had never thought he wouldn't get first place. Xia Bing reached third. Ning Yuanxi was seventh. Yu Dapeng was in 23rd place. Lin Shi also made it into the top 50, ranking 49th. Everyone was excitedly checking the results. Naturally, they were very happy. Let's go, let's enter the dungeon, Lin Chen said lightly as he turned off the screen. Okay. The 5 of them stepped into a light curtain. You have entered the underground world dungeon of the island, a prompt appeared. A huge passage appeared before Lin Chen and the others. The passage was large enough for dozens of people to walk side by side. The walls looked artificially smoothed and polished. Underfoot, it was paved with bluestone. On the walls, near and far, many underwater pearls were embedded. These pearls emitted a glow. Thus, the entire passage, while not as bright as outside, was not dark either. Perhaps due to being by the sea, the air in the tunnel was very humid. Several sea turtles crawled back and forth not far away. What? He's first. After Zhang Qian flew through the air, killing several sea turtles, he took a breath and then pulled up the leaderboard. He was instantly dumbfounded. First place, Lin Chen, 21,000 points. Second place, Zhang Qian, 20,900 points. He suddenly felt his body turn cold, as if falling into an abyss. The thing he feared the most had happened. No. First place is mine, Zhang Qian shouted. I am the chosen one. I am a swordsman, backed by the Zhang family, the first family in Jiangning province. From the day I awakened, I have worked this hard, not resting for a minute, ranking first in the province. How could I lose? I won't lose. Zhang Qian didn't care about resting, madly charging towards the monsters ahead. I'll kill. Good kid. Stronger than his sister. Emorin watched the real-time ranking of the students on the screen. Lin Chen had already climbed to first place. Emorin looked down. Ning Yuanxi also climbed to 7th? Emorin was surprised. This was unexpected. As for Lin Chen, he hadn't shocked him this much. After all, the results of the first and second rounds were right there, both first. Lin Chen reaching first, he felt, indeed, he was first again. But how did Ning Yuanxi rank 7th? Thinking that there were still 2 students above level 15, Emorin nervously flipped through the rankings. Emorin rubbed his old eyes, really afraid he was seeing it wrong. Yu Dapeng was 23rd, Lin Shi was 49th. Blessed are the students of Yang City. There were actually 5 who made it into the top 50. What does the top 50 mean? That means they could completely enter the top academy of the Great Xia, Qingbei Martial University. This was completely unprecedented. In the past, it took 1 or 2 years for Yang City to have 1 student enter Qingbei Martial University. 5. Mo Ren was so excited he was trembling all over. He turned to look for Zhou Ziyuan, but he had already run off somewhere. Could it be that this guy really wants to go find the director of the college entrance examination to complain about Lin Chen's score being wrong? Ha, childish. The principals of the 5 top academies were in the VIP lounge, unlike the large waiting room of Mo Rin and Zhou Ziyuan. At this moment, all 5 were intently staring at the same screen. The image displayed was that of Lin Chen and his group. In the 3rd round of the exam, Lin Chen ranking first was only a matter of time, and sure enough, he is now first. This year's top scorer in the Jiangning provincial exam is almost a sure thing for him. It's not quite like that, after all, the 3rd round hasn't ended yet, and the current candidates have basically just entered the instance. Just an instance? Is there really any suspense left? TSK, the difficulty is hellish, and fighting it is just like a regular level, astonishing. What provincial top scorer? I estimate that this year, he even has a chance at being the national top scorer. An old principal suddenly said, "National top scorer?" Several prominent principals were taken aback. They had been thinking about the provincial top scorer and hadn't considered the national level. I heard that this year, the Ministry of Education has added a 4th round of exams for the college entrance examination, and the national top scorer will be determined from that 4th round. Regardless of whether he becomes the national top scorer, Lin Chen is definitely outstanding. We at Sakurahan University must recruit him specially, said the president of Sakurahan University. No, old Luo, Ningjiang University has its eyes on him too, let him go to your school, said the director of the admissions office at Ningjiang University. Our Fudan University can offer a full scholarship for special recruitment. Come on, what's a scholarship? Our Daxia Martial Arts Research Institute not only offers full scholarships but also provides stipends. The old university presidents began to argue during their break. I heard he wants to go to Qingbei Martial Arts University, an elder said lightly. Instantly, all 4 university presidents stared at him. Whether he wants to attend your Qingbei Martial Arts University or not, you'll only know if you ask him. A few principals left the break area and started making calls everywhere. They were all reporting to the board of directors, asking how high a price they could offer to specially recruit Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Lin Chen in the instance was unaware that outside, a storm was brewing because of him. These turtle monsters have such high defense. Yu Dapeng sighed. But they're slow, I can hit them a dozen times before they even crawl up to me. This way, my score will be higher than the crabs outside, Ning Yuanci said, raising his staff and casting a lightning spell, happily adding, "Yeah, I'm ranked 2nd now." Xia Bing was also very excited. At first, she felt hopeless on the beach and regretted joining this group. But everything changed after Lin Chen summoned his pet bug. It was too easy. The only thing she had to do now was find ways to output more and compete for contributions with Lin Chen's bugs. At the beginning, she was still comparing herself to Lin Chen, wondering if he was too relaxed, just idly floating around. But every monster he faced, he scored the highest points. Infuriating. But later, she completely gave up on that competitive spirit. No way to compare. No way to compare. I give up. Xia Bing gradually blended in from the initial unfamiliarity of being in a team. As the instance progressed, she felt as if she had teamed up with Lin Chen, Ning Yuanci, and others many times and had known them for a long time. She glanced at Lin Chen. This person does nothing, yet just being present creates a strong sense of cohesion. His qualities are truly remarkable. As for the non-outputting Yu Dapeng and Lin Shi, they had their own ways of playing. When Yu Dapeng saw a monster, he charged in, taunting, resisting, and repelling. After using a full set of tank skills, he would step back a few paces without taking any damage, and then Lin Chen's gold-eating bug and purple lightning mayfly would finish it off. This way, he could basically earn 80% of the contribution points. For a monster with a base score of 100, he could get 80 points. This score was much higher than Zhang Qian's 50 points. Lin Shi stayed behind, constantly casting various support skills on Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanci, and Xia Bing, even healing them when they were at full health. Sometimes, she wouldn't even spare the idly floating Lin Chen. She focused on just messing around. But strangely, the system also recognized her actions, and her score was almost the same as Yu Dapeng's. A group of people advanced into the dungeon. Besides the most common turtles, there were level 37 mermaid warriors, level 38 sea stars that could spray venom, all sorts of strange seaside monsters. However, these originally designed tiered monsters were meant to increase the pressure on ordinary explorers layer by layer. But for this team, it made no difference at all. They were all about overwhelming force. A mermaid general, leading a squad of 50 or 60 mermaid soldiers clad in thick armor, appeared ahead. This was one of the major challenges that had caused many candidates to falter. But when Yu Dapeng and the others saw it, they were extremely excited, like a pack of wolves spotting a flock of sheep. Another pile of points. They shouted, charging forward with Lin Chen's pet bugs. A chaotic melee ensued. All 50 or 60 mermaid soldiers fell to the ground. Even the mermaid general, surrounded by a swarm of pet bugs, unwillingly met his end. All turned into points. Ha ha ha, Yu Dapeng pulled up the leaderboard. All 5 of us have made it into the top 10. Bug, it's a bug. In the monitoring room, old Zhao sighed deeply. Sigh, in 30 years of monitoring exams, this is the first time I've seen a team perform like this in the 3rd dungeon exam. Another proctor shook his head. They were truly amazed. What was this? Wasn't this just point farming? One person couldn't do it, but 5 were all farming points. Those 5 are all in the top 10 now, right? TSK, 5 out of 10 slots taken. Poor other candidates. That Zhang Qian who was first earlier, you should see him now, he's practically gone mad. Wow, he doesn't care about defense at all, just charging and killing like crazy. At this rate, he might get injured and be teleported out before the exam is even over. A monitoring screen showed Zhang Qian with bloodshot eyes, looking like a madman, rushing at the monsters as soon as he saw them. He was eager to kill the monsters and earn points. He had completely lost his composure. The 3 major tests of the college entrance examination assessed basic abilities, focusing on single-target attack skills. The attack power test involved hundreds of monsters, seeing who could kill the most, which tested area attack capabilities. The 3rd round was team combat, assessing teamwork abilities. Although there were only 3 tests, they covered all aspects of evaluating the candidate's strengths and weaknesses. The endless light tower simulated various exam scenarios, and candidates could get injured, but they wouldn't die. If a fatal situation arose, candidates would be immediately teleported out of the exam. His temperament is too poor. A proctor shook his head. Yeah, I thought he had decent strength and was a promising talent, but unexpectedly, when he saw his ranking drop, he lost his composure. A person like this won't achieve much in the future. He thought he could aim for the provincial top scorer, but didn't expect to be pushed down to 2nd place in the first 2 rounds. He was holding in his frustration, wanting to surge ahead in the 3rd round. He did manage to hold 1st place for a while, but soon got pushed down again. The psychological gap must have been too much for him to handle. What 2nd place? He's now dropped to 4th. At this rate, he might not even hold on to 4th. Oh, poor kid. 3rd round rankings: 1st, Lin Chen, 310,000 points; 2nd, Xiaobing, 259,000 points; 3rd, Ning Yuanxi, 237,000 points; 4th, Zhang Qian, 206,000 points; 6th, Yu Dapeng, 180,000 points; 8th, Lin Shi, 157,800 points. The 5 of them all surged into the top 10. Ah, I knew it. Following the boss is so enjoyable. Yu Dapeng laughed as he looked at the rankings. Hee, I have a chance to follow brother how to Qingbei Martial Arts University now, Lin Shi said, her peach blossom eyes looking at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I owe you again. Ning Yuanxi was also filled with joy. She had analyzed her situation beforehand. She estimated that she might fluctuate around the top 100. This was the most optimistic estimate. There was a chance to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University, but it was uncertain. Now, in the most crucial 3rd exam, she had surged to 3rd place, earning 237,000 points. That was definitely enough to qualify her as a preparatory student for Qingbei Martial Arts University. With this score, she could still choose some popular colleges within Qingbei Martial Arts University that she liked. Xiaobing, on the other hand, stared blankly at the score list. She suddenly turned to Lin Chen. This person. Not only had he been leading the pack, dominating every exam, but astonishingly, he had also managed to elevate all his companions. No wonder the people around him followed closely, completely trusting him without reservation. How did such a monster emerge this year? Such a person, she had never seen among her excellent classmates. In her large family, there was no one like him either. A grand palace appeared in everyone's sight. Their gazes crossed over the palace walls, and they could see countless merman soldiers on the streets within the city. Among them, there seemed to be 2 or 3 generals as well. Not to mention, the merman queen boss inside the palace. Final level, boss level, Xiaobing said, her expression serious. Fighting small monsters was different from fighting a boss. Moreover, this was on hell difficulty. She wondered if Lin Chen's pet bugs could handle the monsters inside. It was uncertain. Xiaobing felt a bit nervous, not daring to be careless. Lin Chen was also observing the situation in the city, silent and deep in thought. Boss, how do we fight this time? Yu Dapeng asked. There are quite a few monsters, Can your bugs handle them? Ning Yuanci also inquired. Let me think, Lin Chen replied, still contemplating. Lin Chen, you have too few pets, but I estimate there are at least 1 or 2,000 monsters inside, plus the leaders and the boss. It's hard to fight them with just a few, Xiaobing said, frowning. Lin Chen's contemplation made her anxious. Indeed, relying solely on Lin Chen's pets to deal with this final level was challenging. Too few pets? Lin Chen still had 200 in his pet space that he hadn't released yet. To take down this palace, he didn't even need to release more pets. He hadn't even made a move yet? At this moment, Lin Chen was thinking about how to help them earn a bit more points. Otherwise, if he unleashed a few big spells and sent in the gold-eating bugs and purple lightning mayflies to wreak havoc, 1 or 2,000 monsters? That wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between his bugs' teeth. However, Xiaobing had no idea that Lin Chen was thinking about this. Seeing Lin Chen lost in thought, she said, how about I use my ranged bow and arrow to lure them out in small groups? Lin Chen, what do you think? I have an idea, Lin Chen pointed to the palace entrance. There's a choke point there, only 6 or 7 monsters can pass through at a time. I'll have my bugs block that spot, and you can attack from 50 meters away, which will earn us more points. Ha! Xiaobing was taken aback. He was thinking about this? This is a good plan, boss. You really thought of this. Yu Dapeng exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. This way, no matter how many monsters are inside, we only face 6 or 7 at a time. I think this plan will work, Ning Yuanci and Lin sure agreed. Hey, is this really a good plan? You can't just think about earning points. If Lin Chen's bugs can't hold up and the monsters surge out, what will we do? Xiaobing was half convinced. However, Yu Dapeng and the others had already followed Lin Chen's bugs toward the palace entrance. At that moment, a horn sounded. The soldiers in the palace discovered the intruders and sounded the alarm. The city gates opened. 4 or 5 soldiers rushed out. Sure enough, the number of soldiers that emerged was not many. Dozens of gold-eating insects were stuck at the exit. Then, Yu Dapeng activated his tank skills, taunting and pushing back. Ning Yuanci was like lightning, while Lin Shi was casting skills everywhere. Some support skills even landed on the enemy monsters. It was all a chaotic mess. As waves of skills were unleashed, when the soldiers charged out, the gold-eating insects and purple lightning mayflies launched their attacks. Several soldiers, of course, fell without a doubt. Then, another batch of soldiers rushed out. The same scene played out again. Why is it so easy? Xiaobing was stunned. If these merman soldiers were not simulated by the endless light tower, the corpses of those killed would disappear after a short while, and with hundreds or thousands of monsters slain, the entrance would have long been blocked. In the city, thousands of merman monsters seemed to be lining up to their deaths. Ning Yuanci and Xiaobing just focused on dealing damage, fighting with ease. Before long, all kinds of sea monsters fell. Bold intruders, how dare you disturb this queen, killing my brave warriors, you shall pay. An angry female voice echoed from the palace. A mermaid-type boss monster with a human upper body and a fishtail appeared in the palace tower. This mermaid queen was extremely enchanting, but at this moment, her face was filled with rage. Lin Chen and the others cast a detection spell. Mermaid Queen, Purgatory level 40, Strength, 10,000, Agility, 10,000, Spirit, 11,000, Constitution, 10,000, Skills, Bewitch, Title, Song Charm. Any spirit lower than 50% of the Queen's spirit will be bewitched by the Queen, losing their mind and falling into despair. Title. The Queen uses her spirit to create tidal attacks. Enemies in the tide lose 500 health per second. Such strong attributes, Lin Shi exclaimed, we can't defeat this monster. So strong, we fragile damage dealers are in danger, Ning Yuanci said nervously. How about we retreat? Lin Liang, this monster can only be dealt with by your pet bug. Right now, points don't matter. As long as we can defeat this boss, we can clear the level, Xiaobing frowned. Am I the only one who thinks this mermaid queen is beautiful? Hee, Yu Dapeng said foolishly, drooling slightly, then took a step toward the mermaid queen. Dapeng, what are you doing? You're still infatuated with a monster at a time like this? Lin Shi shouted angrily. Ning Yuanci also shot a disdainful look at Yu Dapeng. No! Xiaobing's expression changed. Just then, everyone clearly heard a faint singing. It was as if it floated in the void. When you concentrated to listen, you found the song was incredibly beautiful, making one unable to resist sinking into it. This is the Mermaid Queen's skill, Song Charm. Be careful, Lin Chen said solemnly. This song is so beautiful. Xiaobing looked entranced. Yeah, I've never heard such a beautiful song. Lin Shi and Ning Yuanci followed Yu Dapeng. Smack! Lin Shi and Ning Yuanci's staffs fell to the ground, but they didn't care at all. In an instant, except for Lin Chen, the other 4 were all affected by the Mermaid Queen's song charm. Lin Chen suddenly rushed forward. Then, he kicked Yu Dapeng, who was in front of him. Wake up! This kick had quite a bit of force. Yu Dapeng was kicked several steps back, landing headfirst into a stinking ditch by the city wall. But he immediately got up, grinning foolishly, completely ignoring Lin Chen, and continued walking toward the palace. Ha! This doesn't wake him up, Lin Chen frowned. Once affected by song charm, it was impossible to wake up. The scene suddenly became eerie. Yu Dapeng and his three companions, like walking corpses, seemed to have lost their minds as they approached the Mermaid Queen. The Mermaid Queen suddenly opened her mouth and exhaled a breath. This breath transformed into a kind of translucent, boundless seawater. The tide rose and fell, flooding towards Yu Dapeng and the others. Then, above the heads of the four in the ocean, the number -500 continuously rose. Tide, the queen used her mental power to create a tidal attack. Enemies caught in the tide lost 500 health points per second. Not good. If this continues, these four will be forcibly eliminated from the exam in no time. Since we can't wake the affected ones, let's interrupt your spell instead. A book appeared in Lin Chen's hand. It was the Key of Solomon. Wind Sphere. A gust of wind swirled up. In an instant, it reached the Mermaid Queen, trapping her within. Ya! The queen shrieked, trying to struggle out of the wind sphere. The wind sphere swayed precariously. Wind Sphere. Lin Chen raised his right hand. Another 4 or 5 wind spheres flew out, stacking upon each other, firmly trapping the Mermaid Queen. What's wrong with me? Ning Yuanxi and Lin Shi, the ones with the strongest mental power, were the first to awaken. Oh no, we just fell under the Mermaid Queen's song charm. Xiaobing's expression changed, revealing her fear. Damn, so it was that Mermaid Queen's trick. Yu Dapeng jumped up and cursed. Fortunately, it was just a loss of sanity. If they had been enchanted and acted out private actions like watching adult films, it would have been embarrassing. Was it Lin Chen who saved us? Xiaobing looked at Lin Chen. Why didn't he fall under the song charm? She wondered. If it's below 50% of the Mermaid Queen's mental power, and her mental power attribute is 11,000 points, doesn't that mean Lin Chen's mental power is at least 5,500 points? At this stage, a level 20-something practitioner, even with equipment, can only have a few hundred in each attribute point, which is already impressive. How did he manage that? What a mysterious man! Xiaobing had no idea that Lin Chen had equipped a set of mental power gear, plus the abnormal enhancement from the Kunpeng, which had long surpassed 6,000 points. Now, the Mermaid Queen is trapped by me, so you can output your skills with peace of mind, Lin Chen said to the others. Remembering how close they had come to falling into the Mermaid Queen's trap, everyone was filled with determination. Immediately, various skills were hurled at the Mermaid Queen. Lin Chen, on the side, added more wind spheres whenever the Mermaid Queen was about to break free, keeping her trapped. The Mermaid Queen's health continued to drop under the relentless assault of the group. In another instance, at the palace gate, Zhang Qian was panting heavily, his hair disheveled, looking like a madman. Kill! At this moment, he was already exhausted. Yet, he charged forward, desperately swinging his sword. I won't lose. He kept mumbling to himself. I am the pride of humanity, born an elite, and I am ranked first in levels. The teachers, classmates, and all the elders and peers of the Zhang family are watching me, believing I can definitely win the provincial top scholar, so I cannot lose. Just now, he had seen the real-time ranking of scores. He had already dropped from first place to sixth. Those few weaklings think they can win against me? Impossible. Countless mermaid warriors poured out from the palace gate. Zhang Qian and his 4 NPC teammates were surrounded from all sides. Even the most basic formation of tanks in the front, damage dealers in the middle, and support in the back was gone. Bang! One support was hit by a mermaid warrior, turning into a puff of blue smoke and disappearing. Warning, you are severely injured. If you do not adjust in time, you will be forcibly teleported out of the instance. Examination room. This Zhang Qian has gone mad. A proctor sighed. In the previous rounds, I ranked second. Although I couldn't compare to Lin Chen, it was still quite impressive. Unfortunately, when I saw the ranking drop in the third round, my whole mindset collapsed. It's not just Zhang Qian, many scions from prestigious families, raised in comfort and meticulously trained by their families, have strengths far exceeding their peers, and unknowingly develop a mindset that can't handle losing. Such people are truly fragile. Even if their families bolster their strength, what good does it do? Several proctors shook their heads. What a pity! The proctor was about to turn off Zhang Qian's screen and switch to another. Just then, several beams of white light flashed through Zhang Qian's team. The team completely collapsed. All 3 NPC teammates turned into white light. Zhang Qian. In the end, he too transformed into a beam of white light, forcibly teleported out of the examination room by the endless light tower. Fortunately, this was a simulated scene by the endless light tower. If he had faced real monsters, Zhang Qian would have already been dead. The Mermaid Queen was tightly trapped by Lin Chen's wind vortex. She couldn't break free. If it were an ordinary wind skill, she would definitely not be trapped. However, Lin Chen's skill was enhanced by skill boost. Even an ordinary skill reached an abnormal level. The other four desperately unleashed their skills on her. What were they doing? They were competing for points. The Mermaid Queen's health continuously dropped under their assault. Finally, boom, the Mermaid Queen finally fell. Your team has killed the Mermaid Queen, cleared the underground world dungeon, and will be teleported away in 1 minute. At the same time, Lin Chen saw that he had gained plus 30,000 points. Xiaobing plus 25,000, Ning Yuanci plus 23,000, Yu Dapeng plus 19,000, Lin Shi plus 18,000. With a flash of white light, the group returned to the resting area. At this moment, the system announced, the third exam has ended because Lin Chen, Xiaobing, Ning Yuanci, Yu Dapeng, and Lin Shi's team cleared the underground world dungeon. This was the time rule mentioned earlier. It turned out that as long as any team of candidates cleared the level, the third exam would end. As for the others, those who fought fewer bosses would definitely score much lower. This rule reflected efficiency assessment. At this time, other candidates had not even reached the dungeon entrance. Some had just entered the dungeon not long ago. The fourth round of selection will now take place. The entry requirement is the top 10 from each province. In 10 minutes, the top 10 will be automatically teleported into the exam scene. This was no longer a competition among cities in Jiangning province. Instead, it gathered the top experts from all provinces nationwide. Ha! There's a fourth round this year? Xia Bing exclaimed. In previous years, there were only 3 exams. After the dungeon level ended, the exam would conclude. Ah, all 5 of us made it into the top 10. Yu Dapeng pulled up the ranking list. Third round rankings: first place, Lin Chen, 710,000 points, second place, Xiaobing, 559,000 points, third place, Ning Yuanci, 537,000 points, fourth place, Yu Dapeng, 496,000 points, fifth place, Lin Shi, 460,000 points. We made it into the top 5. Ning Yuanci corrected. Right, top 5. We took all the top 5 spots, following the boss to enjoy the feast. Even I made it into the top 5, all thanks to Brother Hao. Lin Shi moved closer to Lin Chen. A team that isn't particularly outstanding, yet under Lin Chen's influence, managed to sweep the top 5. Who would believe it if we told them? Xia Bing murmured. The team information was only visible to the proctors. Ordinary spectators could only see each person's ranking. Good. Emorin looked at the third round rankings, nearly bursting with joy. No principal cares as much about students' grades as he does. As an experienced educator, every bit of excellence and progress from his students brings him immense joy. He thinks and thinks, but he never expected that Lin Chen would outshine everyone, taking first place in every exam. Even more astonishing is that Ning Yuanci, Yu Dapeng, and Lin Shi surprisingly ranked in the top 5 in the third round, far ahead of the 6th place. In terms of overall performance, even if they don't make the top 5, the top 10 is definitely within reach. Congratulations, Emoren. A woman approached Emoren and said softly, Ingu. Emoren suddenly became very nervous, stumbling over his words. 4 out of the top 5 are your students, right? Yes, I never expected them to excel like this, performing beyond their usual level. Emoren scratched his head. Yanqing no. 8 Middle School has made a name for itself this time. It might shake the entire Jiangning education community. After being praised several times, Emoren felt a bit shy. Ingu, how is your Ningjing no? 2 Middle School? Emoren, Zhou Ziyuan, and Ingu were classmates in college. After some entanglements, they all ended up in the education field. Decades passed. Zhou Ziyuan became the principal of Ningjing no. 1 Middle School, while Ingu became the principal of no. 2 Middle School. Emoren, somewhat weaker, returned to a small place in Yanqing and became the principal of no. 8 Middle School. Our no. 2 Middle School can't compare to your Yanqing no. 8 Middle School, the standout is definitely Xiaobing, who ranked 2nd. Xiaobing is your student? Yes. The countdown for the 4th round of the selection competition begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This assessment does not count towards college entrance examination scores. The points earned will be converted into merit points. Candidates who die will be teleported out. The exam lasts a maximum of 5 hours. If time runs out and candidates have not died, they will be automatically teleported out, ending the assessment. What? The points earned will be converted into merit points? Xia Bing was dumbfounded. What a grand gesture! How many merit points is the Ministry of Education planning to release for this assessment? Ning Yuanxi sighed. To them, these merit points are extremely valuable. Lin Chen recalled that he had previously performed outstandingly in a dark place, and the Yanqing authorities rewarded him with 100,000 merit points. He hadn't had time to figure out how to use them yet. He heard that merit points are more precious than money in college and are very useful. With the prompt, Lin Chen and the other four disappeared from the resting area. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a large city. People were bustling about, cars were flowing, and shop owners on both sides of the street were calling out. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. If they were teleported into a room to test a specific ability or into a dungeon, that would be understandable. But this, to be directly thrown into a big city, the few of them felt like drops of water tossed into the ocean. What were they supposed to test? This is the demon city. Suddenly, Xia Bing exclaimed. What? Xia Bing, you must be mistaken. Ning Yuanxi's face changed dramatically. I can't be wrong. Although the demon city was turned into ruins by demons 10 years ago, that Oriental Pearl Tower is indeed the symbol of the demon city. Then what are we being tested on by being teleported here? As they were speaking, the sky darkened, and a tear appeared in the void above the city gate. Countless demons surged out. What is happening? Yu Depeng shouted. Is this a real scene or a simulated exam scene? Lin Shi murmured. Demons crossed the boundary of the demon city, invading the city. Boom! 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 They landed on the streets, grabbing people who were fleeing for their lives. Screech, one person was torn in half by a demon monster. In the air, blood and entrails fell to the ground. Some people were grabbed by demons and directly thrown into their mouths. More people were crushed into meat paste by falling concrete blocks amidst the fighting and collapse of the high-rise buildings. Just moments ago, the city was vibrant and full of life. In an instant, it transformed into a hell on earth. Help! The cries of helpless despair echoed. Ah! The wails of sorrow filled the air. This was the tragic song of the city. Flames soared into the sky. One crowd after another perished under the claws of demons. Lin Chen and the other four stood dumbfounded. Their faces changed instantly, all turning ashen and pale. These monsters ranged from low level, with levels in the 20s and 30s, to high level, with levels in the 60s and 70s. Lin Chen even saw some great demons crawling out from the cracks. Their imposing presence was overwhelming. Suddenly, a demon not far from the crowd tore a woman in half and tossed her aside, her body landing near Lin Chen and the others. Blood and flesh splattered onto several people, sticky and warm. Ah! Lin Shi couldn't help but scream. Ugh! She couldn't hold back her vomit. We need to get out of here, Xia Bing urged urgently. At that moment, a squad of soldiers rushed in from the distance. They were the human city guards of the demon city. Soon, these soldiers engaged the demons in battle. A human warrior plunged a long sword into a demon's body, twisting it relentlessly until the demon collapsed in a mess. One demon wielded a massive iron hammer, smashing down and turning a human soldier into pulp. Another soldier and a demon bit and clawed at each other, tearing flesh apart and swallowing it, only to perish together. It was brutal, like a tragic play unfolding in the human realm. One soldier fell, and the next rushed forward. One demon fell, and another pounced. The entire city instantly became a meat grinder. At that moment, a dozen or so examinees ran past Lin Chen and the others. Hey, run for your lives. What are you still doing here? They didn't care how Lin Chen and the others reacted. Those examinees frantically followed the crowd, fleeing forward. Lin Chen, we should hurry too, Ning Yuanxi shouted. At this moment, Lin Chen's ears and mind buzzed. Everything before him felt like fleeting shadows. Is this the battle between humans and demons? Is this the tragedy that occurs when demons invade the human realm? Is the real scene like this? Run, boss. Yu Depeng pulled Lin Chen, running towards the direction where most of the crowd was escaping. Yura! A demon, hundreds of meters tall, with flaming horns and wielding a massive iron rod, crawled out from the crack. All humans must die. Its deep roar shocked the entire city. The air was filled with a buzzing echo. The faces of those fleeing in desperation changed dramatically. The giant demon swung its massive club. Several 30 or 40-story buildings collapsed like sand sculptures on the beach. Countless boulders fell. On the ground, countless fleeing people, like ants, instantly turned into piles of meat paste. Just then, a massive swordlight, like a long rainbow, shot from afar towards the giant demon. The demon raised its club to block. Boom! A human in military uniform, wielding a long sword, flew into the air and engaged the giant demon in a fierce battle. One human and one demon fought until the sky darkened and the earth trembled. Who is that? A level 100 human powerhouse? Yu Dapeng, Xiaobing, and the others were stunned. Another batch of soldiers in the same uniform flew in from afar. These individuals ran while unleashing various skills and spells from their hands. Storms, fireballs, lightning strikes. These people were far stronger than the city guards who had just rushed out to fight the demons. They were all elites. Almost all of the city guards who had just emerged to battle the demons were now dead. Now, this group of warriors could barely withstand the onslaught of the demon army. However, the demons from the rift continued to pour out, seemingly endless. At this moment, Lin Chen and his companions, who were fleeing, gathered with another group of candidates. As both groups ran for their lives, they shouted, "Hey, brothers, which province are you from?" "We're from Hangzhou province." "We're from Jiangning province." "Do you know what's going on? How did we get transported to the 4th round of the exam and end up here? This is a damn demon siege. It seems like all of this is a simulated scenario for the exam, right? God knows if it's simulated or real. I feel like if we get killed here, we won't survive. Damn it, what kind of nonsense is the Ministry of Education pulling this time?" Suddenly, the crowd in front erupted in chaos. They all turned back to run. "Hey, hey, hey, be careful, don't bump into me. What the hell? What's going on? There are a lot of demons ahead, run." "What?" At that moment, Lin Chen and the other candidates also saw thousands of bizarre demons ahead, slaughtering humans. It had all turned into a race where those who ran the fastest met their demise the quickest. Damn it, what bad luck, there are demons everywhere. This group of candidates turned around and ran back. But it wasn't long before those who had run the fastest were screaming and running back again. One candidate grabbed another. "Hey, brother, I recognize you. You were ahead of us earlier, faster than Lu Xiang. Then, when there were monsters ahead, you turned around and ran back to us. No, you ran ahead of us again, and now you're running back from the front. How the hell are you running? Big brother, let go quickly, there are demons behind us too." The person broke free from the candidate's grip and vanished in a flash, not knowing where he went. What the hell, is this for real? Just as they were confused, there was a violent commotion ahead. A group of demons appeared, slaughtering and devouring the panting crowd. A scene of human tragedy. "Boss, there are demons on both sides. Where do we run now?" Yu Dapeng shouted anxiously. "Let's go into that building." Lin Chen pointed to the left. Lin Chen and the others rushed toward a large building. The dozen or so unfamiliar candidates had nowhere to run and followed Lin Chen. It was a huge shopping mall. Many expensive clothing stores were scattered around. In the past, clothes worth tens of thousands were only affordable for the wealthy, but now they lay strewn across the ground. There were many footprints on them, some stained with blood, like garbage. "Should we run upstairs or to the basement?" Ning Yuanxi asked Lin Chen. "To the underground parking lot, even if the building collapses, it won't be so easy to die," Lin Chen said solemnly. At that moment, an unfamiliar candidate gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. "Brother, what's your name? You're the clearest-headed one here." After a chaotic moment, about 20 of them stayed in a corner of the second-floor parking lot, gasping for breath. "What the hell is this college entrance exam? Isn't it too intense? I almost died. Hey, the brother who's always the clearest-headed, can you tell me what's going on? Are we still taking the college entrance exam?" The candidate who had admired Lin Chen's escape asked him. Lin Chen pondered. He suddenly said to Xiaobing, "Xiaobing, you said earlier that this is the demon city?" "Yes, I didn't see it wrong. That 87th floor Oriental Pearl Tower is unique in Daxia. I've seen it many times in various materials, I won't mistake it. Unfortunately, the demon city, known as the Pearl of the East, has been occupied by demons for 10 years now, and to this day, it remains one of the forbidden areas for humans." Lin Chen said in a deep voice, "So, are we now appearing in the magic city as a simulation of the scene when the demons attacked the city?" "I think so too." Xia Bing nodded. "We were teleported to the simulation scene for our 4th round of exams? Then what is the content of the exam? Killing demons? I don't think that's right. Although there are some low-level demons here, many are also high-level, probably around level 60 or 70. What are we supposed to kill here?" "Yeah, that doesn't seem right," Ning Yuanxi added. "Level 60 or 70, we would die on sight. But you, boss, your bug should be able to kill some." Yu Dapeng sighed. "Look, our points are increasing," Lin Shi suddenly exclaimed. "Right, mine too," someone called out as they brought up the exam panel. "How many do you have?" "I have 300 points now." "Me too, 300 points." "Same here, 300 points." "No need to check," Xiaobing said, "since we were teleported in, it's been about 30 minutes, and with 300 points, it means as long as we survive here, we earn about 10 points per minute." "Little sister, you make a good point," So, if we just hide here, focusing on wasting time, the maximum time is in 5 hours? Then in those 5 hours, we could get, how many points was it? 5 times 60 is 300, then times 10. How much is that? Right, 3,000 points. Now that you mention it, I'm not so anxious. Many people sighed in relief. With such chaos, hiding for a few hours shouldn't be too hard. It shouldn't be like that. Lin Chen shook his head. Oh, genius brother, what's your opinion? Seeing Lin Chen speak, that admirer became excited. What you just said is only one aspect. Lin Chen glanced at Xiaobing. Survival is one assessment, but since this college entrance exam has created such a massive simulation scene, it is definitely not just to assess our ability to escape. That makes sense, profound. The admirer nodded. I think one of the purposes of this simulation exam is to let us witness how brutal a demon invasion of a city can be. This is a test of our mindset. Well said, impressive. The little admirer praised. I read about it in books before, but experiencing it in a real scene completely shattered my understanding. The others nodded in agreement. Secondly, as mentioned earlier, the survival assessment is also one of the purposes. After all, survival is not an easy task. 5 hours is just what we think. Maybe we won't even survive an hour. That's why we have the reward of 10 points per minute. But, Lin Chen suddenly changed his tone. I think the country wants us to become warriors, not escape experts. I estimate that killing demons might earn us more points. Truth. The admirer jumped up. If demons appear here, killing one and seeing the change in points will tell us. As soon as the admirer finished speaking, a strange sound echoed. Goo goo goo. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. There were 5 demons. Somehow, they had invaded this corner of the underground parking lot so quickly. This also indicated that the situation on the surface was definitely not optimistic. Seeing the demons appear, everyone's faces changed dramatically. They had just hidden in the second underground level, and within a few minutes, demons were already coming. If that was the case, how could they stay for a full 5 hours? Run! Under the immense pressure, a candidate shouted and then frantically ran toward one end of the underground parking lot. This candidate's shout immediately attracted the attention of the demons. The 5 demons charged toward that candidate. Then, a demon slapped the candidate down from behind. Help! The candidate cried out. Another demon approached the candidate, lifted him up, and pulled him apart with both hands. Crash! The candidate was torn into 2 pieces. Drip, drip, the candidate's intestines and other insides fell to the ground. In his final moments, the candidate's eyes filled with despair and terror, catching the attention of the crowd. Instantly, many in the corner trembled all over, their eyes also filled with despair and fear. Lin Liang's expression darkened. Come out! 100 gold-devouring insects and 100 purple lightning mayflies appeared in the void beside Lin Chen. The crowd was stunned. Kill! Lin Chen whispered. The more than 100 gold-devouring insects flew towards the several demons. At the same time, the purple lightning mayflies released purple lightning. A series of crackles. The 5 demons were turned to ashes by the lightning. Everyone was dumbfounded. These powerful demons were killed? One person murmured. These demons are over level 40 monsters, and they just died like that? Another speaker said, looking shocked. What kind of bugs did you summon? So terrifying? Another one swallowed hard, looking at Lin Chen's summoned insects as if seeing a demon. Lin Chen, have you checked your points? Xiaobing asked Lin Chen. Let me see. Lin Chen brought up the panel, 800 points. Wow, so many. One person exclaimed. What Lin Chen said earlier is true, survival can slowly earn points, but killing demons will earn points faster. Just now, Lin Chen, you killed 5 demons, increasing your points by 500, so it seems that killing 1 demon gives about 100 points. Hey, if I could withdraw from the exam right now, I would definitely apply to withdraw immediately. I don't want to end up like that brother just now, torn apart by monsters. What a way to die. But killing demons isn't that easy, is it? A candidate said with a gloomy face. Everyone, demons can be killed, it's just that we all have inner demons, always thinking that demons are synonymous with terror. Anyone who sees them is filled with fear. So now, let's kill these demons that have invaded our home. Lin Chen said solemnly. A killing intent flashed in his eyes. Everyone was taken aback by the look in Lin Chen's eyes. What kind of gaze is this? It feels like facing death itself. This person must have killed demons before. No, he probably has even killed people, right? I've seen many records of the fall of Magic City back then. In just 3 days, the death toll reached over 10 million. It was truly a tragedy. Xia Bing suddenly sighed. Back then, millions of demons invaded Magic City, and the National Army couldn't fight them off. The outcome was already decided. What use is it for us to relive that story now? A candidate hesitated. In just that short time, how many people died? I'm afraid that in the coming days, I'll have nightmares every night. A candidate was still trembling all over. It must have been quite a shock. Lin Chen looked around at everyone and said solemnly, "Everyone, I won't repeat what we just saw and felt. I've been thinking, if I were here back then, what would I do?" The crowd was slightly taken aback. Yes, if they had been there back then, would they have done the same and found a place to hide? Perhaps those lucky enough would escape Magic City, while those unlucky would die without knowing where. I don't want to talk about how some people are heavier than Mount Tai and lighter than a feather. I just feel that evil people have barged into our home, killing our relatives and compatriots. If I still have a knife in my hand, would I be cowardly? I'd first stab him and then say, if I'm going to die, so be it. The crowd was shaken. If we who have knives all turn and run, what about those unarmed civilians? What will they do? Right, let's just kill them. If we die, we die. The world can be destroyed, and before dying, taking a few down with me isn't a loss. If I'm going to die, I won't be afraid of them. Lin Chen's simple words ignited the passion of the crowd. Lin Chen, you're right. In the face of such a situation, if I just run and hide, I might never forgive myself. Ning Yuanci said with a heavy expression. Yes, boss. I've wanted to chop those demons for a long time. Lead us to fight them. Yu Depeng shouted. I'm not afraid of death. Count me in. Lin Shi added. Me too. Me too. A group of people roared. Except for one or two who kept their heads down in silence, Xiaobing and the others, along with 15 or 16 candidates, all looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression darkened. Alright, let's charge in. Charge in. Charge in. Immediately, Lin Chen took the lead. Leading about 20 people, they ascended from the underground parking lot. Just as they reached the first floor, everyone suddenly heard the sound of flesh being chewed. Turning the corner, they were met with a horrifying scene. A dozen demons were crouched on the ground, gnawing on the bodies of 4 or 5 dead humans. Some were using their hands to tear at the flesh, some were eating thighs, and others were cracking skulls to suck out the marrow. Damn! An elemental mage immediately cast a fireball at the demons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaobing also shot several arrows in quick succession. Lightning crackled as Ning Yuanci joined the fray. The demons had not expected that in this place, there would be such a group of people who, upon seeing them, not only did not flee in terror but instead launched an attack. These demons were not particularly high level, around level 30. With the onslaught, 3 were killed. The remaining demons were enraged, howling as they charged at the group. Taunt! Yu Depeng stood in front, quickly unleashing a skill. Instantly, the demons seemed particularly displeased with the fat man Yu Depeng, all rushing towards him first. I'm going to die. Yu Depeng thought to himself. However, he did not retreat at all. As a tank, he was indeed tough and resilient, and his duty was to stand in front and protect the damage dealers and support behind him. But even a tank has its limits. If the enemy is too strong, a tank might not withstand even one wave. After all, there were over a dozen level 30 demons charging at him. Crack, crack. At that moment, hundreds of purple lightning bolts struck in front of him. A burnt smell filled the air. When Yu Depeng opened his eyes, he saw all the demons rushing at him lying on the ground, twitching and rolling their eyes. They were dead beyond recovery. At this critical moment, Lin Chen's purple lightning mayfly unleashed a storm of lightning. Instantly, it killed all the remaining demons. The other candidates from various provinces were taken aback. Although Lin Chen had previously killed 5 demons, just now, with everyone attacking, they had only managed to kill 3, while Lin Chen single-handedly took down the rest. This meant that the combined strength of everyone else was not even a match for him? No, his strength was several times that of the total combined strength. Seeing Lin Chen possess such formidable power, everyone was shaken. They felt that charging in to kill the demons might not be a pure suicide mission after all. Everyone looked at Lin Chen, seemingly waiting for him to give the order, ready to follow him into battle against the demons. Lin Chen's 2 actions had completely won over these proud elite candidates from various provinces. However, Lin Chen said, Xiaobing, we're about to reach the surface. The situation there is too complicated. You need to organize and take care of them. What? Are you going to act alone? Xiaobing was startled. I'll try to stay with everyone, but I might also have to act alone, Lin Chen said slowly. Alright, just be careful. Xiaobing nodded. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. The crowd walked out from the mall entrance. Looking towards the street, they were instantly dumbfounded. What a horrific scene. The street was littered with severed limbs and human flesh, a river of blood. Countless dead bodies piled on top of each other. In the drainage ditch, a river of blood flowed. A massive, at least 80 level, fat humanoid demon swayed its plump body, its large feet stomping on the corpses on the ground as it walked forward with a loud thud. So powerful. The crowd dared not move. After the great demon passed, a few scattered lesser demons followed behind. Most were around level 30, with some around level 40. Kill. Lin Chen and his group began to take action. In an instant, about 20 people unleashed various skills. Fire and lightning flashed everywhere. They quickly took down a small squad of low-level demons. However, their firepower attracted the attention of nearby demons, which rushed towards them. At this point, everyone disregarded everything and fought desperately. They only hoped to take down a few more demons before they died. Bang bang bang, some demons fell, but more rushed forward. Kill them. Lin Chen commanded 100 gold-eating bugs and 100 purple lightning mayflies to attack. As soon as Lin Chen made his move, the situation changed dramatically. Although everyone had many skills, they were quite varied, and the damage dealt was insufficient against the demons. They could only kill some low-level, fragile ones. However, Lin Chen's attack could easily take down not only the 20 or 30 level demons but also those around level 40. In no time, countless demons were either bitten to death by the gold-eating bugs or struck down by the purple lightning mayflies. They fell one after another. At the same time, Lin Chen's points skyrocketed. This year, the college entrance examination added a fourth round of assessments, stating that it would not be calculated based on entrance exam scores but rather on merit points. This decision sparked astonishment and curiosity among many. Moreover, this was no longer a provincial exam but a national competition, gathering the top candidates from across the country. Therefore, almost everyone was focused on the points leaderboard. However, they could only see the rankings and not the examination scenes, including the invigilators, as the Endless Light Tower had set strict permissions. Fourth round exam scoreboard: first place, Lin Chen, 2,000 points, second place, Zhao Hu, 1970, third place, Wang Daxian, 1920, fourth place, Chen Meiqi, 1900, fifth place, Niubai, 1880. Lin Chen glanced at the leaderboard and then closed it. Aside from himself in first place, the top 5 were all students from other provinces. This indicated that this resistance transformation was not an idea unique to him. Many other candidates had thought of it too, or rather, made the same choice. This made Lin Chen feel very gratified. The candidates in the fourth round were the elite from various provinces, the best of the best, selected as the strongest 10 individuals, representing this generation and the future of Daxia. If these people were all cowards, then Daxia would truly have no hope. At this moment, in the Jiangning Province Examination Hall, all the invigilators and the principals from various cities were closely monitoring the real-time score rankings. I'm really curious about what the assessment content and scene of the fourth match will be, one invigilator said regretfully. The Ministry of Education has added this selection competition, and even we don't have the authority to see it, we can only observe the changes in points. Lin Chen is first again, but it's a pity we can't see his performance. I love watching him take exams, old Zhao said with great regret. Old Zhao, you've been watching Lin Chen all day, aren't you tired of it? Someone laughed. He has a certain charm. Although Lin Chen ranked first again this time, it was somewhat lacking compared to the stunning performances in the previous 3 rounds. Now, the gap between him and the second and third places was not large at all, and he could easily be pushed down. Yeah, I guess it's a reluctant first place. In the rest area, Zhang Qian stood behind Zhou Ziyuan with a dazed expression. Zhou Ziyuan's face was dark. He couldn't believe that his proud disciple had been judged dead and teleported out during the third assessment. Although he still managed to rank 17th, was that really a rank that belonged to him? Now, he didn't even qualify to participate in the fourth selection round. Like himself, he could only be a spectator. How embarrassing. Previously, he had argued with Mo Rin and went to find Director Qian to report Lin Chen for cheating during the exam, demanding to see the monitoring video. However, he couldn't find Director Qian and had to return to the rest area. He stared at the huge real-time score screen. On it, the first place was that glaring name, Lin Chen. First place again? What kind of person is he? How could such a talent emerge from a small place like Yang City? I don't believe it. He decided that when he saw Director Qian later, he must firmly report that this person was suspected of cheating and demand a thorough investigation. Not far from Zhou Ziyuan, Mo Ren and Ingu sat together, watching the rolling scores while exchanging teaching experiences and insights. They seemed to be getting along very well. Zhou Ziyuan looked at their backs, then glanced at the useless student beside him, feeling extremely irritable. At the same time, in examination halls across dozens of provinces and cities nationwide, the same invigilators and principals were all focused on the score screens. First place, Lin Chen? Which province is Lin Chen from? I heard he's a student from a small school in Jiangning province. In a national competition, getting first place is much more valuable than just a provincial exam. The principals were discussing animatedly, pointing fingers and commenting. Some people affiliated with guilds were also watching. At this moment, some clever ones began to report the situation to the upper echelons of the guild. In previous years, many large guilds would keep an eye on the college entrance examination. Sometimes, they would directly recruit people or offer sponsorship contracts, where the guild would cover the students' expenses for continuing their education in college, even providing salaries and bonuses. After graduation, these students would directly join the guild. There were various methods. The goal was to gather elite talents. However, many people also noticed that many names on the leaderboard had turned gray. This indicated that these individuals had already died. What kind of exam is this that so many people have died so quickly? It's terrifying. Every candidate here is an elite among elites. In the crumbling city of magic capital, more and more demons rushed toward the mall entrance. There were simply too many demons. The group had already been split into several parts, each fighting on their own. The crisis was severe. Lin Chen was engaged in a fierce battle with a level 60 demon. Bang bang, far from him, two candidates were struck by a demon's attack, turning into two beams of white light and being teleported out of the examination hall. Soon after, several others were taken down. "Boss, we can't hold on any longer," Yu Depeng shouted from a distance. Lin Chen turned to look. The candidates who had been split and were in a desperate struggle included Lin Shi, Xiaobing, Yu Depeng, and Ning Yuanxi. It seemed they couldn't hold out much longer. Lin Chen's expression darkened. "Everyone, come out." Another 200 gold-eating insects appeared around him. Previously, Lin Chen had already released 100 gold-eating insects and 100 purple lightning mayflies. 400 battle pets, this was all he had summoned last night. The 200 gold-eating insects, led by the elite gold-eating insects, split into several small teams and flew toward Yu Depeng. "Damn, the boss still has more," Yu Depeng shouted excitedly. The others, seeing this, also perked up. They had witnessed the power of Lin Chen's pet insects. Lin Chen's 200 golden-eating insects provided great relief over there. However, not long after, the situation deteriorated once again. Wave after wave of demons moved towards this side. "Boss, we can't hold on any longer, we might have to leave the exam site first," Yu Depeng shouted again. At this moment, the people in the fierce battle also looked towards Lin Chen. They felt helpless, and their only thought was to look at Lin Chen, otherwise, they could only resign themselves to fate. Lin Chen's expression darkened. Suddenly, he jumped into the air. At the same time, a gigantic Kunping phantom appeared behind him. Whoosh! Lin Chen soared over the battlefield. "What?" Yu Depeng almost knelt down. "Boss, you can fly? What? Can you actually fly? Wow! That's too exaggerated, right? Only a level 60 professional can do that." At this moment, Lin Chen was like a giant fish in the sky. He flew gracefully, but in reality, his speed was incredibly fast. He quickly arrived above Yu Depeng and the others. Below him was a sea of demons, attacking the 20 people who were desperately defending themselves using the terrain. Lin Chen produced a strange magic book in his hand. Tornado. Wind sphere. 2 wind-based spells descended. Countless demons were swept into them. Then, Lin Chen began a long incantation. Death Sun. As the chant ended, a massive sun appeared above the demons. Countless rays of death shot down. Countless screams echoed. Large groups of demons were burned to ashes. "Boss, you're unleashing a big move, we should output to attack." The more than 20 people, at this moment, disregarded everything and frantically struck at the injured demons on the ground. If they were uninjured demons, it would take a long time to kill them. But now, with Lin Chen's round of sunfire, the dead were dead, the injured were injured, and tens of thousands of demons fell in large numbers. Xiaobing, Ning Yuanxi, and others all rushed out to deliver finishing blows. Lin Chen was crazily killing demons. He had turned bloodshot with rage. He had no idea how many points he had accumulated at this moment or how much commotion he was causing outside. In the examination room of Jiangning province, all the proctors were stunned, looking at the real-time score leaderboard. 4th round exam scoreboard. First place, Lin Chen, 270,000 points. Second place, Xiaobing, 50,070. Third place, Ning Yuanxi, 46,000. Fourth place, Yu Depeng, 39,000. Fifth place, Lin Shi, 27,000. Half an hour ago, Lin Chen's score had skyrocketed like a rocket. It had reached an unbelievable level. His score was significantly higher than the total of all the other candidates' scores combined. What kind of assessment method was this? How could it create such a vast gap between the first place and the others? Wasn't this turning into Lin Chen's solo performance? Countless appeared in their minds. Hey, old Zhao, go find Director Chen and see if you can apply for permission. I really can't understand why Lin Chen's score is so high. Useless, Director Chen probably can't get that permission either. Sigh, I feel so uncomfortable right now. What kind of assessment was used in the fourth round? What kind of exam scenario was it? Do you know? My mood right now is like seeing a stunning beauty but being separated by a curtain, unable to see her. Your metaphor is a bit crude, but I feel the same way. After decades of proctoring, this is the first time I've seen such a situation. By the way, I remember Director Qian just went to accompany a few big shots from the university. They might have the authority to see the scenes from the fourth round of assessments. Why don't we go look for them? But is that really a good idea? We'll talk about being rejected if it happens. Right now, I'm just too curious to hold back. Alright then, let's go find Director Qian together. In the examination room, all the invigilators left at once. Such a scene was not only happening in the examination room of Jiangning province. At the same time, invigilators across the country were equally shocked and confused. My god, why is Lin Chen's score so ridiculously high? Is his strength really greater than all the other students combined? I don't believe it, I really don't believe it, not even if you beat me to death. Where can we get viewing permissions? Teacher Lin, isn't your cousin in the Ministry of Education? Why don't you ask him? The invigilators, to some extent, were all connected to the education sector and had many contacts. They were all using their resources to find someone to pull strings. Everyone wanted to obtain viewing permissions, eager to see what Lin Chen had done in the fourth round of the exam. If there were dozens of invigilators in each examination room, then the number of principals and guild members in the rest area was countless. Originally, every rest area was noisy and chaotic, whether in Jiangning province or other provinces and cities, it was the same. However, at this moment, every rest area was dead silent. Everyone was looking up, their eyes fixed on the real-time score scrolling screen. First place, Lin Chen, 270,000 points, my god, first place, 270,000 points. That's 5 times the second place's 50,000 points. Look, his score has risen to 300,000 points. This is absolutely ridiculous. The total score of all the top 10 candidates in the country doesn't even match his. Exactly. No one would believe it if you told them. Jiangning Province Examination Area. The principals of the 5 top universities were also anxiously pacing. I say, Old Wang, why are you so slow? One principal complained. Alright, don't rush me. I'm just about to get the permissions. Just wait for me to input the code. Hurry up, I want to see what terrifying thing Lin Chen did in the fourth round of the exam. Yeah, this is unprecedented. Although the first place scores in previous years were astonishing, there has never been such a huge gap. The problem is, it's not just the current gap. Can't you see? The score gap is still widening. Lin Chen's score has risen to 300,000 points. The screen flickered a few times. The screen is showing. Quick, look. A ruined city appeared on the screen. Countless demons were crazily slaughtering humans. What? The principals' faces darkened, filled with horror. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. After a long while, one principal said solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, the fourth round of assessments designed by the Endless Light Tower should simulate the scene of the fall of the Magic City 10 years ago. Ah, what happened that year is a pain that will never be erased from the hearts of US people of the Great Xia. It is said that when the Magic City fell, over 10 million people died, including 600,000 soldiers urgently gathered from various places. None of those soldiers returned by the end of the war. Old Zhang, didn't many students from your Tsanglong Academy go to fight back then? A principal said to the grim-faced dean. He was the dean of Tsanglong Academy at Qingbei Martial Arts University, Dean Zhang. Dean Zhang said solemnly, yes, back then, our Tsanglong Academy's dean, Master Wu, upon hearing that a large number of demons had appeared in the demon city, took 80% of the students to battle. And in the end, including the dean, not a single teacher or student returned. Tsanglong Academy was nearly wiped out, almost facing a collapse. It has only been in the past 10 years that Tsanglong Academy has been able to recover a bit of its vitality. Alas! The other deans sighed. In such city battles, every person is but a drop in the ocean. Why is the Endless Light Tower simulating the most brutal battle of our Great Xia this time? Yes, I can't make sense of it. What is there to not understand? After a decade of calm, demons are stirring again, and the situation is becoming increasingly perilous. Over the years, we have tried to protect our students, to keep them from encountering overly bloody battles and scenes at such a young age. However, not encountering it does not mean it won't happen. I agree with Old Lai's viewpoint. Flowers raised in a greenhouse can never withstand the storms. Perhaps the Endless Light Tower is considering this, allowing students to immerse themselves in the most brutal scenarios, to let them truly understand this world. Alright, we've said so much, but why has that Lin Chan received such a high score? We haven't seen it yet. Right, quickly pull up Lin Chan's footage. The screen shifted, zooming in on a person. In the footage, Lin Chan had wings like a kuanping, holding a magic book in his palm, surrounded by a swarm of fierce insects. He was moving around the battlefield. Wherever he went, various demons were being slain. There were level 20, level 30, and even level 50 or 60 demons. Beside him, a massive sun radiated beams of deadly light. Beneath his feet, 6 or 7 gigantic tornadoes swept countless demons into the air, then dropped them to the ground. Is that person really Lin Chan? I must be seeing things. One Dean exclaimed in shock. How is he so powerful? This strength, I fear even level 50 or 60 professionals can't compare. I finally understand why his score is so high. Yes, with such strength, the number of demons that have likely perished at his hands must be in the tens of thousands. Look, behind Lin Chan, there are already 40 to 50 candidates from this year's cohort gathered. Under Lin Chan's influence, they are not choosing to yield in the face of such a perilous situation, but are rising to fight. One Dean nodded. At first, I thought the candidates entering this scene would flee in panic, but unexpectedly, not only are they fighting back alongside Lin Chan, but look, they are quite organized. Old Zhang, the dean of Sanglong Academy, had slightly moist eyes. He said with relief, seeing their battle, especially Lin Chan's, I am truly happy. This cohort of students is not weaklings, they are following in the footsteps of their predecessors, fighting fiercely against the demons. With successors like them, may heaven bless our great Xia, may heaven bless our great Xia, may heaven bless great Xia, may heaven bless great Xia. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. Several deans turned to look at the entrance. At the door, a head with a sheepish smile peeked in. Ah, Director Qian, is there something? One dean asked, a bit confused by Director Qian's strange behavior. Director Qian walked in. Oh, it's like this. We several proctors wanted to see Lin Chan's exam footage. I told them I didn't have the authority, and they said you big shots should have it, forcing me to come find you. Don't worry, I know this isn't in accordance with the rules. I'll send them back right away. Saying this, Director Qian scratched his head and sheepishly walked toward the door. Wait, Director Qian, hey, I thought it was something serious. When I applied for permission earlier, I asked my superiors, and they said as long as we agree, anyone who wants to watch can. Really? Director Qian's eyes lit up. Well, you can call over your curious proctors, Principal Wang said with a smile. This was completely understandable. During the exam, they had probably seen quite a bit of Lin Chan's performance, and now, in the 4th round, they couldn't see him, which made them anxious. We old folks were all like this, let alone them. Director Qian quickly walked out the door and shouted, everyone come over, the principal and the big shots have agreed. Clap, clap, clap. Instantly, 3 or 4 dozen proctors squeezed into the entrance, filling the small, exquisite VIP lounge to the brim. Several principal big shots were pushed into a corner. The 5 principals were dumbfounded. In the Magic City, continuously casting a large amount of magic, Lin Chan felt his mental strength was nearly at its limit. However, at the farthest point, there were still endless demons surging in. Can't kill them all. Hey, I've done my best, but unfortunately, I'm still too weak. Too weak. During this time, I always felt invincible, but when I fell into the real battlefield, I realized how far behind I actually was. Lin Chan forced a bitter smile. At this moment, his golden devouring insect and purple lightning mayfly were almost all dead. He looked down. His original teammates, who had once numbered in the dozens, were now reduced to just 5 or 6. The others had all perished in battle. Yu Depeng and Lin Shi had turned into white light 10 minutes ago. The remaining Xia Bing and Ning Yuanci were also gravely injured. Seeing this, Lin Chan wanted to go down and save them. Just then, a fiery sword light flew in from a distance. The speed was astonishing. It seemed that from its appearance to reaching Lin Chan's side, it took only a breath. The fire sword. It pierced through Lin Chan's body in an instant. Minus 100,000 Lin Chan lost 100,000 health points in one blow. However, Lin Chan was not dead yet. After all, he had 600,000 or 700,000 health points. A huge shadow instantly appeared beside Lin Chan, gripping the fire sword with one hand. This shadow was 1,000 feet tall, engulfed in black flames, making it impossible to see its face. Lin Chan felt like a tiny ant next to it. The aura emanating from this demon was as vast as mountains and seas. Incomprehensible. Is this the true master of the abyss? Lin Chan's pupils trembled violently. The shadow raised its sword in its right hand and swung it at Lin Chan. Boom! Lin Chan was struck into the ground by the giant sword. Minus 200,000, another 200,000 health points gone. Moreover, Lin Chen had no way to dodge or retaliate. The shadow suddenly lifted the giant sword high and brought it down from the sky. Lin Chen felt as if a colossal sword, accompanied by flames that engulfed the entire sky, was about to chop down on him. Am I going to die? Lin Chen lay on the ground. The sword fell. Boom! This strike cleaved a deep trench, 300 meters deep and 4 miles long. Minus 400,000. Lin Chen transformed into a white light. He was teleported out of the exam room. Opening his eyes, he found himself in the lounge of the Jiangning province exam site. He exhaled a breath. Beside him were Yu Dapeng, Xiaobing, Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, and others. They had all died before Lin Chen was ultimately killed. At this moment, the five looked at each other. No one spoke. Even the usually talkative Yu Dapeng was silent. Each person's expression was extremely heavy. The fourth exam had truly shown them how brutal the demon siege was. Although they had deduced in the underground parking lot that this was merely a simulated exam scenario, the real events would surely differ somewhat from what they had seen and heard. But not by much. If one day in the future, their homeland were to suffer a similar attack, would their loved ones and friends meet the same fate? This was utterly unimaginable. That shadow that appeared and killed me, what kind of existence is it in the abyss? Lin Chen thought to himself. Will there be a day when I encounter it again in a real scenario? On that day, will I still be killed by it? Or will I defeat it? I believe there will always be a day we meet, and I will always have a day to defeat it. The fourth exam has ended. Please wait patiently. The scores and rankings for this year's college entrance examination will be announced in 10 minutes. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared before everyone. The exam is over. Xiaobing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, it's over, Ning Yuanxi sighed. At that moment, it seemed a force surged towards everyone. They reappeared in the rest hall, having been teleported from the temporary lounge to the hall. Lin Chen! Mo shouted loudly upon seeing him from a distance. Principal Mo. Lin Chen responded. Good. Lin Chen, your performance in this college entrance examination was outstanding. You are stronger than your sister. You are the pride of our 8th high school. Mo looked at Lin Chen affectionately. It was just average, Lin Chen said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lin Chen, I've decided. I plan to build a statue for you at 8th high school, commemorating your achievements in this year's college entrance examination, to inspire every student at our school in the future. Lin Chen instantly felt sweat trickling down his forehead. Principal Mo, that might not be appropriate? Lin Chen, you misunderstand my intention. I'm not trying to elevate you, I want to inspire our students. Lin Chen was talking with Mo when the big screen flashed, starting to announce this year's overall exam results. College entrance examination score rankings. First place, Lin Chen, total score 420,000, National College Entrance Examination top scholar. Second place, Xiaobing, total score 90,000. Third place, Ning Yuanxi, total score 86,000. Fourth place, Yu Dapeng, total score 79,000. Fifth place, Lin Shi, total score 77,000. The entire rest hall instantly fell into a dead silence. Then, it erupted into an overwhelming uproar. That's too exaggerated. First place Lin Chen has a total score of 420,000. This is unprecedented. Look, he's the national top scholar. Ahaha, good. Lin Chen and Ning Yuanxi, Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, you all did great. You all made it into the top 5. Mo laughed heartily. The wrinkles on his face seemed to open up with joy. This is a glorious achievement that our 8th high school has never had. Actually, the reason we have such results is all thanks to Lin Chen. Ning Yuanxi smiled from the side. To be in the top 3 was something she wouldn't have dared to think of before the exam. Although her score was far behind Lin Chen's, she still gained fame from this battle. If her parents and uncles from the Ning family knew that she had actually ranked 3rd in the national exam, how happy they would be. She turned to Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, thank you. In the past, she had always wanted to surpass Lin Chen. It had even become her inner demon for a time. But after awakening and spending some time together, she realized that wanting to beat Lin Chen? That was not a rational thought. It was simply impossible to surpass him. He had already become a mountain that everyone around needed to look up to. The luckiest thing in my life, Dapeng, is meeting you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have reached such a high level after awakening. Without you, I would probably just be a pile of dung in this exam. Oh, Dapeng, what you said sounds so harsh. But, brother, how? Because of you, I also made it into the top 5. Are you applying to Qingbei Martial Arts University? I can also get into that school, right? I'll go there to accompany you, okay? Lin Shi said from the side. Lin Chen, you did well. Mo added, not only are you strong, but you also remember to help your companions. That is what it means to be a student of our 8th high school. He leaned over and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Congratulations, you are the national top scholar, the first from our Yang city. You are stronger than your sister. Yes, I must be stronger than my sister. Otherwise, how can I help her? Old Mo, congratulations. A voice rang out. The speaker was Inggu, the principal of Jiangjing Second High School. She was also Mo Ren's old flame. Congratulations to you too. The national runner-up, Xiaobing, is your student, right? Yes, she is my student. I just heard her say that Lin Chen helped her a lot. Without him, she definitely wouldn't have gotten second place. Inggu turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, thank you. Principal Ing, you are too polite, Lin Chen replied, not daring to be too arrogant in front of such a prestigious principal. Moreover, this person was once Mo principal's lover. If he acted too cocky, Mo principal might just put him in his place. Lin Chen, thank you. Behind Inggu appeared a beautiful girl, none other than Xiaobing. You are Lin Chen? A passerby, hearing their conversation, exclaimed in shock. What? He is Lin Chen? With that shout, it was as if a pot of water had been thrown into hot oil. Instantly, the crowd erupted. He is the Lin Chen, the national top scholar? Wow, I can't believe I'm seeing the real person here. I didn't expect someone so strong to be so handsome. In an instant, the hall was filled with thousands of people. It became a tight squeeze, with layers upon layers of people wanting to get a glimpse of this year's top scholar. This unprecedented first. Big brother, could you move a bit? I just want to take a look. A teacher who had been pushed to the outside was anxious, jumping up and down but unable to see, hurriedly tugging at the person in front of him. Don't push, you're stepping on my foot. Another shouted. Our Tianyi Guild is the strongest guild in Jiangning province. Lin, are you interested in signing with us? A guild scout's clothes were almost torn from the crowd. That guy is bragging, the strongest guild is our Tiandao Guild. Their Tianyi Guild is at best a second-rate guild, another guild scout shouted. The two immediately began to argue. As they argued, they grabbed each other's collars, nearly coming to blows. You all, please make way. A faint voice rang out. Although the voice was small, it carried a strong presence. The noisy crowd gradually quieted down. Then, they saw 6 people slowly walking over from not far away. Each one exuded an imposing aura, deep and unfathomable. Isn't that Director Qian? Someone whispered. Yes, this year's chief supervisor for the college entrance examination, Director Qian. No matter who the other 5 are, Director Qian personally brought them here and even accompanied them with a smile. That must be a big shot from the Ministry of Education. Stop talking, they are coming over. The crowd instinctively parted to make way for the 6. These 6 were Director Qian and the top 5 principals from the best schools in Daxia. Lin Chen, Director Qian called out. You are? Lin Chen was puzzled. Lin Chen, this is Director Qian. He presided over this year's college entrance examination in Jiangning province, Mo Ren explained from the side. Hello, Director Qian. Lin Chen greeted politely. However, he didn't expect the chief examiner of the province to come looking for him. What could it be about? Lin Chen, congratulations on becoming the national top scholar. This is also the honor of our Jiangning province. You are too kind, Director Qian. Director Qian stepped aside and said, Lin Chen, let me introduce you to these 5 individuals. This is Principal Wang from Sakura Han University, Director Zhang from Ningjiang University, Director Luo from Fudong University, Principal Zhao from the Great Xia Martial Arts Research Institute, and Dean Zhang from the Tsanlong College of Qingbei Martial Arts University. With each introduction, the respective dignitary stepped forward to shake hands with Lin Chen. Lin Chen greeted them in turn. Sanglong College of Qingbei Martial Arts University? Lin Chen noted Director Qian's introduction and looked at him a few more times. He was a man in his 60s, with graying hair, but his aura was incredibly powerful. If one wasn't attentive, it would be nearly imperceptible. He was a top-tier expert. In fact, not just Dean Zhang, but each of the 5 dignitaries present was a top-tier expert. I wonder how they compare to that shadow I killed in the Magic City. Lin Chen suddenly thought. The onlookers nearby were stunned upon hearing Director Qian's introductions. Wow, so these are the big shots. I've only seen them on TV before. I didn't expect to see them in person today. I heard they are the pillars of the Great Xia Nation, and it's precisely because of them that the demons haven't been able to conquer us in recent years. They are not just university principals and directors, they are leaders in many fields, adorned with various titles like president and chairman. Instantly, there was a commotion, with various discussions erupting. Lin Chen, Ningjiang University officially extends an invitation to you. We would like to recruit you specially. What do you think? Director Zhang from Ningxiang University was the first to extend an invitation to Lin Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, it sparked another wave of astonishment from the crowd. Wow! Ningxiang is making a special recruitment. I must have heard wrong. Getting into college isn't hard. What's hard is getting in with a background. If Director Zhang personally recruits someone, won't he look after them everywhere, treating them like his own disciple? Ningxiang University is one of the top 3 universities in our Great Xia. If it were me, I would accept immediately. Old Zhang, what's so special about your Ningxiang's recruitment? Fudong University is offering a full scholarship. It was Director Luo from Fudong University who spoke. Wow, a full scholarship? The conditions from Fudong University are too good. Someone exclaimed in shock. Yeah, I heard that Fudong University offers the most generous scholarships in all of Great Xia. After 4 years, not only do you not have to pay tuition, but you also end up with a large sum of money upon graduation. However, I've heard that the scholarship at Fudong is very hard to obtain. The competition is fierce. Haha, their conditions aren't that generous. Sakurahan University also offers special scholarships, and I can promise you here that if you join us, you can pursue both your bachelor's and master's degrees, and I will guarantee your admission to a doctoral program. Hey, Principal Wang, that's not fair. You're raising the stakes behind our backs. Director Zhang from Ningxiang University said discontentedly. Exactly, old Zhang, you just promised not to poach our candidates. Director Luo from Fudong also voiced his objections. Haha, old Zhang, old Luo, what are you thinking? How could I let such talent slip through my fingers at Sakurahan University? As for you two, don't compete with me, just consider it a favor owed to you, and I'll treat you to a meal another day. In an instant, the principals and directors of the 3 top universities began to bicker, all vying for Lin Chen. All their identities and statuses were disregarded. The offers became increasingly generous, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Lin Chen, I've seen your performance in the 4th round of the exam. I believe you must hate those demons very much, right? I'm convinced that the Great Xia Martial Arts Research Institute is the best fit for you because the top demon research laboratory in all of Great Xia is right here in our institute, and this laboratory is also world-class. Principal Zhao, I knew you would use your lab to recruit again. Upon hearing this, the other 3 principals surrounded Principal Zhao. In an instant, the 4 principals were in a heated argument. The onlookers were stunned. They had seen students trying to use backdoor methods to get into their desired schools, but they had never seen schools fighting over students like this. The key point was that the ones fighting for students were the top-tier prestigious schools. Someone muttered, "This is just insane, I've never seen anything like it." Only Dean Zhang from the Tsanlong College of Qingbei Martial Arts University stood quietly to the side, not participating. He merely smiled at the 4 old principals fighting over Lin Chen. But then Lin Chen suddenly walked up to him. Dean Zhang, hello? Lin Chen, you performed very well in this major exam, especially in the 4th round. Dean Zhang kindly praised Lin Chen. Thank you for your praise, Dean Zhang. Lin Chen, the invitation from these 4 principals is indeed a rare opportunity for you, but you should think it over. All 4 of these universities are the top in Daxia, each with its own strengths. I heard that to enroll in Sanglong College of Qingbei Martial Arts University, besides scores, you also need a military recommendation letter, right? Lin Chen suddenly asked. Yes, this requirement has historical reasons. Our Sanglong College also wants students like you, but, Sanglong College is too poor to meet the conditions set by those principals, and indeed, we do need a military recommendation letter for enrollment, Dean Zhang sighed, speaking regretfully. As he said, he did want Lin Chen, but he couldn't offer the conditions that the other principals had just mentioned. Moreover, even if Lin Chen had good grades, without a military recommendation letter, he couldn't break the rules to accept him. With poor conditions and strict enrollment, what could he use to compete with others? A recommendation letter? What if I have one? Lin Chen pulled a letter from his pocket and handed it to Dean Zhang. Dean Zhang took it, opened it, and his expression instantly became remarkable. So, you got a military recommendation letter even before taking the college entrance exam. The letter states that you have made significant contributions in Yang City, saying you saved millions of citizens. There is not an exaggeration. Dean Zhang nodded at Lin Chen. Then, Dean Zhang, can I join Sanglong College like this? Lin Chen suddenly asked. Dean Zhang looked at Lin Chen. It turned out that Lin Chen had always wanted to join his Sanglong College. Lin Chen, I need to explain to you first. Sanglong College belongs to the military. You should know what that means. It's like being a soldier. Where there is war, you may have to fight at any time. After your 4th round of exams, you should have seen some things. Yes, Dean Zhang, I saw countless teachers and students from Sanglong College inside. Lin Chen nodded. So do you still want to join us at Sanglong College? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Good, 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 Lin Chen. Then on behalf of Sanglong College, I welcome your joining. Dean Zhang laughed heartily. Wow, old Zhang, you're really pulling the rug out from under us. We're the mantis stalking the cicada, and you're the yellow bird behind. Old Zhang, you have to treat us to a big meal tonight. Alright, tonight I'll treat you. Dean Zhang chuckled. He hadn't expected that in the end, Lin Chen would choose Sanglong College. To be honest, the conditions offered by those principals had even tempted him. Congratulations, old Zhang. The other principals came over to congratulate Dean Zhang. After seeing Lin Chen pull out that military recommendation letter, they all knew Lin Chen had long been inclined towards Sanglong College. They were competing, but once it was settled, even if they didn't recruit Lin Chen, they wouldn't be angry. Their mindset was that big. In their eyes, Lin Chen was a talent for Daxia, and he would do well anywhere. Of course, if it was someone nurtured by his own school, it would be even more glorious. Just then, Zhou Ziyuan came stumbling from a distance. Earlier, when the fourth round of exams began, he had been searching everywhere for Director Qian, determined to report Lin Chen for cheating, but he couldn't find anyone. He had planned to wait in the lounge for a while before looking again. But unexpectedly, he had an upset stomach. He squatted in the restroom for over 10 minutes, his legs going numb. Finally, he left the restroom, but hadn't walked 100 meters when he felt the urge again and hurried back to the toilet. This back and forth continued until now, when he finally returned to the lounge. As soon as he got back, he saw Director Qian. His heart leaped with joy, and he rushed over. Director Qian, I finally found you. I solemnly report that Lin Chen cheated during the college entrance exam assessments. I demand a thorough investigation. Zhou Ziyuan shouted. His voice was loud, and instantly, everyone turned to look at him. Old Zhou, what nonsense are you talking about? Director Qian reprimanded. Zhou Ziyuan was taken aback. But he continued, Director Qian, think about Lin Chen's scores in the 3 rounds of exams. Each round was so exaggerated. We've all gone through so many major exams. Do you think it's reasonable? So, he must have cheated. I suggest a strict review. Enough, old Zhou. If you want to go crazy, go home and do it. Lin Chen is exceptionally talented. He is one of the top talents in our great Xia. Now, he has become a student of the Sanglong Academy at Qingbei Martial Arts University. You shouldn't make such baseless claims. Although Director Qian had a decent relationship with Zhou Ziyuan, he couldn't help but scold him at this moment. What? A student of Sanglong Academy? Director Qian, you must be mistaken. Zhou Ziyuan was completely stunned. To immediately shut Zhou Ziyuan's embarrassing mouth, Director Qian added, This is Dean Zhang from Qingbei Martial Arts University. He just admitted Lin Chen into the Sanglong Academy. Zhou Ziyuan's expression changed. At that moment, many people nearby burst into laughter. Who is this? So funny. Isn't this Principal Zhou from Ningjing No? One high school? What a joke. Probably his students can't compare to Lin Chen, so he wants to slander him for cheating. What a disgrace. Zhou Ziyuan heard the discussions around him and began to understand what was happening. His face instantly turned extremely ugly. He hadn't seen the 4th round of exams and had likely missed a lot of information. He had just come out of the restroom. He still hadn't figured out the situation, and then, his face alternated between green and white. Lin Chen, finish your business first. Later, I'll go to Yang City to find you and discuss some matters, Dean Zhang of Sanglong Academy said to Lin Chen. Okay, Dean Zhang. Lin Chen nodded. Several principals turned to leave, completely ignoring Zhou Ziyuan's earlier outburst. The onlookers also slowly dispersed. Zhou Ziyuan, you are too arrogant. If you could change that, you would actually be a decent teacher. Emoren glanced at Zhou Ziyuan and said. Zhou Ziyuan looked up at Emoren. Fine, Emoren, I accept the bet. Since I bet, I can afford to lose. After I go back, I'll resign as principal of No. 1 high school and go to Yang City to report to you. Emoren smiled and nodded. Good, I'll be waiting for you to come. Zhou Ziyuan turned and walked away. Today, he not only lost to his old rival Emoren but also lost face in front of everyone, so he had no face to stay here any longer. Hey, Zhou Ziyuan. Emoren suddenly shouted at his back. This year, our 8th middle school in Yang City has 4 students who ranked in the top 5 in the National College Entrance Examination, making it the most prestigious school in the country. The 8th middle school will soon become a renowned institution nationwide, and it's not impossible for it to become the top high school in the country. At that time, even Ningjing First High School will pale in comparison. Teaching at our 8th middle school wouldn't be a disgrace to you. Zhou Ziyuan paused, and after hearing Emoren's words, he said nothing. Soon, he disappeared from sight. Emoren smiled and said, Don't be fooled by Zhou Ziyuan's sometimes annoying demeanor. He's quite skilled at teaching. In his youth, he won several awards for being an outstanding teacher nationwide. So, you're trying to lure him to the 8th middle school? Ingu laughed from the side. Not exactly luring, Ingu. I think you should also consider coming to our 8th middle school. How about becoming a vice principal? If you want to be a principal, that's also possible. Let me think about it. After the college entrance examination, various schools organized students to return. Lin Chen returned to the 8th middle school but didn't stay long. He went back home. This time, he completely achieved his goals. He even surpassed many expectations. He originally aimed to be the top student in the province but ended up being the top student in the country. Then, he unexpectedly met Director Zhang from Sanglong Academy. They built a closer relationship, and on the spot, he was specially recruited to join Sanglong Academy at Qingbei Martial Arts University. He opened his personal panel in the trading center. It showed 400,000 merit points. Among them, 100,000 points were given by the military of Yang City. In this college entrance examination, the 4th round of tests certified 300,000 merit points. People said these were valuable things, even better than money. However, all his pet insects were killed in the 4th exam, and he would have to summon them again, which would likely take a lot of effort. Lin Chen smiled wryly. He had previously bought 3 pieces of spiritual gear and around 4 million in spiritual potions, nearly exhausting his savings. Now, he only had a little over 4 million left. However, compared to what he gained, it was all worth it. Moreover, wasn't there still over 1,000 pieces of demon equipment with Yu Dapeng? He wondered if that guy had sold them yet. First, he needed to buy some potions to restore some spiritual power and summon some pet insects. Lin Chen went to the trading center and bought about 10 bottles of medium blue spring. The merchant seemed shocked by Lin Chen's frequent purchases of medium blue spring. It took a while for him to react. In the end, he gave Lin Chen an extra bottle, saying he was now a VIP member. Ding ding ding. The contact list buzzed. Lin Chen pressed to answer. It was Yu Dapeng calling. Boss, we have a big customer interested in our demon equipment. Someone is particularly keen on these items, but I need your approval for this matter. What's going on? After the exam ended today, I went to check, and all 15 pieces were sold out. The other party even contacted me proactively, saying she wants all our stock, and she's willing to pay 1 million per piece. If that's the case, selling this batch would be astronomical. Boss, I didn't dare to make the decision, so I left your contact information for her to talk directly with you. Didn't I say I'd leave everything to you? Lin Chen frowned. He had many things to handle now. However, Yu Dapeng hung up right after finishing. Not long after, a call request came through the communication device. Looking at the name, Luo Shueyao. This name seemed somewhat familiar. Hello, are you Lin Chen? A woman's voice asked. I am. Right, I contacted Yu Dapeng first, and he told me to find you, saying you have quite a few demon equipment. So this is the buyer Yu Dapeng mentioned. Yes. I'm quite interested in this kind of demon equipment. The price is 1 million each, at your highest rate. From her voice, the other party was a young woman, but her tone was very proud, as if she were a big boss, starting with the highest price. There was a hint of extravagance in her tone. 1 million, a price higher than usual equipment. Normally, such equipment would only cost around 3 to 500,000. It seemed that the demon equipment had a special use for her. However, demon equipment was not common on the market. Just as Lin Chen was about to agree, the other party asked again, how many pieces of this equipment do you have? 30, 50, or 100? I'll take as many as you have. Lin Chen fell silent. Seeing Lin Chen's silence, the other party said, are you trying to get more money? If you have 100 pieces, that's a considerable quantity, and I can pay you an extra 10%. Lin Chen's silence was merely seen by her as a tactic to raise the price. She had seen many people like this, but it didn't matter. She just wanted to obtain the demon equipment. This was too important to her. Lin Chen suddenly said, I have no objections to 1 million per piece. I can sell to you, and it's not just 100 pieces. What? More than 100 pieces? The other party's breath quickened. Could it be that you have over 100 pieces? Where did you get so much demon equipment? I have over 1,500 pieces. Lin Chen said. The other party fell silent. Then came a gasp. What did you say? Say it again. I said I have over 1,000 pieces of demon equipment. What's wrong? My God. Lin Chen was speechless. 1 million each, 1,500 pieces, that would be 150 million. Damn, I only have 27 million on hand right now, and that's from just selling a few mental suits. I need time to find the money. Can you not sell to anyone else for now? Just sold a few mental suits. Lin Chen finally remembered, wasn't this the creator Luo Shueiyao who sold him those 3 mental suits? The wheel of fortune had turned, and now it was her turn to buy from him. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, those 3 mental suits you sold were exactly what I bought, Lin Chen said. You? So the Lin Chen who bought my equipment is you? The other party seemed stunned for a moment. Wow, to place 3 orders in one go, spending 27 million without even discussing the price, I'm honored. What was this all about? I can keep them for you, or give you a discount, but I have one request. The other side was taken aback. What do you want to say? I want to know, what do you need so much demon equipment for? What's the purpose? There was a moment of silence on the other end. To tell you, it doesn't really matter. This is my latest development. I can extract demon spirits from demon equipment. This technology is only understood by me, so demon equipment is of no use to others. Demon spirits? Lin Chen's heart stirred. He clearly remembered that the Key of Solomon had over 100 magical skills. However, they were all locked, and what was needed to unlock them was precisely the seed of the demon spirit. He had checked the trading center and found no such item as the seed of the demon spirit. This left him with the Key of Solomon, a mountain of gold, but unable to access it. Is there any relationship between demon spirits and the seed of the demon spirit? Yo, you know the term demon spirit seed? The demon spirit seed is made by demon spirits. Are you also a craftsman? The other party was taken aback, thinking Lin Chen was her peer. Not exactly, but can you make a demon spirit seed? Of course, Missy, I am the most outstanding craftsman in the Great Xia, the woman replied proudly. How many pieces of demon equipment are needed to refine and synthesize one demon spirit seed? Lin Chen couldn't believe he was getting news about the demon spirit seed so quickly. He suppressed his excitement and asked. About 50 pieces of demon equipment can create one demon spirit seed. In other words, with the 1,500 pieces of equipment Lin Chen had, she could make 30 demon spirit seeds. Didn't you say you only have 27 million? That amount is only enough to buy 27 of my pieces of equipment. That's too far off. Hey, why are you talking like that? To be honest, I have plenty of money. I'm not someone who can't afford your equipment. The other party felt mocked by Lin Chen and got a bit anxious. That's not what I meant. If I sell your 27 pieces of equipment, I still have over 1,400 left. I can give them to you. What? The other party thought she heard wrong. But I want 25 demon spirit seeds. The remaining 1,400 pieces of equipment, according to her, could be made into 30 demon spirit seeds. What? Impossible. Do you think making a demon spirit seed is that easy? Luo Shueiyao shouted loudly. I'll give you a maximum of 10 demon spirit seeds. That's too few, not worth it, at least 23. Big brother, I still need to buy a lot of materials to make the demon spirit seeds. How about this? I'll give you 15. I'm the only one with demon equipment right now. If you don't give me 22, you won't find that much equipment anywhere else. Can you not be so unreasonable? I'll give you 18, and that's my final offer. 22, Lin Chen conceded a little. 19, that's the most I can do. The other party reluctantly made a concession. 21, or else forget it. Alright, just 20, I'm losing big on this. Okay, 20. Lin Chen agreed, and a smile appeared on his face. Ha! The other party seemed a bit dazed upon finalizing the deal. Did I just get tricked by you? You transfer 27 million back to me, and I'll transfer 1,500 pieces of equipment to you. When can you deliver the demon spirit seeds to me? I find you seem simple, but actually very cunning. I accept that. In half a month, I'll give you the first 20 demon spirit seeds I make. The other party hung up, seemingly still a bit angry. Done. If he got 20 demon spirit seeds, it meant he could unlock 20 spells on the Solomon's Key. That would be a complete qualitative leap compared to only mastering the skills of Tornado and Wind Sphere. After finishing the deal, Lin Chen drank another bottle of medium blue spring. He could see his mental strength had recovered significantly. He summoned 20 gold-eating bugs and 20 purple lightning mayflies in one breath. Looking at the 40 pet bugs appearing beside him, Lin Chen was stunned. Among these 40 bugs, there were actually 2 elite gold-eating bugs and 2 elite purple lightning mayflies. Could it be that after that fierce battle, my bugs leveled up to elite battle pets? If that's the case, then with over 400 pet bugs, wouldn't he have over 40 elite pets? Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he drank another bottle of medium blue spring. He planned to summon more pet bugs later to see if even 1/10 of them were elite. If so, that would be a huge gain. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin Chen put the pet bugs back into the pet space and then opened the door. Director Zhang. Lin Chen was taken aback. During the exam, Director Zhang had mentioned coming to talk to him, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Dean Zhang smiled at Lin Chen, then looked at Lin Chen's shabby little house inside. Such a small house has produced our national champion, that's impressive. Dean Zhang, please come in. Lin Chen opened the door to welcome him. He poured a glass of clear water and placed it in front of Dean Zhang. In this little broken house, he had previously welcomed Zhao Kaijun from Yang City, and now Dean Zhang from Tsanglong Academy had come. All of this happened after his strength had dramatically increased. Strength is a person's face and status. In the past, even the neighbor's dog and thieves had never visited. Recently, however, many big shots had been frequenting. I prefer tea. Dean Zhang glanced at the clear water in front of him. But I don't have any. Lin Chen shook his head. He remembered that when Zhao Kaijun came last time, he seemed to have asked if there was tea, but he had refused. When one can barely fill their stomach, who would prepare tea? You little rascal, you really have nothing to offer your guests. Dean Zhang looked around the room. This broken house had nothing but 4 walls, and the other items were pitifully few. He couldn't imagine how Lin Chen managed to live here. Who would have thought that such a house could produce a top talent? Dean Zhang had no choice but to take a sip of clear water. Lin Chen, I'm here to discuss something with you. Normally, the actual enrollment is 2 months from now, but as a specially recruited student, you are already considered a student of Tsanglong Academy of Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Chen nodded. In a small town in southeast province, a small crack appeared recently. Although some minor demons emerged, the local city guards are few and cannot handle it. They have reported up for support, and we at Tsanglong Academy are preparing to organize a team to assist. Are you interested? Going now? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Yes, if you want to participate, come with me. That team will depart in a few days. Okay. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. He had no attachments here. It didn't matter if he came and went alone. Moreover, now that he had the opportunity, he still wanted to hunt monsters to level up. After the 4th exam, he felt that being at level 22 was too low. If he could reach level 30, he could learn that endless toxin skill book. He would also gain 3 more chances to enter the insect realm. Alright, then pack up a bit, we'll leave right away. First, we'll go to the city guards in Yang City. There's a teleportation array there that can take us back to the capital. Lin Chen had little to pack, just grabbed a few items. He looked around the small house of about 20 square meters. He had lived here for 5 years. Now, as he was about to leave for a new place, he felt a bit sentimental. Dean Zhang, we can go now. Good. The two walked out the door. Let's speed up and fly directly to the city guards in Yang City. A green aura emerged from Dean Zhang, forming a whirlwind that enveloped him. Come on, Lin Chen, I'll take you flying. Dean Zhang waved to Lin Chen. Flying? Yes, this way is faster. I can fly too. Lin Chen said softly. Dean Zhang was taken aback. Right, I remember now. I saw you could fly in the 4th exam. Lin Chen, I was just about to ask you, how did that happen? Generally, a professional must reach at least level 60 to learn related flying skills. That's a pet insect skill of mine. Pet insect skill? Your insect tamer profession is quite interesting. I heard that yours is a hidden awakening, a newly revealed profession. Lin Chen nodded. A phantom of a Kuanping appeared behind him. This seems to be a fish? A bit like the ancient Kuanping, Dean Zhan looked curiously at Lin Chen's flying technique. Whoosh! Lin Chen suddenly flew into the air. Wow, that's fast. Dean Zhang praised. A whirlwind swirled around him, and he flew into the air. Let's go, Lin Chen. Dean Zhang bent his body and flew northwest. He was a wind element mage, skilled in utilizing wind techniques. Lin Chen followed behind Dean Zhang, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters, neither too far nor too close. Ha! Dean Zhang was surprised. Lin Chen's flying ability, aside from being strong in short-distance maneuvers, also showed remarkable endurance. Even after more than 10 minutes, he showed no signs of fatigue. Whoosh! Dean Zhang doubled his speed. Half a minute later, he turned back. Lin Chen was still about 100 meters away, not far and not close. Ha! So impressive? This speed is quite something. He accelerated again. In the sky, the two figures streaked across the horizon like shooting stars. Lin Chen kept up with Dean Zhang, not falling behind. This made Dean Zhang click his tongue in amazement. Goodness, this kid has quite a few surprising traits. An hour later, Dean Zhang brought Lin Chen to the city guard military camp. Two people approached them. It was Zhao Kaijun and Chen Ziqing. Dean Zhang. The two greeted Dean Zhang respectfully as they approached. Lin Chen, congratulations. First, you secured the national top scholar, and second, you joined the Tsanglong Academy of Qingbei University. Zhao Kaijun turned to Lin Chen with a smile. Thank you. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Lin Chen, I knew with your strength, becoming the top scholar would be no problem. but I thought you might only get the provincial top scholar of Jiangning. I didn't expect you to take the national title directly." Shen Ziqing had previously been somewhat unconvinced by Lin Chen and had even made things a bit difficult for him a few times, but after their journey through the Dark Lands, her feelings toward Lin Chen had grown much closer. As a soldier, she was straightforward, with clear distinctions between love and hate. As long as she recognized someone, they were considered comrades or friends. Clearly, Lin Chen was now both a comrade and a friend in her heart. "Dean Zhang, is the teleportation array ready? Are we leaving right away? Or should we stay for dinner?" Zhao Kaijun urged. "Next time, I still have some matters to attend to back at Sanglong Academy." "All right." Zhao Kaijun then said to Lin Chen, "The road to growth will have many twists and turns. You must keep your original intention. I believe in you, you will become an outstanding warrior. In the end, the great Xiao will still rely on young people like you." "Uncle Zhao, I will work hard." Dean Zhang and Lin Chen stepped into the teleportation array. A flash of white light, and the two disappeared from the military camp. This teleportation was very far, completely different from the several previous ones Lin Chen had experienced. He felt as if he were in a colorful wormhole. The intense shuttling made him feel dizzy for a moment. However, with Lin Chen's current mental strength, this slight dizziness was nothing. It was merely a bit uncomfortable. About 10 minutes later, the two finally arrived at their destination and stepped out of the array. Dean Zhang glanced at Lin Chen, slightly surprised. He had brought many young people for long-distance teleportation before. Each time they emerged, these young people almost always vomited or at least felt uncomfortable for a while. But Lin Chen seemed completely fine. This kid, his willpower and mental strength are so strong? Another surprising aspect. Going to Jiangning province this time, I really struck gold. This kid continues to amaze me. The teleportation endpoint was at a teleportation point in the Sanglong Academy of Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected there to be so many teleportation stations in Sanglong Academy. Teleportation stations were an expensive facility. This indirectly indicated that the faculty and students of Sanglong Academy could almost teleport anywhere in the country at any time. The mobility was extremely high. Why would a college academy have such facilities? As they exited the teleportation point, it was already dusk. The lights were just coming on. Walking through the campus, Lin Chen saw some upperclassmen, both male and female, hurrying back and forth. In many dormitories and teaching buildings, one can feel a powerful aura. Passing through courtyards, Director Zhang led Lin Chen into a hotel called Fishing Pavilion. From the outside, the hotel appeared unremarkable, nestled among a cluster of greenery. However, once inside, it revealed a different world. The decor was elegant yet extraordinary. At the entrance stood two level 50 professional guards, and in the shadows, many vigilant eyes scanned the area. The guards at the door were all level 50 professionals. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. This hotel was not simple at all. "Lin Chen, it's getting late. You should rest here for the night, and tomorrow you can handle some simple procedures. Someone will take you to meet your teammates then," Director Zhang said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. "Director Zhang." A sturdy young man at level 40 approached and saluted Director Zhang. "Xiao Zhang, you're just in time. You are responsible for arranging everything for Lin Chen," Director Zhang instructed. "Yes, Director," the young man replied respectfully. He then glanced at Lin Chen, who was standing next to Director Zhang, and was momentarily taken aback. Director Zhang personally brought him here, and the one tasked with arranging his reception was such a young student? Who was Director Zhang? He was the highest-ranking official at Sanglong Academy, a man whose word was law. He was a big shot who commanded thousands of Sanglong Academy's faculty and students, a war god in the eyes of many. In the Great Xia, he was also a significant figure. In his youth, he was a renowned military general in the Abyss, and only later did he become the director of Sanglong Academy. Which young person would not admire or feel apprehensive in his presence? Yet this young student, for some unknown reason, stood casually beside him, showing no signs of nervousness or restraint. There was no visible sense of disparity in status. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. However, being professionally trained, he concealed his astonishment well, despite the tumult of emotions within him. "Mr. Lin, hello, I am Zhang Tao. Please follow me. Lin Chen, we'll see each other in a few days." Director Zhang waved to Lin Chen. "Okay, Director Zhang." Lin Chen replied calmly. "Ha?" The usually stern Director Zhang was treating a young person of just over 10 years with such warmth. His tone was extremely respectful. This was something he had never seen before. Who exactly was he? However, how many people could enter this fishing pavilion? It was likely that he was either the son of some powerful figure or a close relative of director Zhang. Zhang Tao made a preliminary guess. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Lin Chen. Next, Zhang Tao welcomed Lin Chen into a very spacious room. What a nice place. From the outside, the fishing pavilion didn't seem impressive. Lin Chen had thought that director Zhang brought him here just to find a random place for him to stay. But once he entered the room, he immediately felt the difference. The furnishings were exquisite, and there were formations set up by a master arrayist. Inside, it was very comfortable. This place is really nice, he thought to himself. After explaining the usage of various items in detail, Zhang Tao finally said, Mr. Zhang, if you need anything, just let the front desk know, and I will come right away. Thank you. You're too polite, this is what I should do. Zhang Tao left, gently closing the door behind him. After shutting the door, Zhang Tao glanced back at the doorplate and let out a sigh of relief. He had been meticulous and careful during the reception, fearing he might not serve well. He didn't know Lin Chen's status, but seeing that director Zhang personally brought him to the fishing pavilion, it was undoubtedly not simple. Moreover, seeing him so casually and calmly beside Dean Zhang, can it really be that simple? With such a special identity, Dean Zhang values him so much. He's not one of the 4 young masters of the capital, who exactly is he? After Lin Chen quickly washed up, he drank another bottle of Blue Spring. He had already summoned 20 gold-eating worms, purple lightning mayflies, and spirit butterflies. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised. After a fierce battle, about 1/10 of these pet insects had reached the elite level. Elite-level pets have double the attributes of ordinary pets. Thinking back to his 5 years in Yang City, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Life had been somewhat difficult. Fortunately, after awakening, he began a new life and, unknowingly, became a leader among his peers. He eventually managed to enter the strongest academy in the Great Xia, Qingbei Martial University. Next, he had 2 goals. First, to find his missing sister and help her if she was in trouble. Second, to start his professional life at Sanglong Academy. He had to become stronger. Yang City was still too small a stage. He had already stirred up the winds and clouds there. Sanglong Academy, Qingbei Martial University, the capital, without a doubt, it was a much broader stage. Lin Chen gently pulled open the curtains of his room. Outside, the sky was dotted with stars. On the ground, countless lights twinkled. The capital, I've finally arrived. After summoning a dozen pet insects, Lin Chen drank another bottle of recovery potion. Dean Zhang said that in a few days, the team would set off for the Demon Rift. So, he needed to prepare in advance. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Ha! He had just arrived in the capital and didn't know anyone. Who could be looking for him? Lin Chen listened to the knocking, pondering. Could it be the hotel staff? He walked over and opened the door. Whoosh! A petite figure darted in, accompanied by a faint scent of a young girl. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. The visitor hugged him tightly. Lin Chen, you finally came. Zhao Shaoling? Lin Chen was truly surprised. He had suddenly decided to follow Dean Zhang to Qingbei Martial University in the capital that morning, quickly teleporting here, and had just settled in this place. All of this was so sudden that even he couldn't determine his next move. Yet, he had only been in this fishing pavilion for half an hour. How did Zhao Shaoling, who had been separated from him for quite some time, manage to find his room so precisely? This was nothing short of miraculous. I thought you had forgotten about me, not coming to find me for so long, Zhao Shaoling said softly, a hint of complaint in her voice. How did you find me so quickly? Lin Chen asked. Hee, Zhao Shaoling smiled. That's because I've been keeping an eye on you, Lin Chen. You're amazing. I've heard about you in the capital. Looking at Zhao Shaoling in front of him, Lin Chen suddenly recalled their adventure in the wilderness, where they had met and fought bosses together. They had even been bare together at one point. When they parted, she had told him to stay at her house when he arrived in the capital. Zhao Shaoling wandered around the hotel room. Tisk, TSK. She looked around and then turned to Lin Chen. You're staying at the fishing pavilion on your first day, impressive. Ha! Is there something special about this place? Lin Chen was taken aback. He didn't understand why Zhao Shaoling said that. Isn't it just a place to sleep? A place to sleep? You're not wrong, Lin Chen, Zhao Shaoling chuckled. But this place is different. It's specifically used by Qingbei Martial University to host distinguished guests. Only those with exceptional status can stay here, just like the famous fishing platform hotel in the capital. Have you heard of it? They are the same. At the fishing platform hotel, Lin Chen had indeed heard of it. It was generally a place for hosting leaders, dignitaries, or foreign guests. If the two places had the same attributes, it would indeed be quite complicated. However, Director Zhang seemed quite casual when he brought Lin Chen here, as if he were just looking for a place for Lin Chen to settle down. I didn't expect Director Zhang to value you so much, Zhao Xiaoling said, clicking her tongue. But that's also because you, Lin Chen, have great potential and are outstanding. In Director Zhang's eyes, you should be someone who can grow into a top-tier talent in the future. Alright, Zhao Xiaoling, you can stop flattering me, Lin Chen shook his head and smiled. I'm not flattering you. Since we last parted, it's only been a few days, and you've already risen from level 16 to level 22. Others are still at level 20, and you've surpassed them, Zhao Xiaoling pouted. By the way, I heard you participated in the demon battle in the dark lands of the City Defense Army in Yang City, turning the tide of the battle. The reports have even reached the military headquarters, and even the proud Zhao Kaijun has praised you. Zhao Kaijun, who was a fierce general in the Abyss Army back in the day, has just been low-key in Yang City these past few years. In the big exam, you shone even brighter, galloping ahead and easily securing the national top spot. Lin Chen, I know you're not simple. I didn't expect you to be even more impressive than I thought. Zhao Xiaoling did not hide her admiration for Lin Chen. Alright, Zhao Xiaoling, what brings you here? Lin Chen wanted to change the subject. This girl had been praising him non-stop, making him feel a bit awkward. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, right? I came to find you to eat together and to introduce a few classmates and girlfriends to you. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. Being new here, he wasn't yet familiar with the environment. Besides, after flying and teleporting with Director Zhang, he was indeed a bit hungry. They walked out of the relatively quiet Sanglong Academy base and arrived at the bustling campus of Qingbei Martial Arts University. Here, it was much livelier. At the same time, Lin Chen realized just how vast this school was. Qingbei Martial Arts University is officially a higher education institution, but it is open, unlike high schools that have tall walls, where students study in a cage, oblivious to the outside world. Here, there are no walls, and there are no boundaries. The school is integrated with society, Zhao Xiaoling explained as they walked. Lin Chen was surprised by what he saw. He had always imagined that the school paths would be shaded by green trees, with students walking along forest paths holding books, and in the early morning, there would be students reciting loudly. But everything he saw now completely shattered his assumptions. The so-called school paths here seemed no different from the commercial streets of a plaza. On both sides of the street, various shops lined up. There were pedestrian streets, shopping malls, supermarkets, places for eating, drinking, and entertainment, and of course, shops selling equipment and medicines needed by professionals. It was bustling and prosperous. Although the crowd consisted mostly of young men and women in their 20s, there were also many members of society. Many small vendors shouted loudly at the doors of their shops. Naturally, there were also many young couples from the campus, hand in hand, shopping in malls, eating at KFC, going in and out of cinemas, living a beautiful campus love life. Just moments ago, Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaoling almost bumped into a couple who were hugging and kissing right in the middle of the road. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed and sidestepped. Zhao Xiaoling tilted her head, seemingly looking at Lin Chen with deep meaning, with a hint of teasing. One must say, everyone has their own way of life. University life is truly colorful. Zhao Xiaoling led Lin Chen through twists and turns until they finally entered a private room in a restaurant. Pushing the door open, they found a large private room of over 100 square meters, with a big round table made of redwood in the center. At the table, 3 girls were already seated, waiting. They were all beauties. Any one of them could easily be the school belle or class flower. Zhao Xiaoling, if you don't come soon, I'm going to start eating. A girl with smoky eye makeup seemed a bit impatient. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoling walk in, she exclaimed. She was tapping the table with her chopsticks. However, she quickly noticed Lin Chen behind Zhao Xiaoling and let out a slight "oh." She stopped her actions. At the same time, the other 3 girls shifted their gaze from Zhao Xiaoling to Lin Chen. They stared at him with very direct looks, their faces wearing a mischievous expression that seemed to say, "There's something going on here." Lin Chen swallowed slightly. Was it really necessary to look at him like that? Hey, could you not look at me like that? Oh, Zhao Xiaoling, I was wondering why you took so long. Turns out you were out on a date with your boyfriend, enjoying yourselves, and only remembered us after you were full? The girl who spoke earlier teased again. Pfft, what are you talking about? Zhao Xiaoling retorted. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Were the girls in the capital this direct when talking to people? Alright, Luo Shuiyao, the boy is a bit shy, so tone it down a bit, don't scare him. Come here, little brother, sit next to your sister, and I'll help you with your food later. Another girl in a green dress said, waving at Lin Chen. Su Liyue, oh, so you and Luo Shuiyao are teaming up to tease my friend? Just wait and see if I don't deal with you later. Zhao Xiaoling laughed and scolded the girl in the green dress. Then she walked over, sat next to her, and called Lin Chen to sit beside her. This way, she separated Lin Chen from the others. Lin Chen sat down. He glanced at the girl called Luo Shueyao. She had shoulder-length short hair, casually styled. With smoky makeup, she was extremely beautiful. Dressed in casual clothes, her top was short, exposing her flat, fair belly and navel. When Lin Chen looked at her, she happened to tilt her head and stare back at him. Their eyes met in the air. Lin Chen was not a shy person. But at that moment, surrounded by a group of beautiful girls, facing their predatory gazes, he really found it a bit overwhelming. If he had known, he wouldn't have come. Oh, right, someone just called that girl Luo Shueyao. What are the odds that this is the same Luo Shueyao with whom Lin Chen had 2 transactions? However, there are too many people with the same name across the country. This Luo Shueyao might not be the one he knows. Lin Chen, let me introduce you, Zhao Xiaoling said, pointing to the 3 girls beside her, including the girl in the green dress. These 3 are my classmates, and actually, they are also your seniors, Ling Shuang and Su Liyue. The girl in the green dress was named Su Liyue. Seniors? They were all students at Qingbei Martial Arts University? This is Luo Shueyao, my best friend. Zhao Xiaoling pointed to the girl in smoky makeup who was sitting a bit farther away. Lin Chen greeted each of them. This is my friend, Lin Chen, who just arrived at Qingbei Martial Arts University today. Zhao Xiaoling introduced Lin Chen to them. Welcome, my dear junior, Su Liyue smiled at Lin Chen. Zhao Xiaoling is usually quite busy, so if you need anything, just come to me. As she spoke, she threw Lin Chen a knowing look. The other girls giggled at this. Lin Chen noticed that when Zhao Xiaoling mentioned his name, the farthest girl, Luo Shueyao, slightly raised her head and glanced at him. A look of surprise flashed across her face. This little expression did not escape Lin Chen's eyes. Could it really be her? During their previous transactions, Lin Chen had also noticed that Luo Shueyao was based in the capital. But in any case, I never expected that on the first day here, I would meet the person who claims to be the greatest craftsman of the Great Xia. However, I'm not sure if that's true. After a round of playful banter, the girls began to order food. Truffles, salmon, foie gras, steak, and then, a bottle of red wine. Watching these girls casually call out the names of the dishes felt like a regular ordering routine. Lin Chen was surprised. These dishes were exquisite and expensive. Could it be that everyone here is a little rich lady? He knew Zhao Xiaoling, but they hadn't explored each other's backgrounds. Lin Chen only knew that Zhao Xiaoling probably didn't come from an ordinary family. But now, upon interacting with her circle, he realized it was quite extraordinary. Soon, a professional waiter brought out various dishes. The food was expensive, but the portions were small. Each dish was just a little bit. Just this little bit, and the price was so high. It wasn't even enough for a single bite. Of course, for Lin Chen now, it didn't mean much. If the profits from the Dark Land development came through, Lin Chen would also be considered a wealthy man. However, in the past, a single bite of food here would have equated to a week or 2 of his meals. Zhao Xiaoling wanted to pour Lin Chen a glass of red wine, but he shook his head. Zhao Xiaoling and the others didn't insist on drinking. The 5 girls began to drink among themselves. Before long, a rosy hue appeared on their faces. They became even more charming. As the girls chatted, the topic shifted to cosmetics and bags, and they were engrossed in conversation. Lin Chen couldn't join in. It was getting boring. Now, he just wanted to wait for Zhao Xiaoling to finish eating, then leave and return to the fishing pavilion hotel. However, that Luo Shueyao didn't seem very interested in the girls' favorite topics like cosmetics. Lin Chen noticed she had glanced at him several times quietly. Lin Chen, what's your profession? Luo Shueyao suddenly asked him. Insect tamer. Lin Chen replied. Insect tamer? I've never heard of that. What kind of profession is that? The girls who had been discussing cosmetics paused their conversation and looked at Lin Chen. What profession? Well, how should I put it? It's about being able to contract and summon some small insects. For a moment, Lin Chen didn't know how to explain. Just now, seeing how eagerly the girls were discussing cosmetics, he felt that talking about his profession and skills seemed a bit out of place. He had been led astray by these girls. Insects? A shorter girl in a white dress with short hair exclaimed, Lin Chen, you're not contracting those flies and cockroaches, are you? That's so disgusting. A bead of sweat trickled down Lin Chen's forehead. Not exactly, but they are indeed some strange insects, Lin Chen said helplessly. Put. Zhao Xiaoling laughed. Lin Chen, you don't have to mind these gossiping girls. She turned to the girl in the white dress and said, Ling Shuang, what are you talking about? Lin Chen's pet insects are quite impressive. Lin Chen, I was just joking, don't take it to heart. The girl named Ling Shuang smiled at Lin Chen. We heard from Zhao Xiaoling that you've tamed insects at least 800 times, and that your battle insects are incredibly powerful. We've never heard of a profession like insect tamer. Zhao Xiaoling said you just awakened not long ago, and it's a hidden awakening, a new profession for humanity. Lin Chen, can we see your pet insects? Of course, if it's inconvenient, then forget it, Su Liues suddenly said. Lin Chen, you don't have to mind them, Zhao Xiaoling said. She was worried Lin Chen would feel awkward. Besides, a professional usually has their own private matters that aren't convenient to share. Lin Chen understood Zhao Xiaoling's concern. However, for him, it didn't matter much. Well, it's not impossible. Come out. Lin Chen let out a soft gasp. A golden devouring insect appeared beside him. What emerged was actually an elite golden devouring insect. The elite golden devouring insect was an evolved version, far more ferocious than the ordinary golden devouring insect. When it materialized from the void beside Lin Chen, it looked as if it had crawled out of hell. Its body was the size of 2 palms, not particularly large, but its shell gleamed with a dark, cold light, covered in evil runes, as if inscribed with the curses of hell. In the compound eyes on either side of its head, there burned a strange, flickering flame. As soon as the elite golden devouring insect appeared, it fixed its cold gaze on the few girls in front of it, as if regarding them as prey. Its mandibles resembled 2 curved sides, making a chilling click-click sound, as if heralding the bloody slaughter to come. Ah, Ling Xuan was the first to exclaim. The expressions of the other girls changed simultaneously. Their bodies leaned slightly, wanting to leave their chairs. Lin Chen, why is your pet insect so terrifying? Su Liu said nervously. At that moment, Luo Shuiyao suddenly stood up from her chair, staring at Lin Chen's golden devouring insect. Not at all, isn't it quite cute? Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. The elite golden devouring insect seemed to flutter around Lin Chen in a pleasing manner, finally folding its wings and landing in the palm of his hand. It looked extremely obedient. Seeing this, the girls felt both fear and curiosity. They wanted to come closer to take a good look, even to touch it. But once they met the insect's indifferent gaze, they retreated. Lin Chen, does this insect bite? Ling Shuang asked curiously. It does. Lin Chen replied casually. Ah? Ling Xuan was startled. But Lin Chen continued, however, it will never bite you, so don't worry. Put. Zhao Xiaoling laughed. Alright, Lin Chen, don't scare them. Don't you know that girls are most afraid of insects? At this moment, they all understood that this ferocious insect would not harm them. However, they still felt scared, and the thought of wanting to touch it only dared to exist in their minds. Lin Chen smiled, just about to return the golden devouring insect to his pet space when the door to the private room was pushed open. A man in his 20s walked in. He glanced at Lin Chen's golden devouring insect and then at the few girls who still looked somewhat terrified. He said disdainfully, Shu Liu, is this what you meant by our other teammate? This is his combat power? A little insect? His tone was quite dismissive. As he entered, Lin Chen felt a slight wave of heat. He knew this was due to the man's profession or the powerful attributes of his equipment. A fire mage? There was no doubt that he was a powerful professional. Professions varied widely, but in terms of functional attributes, they mainly fell into 3 categories: defensive, offensive, and supportive. Each was indispensable to a team, and as long as they were top-notch, they played a crucial role. However, it was undeniable that offensive roles were relatively more sought after. After all, lethality relied on output. Among offensive professions, those with area damage effects were best represented by elementalists or mages, followed by some strength-based melee fighters, assassins, and thieves, who also had astonishing burst damage. Lin Chen's sister, the Shadow Dancer, was a type of assassin. Her health and defense were somewhat lacking, but her stealth ability was outstanding, and her movement speed was extremely fast, with sharp burst damage, emphasizing a one-hit kill. Humanity had seen several top assassins who instilled fear in many powerful figures, making them unable to sleep peacefully. Some professions had a comprehensive skill set, possessing certain defensive capabilities, some damage output, and also some support and control abilities. Such individuals could be described as versatile, but in a harsher light, they could be seen as mediocre. Lin Chen's insect tamer profession also fell under the summoning category. Similar to druids, necromancers, and mechanics, this type of profession is one that can do everything but not particularly well at anything. When this man entered, he saw Lin Chen surrounded by a group of beautiful women, lively and carefree. He was even showing off a strange little bug. This made him a bit displeased. Fire Mage Wang, you're here? Chu Liyue greeted enthusiastically. Wang Bin, this time we're going to the southwestern town together, Zhao Xiaoling whispered to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Dean Zhang had said that a team of teachers and students needed to be sent to assist the local city guards in the southwestern town for defense. However, the specifics had not yet been discussed. He mentioned that someone would come to talk to him about it. Could it be? Is Zhao Xiaoling the contact person? The people present were all teammates? Wang Bin glanced at the seating arrangement. The seating was quite subtle. Lin Chen sat next to Zhao Xiaoling, who was next to Chu Liyue, followed by a series of girls sitting together. It was clear that Wang Bin did not want to sit next to Lin Chen. He noticed an empty seat next to Luo Shuiyao and his eyes lit up. So, he made his way around and sat down next to Luo Shuiyao. "Shuiyao, you look even more beautiful after a few days," he said with a flattering smile. It seemed that Wang Bin was familiar with Luo Shuiyao and greeted her playfully. However, Luo Shuiyao rolled her eyes at him, seemingly uninterested. This made Wang Bin a bit awkward. Luo Shuiyao pulled her chair back with a clatter and stood up, saying, "I'm full. You all can discuss your plans, it has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving first." She seemed to dislike Wang Bin a bit. "Shuiyao, why are you leaving so quickly?" Wang Bin asked anxiously. "I mainly came to find you, I still have something to say to you." But Luo Shuiyao ignored him and didn't respond. "Alright then, Shuiyao, let's meet another day." Several girls said goodbye to Luo Shuiyao. That Wang Bin has been trying to pursue Luo Shuiyao, but she ignores him. He's such a simp, Zhao Xiaoling whispered to Lin Chen. Lin Chen sat quietly, non-committal. He had no interest in the trivial matters of city boys and girls. Luo Shuiyao stood up and walked towards the door. Wang Bin's gaze followed her. Just as Luo Shuiyao was about to reach the door, she suddenly turned around and walked towards Lin Chen, who was closest to the door. She came right next to Lin Chen, almost leaning against him. Lin Chen caught a whiff of her body fragrance. She gently patted Lin Chen's shoulder, smiled brightly, and said, "Lin Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you today. I'm very interested in your pet bug. Let's meet another day, and I'll take another look at your pet." Just a moment ago, Luo Shuiyao had seemed a bit proud. Now, she suddenly showed Lin Chen a smile, as if they were particularly close friends. Her enthusiasm seemed to come out of nowhere. The girls present were slightly taken aback. Lin Chen frowned even more. He noticed that with her words and actions, Wang Bin's gaze towards him had grown colder, as if he had suddenly developed a greater hostility towards Lin Chen. He, Luo Shuiyao smiled, and Wang Bin's reaction fell into her eyes. Only then did Luo Shuiyao seem satisfied, turning around and walking out. "So, Luo Shuiyao, are you playing little tricks in front of me?" Lin Chen's expression darkened slightly. "She's treating me like a pawn." With this little move, she had clearly intended to provoke Wang Bin's hatred towards him. However, it was hard to tell how much malice she truly had. It seemed more like she enjoyed toying with people's feelings. "This Luo Shuiyao is just like that. Sometimes she's really annoying," Zhao Xiaoling said with a laugh beside him. "Don't pay her any mind, and don't get involved with her, she's quite bad." The thoughts of these city boys and girls are really complicated. Lin Chen smiled wryly. "Alright, let's talk about the upcoming trip to Southwest Phoenix Town," Chu Liyue said. "Xingbei has probably formed 3 teams for support this time. Although participation is voluntary, the danger is not great, and the academy offers generous rewards. I plan for the 5 of us to form a team." After Chu Liyue finished speaking, the other girls nodded in agreement. It seemed they had had preliminary discussions before Lin Chen arrived. "Lin Chen, you have to come with me this time. If we complete the mission successfully, the academy will reward each person with at least 1,000 merit points, which can be exchanged for quite a few good things," Zhao Xiaoling said. 1,000 merit points? Lin Chen was taken aback. "Yes. If we weren't going out, we wouldn't be able to earn so many reward points. Of course, besides merit points, we can also earn credits. Every year, Xingbei Martial Arts University has tasks to complete as part of the credit assessment." Lin Chen thought to himself, if it's a must-complete credit, then it's worth going. If it's just merit points, I already have 400,000 merit points. This little bit isn't even enough to fill the gaps. Teaming up with you 4 is no problem, but I just can't see the point of having this person along. Wang Bin suddenly glanced at Lin Chen and said, "If I'm not mistaken, he's only level 22. And what kind of profession is a bug tamer? Damage dealer? Defender? Support? It's just a sidekick profession." The girls were all taken aback. They hadn't expected Wang Bin to suddenly oppose something they had previously agreed upon. Chu Liyue looked at Lin Chen, then turned to Wang Bin, slightly dissatisfied, and said, "Wang Bin, what do you mean? Everyone has already made arrangements, and you suddenly change your mind. What's the meaning of this?" This matter was mostly planned by Chu Liyue, and now there was a hiccup. It was putting her in a difficult position. "Isn't my meaning clear? A team must have everyone playing a role. We can't just bring along a deadweight, right? Who is he anyway?" Wang Bin insisted. "Wang Bin." Chu Liyue stood up angrily. "He is someone that Director Zhang from Sanglong Academy just brought back to help us. Chu Liyue invoked Director Shang's name, hoping to imply to Wang Bin that this was someone endorsed by the director and to stop causing trouble. Sure enough, Director Shang's name carried a certain weight, and Wang Bin's tone weakened considerably. However, he still scoffed quietly. "Help us, huh?" he sneered. But thinking back to how his goddess, Luo Shuiyao, had been so friendly with this guy when she left, Wang Bin became even angrier. He stood up and said, "You all better think this through. I still stand by my opinion. It's best if everyone in the team can contribute." With that, Wang Bin opened the door and left in a huff. After Wang Bin left, the atmosphere in the room fell silent. "Lin Chen, I'm sorry about Wang Bin. I'll talk to him later and clear things up," Chu Liyue said. Wang Bin is really something. Lin Chen's strength far exceeds his imagination. Who's the real dead weight here? Zhao Xiaoling was also a bit angry. Indeed, what Wang Bin said was too harsh. Ling Shuang added, "Hey, right now our team lacks a main damage dealer. Do you think I want to see him like that?" Chu Liyue sighed. As she said this, the other girls also sighed. Lin Chen said lightly, "Actually, you don't need to feel awkward. Whether I join you or not is completely up to me." "Lin Chen, if you don't join, then I won't either." "I'm going with you," Zhao Xiaoling said angrily. Hey, Zhao Xiaoling, that's not right. We're a team. You can't just ditch your classmates because you have a guy now. I said, I'll go find Wang Bin and communicate with him later. Chu Liyue said with a bitter smile. How could a good team just fall apart like that? Sister Liyue, of course I won't leave you guys. Zhao Xiaoling smiled. Alright, we've finished eating. I'll go back with Lin Chen first. He just arrived and probably needs to rest. Chu Liyue nodded. Zhao Xiaoling took Lin Chen's hand and left. In the private room, only 3 girls were left. What should we do, Liyue? Ling Shuang asked. Sigh, what else can we do? I'll go have a good talk with Wang Bin. Chu Liyue smiled bitterly. You all know, Xiaoling's level isn't enough, only level 20, and she needs us to lead her. But as an assassin, her main role is to gather information, so the impact isn't too big. But now there's also Lin Chen, who is only level 22. He's just a pet bug. His attack and defense capabilities are probably very low. We're under a lot of pressure now. If Wang Bin doesn't participate, who will provide output for our entire team? Hey! Leaving the restaurant, Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaoling walked down the street. What kind of profession is Luo Shuiyao? Is she participating in this operation? Lin Chen asked. She's not participating, she's not a combat profession, she's a craftsman. Zhao Xiaoling introduced, suddenly stopping and staring at Lin Chen. Hey, you didn't fall for her just because she's pretty and came to ask me about her, did you? What does that even mean? A craftsman, that must be the person he traded with. Lin Chen, I warn you, this woman, although she's my best friend since childhood, is quite a scumbag. The pond can raise tens of thousands of fish. If you develop feelings for her, you'll definitely be played to death by her. I don't mean that. Lin Chen was speechless. She just teased you. Zhao Xiaoling huffed. Her admirers can line up from the capital to Abyss City, and Wang Bin is one of them. I can tell she was deliberately using you to provoke Wang Bin, otherwise, Wang Bin wouldn't have such hostility towards you. But she's not a bad person, she just likes to stir up trouble and toy with those boys, teasing you to make you itch, but she won't pay you any attention. At this point, Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but smile wryly about her best friend. But, she is super pretty, and the Luo family is one of the 3 major families in the capital. Which boy wouldn't like someone like that? Lin Chen, do you like her too? Lin Chen was speechless again. Do girls really love to speculate this much? I know you don't, right? Lin Chen. Zhao Xiaoling stared at Lin Chen. Yeah. Lin Chen replied lightly. Lin Chen, you can't be like her and turn bad, becoming a playboy. If you do, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Back at the fishing pavilion, Zhao Xiaoling also returned and agreed to come find Lin Chen again tomorrow. Lin Chen returned to his room, letting out a sigh of relief. He never expected that on his first day in the capital, he would encounter such a situation. What is going on? Zhao Xiaoling didn't mention her family situation, but being childhood friends with Luo Shuiyao from one of the 3 major families, her family must be quite impressive as well. Is the rich second-generation circle in the capital filled with so much jealousy and rivalry? It seems simpler than in Yang City. Whether it's Yu Depeng or Ning Yuanci and Linshi, everyone is much more straightforward. Just as he thought of Yu Depeng, a beeping sound came from his communicator. Lin Chen opened it to see. Yu Depeng. Just thinking of someone, and they show up. Boss, why did you suddenly come to the capital? Yu Depeng's loud voice. I came early with Dean Zhang to participate in some activities organized by the school. Boss, that's not cool. You left without saying a word. Just now, Ning Yuanci and Linshi were looking for me to ask where you went. I'm too anxious. I originally planned to contact you all later, Lin Chen said helplessly. Boss, I want to go to the capital now, Yu Depeng suddenly exclaimed. Oh, why did you come so early? Lin Chen was taken aback. Boss, I've suddenly come up with a great idea. Yu Depeng became excited all at once. I've thought it through. During these 4 years of university, first, I definitely need to stick with you, boss, so we can make a name for ourselves in the capital. Besides, what's the foundation for us to accomplish big things? We definitely need money, equipment, and medicine, right? I want to establish a guild in the capital, our own guild. You'll be the president, and I'll be the vice president, so I'm planning to go to the capital early to investigate and understand things. A guild? This was something Lin Chen hadn't considered. In terms of business intuition, Lin Chen indeed couldn't compare to Yu Depeng. His family had become wealthy through business. Exactly, boss, you'll definitely support me, right? Let's talk about it when you get here. Okay, boss, then I'll ask Ning Yuanci if she wants to come to the capital with me early. After hanging up with Yu Depeng, Lin Chen wanted to log into the trading center to check the conditions for establishing a guild. As soon as he entered the system, he saw a notification in the lower right corner. Upon clicking it, he realized that the 3 pieces of level 20 golden equipment dropped from the boss Celsus during the earlier expedition with Zhao Xiaoling had been sold. At that time, he had obtained the Celsus staff, Celsus dagger, and Celsus one-handed sword. This was several days ago. Since Lin Chen had used a bidding method for the sale, it took a few days to conclude. This method has its pros and cons compared to Luo Shuiao's fixed price selling. A fixed price means that if the target price isn't reached, no one can buy it. If someone agrees to the price, the transaction can be completed immediately. It's like when Lin Chen bought the 3-piece spiritual set from Luo Shuiao. The bidding method is similar to an auction, where a slightly lower starting price is set. Then a time frame is established. During this period, many buyers come in, and those interested in purchasing will place their bids. When the time is up, the highest bidder wins. This method shows a strong willingness from the seller to sell. The 3 pieces of level 20 golden equipment sold for a total of 14 million. Not bad, Lin Chen nodded. The key is that this money came just in time. Lin Chen had previously spent money like crazy, almost exhausting all his funds. Seeing the incoming 14 million, he didn't hesitate and spent another 3 million to buy 30 bottles of mid-blue spring. Lin Chen's mental power was too high. If he relied solely on meditation to recover slowly, it might take half a month to fully replenish. Moreover, the number of summoned pet insects he needed was too large, which would consume a significant amount of mental power. Lin Chen opened his attribute panel and looked at it, nodding in satisfaction. Name, Lin Chen, occupation, insect tamer, level, 22, strength, 3420, agility, 1320, mental, 6825, constitution, 2520, professional skills, insect contract, pet insect summoning, level 22, talent skills, skill enhancement, level 3, position swap, insect realm traversal, 1 time, summon level 22 gold-eating insect, current quantity 50/220, summon level 22 purple lightning float, current quantity 50/220, summon level 22 spirit butterfly, current quantity 10/220, summon level 22. Kuanping, first stage current quantity 1/1. These attributes could only be described as terrifying. When Lin Chen spent 3 million to order 30 bottles of mid-blue spring, the owner was having dinner with his mistress. Boss Lin, you want another 30 bottles? Clatter. He was so shocked that the chopsticks he was using to pick up food fell to the ground. He had previously learned that all the mid-blue spring Lin Chen purchased was for his own consumption to recover mental power. In these past few days, Lin Chen had been buying several million almost every other day. Bulk purchasing. Drinking this medicine like this is too shocking, right? What kind of pervert is this? If an ordinary person drank like this, they would have exploded by now. Boss Lin, during our first transaction, I could tell you are someone who gets things done. The potion seller flattered. Less nonsense, hurry up and send it to me, I need it urgently. Lin Chen had long seen through the boss's character and directly told him. Alright, I'll send it right away. The boss said, immediately running to his warehouse. Hey, are we still going to the Guozheng Hotel to check in later? Seeing the atmosphere heating up, but the boss suddenly running off, the heavily made-up little lover urged. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen received 30 bottles of medium blue spring. He picked up a bottle and drank it down. Then, his mental strength began to grow rapidly. Hey, consuming this potion like this is too burdensome, this isn't a solution. Lin Chen looked at his account balance, which was down to just 140,000. Another broke guy. If only I could make this potion myself. Lin Chen sighed, Or if someone in my guild could make it, that would work too. A bottle of medium blue spring costs 100,000. Large blue spring or extra large blue spring costs even more. In fact, if you calculate the cost, it doesn't actually reach 100,000. The cost of a bottle of medium blue spring is at most 50,000, but the alchemist charges money, the wholesaler charges money, and the retailer charges money. The price difference in between is too much. Yu Dapeng said he wanted to establish his own guild. Maybe that's a way too. Lin Chen took a look. Guilds are divided into 5 levels. The lowest level guild is a level 5 guild. The establishment conditions for a level 5 guild are very simple. The founder just needs to pay 100,000 merit points to set it up. Almost no threshold. Lin Chen thought he currently had 400,000 merit points, and even if he paid 100,000, it wouldn't hurt at all. However, that was just Lin Chen's perspective on the lack of a threshold. For many companies or bosses, 100,000 merit points is a mountain that is hard to climb. Countless people are stuck here. If they knew Lin Chen viewed the requirement of 100,000 merit points as no threshold, they would probably rush over to beat him half to death. On Lin Chen's first night in the capital, he spent the time drinking potions to recover his mental strength, summoning pet bugs, and resting. By the next morning, Lin Chen had drunk 20 bottles of medium blue spring. He had also summoned 180 pet bugs, among which about 18 were elite types. This confirmed Lin Chen's earlier speculation. After several battles, his pet bugs evolved quickly. It seems I need to keep fighting. The more I fight, the more I and my pet bugs can improve. Just as he was thinking this, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, the visitor was Zhao Shaoling. Today, Zhao Shaoling was dressed a bit lightly, wearing a light pink spaghetti strap dress. Her delicate shoulders and collarbone were exposed. Below the knee-length skirt were her rounded, long legs. After entering, Zhao Shaoling looked around before saying, "Oh, Lin Chen, why didn't you find a girl last night?" What the hell? Lin Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Lin Chen, in a few days, once everything is confirmed, we will head to Phoenix Town in the southwest. Since we have some free time, I'll take you around. Sounds good. Lin Chen nodded. He had been in the capital for a few years and needed to learn more about it. Now that Zhao Shaoling was acting as a tour guide, he couldn't ask for more. Stepping out the door, Lin Chen saw Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang, the 2 girls from last night. It turned out Zhao Shaoling had already made plans with them. After a brief greeting with the 2, Lin Chen took out a bottle of medium blue spring and drank it. He currently had over 6,000 points of mental strength left, and each bottle of medium blue spring could restore 1,000 points. He had to drink 6 bottles just to barely fill up his mental strength. A few people first took Lin Chen to wander around the campus of Qingbei Martial Arts University. In less than half an hour, Lin Chen pulled out a bottle of mid-blue spring and drank it down. His unusual behavior caught the attention of several girls. This is the research building. This is the martial arts arena. This is the teaching building. The 3 of them kept introducing things to Lin Chen. Half an hour later, Lin Chen drank another bottle of mid-blue spring. The girls curiously glanced at him. Another half hour passed, and Lin Chen drank yet another bottle of mid-blue spring. This time, the girls were astonished. How can this guy drink mid-blue medicine like it's water? Xu Liyue thought. It's only been a short while since we left, and he's already had 4 bottles, Ling Shuang also pondered. However, they were too shy to ask Lin Chen. About 20 minutes later, the girls kept looking at Lin Chen. They all wanted to see if Lin Chen would drink again right on the half-hour mark after having consumed 4 bottles. As it approached 30 minutes, Ling Shuang couldn't help but glance at her watch. The time had reached 30 minutes. At this moment, Lin Chen promptly took out a bottle of mid-blue spring and started drinking. Sure enough, he's drinking again. Ling Shuang exclaimed. 5 bottles. Chu Liyue looked at Lin Chen in shock. Lin Chen, do you have a misunderstanding about mid-blue spring? Do you think of it as mineral water? You've only been out for a short time, and you've already drunk 5 bottles. Chu Liyue couldn't help but say. Yeah, Lin Chen, how much mental power do you actually have? 1 bottle of mid-blue spring can restore 1,000 points of mental power. Even Zhao Shaoling couldn't help but ask. For an average person, at levels 20 or 30, even for a mental type, isn't the mental power only 300 to 500 points? Ling Shuang once thought that Lin Chen was using this lowly exaggerated method to show off. However, a bottle costing 100,000, that was a bit too extravagant for showing off. But Lin Chen had already drunk 5 bottles. If he wasn't showing off, that meant he had 5,000 points of mental power, right? 5,000 points of mental power? How could that be possible? It's not that much, just a bit more than average, Lin Chen replied casually. I have all mental power gear, so I have a bit more mental power points. All mental power gear? How is that even matched? The girls were very confused. They had never heard of such gear. However, perhaps that was what made it reasonable, otherwise, there was no reason for Lin Chen to drink so many mental power potions to recover. 5,000 points. That must be the limit. After Lin Chen said that, they also understood. But they were completely wrong. Could 5,000 points of mental power be stacked up just by gear? However, they couldn't blame the girls because they had never seen anyone fully equipped with mental power gear. So, they had no clear concept of that number in their minds. What a terrifying number 5,000 points of mental power was. They only vaguely felt that Lin Chen's statement seemed off. But they didn't realize where the problem lay. More than 20 minutes passed, and it was almost half an hour. The girls knew that Lin Chen definitely couldn't drink any more mid-blue medicine. However, they all unconsciously looked at Lin Chen. In the previous 5 instances, Lin Chen had taken his medicine right on time. It had already formed a kind of habit. So, even though they knew it was impossible, the girls still frequently looked at Lin Chen. They knew he wouldn't drink anymore, but they still wanted to see him drink. It was a strange feeling. It was like someone upstairs was bouncing a ball, making a sound every 10 seconds. Even though it was annoying to hear that sound from downstairs, by the 10th second, one couldn't help but want to hear the thud again. At 29 minutes, the 3 girls simply stopped, stood still, and stared at Lin Chen. They were not disappointed. Lin Chen pulled out another bottle of mid-blue spring and started drinking. The 3 girls were instantly speechless, dazed. At this moment, they didn't even think about why Lin Chen could have an exaggerated and outrageous mental strength of over 6,000 points. What they noticed was Lin Chen's exaggerated consumption of medicine. In less than a morning, Lin Chen drank 6 bottles of blue spring as if it were water. Fortunately, after another half hour, Lin Chen finally stopped. He no longer took medicine. The 3 girls, seeing this, inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. They were truly afraid that Lin Chen would continue to drink endlessly. That would make them feel like they no longer recognized this world. The 4 of them finished touring the campus in the morning. At noon, they went to a restaurant for a sumptuous meal. Looking at the truffles, foie gras, caviar in front of him, it was Lin Chen's turn to be surprised. These girls had such good meals every day, each costing thousands. Were they really that wealthy? But little did he know, he had just spent 600,000 on medicine. In the afternoon, everyone went to the capital square to stroll. Finally, it was dinner time again. Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder what these girls would eat this time. Finally, they stopped eating truffles, foie gras, caviar. We had a bit too much at noon, let's eat something lighter for dinner, the girls said. Lin Chen nodded. Eating such expensive food every meal, even a Saudi princess's family background couldn't sustain that, right? This time, they had Australian lobster, bluefin tuna, emperor crab. Alright, I admit, it's poverty that limits my imagination. Lin Chen felt a bit dazed. That night, back in his room, Lin Chen summoned all 6,000 points of mental strength in one go to summon his pet bugs. Now, I can't rely on natural recovery for mental strength anymore, I'm out of money. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. However, an hour later, Yu Dupeng called. He mentioned 2 things. First, the ores and flowers obtained from the Dark Land last time had all been sold, and Lin Chen received 20 million. Second, in 2 days, he, Ning Yuanxi, and Lin Shi would come to the capital. After hanging up on Yu Dupeng, Lin Chen looked at the 20 million in his account. He struggled with his thoughts for 10 minutes. In the end, he started buying blue spring. On the 3rd day, Zhao Shaoling arrived at Lin Chen's room right on time in the morning to find him. Like an alarm clock. It seemed like she had nothing else to do every day but to attend to Lin Chen. On the 3rd day since Lin Chen arrived in the capital, the team finally set off for Phoenix Town in the southwest. At this time, Lin Chen had taken advantage of these days to drink medicine like crazy and summon like crazy, finally reaching the limit for summoning battle pets. 220 gold-eating bugs, 220 purple lightning floaters, 50 spirit butterflies. This was the first time Lin Chen possessed such strong power. Although, it was still not the peak. Departing at the same time were not just Lin Chen's 5-person team, but also 3 other teams from Qingbei Martial Arts University. Their levels were all around 30. In comparison, Zhao Shaoling had the lowest level, only 20. Next was Lin Chen, at level 22. It was unclear how Chu Liyue had persuaded Wang Bin. In any case, when Wang Bin was with the others, he no longer mocked or verbally attacked Lin Chen. He was just very indifferent. The 4 teams, 20 people, used the school's teleportation array. The teleportation array couldn't reach Phoenix Town directly. It first went to a place called Shihai City, which was closest to Phoenix Town, and then from Shihai City, they would teleport to Phoenix Town. The distance from the capital to Shihai City was over 10,000 kilometers. It was considered long-distance teleportation. When the 20 people teleported from the capital to Shihai City, half of them vomited right after exiting the teleportation array. Long-distance teleportation was not only expensive but also quite uncomfortable, with a particularly strong sense of dizziness. However, Lin Chen's mental strength was too strong. He only felt a slight dizziness. Seeing the luxurious scene of vomiting, he was a bit speechless. Helpless, he had to wait for half an hour before teleporting with everyone from Shihai City to Phoenix Town. This time, the distance was short. It didn't have much impact on everyone. Outside the teleportation array, a team of city guards, about a dozen people, was waiting for the students from Qingbei Martial Arts University. Although Fenghuang Town is said to have a population of over 100,000 in geographical records, the population is scattered across the vast mountains, and in reality, the population in the small town is only around 10,000. The streets are lined with the tile-roofed houses of local residents. Among the students from Qingbei Martial Arts University, many were from the capital city. Seeing the scene before them, in contrast to the capital's prosperity, this place looked almost like a rundown village, narrow and dilapidated. "What kind of broken place is this?" Wang Bin exclaimed, feeling a bit resentful. His words received some agreement from others. "Yeah, it seems hard to even find an inn to stay in. I take hot baths at home every night," a girl complained. Alright, we're here to carry out a mission to support Fenghuang Town, not to travel," Zhu Liyue said. Once she spoke, the other complaining students felt embarrassed to say anything more. At that moment, a man in his 30s with a buzz cut stepped forward from the city guards. "I am Zhao Feng, the captain of the Fenghuang Town City Guards. Welcome, esteemed students, who have come from afar to help us in Fenghuang Town. On behalf of the villagers here, I thank you all. Fenghuang Town is a small place with simple facilities, so please bear with us. Let's find a place to settle down first, and we will investigate the situation at the fissure tomorrow." Seeing the situation, some students could only accept it helplessly. What else could they do but adapt to local customs? However, some people brightened up upon seeing Zhao Feng. The captain of the city guards was a local authority. If they could get his help, not only could they find a good place to stay, but perhaps they could also find some wild delicacies that couldn't be found in the city. Someone stepped forward and said, "Captain Zhao, we are unfamiliar with this place. Could you arrange a better place for us?" "Of course," Zhao Feng replied without hesitation. He turned to give instructions to several guards. A dozen guards gradually led the students to the town's inns and restaurants, acting as guides for their arrangements. However, he himself remained in place and did not leave. "I have something to do, so I'm leaving first," Wang Bin from Lin Chen's group said, turning to walk away. "Hey, you!" Zhu Liyue wanted to call him back, but before she could finish her sentence, Wang Bin had already walked far away. What's wrong with this guy? He just leaves the team like that, without any sense of organization or discipline. Ling Shuang couldn't help but say, "Forget it, let him be. As long as he can return to the team before we enter the fissure tomorrow, that's all that matters," Zhu Liyue said with a wry smile. As the captain of this team, although she also disapproved of Wang Bin's arrogance, she worried that if she didn't do her best to coordinate every team member, the team might fall apart. Especially since Wang Bin was an indispensable source of output. "What should we do? Those people ran off so quickly earlier, the one or two inns in town are probably all taken by them," Ling Shuang said with a bitter smile. "No place to stay? What does it matter? Let's find a place to camp, that would be more fun," Jia Xiaoling said, leaning against Lin Chen. After all, she had met Lin Chen while camping in the wilderness. "Who among you is Lin Chen?" Zhao Feng suddenly stepped forward and asked the group. "I am," Lin Chen replied, looking at Zhao Feng calmly. "Earlier, I contacted General Zhao Kaijun, hoping he could help us. He recommended you, saying that if you could come, everything in Fenghuang Town would be manageable. I didn't expect you to actually arrive." Zhao Feng stepped forward and shook hands with Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, come with me. Tonight, you can rest at our military guest house. Phoenix Town is too small, and if there are any better conditions, it's only at our place. Besides, I've already prepared dinner," Zhao Feng said enthusiastically to Lin Chen. At this moment, Zhu Liyue, Ling Shuang, and the others looked at Lin Chen in surprise. They never expected that Lin Chen, arriving in this remote little town, would have connections and receive such warm hospitality. Even they benefited from it. "So you know General Zhao?" Lin Chen realized why Captain Zhao Feng was so warm to him. "However, General Zhao has praised me too highly. Among these students, most are level 30 professionals, while I'm only level 22. Zhao Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. He then noticed Lin Chen's level 22. Compared to those students, there was indeed a significant gap. This was somewhat unexpected for him. He had thought Lin Chen would be at least level 30 or above. However, Zhao Feng quickly concealed his earlier surprise and smiled, saying, "What does level matter? Even General Zhao thinks highly of you, and that's enough. Please follow me." Ha! Zhao Feng's attitude was somewhat unexpected for Lin Chen. He was quite a real man. When Lin Chen and his group arrived at the military base, a table full of dishes was indeed laid out. These are all local specialties from the mountains. There's nothing particularly fancy to entertain our esteemed guests. Lin Chen didn't mind. Coming from a poor family, he was quite casual about food. As long as he could fill his stomach, that was enough. However, Zhao Xiaoling and Chu Liyue, being high-class diners, would probably be more particular. He had seen their meals before. This wild mushroom is really delicious, Zhao Xiaoling said, picking up a dark piece and putting it in her mouth, her eyes lighting up. Wow, is this wasp pupa stir-fried with eggs? Chu Liyue exclaimed, immediately reaching for it with her chopsticks. Lin Chen was a bit speechless. He didn't understand what they were talking about. Captain Zhao, could you tell me about the Fisher situation in Phoenix Town? Lin Chen declined Zhao Feng's suggestion to try some briefcase liquor and asked about the current situation of the operation. Well, as you can see, Phoenix Town has a lot of mountains. At first, we didn't even know there was a fissure here until several villagers died while farming. Only then did we discover that a dimensional fissure had opened in the mountains, Zhao Feng explained to Lin Chen. At this moment, the girls were curious about the briefcase liquor. Ling Xuan poured a bit into a bowl, dipped her chopsticks in it, and tasted it. The alcohol content isn't high, similar to red wine, but it's quite rich. Let me try too. Chu Liyue and Zhao Xiaoling also showed interest. What kind of monsters came out of there? Lin Chen asked. We later found out that they were a type of black ant, about the size of an arm, Zhao Feng continued. At first, the fissure was only class A, and the ants that came out weren't very strong. We hunted them down in the mountains and basically cleared them out. Later, when we realized what was happening, the fissure had already upgraded from class A to class B. During his journey in the Shadowland, Lin Chen had some understanding of the public's knowledge about fissure levels. Simply put, a fissure is a two-way passage. Class A has a level restriction of 10, Class B has a restriction of 20, and so on. The higher the class, the more advanced it is. It is said that the fissures in the Demon City have already reached Class J. This means that level 100 monsters from the demon realm can enter the human realm from there. We sent people into the spatial instance for exploration. The monsters inside were only one type, the same as the black ants outside, and there weren't too many. However, our military strength was insufficient, so after a preliminary understanding, we retreated. When we sealed the exit with a barrier, just a few days later, the crack had already escalated from level B to level C. Therefore, we felt that merely sealing the exit was not enough. We must enter the dungeon and clear out the monsters inside to completely resolve the issue. Well, we were just waiting for you. Lin Chen nodded. However, after hearing the basic situation, Lin Chen frowned slightly. Ants are social creatures, and Zhao Feng said that whether they invaded or were already in the dungeon, the number of ants they encountered was not significant. This was a bit strange. Lin Chen was deep in thought. Slap! Someone patted his shoulder. Lin Chen turned his head, and it was Zhao Xiaoling who had patted him. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoling's face was flushed, and she reeked of alcohol. With her eyes half closed, she shouted at Lin Chen, if you're a brother, have a drink with me. Dazed. Just now, while Lin Chen was discussing the crack situation with Zhao Feng, these three girls had started drinking the briefcase. What is a briefcase? It's a type of homemade liquor brewed in the mountains. The alcohol content is not high, and it has a rich flavor. The 5-kilogram jug of liquor was now nearly empty. Ha! Chu Liyue and Ling Xuan were giggling beside them. The three of them were already about 70 to 80% drunk. Lin Chen was speechless. Lin Chen, you don't have to worry. This kind of liquor doesn't get you drunk easily. With these three ladies' drinking capacity, it won't be long before they sober up, Zhao Feng said with a smile. Then let's go check it out tomorrow. Lin Chen thought about taking these girls back to rest, fearing that if they kept drinking, things would go awry. At the guest house. After settling the three drunken girls, Lin Chen returned to his room. He took a breath. This guest house, although not comparable to the hotels in the city, was very clean and gave a comfortable feeling. It should be as Zhao Feng said, this town's best accommodation was probably here. Unexpectedly, the best place that all the students had fought over ended up in their hands because of Zhao Kaijun. Lin Chen went to the trading center, opened the resource section, and carefully looked at the attributes of the ant swarm. The more he looked, the more he felt something was off. At least, it didn't match what the exploration team had seen. The number of ants was not many. Perhaps what they encountered were just a few wandering worker ants. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Lin Chen closed the trading center and opened the door. A soft body instantly leaped into Lin Chen's arms, mixed with the smell of alcohol and the fragrance of a young girl. The visitor was Zhao Xiaoling. Lin Chen frowned. Zhao Xiaoling, why aren't you sleeping in your room? What are you doing here? Wah! What? Isn't this my room? While speaking, she waved her little hand. Zhao Xiaoling was talking nonsense, her tongue heavy and slurring. Lin Chen gently pushed Zhao Xiaoling away from his embrace. I'll take you back to your room to sleep. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoling stumbled a few steps, reached Lin Chen's bed, and fell onto it, falling asleep. Hey, this is my bed. Your bed is next door. If you sleep in my bed, where am I supposed to sleep? Lin Chen felt a wave of frustration. He had no choice but to close the door. He went to the bathroom, got a warm, damp towel, and gently placed it on Zhao Xiaoling's forehead. How could you drink so much? Zhao Xiaoling turned over, her skirt shifting to the side, revealing her long, smooth legs up to the thigh. Now, her fair, rounded, long, straight, and smooth legs were fully in Lin Chen's view. Lin Chen swallowed hard. He shifted his gaze elsewhere. Forget it, I'll just sleep on the sofa tonight and wait for her to wake up. Just as he lay down on the sofa, Zhao Xiaoling on the bed spread her legs wide and mumbled, Little Lindsay, come up and serve me. If you serve me well, I'll reward you greatly. What is even happening? Come here, come give this palace a massage, or I'll have you dragged out and executed. How dare you, are you ignoring this palace's words? Damn! Zhao Xiaoling, are you playing a drama as the empress and the eunuch, or as the queen and her lover? Zhao Xiaoling, who had been mumbling, suddenly opened her eyes slightly. A glimmer flashed, her gaze sweeping over Lin Chen. Then, she returned to her dazed state. She kicked her feet, pushing off the blanket Lin Chen had covered her with earlier. Lin Chen, who had been unable to sleep, sighed and got up from the sofa, walking to the bedside. He prepared to cover Zhao Xiaoling with the blanket again. Zhao Xiaoling squinted her eyes, turned over, and pouted slightly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoling's delicate face had a faint blush, her cherry lips slightly pouting, and as she breathed lightly, her stunning face exuded an alluring aura. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Xiaoling's pouting lips. Exquisite, rosy, like a sweet spring. It seemed to be saying to Lin Chen, do you want to kiss me? Come kiss me. If he kissed her, he would be a beast. If he didn't kiss her, he would be worse than a beast. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes also ignited with heat. His head slowly lowered. His lips gradually descended, getting closer and closer to Zhao Xiaoling's rosy lips. They were now so close that he could feel the gentle breath Zhao Xiaoling was exhaling. Hurry up, you idiot, why are you moving so slowly? Zhao Xiaoling, with her eyes slightly squinted, was almost going crazy. Hurry up and kiss me, hurry. I can't wait any longer. Damn, why are you slowing down again? Hey, big brother, I've acted like this, the opportunity is right in front of you. Damn it, if you don't kiss me, I might just kiss you. Zhao Xiaoling, who had been pretending to be drunk, was screaming wildly inside. If she weren't afraid of ruining her Oscar-winning performance, she would have jumped out of bed and pinned Lin Chen down. Then, a forceful kiss, conquering. Lin Chen's head descended onto Zhao Xiaoling's head, taking a full minute. Finally, Lin Chen was less than an inch away from Zhao Xiaoling's lips. A tremendous sense of happiness surged through Zhao Xiaoling. This fool finally came. She began to feel the airflow of Lin Chen's breath. She gently closed her slightly squinted eyes. Deep down, she felt an inexplicable panic. After a long while, the still Zhao Xiaoling opened her eyes, only to see Lin Chen had straightened his back, gently pulled the blanket over her neck, and then quietly returned to the sofa to lie down. So silly! Zhao Xiaoling chuckled to herself. She stared blankly at Lin Chen's back. There would be no story tonight. If she slept in bed for a night, he would probably lie on the sofa for a whole night. Half an hour later, Zhao Xiaoling suddenly sat up, pretended to yawn, and then the villain reports first. Oh, Lin Chen, why did you come to my room? You're awake. What do you mean I ran to your room? You came to my room. Oh, no way, how could I have run to your room? Zhao Xiaoling feigned shock. Look at this room, is it yours or mine? Lin Chen felt helpless. If it was determined that he ran to a girl's room, it would be impossible to clear his name. Oh, right, how did I end up in your room? Wait, you didn't do anything to me just now, did you? You must have wanted to kiss me, right? That's not true, I was on the sofa the whole time. Lin Chen's heart tightened, feeling a bit flustered, and he forced himself to explain. After all, he had been angry earlier and wanted to kiss her. He thought that if she woke up, she wouldn't even know he kissed her. When a person feels that the law does not constrain them, evil is most likely to arise. Really? But just now, I felt like someone wanted to kiss me. Their lips were right next to mine. That absolutely did not happen. Lin Chen said with a stern expression. Oh, fine, sorry, I was drunk earlier and might have stumbled over here. I'll head back then. The next day, Su Weian got up at 8. However, what drove him to despair was that he had to wait for these 3 girls to get ready for a full 2 hours. Finally, the 3 girls slowly made their way downstairs, and under Zhao Feng's lead, they began heading towards the rift in Phoenix Town. Su Weian couldn't understand why, when they were clearly going to battle, the girls had to dress up so meticulously. When they arrived at the rift, Su Weian initially thought they were late. But what left him speechless was that even with such delays, they were still the earliest group among the 20 students from Qingbei Martial Arts University. How could the students from Qingbei Martial Arts University have such poor discipline? Could such a team form a strong combat force? Zhao Feng seemed to sense Su Weian's thoughts and said, after last night's preliminary understanding, these students all think that there are only a few ants in the rift, and this mission is too simple, so they have become complacent. Ha, simple? They will eventually pay the price for their ignorance, Lin Chen scoffed. After several mutated instances, Lin Chen's mindset was no longer as naive as that of an ordinary student. Zhao Feng glanced at Lin Chen and sighed inwardly, thinking that perhaps only someone like Lin Chen could truly be called a warrior. Cautious, careful, never careless, just afraid of being too complacent. Ha! Just then, Su Weian noticed a group of people, all in top-notch gear, already calculating something in front of the rift. There was a fierce aura about them. Judging by their faces and attire, they were neither local city guards nor students from Qingbei Martial Arts University. Who are they? Lin Chen asked. Members of the Satan Guild. Zhao Feng replied. The guild? Lin Chen frowned slightly. For some reason, the guilds Lin Chen had encountered seemed to be quite unreliable. In Lin Chen's perception, these people were too profit-driven, indifferent to the lives of others. I actually haven't heard of the Satan Guild, Zhao Feng said with a bitter smile. They also arrived in Phoenix Town last night, claiming to come from the northwest, and they want to enter the rift for support. That's about all I know. What puzzled Lin Chen even more was that Wang Bin, the fire mage in their team, was also with them at this time. For some reason, Lin Chen felt a familiar aura from these people. Upon careful reflection, it reminded him of the 5 evils of Yang City? Yes, their aura was the same as when Su Weian first encountered the 5 evils of Yang City in the wilderness. This group had been relentlessly hunting Zhao Shaoling, trying to extract information about the wilderness boss from her. When Lin Chen and Zhao Shaoling were exploring, they had followed them, intending to kill Lin Chen and Zhao Shaoling to obtain the boss items. However, in the end, they all perished at Lin Chen's hands. Wang Bin, why are you here so early? Chu Liyue was a bit surprised to see Wang Bin and called out to him. Wang Bin glanced coldly at Chu Liyue before his gaze fell on Lin Chen. What's this, Chu Liyue? After giving you so much time to think, you still chose to bring along this level 22 waste? Wang Bin suddenly said. Zhao Shaoling is one thing, after all, girls have some privileges, but what use is he? Just relying on that one bug of his? When Wang Bin first met Lin Chen, he had a look of disdain, but he hadn't been so direct in his words. But now, he outright called Lin Chen a waste. Lin Chen's expression turned slightly cold. Wang Bin, what did you say? You're the real trash. What privileges do you think I owe you? Before Lin Chen could say anything, Zhao Shaoling interjected. How can you speak like that? Chu Liyue's face also turned red with anger at this moment. She had always defended the team, and after their last meal ended on a sour note, Chu Liyue had said many soft words to Wang Bin. But now, upon meeting, Wang Bin was once again on the offensive. At that moment, she couldn't help but say, Wang Bin, I admit we need your output, but we're all on the same team. Don't disrespect others just because your level is higher. Exactly, Wang Bin, you once had a level 10 and a level 20 phase, why say such things? Ling Shuang added from the side. Respect? In this world, only those with great strength can earn respect. Wang Bin sneered. Wang Bin, Lin Chen is our friend, we will not abandon him. If you feel disdain for being with us, you can leave the team. Chu Liyue's temper flared as well. Seeing that Chu Liyue was on the verge of losing her temper, Wang Bin snorted and said nothing more, his eyes filled with cold laughter. At that moment, a few members of the team walked back the way they came. For some unknown reason, they seemed to want to leave at that moment. As they passed by Lin Chen's team, they kept staring at Zhao Shaoling, Chu Liyue, and Ling Shuang. There was a hint of predatory desire in their eyes. However, they did not come forward to provoke anyone. They quickly left and vanished in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later, the students from Qingbei Martial Arts University finally arrived one after another, in groups of 2 or 3. It took over an hour for everyone to gather. Since everyone is here, let's get started, Zhao Hu said as he opened the barrier. In the end, 20 students and 2 teams of 10 city guards passed through the entrance and entered the rift. What lay before them was a desolate wilderness. The sky was overcast, giving a very oppressive feeling. The ground beneath their feet was dark, with some dead trees scattered around, all devoid of leaves, only with withered trunks. The wind swept through the wilderness, and Lin Chen seemed to catch a whiff of a scorching, spicy, fishy smell. It was a very strange scent. This place isn't that simple, everyone be careful, Lin Chen instructed. Zhao Shaoling nodded. She had explored the wilderness with Lin Chen and had witnessed his strength at that time. Since Lin Chen said this place was not simple, there must be a reason for it. Pfft, simple or not, for people like you at level 22, of course, it's not simple. Wang Bin interjected from the side. Lin Chen's expression turned cold upon hearing this. Why do you talk so much? What are you barking about all day? Wang Bin had provoked him several times, and Lin Chen was already angry. This was the last time. If he dared to provoke him again, Lin Chen wouldn't mind taking action to let him understand what a strong person truly is. What did you say? Wang Bin was also furious. Being called a barking dog by a lower-level person felt like a weakling challenging a strong one's dignity. We're all here to deal with the rift. We're teammates and comrades, Zhao Feng said helplessly, trying to mediate. Ah! Suddenly, a female student screamed. At the same time, she collapsed with a thud. What happened? The crowd around the girl scattered. At that moment, everyone could see that beneath the girl's feet, there was a black ant lying in the mud. It was as thick as an arm. It had two small antennae on its head and a pair of fangs still dripping with blood. A student immediately swung his sword, slicing through the ground. With a splat, the black ant was cut in half. A wave of scorching, spicy, fishy smell wafted out. It turned out that the ant had been lying on the ground, its color almost indistinguishable from the earth. The girl had stepped on it, and then the ant had bitten down, taking a large chunk of flesh from her foot. The girl lost her balance and fell to the ground. If her classmates hadn't been nearby, she could have easily fallen victim to the ant. Everyone be careful, Zhao Feng said solemnly. These ants may not be strong, but they're not that weak either. Everyone saw that as they entered the rift, they hadn't killed a single monster, yet one person had already been injured. The expedition did not go well. The signs were ominous. At that moment, everyone slightly reined in their playful attitudes and began to cautiously watch their steps on the ground. Sure enough, as they focused their attention, after advancing several dozen meters, they discovered scattered ants lying on the ground. These ants were at the same level as Lin Chen, merely at level 22. The students present generally had levels around 30. They were certainly no match for them. A flurry of attacks quickly eliminated these black ants. As long as everyone is careful, these ants pose no threat to us, one student said. Indeed, as they continued on their way, more scattered ants were discovered. The students worked together, and without sustaining any injuries, they successfully dealt with these ants. The tension in everyone's hearts began to ease. As they progressed, Lin Chen felt the air growing thicker with a fishy smell. His brow furrowed involuntarily. He had a nagging feeling that there was some danger ahead. Boom whoosh, thud, the students saw the same black ants and continuously unleashed spells and arrows. There weren't many ants to begin with. Whenever one or a few appeared, they were immediately overwhelmed by dozens of people attacking. The ants had no chance to escape. They were either blasted to smithereens or shot into a pincushion. Kill them all. Gradually, the crowd spread out. The efficiency of the slaughter increased. Lin Chen's team also joined the fight. Zhao Shaoling, the assassin, stealthily approached the ants and suddenly unleashed a powerful attack, severely injuring an ant with a single blow. Chu Liyue, as a paladin, focused on defense and melee combat. In addition to maintaining the team's defense, she also swung her sword to deal damage. Ling Shuang, a priest specializing in healing and support, could heal, purify, and provide shields. However, all she was doing now was casting a shield on each person. Wang Bin also showcased his formidable output capabilities. Even a simple fireball cast quickly still had astonishing power. An ant couldn't withstand 2 or 3 of his fireballs and fell to the ground dead. Lin Chen, on the other hand, summoned a gold-devouring insect to fight. However, Lin Chen's gold-devouring insect was also quite strong. When it saw the ants, it rushed in and bit them wildly, proving effective. Earlier, everyone thought Lin Chen was a summoner in support. But after fighting for so long, they hadn't seen him use a single support skill. However, given that his summoned insect's combat power was decent, no one asked him to do anything more. Moreover, the current situation was that 20 students, along with 10 city guards, had already gained an absolute advantage. 2 hours later, the group had made a full circle in the dungeon, killing all the ants they encountered. In the meantime, a few students had been careless and got bitten. The rest found it easier than expected. After clearing the monsters in the dungeon, everyone showed joyful expressions. This trip had been simple, and the school's rewards were quite generous. They should be able to wrap up and head back today. Everyone began searching for the connection point to destroy it, effectively severing the link between the two realms. Once severed, this fissure would turn into a dead-end passage, and after some time, it would form an independent dungeon that would only refresh itself. The monsters inside would no longer be able to emerge and wreak havoc on the world. However, to their surprise, despite searching everywhere, they could not find the connection passage. Soon, Wang Bin suddenly shouted, "Come quick, there's a passage entrance here." Everyone gathered around. A circular entrance about 10 meters wide appeared in a hollow of the mountain, concealed beneath a cluster of green plants. If one didn't search carefully, they might not have discovered it. It was impressive that Wang Bin managed to find it. The inside of the cave was pitch black. From outside, it was impossible to see what was inside. Where did this tunnel lead? What was inside? Now everyone hesitated, as there was an unknown presence within. They didn't dare to rush in. Generally, for explorations of the unknown, human scouts would go in to investigate, and only after the situation was basically clarified would professional teams enter to clean up. Scouts are a type of assassin, skilled in stealth. "I estimate the entrance is just inside. We can go in, kill everything, and finish up early," one student said. "But what if there are dangers inside that haven't been explored? What kind of danger could there be? If there were serious monsters inside, they would have come out to roam, and we would have seen them by now. Yeah, there are only those black level 20 ants here. There aren't any other monsters, so what are we afraid of? Are we really going to go out, wait for the scouts to arrive, then go in to explore, and finally clean up ourselves? Going back and forth like this would take at least 10 days. Do we want to wait here in this broken little town the whole time? Let's go in. I can't stand waiting here for another 10 days. A group of students debated. In the end, the vast majority decided to go in. The very few who disagreed had no choice but to follow the crowd. "Then let's go in," Zhao Feng finally said. He had initially wanted to follow the normal procedure of sending in scouts first, then having professionals do the cleanup, but he couldn't resist the students clamoring to resolve it quickly. However, since it's an unknown place, we still need to be careful, he reminded everyone. At that moment, Lin Chen noticed Wang Bin, who had first discovered the cave, lost in thought. Could he have known about this cave all along? Some team leaders began distributing night vision pills. This was a type of potion invented by pharmacists that, when consumed, could temporarily grant a certain level of night vision. Although it wasn't as good as during the day, it at least reduced the effects of darkness by half. As everyone entered the cave from the entrance, they were surprised to find it relatively spacious, wide enough for 5 or 6 people to pass through. It didn't have the usual stale air and mustiness of a dead cave. On the contrary, the ventilation was excellent. They could even feel a breeze blowing from deep within the cave. After walking for a while, they discovered that the entire tunnel was very winding, with numerous branching paths. Not wanting to split up just yet, they could only randomly choose one path to follow. Half an hour later, everyone was a bit astonished. Why was there still no sign of an end? Why is this passage so long? Someone couldn't help but voice. "Yeah, we've walked about 4 or 5 miles, right? We've passed at least 50 junctions. Are we lost? Lost? Don't scare me." While they were discussing, suddenly, from both ends of the passage, a dense rustling sound echoed. Everyone tensed up, unsure of what kind of monster might appear. After all, during their journey, aside from seeing a dozen ants identical to those outside, they hadn't encountered any other monsters. But now, just hearing those rustling sounds, they could preliminarily judge that the number of suddenly appearing monsters was likely astonishing. Everyone felt uneasy. "It's more ants. So many," someone exclaimed. In everyone's line of sight, countless ants appeared at both ends of the passage. They were crawling towards the group along the ground, sides, and ceiling. Just the ones they could see numbered in the hundreds or thousands. In the distant darkness, it seemed like there were tens of thousands. These ants were clearly much larger than the ones outside, and they looked significantly stronger. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Damn, level 28 ants, and their attributes are terrifying. Someone must have used a detection spell on one of the ants. They shouted in fear. "This is bad, everyone be careful." Seeing the dark mass of ants ahead, Zhu Liyue felt her scalp tingle, her face changed dramatically, and she shouted anxiously. As a paladin tank, she needed to be at the front, so she quickly cast a resistance aura on herself. The resistance aura could increase her resistance by 30%. Zhao Shaoling also instantly entered stealth mode. Ling Xuan quickly cast a shield on everyone. Her priest shield was not as effective as Chu Liyue's paladin resistance aura, but it still provided some protection. "Where's Wang Bin? Why can't we see him?" Chu Liyue suddenly called out. With the battle imminent, he was the main damage dealer. He seemed to be here just now. Ling Shuang looked around. However, at this moment, there was no sign of Wang Bin. It turned out that this guy had quietly left at some point. This guy left without us noticing. Damn it, is he even human? He didn't say a word when he left, and now we're all going to be in trouble because of him. Zhu Liyue couldn't help but curse. This is too much. Ling Shuang said, now our team has no damage output. Let's stick with the others and find a way to retreat. Zhu Liyue gritted her teeth in anger. If she saw Wang Bin again, she would stab him immediately. We've fallen into a trap. This is an ant nest. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. He glanced at Lin Chen and said, these ants are very smart. They're waiting for us to fully enter the cave before they surround and kill us. They want to wipe us all out. The city guards beside him quickly formed ranks, preparing to face the approaching ant army. Lin Chen looked deep into the dark cave. Indeed, they do want to kill us all, but the smart one is the Ant Queen. Only the Ant Queen can organize a battle formation for the ant army. Otherwise, the ants without command are just a scattered mess. But right now, we don't have the ability to find and kill the Ant Queen, Zhao Feng said with a bitter smile. Lin Chen nodded. Forget about the Ant Queen for now. They needed to deal with the waves of ants in front of them first. Everyone, don't panic. Only by working together and forming a battle formation can we have a chance to resist, Zhao Feng shouted to the students. These students, usually organized by the school, relied on numbers to overpower weaker monsters, just like they had done outside earlier. They had never seen so many monsters spread across the mountains. Individually, these ants were not weaker than them. Moreover, the ants coming at them were in military formation, exuding a fierce and intimidating battle intent. At that moment, the students turned pale, feeling helpless. They hardly reacted to Zhao Feng's warning. We need to run. Suddenly, a student spotted a side path and shouted. Then, without a second thought, he dashed toward the side path. Once the door opened, panic spread, and soon several others followed him to escape. Zhao Feng's expression changed, and he shouted loudly, don't panic. If you scatter, everyone will die. Zhao Feng, coming from a military background, understood that in battle, the most feared thing was a frightened and scattered army. If that happened, they would be defeated in no time. However, these students were not soldiers. Facing such a terrifying enemy, how could they think of fighting to the death? Survival was the first instinct of human nature. This is bad. Zhao Feng's face turned pale, revealing a look of despair. Everything is in chaos. We can't hold on much longer. We need to retreat immediately. Zhu Liyue pulled Zhao Xiaoling, Lin Chen, and Ling Shuang along. As everyone ran toward the side path, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, sighed, and had no choice but to follow Zhu Liyue and the others. He had considered fighting the ant army with all his might. With so many battle pets and skills, his strength might even surpass that of all these students combined. But, if all my strength is used to kill these thousands or tens of thousands of ants, there will still be thousands or tens of thousands more behind them. Fine, kill those behind as well, but what if there are still thousands or tens of thousands left? In the end, won't it just lead to exhaustion and death here? Moreover, fighting requires everyone to work together to win. Right now, the entire crowd is in disarray. He can only help them hold the rear at most, to protect their retreat. The crowd is scattering in all directions. Even if he wins, these students will still fall into the ants' bellies. Therefore, Lin Chen thought it over and decided to assess the situation first. All city guards, hold the rear, fight while retreating. At this point, Zhao Feng was also powerless. All he could do was to save more people, giving them more time to escape. Yes, the 10 city guards formed a battle formation and began to resist the advancing ant army. Boom, 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 the city guards clashed with the ant army's vanguard. Various attacks erupted instantly. The city guards kept an eye on each other, calmly responding to the battle, and in a moment, they killed more than 10 black ants. But these 10 or so were almost negligible to the ant legion behind. There were hundreds, thousands, an endless stream. They came like a swarm. The city guards could only attack and defend while slowly moving towards the fork in the path. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. One of the city guards, while moving, was pounced on by several black ants. The other city guards were about to help, but it was already too late. In just a few seconds, over 100 ants crawled onto him, biting furiously. The screams lasted less than 10 seconds. Then it stopped, silent. Others knew that this person was dead. A few seconds later, the mass of black ants on the city guard dispersed. On the ground, only a skeleton remained. In such a short time, his flesh and blood had been devoured by those ants. It was terrifying and tragic. At that moment, the faces of the city guards changed dramatically. They quickened their pace towards the fork. However, the faster they moved, the more openings appeared. Soon, 2 more city guards were overwhelmed by the swarm of ants. The same fate awaited them. A few dozen seconds later, the two city guards were left with only their bones. Retreat quickly. Zhao Feng's face changed drastically. Vines, grow! He shouted loudly, and immediately clusters of vines began to sprout on the cave floor. His profession was a druid. These vines grew from seeds to several meters long in just about 10 seconds. They formed a wall of vines. However, the ants cared nothing for humans or vines. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained. Zhao Feng's vines were soon devoured clean by the swarm of ants. Zhao Feng's face turned pale. It seemed he had suffered serious injuries. Hurry, my vines can't hold, he urged loudly. Although his vines were eaten clean, they bought some time. After the ants broke through the vines, Zhao Feng and the city guards reached the fork in the path. Then, like those students before, they rushed madly inside. The endless army of ants chased after them into the fork. In the fork, Zhu Liyue held a long sword and shield, charging at the front. Her expression was grim, her hair disheveled. Even the exquisite makeup she had applied in the morning was smudged. She slashed an ant flying with her sword but didn't bother to finish it off, shouting loudly, "Stay close to me." This group of students fled for their lives. In the fork, there were also some scattered ants blocking their way, but they were not as terrifying as the ant army behind. Everyone could only fight while fleeing. Although these blocking ants were few, they consumed a lot of the students' precious time to escape. Some people looked back. Seeing the ant army pursuing them at the cave's fork, the distance between the two sides was closing in. They became even more anxious. There were 2 or 3 students who stumbled and fell while fleeing, overwhelmed by a swarm of ants. After about 10 seconds, only remnants of bones remained, along with a pool of wet, dark sludge in the cavern below. They hadn't seen the horrific scene of the city guards just moments ago, but now, this tragedy was happening right beside them. In an instant, the students turned pale, their hands and feet trembling. "I don't want to be eaten by ants," someone cried out. "I don't want to die here," another shouted. "I've never had a boyfriend, I don't even know what love feels like, I want to live. I want to go home and find my mom." The sound of ants tearing flesh mixed with the cries of various students. For a moment, everyone felt as if the end of the world had come. Suddenly, at that moment, boom! A loud noise accompanied by the earth shaking. Ahead on the escape route, a flash of fire suddenly appeared. Thick smoke billowed. Everyone was caught off guard by this turn of events, unsure of what had happened. When the smoke cleared, a horrifying scene emerged. The passage they had been fleeing through had collapsed due to the earlier explosion, sealing it off completely. Now, they had no chance to escape. Someone used explosives to block the passage ahead. Zhao Feng's face turned ashen as he saw the blocked path. "Who is it? Who wants us to be killed by the ants?" Zhu Liyue's face was pale. At this moment, all the fleeing students realized their current predicament. With the way ahead blocked, the only thing they could do was turn around and fight to the death against the ant army behind them. But could they win? It was impossible. The image of the student who had been reduced to bones flashed in their minds. In an instant, despair engulfed them. On the other side of the blocked passage, a 5-person team watched coldly as the explosion had sealed off the cave's passage with rubble. "Boss, it's blocked," one of the team members said after setting off the bomb. The leader nodded. "Let's move quickly and find the ant queen. Whether it's her or the ones around her, there will definitely be countless ant eggs. Boss, they offered such a high price. If we really find the royal chamber as estimated, even if we don't get 100,000 or 80,000 ant eggs, just a few thousand will make us rich," one team member said, his eyes red with excitement. The leader smiled at another team member. "Wang Bin, your plan seems good. Blocking them here will keep them occupied with the ant army, allowing us to take a shortcut to easily find the ant queen. But over there, those are your classmates, can you bear it?" The leader was none other than Wang Bin from Lin Chen's team. Wang Bin sneered, "In this world, having money and power is the way to go, that's the foundation of a man's existence. Classmates? What do they count for? Alright, Wang Bin, your mindset aligns well with ours. After this cooperation, I see you coming over to our side." Wang Bin was pleased to hear this. "Thank you, boss, for taking me in. I will definitely work hard. It's a pity, though, there are a few pretty girls over there. If we could get our hands on them and have some fun for a few days, that would be great," one team member said with a hint of regret. "A few from my team? They're good looking, but when I flirt with them, they ignore me. Humph, they deserve to die," Wang Bin said with a hint of anger. "However, these girls come from complicated backgrounds. I didn't want to kill them, but if we leave them alive, our plans might be discovered." The leader laughed. "Come on, women are everywhere as long as you have money. As for being discovered, that's not a concern. After a little while, whether they're male or female, beautiful or ugly, there will only be a pile of bones left. Who will know who was who?" "That's true. Alright, Let's not waste time here. Let's move. Yes, boss. At the other end of the passage, looking at the panicked students, Zhao Feng shouted, "There's no way out. Everyone must work together and fight. Wake up. Stop hesitating. If you want to live, pick up your weapons and fight." Zhao Feng's shouts echoed. The sound rattled the students' brains, momentarily driving away much of the terror in their minds. After regaining some clarity, a few students gritted their teeth and took out their wands or bows, standing together with the others, ready to fight. At that moment, several black ants, the fastest runners, approached the group. A few tanks pushed to the front, shoving the ants aside. Lin Chen cast a control spell. Cave Worker Ant, Abyss Demon, level 28, Strength 9000, Agility 7000, Spirit 2000, Constitution 5000, Skill, Bite. The frenzied ants' biting speed increases by 100%, and their biting force increases by 100%, lasting 3 minutes with a cooldown of half an hour. Level 28 Demon Ants, their attributes as strong as ever. These ants are more powerful than human practitioners of the same level. No wonder the students thought only of fleeing upon seeing them. Ants are also insects. I wonder if they can be contracted. Lin Chen suddenly had this thought. To be honest, since awakening as an insect tamer, Lin Chen had never contracted a pet insect in this world. He had only traversed to the insect realm for contracts. It must be said that the insects in the insect realm are formidable. The 4 types of pet insects Lin Chen had contracted so far, whether the combat type gold-eating insect, the purple lightning float, or the support type spirit butterfly and Confronting, are all incredibly powerful. He still had one opportunity to traverse the insect realm left unused, but Lin Chen planned to wait until he was a bit stronger before making the journey. Insect Contract. The insect tamer can contract insects within a certain range, allowing them to become their pets, with a chance of failure. Insect Contract. Lin Chen, in this dire situation, unleashed his professional skill at a black cave ant in front of him. In an instant, Lin Chen's spirit connected with the ant. Lin Chen's spiritual force indeed landed on the ant, but it did not linger in the ant's spiritual world. Instead, it followed a faint thread deep into the cave. Just as he was surprised, Lin Chen suddenly felt a connection to a certain place, to something in the spiritual world. Boom! That thing sensed the spiritual force from Lin Chen and instantly became furious. It unleashed a powerful spiritual force towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen let out a muffled grunt. However, Lin Chen's current spiritual force was also incredibly strong. He continuously poured out his spiritual force, engaging with the opponent. The two spiritual forces battled in the void. Boom boom boom, the spiritual worlds of both sides trembled violently. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Your face is so pale. Zhao Shaoling, watching Lin Chen's change, asked in surprise. She had been with Lin Chen earlier. She always saw Lin Chen's calm demeanor, this was his style. She understood that no matter how dire the situation, this boy always remained composed. It made her think that nothing in this world could threaten Lin Chen's state of mind. In fact, his strength was indeed far beyond what most people could imagine. But now, was he also nervous? Zhao Shaoling sighed. At this moment, Lin Chen was locked in a fierce battle. He had no time to respond to Zhao Shaoling. The opponent was fierce and arrogant. He could not simply back down. He needed to focus on resisting the opponent. The situation is so perilous now, it's normal to be afraid, Ling Shuang said. She glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, Zhao Xiaoling's friend, she quite liked. Not only was he handsome, but he was also very composed. It's all about strength, almost. A summoning-type profession, its functionality is even less prominent than my own. After all, even if I were to remove those support skills, I would still be a solid healer, occupying an indispensable position in the team. Lin Chen's pet is just a little bug. Although I just saw that his little bug has decent single-target attack power, in a situation like this, with monsters filling the cave, it can't play much of a role. However, despite this, she would rather be with Lin Chen than deal with someone like Wang Bin. Wang Bin is too much. He holds himself in high regard, so arrogant, and never cares about his teammates' lives. Sigh, this little boy probably hasn't experienced any terrifying battles. Now he's so scared he can't even speak. Lin Chen, you and the others stay right behind me, and make sure not to leave my protection range, or it will be very dangerous, Xu Liu said in a low voice beside him. Ahead, a mass of black ants had already reached everyone. The first to regain their composure entered a battle stance. They began to back against the blocked tunnel, forming a rear guard, while the tanks held the front, with various supports and damage dealers behind them. Everyone, hold steady. Tanks, make sure to protect the damage dealers, and healers, keep a close eye on the tanks. Zhao Feng commanded. Steady. We can win. Zhao Feng, coming from a military background and having gone through many battles, continuously motivated everyone. At this moment, everyone's face was grim. Rustle, 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 attack. Boom, 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 various spell attacks. Whoosh, 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 various archer attacks. Chu Liu stood at the front, using her shield to continuously push back the charging ants. But there were too many ants, and they were fearless. 2 ants climbed onto her, biting at her. Oh no, she quickly used a resistance skill to push them away. But she was already injured. Ling Shuang hurriedly cast a healing spell on her. Oh no, don't. Suddenly, a student at the edge of the formation was dragged out by several ants. Everyone wanted to rescue him, but a swarm of ants surged forward. A few healing spells landed on him, but it was useless. The student writhed in pain on the ground. In no time, he fell silent. No matter what, everyone has to hold on through the first wave. Zhao Feng shouted. The army of ants surged like a tide. In an instant, 3 or 4 city guards and students were overwhelmed by the ants. Where the ant swarm passed, only a pile of bones remained. Everyone grew increasingly terrified. The entire defense line was on the verge of collapse, as if it would break apart. And once it collapsed, everyone would meet their end in the ants' bellies. The situation was tense and severe. Close the formation. Besides continuously releasing vines, Zhao Feng also commanded everyone to fight. The battle outside was fierce. In the mental realm, Lin Chen was also going crazy. But no one knew Lin Chen's situation at this moment. Others thought he was just scared out of his wits. Amidst the massive roar of the battlefield, a faint pop was heard. The black ant that served as a bridge suddenly exploded. It couldn't withstand it and died in an explosion. Then, Lin Chen's mental connection was abruptly severed. Failed. He realized that these ants likely did not have an independent mental realm, making it almost impossible to form a contract with them. Their mental world was connected to something else, and their mental actions were entirely controlled by that entity. If Lin Chen guessed correctly, that entity should be the Ant Queen. If he could contract the Ant Queen or use his mental power to paralyze the opponent, perhaps the dire situation on site could be resolved. Lin Chen, we can't hold on any longer. What should we do? Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed, swatting away an ant that had jumped on her. It was extremely urgent. People were dying continuously. Get out! Lin Chen let out a soft exclamation. Over 200 gold-eating bugs and purple lightning swarms suddenly appeared from the void beside him, forming a dense, dark cloud. Zhao Feng glanced over at Lin Chen, startled. How could there be so many pets? There must be hundreds, right? Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang, who were beside Lin Chen, were also taken aback, seemingly unable to believe it. Didn't Lin Chen only have one pet bug? How did it suddenly multiply so much? Although they didn't know how strong they were, the sheer number was already quite terrifying. Zhao Xiaoling returned to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen, how did your bugs become so numerous? And what are those purple ones with lightning? She asked curiously. Having teamed up with Lin Chen before, she had witnessed the power of his bugs. There were about 30 or 40 of them back then. Far from the terrifying number now, there seemed to be around 200 here. In just over 10 days, he could summon so many pets? If she knew that Lin Chen had not just released around 200, but actually over 400, and that included the invisible spirit butterflies on him, how would she feel? Lin Chen thought that releasing 200 to see should be enough. There was no need to unleash them all at once. But even releasing just half was enough to cause a huge shock among those nearby. At that moment, the 10 or so people around also noticed the unusual activity on Lin Chen's side. What kind of profession is this? How can he summon so many bugs? I wonder how strong they are, but at least they can serve as cannon fodder. As everyone pondered, the 100 or so gold-eating bugs beside Lin Chen, led by a dozen elites, buzzed forward like bombers into the sea of ants ahead. Simultaneously, over 100 purple lightning swarms unleashed countless bolts of purple lightning. Boom boom boom, crack crack crack. After 100 bolts of lightning, large groups of ants fell one after another. What the hell? What is this? This is too fierce. In an instant, everyone gasped in astonishment. They had just experienced the power of these ants. Not only was their attack strong, but their defense was also formidable. It took many people attacking simultaneously to kill one. But now, with just a few seconds of Lin Chen's action, a large group was wiped out. They looked again at the purple swarms beside Lin Chen. No one thought these bugs could be used as cannon fodder anymore. On the contrary, they were all filled with inexplicable fear. If those lightning bolts struck them, they would probably die even more thoroughly than those ants, right? Just now, there were over 200 bugs beside Lin Chen. Then, over 100 flew out. The remaining 100, altogether, took down over 100 ants, leaving their corpses strewn across the ground. It was overwhelmingly powerful. So, what about the over 100 that had flown out earlier? Thinking of this, everyone immediately turned to look at the beetles that had entered the ant army. My god! They saw the gold-eating bugs wreaking havoc among the ants, with their fangs snapping. Surely one ant had its head bitten off. The black gold-eating bugs and the black ants rolled and bit on the ground. Constantly, ants had their heads bitten off or their abdomens pierced, oozing foul-smelling ant liquid. These black beetles were no weaker than those purple electric bugs. Zhao Feng looked at Lin Chen's pets in shock. The numbers were terrifying. The combat power was even more frightening. He was a druid, considered half a summoner. But compared to Lin Chen's pets, his own were simply trash, to be discarded. Is this his true strength? So terrifying. No wonder Zhao Kaijun highly praises him. The previously chaotic scene of wailing in the crowd was instantly changed by Lin Chen suddenly releasing over 200 pet bugs, turning the tide of battle. At least now, the ants in front of them were being decimated. The people in the battle all breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the tanks at the front. They turned to look at Lin Chen, showing expressions of gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Chen changing the tide of battle, these tanks on the front line could have been torn apart by the ants at any moment. At the same time, they were also horrified by Lin Chen's monstrous strength. Tear and roll. Crackle, the gold-eating worms and the purple lightning floating firepower unleashed their terrifying killing capabilities. Batch after batch of ants fell. However, even after countless batches fell, there were still countless more coming in waves. As time passed, Lin Chen's gold-eating worms also began to suffer casualties. Everyone, stop dawdling. Assist Lin Chen's battle pets and launch an attack. Zhao Feng noticed the problem. He immediately shouted loudly. Those who had been stunned by Lin Chen's battle pets began to wake up, and they started to unleash their skills, coordinating their output. However, their mindset was completely different from before. Now, everyone was invigorated and saw a glimmer of hope again. Lin Chen looked into the distance, where both visible and invisible passages were filled with ants. He had no idea how many more were behind. At this moment, Lin Chen noticed that there were countless notifications on the team panel with Zhao Xiaoling, Zhu Liyue, and Ling Shuang. Lin Chen opened it. Your team has killed cave worker ants, abyss demon, experience plus 40,000. Your team has obtained items. Worker ants sharp teeth *3. Your team has killed cave worker ants, abyss demon, experience plus 40,000. Your team has obtained items. Worker ants sharp teeth *4. Your team has obtained a silver level nightmare longsword, demonized strength plus 30, constitution plus 30, strength-based skills increase by 7%, available at level 25. Such information had flooded in, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands in just a short while. Lin Chen skimmed through it. They were all notifications about gaining experience, items, and equipment. This place was similar to the Dark Lands, also a rift space occupied by demons of this kind. The slight difference was that the monsters in the Dark Lands provided higher experience, with almost every monster dropping equipment. Here, it was much less. Most of the dropped equipment was silver, with only a small portion being gold. However, the number of monsters here was countless times more than there. The ants here seemed endless. Just now, Lin Chen had almost forgotten about the experience and items. At this moment, Lin Chen noticed that Zhao Xiaoling, Zhu Liyue, and Ling Shuang were all looking at the team panel. The expressions of the three were, without exception, dumbfounded. Zhu Liyue and Ling Shuang looked up at Lin Chen, their faces filled with shock. Ling Shuang swallowed hard and said with difficulty, "This experience gain is just too terrifying, right?" This was her first time experiencing such a situation. Lin Chen, let's disband the team, okay? With so much experience, we can't just take it like this, Zhu Liyue said to Lin Chen. Shocked and horrified, after the surprise, she also came to her senses. A team usually shares the value of team rewards, but when this balance is broken, the team loses its original rules. If it were just a few small monsters, it wouldn't matter. But if it were hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, that would be different. Who could kill so many monsters and let others who didn't contribute share in it? Even though Zhu Liyue and Zhao Xiaoling were sisters, she couldn't ignore Lin Chen's feelings. Therefore, without waiting for Lin Chen to speak, Zhu Liyue took the initiative to bring it up. A hint of regret flashed in Ling Shuang's beautiful eyes. Such an opportunity was a tremendous fortune, but she took a deep breath and also said, "Yes, all these monsters were killed by Lin Chen. We contributed too little, we can't share in the team. After all, the numbers were just too overwhelming." Although the big head was taken by Lin Chen, after all, his output ratio was too high. "Lin Chen, you can fight by yourself, I'll team up with the two of them and take it slow," Zhao Xiaoling said. As soon as they spoke, Lin Chen understood what they meant. They didn't want to take advantage of him. "What are you all thinking? We're teammates, aren't we?" Lin Chen smiled. At that time, the main damage dealer, Wang Bin, wanted to exclude Lin Chen, who seemed useless, but they all disagreed. Now, if he were to push them all out, although he would benefit more, how was that different from Wang Bin's initial thoughts? With his abilities, having fought through this way, Lin Chen really didn't care much about such scenes and benefits. He had done this kind of thing many times before. Earlier, he had forcibly pulled Ning Yuanxi, Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, and others to a whole new level. They all reached the level to enter Qingbei Martial Arts University, also benefiting from Lin Chen's help. He truly didn't mind letting those around him gain some benefits from him while growing together. Xiaoling, even you say that? You're being a bit excessive. Lin Chen pinched Zhao Xiaoling's nose. I knew it, Lin Chen, you wouldn't leave me behind, hee. She was really afraid that Lin Chen would not team up with her for experience points. If that happened, she would definitely be very sad. It was no longer just about experience points. You all be careful, there are too many ants, and we are not safe. As for a little experience, I don't care, and you don't need to care either. We are teammates. We are teammates. Ling Shuang murmured, repeating Lin Chen's words. Right, you don't need to mention anything about leaving the team anymore. Lin Chen is not that kind of person, Zhao Xiaoling said to Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang. Okay, Lin Chen, we really didn't misjudge you, you are a very good friend. Thank you. Chu Liyue was also very happy, but don't worry, all these gains and items and equipment are yours. I'll transfer the team leader position to you because now it's the default mode for the team leader to manage the items. No need, Liyue, you keep it for now. The items we get can be used by everyone when needed, and anything not needed can be sold, and we can split the money. Did you forget what I said? We are teammates, right? Okay, Lin Chen, I understand. At this moment, Chu Liyue realized that Lin Chen was sincere, so she stopped being pretentious. Then I'll collect them first. Then she smiled wryly, but at this rate, I might not have enough space in my backpack soon. Then just transfer the team leader position to me. I'll fill it up and then pass it to Ling Shuang. Don't let this interfere with Lin Chen, Zhao Xiaoling said. Lin Chen nodded. He turned to look at the battlefield ahead. There are too many ants, relying solely on these 200 battle insects is not enough to handle it. Lin Chen frowned slightly and murmured. Lin Chen, I didn't expect your battle pets to be so powerful. Zhao Feng finally caught his breath. He glanced at the battle ahead. Although it couldn't be said that they had won, at least over 100 devouring gold insects were fighting in front, with another 100 purple lightning floating behind for ranged output. It was a chaotic slaughter. This first wave of the ant army's attack was held back. Just before Lin Chen took action, Zhao Feng had exhausted all his strength, leading the city guards and students, yet they still couldn't withstand the black tide of the ant army. It looked like everyone was about to be overwhelmed. At the critical moment, it was still Lin Chen who stepped in to turn the tide. If it weren't for Lin Chen's intervention, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Not only is it powerful, but the most important thing is, there are so many. Zhao Feng still couldn't hide his shock. One battle pet being strong was nothing special. The problem was that Lin Chen had too many insects. Yeah, Lin Chen, I thought you only had one battle pet. I didn't expect you to have so many, so terrifying. Chu Liyue looked at Lin Chen's more than 200 pet insects, her eyes revealing a hot envy. So many powerful battle pets. Lin Chen, with you as the main force, we can assist and attack together. We should be able to withstand these ants. Zhao Feng was speaking when suddenly his expression changed. A commotion erupted ahead. Gasps filled the air. Astonishingly, among the black worker ant army, many golden ants appeared, larger than adult humans. These golden giant ants were far away, spraying a blue liquid from their mouths. The liquid landed on the tanks in front. The tank professionals instantly heard sizzling sounds, large patches of flesh corroding away, exposing white bones. This liquid was a highly corrosive acidic substance, and acid. Healer, hurry, and heal me. Quick, quick, quick. If you don't heal me, I'm going to die. A wave of panic ensued, and the formation collapsed. Several tanks shouted anxiously. Lin Chen and Zhao Feng cast a detection spell on the golden ants. Cave Soldier Ant, Abyss Demon, Level, 29, Strength, 10,000, Agility, 8,000, Spirit, 9,000, Constitution, 7,000, Skills, Bite, Acid Spray, Bite. The frenzied ant's biting speed increases by 100%, biting force increases by 100%, duration 3 minutes, cooldown half an hour, Acid Spray. Soldier ants can spray corrosive acidic liquid from their bodies to corrode opponents. Soldier ants? Zhao Feng's expression changed. Soldier ants are far stronger than worker ants. In an ant nest, soldier ants are the true battle ants. Originally, facing the worker ant army was already difficult enough. Now, with the appearance of these much stronger soldier ants, who could save them? acid sprayed over, and whoever it landed on would have their flesh corroded away. Truly formidable. Are we really going to die here today? Chu Liyue murmured. At that moment, everyone present was horrified. In despair, each of them looked to Lin Chen. Even though they knew that Lin Chen had just summoned 200 sharp battle insects, which had already exhausted his resources, Lin Chen could not possibly have any more powerful pets. However, in the face of desperation, they couldn't help but look to Lin Chen. If he couldn't do anything, then they truly had no hope. Lin Chen looked at the overwhelming tide of worker ants and soldier ants coming from all directions. It seemed that his earlier thought of letting the 200 battle insects resolve the fight here was no longer feasible. If he didn't act, the city guards and students would all perish. Come out again! Lin Chen shouted. Instantly, another 200 battle pets emerged from the void beside Lin Chen. A dark mass appeared. Again, it was those powerful black beetles. Under the command of the Silver Elite, they resembled special elite troops. Their eyes were sharp, as if they had crawled out of hell. Their mandibles resembled two curved sides, making a chilling crack-crack sound. In the compound eyes on either side of their heads, a strange flame burned. They craved the harvest of life. There were also many flying insects with purple wings, surrounded by arcs of electricity. The destructive power of these purple lightning insects had already been witnessed by everyone. Terrifying. Now, whether it was the black beetles or the purple lightning insects, another large group emerged. The crowd around Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. What the hell? There are more. There are still so many? This insect tamer profession is too terrifying. Is this even human? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Some people slightly shifted their feet, moving a bit away from Lin Chen's battle pets. Although they were allies, but Lin Chen's battle pets exuded a heavy aura of slaughter. They instinctively felt fear. The looks directed at Lin Chen were filled with horror. This person was just too terrifying. Chu Liyue, Ling Shuang, and the others had previously seen Lin Chen standing there in a daze, his face pale, thinking he was weak and scared. Now it seemed that was not the case at all. With such battle pets, even if their master was a pile of dung, he would still be at the top of the food chain. Would someone with such strength be afraid? Thinking back to how they had underestimated others, they felt ridiculous. Ashamed. Kill for me. Lin Chen waved his right hand. Whether it was the golden eating insect or the purple lightning float, they immediately launched an attack on the ant army ahead. About 400 battle insects, simultaneously attacking. One after another, the black worker ants fell. Hu Jiaofeng exhaled. He slightly calmed his shocked heart. He looked at Lin Chen. He wondered how strong this master was. However, regardless of his own strength, with so many battle pets, he could walk through this world with ease. He feared that even 100 druids like himself would not be a match for him. Without even encountering him in person, they would probably all die under his insect army. At this moment, Lin Chen paid no attention to the gazes directed at him. He focused on the soldier ants in the distance, and the endless stream of ant armies behind. He recalled the terrifying presence that had engaged him in a mental battle earlier. I need to end this battle quickly. Summoning these pets isn't easy, each one costs money, and I can't let too many die here, or I'll have to buy blue potions again. It seemed he had to take action. Moreover, with so many ants here, the experience, items, and equipment were not insignificant. Traveling thousands of miles to this place, he had to make a profit. With that thought, Lin Chen softly called out, Solomon's Key. A strange, demon-infused spellbook appeared in the palm of Lin Chen's hand. A terrifying demonic aura spread outwards. Zhao Feng, who had been watching Lin Chen, was startled. If it weren't for their long journey together, he would have thought Lin Chen was a demon. The students nearby were also taken aback. What is that thing in his hand? Just the aura is so terrifying. Why does it also have a demonic aura? Tornado. One after another, 3 massive tornadoes appeared before everyone. Whoosh, these tornadoes spun rapidly in the narrow cave, howling and emitting beast-like roars. Deafening. A large number of ants, as well as stones in the cave, were swept up in the wind, crunching and cracking. Countless shattering sounds. Now, people were too close to Lin Chen's tornadoes. They felt as if the apocalypse had arrived, rumbling, as if the entire world was on the verge of collapse under the fury of the wind. In an instant, in the tornadoes, countless ants were swept up. What kind of skill is this? It's too exaggerated. Is he a wind element mage? Are these even human skills? Jia Xiaoling, Chu Liyue, and Ling Shuang, the 3 friends, alternated between looking up at Lin Chen unleashing his terrifying skills and looking down at the team panel. Their faces were all filled with horror. The information on the team panel flickered at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Those experience points flew by like supersonic fighter jets. 40,000, 400,000, 4 million. 40 million. Ling Shuang's eyes nearly popped out. Her whole body trembled continuously. Seeing this information, like the codes from the Matrix, flickering. At that moment, she was stunned. Suddenly, everyone heard Lin Chen whispering, "The wrath of the blazing sun, the power to burn the heavens, the deathly sun, heed my command, the wheel of crimson flames, manifest to the world, incinerate all life, everything shall turn to ash." What? Everyone's eyes widened. They stared fixedly at Lin Chen, unsure of what terrifying thing he was conjuring this time. Although they didn't understand, everything he brought forth was nothing short of astonishing. In an instant, everyone had a premonition. Something terrifying was about to descend upon the world. The radiance of destruction, by my will, summon the spirit of flames, the deathly sun, descend upon the world. Eradicate the enemies. Descend and eradicate the enemies. The 4 words finally escaped Lin Chen's lips. A massive blazing sun appeared in the distance, illuminating the entire cave as if it were scorched white. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes for a moment. Immediately after, countless golden rays poured down from the blazing sun. These strands of golden light, upon touching an ant, caused the ants to emit black smoke, turning them into charred remains. Is this a forbidden spell? After a long while, someone managed to utter a sentence. It's definitely a forbidden spell. Such a forbidden spell cannot be cast without a level 60 or 70 mage. Look, he's only at level 23, huh? Wasn't he just at level 22? Did he level up? Damn, a level 23 practitioner is this powerful. It really refreshes my understanding. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if someone told me. I leveled up. Zhao Xiaoling shouted excitedly. I leveled up too, Xu Liyue exclaimed in shock. I leveled up as well. I thought it would take at least another half a year, Ling Shuang said, looking dazed. Zhao Xiaoling, where did you meet such a terrifying friend? Xu Liyue looked at Zhao Xiaoling. He. You probably won't believe it, but I met him in the wilderness, in that little grove you often talk about. He has a black mole on his left buttock. I've seen it. As Zhao Xiaoling spoke, she couldn't help but burst into laughter at the memory. She recalled that wilderness boss, who had also unleashed a deathly sun, burning the clothes off both her and Lin Chen. They were left bare. Although she pretended to be dead at the time, she occasionally opened her eyes and happened to catch a glimpse of Lin Chen's backside. Lin Chen probably never knew about this. It was too funny. Every time she thought of it, she couldn't help but laugh. What? You two went to bed and did that embarrassing thing? Ling Shuang exclaimed, her face filled with shock. She looked at Zhao Xiaoling in horror. No, where did you get that idea? Zhao Xiaoling's face flushed, and she quickly retorted. Xu Liyue looked at Zhao Xiaoling, half convinced. Then how do you know Lin Chen has a black mole on his left buttock? Well, Zhao Xiaoling suddenly couldn't find the words. She couldn't possibly recount that scene, could she? I knew it. Zhao Xiaoling, you're just bragging. Seeing Zhao Xiaoling at a loss for words, Ling Shuang huffed. I get it. You want to emphasize your close relationship with Lin Chen, but he's not your husband. He doesn't belong to you. What do you want, Ling Shuang? Zhao Xiaoling pouted. What do I want? Who wouldn't want to date someone like him? Do you dare? Alright. Can you both stop being so flirty? We're in a dangerous situation right now, Xu Liyue scolded the two. With Lin Chen here, I've never been afraid, Zhao Xiaoling said nonchalantly, dismissing the danger. At that moment, near the deathly sun unleashed by Lin Chen, a large area was cleared of ants. Thus, the once ferocious ant army was scattered and defeated by Lin Chen and his battle insect. A group of city guards and students suddenly found themselves with nothing to do. They were just standing there, watching Lin Chen perform. In reality, they were self-aware. At this moment, they couldn't intervene at all. Their strength was simply not enough to be of any help. It's over, my backpack is full, I can't fit anything else, Xu Liyue said with a wry smile. Xiaoling, I'm leaving the captain to you. Her backpack originally had very few items, with plenty of empty space. But in just a short while, it was already full. One could only imagine how many ants Lin Chen and his battle insects had killed. Zhao Xiaoling nodded. After accepting the captain's transfer, she saw the items and equipment in her backpack piling up crazily. Damn, this speed is too fast, right? In just a few seconds, it's gone from dozens to nearly 100. Got it? Xu Liyue smiled. Scared you, didn't I? Yeah. Xu Liyue shook her body, as if carrying an extremely heavy load. In reality, it was just a feeling. Even if the backpack was full, the weight wouldn't affect a person. However, when your backpack is filled with thousands or tens of thousands of items, even if it doesn't have a real impact, one would still feel it. By the way, Zhao Xiaoling, you. Xu Liyue suddenly said. Liyue, yeah, what's up? Zhao Xiaoling asked curiously. Lin Chen isn't your husband yet, so I can flirt with him, right? Zhu Liyue laughed heartily. Sure, Liyue Jia, are you laughing at me like Ling Xuan? Zhao Shaoling pinched Zhu Liyue's thigh. Finally, fewer of them. Lin Chen looked deeper into the cave, where the number of ants had clearly decreased significantly. Just now, Lin Chen had attacked with both hands. He must have killed tens of thousands of ants. I really thought they were endless, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. He looked at his experience bar, level 24, 95%. After that round of killing, he was almost about to level up 3 times. One should know that at Lin Chen's level, it was nothing like the early levels where one could level up crazily. Today, in this dungeon, he should be able to reach level 25. In one round of the dungeon, he leveled up 3 times. This shows just how many ants there were. Everyone, kill the remaining ants. Zhao Feng commanded the group to start clearing the remaining ants. The connection point of the crack should be with the Ant Queen, Lin Chen said to Zhao Feng. Ant Queen? Zhao Feng's expression changed. Although we have suffered heavy casualties, to resolve this crack, we must find the Ant Queen and eliminate her, Lin Chen nodded. You're right, Lin Chen. Zhao Feng turned back and instructed everyone to rest and regroup quickly. Lin Chen, if you hadn't been here this time, perhaps the city guards and students wouldn't have been able to get out of this cave. Zhao Feng smiled bitterly. The situation isn't resolved yet. There might still be a fierce battle ahead, so everyone be careful and follow me closely. At this moment, the ants in the cave passage, whether black worker ants or golden soldier ants, had been mostly cleared out by Lin Chen's battle insects. After a 10-minute break, everyone began searching for the Ant Queen. Half an hour passed. No one knew how long they had been walking through the passage. The endless cave, with countless forks, left everyone in shock. At the deepest part of the cave, a 5-person team. The leading man put away a square box in his hand and said in shock, if it weren't for this special equipment that can analyze the source of the Ant Queen's scent, we wouldn't have been able to find her location. Yeah, boss, this ant cave is way too complicated, like an underground maze. Fortunately, most of those ants were sent out to deal with those students, so we haven't encountered many along the way. King Bin's strategy is the best, blocking the passage and letting those city guards and students fight it out with the ant army. No matter who wins or loses, it solves our problem. A team member turned to Wang Bin and smiled. Hee hee, how could those people possibly win? They will definitely all die. I actually hope they can hold on a little longer, Wang Bin said with a cold laugh. The others discussed among themselves. Alright, it's time for the final stage. Ahead is the Queen Ant's chamber. Brothers, the opportunity to get rich has arrived. The leading man looked excitedly at the opening ahead. It was clearly well ventilated, with a gentle breeze blowing out. The air was filled with a scent different from the other passages. Go in. The 5 of them entered in single file. Damn! This Queen Ant chamber is huge. After entering the chamber, the 5 were left speechless. What lay before them was an extremely vast space. The entire area must be tens of thousands of square meters. Under the faint bioluminescence, a dreamlike scene was outlined. Countless small rooms were built layer upon layer on the walls. Each room contained many white ant eggs or larvae. The number was certainly no less than tens of thousands. This was the core of the entire ant empire. At the deepest part of this dark underground world, in the middle of this enormous queen ant chamber, a gigantic soft worm was crawling in the center, moving in segments. This incredibly fat giant worm resembled a towering mountain. It was the queen ant. Beside her, in addition to hundreds of busy worker ants, there were also 40 to 50 black ants as large as bison. These were the male ants. Their daily task was to mate with the queen, after which the queen could endlessly produce numerous ant eggs. After the 5 scanned the entire space, their gaze finally settled on the small rooms on the walls. The ant eggs there were their target for this trip. At that moment, intense desire surged in the eyes of the 5. Boss, there are so many ant eggs, even more than we expected. We're going to get rich, one team member exclaimed excitedly. These are the ant eggs that alchemists, pharmacists, and potion makers love the most. They can use them to create various precious potions? Wang Bin murmured. At that moment, a wave of mental energy surged through the air. A huge voice boomed. Damn humans, you dare to invade my queen's palace, you shall die. At the same time, the worker ants caring for the ant eggs and the bison-like male ants all turned to the 5. They began to crawl towards them. Everyone, quickly use the anesthetic. The leading man shouted. The 5 quickly donned gas masks. Then, except for Wang Bin, the other 4 took out many glass bottle-like objects from their backpacks and began to throw them frantically forward. Crack, crack. One by one, the bottles shattered upon hitting the ground. Then, the liquid inside evaporated into a mist-like gas. Many of the approaching worker ants fell down after smelling the gas. Although they didn't die, their bodies seemed to be anesthetized, moving slowly. These anesthetics don't last long. We need to collect more ant eggs quickly, the leading man urged anxiously. The other 4 didn't dare to delay and quickly retrieved one ant egg after another from the small rooms. This ant underground palace is too complicated. Lin Chen, we can't find our way at all, Zhao Feng said in frustration. Stay close to me, Lin Chen replied as he moved quickly forward. Before the battle began, he had engaged in long-distance combat with the queen ant deep in the cave through an invisible mental link. Later, it was severed. However, he still had a faint sense of the previous route of the mental link, even if it wasn't very precise. But it was much more effective than wandering around blindly. We're close, it should be just ahead, Lin Chen said. The others were taken aback and began to quicken their pace. They also wanted to see what the legendary ant queen looked like. Moreover, after several hours of cave exploration and rounds of fighting, they wanted to complete their mission and get out quickly. This time, many had died. In the ant queen's chamber, the 5 quickly collected fist-sized ant eggs into their backpacks. However, in the small room stacked layer upon layer, there were simply too many ant eggs. What they had gathered was just a drop in the bucket. Not good, those male ants are not much affected by the anesthetic and have woken up, one team member shouted in alarm. Wang Bin, you go block them, the leader shouted. Okay. Wang Bin produced a staff in his hand. In front of him, a large fireball quickly formed, then the fireball flew towards a charging male ant. Boom, a loud explosion. The space shook. The male ant was blasted away by Wang Bin's fireball. However, that large male ant was only slightly injured. It got up from the ground and charged at Wang Bin and the others again. Wang Bin launched another fireball. Boom, boom. In the passage shook. The sound of fireballs exploding rang out one after another. Is someone fighting up ahead? Zhao Feng was taken aback. If I'm not mistaken, it's that team that collapsed our passage, Lin Chen said calmly. These guys? Could it be those from the Satan Guild? It should be. They are specifically looking for the Ant Queen. They must want to get something, but why did they blow up our passage? They want us to fight the Ant Army, to hold us back while they search for the Ant Queen. These guys don't care about our lives at all. When I catch them later, I'm going to crush them. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth in anger because, due to their actions, almost everyone had died in that passage. Boom boom boom, this time, not only did they hear the explosions of fireballs nearby, but they also saw bursts of flames. This entrance must be the Ant Queen's chamber, Chu Liu said, staring at a hole ahead. It should be, Ling Shuang replied. Besides the Ant Queen, there are other professionals inside, everyone be careful, Lin Chen instructed. Zhao Shaoling responded, her figure slowly disappearing. She had used an invisibility spell. Shall we go in? Zhao Feng glanced at Lin Chen, waiting for his decision. He was once again shocked by Lin Chen. He couldn't understand how Lin Chen had navigated through countless passages to arrive here. At this moment, the others looked at Lin Chen with astonishment as well. Earlier, they thought Lin Chen was just wandering aimlessly. They were simply following him, believing that as long as he was with them, at least their safety was guaranteed due to his powerful insects. They didn't expect that Lin Chen was not wandering aimlessly. He could truly lead them to the ultimate place, the core of this ant cave. They had no choice but to admire Lin Chen. How could this person be so strong? If it were up to them to navigate, they would probably still be lost here after 10 or 8 days. Let's go in. Lin Chen nodded. At this moment, he had quietly let 3 or 4 dozen gold-devouring insects lie in ambush in the passage not far from the entrance. Go! Zhao Feng commanded everyone to enter through the hole. As everyone passed through a small section of the entrance, the view suddenly opened up. A gigantic underground space appeared before them. Wow, the group, just like the previous 5, was stunned by everything in front of them. Although it was called the Ant Queen's Chamber, it was actually like an underground palace. Under the bioluminescence, the cave was dreamlike and surreal. The enormous, plump Ant Queen was stretching and contracting in the central position. Wow, such a big Ant Queen! How fat! If I were that fat, I'd rather die. The one who said this was a chubby girl. She seemed to have found a sense of superiority here. Finally, one day, she could mock others for being fat. Wang Bin? Chu Liu suddenly shouted loudly. In the Ant Queen's chamber, a fire mage holding a staff was fighting several male ants. If this person wasn't Wang Bin, then who was? You guys actually managed to escape the ant army and come here? Wang Bin was shocked by everyone's appearance, exclaiming in disbelief. Tens of thousands of ants. They had no reason to survive. Moreover, they had arrived here so quickly? Wang Bin, you actually blew up our path, wanting us to die in the ants' bellies. How ruthless of you. Once we capture you, we'll throw you into prison when we get back. Chu Liyue scolded angrily. It turned out that everyone had left midway and even attacked them, wanting to put everyone to death. Was this still human? Zhao Feng was also staring at Wang Bin, seemingly wishing to kill him immediately. Previously surrounded and killed by the ant army, his city guard had been on the front lines, suffering the most casualties. Out of the original 10, 7 had died, nearly wiping out the entire force. Humph, do you have any evidence? Besides, with you guys, do you think you can take me down? Wang Bin faced the crowd with a fearless expression. Do you think I have no teammates? My teammates are much stronger than you. Wang Bin turned sideways. Then, his eyes widened in disbelief. The 4 members of the Satan Guild had suddenly vanished. He felt a bit flustered. About 20 more people burst into the Ant Queen's palace. At this moment, the Ant Queen was stretching and contracting violently, exuding a furious aura. Damn it, those damned humans. I want you all to die here. Lin Chen cast a detection spell. Ant Queen, Abyss Demon, level 30, Strength 1000, Agility 500, Spirit 21,000, Constitution 1000, Skills, and Control, Mental Storm, and Control. Can absolutely command and control the ants it produces to fight or work. Mental Storm, the Ant Queen can unleash a massive mental force, creating a mental storm that confuses opponents' consciousness and inflicts varying degrees of damage. Suddenly, the compound eyes on the Ant Queen's head shone brightly, and a ripple-like wave of mental energy spread out from her in all directions. Wherever the mental storm passed, people felt as if countless steel needles were piercing their minds. They all crouched down, covering their heads with their hands. Groans or screams of agony erupted. Many people's faces bled under the attack of this mental storm. Zhao Shaoling, Xu Liyue, and the other girls were no exception. Even Lin Chen, with his immense mental power, felt extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, the Ant Queen's compound eyes lit up again, preparing to unleash another mental storm. Go, kill it! Lin Chen shouted loudly. The gold-devouring insects surrounding him quickly flew towards the Ant Queen. The worker ants and male ants on the ground, sensing the danger to the queen, scrambled to their feet, regardless of their injuries, to block the gold-devouring insects. Crackle, purple lightning flickered, releasing one flash after another. Some struck the worker ants and male ants, while others hit the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen let out a wail. Even the mental storm skill was interrupted. In the midst of this chaos, several ants' chambers were breached by 4 people. They glanced at the disoriented students but did not stop. They quickly ran towards the cave entrance. Wang Bin, who was covering his head and crying out in agony, was jolted by the sight of these people. Just moments ago, they had suddenly disappeared. It turned out they had all burrowed into the small rooms of the ant eggs. Although not hidden extremely well, everyone had just entered. In this new environment, who would notice that among the thousands of ant egg chambers, a few people were hiding? For a moment, no one was aware. Wang Bin stumbled after the 4, escaping from the cave entrance. The movements of these 5 did not escape Lin Chen's keen observation. However, he pretended not to see. He was merely directing the golden-eating insects and the purple lightning floaters to battle the Ant Queen and the soldier ants beside her. Huff, the 5 rushed out of the cave entrance, taking a breath. Just moments ago, the 4 had still been affected by the mental storm in the ant egg chamber. However, due to the barrier, the damage they sustained was much less than that of the students. Blow up the entrance and trap them in here, the leader said coldly. Yes, boss. A member of the Satan team quickly took out bundles of explosives from his spatial backpack and pressed them against the cave wall. Just now, one person's bugs were so powerful, they could actually go head-to-head with the Ant Queen. One team member suddenly exclaimed. That person is Lin Chen, a bug tamer, Wang Bin said from the side. Who cares who he is? Once we detonate the bombs, everyone inside will die along with the Ant Queen, the leader sneered. At that moment, about 10 black insects suddenly emerged beside the team member preparing to detonate the explosives. They pounced on him in an instant, opening their mouths to bite. In a flash, he was bitten in multiple places, large chunks of flesh torn away. Ah, he screamed in agony, rolling on the ground in pain. These black insects were highly efficient. After tearing through his skin, they continued to gnaw, and within seconds, they had burrowed into his abdomen. In less than 5 seconds, the team member's screams ceased. Only his limbs twitched uncontrollably. His body was a bloody mess, insects crawling in and out of him. His face contorted, as if he had experienced the most terrifying thing in life. The remaining 4 looked at the scene before them, their faces pale and trembling, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Inside the cave, Lin Chen smirked coldly. Trying that trick again? Wang Bin, is this the so-called lowest-level bug tamer in your original team? The leader of the Satan Guild's expression darkened. He saw the 10 or so golden-eating insects finish devouring their teammate, their compound eyes now fixated on the 4 of them. The 4 dared not move. He really is only level 22, and he only has 1 pet bug. Wang Bin struggled to continue. At that moment, he recalled the first time he saw Lin Chen in the tavern, playing with a small beetle in front of a group of girls at just level 22. He had been extremely displeased, arrogantly mocking him as trash, forcing Chu Liyue to kick Lin Tian out of the team. He claimed his own prowess was the reason he could speak to Lin Chen and Chu Liyue from a position of strength. Just moments ago in the cave, he had seen countless pet bugs swarming around Lin Chen. Time flew by, and he hadn't had the chance to think deeply. Now it seemed that Lin Chen didn't just have 1 pet bug, but hundreds, perhaps even more. There were even some outside the cave. How many pet bugs did he actually have? And why were these pet bugs so terrifying? Wang Bin couldn't even say he could handle the previous team member in a fight. Yet just now, under Lin Chen's pet bugs, he hadn't even had the strength to fight back. He was almost instantly killed. This wasn't even Lin Chen commanding them directly. Moreover, there were only a dozen pet bugs here. If hundreds swarmed at once, who could fight? It was unthinkable. How could this person, at just level 22, be so terrifying? The figures of the 4 were reflected in the compound eyes of the golden-eating insects. They broke into a cold sweat, as if the moment they moved, they would awaken the dozen or so demons across from them. The 4 of them looked at each other, seeing despair and fear in each other's eyes. Buzz, they remained still, but that didn't mean the gold-devouring insects were still. After devouring the corpse on the ground, more than 20 of them flew into the air. Then, they headed towards the 4. Damn, run! One team member shouted in panic. The 4 stumbled. At that moment, Wang Bin, a mage with low agility, was the slowest. No, don't kill me. In his panic, he fell down. His face hit the muddy ground of the cave, smeared with filthy muck. But at that moment, he didn't care at all. He crawled desperately forward. One gold-devouring insect landed on his back, and he immediately felt a sharp pain. In an instant, the horrific scene of his teammate flashed in his mind. He felt a warmth below, realizing he had lost control. Get away, hurry up. He waved his hands. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and a fireball quickly formed in his hands. With a whoosh, the fireball exploded towards the gold-devouring insect. When the flames dissipated, the insect was unscathed. He had no idea that gold-devouring insects were nearly impervious to fire and water. These 2 elements were almost ineffective against them. Not to mention this quickfire spell. Even if Celsus had unleashed a forbidden spell, the blazing sun of death wouldn't have harmed the gold-devouring insects. Wang Bin's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and despair. Accompanied by desperate cries, he rolled on the ground frantically. It hurts so much, don't bite me, don't bite me. The 3 fleeing ahead heard Wang Bin's agonizing screams and were even more terrified. They could only hope that those terrifying insects would focus on peeling Wang Bin's skin and eating his flesh, giving them a tiny bit of time to escape. But when they heard the buzzing behind them, they knew something was wrong. Their master didn't just want to kill 1 or 2 as a warning. He was determined to slaughter their entire group here. Soon, each of them was pounced on by 5 or 6 gold-devouring insects. One assassin turned around and struck a gold-devouring insect with a dagger. Clang! It sounded like metal clashing against metal. The insect was knocked to the ground, but it quickly got back up and lunged at him again. Meanwhile, 4 or 5 other gold-devouring insects had already landed on him. As soon as those insects stuck to him, he felt an unbearable, excruciating pain. Ah! He waved his hands, trying to swat the insects away. He didn't even care that he was holding a dagger. As his own dagger pierced his side, he ignored it completely, only wanting to knock the insects off. In an instant, he felt large chunks of flesh being torn from several places on his body. The pain! His nerves began to spiral into chaos. He rolled over and over, crying out in agony. The same scene unfolded for the other 2. The leading man's eyes were filled with despair and regret. He shouldn't have provoked their master, Lin Chen. He shouldn't have attacked those students. He shouldn't have come here at all. Who would have thought they would encounter a professional more terrifying than a demon? He thought of Wang Bin, that useless fool, who didn't know anything and had suggested such a terrible idea, angering such a person. The intense pain severely affected his brain. No, Lin Chen, you can't kill me. He looked towards the cave entrance, wanting to plead for mercy from Lin Chen. I have the Satan Guild behind me, Lin Chen, if you kill me, they won't let you go. Inside the cave, the city guards and students were all in shock, watching Lin Chen wreak havoc. The remaining worker ants beside the ant queen and those bull-like male ants were no match for Lin Chen's battle pets. Lin Chen just stood there, his hands slightly behind his back. He looked extremely relaxed. If they hadn't just witnessed the terror of Lin Chen's magic, they would have thought that his combat power was solely due to those incredibly terrifying insects. But who could have imagined that the battle pet was terrifying, and that the seemingly gentle little boy was even more terrifying than his battle pet? Outside the cave, it was eerily quiet. Not far away, 5 mangled corpses lay. Inside the cave, almost all the worker ants and male ants had been dealt with by Lin Chen. In the center of the giant chamber, the extremely fat queen ant was also covered in wounds. It emitted a series of strange, high-pitched shrieks. However, apart from its powerful mental strength, it was weak in every other aspect. It was not a combat-type ant to begin with. Whenever it attempted to unleash a mental storm, Lin Chen's pet insects would inflict greater damage on it. The intense pain completely interrupted its skills. Seeing Lin Chen completely suppress the queen ant, the students relaxed. They could finally take their time to examine the giant chamber, including the layers of ant egg chambers. So many ant eggs! One person exclaimed. I've seen at the trading center before, someone was looking to buy these demon-type ant eggs, and the price seemed extremely high, said a knowledgeable student. Yes, I have a friend who was an alchemist. He once said that these ant eggs can be used to create high-level potions. Then how much can all these be exchanged for? Someone shouted. Seeing such immense wealth. Apart from being shocked, everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Chen. This was all his doing. Of course, he was the one who had earned these riches. However, at that moment, Lin Chen had no energy to consider all of this. He once again linked his mental strength to the queen ant. He didn't know if he could contract this queen ant or what abilities it would have if he did. It felt a bit like opening a blind box. Although, as a bug tamer, there were no signs indicating he had a summoning limit, he certainly didn't want to summon trash. If only there were a skill that could allow him to see the attributes of the insects more clearly. Insect contract. This demon-type queen ant would never willingly become Lin Chen's pet. Lin Chen was very clear about this. So, after communicating with it mentally, he wasted no time and unleashed powerful mental attacks. Previously, Lin Chen had clashed with it from a distance. At that time, Lin Chen had been at a disadvantage. But now, it was injured. Their strengths were roughly equal, and Lin Chen didn't hold out too much hope for contracting this demon. He just felt that he had lost earlier, and now he thought about getting back up where he had fallen. He would thoroughly deal with it in the mental realm. In the mental world, Lin Chen and the queen ant frantically unleashed their mental powers, attacking each other. Like surging waves. Like flashes of lightning. For a moment, both seemed to hold sharp spears, piercing each other's bodies, and then, they built massive barriers in front of them. Each clash of their mental powers was like the explosion of stars, releasing world-destroying energy. Damn human, you dare to try to enslave this queen, how absurd! The queen ant roared. Disobedience means death. Lin Chen's expression was cold. Wave after wave of mental attacks showed no signs of stopping. Then let's die together. The queen ant suddenly let out a howl. Its massive body suddenly swelled up terrifyingly again. This queen ant is going to explode? The onlookers were shocked to see the queen's abnormality. It was clear that the queen had decided to self-destruct. If it self-destructed, Lin Chen, who was mentally connected to the queen, would likely suffer a severe blow to his mental strength. Lock it down for me. Lin Chen pushed all his mental strength forward, tightly wrapping and suppressing the queen's mental power. Lin Chen, what's wrong with you? Outside, Zhao Xiaoling was puzzled as to why Lin Chen suddenly trembled all over, his face pale and his eyes hollow. Lin Chen. Chu Liyue, seeing Lin Chen's strange state, also became anxious. Lin Chen stood there in a daze, drenched in sweat. In the sea of consciousness, the ant queen roared, "Explode for me." Lin Chen forcefully suppressed, "Be honest, don't move." What happened to him? Ling Shuang exclaimed. Suddenly, an unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone. The massive ant queen, which looked to weigh dozens of tons, rapidly shrank down to the thickness of an arm. Then, like a bow bug, it began to wriggle. What shocked everyone again was that this ant queen crawled right in front of Lin Chen, then climbed onto his body, finally resting on his shoulder, gently rubbing against him, appearing quite affectionate. Am I dreaming? What is happening in this world? The crowd murmured, unable to comprehend. Suddenly, the ant queen vanished. Lin Chen stored it in his pet space. His body trembled slightly as he sighed and said in a voice only he could hear, "That was close, it almost exploded." Being able to subdue and contract it this time was a stroke of luck. If it hadn't been for the severe injury it sustained outside, contracting it would have been impossible. Lin Chen, the connection point of the passage is right there. We need to break it quickly, or we don't know what otherworldly demons might come in, Zhao Feng said to Lin Chen. You organize the personnel to break it. I'll take a rest, Lin Chen replied with a bitter smile. Lin Chen, there are so many precious ant eggs here. How should we handle them? Zhao Feng asked for Lin Chen's opinion. Everyone knew that without Lin Chen, they wouldn't have survived, let alone come here. Even if they had made it here, they probably wouldn't have withstood the Ant Queen's mental storm. Therefore, even if Lin Chen took all the ant eggs, no one would dare to voice any objections. Lin Chen, if it weren't for you saving us this time, we probably wouldn't have survived, so I suggest that all the gains go to Lin Chen. A student, wanting to win Lin Chen's favor, stepped forward to propose that all benefits be given to Lin Chen. I agree. Yes, I agree too. Because of Lin Chen, I also consider my mission complete, and I am satisfied. Some who had their eyes on the ant eggs glanced at Lin Chen's flying pet bugs and tried to suppress other thoughts, expressing their agreement. At this moment, who would dare to anger Lin Chen? Wishing for a long life, right? Since everyone shares the same thought, then these spoils will belong to Lin Chen, Zhao Feng said with a smile. All of it going to Lin Chen, he had no objections. If it weren't for Lin Chen today, not to mention the people in the cave, even Phoenix Town would have faced great disaster. He had assessed earlier that this ant nest, the Ant Empire, was merely an early-stage newborn. If it were those mature ant colonies, having 3 to 5 million battle ants would not be surprising. Fortunately, it was dealt with in time today. Lin Chen shook his head. With this distribution, are you trying to roast me on a fire? Lin Chen smiled bitterly. How about I make a suggestion? This rift has caused many villagers in Phoenix Town to die, and we have lost quite a few, especially the city guards. Moreover, Phoenix Town's defensive capabilities are weak. So, I propose that half of the harvest be used to assist the families of the deceased, and the rest be left for the city guards of Phoenix Town to strengthen their armaments. Lin Chen looked at everyone. The remaining half can be distributed evenly per person. The crowd was left speechless. Lin Chen's idea of using half for the deceased and strengthening the Phoenix military was very noble, earning everyone's respect. However, the remaining half being evenly distributed seemed too unfair to Lin Chen, and they couldn't accept it. Lin Chen, it's not right to distribute it evenly. How about this? Half of the remaining portion goes to you, and the rest we can split evenly. What do you think? This is already quite generous of you, Zhao Feng said. Yes, Lin Chen, you must accept, another voice chimed in. That's right, Lin Chen, take half of the remaining. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to take any for myself. In an instant, everyone firmly expressed that if Lin Chen did not take half, then they would not take anything at all. Lin Chen was about to shake his head when Zhao Shaoling said, Alright, Lin Chen, this is what everyone wants. Just accept it. Don't waste any more time. Fine. Lin Chen replied helplessly. Great. Then let's all gather the ant eggs, and we will distribute them evenly once we exit the cave. Cheers erupted among the group. Even after splitting it in half and then distributing it evenly, the profits would still be a substantial amount. A preliminary estimate showed that there were tens of thousands of ant eggs here, worth over 100 million. 50 million would go to the deceased, and Lin Chen would take 50 million. With about 20 people here, each could receive several million. Collecting the ant eggs and other items took 2 hours. As everyone exited the Queen Ant's chamber, they saw 5 corpses not far from the cave entrance. They were all taken aback. However, despite the mangled bodies, they could still identify who was who. Only those who knew Wang Bin well, like Chu Liyue, recognized his body. Yet, no one suspected Lin Chen was responsible. They all thought the ants outside had done this to them. 3 hours later, everyone emerged from the cave. The sun was overhead, and they breathed in the fresh air outside. They felt an indescribable sense of emotion. This journey had been filled with unexpected events, and many had died. If it weren't for Lin Chen's intervention, they would never have seen the sun again. Now, they were alive, had completed their mission, and would share millions. It was truly a bountiful reward. In that moment, most people looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of gratitude. Just as everyone was reflecting on their escape from the cave, a group of people hurriedly approached from the front. 7 or 8 individuals. Each of them walked with a commanding presence, exuding the aura of an army of hundreds of thousands. The students felt a chill run down their spines. As the group drew closer, one student exclaimed, Director Zhang? Among the leading figures was indeed Director Zhang from the Canlong Academy of Qingbei Martial Arts University. For ordinary students, such a person was like a high-ranking figure, far removed from their lives. He was not only the head of the elite Canlong Academy but also held a significant position within the Great Xia Empire. He wielded considerable connections and resources. Did I see that right? The other one seems to be the Vice President of Qingbei Martial Arts University, Vice President Zhao? A student shouted, his eyes wide with disbelief. Instantly, he felt he had been too rude and quickly covered his mouth with both hands, fearing he might say something else. General Zhao. Zhao Feng looked at the third person, suddenly filled with surprise, unable to believe his eyes. The first three who walked with such authority were indeed Director Zhang, Vice President Zhao, and General Zhao Kaijun. Among them, Lin Chen had interacted multiple times with Director Zhang and General Zhao Kaijun. However, today was the first time he met Vice President Zhao, who held a rank equivalent to Director Zhang. Behind the three, there were 4 or 5 young individuals. These young people appeared calm and solemn, around level 30, but their demeanor was extraordinary, as if thunder rolled with each step. At first glance, it was clear they were elites among their peers. The newcomers seemed slightly taken aback upon seeing the students outside the cave. Zhao Feng stepped forward respectfully, saying, "General Zhao." He did not recognize Director Zhang or Vice President Zhao. Zhao Kaijun briefly introduced, "This is Zhao Feng, the captain of the Phoenix Town City Guard. These two are the Vice President Zhao from Qingbei Martial Arts University and Dean Zhang from Sanglong Academy." At this moment, some bolder students excitedly and respectfully approached to greet Principal Zhao. Dean Zhang. Some more introverted students, despite seeing the big shots from their own school, lacked the courage to step forward and say hello. "Zhao Feng, luckily we arrived in time. You haven't entered the rift yet, have you? You can't go in." Zhao Kaijun noticed many students present and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, quickly speaking up. Zhao Feng was taken aback. "General Zhao, what's wrong? Earlier, we thought the rift here was just an ordinary one, so we arranged for students from Qingbei Martial Arts University to come and assist in resolving it. However, the latest tests have overturned that assumption. The new conclusion is that this might be a terrifying ant nest." Zhao Kaijun said solemnly, "Fortunately, we arrived in time to stop you. Otherwise, with your strength, if you had gone inside, it would have been a one-way trip." Zhao Feng forced a smile, "But we did go in, and now we're out." "What?" Zhao Kaijun squinted his eyes. "Inside, it really is a terrifying ant nest. We suffered heavy losses, and many people died." Zhao Feng's expression was bitter. Among the 11 members of the city guard who entered, only 4 survived, and 7 died. "So you..." Zhao Kaijun confirmed that Zhao Feng was not lying. "Fortunately, you only entered the rift and did not enter the ant nest. That's a stroke of luck. If you had gone into the ant nest, none of you would have made it out alive." "We did enter the ant nest." Now Zhao Kaijun was a bit surprised. "Then how did you survive?" "There were indeed tens of thousands of ants inside. Originally, we would have been killed by them." Zhao Kaijun nodded. He had trained Zhao Feng and was well aware of his strength. "The reason we were able to survive is all thanks to Lin Chen." Zhao Feng glanced back at the crowd. "Uncle Zhao." Lin Chen stepped forward to greet them. As soon as Zhao Kaijun and the others arrived, they were surrounded by people. Zhao Kaijun was eager to inquire about the situation from Zhao Feng. The two were continuously talking, so Lin Chen hadn't stepped forward to greet them until now. But now that Zhao Feng had called him out, it would be a bit impolite if he didn't come out. After greeting Zhao Kaijun, he turned to Dean Zhang beside him and said, "Dean Zhang." He looked at the third person. Dean Zhang immediately helped with the introduction. "This is Vice President Zhao." "Hello, Vice President Zhao. You are Lin Chen, the one old Zhang brought back?" Vice President Zhao looked at Lin Chen with curiosity. Zhao Kaijun said, "I said you guys broke into the ant nest and still managed to come out alive. It turns out Lin Chen was here too." Zhao Feng said, "Yes, if it weren't for Lin Chen, our entire army would have been wiped out." He then briefly recounted the events. Although he spoke simply, the big shots could sense the life and death struggle within. The students, of course, knew the process, so they were not surprised by what Zhao Feng said. At this moment, they all looked at Lin Chen with astonished eyes. Lin Chen actually knew super big shots like Dean Zhang and General Zhao? Impossible, right? How could that be? These are all elusive figures. What made them even more incredulous was that Lin Chen was standing beside them as if he were among a few old friends, relaxed and at ease, without a hint of awkwardness. Meanwhile, Dean Zhang and the others seemed accustomed to Lin Chen's demeanor. What was their relationship? Why was it like this? Who exactly was Lin Chen? How could he be so terrifying? Could it be that Lin Chen was their relative? "Lin Chen, it's good that you came, otherwise, it would have really caused a disaster." Zhao Kaijun nodded at Lin Chen, showing a hint of approval. "I didn't expect my unintentional act of bringing Lin Chen back to Qingbei Martial Arts University early and recommending him for this mission would turn out to be such a great thing," Dean Zhang said, looking at Lin Chen with a smile. "Lin Chen, your contribution this time will be reported to the school later, and the school will reward you," Vice President Zhao added. He turned his head and searched the crowd. Suddenly, he shouted, "Zhao Xiaoling." Zhao Xiaoling, hiding in a corner of the crowd, walked out with her head down and said softly, "Grandpa." Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that Vice President Zhao was actually Zhao Xiaoling's grandfather. Earlier, he had speculated that Zhao Xiaoling's family background was not simple. He didn't expect that there was such a connection between Zhao Xiaoling and Qingbei Martial Arts University. He just didn't know who her parents were. This time you took a risk, consider it a lesson learned. You should thank Lin Chen, understand? Vice President Zhao educated her. Oh, Zhao Xiaoling pretended as if she was meeting Lin Chen for the first time. However, she quickly glanced at Lin Chen, revealing a playful expression, indicating that she would repay him generously. Lin Chen felt a bit helpless. She hadn't thanked him yet, and she was already sleeping in his bed. He wondered what would happen if she really did repay him. At this moment, Zhao Kaijun pulled Zhao Feng aside to inquire in detail about the cave expedition. Vice President Zhao then took Zhao Xiaoling aside to say something. Meanwhile, Dean Zhang also pulled Lin Chen to one side. Lin Chen, you did well this time. With your strength, you accomplished something remarkable and saved many people. Dean Zhang said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen thought to himself, not only did he save many people, but he also killed quite a few. Of course, he wouldn't mention the killing. Although he wasn't afraid, he felt it was better to be a bit low-key for now. Wow, Lin Chen, you've reached level 25? It seems you really killed quite a few monsters in the cave. Just a couple of days ago, you were still at level 22, Dean Zhang said, looking at Lin Chen with surprise. Lin Chen's leveling speed was indeed astonishing. Lin Chen smiled. He had killed tens of thousands of ants, and if he couldn't level up 3 times, how hard would it be for others? Since that's the case, I want to discuss something with you and see what you think. Please go ahead, Dean. It's like this, Lin Chen, you've participated in the major exam and have gone through the simulated fall of Magic City, right? Dean Zhang suddenly said. Yes. Lin Chen nodded, unsure why Dean Zhang mentioned Magic City. The fall of Magic City. Although it was just a simulated scenario in the 4th stage of the major exam, it had a significant impact on Lin Chen. The impression was very deep. After the major exam, he often reflected on this event. If he encountered such a situation again in the future, how should he respond? It's been over a decade since the fall of Magic City. It has always been a forbidden zone, with monsters rampant and humans advised to stay away. However, our great Xia has decided to organize an exploration mission soon to understand what it has become inside. Of course, it will likely just be a cautious peripheral exploration. Exploration mission? Yes, it will take place in about a month. A select group of elites will participate in this mission, but to join, you must be above level 30. So, what I want to say is, first, do you have the willingness to participate? Second, if you want to join, you must level up to 30 within a month. Lin Chen pondered. This was unexpected information for him. First of all, such an exploration, even on the periphery, would undoubtedly be fraught with danger. His strength could indeed overpower his peers, but compared to those level 50 or 60 professionals, he was still quite low. However, a decade's worth of changes in the demon ecosystem would surely contain many valuable insights. Entering the demon realm is quite a significant opportunity, not easily obtained. Lin Chen had a bit of interest, but he estimated he would have to give it up. This conflicted with his plans. After completing this task, the first thing he wanted to do was to find his sister or obtain information about her whereabouts. Director Zhang, I want to inquire about someone. I wonder if you know her. Lin Chen suddenly asked. Oh, who is it? Lin Dong, she should also be a student at Sanglong Academy, Lin Chen said. Lin Dong? Director Zhang was slightly taken aback. Lin Chen stared at Director Zhang. Yes, you know her, right? I do know her. Director Zhang's expression seemed to darken. What is your relationship with her? Is she your sister? Lin Chen nodded. For some reason, Lin Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. She is not at Sanglong Academy right now. Where has she gone? Lin Chen asked anxiously. Probably no one knows, but there are rumors that she has gone to. Director Zhang hesitated. Where has she gone? Lin Chen felt an inexplicable agitation. Director Zhang looked up. Some say she has entered the Demon City. Demon City? Lin Chen was taken aback. That was an old lair occupied by demons in this world. It was a forbidden place for humans. When did this happen? It should be over a year ago. Director Zhang sighed. There were some things he believed Lin Chen would understand without needing to say. Entering the Demon City for over a year, the chances of survival were almost non-existent. Why did she enter the Demon City? Was she forced? Lin Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold. A normal person could not sneak in there, let alone for over a year. I'm not sure why she went in there. Director Zhang shook his head. The Demon City? Lin Chen murmured. If his sister really entered there, then he must go in as well. Director Zhang, I want to participate in the exploration of the Demon City in a month. Lin Chen looked at Director Zhang. Director Zhang sighed. He understood Lin Chen's thoughts behind making such a choice. I will reach level 30 within this month. Well, if it were anyone else, I would think it impossible, but for you, Lin Chen, I believe there is a chance, though it will be very tough, so work hard. I will work hard. Lin Chen nodded. The two chatted a bit more. At that moment, Zhao Kaijun and Vice Director Zhao also finished their conversation with others. Lin Chen was about to return to the crowd. Lin Chen, Director Zhang suddenly called out to him. What is it, Director? By the way, don't tell anyone that you are Lin Don's brother. After a moment of silence, Director Zhang suddenly said. Lin Chen was taken aback. He looked at Director Zhang, but it seemed Director Zhang no longer wanted to say anything further. I understand. Director Zhang's final reminder carried a lot of implied meaning. But since Director Zhang did not want to continue, Lin Chen did not press him. Earlier, in the examination hall, after Lin Chen learned that Director Zhang was the head of Sanglong Academy, he wanted to ask about his sister's situation. Now, he could no longer hold back. Unexpectedly, he indeed received quite a bit of information about his sister. However, her whereabouts, direction, and motives were shrouded in layers of mystery. This information did not resolve Lin Chen's confusion. Instead, it deepened the enigma. The situation seemed to become more complicated. Especially, Director Zhang's last sentence was laden with meaning. Could it be? Earlier, Zhao Shaoling had told him that years ago, a shadow dancer had shaken the entire capital and even triggered a guild war. Could it be that shadow dancer was his sister? And then, under their persecution, she had nowhere to escape and was forced deeper into the demon city? Countless thoughts surged through Lin Chen's mind in an instant. However, none of those thoughts provided him with answers. Yet, he was very clear. He now had at least two things to do. One was to level up to 30 within a month, and the other was to participate in the National Organization's exploration mission in the Magic City. Additionally, if he had any energy left, he needed to find a way to enhance his own strength, or rather, his influence. He had a premonition. His sister's enemies were not just the demons, the enemies of humanity. Perhaps she also had many human enemies, and quite a few of them. As for the first task, leveling up to 30 in a month was nearly impossible for an average person, but for him, it should pose no difficulty. His insect tamer profession was not just the pinnacle of group farming professions. Its power far exceeded others' imaginations. The queen ant he had contracted had yet to be properly examined and tested. Just as he was thinking about this, Vice Principal Zhao spoke loudly to the students. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. You have resolved the rift issue in Phoenix Town, so you may return home according to your own schedules. At that moment, most students chose to teleport back to school immediately. Some, however, planned to stay here for a few days before returning. Lin Chen, stay a few days so I can show you some hospitality, Zhao Feng repeatedly urged Lin Chen. After this joint expedition to the underground, Zhao Feng had developed a desire to befriend Lin Chen. If previously he had hosted Lin Chen merely because of Zhao Caijuan's relationship, this invitation came from the heart. Lin Chen's strength, will, and character all deeply impressed him. However, Lin Chen declined. He had many things to do now, and just a moment ago, he saw the news that Yu Dapeng and other classmates from Yang City had already arrived in the capital. They were all waiting for him. When Lin Chen left, he had 13,000 ant eggs in his spatial backpack. More than 30 people entered the cave, and he had taken half of the profits. It seemed that the rules considered them the same type of item, merely an accumulation in quantity. Otherwise, Lin Chen's spatial backpack could not possibly hold so many items. Zhao Shaoling, Chu Liyue, Ling Shuang, and others chose to teleport back to the capital like Lin Chen. Along the way, the girls noticed that the group had gone from 5 to 4. There had been the annoying Wang Bin with them on the way there, but he was gone on the way back. I didn't expect him to be such a person, betraying teammates for profit. All these years, I've known him in vain. Exactly, he even colluded with outsiders to attack us, trying to put us in a deadly situation. This is a backstab, unforgivable. I don't want to mention him again. From now on, he can stay in that dark cave forever, and he deserves it. Lin Chen, what are you thinking about? Zhao Shaoling noticed Lin Chen had his head down and spoke little along the way. Lin Chen shook his head. He had been thinking about his sister, but he didn't want to share these thoughts with anyone. Before coming to the capital, he had estimated that his sister, who hadn't returned home in a year and a half, must be in an abnormal state. But he didn't expect the outcome to be so dire. As they approached Qingbei Martial Arts University, Zhao Shaoling suddenly said, Lin Chen, you've already cancelled your room at the fishing pavilion, and the school hasn't processed your check-in yet. Why don't you stay in our dormitory for a few days? Yeah, we all live together, Chu Liyue added. Later, we need to tally up the profits from this trip. Lin Chen was taken aback. Stay in your dormitory? The girls' dormitory? Of course, Zhao Xiaoling laughed. What's the problem? We sleep in our beds, and you sleep in yours. There's nothing embarrassing about it. A drop of sweat trickled down Lin Chen's forehead. Are you sure? You want me to sleep in your girls' dormitory? And then be chased out by all the female students in the building as a pervert? Lin Chen was speechless. Zhao Xiaoling couldn't be that ridiculous, could she? How could she make such a suggestion? Pfft, Zhao Xiaoling laughed. Understanding Lin Chen's meaning, Xu Liyue and Ling Shuang also laughed. Lin Chen, you misunderstood, Zhao Xiaoling said with a smile. What are you thinking? We don't live at school. The dormitory I mentioned is our own place outside. Living in the school dorms is so boring, right? Zhao Xiaoling glanced at Xu Liyue and the others. Exactly, it's too restrictive at school. It's nothing like being outside, where we can go to parties at night and come back whenever we want, Ling Shuang added. So that's how it is. Lin Chen almost misunderstood. If he had moved into the girls' dormitory at school, wouldn't the whole school explode with gossip the next day? By this time, it was getting late. They first found a place to have a simple dinner. Then, Lin Chen followed the girls to the place they referred to as their off-campus accommodation. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed on the way. He thought it would be better to find a hotel to stay in, but Zhao Xiaoling firmly refused, saying, Lin Chen, why are you being so distant? Aren't we all family? Lan Ting Yujing, as soon as Lin Chen entered the community, he knew it was a high-end neighborhood where every inch of land was precious. Upon entering, Lin Chen was stunned by the luxurious decor of the interior at first glance. It was a large flat, extremely luxurious, with exquisite decoration and arrangement everywhere. He thought of his previous life, living alone in a shabby little room. You're back? Someone spoke from the living room. It was Luo Shueyao. At that moment, she was wearing a small camisole on top and an ultra-short skirt on the bottom. Half of her body was slumped on the sofa, her legs crossed on the coffee table in front of her. The posture was a bit ungraceful. She was munching on sunflower seeds while watching a movie on TV. On the screen, the male and female leads were passionately kissing. Luo Shueyao looked thoroughly engrossed. Yeah, we're back, Shueyao. Aren't you going back to the Luo family today? The girls responded. Lin Chen? At that moment, Luo Shueyao also noticed Lin Chen behind the girls and froze for a moment. Lin Chen also saw Luo Shueyao's legs resting on the coffee table. The already short skirt slid down to the roots of her legs due to the position, revealing even her beige underwear. Wait, it seemed that there was a cartoon of a little duck printed on that beige underwear. In an instant, Lin Chen turned his head away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Luo Shueyao probably hadn't expected a guy to visit, so she was dressed casually at home. At this moment, she pulled her long legs back and sat up straight. This was the reason why Lin Chen would never come here if Zhao Xiaoling hadn't insisted so much. After all, this was a place for girls. There would always be some inconveniences. Zhao Xiaoling poured tea for Lin Chen, and the few of them sat on the sofa discussing today's battle. Through their conversation, Lin Chen learned that this large flat was the residence of Zhao Xiaoling, Xu Liyue, Ling Shuang, and Luo Shueyao. Lin Chen was the first boy to enter here. In the eyes of the four girls, this was Lin Chen's unique honor. But Lin Chen could only smile bitterly. He didn't want such an honor. An hour later, Xu Liyue and Zhao Xiaoling brought out the items they had obtained. Instantly, the spacious hall was almost filled to the brim. It looked like a mountain. I estimate that just these demon equipment alone are no less than 20,000 pieces, not to mention a whole bunch of worker ants and sharp teeth, Xu Liyue said with a smile. In their eyes, these things weren't particularly valuable, but the sheer quantity made up for it. Selling them off would still yield a considerable profit. The girls began to count and sort through the items. When Luo Shueyao saw the mountain of demon equipment on the floor, she suddenly sat up straight, her eyes wide open, sparkling with excitement. Lin Chen saw this scene and confirmed that it was indeed Luo Shueyao who was so interested in the demon equipment. So much demon equipment? She exclaimed, all this demon equipment is for me. That won't do. Xu Liyue smiled and said, most of the things here belong to Lin Chen. Luo Shueyao looked at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with fervor. Do you want them? Lin Chen asked. MHM. Luo Shueyao replied. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment and slowly said, last time, the golden level demon equipment was 1 million each. Here, it's silver level, so I'll count it as 500,000 each. There are at least 20,000 pieces here, so if you want them all, it totals 1 billion. As Lin Chen's words fell, the three women nearly stumbled. They looked at Lin Chen in shock, as if they were meeting him for the first time. This taciturn Lin Chen turned out to be such a ruthless person. 1 billion. And that was just for the equipment, not counting the materials. They had thought that selling for 10 to 20 million would be quite good, But unexpectedly, Luo Shueyao nodded and said, when you compare it to the last price, 500,000 each is quite cheap. You want 1 billion? Ling Xuan was astonished. Give me a few days, I'll raise the money. Luo Shueyao stared at the demon equipment. That's fine. Lin Chen replied calmly. As the conversation continued, the women realized that Lin Chen and Luo Shueyao had conducted so many transactions before. Once they understood, they carefully picked up the equipment that Chu Liyue and Zhao Shaoling had carelessly tossed aside earlier. After sorting through it, the number of worker ant fangs reached 100,000. However, upon glancing at the worker ant fangs, Luo Shueyao's enthusiasm waned. Then the girls revealed the ant eggs they had obtained. Zhao Shaoling and the others each received 650 pieces. These can be made into high-level potions, very valuable. It seems you all have done well on this trip, Luo Shueyao nodded. With these 650 pieces, you can live comfortably for half a year. Chu Liyue and Ling Xuan were very pleased to hear this. What about us? Lin Chen has way more ant eggs. Lin Chen, how many did you get? Zhao Shaoling asked. About 13,000, Lin Chen replied casually. He noticed Luo Shueyao's eyes widen slightly at this number. That's a lot more than us. Ling Xuan was also shocked. That's what Lin Chen deserves, Chu Liyue laughed. The girls chatted away, wave after wave. Before they knew it, it was already late at night. After a day of battle, the women were tired and prepared to wash up and rest early. Lin Chen glanced at Zhao Shaoling. Oh, Zhao Shaoling understood Lin Chen's meaning. Although this place is big, there are only 4 rooms. Tonight, you sleep in my bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa. Shaoling, I think you want Lin Chen to sleep with you, right? Chu Liyue laughed and got up to return to her room. What? 4 rooms? Lin Chen was shocked and then completely speechless. It turned out there were no extra rooms at all. With only 4 rooms, why did they invite him to spend the night here? The sofa is very soft. We often sleep on the sofa. It's even more comfortable than hotels outside. No, I can't sleep in your girl's bed. Lin Chen suddenly realized that Zhao Shaoling was really unreliable. No, all 3 of them were unreliable. Otherwise, when Zhao Shaoling invited Lin Chen to stay, why didn't they clarify? I'll just find a place outside to stay for the night. Lin Chen, if you don't have a car, it takes half an hour to walk outside. It's so late, where else are you going? Zhao Shaoling frowned. If you don't like it, you can go outside tomorrow night, just make do tonight. In the end, Lin Chen ended up sleeping on the sofa. After Lin Chen agreed, Zhao Shaoling beamed with joy. Lin Chen felt frustrated. How did it come to this, sleeping on a sofa in a room full of girls? He couldn't quite understand how things had turned out this way. Where exactly did I fall for it? Lin Chen, if you can't sleep on the sofa, you can come into my room to sleep together. It's a 2-meter bed, you know. At night, I won't lock the door, I'll leave it open for you. Zhao Shaoling replied with a mischievous smile as she went back to her room. The lights in the hall went out with a click. Only a faint wall lamp remained. Lin Chen lay on the sofa, feeling that this very soft sofa was not as comfortable as his own broken bed in his shabby house. Suddenly, he remembered something. He looked into his pet space. A fat worm lay quietly there, seemingly asleep. He flipped his palm, and the worm fell onto the sofa. Who would have thought that this was originally a gigantic ant queen, magnified 100 times? Once the ant queen left the pet space, it became active, crawling around energetically. Suddenly, with a poof, it spat out a black ant. Lin Chen was taken aback. He quickly checked its information. Cave ant queen capable of breeding countless ants, forming an ant army, and having absolute control and command over the ants. The higher the level, the faster the breeding speed. Level 25 Cave ant queen strength, 1000 agility, 1000 spirit, 25,000 constitution, 5,000 skills, breeding, and control breeding. The queen can breed various worker ants, soldier ants, etc., and command them to work and fight. The breeding speed is related to the queen's level, currently producing at a speed of 1 ant/hour. Ant control can absolutely command and control the ants it produces for combat or work. This, Lin Chen gasped. This ant queen, his pet worm, basically retained the original characteristics of the ant queen. How terrifying! Summoning this ant queen could be considered the first of its kind in this world. The previous 4 types of pet worms were all contracted in the insect realm. Lin Chen had thought about finding good insects to contract in this human world, but as Principal Mo and the others said, there are really almost no good insects in this world. This ant queen, when you think about it, isn't really an insect from this world. It comes from the demon world. Regardless, this ant queen is extremely powerful. At its current level, it has no combat power. Anyone could easily crush it with a hand. However, it can continuously breed ants to form an army. At level 25, it can produce 1 ant per hour. Who knows how fast it will be at a higher level, but even this speed of 1 ant per hour is quite astonishing. In a day, that's 24 ants. After a month, it would be 720 ants. And in a year, it would be nearly 10,000. Lin Chen observed the little black ant again. Level 25 worker ant strength, 10,000 agility, 8,000 spirit, 2,000 constitution, 8,000 skills, carrying, biting carrying. Worker ants can carry weights up to 30 times their own weight, and when combined, their carrying capacity can be enhanced. Biting, worker ants activate this skill to double their biting power for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. The first skill is for work. The second skill is for combat. What a strong little ant. Its attributes, although about half weaker than the individual gold-eating worm and purple lightning float, show that ants are never strong as individuals but as a group. When countless ant armies swarm, it becomes a nightmare for all animals. Where the ant army passes, not a blade of grass remains. However, their weakness is only in comparison to the gold-eating worm and purple lightning float. In reality, as individuals, they are quite powerful compared to ordinary monsters or professionals. This is just one cave expedition. Another fierce warrior has joined. This, after all, is the greatest gain. After initially understanding the Ant Queen's feelings, Lin Chen was about to return it to the pet space. Suddenly, a wave of emotion surged from its spiritual world. It seemed unwilling to stay in that cramped pet space. Lin Chen smiled wryly. He felt once again that his pet insects all had emotions. The last time, the gold-devouring insect was the same, especially those of elite rank. Perhaps, once they level up to a certain extent, they might even be able to communicate with him. You can't not go back. I'll consult later to see if a craftsman can help you build an ant nest. Lin Chen initially wanted to put it away but suddenly stopped. Forget it, I'll let you stay out tonight. It seemed the Ant Queen understood Lin Chen's intention, sending a wave of joy. Lin Chen felt a bit helpless. Just as he was preparing to sleep. Creak! Suddenly, a door on the left opened. A girl walked out, yawning, dazed, and headed towards the fridge. She opened the fridge and took out a bottle of water, gulping it down. She seemed completely unaware that Lin Chen was sitting on the sofa in the living room. She was wearing a lace nightgown, exposing large areas of her fair skin. It was Luo Shueyao. Lin Chen's eyes widened instantly, not daring to move. At that moment, Lin Chen felt a mix of wryness and helplessness. The girl's dormitory was casual, accustomed to such living. In her sleepy haze, how could she notice that Lin Chen had suddenly appeared? So, Lin Chen dared not move, fearing to wake Luo Shueyao. If she woke up, the scream would likely reach 10,000 decibels, shaking the entire neighborhood. Luo Shueyao finished the entire bottle of water in one go, sighed in comfort, casually tossed the empty bottle into the nearby trash can, closed the fridge door, and turned around. Suddenly, her eyes widened. In the dim light, their wide-open eyes met. It's over. Lin Chen sighed inwardly, preparing to cover his ears. But 20 seconds passed. The room was silent. Luo Shueyao seemed to slowly come out of her shock. But the scream Lin Chen feared did not happen. She looked deeply at Lin Chen for a moment, slightly puffed out her chest, then withdrew her gaze and walked back to her room in slippers, the sound of her footsteps echoing. Tick-tock, she closed the door. Lin Chen let out a long breath. Those 20 seconds felt like being under a massive storm, that pressure above your head, about to fall but not yet. Half an hour later, just as Lin Chen was about to fall asleep, a door on the right suddenly opened gently. Xu Liyue, wearing slippers, peeked out of her room and glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen had his eyes slightly closed, seemingly asleep. Seeing that Lin Chen was still, she suddenly dashed towards the bathroom. She was wearing a beige nightgown, not as revealing as Luo Shueyao's, but still comfortable for sleeping. She was not wearing anything underneath. At that moment, Xu Liyue moved quickly, her figure swaying. 2 minutes later, she finally closed her room door, and the entire living room quieted down. Lin Chen glanced at the clock. It was already 2:30. Can I sleep now? Just as Lin Chen was thinking, the door creaked open. Zhao Xiaoling peeked out from her room, sneaking out. Lin Chen, are you asleep? She whispered as she approached him. Not yet? Lin Chen almost pretended to be asleep. Oh. She plopped down beside Lin Chen. The sofa was very soft, and with their combined weight, it sank down. Lin Chen and Zhao Xiaoling squeezed together. He could feel her smooth skin beneath her thin nightgown. Her body was very soft. Why aren't you asleep yet? Lin Chen asked. Hey, I'm a bit hungry and can't sleep. By the way, Lin Chen, are you hungry? Zhao Xiaoling's eyes sparkled. Right, you're hungry too. Then I'll order some barbecue takeout for a late-night snack. Lin Chen wanted to say that he wasn't actually hungry, he just wanted to sleep. Have you ordered anything yet? I'm so hungry, can't sleep. Ling Shuang came out of her room. Half an hour later, the table was filled with oysters, skewers of barbecue meat, and crayfish. Zhao Xiaoling, Luo Shuiao, Zhu Liyue, and Ling Shuang were all lively around the table. There was no sign of nighttime drowsiness. Cheers! The four girls poured beer and downed a glass. Luo Shuiao had changed into a set of pajamas, which were less revealing than the previous ones. For girls in pajamas, full of energy, plus a bewildered Lin Chen. The living room was dazzling with lights. When they got excited, they even started boxing and playing guessing games, flipping cards. Lin Chen's sofa, bed, had long been occupied. He was pushed to the edge. His head felt extremely swollen. At first, he even had an unrealistic fantasy. Weren't they hungry? Didn't they want to drink? If they got drunk, they should wake up soon, right? So, he drank glass after glass with the girls. But soon, he realized that these girls had an insatiable capacity for alcohol. Under the dizziness, he had to raise the white flag. Then, without Lin Chen, the novice, the four girls started a bottle-blowing contest. One bottle after another. It was quite shocking. At that moment, Lin Chen realized how silly and naive he had been to think he could get drunk with these girls. The clock ticked to 4 o'clock. Finally, the girls had eaten and drunk enough, slightly tipsy, and returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Chen could finally lie back on his sofa bed. 6 o'clock. Lin Chen woke up. In his previous life, he would have gotten up at this time, had a simple breakfast, then gone to school, followed by a day of intense training. But 8 o'clock passed. The girls' rooms were quiet. Soon, he would meet Yu Dapeng and the others to discuss the office meeting matters. Bored, Lin Chen had no choice but to check the guild-related information. It wasn't until noon that the girls finally started to wake up one by one. Lin Chen, up so early? Zhao Xiaoling, who had just gotten up, was surprised. Lin Chen helplessly replied, "It's already noon." "Oh, is this the life of girls? No wonder they don't want to live at school." Lin Chen sighed. Getting ready to eat. After washing up, there were another 2 hours of makeup. Finally, these girls were starting their day. Ling Shuang suddenly screamed behind Lin Chen. "What happened?" The girls gathered around. "Look!" Ling Shuang pointed tremblingly at the foot of the sofa. Lin Chen looked over. There, unexpectedly, a simple ant nest-like structure had been built. A simple castle made of various papers and wood materials. Inside the castle, a plump white worm could be seen. At the entrance of the small castle stood a soldier ant, guarding the gate with a serious expression, like a standard guard. Then, dozens of black worker ants came in and out of the gate. They tore off pieces of paper from a nearby box, carried them back, and began to build and improve the castle. At this point, Lin Chen, with his panda-like dark circles, was also dumbfounded. Last night, he had released the queen ant and checked on it. Then, seeing that it didn't seem to want to return to the pet space, he left it outside. After that, the four girls had a blast with it. He almost forgot about it. He didn't expect it to generate many little ants and planned to build a small castle here. Is this the nature of the queen ant? He looked at the scene before him, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. How did ants get in here? Zhu Liyue was also startled. Lin Chen, is this your pet bug? Zhao Xiaoling was a bit nervous too. For the girls, having ants invade the house was just as bad as having cockroaches. Lin Chen suddenly had a thought. An ant egg appeared in his hand. He gently placed it on the ground. A black worker ant immediately ran over, picked up the ant egg, and then, biting the egg, quickly scurried back towards the castle. Could it be that this ant queen, besides generating 1 ant per hour, could also nurture the original ant eggs into her soldiers? With over 13,000 ant eggs in his possession, wouldn't that mean he could quickly increase his army by more than 10,000 ants? Lin Chen suddenly felt that his ant queen pet was quite extraordinary compared to other pets. First, like the Kuanping, it couldn't split into countless copies, but it could evolve and upgrade, which was different from the Golden Devourer and the Purple Lightning Floaters. Second, if this ant queen were treated as a single entity, it might not be the most optimal way to raise it. It was more like a king of an empire. If it couldn't be cultivated in an imperial model, it could still be done, but the actual effect might be diminished. Come here, Lin Chen called softly. In the simple little castle, a plump white caterpillar crawled out, stretching and contracting, under the astonished gazes of the girls. Then, whether it was soldier ants or worker ants, they all set aside their tasks to protect the ant queen and crawled over to Lin Chen. One worker ant even remembered to carry the ant egg. Finally, that little plump caterpillar and a dozen small ants crawled onto Lin Chen's hand. Then, they disappeared from sight. Lin Chen, was that just now the ant queen? Zhu Liyue asked, her face full of astonishment. In the cave, that terrifying cave filled with countless fearsome ant legions, everything was under the empire of this ant queen. At that time, Lin Chen had fought a great battle with the ants among the royal family. Suddenly, the ant queen had vanished. They couldn't figure out what had happened. Now, seeing the ant queen here again, although much smaller, they recognized her at a glance. What they didn't expect was that she wanted to build another castle, an ant nest, in their home. If it weren't for the reinforced concrete structure of the house, they probably would have dug a hole by now. Knowing that this had become Lin Chen's pet and would no longer harm anyone, the girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. They patted their chests and felt at ease. When they heard Lin Chen say that this ant queen didn't really want to stay in his pet space, they were all amazed. Generally, summoned pets rarely have their own emotions and feelings. But Lin Chen, as a bug tamer, was quite special. Luo Shueyao, aren't you a craftsman? Do you think it's possible to create a castle for her? Then she could develop her castle world inside, so she wouldn't feel like she was just in my pet space, just an empty box. Lin Chen suddenly asked Luo Shueyao. Luo Shueyao was also taken aback by Lin Chen's idea. She was silent for a while before slowly saying, it would require spatial technology, only a craftsman with a deep understanding of spatial skills could do it. So, is it impossible to make this? Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. Did I say I couldn't do it? Luo Shueyao countered. Well, not exactly. I'm actually the craftsman with the deepest understanding of spatial technology, Luo Shueyao said lightly. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that when he first interacted with Luo Shueyao, she had claimed to be one of the most talented craftsmen in the Great Xia. You make one for me, just tell me how much it will cost, Lin Chen said after thinking for a moment, then asked straightforwardly. I need to go back and design it first. I'll let you know how much it will cost later. Good. Lin Chen nodded. If it can be done, everything will be easy. Since this ant queen pet is developing in the form of an empire, providing it with such a place is undoubtedly the best. Boss, where are you? Ning Yuanci and I are coming to find you. Yu Dapeng sent a message. Lin Chen sent him a brief message. Received. I'll be there in an hour. Your classmates? Zhao Shaoling asked. Yeah, they are all good classmates from Yang City. They also applied to Qingbei Martial Arts University. Based on their scores, there's absolutely no problem. However, unlike my special admission, they can't report to school immediately, they'll come in a little over a month. Then they are all our juniors, and they are also your friends, Lin Chen. Call them over, and we can eat together. Well, Lin Chen was unsure if it was convenient. That's settled then, I'll treat. Just in time, we need to eat too. An hour later, at a high-end restaurant not far from there, Lin Chen met with Yu Dapeng and the other four. After some pleasantries, he introduced Zhao Shaoling and the others. There were a total of 9 people, and everyone began to eat. Yu Dapeng kicked Lin Chen under the table, leaned over, and whispered, Boss, you're amazing. You've only been in the capital for a few days and have already attracted so many high-quality girls. If you stay in the capital for 3 years of university, won't you have a whole legion? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Chen kicked him back. What? This year's national exam, the top 10 rankings, you guys occupy 4 spots? Shu Liyue said in shock after chatting for a while. Sister Liyue, actually, we were all brought up by Lin Chen. Our real strength isn't that strong, Ning Yuanci laughed. Shu Liyue looked at Lin Chen and suddenly remembered that in the cave, their team was all raised a level by Lin Chen alone. One battle saved them a year or half a year of effort. Quite astonishing. So, when she heard Ning Yuanci and the others say they were all raised by Lin Chen, it wasn't surprising. Looking at these few people, they all followed Lin Chen closely. This person is really not simple. Shu Liyue looked at Lin Chen. What? You guys want to establish a guild now? Ling Shuang exclaimed. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yu Dapeng asked curiously. Not really, I'm just surprised that you're so young, not even in university yet, and you're thinking about these things. Lin Chen, I heard that establishing a guild requires 100,000 merit points. That's a hard requirement, Shu Liyue added. She was reminding them that establishing a guild isn't just about having money or ideas. There are conditions. Even if your family is wealthy, without merit points, you still can't establish one. Merit points are often earned by contributing to the country or through rewards given for specific events. They are much harder to obtain than money. In front of her was a group of students who had just awakened not long ago. Merit points, we all have some, but 100,000 is definitely not enough. But the boss has plenty, Yu Dapeng laughed. Lin Chen, where did you get merit points? How many do you have? Zhao Shaoling asked curiously. In the past, they had participated in some activities organized by the school or their families, and some tasks could earn them merit points. However, general tasks usually only earned 30 to 50 points, or at most a little over 100. But earning them sometimes required spending, and they only had a few hundred on them now. So, Zhao Xiaoling was a bit curious when she heard Yu Dapeng say that. Lin Chen looked up and said lightly, "Not much, I have about 400,000 points now." What? Instantly, the chopsticks of the four girls almost fell to the ground. My god, 400,000 points. Lin Chen, are you sure you said 400,000 points, not 40 points? To know, many people are buying merit points now, offering 10,000 for 1 point, and there are still no sellers. 10,000 merit points for establishing the guild will be deducted from me, no problem, Lin Chen said. Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanci nodded. I looked into it this morning, and establishing this guild is valuable. There are many large dungeons that are too dangerous for solo players to participate in, but if we have the guild's name, we can join. There are many benefits, but the pressure is also considerable, Julie US said. Actually, several of our families have established quite a few guilds, especially Luo Shuiao's Luo family, which should have no less than 20 guilds under its name. Yes, in this world, companies have already switched to the guild model. The country relies on the power of many guilds, but with rights come responsibilities, such as participating in some official organizations' actions every month and annual point assessments, Zhao Xiaoling explained. Lin Chen nodded. He had researched this and was aware. The main attraction for him in agreeing to Yu Dapeng's proposal to establish their own guild was the opportunity to participate in many large dungeons under the guild's name. For example, large dungeons like Death Desert and Sky City could take days and nights to explore without end. There were also many high-risk but potentially high-reward exploration sites that did not allow individual professionals to participate. Lin Chen needed to level up to above level 30 within a month, and regular small dungeons could not satisfy him. After we finish eating, let's go through the procedures to establish the guild. Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanci, and the others nodded. I have quite a few guilds at home and am familiar with the situation, so I'll guide you later, Luo Shuiao suddenly said. Lin Chen, you really need to think this through. Although establishing a guild requires 100,000 merit points, which is not easy, managing it afterward is even harder, Zhu Liyue expressed her concerns. At this moment, Ling Shuang also said, yes, the Great Xia's attitude towards non-state-owned guilds is survival of the fittest. Competition between guilds is encouraged, making the strong stronger and eliminating the weak. Guilds can initiate bets against each other, with the strong swallowing the weak. Lin Chen knew that the girls were right. Their families were already quite powerful. With such backgrounds, they understood the guild industry better than most. However, guilds could participate in higher risk but higher reward exploration missions. For this reason, he either had to join someone else's guild or create his own. Joining someone else's guild would mean being constrained by others, which did not align with Lin Chen's character. Moreover, his sister's enemies might be some guilds in the capital. So, he calmly said to Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang, I understand what you're saying, but my classmates are also keen on this, and I have to help them. Lin Chen had thought about it. His goal was rapid growth and strengthening his own power. Other matters could be managed by Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanci. As for himself, he was suited to be a fighter and wouldn't be delayed by anything. Lin Chen, since you are determined to establish a guild, I will join you and support you, Zhao Xiaoling suddenly said. With someone like Zhao Xiaoling joining, her background could indeed bring many conveniences and help the new guild establish itself. Hearing this, Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanci, and the others looked at Lin Chen, waiting for him to make a decision. Lin Chen pondered in silence for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, the prospects of the guild are still unclear, you don't need to bind yourself here. Besides, the reason we are establishing a guild is just to facilitate our actions. If we need you later, we can talk then. Zhao Xiaoling pouted, a bit unhappy. Then when your guild needs to recruit, remember to look for me. Of course, you are the kind of person we can't even dream of snatching, a treasure we long to have. When we really need to expand our business, we'll come to you, Lin Chen said with a smile. That's more like it. Zhao Xiaoling felt relieved hearing Lin Chen's pleasant words. This is the guild center, where you can handle guild matters, located on the 10th floor. After finishing their meal, at 3 in the afternoon, Lin Chen and the others, led by Luo Shuiao, arrived at the guild center. Besides Luo Shuiao and the 5 from Yang City, Zhao Xiaoling followed closely behind. She said she had nothing to do and wanted to join in the fun. As soon as they entered the first floor, Yu Dapeng and the others were stunned. The place was as spacious as a plaza, covering tens of thousands of square meters, filled with various guild booths and bustling with people. Seeing that Lin Chen and the others were awakened professionals, 2 girls holding flyers immediately approached them. Hey, handsome guys and beautiful ladies, join our Dawn Guild. We offer 5 insurances and a housing fund, plus professional insurance. The Wind Blade Guild is recruiting. Full-time and part-time positions available, with commission-based pay. Work more, earn more, no upper limit. A loud voice squeezed in. Dream Guild is recruiting all kinds of professionals, combat types and life types. Come quickly. Our guild promises at least 3 professional skill training sessions every year. The place was filled with job seekers and recruiting guilds. Lin Chen was also momentarily taken aback. If he hadn't come here in person, he wouldn't have realized how lively this place was. However, it was understandable. A guild was akin to a company in his previous life. Being part of the official system and becoming a civil servant was like having an iron rice bowl, but more people would enter various private companies. Life, after all, was either here or there. Yet in this world, it seemed that guilds were more popular than the official system. The reason was simple: private sectors offered more than the official ones. Lin Chen and his group squeezed through the crowded crowd and finally reached a less populated area. Everyone took a breath. Those recruiting guilds were too enthusiastic, and they really couldn't handle it. They insisted on pulling you into their guilds. Actually, those guilds we just saw aren't worth joining, Luo Shueyao said. Why? I thought their conditions were quite good, Yu Dapeng replied, puzzled. Those enthusiastic guilds are all level 5 guilds, also known as trash guilds. Luo Shueyao paused here and glanced at Lin Chen. She continued, I'm not talking about you guys. There are 5 levels of guilds. Newly established guilds are level 5. Level 4 is acceptable, but level 5 guilds are all newly formed, and their measures are not yet perfected. Joining one could lead to minor issues, and if you're not careful, you might end up as cannon fodder. So there are so many intricacies here, Ning Yuanxi said with a smile. Then when we establish our guild later, won't it also be a level 5 guild? Aren't we just creating a trash guild? Yu Dapeng said with a bitter smile. Giants all start as children. What's the big deal if we begin as a trash guild? Zhao Shaoling cheered for Lin Chen and the others. Shaoling is right, but level 5 guilds are not taken seriously by others, and not many choose to cooperate with such guilds. To be recognized by others, you need to be at least a level 4 guild, Luo Shueyao said, pointing to the east side of the hall. Look over there, that's the area for level 4 and above guilds. Lin Chen and the others looked over. Sure enough, there were far fewer people there. However, those coming and going were very serious. The exhibition area was upscale, and the HR personnel all wore proud expressions, as if their faces were saying, if you're not a master, our guild doesn't want you. The rejected candidates looked dejected. It was nothing like the earlier scene where guilds were recruiting like small market vendors, trying to pull in customers. There was a hint of a pimp-like atmosphere. Shuei Yao, a man in his 40s, walked over. Although he was in his 40s, his face was full of vitality, and he moved with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger. Uncle Chi. Luo Shueyao smiled brightly and approached him. What's going on? You want to establish a guild? You have 3 or 4 level 3 guilds at home, and quite a few level 2 ones as well. I used to ask you to manage them, but you refused. What's different today? It's not me starting the guild, it's a few of my friends, Luo Shueyao explained to the man. The man scanned the surroundings, his gaze skipping over Lin Qingyue, Yu Dapeng, and the others, and asked in confusion, what friends are starting it? Luo Shueyao pointed her chin towards Lin Chen, them. Ah, Uncle Chi was taken aback. He didn't expect that a few young students wanted to establish a guild. Nonsense. Uncle Chi paused, seeming to find those words inappropriate, and then said, anyway, I've put in a good word for you. We'll simplify all the processes. Thank you, Uncle Chi. Luo Shueyao smiled sweetly. Alright, you get back to your business. I have some things to attend to. The man waved his hand and left. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Yu Dapeng and the others, Luo Shueyao explained, the paperwork is quite troublesome, with all sorts of forms, reviews, and approvals. My Uncle Chi is familiar with the people inside, so I called him over to help put in a good word. What might take 7 or 8 days can be done in 7 or 8 minutes. That's thoughtful. Thank you, Lin Chen nodded. Once they went upstairs, a plump director immediately came over, beaming with enthusiasm, introducing the business and accompanying them the whole way. You talented young people are truly promising, please follow me. The various procedures were indeed astonishingly fast. When Lin Chen took out 100,000 merit points for the organization to deduct, the fat man was startled to see Lin Chen's 400,000 merit points. He immediately inquired about Lin Chen's identity. However, Lin Chen didn't want to say much, and the man quickly realized it and didn't dare to ask further. Instead, his enthusiasm rose another notch. The organization set Lin Chen as the president, with Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi as vice presidents. However, Lin Chen didn't want to spend too much energy on the guild, so he gave Yu Dapeng authorization. Usually, Yu Dapeng could exercise Lin Chen's presidential powers. When it came to naming the guild, Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, and the others all looked at Lin Chen, insisting that he be the one to name it. Name it? What should the guild be called? Lin Chen lowered his head in thought. Suddenly, he remembered the nights when he lived alone in that broken house, missing his mother and sister, often climbing up to the roof to gaze at the starry sky. Those nights, one after another. Yet, he never expected that he would finally arrive in the capital, only to hear the bad news about his sister. It made him extremely worried and angry. Lin Chen suddenly raised his head and slowly said, "Then let's call it Wrath of the Stars." Wrath of the Stars? Everyone was taken aback. It seemed as if a galaxy appeared before their eyes, hanging down from the heavens. But in an instant, an overwhelming rage surged forth, capable of destroying the world. Yu Dapeng exclaimed, "That name is really cool. It has a grand momentum." Ning Yuanci added, "The name that Brother Hao came up with is just great." Lin sure didn't care what the name was, as long as it was named by Lin Chen, it was good. "We finally have our own guild. Its name is Wrath of the Stars." Mu Shui nodded. "Very poetic." Zhao Shaoling also agreed. However, Luo Shuiyao glanced at Lin Chen. Wrath of the Stars? It seemed that this Lin Chen was not as calm and indifferent as he appeared. He must have many things inside, silently harboring a rage that could destroy the world. With his astonishing talent and strength now, one day, he would shock the world. And the name Wrath of the Stars would likely become known to all. The staff handling the business were once again astonishingly fast. In less than half an hour, the guild license and sign were all processed seamlessly. When Lin Chen and the others walked out the door, licenses and such, Ning Yuanci had already put away in her bag. Yu Dapeng excitedly toyed with the palm-sized guild token. "Boss, what are we doing now?" Yu Dapeng asked. "Of course, we need to see what guild tasks are available." Lin Chen turned to Luo Shuiyao and asked, "For a level 5 guild, what are the requirements to upgrade to level 4? Luo Shuiyao pondered for a moment and said, "There are quite a few upgrade requirements, like business volume, funds, but those aren't the most important. The key point is the guild task points. To upgrade from level 5 to level 4, the guild needs to participate in tasks and earn 50,000 points, while upgrading from level 4 to level 3 requires 500,000 points, and from 3 to 2, 5 million points. Points are earned by participating in and completing guild tasks." Lin Chen turned to Yu Dapeng and said, "You handle the other matters, I'll take care of the points. In a month, we'll upgrade to a level 4 guild." Lin Chen had checked the information. A level 4 guild could participate in more large-scale operations. I definitely have no problem with that." Yu Dapeng patted his chest. "A month? That's impossible. Generally speaking, it takes at least 1 or 2 years for a level 5 guild to upgrade to level 4, and that's under strong circumstances." Luo Shuiyao shook her head. "Didn't you say that as long as we have enough points, it's fine? Points can be earned by participating in more tasks, right?" Lin Chen said lightly. Luo Shuiyao wanted to say something else but thought better of it. Each operation wasn't that easy. It required advanced planning, design, preparation of personnel, and a large amount of supplies. Completing a task also required rest, replenishing personnel and supplies. All of this took a lot of time. Guild task area. Many guilds were also here looking for suitable tasks to undertake. This task has quite a generous reward. Besides points, there are also material and monetary rewards. The only problem is that the task is too difficult. We need to kill a monster invading a small county, and the monster's level is 30. Most of our guild members are around level 25, so we can't do it. A woman in her 30s was scrolling through tasks on the screen, then stopped at one piece of information and began to read it carefully. After finishing, she sighed to another woman beside her. "There's really no way. We don't have the money to hire outside help right now." Lin Chen, who was also browsing tasks, frowned. He flipped through 70 or 80 pieces of information in a row. The points for these tasks were very low, which made him quite dissatisfied. For example, the task that the woman wanted to undertake earlier was only worth 1,000 points, which he had also seen. How long would it take to complete such tasks? Fortunately, there were a vast number of tasks here, thousands upon thousands. With a little patience, they would eventually find tasks with higher points. "Oh, this task has quite a few points, 10,000 points, the Sand Dune Dungeon, and the task is to obtain the perfume heart of the Sandworm King, and the price for the perfume heart is separate." Yu Dapeng rushed over. "Let me see. Wow, the monster's level is 40, and it's a large dungeon with many monsters. Boss, this risk is too high, right? How about we choose another one?" Lin Chen, since it's your first time doing a guild task, be a bit cautious and don't be too reckless. I've heard about the Sand Dune task. The monsters inside are very difficult to deal with, and many level 4 guilds have suffered great losses, Zhao Shaoling said from the side. At this moment, Ning Yuanci, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui were also carefully examining the task. After looking, their expressions were quite heavy. If Lin Chen chose this task for the high points, it would indeed be very dangerous. Haha, am I seeing this wrong? A few little trash, just established a trash guild, and you want to take on the sand dune dungeon? Are you trying to make people laugh to death? A voice suddenly rang out from the side. 3 men were standing nearby. The speaker, who was also quite young, in his 20s, glanced at the guild token in Yu Dapeng's hand, then smirked at Lin Chen. What did you say? You're the trash. What tasks we undertake is none of your business. Yu Dapeng realized that this was someone looking for trouble, and he responded without holding back. Oh, you think you're tough? Can you little rookies handle a task like the sand dunes? Seeing Yu Dapeng getting fired up, the man seemed to take pleasure in it. If we can't do it, can you? Yu Dapeng's temper flared, and he couldn't help but retort. In no time, the two were arguing more fiercely. A few girls listening nearby started to feel uncomfortable. They wondered what was wrong with this guy. Everyone was minding their own business, and he just came over to attack them for no reason? Even if he had nothing to do, he didn't have to be so irritating. Meanwhile, Lin Chen watched the 3 in front of him with a calm expression. He had already noticed that these 3 had been quietly watching them for a while. As they approached, the 2 girls looking for tasks changed their expression slightly and discreetly moved away from the 3. Interesting, what did they want from them? At that moment, a crowd of onlookers gathered around the arguing parties. Some were just there to watch the commotion, while others looked at Lin Chen's side with unusual expressions. The leader, a young man with yellow hair, suddenly slammed his palm on a nearby table. You guys are a level 5 trash guild, and we, a level 4 guild, mock you. What's wrong with that? Not happy? You dare to retort? How about we make a bet? As soon as the words make a bet were spoken, the 2 girls' expressions changed. Looking at Lin Chen's side, they showed signs of concern and opened their mouths as if to say something. The young man with yellow hair shot a cold glare at the girl who was about to speak. Suddenly, he stepped forward and slapped her across the face. Smack! The girl stumbled back a few steps, covering her face, her expression filled with panic. Shut your mouth if you don't want to die, the young man coldly told her. The girl seemed to recognize him but dared not say another word. The young man turned to Yu Dapeng and provocatively said, I give you 2 choices, either your trash guild apologizes to me, or if you're not satisfied, we can bet. Of course, if you're cowards, you can leave now, but don't let me see you again. Apologize? What a joke. You mocked us first, and after bullying us, you want an apology? Yu Dapeng replied defiantly, fine, let's bet. What are we betting on? Of course, they could just walk away and ignore him. But this guy had boxed them in with his words. If they really left, it would seem like they were afraid of him. The young man sneered, bet on whatever you want. Don't you want to go to the death sand dunes? Let's bet on that dungeon. The loser will face punishment. What's there to be afraid of? How do we bet on the sand dunes? What punishment for losing? Yu Dapeng had never lost a verbal battle. In the dungeon, we can do a best of 3. First, we see who lasts the longest inside, second, who kills the most monsters, and third, who can obtain the essence heart. As for the loser, if we lose, we'll give you 10,000 guild points. If you lose, you disband your guild and give us the 50,000 merit points you get back. In the end, you still profit. Do you dare? The young man with yellow hair raised his head and coldly said to Yu Dapeng, to establish a guild, one must pay 100,000 merit points, and if one voluntarily disbands, they can get back 50,000 merit points. Lin Chen coldly watched the young man with yellow hair. At this time, the crowd of onlookers formed 3 circles around them. The outer circle was discussing among themselves. Here we go again with that infamous hunter guild, relying on their level 4 guild strength, specifically waiting here to bully and provoke those newly established level 5 guilds, then forcing them to gamble, making a profit off this. Yeah, it's really trash. I heard that a few days ago, a guild couldn't take it anymore and gambled with them, ended up losing, not only disbanded the guild but also lost 50 million. Look, those people from the new guild can't take it anymore. If they can't resist gambling with them, they're likely to fall into the trap again. Just as the blonde youth said, do you dare? It seemed that Yu Dapeng, who appeared to have lost his temper, suddenly burst into laughter. I've always been curious about what you guys want to do. Turns out you're just here to wait and profit off newcomers. At that moment, Yu Dapeng looked nothing like someone who had lost his mind. Instead, he looked like a clown watching the blonde youth and his companions. The blonde youth's face changed when he realized he had been played. I'm just asking if you dare or not. If you don't, then scram. In the distance, a powerful figure, Luo Shuiao's 7th uncle, stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene with great interest. He had certainly heard of the Hunter Guild. They had done countless trashy things here, and anyone who had been in a guild for a while knew about this guild. Only those who were new to guilds were unaware. However, he did not step in to intervene. As soon as he showed up, the hunter would probably apologize and leave in disgrace. But he wanted to see how the people Luo Shueiyao brought would respond. To run a guild, the leaders must remain calm and make rational judgments. Acting on impulse is a big taboo. If others mock you a bit and you rush in, that kind of handling of affairs would be better off disbanding the guild early. Otherwise, it's better than dying one day. Luo Shueiyao couldn't help but say, "Zhang Jian, is this all your hunter guild is capable of? Spending all day here looking for new guilds to bully?" The blonde youth was taken aback, wondering why another girl was stirring up trouble, especially since she pointed out his name. Just as he was about to scold her, someone stepped forward behind him and whispered a few words in his ear. The blonde youth's expression changed several times. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "So it's Miss Luo. Since they are your friends, let's just forget about this." He glanced reluctantly at Yu Dapeng. Turning around, he was about to leave. In the distance, Luo Shueiao's seventh uncle shook his head and sighed. "They are lucky today to have a friend like Shueiao here, otherwise, these kids would have suffered a big loss." Then, he prepared to go about his business. Wait! In the crowd, Lin Chen, who had been silent, suddenly said calmly, "Didn't you want to gamble? We can gamble with you." The blonde youth and his two companions were taken aback and turned to stare at Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, what are you saying?" Luo Shueiyao exclaimed anxiously. She had waited until the end to speak up and drive away Zhang Jian because she didn't want to get too involved in such disputes. However, seeing that Yu Dapeng and the others were about to fall for the trap, she reluctantly stepped in. Just as it seemed the matter would be settled, Lin Chen unexpectedly stirred up trouble again, so she wanted to dissuade him. But Lin Chen waved his hand, interrupting her. He looked at the three and said coolly, "Don't dare to gamble, coward? Then you can scram." These words were what the blonde youth had said earlier, which had made Yu Dapeng's face turn red. Now, Lin Chen turned those words back on Zhang Jian. "What the hell did you just say?" Zhang Jian's face flushed. However, he cautiously glanced at Luo Shueiyao. With someone from the Luo family present, he didn't dare to act recklessly. "You don't need to look at her, she's not from our guild. If you want to gamble, we will accompany you." Zhang Jian, upon hearing this, sneered, "Fine, since that's the case, let's go to the guild for a fair judgment, to avoid any denial if you lose later. Any bet established at the guild's arbitration office would be enforced on the loser." "Wait, I haven't finished yet," Lin Chen suddenly said. "You guys are playing such a small bet? Don't you want our merit points? I have plenty more, it just depends on whether you have the ability to take them." With a wave of his hand, a screen appeared, displaying 300,000 merit points. Wow! Instantly, the crowd around erupted in astonishment. What the hell, did I see that wrong? 300,000. Just now they established a guild with 100,000. Where did these people get so many merit points? Did they rob a bank? Zhang Jian was stunned to see Lin Chen's 300,000 merit points. His eyes widened, and then, blood surged up, his eyes turning red, breathing heavily. It was filled with an overwhelming desire. "Lin Chen," Luo Shueiyao said anxiously. Although she didn't know where Lin Chen got such a terrifying 300,000 merit points, she knew it was a trap. Giving away such precious merit points was truly unwise. Zhao Shaoling tugged at Luo Shueiyao, signaling her to stop talking and just watch. In this regard, Zhao Shaoling understood Lin Chen better than Luo Shueiyao. First, she was more aware of Lin Chen's strength. Second, she understood Lin Chen's character. Once Lin Chen decided on an action, others should not interfere with him, nor could they. "What, do you want it?" Lin Chen's voice seemed to carry a devilish tone. "If you win, all of this is yours, but if you lose, you must offer something of equal value in return." Zhang Jian stared at Lin Chen, his chest heaving, and said fiercely, "All of this is mine, what do you want? I only have 10,000 guild points. Money is fine too, at market price, one merit point can't be bought for 10,000, but I'll count it as 10,000 for you. Here, 300,000 points, plus the 50,000 for leaving the guild, that totals to 3.5 billion. However, you can calculate it as 3 billion plus 10,000 guild points," Lin Chen said casually. Everyone nearby gasped in shock. This bet was too big. 3.5 billion was no small amount. Many level 3 or 4 guilds didn't even have that much liquidity. Some thought Lin Chen was crazy, while others thought he was foolish. But the looks directed at him were all filled with astonishment. Regardless of whether he was foolish or crazy, few could muster the courage to push their chips in like this. In the distance, Uncle Luo of the Luo family was also stunned. Just now, he had shown a bit of interest, wanting to see how these little ones would react. However, he had been looking down at them from an adult's perspective. Now, this situation far exceeded his expectations. 3.5 billion, a bet for a dungeon. This was no child's play. Many large guilds didn't even make such extravagant bets. Yet, the little guy proposing this bet appeared calm and composed, as if he were not wagering 3.5 billion, but rather $3.50 in a game. Even Luo Shueyao, who was beside Lin Chen, was taken aback. My god, is Lin Chen serious? A 3.5 billion gamble. After the shock, Luo Shueyao suddenly felt a surge of dopamine rushing through her, bringing forth an uncontrollable excitement. She was not a good girl, on the contrary, those who truly knew her understood how rebellious and crazy she was. It was only in the past year that she had become somewhat normal. Otherwise, she was not just a girl, she was a madwoman. Looking at Lin Chen, Luo Shueyao suddenly felt that her usual playmates, that group of friends who seemed crazy to others, had become little good kids in front of Lin Chen. This is the real madman. 3.5 billion. Upon hearing this number, Zhang Jian's face turned blue and then white. What? You don't even have this much wealth? How dare you come out and look for people to bet against? You call yourselves a level 4 guild? I think you're more like a joke guild. You. Zhang Jian's face turned ashen. Get lost, you poor wretch. How dare you come looking for us with such little strength? Lin Chen stabbed again. Alright, wait for me, I'll find someone. Zhang Jian's eyes were blazing with fury. Fine, but I only give you 5 minutes, Lin Chen said indifferently. Zhang Jian immediately squeezed out of the crowd. He quickly contacted someone. The onlookers began to buzz with discussion. At the same time, a level 5 guild that had just been established for less than 10 minutes was betting 35 billion against the level 4 guild of hunters. This news spread through the entire guild building like a plague. Those who heard it rushed over excitedly. Everyone wanted to see who had the audacity to play such a big game. When they saw that the most reckless person of the year was a guy who was not even 20 and seemed to still be a student, they were all stunned. Looking at his guild members, they were also a few students. My goodness, are parents not taking care of their kids these days? But where did these kids get such funds? It felt like a child carrying a HIMARS missile. Where, who is it? Some who hadn't seen Lin Chen were pushing from behind. When more people saw Lin Chen and the others, not a single one was not dumbfounded. Damn, just this group of kids, 35 billion, isn't the Hunters Guild just picking up money? I think so too, the highest level is only 25, the others are only level 20, what pressure could such guild members have in winning? Damn, I want to bet with them, one person said with eager eyes. Humph, you want to bet? Do you have that much money? Someone beside him scoffed. By the way, do these students really have 35 billion? Someone expressed doubt. They definitely don't have 35 billion, but he just showed that he has 350,000 merit points, 350,000 merit points. If he takes his time, he could sell them for over 4 billion. An onlooker explained. What, 350,000 merit points? They have that? It's all been shown, everyone here saw it. Damn, did they rob a bank or the government? What happened to this world? Has it changed? An older man murmured. Stop talking, look, the Hunters Guild people are back after the call, someone shouted. The young man with yellow hair, Zhang Jian, walked in. He looked at Lin Chen. At this moment, he was serious and tense, completely different from his earlier arrogant demeanor. Lin Chen? Zhang Jian suddenly said. Oh, you found out so quickly? Lin Chen smiled lightly. Our boss said to bet with you. When he said this, his expression was unusually complex. At the same time, he was a bit nervous. Usually, he played with at most a few million. That was already quite high. But today, unknowingly, it had developed into a shocking gamble of 35 billion. And the main character on one side was him, Zhang Jian. Although there was no reason to lose, he still felt an immense pressure and couldn't help but feel nervous. But Lin Chen remained completely calm. Zhang Jian gritted his teeth and said, the rules are as I just said, in the Death Dune dungeon, best 2 out of 3, first, see which side stays inside the longest, second, see who kills the most monsters, third, see who can get the essence heart. Okay. Lin Chen didn't even try to negotiate. This once again caught Zhang Jian off guard. He had thought Lin Chen would look for rules more favorable to their guild. But this person had an indifferent attitude. What was going on? Although Zhang Jian's guild is a level 4 guild, its strength far exceeds that of the opposing level 5 guild. Yet, for some reason, at this moment, standing in front of Lin Chen, he feels empty inside. There seems to be no confidence at all. When do we start? He asked Lin Chen, staring intently. Tomorrow, I don't have much time to waste on you. Tomorrow they would enter the dungeon. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, the surroundings erupted in an uproar. Especially those onlookers who had been there from the beginning were astonished. What guild dungeon were they betting on? It was the Death Dunes. Although it is also open to level 5 guilds, historically, only level 4 guilds would consider entering such a large-scale guild dungeon as the Death Dunes. The difficulty is too high. Otherwise, why would the reward for this task be a staggering 10,000 guild points? Moreover, in terms of resources and personnel, it often takes months of preparation. However, they clearly saw Lin Chen and the others just coming from the guild establishment. It was their first time here to check the guild tasks. Seeing the high points for the Death Dunes dungeon task, they were tempted. A spur-of-the-moment idea, a spur-of-the-moment action? These kids are quite to my liking. At least they aren't afraid when facing the Hunter Guild, but against a level 4 guild, they have no chance at all. Besides, the Hunter Guild is just a small branch of the White Tiger Guild. I can't understand it either. Betting and doing it immediately is just nonsense. It's incomprehensible. Could it be that this Star's Fury Guild doesn't understand any guild common sense? Discussions erupted. Capital City. A skyscraper. This is the headquarters of the White Tiger Guild. In his 40s, in the prime of his life, Lin Dihu is sitting on a mahogany sofa. An underling reports beside him. President Lin, Zhang Jian just sent another message saying the other side demands to enter the Death Dunes dungeon at noon tomorrow. Have we clarified their background? Zhao Dihu said. We have clarified, they are a few students from Yang City who just finished their major exams. It seems their families have a bit of money, so they came to the capital early to play with this guild. Among them, the highest level is only 25. Agreed. Lin Dihu smiled faintly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. A few country bumpkins must be doing well in that small place, a bit out of touch with reality. However, at the scene, that madwoman Luo Shueyao from the Luo family was standing with them. We previously suspected that Star's Fury might be a new subguild of the Luo family, but they also stated on site that they have nothing to do with the Luo family, the underling continued. Luo Shueyao? The rebellious genius of the Luo family? Lin Dihu paused slightly but quickly waved his hand. Impossible, if it were the Luo family's property, their methods wouldn't be like this. Yes, the president is right. Tomorrow at noon? Lin Dihu stood up and walked a few steps. These 350,000 merit points are not insignificant. Since someone is delivering themselves to our door, we can't refuse. Yes, President. That Dune dungeon has a level cap of 40, right? By the way, inform Zhao Xiong to bring 10 level 40 elites to temporarily join the Hunter Guild immediately. The underling stiffened. Zhao Xiong is the president's nephew, strong and cold-blooded. Sending him out almost guarantees that the members of the Star's Fury Guild will not only lose but may even lose their lives. Could it be overkill? Just a few level 20 kids. Humph, who doesn't know that the Hunter Guild is a property of our White Tiger? A newly established small guild dares to defy us. If we don't teach them a lesson, everyone in the capital will think our White Tiger grew up eating grass. The atmosphere turned cold. Yes. In the guild building, witnessed by thousands, the fury of the stars and the hunters made a fair bet. It's really happening. The 1,000 people began to spread the news. Information spread like waves in all directions. It quickly became a hot topic in countless professional circles. Having settled the matter, Lin Chen and Yu Dupeng no longer lingered here. They had booked a presidential suite in a super hotel. This suite had more than a dozen bedrooms. It also had a dining room, a reception room, and everything one could need. At this moment, several of them were discussing matters in the living room. Remembering that he had hardly slept the previous night, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Tonight should be different. Staying overnight in the girls' dormitory had been too much pressure. Zhao Xiaoling, barefoot, jumped a few times on the plush carpet and laughed. Wow, this is so soft and comfortable. I want to sleep here tonight too. Lin Chen. Zhao Xiaoling glanced at Luo Shueyao. There are only 5 of them, and there are still many rooms. Shueyao, you should sleep here with me tonight too. Luo Shueyao said, just now, I also informed Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang to come over and see what they can do to help Lin Chen. Lin Chen stumbled. Wasn't it just like living in the girls' dormitory again? Boss, our guild has been established now, but we don't have a place to hang a sign, and everyone has nowhere to stay. I have an idea, why not buy a building? It can serve as both an office and a residence. What do you think? Sounds good. Lin Chen nodded and smiled. Buy a luxurious one, 30 billion, isn't that enough for you to play around with? Ha, boss, that stupid Hunters Guild really thinks we're rookies, just a few words to provoke us, and they want to bet? They just don't understand. As long as you're here, not to mention 1 hunter, even 10 won't be a problem. Lin Chen, are you confident? Ning Yuanci asked with a faint smile. However, there was still considerable worry in her eyes. Don't worry, even if it's not a bet, I still have to enter this dungeon. The information says there are a lot of monsters in this dungeon, just what I'm looking for, Lin Chen said lightly. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang had arrived. As soon as Chu Liyue entered, her face was devoid of a smile, and she immediately said to Zhao Xiaoling and Luo Shueyao, what's going on with you two? Weren't you supposed to follow Lin Chen? Why didn't you stop this bet? Lin Chen's strength isn't bad, right? Zhao Xiaoling was a bit confused. It's true that Lin Chen's strength isn't bad, but the Hunters Guild is a subsidiary of the White Tiger Guild. Don't you know about this? We know. Then why didn't you stop it? With this level of betting, Zhang Jian from the Hunters definitely can't make the call. So, the newly established Fury of the Stars Guild isn't betting against the Hunters Guild, but against the White Tiger Guild. The White Tiger Guild? Oh, you know me, I really don't want to think too much. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoling seemed a bit regretful. Just now, I received news that the White Tiger Guild has temporarily added 10 level 40 elites to the Hunters Guild, and even Zhao Xiong has joined. It's obvious that these people are the ones entering the dungeon tomorrow. Isn't this cheating? Zhao Xiaoling jumped up. So, Lin Chen and the others have no chance of winning at all. Even if we take a step back and say they win, can the 30 billion from the White Tiger Guild be so easily taken? This isn't a child's game. Hey, you guys are too confused. Ling Shuang sighed. Zhao Xiong is a ruthless person, someone who kills without blinking and devours people without spitting out bones. Alright, Xu Liyue, don't blame them anymore. This is my decision. Lin Chen finally understood what Xu Liyue meant and said lightly. Lin Chen, in the guild dungeon, a team can have a maximum of 16 members. Who are the members entering the dungeon with you? Are they the level 20 Yu Dapeng and the others? You really underestimated your opponent this time. How about this? I just contacted my family, and I can organize a few combat professionals at level 30 or above. I'll have them join your guild tomorrow morning. I'll ask my family too, to see if they can help Lin Chen, Zhao Xiaoling said. No need, Lin Chen shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, but it's really unnecessary, and I won't lose. Xu Liyue wanted to say something else. Lin Chen waved his hand to stop her. Hey! Xu Liyue stamped her foot. I really can't bear to see your guild just established and then immediately disbanded. Ling Shuang also shook her head. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, to be honest with you, our bet with the Hunter Guild is just the first step of the Star's Fury. After this battle, we will also make it public. Our Star's Fury will not back down. If the White Tiger Guild loses and is not satisfied, they can continue to bet against us, including other guilds. He enunciated each word clearly, otherwise, how can Star's Fury be promoted to a level 4 guild within a month? Or even a level 3? Our Star's Fury will rise through violence. This statement was filled with grandeur. At the same time, a chilling aura spread. Have you seen a catfish? The Star Guild will be that catfish in the pond. Xu Liyue and the others shivered at his words. Earlier, she had heard that Lin Chen and the others were going to establish a guild, and like others, she thought they were just playing around. After all, some of his classmates had a bit of money. With money, one can be a bit reckless. But now, hearing this, Lin Chen was clearly not playing around. He was about to stir up a storm. If it were someone else, such grandiose words would only earn admiration at most. But who was Lin Chen? A genius, a madman, someone destined to reach the top in the future. Xu Liyue had no doubt about this. During the cave expedition, she had witnessed Lin Chen's talent and strength. It was just that he was only level 25, a bit too low. In fact, after the cave incident, she had quietly contacted her family to pull Lin Chen in and invest in him. However, when her family heard that Lin Chen was only level 25, a newly awakened student, they weren't very interested. Xu Liyue could only smile wryly. The decision-makers in her family had a short-sighted view. By the time someone like Lin Chen grew up, would a small Chu family even be in his sights? Lin Chen, the usually quiet Luo Shueiyao suddenly said, I want to join your Star's Fury Guild. Her sudden declaration stunned everyone. Lin Chen frowned even more. He had already turned down Zhao Xiaoling once. It wasn't that he looked down on Zhao Xiaoling and the others. In terms of loyalty, such good friends were invaluable. However, Lin Chen had long realized that the Star's Fury they were establishing would not follow the usual path. It would inevitably create many enemies. He didn't want to drag Zhao Xiaoling and her carefree friends down because of their good intentions. Lin Chen, although I'm not a combat type, you bought my equipment, so you should know my skills as a craftsman, Zhao Xiaoling said proudly. Do you know how many guilds have invited me over the years? I can't even count them, and there are many even from level 2 guilds. Your Star's Fury, I see that you all are combat types, but you lack skill types. You need someone like me, but a real guild cannot do without skill types. Only by continuously acquiring resources and money can you truly support those combat types on the front lines. Shueiyao, you. Xu Liyue was shocked. She, of course, understood Luo Shueiyao better than Lin Chen and the others. She also knew how terrifying Luo Shueiyao's talent was. However, what the world saw was only her madness. Luo Shueiyao, if you join Star's Fury, your Luo family won't agree. Xu Liyue shook her head. If they oppose, I can make it public that my career path has nothing to do with the Luo family, Luo Shueiyao said firmly. Why is that? Xu Liyues smiled bitterly. People from big families have many advantages from a young age, but at the same time, they also face many restrictions. The philosophy of the starry rage really appeals to me. I like this kind of madness. Luo Shueiyao turned to Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, you wouldn't say you dare not accept me, would you? Why would I not dare? Welcome to join Starry Rage. Lin Chen extended his hand to Luo Shueiyao. Luo Shueiyao reached out as well. The two shook hands. Lin Chen, if you hand over the life skills section to me, I won't let you regret it. Alright, all these tasks are yours. Starry Rage has never intended to take the conventional path. Whatever genius ideas you have, just let them come. Yu Dapeng laughed heartily on the side. Starry Rage had just been established and was still lacking in many areas, especially in the skills department. Previously, Yu Dapeng had interacted with several people and heard Lin Chen mention that all the equipment he purchased came from Luo Shueiyao's hands. Yu Dapeng had a gut feeling that this Luo Shueiyao was not simple. He had considered poaching her, but when he learned she was from the Luo family, he had to give up that thought. Unexpectedly, just now, Lin Chen had boasted a few times and said some impressive words, which led Luo Shueiyao to actively request to join Starry Rage. How could he not be happy about that? Lin Chen, you went too far. Zhao Xiaoling, who was beside them, was angry and punched Lin Chen a few times playfully. You rejected me but accepted Luo Shueiyao. Tell me, have you found a new love and forgotten your old one? Pfft, Ning Yuanxi couldn't help but laugh. Serves you right, scumbag. Lin sure added fuel to the fire. I'm afraid Principal Zhao will deal with me. How about this, when I see Principal Zhao later, I'll ask him. If he agrees, we'll accept you, okay? Lin Chen smiled bitterly. Humph, my grandpa is my grandpa, and I am me. What does my grandpa have to do with this? Zhao Xiaoling pouted. Alright, I'll let you join the Starry Rage Guild. Humph, that's more like it. That night. Except for around 1 in the morning when Zhao Xiaoling knocked on Lin Chen's door, saying she couldn't sleep and wanted to discuss life ideals, only to be sent away by Lin Chen. Lin Chen finally had a good night's sleep, making up for the previous night's shortfall. By noon, everyone was teleported to Gubei Town, not far from the capital. The entrance to the Death Dunes dungeon was in Gubei Town. At this time, the entrance to the dungeon was bustling with millions of people. Aside from a small number of guilds wanting to enter the dungeon as part of their daily routine, most were there to watch the betting excitement. Lin Chen and his group all arrived. The proposed list of personnel entering the dungeon included Lin Chen, Zhao Xiaoling, Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui. For the Death Dunes, the number of guild members entering must not be less than 5 and not more than 16. Luo Shueiyao was a craftsman, not a combat type. She was just accompanying them and would not enter the dungeon. However, the Hunter Guild was fully staffed with 16 members, and 14 of them were level 40 combat professions. The remaining 2 were also level 38. Both teams are here. Someone shouted from the crowd. Instantly, it was as if water had been dropped into hot oil. The whole place erupted with excitement. Many people squeezed in to see how the 2 teams were doing. However, they saw 2 teams that were almost polar opposites. One was the newly established level 5 guild Starry Rage, with 6 members. The highest level was 25, with the others just over level 20. The other was the Hunter Guild, with 16 members. Almost all were level 40, and even those who hadn't reached level 40 were in their 30s. Are these 2 teams really betting against each other? How can they even fight like this? Isn't this a joke? It feels like I'm watching a group of kids compete against a group of adults. The problem is that the stakes are over 3 billion, isn't that too much? Don't their parents care about them? Where are they from? I heard they all come from Yang City, a small place, students who just arrived in a big city and know nothing. I can't stand it anymore. Isn't this just the hunters bullying others? Do they even have the nerve to earn this money? If I had known I was betting with such a guild, I wouldn't have come. The discussions on site were almost one-sided, with no one optimistic about the Starry Fury. Have you all placed your bets? Suddenly, someone spoke up. I did. I bet $1 million on the Hunters Guild, although the odds are a bit low, but money earned is money earned. I also bet my entire fortune on the Hunters Guild, $2 million. I was worried that Starry Fury might turn out to be a dark horse, but now that I see it, I'm completely at ease. Another person laughed. I wonder if we can still place bets now. I heard this has sparked a lot of discussions, and the Las Vegas Guild has set up an offline betting pool, with the offline stakes skyrocketing to 70 billion overnight. That's terrifying. You can still place bets within 10 minutes of entering the dungeon, and I heard the odds have risen to 130. The surrounding noise was overwhelming, but Lin Chen remained calm, indifferent to the discussions around him. He glanced at the opposing group. In the front was not Zhang Jian, the blonde president of the Hunters Guild, but a man in his 30s whom Lin Chen did not recognize. This man looked very strong, with a cold gaze. Zhang Jian stood a position behind him, baring his teeth at Lin Chen and the others, looking provocative. At this moment, he no longer appeared nervous after being thrown out of the 3 billion bet by Lin Chen at the guild building. Now, he had regained his full arrogance. "These few trash want to bet against us?" the leading man said to Zhang Jian. "It's them, the one in front is Lin Chen, and the others are his classmates," Zhang Jian quickly replied, trying to please and show some caution towards the leading man. Although he was the president of the Hunters Guild, he felt like a little brother to this man. "I thought some big shots had come, but it turns out to be a bunch of kids. You can't handle this kind of person, Zhang Jian? The president hurriedly called me here? What a joke." The man glanced at Lin Chen and the others, speaking coldly. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, raised his right hand, brought his palms together, and made a gesture across his throat, mimicking a throat-slitting motion. Those behind Lin Chen, like Yu Dapeng, could easily see the provocation in the man's actions. "These guys are really arrogant." Yu Dapeng couldn't hold back. "We don't need to pay them any mind. We're here to run a dungeon, not to engage in verbal sparring," Ning Yuanxi said with a hint of indifference. "That's because they don't understand Lin Chen. If they did, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant," Zhao Shaoling pouted. "Once we enter the dungeon, Brother Hao will teach them a lesson," Lin Shi said, moving closer to Lin Chen. The relatively mature Mu Shui remained silent, her eyes showing heavy concern. "Lin Chen, the Death Dune's dungeon has very powerful monsters inside, don't underestimate it. If you can't hold on, preserving your life is the top priority. Don't be too concerned about the bet against the Hunters Guild," Chu Liyue advised Lin Chen. She, along with Luo Shuiao, Ling Shuang, and others, had accompanied him, but they were not members of the Starry Fury Guild and could not enter the dungeon with the team. At this moment, several staff members from the guild also arrived, and the entire venue was notarized. Although they, like everyone else, were not optimistic about the Starry Fury, they still took their jobs seriously. They set up a huge screen on site. Although it couldn't display real-time scenes from inside the dungeon, it could show real-time scoring updates. There were a total of 3 panels. One is the duration of the dungeon's retention. One is the number of monsters killed in the dungeon. The last one is the ownership of the Heart of Essence. Among these 3 data points, whichever guild leads in 2 means they win this bet. Lin Chen led the 5 of them to the scene and directly walked to the entrance of the dungeon. The dungeon has 3 difficulty levels: Normal, Nightmare, and Hell. Only the Hell difficulty level can drop the Heart of Essence, so there is really no choice or controversy regarding the difficulty. "Do you want to choose Hell difficulty?" "Confirm, we must survive," Chu Liyue shouted. Whoosh! Lin Chen and the others were teleported into the dungeon. The members of the Hunter Guild also approached the dungeon entrance, and Zhang Jian hurriedly stepped forward to select the dungeon difficulty, which was also Hell level. Whoosh whoosh! A flash of white light passed, and the 16 members of the Hunters disappeared, entering the dungeon. "To be honest, I still feel like this is a dream," Chu Liyue sighed. This Death Dune dungeon, not to mention betting against the Hunters, even normal exploration is still a high difficulty for Lin Chen and them. Who knows, Luo Shuiyao and Zhao Shaoling went with them to handle the procedures. The guild was successfully established, but at the same time, they also brought back a problem, Ling Shuang said. "Hey, Luo Shuiyao, why didn't you and Zhao Shaoling stop Lin Chen and the others?" Chu Liyue turned to Luo Shuiyao, complaining, "Hey, Luo Shuiyao, aren't you worried about them? What are you doing?" At this moment, Luo Shuiyao seemed not to hear Chu Liyue's complaints and was operating something on an electronic panel in front of her. "What are you doing, Shuiyao?" Ling Shuang also leaned over. "Placing a bet? You mean that informal betting organized by the Las Vegas Guild?" Chu Liyue frowned. "Yeah," Luo Shuiyao nodded. "I heard that the odds for Starry Rage against the Hunters reached 130. TSK, it's almost one-sided. Shuiyao, how much did you bet? Which side?" Ling Shuang clicked her tongue. "Of course I bet on Starry Rage. I put all my savings, 70 million, all in. By the way, do you have money? If you want to get rich, place a bet. Bet on the Starry Rage Guild?" Ling Shuang was stunned. "Of course, hurry up, it's about to close. Bet as much as you can, or a little if you can't, just consider it supporting Starry Rage." Luo Shuiyao pulled Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang. In the end, under Luo Shuiyao's relentless persuasion, Chu Liyue bet 2 million, and Ling Shuang bet 1 million, both on Starry Rage. "Luo Shuiyao, this is my and Ling Shuang's pocket money for a year. You're forcing us to bet, that's a bit too much." Chu Liyue gritted her teeth. "What are you afraid of? I threw down 70 million without blinking. Hee hee, when you make money, each of you is responsible for buying me a high-end handbag, Luo Shueao said with a somewhat crazy look on her face. What a lunatic! After a slight dizziness, Lin Chan and the others opened their eyes and seemed to have arrived in another world. The howling wind roared, and dust swirled in the air, with the scorching sun baking the ground. Even the air seemed to be burning. Before them was an endless golden desert, with sand dunes undulating like waves, exuding a suffocating desolation. No wonder others don't want to come to this dungeon, the environment is too harsh. Luckily, I prepared a strategy and applied sunscreen early, Zhao Xiaoling complained. Sister Ling, why didn't you remind us? Ning Yuanxi had just entered for less than half a minute and already felt his skin cracking. She must want us all to get tanned, so that brother Hao only has eyes for her, scheming girl, Lin Shi snorted. After arriving in the capital, Lin Shi found that Zhao Xiaoling stuck to Lin Chen all day, making her feel embarrassed to act cute with Lin Chen like she did in Yang City. Right, little sister, learn from me, huh? Zhao Xiaoling laughed proudly. Hey, you girls, can you be a bit more serious? This is our first time in the dungeon of the Star's Fury, Yu Dapeng sighed. Be serious, be focused, and have the right attitude. Dapeng is right, we can't be careless, we need to take this seriously. Ning Yuanxi said sternly, then turned to Zhao Xiaoling and asked, Sister Ling, do you really not have any sunscreen in your bag? Yu Dapeng stumbled. Come out. Lin Chen murmured. In an instant, 100 gold-eating bugs and 100 purple lightning floaters appeared beside them. They scattered immediately, forming a defensive perimeter of 300 to 400 meters around Lin Chen and the others. Let's go, Lin Chen said calmly. The group of girls stopped their playful banter and closely followed Lin Chen. Lin Chen, according to the map, we are now at the edge of the death dunes, where sand lizards mainly appear, Zhao Xiaoling said. Swish, swish. As soon as Zhao Xiaoling finished speaking, two gray figures suddenly sprang out from the soft yellow sand beneath their feet. One lunged at Yu Dapeng, while the other pounced on Ning Yuanxi. Hey! Yu Dapeng shouted. The tank's defensive aura quickly activated, and he swung a shield, sending the gray figure flying. Ning Yuanxi immediately cast a defensive electric ring around herself. The gray figure collided with her electric ring, crackling loudly. Ning Yuanxi's ring burst with a pop, unable to withstand the impact, but it did block the sudden ambush. Ning Yuanxi's expression changed as she took a few steps back, her staff conjuring an electric ball. Taunt! Yu Dapeng quickly cast a skill near Ning Yuanxi, trying to draw the attacking monster towards him. Clap, clap. The two gray figures landed on the ground. At this moment, everyone finally saw what they were. They were the size of a human thigh, with long necks and long tails, covered in hard scales. They were indeed the sand lizards Zhao Xiaoling had mentioned. Neither Yu Dapeng's blow nor Ning Yuanxi's electric ring inflicted any damage on them. 3 gold-eating bugs charged at one of the sand lizards. The lizard's large eyes turned, and it suddenly kicked off with all 4 legs, darting away like lightning. Its speed was even faster than that of the gold-eating bugs. Swish, in the blink of an eye, it had darted over a yard away. Then, it dove headfirst into the sand, disappearing from sight. This all happened in a flash. Yu Dapeng's mouth hung open in disbelief. This speed was just too fast. At that moment, another sand lizard dashed off in a different direction. It was about to dive into the sand like the previous one. Crack! 4 or 5 purple lightning floaters unleashed their lightning. Several purple bolts struck the sand lizard's head simultaneously. Even with its hard scales, the lizard was charred black. The other sand lizard clearly didn't have time to burrow into the sand. With several sharp bolts of lightning falling, it kicked its legs and flipped over onto its back in the sand, dead. Your team has killed a level 35 sand dune sand lizard, hell level, experience plus 50,000. Your team has obtained items, sand lizard scales *3, 50,000 experience points was quite good. Lin Chen nodded. However, the others did not look as relaxed as Lin Chen. They stared at the vanished ground and the sand lizard lying dead in the sand, their faces filled with horror. If it weren't for Lin Chen's lightning bugs, they would have been helpless against these sand lizards, and they could appear at any moment, springing out of the sand to attack them. It could be said that they were only destined to be killed. What was even more terrifying was that this was just the edge of the Death Dunes dungeon. If they ventured further, there would surely be more vicious monsters that would be extremely difficult for them to handle. Lin Chen, actually, our participation in this sand dune dungeon is of no use at all. Perhaps, we are just holding you back. Ning Yuan thought for a moment and said to Lin Chen with difficulty. Lin Chen shook his head. We are a team, each with our own roles and abilities. You can't say that. Your levels are a bit low, so it's naturally harder to cope. Be careful, these sand lizards are very fast and can burrow underground. Zhao Xiaoling nodded. I've seen the strategies from those who went ahead in this dungeon. Ordinary people can't handle these sand lizards, they can only rush through here to reach the ruins. There, the ground is made of blue stone, and once we get there, the sand lizards can't burrow underground. That's also a plan, let's do it that way. Lin Chen couldn't think of a better solution at the moment. These sand lizards were too fast. If they attempted a sneak attack, they would immediately burrow into the sand, rendering his golden devouring worm almost useless. Only the purple lightning float could still manage to deal with them. Having made the decision to prioritize crossing, Lin Chen waved his hand, and the alert radius of the golden devouring worm, which had originally spread to about 400 meters, shrank down to a radius of only about 50 meters. Outside the dungeon, thousands of people were nervously staring at the screen. Time was frozen at a point, showing that they had been in the dungeon for 10 minutes, and of course, no team had been completely eliminated yet. Obtaining the Heart of Essence would not yield results so soon. What everyone was mainly watching was still the monster kill count. Everyone, look! The Starry Rage has finally started fighting. Someone shouted excitedly. A group of people nearby burst into laughter. The hunters have already killed over 70 monsters, and they just now killed their first one. The screen displayed, Hunters Guild, Monster Kill Count, 75 Starry Rage Guild, Monster Kill Count, 1. If they can kill the first one, they can kill the second one. This fully shows that the Starry Rage Guild isn't as bad as imagined. A bystander laughed. His words drew more laughter from those around. Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang sighed. They recalled how they had just been forced by Luo Shuiyao to invest several million. They glared at Luo Shuiyao with some resentment. But at that moment, Luo Shuiyao surprisingly jumped up in excitement. Yay, we finally killed one. The two girls stumbled. On the other end of Lin Chen's team, the Hunters Guild, consisting of 16 people, had the advantage of numbers. Their entire team formed a tight circle. The tank was on the outside, closely wrapping around the various casters and support characters inside. The sand lizards appearing from all directions couldn't break in at all. Moreover, they seemed to have considerable experience dealing with the sand lizards here. They could almost predict the movements of the sand lizards through the shifting sands. As soon as the lizards showed their heads, they were met with fierce attacks from 8 or 9 damage dealers. Lightning, fireballs, and arrows rained down like a storm. Often, the lizards would be flipped over and killed shortly after appearing. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and his group were running quickly, trying to cross the sandy area as fast as possible. However, the attacks from the sand lizards were increasing in frequency. Sometimes, 8 or 9 sand lizards would simultaneously spring out of the quicksand to attack the group. Mushua, the support, was caught off guard and was bitten hard by a sand lizard. Blood immediately gushed from her thigh. The sharp teeth of the lizard had a tearing effect. Once they bit through, blood would flow continuously. If it weren't for Yu Dapeng's shield bash that sent the sand lizard flying, her injury could have been much worse. Lin Shi quickly cast a healing spell. Only then did Mu Shui's wound heal. This was mainly because the Starry Rage Guild had too few members, only 6 in total, with only Yu Dapeng as the tank, making it impossible to manage everything. In this sandy terrain, there was no concept of front or back. Lin Chen's purple lightning float was also quite sharp. As long as those sand lizards dared to emerge from the sand for more than 5 seconds, they had almost no chance of returning. The sand lizards seemed to realize the threat posed by the flying insects. After several waves of casualties, they changed their strategy, darting out of the sand to attack the group, and after missing their strike, they immediately burrowed back into the sand. Soon, Lin Shi herself was bitten. Lin Chen, this is too passive, Ning Yuan said, troubled. Yeah, if this continues, we might not even reach the ruins, Zhao Xiaoling added. Lin Chen nodded. He wasn't unaware of the situation. Behind them, hundreds and thousands of sand lizards were trailing, darting out from various directions to attack, striking and retreating, making it impossible to deal with them. The purple lightning floating creatures had also killed quite a few. But even if he released all the purple lightning creatures, it wouldn't mean much. It wasn't that they couldn't kill them, but that they couldn't protect their teammates well. Just then, Lin Chen's pet space seemed to emit a wave of disturbance. Ha! He sensed that the one causing the commotion was the Ant Queen. You want to come out? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. In this area surrounded by sand dunes, with powerful sand lizards attacking unpredictably, what did it want to do by coming out? Nevertheless, Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to let it out. As soon as the Ant Queen, this large white fatworm, emerged, a swarm of black ants scattered around it. The number had reached about 50. Among them, there were about 10 soldier ants, and the rest were worker ants. Once the ants spread out, they immediately began to perform their duties. A dozen soldier ants quickly positioned themselves around the Ant Queen, standing like well-trained soldiers, seriously guarding her. Meanwhile, the worker ants began to scout the terrain, using their antennae to communicate information among themselves. What made Lin Chen chuckle was that among the ant swarm, there was a small black worker ant holding a white ant egg. Actually, it had already turned into a soft white larva. The little black worker ant was looking around. In just 2 days, there were over 50 ants. Their growth rate was astonishing. Lin Chen marveled. Given time, creating a large and formidable ant army would not be difficult at all. Several black worker ants quickly ran across the sand dunes. They approached a dead sand lizard, tore off a few pieces of its flesh, and then scurried back with the meat. Then, they surprisingly fed the meat to the larva. The larva seemed to see some heavenly delicacy and began to devour the sand lizard meat frantically. Thus, to Lin Chen's astonishment, the larva quickly grew larger, transforming into a soldier ant. They can accelerate their growth through food? Lin Chen was shocked. Wow, Lin Chen, your ant pet is so interesting. It even wants to eat meat. Zhao Xiaoling bent down, watching the larva with great interest. She flipped her hand, revealing a dozen ant eggs in her palm. She placed the back of her hand on the sand. In Phoenix Town, she and Chu Liyue each received 500 to 600 eggs. As soon as the black worker ants saw the ant eggs in Zhao Xiaoling's hand, they rushed over. Each worker ant quickly snatched an ant egg from Zhao Xiaoling's hand and ran towards the ant queen. They moved at incredible speed, as if afraid Zhao Xiaoling would change her mind and take the eggs back. Next to the ant queen, the worker ants began to feed the larva with meat. Then, the same scene played out again. The larva that received a large amount of lizard meat began to grow rapidly. This was illogical. Lin Chen was once again stunned. The growth process was fine, but at this moment, it seemed to have accelerated. He didn't know if it was due to the lizard meat or if the rules had changed because of his contract. In any case, a miraculous scene unfolded. Hee, this is so fun, Lin Chen, you should give me a few ants to play with. Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed joyfully. With a flick of her right hand, dozens of ant eggs fell to the ground. Giving them to you would be useless. Lin Chen replied, speechless. She wasn't an insect tamer. It seemed that the ants sensed Lin Chen's thoughts. A dozen ants came over to snatch Zhao Xiaoling's ant eggs, not forgetting to give her a disdainful glance. At that moment, look! Ning Yuanxi exclaimed. Lin Chen and the others turned to look back. The sand dune was shaking violently. The dune rolled like a tidal wave. It's sand lizards, so many. Mu Shue's expression changed. There were probably thousands, if not tens of thousands. Just a moment ago, dozens or hundreds of sand lizards had been chasing Lin Chen's team. But now, the situation had changed dramatically, with countless sand lizards charging madly towards them. In the far distance, it seemed that even more terrifying numbers of sand lizards were moving this way. The entire instance is in a sand lizard riot? Yu Dapeng murmured. He tightened his grip on his shield, unsure of where to defend. In an instant, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Lin Chen looked at the queen ant on the ground. It was stretching and contracting violently. A strange smell spread through the air. The worker ants and soldier ants seemed to sense the crisis, all retreating to the queen's side. Was all of this related to the queen ant? What connection did these ants have with the sand lizards? Was there some innate genetic attraction, leading to mutual slaughter? Lin Chen couldn't figure it out for a moment. However, the crisis erupting before them was no small matter. Faced with the overwhelming tide of sand lizards, he could certainly transform into a Kuanping and soar into the sky. But what about these teammates? Would they all perish in the lizard's belly? Come out! Lin Chen shouted. Another 100 gold-eating insects and 100 purple lightning floaters appeared. This was almost all of Lin Chen's battle pets. At the same time, the previously scattered pet insects flew back, and the entire formation rapidly shrank. In front, more than 200 gold-eating insects landed on the sand, forming a defensive circle of just over 30 meters. Behind them, 200 purple lightning floaters formed an attacking formation. The sand lizard army is almost here, everyone be careful. Lin Chen shouted. At the same time, a magic book that resembled a key appeared in his hand. It was the Key of Solomon. Tornado! Lin Chen briefly chanted the spell. He unleashed 4 tornadoes in succession. Originally a quick-cast skill, its power now resembled that of a forbidden spell. The massive tornadoes whipped up clouds of yellow sand, and many sand lizards, unable to dodge, were swept into the sky. At that moment, the entire dune transformed into an ocean. Beneath the sandy sea, the sand lizards swam towards them with sharp teeth like piranhas. Prepare for battle. Yu Dapeng's expression was tense. Zhao Xiaoling entered a state of invisibility, guarding the side. Mu Shui and Lin Shi frantically provided everyone with their supportive skills. A few black ants charged out recklessly, desperately transporting nearby sand lizard meat. Then, they squeezed through the gaps between everyone and returned to the queen ant, continuously feeding the larval ants. One by one, the ant eggs stretched into larval ants, which grew rapidly. The ant colony was expanding rapidly. Lin Chen thought for a moment, raised his hand, and scattered another 100 ant eggs onto the ground. The queen ant and her worker ants seemed to become extremely excited. Dozens of worker ants immediately ran over to pick up the ant eggs. Whoosh, 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 countless sand lizards sprang out of the sand, as if they had gone mad. The first line of defense, the gold-eating insects, began to fight against the sand lizards, rolling and biting on the ground. But there were too many sand lizards. Many still managed to get past the gold-eating insects and pounced forward. Lin Chen stood in front of the few women, forming a meat shield like Yu Depeng, but it still couldn't hold. In an instant, chaos erupted. The team was thrown into disarray. After one wave, not only were Lin Chen and Yu Depeng knocked back repeatedly, but Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, and the others were also injured. Zhao Shaoling launched an attack and was also forced out of her invisibility. She wielded her dagger, continuously stabbing at the sand lizards that leaped towards her. But the sand lizards' scales were simply too hard, and the damage she could inflict was severely lacking. These sand lizards are too high in level, I can't even harm them. Lin Chen began to chant, Destruction's radiance, by my will, summon the spirit of flame, death's blazing sun, descend, annihilate the enemy. This was the strongest skill of his true form. Luo Shuiyao had yet to resolve the contract for the delivery of the demon spirit seed. Otherwise, Lin Chen could master more of Solomon's magic. A giant sun, floating above the sand dunes. Countless beams of deathlight shone down. The already scorching desert had now turned into a sea of fire. At this moment, not only the sand lizards leaping on the sand were killed by the deathlight. Those hidden beneath the sand seemed unable to withstand the high temperature. They all rushed out from below the sand. But once they emerged, they died even faster. At the same time, the team channel panel was flooded with information. Your team has killed a level 35 dune sand lizard, hell level, experience plus 50,000. Your team has obtained item sand lizard scales *3. Your team has killed a level 35 dune sand lizard, hell level, experience plus 50,000. Your team has obtained item sand lizard scales *7. Your team has killed a level 35 dune sand lizard, hell level, experience plus 50,000. Your team has obtained item sand lizard scales *5. Ning Yuanxi, Zhao Shaoling, and others glanced at the experience points flying across the team screen. Their hearts raced. Their experience bars were rising at a visible speed. Outside the dungeon, a huge panel displayed the real-time monster kill counts of 2 guild teams. Hunter Guild, monster kill count, 475. Starry Rage Guild, monster kill count, 32. Countless players were commenting. One person shook his head and said, it's too far off. The hunters have the White Tiger Guild backing them, a level 4 guild, plus the strength of a level 3 guild. Indeed, they are too formidable. They've killed nearly 500 monsters in less than half an hour. It's astonishing. Exactly, the Starry Rage Guild is simply no match for them. So far, they've only killed a 2-digit number of monsters. In this battle, without a doubt, the Hunters Guild will win completely. What can I say? The Starry Rage Guild dared to gamble against the Hunters. That's commendable courage, but it's just courage. Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang listened to the one-sided discussions and comments around them. Looking at the screen, where the monster kill count difference exceeded 10 times, they felt bitter. They were friends of Lin Chen, so they naturally stood completely on the side of Lin Chen's Starry Rage. However, precisely because of this, they felt the attacks from the comments around them even more acutely. The damage was greater. If it were just 1 or 2 people mocking, they could retort. But when the same comments came from thousands of people, what could they say? Those 30 or so monsters were probably all killed by Lin Chen, right? Ling Shuang said with a helpless smile. Lin Chen is indeed strong and has the ability to kill monsters above his level, but the Death Dunes is a level 40 guild dungeon. He's too impatient, too eager to achieve success in one step. I've advised him to take it slow. The path must be walked step by step. Xu Liu sighed. In contrast, Luo Shuiyao at this moment had actually set up a large sunshade, placing a small tea table beneath it. Sipping tea while lounging in a recliner, she looked relaxed. The two, Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang, shook their heads as they watched Luo Shuiyao. How can she not worry at all? After all, she is also a member of the Starry Rage Guild, not to mention she bet 70 million on Starry Rage winning, right? Ling Shuang said. I can only say, a madman matches a madman. Chu Liyue shrugged. Among the crowd, a man walked towards Luo Shuiyao. Seventh uncle, you've been here for so long. What are you doing over there? You should have come over for a cup of tea, pour it yourself. Luo Shuiyao said lightly without looking up. It was her seventh uncle who had helped Lin Chen earlier. The seventh uncle poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. Shuiyao, there are some rumors circulating in the Luo family, saying that you acted on your own and joined a small guild, even betting 70 million. So what? Luo Shuiyao rolled her eyes. I can join whichever guild I want, the money is mine, and I can spend it however I like. Who cares? Those people must be bored out of their minds. Do you really have such high hopes for this Starry Rage? Isn't it just a guild that was established a day ago? What could possibly attract you to it? You're the genius of our Luo family. The seventh uncle had witnessed the betting process yesterday and saw the whole thing unfold. He really couldn't see what strength a few students had. If anything, they were just reckless and particularly good at causing a ruckus. Who are you to tell me what to do? Just because you're my seventh uncle and helped me a bit yesterday doesn't give you the right to criticize me. Luo Shuiao's gaze turned cold. Misunderstanding. How could I dare to meddle? We're just chatting, right? The seventh uncle quickly surrendered when he saw Luo Shuiao's displeasure. Once he noticed her expression had softened a bit, he continued, let's be realistic. What's the situation between the two guilds in the dungeon right now? The hunters have already killed 500 monsters, but your guild hasn't even killed 50. It's only been half an hour. Are you sure the hunters will maintain their lead? Luo Shuiao continued reading her book. What else? Do you think Starry Rage can catch up? The seventh uncle scoffed. How about a bet? Luo Shuiao looked up. Hey, how addicted are you to gambling? I don't bet money. The seventh uncle chuckled and shook his head. Whether you bet or not, why are you here making a fuss? What does it matter to you who wins or loses? Just then, someone shouted, hey, look! The number of monsters killed by Starry Rage is skyrocketing. My god, in half a minute, they killed over 200 monsters. No way, am I seeing this right? It's up to 300 now. The number is still increasing. What's happening in the dungeon? Several exclamations rang out. Instantly, everyone stiffened and turned to look at the giant screen. On the other side, the Hunters Guild, led by Zhao Xiong and Zhang Jian, also didn't dare to be careless. They formed a circle formation using their numerical and level advantages, fighting while moving. Behind them, hundreds of sand lizards continuously attacked them. At first, they handled it with ease, but as more and more sand lizards pursued them, their expressions turned grim. While there weren't any major casualties, everyone felt immense pressure and had to stay fully alert to deal with the relentless attacks. In front of them, a vast ruin of stone buildings suddenly appeared, stretching for miles. From the broken stone pillars, one could imagine how glorious it was before its fall. The 16 members rushed over quickly. Stepping onto the blue stone floor, they finally felt a bit more at ease. Finally escaped from that damn sandy area. One team member spat. The sand lizards in this dungeon are endless. Those who have tackled this dungeon always choose to quickly traverse the sand dunes and never engage with them, another team member said. Prepare to rest, Zhao Xiong said in a deep voice. Anyone who falls behind, don't blame me for leaving you here to feed the monsters. Yes, several responded immediately, especially the members of the Hunters Guild. Speaking of this Death Sand Dune dungeon, every time we enter, it's different. I remember one time, we came in and hardly saw any sand lizards. Those guys from Starry Rage are probably being chased and killed by sand lizards right now, running all over the place, right? Zhang Jian leaned close to Zhao Xiong with a flattering tone. Boss Zhao, in the desert, we've killed no less than 1,000 sand lizards. Killing monsters was never part of my plan, Zhao Hu snorted. This time, I aim to obtain the essence of fragrance from the sand dune dragon. I heard that the essence of fragrance refreshes once a year, and after this drop, it won't refresh until next year. On Lin Chen's side, the situation was completely different. The human-lizard battle was raging. Lin Chen's golden devouring worm was defending at the front. The purple lightning floated in an attacking formation. Lin Chen was casting various spells, creating a storm of yellow sand, with the blazing sun overhead, and the howling winds making it feel like the sky was falling. However, if we talk about being busy, the busiest were probably the queen ant and her swarm among the crowd. Those black worker ants were frantically tearing apart pieces of sand lizard flesh, then quickly running back to feed the larvae. Clap, clap, clap. In the high temperature, the ant eggs were hatching one after another. The large, fat queen ant was stretching and contracting violently. A metallic, iron-like scent mixed with a hint of musk was continuously emanating from her, drifting further away. Boss, there are too many sand lizards. We can't hold on much longer, Yu Dapeng shouted over the howling wind. Look in the distance. My god, did we kill their ancestors or what? Why are there so many? Ning Yuanxi also shouted. In the distance, the sand dunes rolled like waves. The originally golden sand dunes were now gray. Countless sand lizards were charging towards them in a frenzy. Something's wrong, the version is completely off, Zhao Shaoling murmured. I've read many guides, and no one ever mentioned that this desert would have so many sand lizards attacking like this. A wave of fragrance from the queen ant wafted into her nose. She looked over at the queen ant. Lin Chen, look. your ants have matured so much, Zhao Xiaoling suddenly exclaimed. Just moments ago, when the sand lizard swarm attacked, everyone was focused on fighting and didn't pay attention to the ants on the ground. But upon hearing Zhao Xiaoling's exclamation, everyone turned their gaze. On the ground, it was already a dark mass. I remember, at the beginning, there were only about 50, now there must be at least 300, right? Lin Shi also shouted. Lin Chen, your ant pet seems to be growing and evolving rapidly from these sand lizards, Zhao Xiaoling said, looking at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. He had noticed this long ago. Although he couldn't figure out why, it was a good thing. The strength of his pet was visibly increasing. But what do we do next? Yu Depeng looked at the endless waves of sand lizards approaching from afar, his scalp tingling. Lin Chen, I think the riot of these sand lizards is related to your queen ant, especially since she releases a scent that continuously stimulates those sand lizards, Zhao Xiaoling said. Lin Chen nodded, he felt the same way. He raised his eyes to look into the distance. More and more terrifying sand lizard troops were surging in, perhaps all would arrive in 3 to 5 minutes. Retreat or fight? Yu Depeng looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen fell silent. This was a huge opportunity. Killing all these sand lizards would not only yield a significant number of kills and massive experience points, but his army of ants would also grow and evolve fully. However, it was also a tremendous risk. Perhaps, apart from him, the entire Star Guild could be wiped out here. Of course we fight. We came here to hunt monsters, so why be afraid now? Zhao Xiaoling said with a smile. Right, we're not afraid, especially with you, Lin Chen, here. Ning Yuanxi supported. Lin Shi and Mu Shui also nodded. They looked at the panel displaying the rising experience points. It was too tempting. It was as if they were enchanted by the D substance. I really can't give up. Suddenly, the queen ant seemed to sense the overwhelming surge of sand lizards. It appeared to issue some command. With a loud roar, over 200 little ants that had been surrounding it scattered. They no longer hid among the crowd but charged out, standing on the front lines like the gold-devouring insects. Lin Chen, your ants have joined the battle. Can they handle it? Zhao Xiaoling asked worriedly. Ants the size of arms, so cute, now had to fight those detestable sand lizards. They may not match the gold-devouring insects, but their strength is sufficient. Don't worry. Lin Chen nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, another 1,000 ant eggs fell to the ground. The ant eggs on the ground had almost been used up. Seeing so many ant eggs again, the queen ant and the black worker ants became excited once more. Especially the worker ants, who immediately sped up their activity. They're coming, they're coming! Yu Depeng shouted. Thousands of sand lizards charged forward. On the sandy ground, over 200 gold-devouring insects and over 200 ants collided with the sand lizards. In an instant, dust billowed on the ground as both sides fought fiercely. Yellow sand danced wildly. Over 200 purple lightning bolts floated, simultaneously unleashing a dense barrage of lightning. A purple electric curtain formed in the sky. Yu Depeng and the others had long been prepared for their ranks to be scattered by a wave of attacks. But at that moment, everyone noticed an unusual situation. These sand lizards seemed to specifically target the ants for battle. Even Lin Chen and the others were momentarily ignored by the sand lizards. Ha! Zhao Xiaoling and the others were dumbfounded. A worker ant, surrounded by dozens of sand lizards, finally succumbed and perished. Several sand lizards rushed in, tearing and devouring it. However, with a series of pops, 5 or 6 more ant eggs broke free from their shells and quickly grew up. They soon joined the battle. Lin Chen was also stunned. Who is truly the nemesis of whom, and who is the food for whom? Outside the instance. On the giant screen, it prominently displayed, Hunter Guild, Monster Kill Count, 1007 Starry Rage Guild, Monster Kill Count, 13200 the once noisy square. At this moment, utterly silent, everyone unconsciously gaped, staring intently at the giant screen. 13,200. This number was still wildly jumping. In the blink of an eye, it reached 14,100. Bang! Steady as Uncle Chi, who had seen countless storms in the big family, was now also dumbfounded. The teacup in his hand slipped away unconsciously. It fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. The usually calm Luo Shuiyao had also closed her book, raising her head to stare fixedly at the giant screen. Xu Liyue and Ling Xuan were even more overwhelmed, completely dazed. It has risen to 17,000 again. A professional under the giant screen swallowed hard. Just 10 minutes ago, the Starry Rage Guild's pitiful monster kill score had suddenly begun to soar. In just 1 minute, it surpassed the Hunter Guild. And it was getting faster, as if it were endless. My god, if I hadn't seen them enter the Death Dune instance with my own eyes, I would really doubt they were somewhere else, one person groaned. Something's wrong, it must be a mistake. A professional shouted at the guild staff. The staff members were almost in tears. They had checked countless times, and the instruments were functioning normally, with no issues at all. Look, the data has risen to 21,000 again. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Bro, your guild also entered this instance a few days ago. Do you think this data is reasonable?" A middle-aged man shouted, pulling a nearby fat man. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The fat man was pulled to one side by the middle-aged man by his collar, but he didn't care at all. "It's been less than an hour since we entered the instance. At this time, we should still be in the sand dune phase. It's impossible to have so many sand lizards. If there were that many, that team would have been wiped out long ago, and no one could kill them so quickly." "Are you saying this is impossible?" "Exactly. Then what do these numbers mean? Unless the instance has mutated, and countless monsters are committing suicide in front of them." 32,000. When the number jumped to a new high again, everyone started to feel numb. They began to send messages to their friends and family, spreading this explosive news, and started discussing what might be happening in the instance. Many who heard the news didn't believe it at all. Then, when they saw the real-time photos, they were all shocked. They hurriedly transmitted the information to witness this spectacle for themselves. By the time they arrived at the scene, the number had already risen to 53,216. Inside the instance, an hour had passed. Lin Chen and the others felt like they were numb from killing. Each of them had exhausted all their physical and mental energy. They couldn't even tell how many they had killed. In any case, in front of them, there was nothing but experience points, just waiting to be collected. They grabbed until their hands were sore. Lin Chen leveled up to 26 and his experience bar reached 95%. The others, who were originally at a lower level than Lin Chen, had all leveled up by more than 2 levels in this hour. The lowest level Lin Sure had even flashed 3 times. The sand lizards finally began to decrease slowly. At this time, the queen ants, aside from many that died in battle, had already spawned over 600. "So refreshing, so exhilarating," Yu Depeng shouted excitedly. As they fought on, there was no pressure at all. Those sand lizards couldn't handle this group of starry rage at all. They were completely entangled with the ants. Then, they could unleash their attacks freely. Waves of sand lizards fell, and experience points floated in the air. If they kept playing like this, it was really possible to reach levels 30 or 40 within a year. It should be noted that Qingbei Martial Arts University recruits new students from tens of millions of candidates nationwide, and just being at level 10 or so could get you in. Let's speed up. We wasted quite a bit of time killing monsters in the sand dunes just now. Lin Chen put away the queen ant and the group of ants. After this battle, Lin Chen realized that these ants were like elite soldiers in a positional battle, especially against some small monsters. However, their mobility was far inferior to the gold-eating worms and the purple lightning floaters. After all, they could fly. As everyone took medicine to recover, they moved forward. Finally, they entered a stone relic site. Light filtered through the broken dome, and dust floated gently in the air. Huge stone pillars leaned in all directions, as if telling tales of past glory and vicissitudes. A long corridor was lined with massive stone statues. When Lin Chen and the others appeared, the 2 stone statues closest to them suddenly had sand and dust peeling off their bodies. Their heads turned, and their eyes fixed on the group. At the same time, crackling sounds echoed. These stone golems, about 10 feet tall, stepped out from their positions. They howled, seemingly furious at the intruders. They immediately charged at the group. The ground trembled slightly under their massive footsteps. "Be careful, these stone golems can emit death rays," Zhao Xiaoling shouted. Just then, the gray pupils of the 2 stone golems turned red, flashing with a strange light. 2 red lasers swept toward the group. "Be careful," Yu Depeng shouted loudly. At the same time, he raised his shield. After leveling up twice, his strength had also significantly increased. Ziz! 2 black marks were left on Yu Depeng's shield. At the same time, the tremendous impact forced him to stagger backward. "This isn't good, my level is still too low, I can't withstand this." Yu Depeng smiled bitterly. "Just some slow-moving big guys?" Lin Chen smiled slightly. Whoosh, 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 dozens of gold-devouring insects charged towards the stone golem. They pounced on the stone golem, specifically targeting the joints of its legs to bite. Soon, boom, 1 stone golem crashed to the ground. A prompt message appeared. "Your team has killed a level 36 sandstone golem, hell level, experience plus 55,000. Your team has obtained item, golem stone *3. If this ruin is filled with such stone golems, then you won't need to lift a finger," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Just leave it to me, you all focus on recovering." "Lin Chen, can your pet insects handle so many stone golems?" Ning Yuanxi asked worriedly. Boom boom, sounds of stone golems falling echoed ahead. Just listen to the sounds, you'll know, Zhao Xiaoling said, drinking a bottle of stamina potion with a smile. Happy slacking time. Mu Shui also laughed. Sisters, let's slack off. Lin Shi called out. During the earlier battle with the sand lizard, even she, as a healer, had been busy non-stop. A few times, if she hadn't pulled them back in time, Yu Depeng and the others would have been seriously injured. Yet, among so many people, Lin Chen had received the most attacks. As a mental-type summoner, he stood in front like a tank, protecting everyone. Logically, he should have been heavily injured by now, but in reality, it seemed like he was completely fine. This puzzled Lin Shi. However, Lin Shi didn't care too much. Whenever she had a moment, she would cast healing on him. Even if it was just to scratch an itch, it was good for boosting her presence in front of Brother Hao. Lin Chen's more than 200 gold-devouring insects charged ahead of the group. Earlier, in the sand dune area, their role was somewhat stifled, similar to that of ants. But now, in this ruin, they finally showcased their terrifying fangs. They proved to be the true top dog among Lin Chen's pet insects. Row after row of stone golems fell. The speed and ferocity of the gold-devouring insects' slaughter left the women in shock. With the gold-devouring insects clearing the way, a chaotic massacre ensued, and wherever they went, those stone golems collapsed one after another. Their movements were slow, and the death rays they emitted posed no threat to the agile gold-devouring insects at all. Boom, 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 a continuous series of crashing sounds echoed. The group followed closely behind, swiftly weaving through the ancient ruins. After the tough battle in the sand dune area, it feels so enjoyable to slack off now, Zhao Xiaoling said, getting closer to Lin Chen with a giggle. The time for slacking off is always too short, Lin Shi said with a hint of regret. We should have passed through most of this ruin by now. Everyone, make the most of the last moments to recover. Who knows what battles await us next? Ning Yuanxi said. Ha? Is that a ruby? Zhao Xiaoling suddenly looked towards a row of statues on the side of the corridor. These statues resembled the stone golem monsters, but they were real stone carvings, somewhat modeled from long exposure to wind and sun. One of the statues had a faint red light flickering in its eyes. The group stopped and, following Zhao Xiaoling's gaze, finally noticed the anomaly. Xiaoling, your eyes are sharp. Most people wouldn't notice that, Ning Yuanxi said with a smile. Watch me dig it out. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly produced a dagger from her hand. The statue was about 10 feet tall, making it difficult for an average person to reach, but for Zhao Xiaoling, the assassin, it was no problem at all. She leaped up, using the protruding joints of the statue's feet to land, and with a few more pushes, she was on top of the statue's head. Her movements were agile and swift, like a leopard. So graceful. Yu Depeng praised, as his tank class was comparatively much heavier in movement. Zhao Xiaoling dug into the eye of that statue. When it fell to the ground again, a dazzling gem appeared in her hand. So beautiful. The gem had a deadly allure for the girls, and several of them gathered around, their eyes filled with envy. There's one here too. Lin Shi suddenly exclaimed, this is mine, Xiaoling, can you help me get it down, please? Next to the statue that Zhao Xiaoling had previously excavated, there was another statue with a gem embedded in its eye. The eye was covered in dust, making it even harder to notice without the previous reference. Lin Chen was a bit speechless. Is this something you can see with your eyes? No, this was a sixth sense discovery of gems by women. The girls walked and stopped along the way. They ended up digging out 7 or 8 gems. There's another one here. Lin Shi shouted excitedly. Zhao Xiaoling, holding a dagger, skillfully leaped onto the statue, stepping on its joints, her movements fluid and practiced. But at that moment, the corridor suddenly shook. A crackling sound echoed. Dust and debris fell from the crumbling walls on both sides. Xiaoling, did you trigger some mechanism? Lin Shi cried out. I don't know. Zhao Xiaoling didn't bother to dig out the gem anymore. She flipped and landed on the ground, slightly bending her body, ready to respond to the sudden situation. Just as everyone was confused, a dark passage appeared on the left stone wall. This, Yu Depeng's eyes widened, a secret passage? The guide didn't mention anything about this place, Zhao Xiaoling murmured. Could it be that this place has never been discovered? What should we do now? Should we go down and explore? Ning Yuanxi looked at Lin Chen. Let's go take a look. Lin Chen nodded. Then, he summoned back the pet bug in front. There were no bright pills left, but fortunately, there were still fire sticks and torches. The passage was very narrow, wide enough for only 2 people to pass through. Whoosh! Lin Chen's gold-devouring bug flew in first. After a while, it seemed there was no danger. Lin Chen was the first to enter, followed by the others. The narrow passage descended with stone steps. The other 3 sides were rock. Clap, 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 the sound of footsteps echoed downwards. Lin Chen walked carefully, on guard, while also sensing the gold-devouring bug ahead. However, there seemed to be no danger. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the narrow passage widened into a spacious corridor. After another 5 or 6 minutes, at the end of the corridor, there was a door. Lin Chen's gold-devouring bug stopped at the door, waiting for him. Lin Chen took a few steps forward and tried to push the stone door with his hand. He initially thought he wouldn't be able to open it, but surprisingly, it didn't take much effort. The door creaked and opened to both sides. It must have had mechanisms pulling it from both sides. As the door opened, everyone was suddenly dazzled. Before them was an enormous space. A burst of brilliant light made several people instinctively shield their eyes. Once their eyes adjusted to the brightness, the scene in the hall came into view. Instantly, everyone widened their eyes. Yu Dapeng's torch fell to the ground with a bang. He was still unaware. The sight before them could only be described as golden and resplendent. It was a massive cave. The walls were embedded with countless sparkling gems, resembling a dazzling starry sky, illuminating the entire cave. The ground was piled high with treasures of gold and silver. Most were round gold and silver coins, along with countless precious ores. All around, there were many gold and silver artifacts, and gems the size of pigeon eggs scattered everywhere. On the other side, there were also precious weapons displayed. Swords, battle axes, spears, all engraved with mysterious runes, clearly not ordinary items. Have we entered a mythical world? Yu Dapeng murmured. I feel like we've arrived at Longzhang. Lin Shi also groaned. Longzhang? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Lin Chen, in this Death Dune dungeon, the final boss is the desert dragon. Could it be that these things are related to it? Zhao Shaoling said. It's possible. Lin Chen nodded. The golden devouring insect of Lin Chen spread throughout the entire cave. No dangers or abnormalities were found. After receiving Lin Chen's nod, Yu Dapeng was the first to rush forward. He suddenly threw himself onto the mountain of gold, closing his eyes slightly, and cheered, "It all smells like the copper stench of money. Look at your ambitions." Ning Yuanci laughed and scolded, but bent down to pick up a gem the size of a pigeon egg. Brothers and sisters, it's time to clean up. Yu Dapeng climbed up from the mountain of gold and approached the weapons and equipment nearby. Oh no? His eyes widened. Lin Chen picked up a gem-encrusted sword. You have obtained the giant's one-handed sword, silver strength plus 100, constitution plus 100, strength-based skills increased by 10%, usable at level 35, equipment damaged, cannot be used. He then picked up a spear. You have obtained the giant's spear, silver strength plus 100, constitution plus 100, strength-based skills increased by 10%, usable at level 35, equipment damaged, cannot be used. Boss, these pieces of equipment must have been left here for too long, they're damaged and unusable. Yu Dapeng looked at the thousands of various weapons and equipment on the rack, and his heart bled at the thought that they were all damaged and could not be used. Let's take them back first and see if Luo Shuiyao can repair them, or maybe we can dismantle them for some useful materials, Lin Chen said. Alright. Immediately, Yu Dapeng excitedly began to pick them up and toss them into his space backpack. An hour later, the entire cave was cleaned up by everyone, spotless, so clean that even a thief would cry if they entered. In another part of the cave, there was a passage leading outside. Everyone followed the passage, and after 5 or 6 minutes, they reached the end. The exit was very narrow, with countless vines blocking the way. Yu Dapeng chopped away these vines, and everyone walked out. Before them was a lush oasis. They had returned to the surface. After enduring endless drought and yellow sand, along with the cold, hard stones, they suddenly found themselves in the midst of an oasis. Their spirits lifted instantly. The lush grass and trees swayed gently in the breeze like a green ocean. Clear spring water gushed from the ground, gathering into shimmering little pools that reflected the blue sky, white clouds, and the surrounding green trees and flowers. What a beautiful scene! Several young girls happily ran towards the pools, cleaning the dust off their faces. Girls, at any time and in any place, would try their best to maintain their beauty. Sunlight filtered through the dense branches and leaves, creating patches of dappled light and shadow. The air was filled with a fresh scent, mixed with a faint floral fragrance and the aroma of grass. Oh no! Mu Shui suddenly exclaimed. She lifted her long leg. Attached to her heel was a scorpion. As she lifted her foot, the scorpion released its pincers and fell onto the grass with a thud, then quickly burrowed into the bushes. It vanished without a trace. At the same time, Mu Shui's face turned pale, her health rapidly dropping, and she became weak. Lin Shi hurriedly cast a healing spell on her. Meanwhile, as a support mage, Mu Shui also cast a spell to remove negative status effects on herself. Everyone be careful, it's a poisonous scorpion, Zhao Shaoling shouted. The others felt a chill in their hearts. Looking at the oasis again, it still seemed vibrant, but in an instant, it transformed in their eyes into a trap filled with dangers. Rustle, rustle, a faint sound. Several wild grasses swayed. Crack! Ning Unc cast a lightning spell. Several wild grasses were instantly turned to charcoal. A small shadow flickered. A poisonous scorpion suddenly darted into the surrounding weeds. Lin Chen, these scorpions are too small and hidden in the grass, making them hard to deal with. Ning Yuan complained. They were highly concealed, small and agile, with lethal venom. Anyone who encountered such creatures would be extremely troubled. However, Lin Chen smiled slightly. Just so happened he had something to deal with them. It should be just right. Come out. A large white fatworm landed in Lin Chen's hand. On the ground, 400 or 500 black ants scattered. Soon, the previously quiet grass was violently shaking. The ants engaged in a fierce battle with the scorpions. The few girls felt a chill in their hearts. They never expected that so many scorpions were hidden in this lush green grass. If they had accidentally walked over just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, if it weren't for your ants, we would really be stuck here. Everyone needs to be more careful, Lin Chen said. In such places, dealing with these scorpions, ants as a pet bug could be said to be just right. Your team has killed a level 38 Oasis Scorpion, Hell level, experience plus 60,000. Your team has obtained materials, Scorpion Venom Fong *4. The team public screen was steadily displaying various information. Let's go, we need to hurry to the depths of the desert and find the final boss. I wonder where the Hunter Guild is now, Yu Dapeng said. The girls recalled the time spent mining gems earlier, which indeed delayed them quite a bit. They felt a sense of urgency. Lin Chen, do you think we can win against the Hunter Guild this time? Zhao Shaoling asked. The hunters had 16 members entering the dungeon, and their levels were much higher than those of the Starry Rage side. To be honest, she wasn't confident. If it were just the few of them fighting, they would definitely lose. In fact, they might not even be able to clear the Death Dunes dungeon. Now, everything depended on Lin Chen. Lin Chen was the core and the strongest trump card of the Starry Guild. We not only have to win against them, but we also need to obtain the Essence Heart. He had set his sights on this item even before the hunters came to provoke them, as it was a task that rewarded 10,000 guild points. Then let's speed up, we can't let them get ahead of us, Zhao Shaoling said. Lin Chen replied. However, he wasn't anxious inside. If the final boss, the Desert Dragon, was so easy to defeat, this once-a-year Essence Heart wouldn't have gone so long without anyone obtaining it. The Death Dunes truly lived up to its reputation as the highest difficulty dungeon for levels below 40, as was vividly demonstrated in the previous two segments. This time, the ants led the way. Everyone followed behind, stepping through the oasis step by step. Those fruits over there look so vibrant, I wonder if they are edible? Ning Yuan suddenly pointed at a tree ahead. The tree bore many colorful fruits the size of fists. After the previous dangers, although the girls were drooling, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Lin Chen, can you pick a few for us to see? Zhao Shaoling looked at Lin Chen with eager eyes, swallowing her saliva. Sure. Lin Chen smiled. The poisonous scorpions here posed no threat to him. So, he stepped directly to a tree and reached out to pluck a red fruit. You have obtained Oasis Red Sea Buckthorn Fruit. Consuming it will permanently increase your strength by 1 point. Sea Buckthorn Fruit appears with a very low probability in the Dune dungeon. It is said that during the Cosmic War, an energy stone fell into the Dune area, and some sea buckthorn absorbed the energy, producing high-quality fruits with special effects. Lin Chen was taken aback. This thing has an explanation. Not only can it be consumed, but it can also enhance attribute points. With so many fruits outside, wouldn't they be snatched up in a frenzy? Lin Chen looked into the distance. These sea buckthorn trees, 2 to 3 meters high, bore numerous fruits of various colors among their brownish-green leaves, and the quantity was indeed considerable. He reached out and picked a white fruit. You have obtained the Oasis White Sea Buckthorn Fruit. Consuming it will permanently increase your life by 1 point. Sure enough, different fruits had different enhancement effects. He picked several more to observe. The purple one increased mental power. The orange one increased agility. He picked up a purple sea buckthorn fruit, took a bite, and a sweet juice immediately filled his mouth. Delicious. Lin Chen finished the purple fruit in a few bites, and at the same time, he noticed that his mental power attribute had increased by 1 point. This thing was more precious than the gold and silver equipment he had harvested in the cave. Lin Chen, how is it? Can these fruits be eaten? Are they tasty? Zhao Shaoling watched as Lin Chen picked one after another, constantly studying them. Then, she started eating herself. She was getting anxious. She was craving it. Lin Chen laughed and said, they can be eaten, and they are very delicious. Most importantly, the benefits after eating are immense. Ning Yuan Si, Yu Dapeng, and the others all looked over. The benefits after eating were immense. Lin Chen tossed a few fruits to several people. The others, upon receiving the fruits, also saw the information. Instantly, they were all stunned. Damn! Permanently increasing strength by 1 point? This is too insane. Yu Dapeng couldn't help but curse. Zhao Xiaoling, the foodie, finished her fruit in a few bites, mumbling indistinctly, delicious, delicious. Lin Chen, I want more. She didn't care about the attribute point enhancement, taste was everything. Lin Chen picked a few more, cleaned them, and handed them to her. Boss, this is a treasure. Yu Dapeng exclaimed as he felt his strength increase by 1 point after finishing the fruit, excitedly shouting. Ant Queen, have your ants carry all the fruits back. The Ant Queen shrank a bit, and among the 500 or 600 ants, she sent out 100 or 200 black worker ants. They quickly climbed the tree, biting down with their sharp teeth, severing the fruits from the base, and then carried them back. Before long, a small mountain of fruits piled up in front of everyone. The ants finished picking the nearby fruits and went to gather more from farther away. To be honest, these fruits that increased attribute points were a once-in-a-lifetime treasure for Yu Dapeng, Zhao Xiaoling, and the others, significantly enhancing their strength. But for Lin Chen, the effect was much smaller. He had the unique and powerful assistance of Kunpeng, which could enhance his own attributes by 10%, bringing Lin Chen's various attribute metrics to an extraordinary level. If these fruits were abundant and endless, they would indeed be of great use. But in reality, even if all the fruits were picked, the total wouldn't be too many. Estimating, there would be at most around 1,000. Even if Lin Chen ate them all, the distributed attribute points would only increase each by 300 or 200, which wouldn't change much. However, if Yu Dapeng ate them all, he would certainly undergo a complete transformation. But that was impossible, after all, so many teammates were here, and this was everyone's harvest. They could only share the benefits equally. This was the way to promote the progress of the entire group's strength. Lin Chen quickly browsed through his attribute panel. Name, Lin Chen Occupation, Insect Tamer Level, 26 Strength, 3920 Agility, 2320 Spirit, 7025 Constitution, 3320 Professional Skills, Insect Contract, Pet Insect Summon, Level 26, Talent Skills, Skill Enhancement, Level 3, Position Swap, Insect Realm Traversal, 1 time, Summon Level 26 Gold Eating Insect, Current Quantity 250/260 Summon Level 26 Purple Lightning Float, Current Quantity 250/260 Summon Level 26 Spirit, Butterfly, Current Quantity 70/260 Summon Level 26 Kunpeng, First Stage Current Quantity 1/1 Summon Level 26 Cave Ant Queen, First Stage Current Quantity 1/1, Worker Ants, 506, Soldier Ants, 94 with Lin Chen's current attributes. If he showed them to Yu Dapeng, it would likely scare him to death. Or perhaps it could shatter his resolve, leading him to a life of drinking away his sorrows and lying flat. Although Lin Chen's spirit attribute was still the most prominent, this was due to his role as a summoner, which is a branch of the spirit category. However, comparing his other attribute points with those of other professionals, he was far superior. For instance, compared to Zhao Xiaoling, the agile assassin, Lin Chen's agility attribute was the lowest among his 4 attributes, at only 2320, yet it was still 4 to 5 times that of Zhao Xiaoling's agility. If Lin Chen wanted, he could even develop himself into a full combat class professional. However, that would not be the path to maximize his abilities. Currently, Lin Chen's path was to continuously level up, update his equipment. He still only had a portion of golden gear, and increase his spell skills. The most important point was to constantly increase the number of his pet insects and evolve them as much as possible. Lin Chen, I can't finish this, there's just too much, Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed. After eating 5 or 6 fruits, she was full. Let's save some for later. Yeah, we'll share some with Shui Yao when we get back. Zhao Xiaoling was overjoyed. Want to try one? Lin Chen casually picked up a fruit and offered it to the Ant Queen. The queen, however, turned her mouth away, showing her disdain. I know you still prefer the flesh and blood of sand lizards. I have plenty in my bag, but we'll have to wait until we get back. This isn't the right time, Lin Chen chuckled. After the battle in the sand dunes, he had collected quite a few sand lizard corpses. He wondered when Luo Shuya would be able to create the ant palace. Although the queen had quickly cultivated hundreds of ants using the existing ant eggs, this number was just a drop in the bucket compared to the thousands of ant eggs in Lin Chen's backpack. He had over 10,000 ant eggs in there. Once back, he would also collect the ant eggs from Chu Liyue and Ling Shuang. Then, he would contact Zhao Feng from Phoenix Town to see if he had any ant eggs available. If not, he would buy some. If he had already sold them, it wouldn't matter. With the queen's speed of cultivating 1 ant per hour, it wouldn't be slow. By the end of the year, there would be over 10,000 ants. In 4 years at the capital university, he could amass an army of tens of thousands of ants, which would be truly invincible. It wouldn't be impossible to directly invade a small city with them. Bang! Finally, after a poisonous scorpion was torn apart by the ants, the entire oasis was cleaned out, not leaving a single monster behind. Lin Chen and the others finally walked out of the oasis. A flash of white light. Lin Chen finally leveled up to 27. Yu Dapeng, Ning Unc, and the others looked at Lin Chen with envious eyes. Boss, your level changes every day, don't you have a slow period? Yu Dapeng pretended to cling to Lin Chen's thigh again. Come on, didn't you all level up 3 times? I only leveled up twice, what's so excessive about that? Honestly, just now in the sand dune area, following the boss, that kind of leveling speed is just too exhilarating, it's simply thrilling. If I had to level up on my own, it would take me months to get these few levels. Thank you, Lin Chen. The 3 girls, Ning Unc, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui, looked at Lin Chen with grateful eyes. They all knew very well that their current standing was all because of him. Leveling up is the most boring. Zhao Xiaoling pouted, we've been in this dungeon for 4 or 5 hours, hurry up and finish, I want to go back and eat abalone. Lin Chen smiled wryly. If there was anyone in the world who least wanted to spend energy leveling up, it would be Zhao Xiaoling. Back then, when he was level 13, he encountered her at level 19 in the wilderness. During the dungeon run, she leveled up to 20. Then, when he arrived in the capital at level 22, she was still at level 20. One can imagine. During this time, she hadn't killed a single monster. If it weren't for following Lin Chen, she would probably still be stuck at that level, doing nothing. Xiaoling, what abalone? Nothing beats Lin Chen's ham. Lin Shi suddenly said. Ha, Lin Chen, you have good stuff and you won't share it with me? Zhao Xiaoling glared at Lin Chen. I don't have any. Lin Chen was taken aback. How can you not have any? Lin Chen has a family recipe for ham, it's super delicious, he just doesn't want to share it with you. Lin Shi added fuel to the fire. Lin Chen, you better bring it out. Zhao Xiaoling grabbed Lin Chen. Uffed, ha ha ha, the others burst into laughter. While joking, a sheer cliff suddenly appeared in front of the group, and above it was a dark, massive cave. The entrance of this cave was so large that its height was probably no less than a 50-story skyscraper. The people outside the cave looked like a few tiny ants compared to it. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew out from the cave, and outside, the yellow sand rolled, blocking the sky and sun. It seemed that within the cave, there was a terrifying creature that had just sneezed. In another dungeon, almost at the same time, the members of the Hunters Guild had also arrived deep in the desert. At this moment, they looked weary and exhausted, their stamina and energy heavily depleted. Zhao, we have killed a total of 5,870 monsters so far. In the sand dune area, we killed 1,070 sand lizards, in the ruins, we killed 2,500 stone golems, and in the oasis, we killed 2,300 poisonous scorpions, Zhang Jian reported to Zhao Xiong. When he said this, Zhang Jian was still full of enthusiasm, because he knew how much they had sacrificed to kill these more than 5,000 monsters. What a hardship! By now, they were almost out of supplies. It's mainly because the hell level dungeon is too difficult. In the past, we only fought normal levels, and sometimes we would tackle nightmares. To farm monsters, honestly, hell level isn't worth it, one team member said. Every year when the essence of fragrance refreshes, many guilds organize to enter hell dungeons to get this item, but even if they manage to get through the sand dunes, ruins, and oasis, it's still hard to deal with the final boss. If it weren't for everyone getting a forced teleportation talisman, no one would dare to enter hell level, but even so, many people die in this dungeon every year. We have 16 people, all around levels 30 to 40, and it's still this difficult. I guess the Starry Rage Guild is either completely wiped out in the dungeon or has used the forced teleportation talisman to leave by now. The team members discussed while recovering. TCH, those rookie members of the Starry Guild probably can't even get through the sand dune area in normal conditions. Zhang Jian scoffed. I also think they should be at the door right now, watching us perform here. To be honest, they really didn't take the Starry Sky Guild seriously. All of this was already determined the moment they entered the dungeon. The strength of the team had long been decided. If the Starry Skies Fury Guild had also organized a dozen or so level 40 members, it would be a fair match. Some would fight, some would compete. Consider them lucky. Zhao Xiang's gaze turned cold. Fortunately, this is a multi-dimensional dungeon where everyone fights their own battles. If it were a single-dimensional dungeon, where everyone entered the same environment, I would really want to end them myself. Then if this battle ends and they haven't gone bankrupt, we can invite them to play a single-dimensional dungeon. After all, they are foolish and have plenty of money. By then, even if they have forced teleportation scrolls, they won't have the chance to use them, Zhang Jian quickly agreed. Let's go, let's try that dragon boss. If we can get the essence heart, it would be a huge gain. Zhao Xiong stood up. As for the bet with the Starry Skies Fury Guild, to be honest, I haven't taken it to heart at all. After the earlier analysis from the team members, Zhao Xiong himself felt that the Starry Skies Fury had already surrendered outside. He had already won. Now, if he could obtain the essence heart, it would greatly benefit his reputation and power in the capital. It would also give him a chance to fully enter the upper echelons of the White Tiger. Lin Chen, be careful. This desert dragon is not so easy to deal with, Zhao Xiaoling said seriously. With Lin Chen's pets around, even a dragon has to lie down. Lin Shi chuckled lightly. Lin Chen is strong, no doubt, but think about it, which guild doesn't want the essence heart? But in previous years, it took half a year for someone to barely obtain it. You can imagine the difficulty, Zhao Xiaoling corrected. Also, make sure you have your forced teleportation scrolls ready. If the situation goes awry, teleport immediately without any hesitation. Everyone felt a chill. Zhao Xiaoling had researched the strategy for this guild dungeon the most. She knew everyone's strength level inside and out. Her emphasis clearly indicated that this Death Dune dungeon boss might really be formidable. Xiaoling is right. I have one request: if anyone faces a life-threatening situation, teleport immediately without caring about anyone else and without any hesitation, understood? Lin Shen said seriously. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. The entire desert shook violently. Everyone was taken aback. At the mouth of the dark giant hole, a dragon's head slowly emerged, its massive and fierce head with eyes like burning fireballs, fierce and wild, with sharp fangs visible in its slightly open mouth. Then, with a roar, the entire dragon flew out. With a swoosh, it soared into the air. As the dragon's body was revealed, everyone finally saw its full form. It was unimaginably huge, blocking out the sun. Its body was covered in dark yellow scales, each one like a giant shield, glinting with a cold light under the blazing sun. It spread its wings and with a powerful flap, ascended hundreds of meters high. Yi! A long roar echoed. The sound waves reverberated through the desert, proclaiming its status as the supreme ruler of the desert. At the same time, the ground was whipped up by a massive whirlwind, with sand and dust swirling everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded. Damn, this is too exaggerated. How do we fight this thing? Yu Dapeng's face turned pale. The girls were also shocked. They had imagined the shape of this dragon in their minds, but seeing it in person brought a sense of overwhelming pressure that they could never have conceived. Lin Chen's pupils also constricted. He said in a deep voice, "This guy is not something you can handle. Just be careful not to lose your lives." At this moment, the desert giant dragon also noticed Lin Chen and the others. It suddenly became furious. It glided towards the crowd, opening its massive maw. A torrent of flames erupted forth. "Be careful!" Yu Dapeng shouted loudly. In an instant, he activated his strongest defense, standing in front of everyone. Lin Chen also leaped forward. Whoosh! The blazing flames rained down. The intense fire struck Yu Dapeng and Lin Chen. A smell of burning flesh wafted through the air. "Ouch! I'm burning alive!" Yu Dapeng cried out. Lin Shi was flustered behind him. A powerful healing spell, rich in life energy, landed on Lin Chen. "Hey, big sister, hurry and save my life. Can't you see I'm about to die?" Yu Dapeng yelled. Oh! 3 seconds later, a weak healing spell fell on Yu Dapeng. "Skills have cooldown times," Lin Shi exclaimed helplessly. The giant dragon turned around, preparing to charge at the group again. If Yu Dapeng were strong enough, he could protect those behind him. But clearly, Yu Dapeng did not have the strength to withstand the dragon's attack. If this back and forth continued, the small team would likely perish here, except for Lin Chen. They had to divert its attention. Boom! A massive Kunping phantom appeared behind Lin Chen. Whoosh! Lin Chen soared into the sky. "Lin Chen, you can fly now?" Zhao Xiaoling was instantly dumbfounded. She had never seen Lin Chen fly before. Outside the instance, thousands of adventurers waited at the entrance. The atmosphere was heavy. At this moment, very few people were speaking, everyone was staring up at the giant screen. Besides watching the monster kill count comparison, the most important thing was to keep a close eye on the timer. The two teams had entered the instance, and now, 5 hours had passed. Not a single person had come out. The mood in the square was completely different from when the two teams first set off into the instance. At the beginning, everyone was excitedly discussing how Starry Rage would shake the elephant. They laughed at how Starry Rage was overestimating itself. Many even confidently stated that Starry Rage wouldn't survive the first level, the Dune of Death. Most of these people had placed bets. They mocked Starry Rage while eagerly waiting for their betting returns. it felt simply too good. However, reality ruthlessly slapped them in the face. In 3 rounds, the monster kill count showed that Starry Rage completely crushed the Hunter Guild with overwhelming force. Starry Rage, 79,600 Hunter Guild, 5,870. These glaring 2 lines of red text burned their eyes. They made 1,000 guesses about the instance scenarios but couldn't fathom why the difference was so vast. In fact, most people accepted the number for the Hunter Guild because, usually, when they entered this instance, they might not even be able to kill that many monsters. The outrageous part was Starry Rage's kill count. Did this number mean they had turned over every grain of sand in the entire Dune of Death instance and killed every single monster? But everyone also knew that the monsters in this instance were particularly difficult to fight. Usually, when people entered this instance, they basically avoided fighting unless necessary. It wasn't just about bringing a lot of potions to survive inside. There were cooldown times and costs to consider. But regardless, if the measurements were correct, there was no doubt that in this round, Starry Rage Guild had won the monster kill count. There were also 2 other rounds. One was to see who could stay in the instance the longest. In fact, this competition was quite dull. It mainly compared who couldn't defeat the boss and got killed midway. At this point, it was about who made the most progress inside. The second was to see who could obtain the Heart of Essence. This can only be obtained by defeating the boss, and it is a first kill. Only one side can claim it, while the other side, even if they kill it, will not have it if they are late. At the beginning, some people speculated that the Starry Rage would not last half an hour inside. However, in reality, 5 hours had passed, and they still had not come out. To say they didn't even have time to use the teleportation scroll and all died inside, they themselves wouldn't believe it. The only possibility is that Starry Rage has been effectively progressing through the dungeon. Slap in the face. Others speculated as well. With the level and strength of the Starry Rage team, they should not be able to handle the monsters inside. Yet, they had killed nearly 80,000 monsters. This was a scene of wiping out all the monsters in the dungeon, young and old alike. Another slap in the face. If someone had said earlier that the Starry Rage Guild might be able to obtain the Essence Heart, everyone would have laughed at that person for being foolish, thinking such a magical idea could arise. But now, it seemed everyone had a premonition in their hearts. Starry Rage was very likely to be the first guild to obtain the Essence Heart, an incredible premonition. Time ticked by. Everyone knew that the outcome of the battle should be revealed soon. Uncle Seven of the Luo family squinted his eyes, staring at the giant screen. Goodness, I actually misjudged. He turned to Luo Shueyao and asked in a deep voice, "Where did I go wrong?" "Oh, Uncle Seven, it's rare to see a big shot like you admit defeat." Luo Shueyao mocked lightly. "How can you be so sure that Starry Rage will definitely win against the hunters? Aren't there still 2 more competitions? Once the comparison of monster kills comes out, isn't the result already obvious? To kill 80,000 monsters, is this team's strength something an ordinary person can imagine? Only the ignorant would think the hunters could turn the tables in the other 2 competitions. Smart. Luo Shueyao gave a thumbs up. The Starry Rage Guild is not simple. Uncle Seven suddenly said, now that it has just been established, it shouldn't have attracted anyone's attention yet. Shueyao, after the betting ends, I'll talk to them. My Luo family is preparing to acquire it. You want to swallow Starry Rage? Luo Shueyao didn't even look up. To be honest, she wasn't surprised at all by Uncle Seven's words. Oh, why do you have to say it so harshly? What do you mean by swallow? My Luo family acquiring it is also a good thing for them. Besides receiving a considerable acquisition fee, they can enjoy the shade of my Luo family's big tree, and with the support of my Luo family's resources, their development speed will be like light speed. In fact, Uncle Seven's words were quite reasonable. Many emerging guilds with potential and characteristics, once they caught the eye of those big guilds, were immediately considered for acquisition talks. As for those small guilds, they generally were willing to sell themselves to big guilds. After all, the benefits and resources of big guilds were unimaginable for small guilds. But Luo Shueyao said, Uncle Seven, I advise you to give up this idea. Why? I just don't understand why the Luo family, like those big guilds, always has a sense of inherent superiority? Always feeling high and mighty? Acquisition? Don't even think about it. Anyway, I won't agree. Luo Shueyao sneered. Ha, Shueyao, I heard you're currently in Starry Rage without any position. Whether you agree or not is not up to you, Uncle Seven struck back at Luo Shueyao. Humph. Luo Shueyao turned her head away, not wanting to talk to Uncle Seven anymore. But after thinking for a while, Uncle Seven said, if they really don't agree to our Luo family's acquisition, then our Luo family can take a small loss and cooperate through investment and shareholding. To be honest, Uncle Seven, who had been rolling in the martial world, had a vague feeling in his heart. This newly established Starry Rage Guild had great potential. It is highly likely that it will grow into a towering tree in the future. No matter what, it must be incorporated into the Luo family system. Luo Shueiyao looked up, staring at her seventh uncle. After a long while, she shook her head and sighed. What are you sighing about? If you have something to say, just say it. Her seventh uncle said angrily. Seventh uncle, let me tell you the truth. Yesterday when I asked you for a small favor, I actually had a little scheme in mind, which was to give you a bit of an advantage and establish a good relationship with the Starry Fury. What do you mean? Didn't you just say it yourself? The Starry Fury has just been established and hasn't attracted much attention yet, but it has caught your attention, hasn't it? Right, so didn't I just propose a buyout or a partnership? That's too small-minded. Luo Shueiyao said a few words, took a sip of tea, and leaned back in her chair. What do you mean? Seventh uncle's eyes suddenly narrowed. Luo Shueiyao smiled and suddenly said softly, the Luo family should stake all its chips on the Starry Fury and gamble on 20 years of fortune. Seventh uncle's pupils constricted violently. He stared intently at Luo Shueiyao. In the Luo family, almost everyone regarded Luo Shueiyao as a madwoman, and hardly anyone liked her. However, seventh uncle knew how extraordinary his little niece was. Beneath her mad exterior, her vision was sharp. And if we say the Luo family is proud, the proudest among them is probably this madwoman. He never expected that someone as proud as her would say such things. Shueiyao, is it really that exaggerated? It's just a level 5 trash guild that was established yesterday, with only 6 or 7 members, and the highest level seems to be only 25, right? Seventh uncle pondered, shaking his head. He thought again, shaking his head once more. The opportunity for the Luo family is fleeting. Luo Shueiyao stared at seventh uncle. Suddenly, seventh uncle squatted down, leaning in front of Luo Shueiyao. Come on, my dear little Shueiyao, tell seventh uncle why you value the Starry Fury so much? What makes it worthy of the Luo family putting all its bets on it? Why can it influence the Luo family's fortune for 20 years? Get lost. Luo Shueiyao covered her face with a book. Dismissed. In a skyscraper, at the headquarters of the White Tiger Guild, Zhao Dihu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 48th floor. Usually, he loved to stand here, watching the world below. On the ground, cars and people came and went like ants. This gave him a feeling of being like a god, controlling everything in the world. But now, his expression was dark. The hunter hasn't lost yet, the outcome is still not out, a subordinate said beside him. Humph. Zhao Dihu sneered, that's from the perspective of mortals, they haven't lost yet. He turned around. What secrets could a small guild of 6 or 7 people be hiding? How could they make us, the White Tiger, suffer a loss? President, if the hunter loses, then we would have lost 3 billion, plus 10,000 guild points? The subordinate said with a bitter smile. Humph, money is a small matter, but the Starry Fury wants to step on our White Tiger Guild to climb up, using us as a stepping stone. I wonder if they can bear the wrath of the White Tiger. Then, the subordinate was taken aback. Eliminate them? Zhao Dihu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the beings on the ground. After the event is over, let Zhao Biao talk to them. Just say that our White Tiger values them and intends to acquire them. What if they refuse? The subordinate asked. Refuse? Zhao Dihu's gaze turned cold. Do I still need to say what to do? Yes. Chu Liyue and Ling Xuan watched as seventh uncle left. They no longer worried about interrupting the conversation between him and his grandniece. Chu Liyue leaned closer to Luo Shueiyao and asked, Shueiyao, I just heard you talking. It seems like Lin Chen and the others are sure to win? Of course. Luo Shueiyao smiled and said, are you ready to collect your money? Shueiyao, you better not be lying to us. Our little hearts are very fragile. I invested 1 million, if I win, doesn't that mean I profit 30 million? Ling Shuang said cautiously. She turned to Chu Liu and said, Liu, I remember you invested 2 million, right? Yeah, Chu Liu replied, feeling quite uneasy. She thought to herself, if we really win, wouldn't that be 60 million? But she glanced at Luo Shueiyao. Among so many people, the least reliable one was this Luo Shueiyao. She didn't even know if what she said was true. Ling Shuang exclaimed, then if Lin Chen really wins, Shueiyao, you invested 70 million, wouldn't you get 2 billion? In the instance, whoosh, Lin Chen flew over the giant dragon's head, stepping on the hard dragon scales, and darted southwest. His speed was incredibly fast. Roar! The desert giant dragon let out an extremely furious roar. This detestable little human actually made this emperor get hurt, how infuriating. Whoosh, a flame several miles long spewed from the giant dragon's mouth, burning towards Lin Chen in the southwest. But Lin Chen swayed his body and slipped past the flames. He wasn't burned at all. The blazing fire hit the ground. Some plants in the desert instantly turned to ashes. Countless grains of sand melted into scalding glass like liquid. Even the hard rocks turned bright red and exploded under this terrifying flame. Wow, wow. Yu Depeng hid behind a giant rock, muttering continuously. At this moment, apart from the words wow, he couldn't express his feelings with any other words. A spark flew in front of him. Yu Depeng trembled as he took out a cigar from his pocket, his fingers shaking as he lit it with that spark. Then he took a deep puff. Whoosh, he exhaled a large cloud of smoke. The psychological shock seemed to calm down a bit. The few girls were behind Yu Depeng, their faces pale. Now, they truly witnessed the terror of the desert giant dragon. If Lin Chen hadn't lured the dragon away and fought it in the sky just now, their delicate bodies wouldn't even withstand a breath of fire from the dragon. Cough, cough. Ning Yuanxi was choked by Yu Depeng's smoke and coughed. She angrily slapped Yu Depeng on the mouth, knocking the cigar away. What time is it, and you're still smoking? Besides, there are so many girls here, aren't you embarrassed? Yu Depeng seemed to wake up from a dream, looking at the cigarette but on the ground. Whose cigarette is this? It can't be mine. How could I possibly smoke? How would I know about you? Ning Yuanxi scolded. Stop scolding him, Zhao Xiaoling said from the side, he's too nervous. In a tense environment, people do many things unconsciously, and smoking is one of those behaviors, not to show off. Zhao Xiaoling explained from a psychological perspective for Yu Depeng. Right. Yu Depeng stomped out the cigar on the ground. I don't even know what's wrong with me. Sand flew and stones rolled, yellow sand danced wildly. After the desert giant dragon finished spewing fire, it clawed at Lin Chen with its 4 paws, while its tail swept down like a giant steel whip. If Lin Chen were to be hit by any of these, he would surely be crushed to pieces. But Lin Chen was as slippery as an eel. At the same time, over 200 gold-devouring insects had already bitten through the hard scales on the dragon's back. They began to burrow into the giant dragon's body. With each snap of their sharp teeth, pieces of dragon flesh were torn apart. The dragon, in pain, became even more furious. It couldn't deal with those little things behind it, and it knew that they were all helpers of this detestable human in front of it. As long as it killed this human, everything would end. The dragon roared and crazily chased after Lin Chen. The entire sandy ground was beaten into mounds and pits. The giant rocks on the cliff also shattered into pieces. The sky was filled with flames. Despite Lin Chen's incredibly fast flying speed and his avoidance of a direct confrontation with the giant dragon, countless sparks still fell upon him. However, the life sharing from the dozens of fairy butterflies on his body allowed him to bear these minor injuries. He shook off the sparks on him. In his hand appeared Solomon's magic book. Wind Sphere. A whirlwind trapped the giant dragon. Roar. The dragon roared in fury, its immense strength crashing all around. Bang. The wind sphere shattered. Wind Sphere. With a wave of his hand, another wind sphere appeared, once again trapping the dragon. Damn it! The desert dragon's whiskers stood on end, its 4 claws clawing fiercely while its tail lashed out. Over 200 gold-devouring insects had already burrowed through the dragon's back, biting into its innards, starting to crazily tear apart every organ. Roar! Roar! In pain, the desert dragon howled madly. Streams of scorching flames surged from its massive mouth, filling the sky like a meteor shower, like a night sky full of stars. Lin Chen had just fully activated his Kunping flight, darting left and right. Facing the dragon's wide-ranging attacks, Lin Chen was not at ease. This big guy is really hard to deal with, but time is on my side. As long as I can endure, I can outlast it. Lin Chen could sense that as the gold-devouring insects invaded its body and caused damage, the dragon's injuries were becoming increasingly severe. But because of this, the dragon had now become a cornered beast, its ferocity multiplied compared to before. It understood that it had to kill Lin Chen in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, it would be the one to die. At this moment, both sides had reached a situation where it was a matter of life and death. Boom! A stream of flame struck Lin Chen. Minus 30,000 damage. Several fairy butterflies on his body absorbed the damage for him. But the burning pain still made Lin Chen feel uncomfortable. The first tier Kunping's auxiliary speed is still not enough. Once the Kunping reaches the second tier, it should be able to speed up. If it could double, then I wouldn't fear this giant dragon at all. Boom! Lin Chen once again failed to dodge in time and was struck by the dragon's tail. Instantly, he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the quicksand below, disappearing from sight. Whoosh! The desert dragon also landed on the ground. It planted its 4 claws into the earth but tilted its body, nearly toppling over. It clung tightly to the sand with its limbs, forcing its massive body to stabilize, furiously staring at the ground. Lin Chen! Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed in shock. She immediately rushed out from behind a boulder. Ning Yuanxi grabbed her. You can't get close to it, otherwise, you'll die. But, Ning Yuanxi raised her staff high, softly chanting a few incantations. Add your thunder spike. A lightning bolt, sharp as a spear, shot down from the sky, piercing the dragon. Whoosh, the electric spike embedded itself in the dragon's body, causing a flurry of electric sparks. Roar! The dragon turned its head, looking towards the boulder, at Ning Yuanci and the others. It suddenly spun around, its massive body moving towards the group of girls. You all get ready with the teleportation stones. If I can't hold it off, you must teleport immediately, without hesitation. Yu Dapeng planted his long shield into the ground, crouching slightly, standing in front of the others. He didn't know if he could withstand it. He didn't know if he could survive even a minute under the dragon's fierce blows. But Yu Dapeng showed no hesitation, standing in front of the girls. The group braced themselves. Boom! Just then, the sand suddenly exploded. Lin Chen's body shot up from the ground, and he saw the dragon heading towards Yu Dapeng and the others, laughing. Huh? Where do you think you're going? Your opponent is me. He waved his hands, one after another, connecting 3 wind spheres to trap the dragon. At the same time, over 200 purple lightning sprites reappeared beside Lin Chen. A dense barrage of lightning struck down towards the dragon. Just now, during the fight, in order to avoid unnecessary losses, Lin Chen had put away the purple lightning insects. But now, the battle had reached its final stage. Moreover, Yu Dapeng and the others were in grave danger, so Lin Chen summoned them again. Crackle! Under the heavy strikes of the purple lightning, the desert dragon was knocked down. At the same time, its body convulsed wildly. A silver elite-level gold-devouring insect drilled out from its chest. Then, several more gold-devouring insects flew out from its mouth. Those gold-devouring insects flew around in a circle and then burrowed back into the dragon's body. One could imagine that at this moment, the desert dragon's insides must be riddled with holes. Throughout the entire battle with the dragon, Lin Chen remained relatively relaxed. After all, his gold-devouring insects were like mice biting an elephant, perfectly countering the dragon in terms of size. If they were truly just little mice, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to the dragon. However, these gold-devouring insects were incredibly powerful, effortlessly biting through the dragon's tough armor. Thus, this desert overlord, the desert dragon, met a rather humiliating end. Boom, the desert dragon fell. Dead. Your team has killed the desert dragon, hell level, gaining 600,000 experience points. Your team has obtained dragon armor, diamond level, physical damage reduction 20%, magical damage reduction 20%, poison damage reduction 20%, life attribute plus 500, usage level 30. Your team has obtained the dragon staff, diamond level, magic attack power increased by 30%, magic cooldown time reduced by 20%, mental attribute plus 500, usage level 30. Your team has obtained the essence heart, an extremely rare material. Yu Dapeng and the others thought they were about to endure the fierce attack of the desert dragon. Life and death were uncertain. But unexpectedly, Lin Chen suddenly burst out from beneath the sand. And with a series of attacks, the dragon crashed down, dead. It looked even more impressive than the dragon itself. They had no idea that, in reality, the dragon was left with barely a breath by the gold-devouring insects. Damn, diamond equipment. And 2 pieces at once, Yu Dapeng shouted. Moreover, one of them was armor suitable for him. Almost all damage reduced by 20%. This was incredible. Zhao Shaoling rushed towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, are you okay? At this moment, Lin Chen put away the Kuanpeng and landed on the ground. I'm fine, finally killed this dragon. It's been almost an hour, right? Yeah, we got the essence heart. At this time, Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanci also gathered around. We cleared this Death Dune dungeon, killed enough monsters, and got the essence heart. With this battle, we are sure to win against the Hunters Guild. Lin Chen looked at the dragon's corpse and said calmly. He waved his hand, and hundreds of gold-devouring insects flew out from the dragon's mouth, returning to Lin Chen's side. The purple lightning insects also flew over. Then, with a flash, they disappeared, all returning to Lin Chen's pet space. We can go out now. The group walked towards the teleportation array that appeared after clearing the dungeon. Meanwhile, the Hunters Guild was also engaged in a fierce battle with the dragon. In reality, it was the group of hunters being chased and beaten by the dragon. 16 people, at this moment, were burned ragged by the flames spewed by the dragon, looking like beggars. Zhao, we don't have any classes that can counter the dragon, we can't hold on any longer. Zhang Jian shouted while fleeing for his life. That's right, Zhao, if we don't use the teleportation stone soon, we might all die here. One team member yelled. Zhao Xiong's face was ashen. He had led teams through many normal-level Death Dune dungeons before. He had also faced nightmares a few times. But today, it was his first time leading a team through a hell-level dungeon. He had thought there was a good chance of clearing it. However, once they started, they realized just how difficult it was. They couldn't even make a dent. He calculated that they had already killed so many monsters earlier, and now they had deliberately waited for such a long time. Even if they couldn't obtain the essence of fragrance, something no one could get, at least there were two items that were guaranteed to be theirs: the starry rage. Alright, let's retreat. The other team members sighed in relief at Zhao Xiong's words. Just moments ago, they had been in a precarious situation. A few had nearly been killed by the giant dragon, but Zhao Xiong had given a strict order that they were not allowed to teleport away. They had to endure for a sufficient amount of time. Finally, they could no longer hold on and were able to retreat. A dozen beams of white light flashed. The entire group of hunters forcibly used their teleportation stones to exit the dungeon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All members of the Hunters Guild appeared outside the dungeon. The first thing Zhao Xiong did upon exiting was scan the crowd. Sure enough, the few guys from Starry Rage were lazily squatting on the ground at that moment. These guys must have just come out of the sand dune area and are tired of waiting here, he said, holding his head high in a victorious manner. Then, in tattered clothes with a charred face, he walked over to Lin Chan and the others. Behind him followed a group of ragged teammates, looking like beggars. However, Zhao Xiong didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed about his appearance. What was this? This was proof of strength. Even the tattered clothes in his mind felt like a battle robe. Losers, how long have you been out? He looked down at Lin Chan and the others from Starry Rage with an air of superiority. Put. Yu Depeng glanced at Zhao Xiong and his proud band of beggars and nearly laughed himself to death. Idiot! What did you say? Zhang Jian, standing next to Zhao Xiong, shouted loudly, You losers have been out here for a few hours, right? Killed 10 monsters, have you? The dozen or so people behind him also looked coldly at Yu Depeng and the others. So quiet. Zhao Xiong suddenly felt a weight in his heart for some reason. Thousands of people present were all silently and strangely looking at his side. What was going on? He had thought that when they came out, they would be greeted with cheers. But now the atmosphere was off, it was too strange. 10 monsters? How can you be so oblivious? Are you blind? Can't you see the big screen over there? Yu Depeng scoffed. Big screen? Zhao Xiong looked over. In the center, a giant screen displayed the number of monsters killed by the two teams. Starry Rage, 79,601 hunters, 5,871 what? Zhao Xiong's pupils constricted violently. He looked again and again. His heart suddenly felt as if a giant hand was tightly gripping it, making even the act of beating difficult. Breathing became heavy. At that moment, everyone around Zhao Xiong also saw the two sets of monster kill counts. 79,601, 5,871? They were all stunned, their mouths agape. After a long while, Zhang Jian trembled and shouted, Where are the staff? How could you make such a mistake? Why haven't you corrected it? Starry Rage killed 79,601 monsters? How was that possible? He remembered clearly how hard it was for their strong team to kill even one monster. They had only killed a little over 5,000. How could these low-level players from Starry Rage have killed nearly 80,000? Was this a joke? Sorry, we have double-checked and there is no mistake, a staff member said coldly as he approached. And look, their level changes also indirectly prove this fact. Zhang Jian looked at Lin Chen. 27 levels? Zhang Jian's mouth dropped wide open. He remembered very clearly that Lin Chen was at level 25 before entering the dungeon. He had actually leveled up 2 levels in one dungeon. How many monsters did he have to kill to achieve that? Suddenly, he thought of the number of over 79,000 monsters displayed on the giant screen. Even if you killed over 79,000 monsters, so what? Zhao Xiong sneered coldly, We've been inside longer than you, it's a draw at best. Lin Chen showed little expression, merely gesturing with his chin to look in another direction. Real-time results of the competition for the Essence Heart. Starry Rage Guild, 1, Hunters Guild, 0, Zhao Xiong suddenly exclaimed, You killed the desert dragon and got the Essence Heart? What do you think? Lin Chen replied calmly. Impossible. Zhao Xiong screamed, This is absolutely impossible. He looked up and roared, If we couldn't do it, how could you? No way. His first instinct was that Starry Rage could not have killed the desert dragon. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was. The second realization was that if Starry Rage really obtained the Essence Heart, then they had won, and he had lost. Zhao Xiong abruptly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the audience that was quietly staring at him. In their eyes, he saw pity, scorn, mockery, and anger. A staff member from the guild center announced loudly, The bet between the Starry Rage Guild and the Hunters Guild has concluded. Now, on behalf of the guild center, I declare the match result as 2:1. According to the best of 3 wins rule, the Starry Rage Guild wins this bet. Another staff member added, Previously, everyone placed their bets with our center. Shortly, the center will transfer the 30 billion won and 10,000 guild points to Starry Rage, in addition to the original stakes. Then, several staff members, ignoring the stunned hunters guild members, began to pack up and leave. Damn! What kind of hunters are they? They can't even handle a small Starry Rage, and I've lost 3 million because of them. Damn it, I must be blind. One audience member couldn't help but curse. Me too, I bet my entire fortune of 5 million, and now it's all gone. Look at them, they look like beggars, pretending to be so impressive, it's just laughable. In an instant, the hunters were like rats crossing the street, everyone shouting to beat them. Originally, a crowd watching the excitement wouldn't have felt such resentment, nor would they have mocked the hunters to their faces. After all, they were backed by the White Tiger Guild, but these people had all placed bets. Seeing their money gone, how could they not be angry? Whoever talks nonsense again, I'll take care of him. Zhao Xiong roared at the crowd. The audience, who had been fanning the flames, were stunned into silence by his shout, and no one dared to speak. Zhao Xiong turned around, staring fiercely at Lin Chen. He spoke slowly, Starry Rage, this won't end like this. Do you dare to have another match? Let's talk when we feel better. Lin Chen replied indifferently. We're leaving. Zhao Xiong glared at Lin Chen for a moment, gritting his teeth. A group of teammates followed Zhao Xiong. At that moment, a gust of wind blew by. With so many holes in their tattered pants, some felt a chill in their crotch. Lin Chen, congratulations on completing the mission and winning the bet. I am the 7th uncle of Luo Shueyao. We met yesterday, the 7th uncle said with a smile as he approached Lin Chen. Thank you for your help yesterday. By the way, after a day of battling dungeons, you must be hungry. I've set up a banquet for you at a nearby tavern to celebrate. Lin Chen frowned slightly. He glanced at Luo Shueyao, but she remained unfazed, pretending not to see. Of course, the most important thing is that I want to represent the Luo family and discuss cooperation with you, Starry Rage. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Lin Chen and his group ultimately accepted the 7th uncle's invitation. Arriving at a luxurious restaurant called Yunding, Uncle Chi led everyone to the top floor, the 66th. From this vantage point, they could gaze down at most of the capital city through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. This was also the first time they had seen the grand capital of the Great Xia Empire from such an angle. Vast and boundless. The view here is amazing. It must be hard to get a table at this spot, right? Yu Depeng laughed heartily. Uncle Chi noticed the astonished expressions on everyone's faces and felt quite satisfied. He said casually, for others, of course, having money doesn't guarantee a reservation at this location, but for me, it's simple. At that moment, a sweet-looking waitress approached and bowed to Uncle Chi. Mr. Luo, please order for yourself and your friends. Mr. Luo? Yu Depeng was slightly taken aback. Hee, this is one of our Luo family's businesses. Uncle Chi nodded. The Luo family truly deserves to be one of the 4 great families of the capital, dominating the city with their power. Yu Depeng gave a thumbs up. Uncle Chi said with a bit of bravado, in the capital, my Luo family owns no fewer than 10 such restaurants. Of course, while they rake in gold daily, for us, these are merely insignificant small businesses. Wow, Shueyao, I didn't know your family was so wealthy. Lin Shi exclaimed. Ha, everyone, feel free to order whatever you want today. Uncle Chi pushed the menu over, speaking with flair. Wow, this is so expensive. A piece of foie gras costs 18,888. In Yang City, my entire annual allowance wouldn't be enough to buy even one piece. Mu Shui and Lin Shui opened the menu and were immediately shocked. Seeing the good atmosphere, Uncle Chi said lightly, Lin Chen, you are the president of the Starry Rage Guild, so let's discuss our cooperation. In the capital, it's not an exaggeration to say that resources and people are all controlled by the major guilds. Without some background, no new guild can survive. Starry Rage is just a newly established level 5 guild. Normally, my Luo family wouldn't pay attention to it. However, you are Shu Weiyao's friend and have a connection with our Luo family. Uncle Chi began to elaborate smoothly. Mr. Luo, Lin Chen gently interrupted him, smiling, although I hold the title of president, I don't actually manage things. I was just chosen because my level is slightly higher than theirs. The real decision maker is our vice president, Yu Depeng. You should talk to him, that would be more effective. Ah? Uncle Chi was taken aback. To be honest, he had only glanced at the Starry Rage Guild on the first day because of Luo Shueyao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to look at a few kids playing house. In the Death Dunes dungeon, Starry Rage had shone brightly, defeating the White Tiger Guild's hunters, which piqued his interest. Moreover, when he came to find Luo Shueyao, she had reminded him and hinted that Starry Rage was a guild with great potential. He immediately invited everyone from Starry Rage. Bringing them here was also a little strategy of his. First, he wanted to impress them with luxury and high-end appeal, then showcase the strength of the Luo family's enterprises. 4 people from small places, this tactic never fails. Impressive, right? Sure enough, this group of students from Yang City was stunned. He quickly seized the opportunity to discuss matters with President Lin Chen. But this usually calm boy said he was just a figurehead, and the real decision-maker was Yu Dapeng. Uncle Chi turned to look at Yu Dapeng, who was dressed in designer clothes, his hair slicked back, and a big gold chain around his neck. Although it was a bit gaudy, he indeed looked like a chairman. President Yu, how about we have a talk? Sure, let's talk, Mr. Luo. Yu Dapeng immediately stood up, warmly shaking hands with Uncle Chi. Lin Chen, come here for a moment, Luo Shueyao called Lin Chen aside. Let me clarify first, I have no connection with my 7th uncle or the Luo family. Luo Shueyao glanced at Lin Chen and said, do you think my 7th uncle is too deliberate? He's a businessman, that's just his nature. What? Go ahead and laugh if you want. No, I think your 7th uncle is quite nice, enthusiastic, and even treated us to a meal. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Alright, I won't concern myself with his matters. Luo Shueyao shot Lin Chen a glare. I brought you here to discuss 2 things. Okay. You mentioned before that you would let me handle non-combat businesses, especially in manufacturing and such, right? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. So if I take the initiative and think outside the box, with ideas that differ from the norm, will you support me? Luo Shueyao stared at Lin Chen, very serious. Seeing her earnestness, Lin Chen understood her intentions. Thinking outside the box? This girl is probably not one to play it safe. As long as he authorized her, her subsequent actions would likely be unconventional, even reckless. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, Luo Shueyao, are you underestimating the wrath of the stars, or are you underestimating me, Lin Chen? I trust my people. If you really mess things up, I can help you clean it up. Let me see what brilliant ideas you have. Great. Luo Shueyao nodded in satisfaction. Now for the second thing, take a look at this. With that, she pulled out a thick stack of paper from her bag. It was densely filled with many lines and patterns. This is. Lin Chen took it and looked at the top. Ant Clan Palace? You asked me to help you design an Ant Queen's palace, so I worked through the night to create a design. Take a look, Luo Shueyao said casually. However, a confident smile lingered on her face. Lin Chen examined the complex designs and the notes beside them, becoming increasingly astonished. Wow, this idea is quite imaginative. He hurriedly flipped to the 2nd and 3rd pages. After a long while, shocked, excited, Lin Chen raised his head and looked at Luo Shueyao again, genuinely praising. The design is exquisite, the concept is unique, the ideas are grand, truly unparalleled. I put a lot of effort into the task you assigned me. Luo Shueyao glanced at Lin Chen, pretending to be indifferent. But she relished the praise he had just given her, savoring it in her heart. Thank you, Shueyao, you are truly a genius among geniuses. This design is 1,000 times better than I imagined. I want this Ant Clan palace. Alright, I'll help you build it. What materials do you need, and how much will it cost? Just tell me, Lin Chen said loudly. Although Lin Chen didn't fully understand many aspects of Luo Shueyao's Ant Clan palace, he was indeed impressed. He had never thought that someone could actually design a spatial device. On the surface, it looked like a small palace, but inside, it was a vast ant nest beyond imagination. At that moment, Luo Shueyao thought for a moment and tapped her fingers. How much? To build the basic framework, the starting capital should be 2 billion. Bang! Lin Chen fell off his chair. Are you okay? Lin Chen, what's wrong? Are you scared? Luo Shueyao helped him up. 2 billion right off the bat. Even if he sold himself by the pound, he couldn't gather 2 billion. Lin Chen trembled as he held the blueprints. A genius is a genius, but she is indeed a madwoman. Can you sit still? Can you be a bit more ambitious? Luo Shueyao glared at Lin Chen. How much do you have? Give it to me first. If it's not enough, I'll think of a way. Some materials can be temporarily put on credit. Oh, as expected, he knew that this spatial device wouldn't be so easy to obtain. Luo Shueyao thought for a moment and sighed. Actually, if it's something that can be accomplished with money, then it's not really a problem. This Ant Clan's Chung Palace has some very important materials that are hard to collect. What are they? The 5 elements spirit pearls, the gold spirit pearl, the wood spirit pearl, the water spirit pearl, the fire spirit pearl, and the earth spirit pearl. Lin Chen frowned. He had never heard of these things before. Where can we get them? These items used to be produced in the 5 elements extreme land, but that place seems to have been sealed off for 10 years. The reason they are hard to find is that there are no other places that produce them. They are unique specialties of the 5 extremes. 5 elements extreme land? Before awakening, Lin Chen had read a lot of books, and he remembered a geographical record mentioning this name. But the introduction was very simple. It only said that it was a very harsh and dangerous environment. However, there were many unique items and ores inside. Since this place has been sealed off, no one can enter anymore. Forget it, let me think if I can use other materials to replace these 5 elements spirit pearls. Luo Shuiyao also felt that finding such things was indeed too difficult. The meal finally came to an end. Yu Dapeng and Uncle Chi were chatting happily. The canon also had a dozen drinks. Back at the hotel with Lin Chen and the others, Lin Chen received the items won from the bet against the hunters from the guild center. 3 billion, plus 10,000 guild points. Later, when they completed the guild task, they could also receive another 10,000 guild points and the payment for selling the essence of fragrance. Luo Shuiyao suggested that for the essence of fragrance, they could ask the other party to pay 200 million. Calculating this way, the profit would be 3,200,000,000 and 20,000 guild points. Hee, I won 30 million. Ling Shuang clearly received the money from the bet and jumped up excitedly. I also won 60 million. Shu Liyue was also overjoyed. Wow, you guys really know how to do business, Yu Dapeng laughed. It was all Shuiyao who told us to buy. Ling Shuang said, she placed a bet herself and won 2,100,000,000. Clang! The can of beer in Yu Dapeng's hand fell to the ground. Wow, Sister Shuiyao, you really dare to bet. Aren't you worried we might lose? Yu Dapeng exclaimed. But didn't we win? If I didn't have this little confidence in you, how could I dare to join the Star's Fury? Luo Shuiyao said lightly. That makes a lot of sense. Ning Yuanxi was also shocked by Luo Shuiyao's boldness. Quite ruthless. Lin Chen, what should we do next for our Star's Fury Guild? Yu Dapeng brought up the serious matter. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, Dapeng, the funds of 3,200,000,000 will be in place soon. You should take the lead and worry more about it with Yuanxi and the others. Whether it's buying buildings, renovating, or setting up business, I don't have time to handle these matters. I've said it before, I only take care of fighting. Yu Dapeng and the others knew that Lin Chen needed to focus on improving his strength at full speed. He simply didn't have time to deal with such things. They all nodded in agreement. Hey, the guild task has been settled, and we got another 10,000 guild points. Lin Chen noticed a prompt, now we have 20,000 guild points, and we still need 30,000 to upgrade to a level 4 guild. Once we reach level 4, it will be easier for you to expand your business, and we can participate in more guild dungeons. Impressive, in less than 2 days, we've gotten 20,000 guild points. Shu Liyue exclaimed, this is something I've never heard of before. The speed of collecting these points is just too insane, Ling Shuang sighed. If only a few more foolish guilds would come to bet against us, Yu Dapeng sighed. We all need to be careful. The Hunters Guild suffered such a big loss, they will probably launch an attack against us, Zhao Xiaoling said. Welcome them. If other guilds can't stand us, even better. Lin Chen sneered. By the way, Dapeng, how did your talk with Uncle Chi go? Yu Dapeng shook his head. Uncle Chi's first proposal was to acquire our Starry Fury Guild, but I thought that didn't align with your vision, so I rejected him. Lin Chen nodded. Later, Uncle Chi discussed several other cooperation methods, but they all centered around the Luo family, with Starry Fury as a supplement. To put it bluntly, it was working for the Luo family. I haven't responded to him yet, boss, I'm seeking your opinion now. Lin Chen said lightly, Dapeng, remember this, although we are currently a newly established level 5 guild, we won't always be a level 5 guild. Understand this and make your decision. Luo Shuiyao's expression was calm, but she sighed slightly in her heart. Lin Chen glanced at the message, that person wants to meet me to trade the essence of fragrance, it's nearby. You guys chat, I'll be back soon. Lin Chen, I'll go with you, Luo Shuiyao said. Alright, in a nearby small cafe. The visitor was a man in his 40s, dressed in a black robe. Lin Chen could tell at a glance that he was not a combat-type person. He should be a skill user like Luo Shuiyao. Lin Chen took out the essence of fragrance, and the other party took it in hand to examine it, seemingly excited to the point of trembling slightly. I just heard that the one who got this essence of fragrance is a newly established level 5 guild. I can hardly believe it, you are truly remarkable. The man said, I thought it would take at least another 6 months to obtain this essence of fragrance. We just happened to come across it. Lin Chen replied lightly, not intending to talk much with the other party. The item was obtained, and all that was left was to get paid. The other party immediately said, this essence of fragrance has a market price of around 200 million. I'll pay you 250 million, do you accept? Lin Chen glanced at Luo Shuiyao, who nodded slightly. To be honest, Lin Chen wasn't very familiar with the prices of these items, but as a craftsman, Luo Shueiyao was much more knowledgeable. Alright, you can transfer the money. Ding. The other party was very straightforward and immediately transferred the large sum to Lin Chen's account. Goodbye. Lin Chen and Luo Shueiyao turned to leave. Wait. The man suddenly called out. The strength of your starry fury is beyond my expectations. If you're still interested, I'd like to discuss another deal with you. Oh, I can see that you're eager to obtain guild points, which should be to upgrade the guild from level 5 to level 4, right? If I'm not mistaken, you should have around 20,000 points and need another 30,000. Coincidentally, we have quite a few here. To put it simply, we can still provide you with 20,000. It seemed that the man had done quite a bit of research on Starry Fury and Lin Chen before coming. Oh, what task do you want to entrust us with? I want 10 sets of 5 elements spirit orbs. The man said. What? 10 sets of 5 elements spirit orbs? Are you crazy? Luo Shueiyao scoffed. Everyone knows that the 5 extremes land has been sealed for over 10 years. Where else would you find 5 elements spirit orbs? You're not wrong, but there's a piece of news you might not know. Starting last week, the seal has been fluctuating violently. If nothing unexpected happens, it will reopen tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after. The man said something unexpected. Even if it reopens, we won't go. It's too dangerous there. Luo Shueiyao shook her head, pulling Lin Chen to leave. Wait, President Lin. Seeing Lin Chen and Luo Shueiyao about to leave, the man became a bit anxious and suddenly pulled out a business card from his pocket, respectfully handing it over with both hands. Let me reintroduce myself. Upon first meeting the two, the man had somewhat underestimated them due to their youth. The anger of the Starry Sky was very anxious to obtain the guild points, having previously thought that they had completely grasped the situation. Unexpectedly, these two young people seemed to have no regard for him at all. The Maker Research Association? Lin Chen, just stepping into the world, was not familiar with such an organization. However, Luo Shueiyao's eyes suddenly lit up. My name is Wang Ziyuan, and I am the vice president of that association. The man introduced himself. It's not that we can't take on your commission, but you know, this place that has been sealed for 10 years, reopening it comes with many uncertainties and high risks. As for your commission fee, Lin Chen seemed to hesitate, appearing somewhat reluctant. We can offer a set of spirit pearls for 2,000 guild points. Make it 3,000 for a set, and I can't guarantee 10 sets, 1 set counts as 1. Lin Chen interrupted, staring at the vice president named Wang Ziyuan. Wang Ziyuan was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his head to think for a while, finally smiling wryly. Alright, 3,000 it is. Luo Shueiyao suddenly said, by the way, there's an additional condition. I heard that your association has quite a few maker professionals. Afterward, you need to lend us at least 10 makers of level 5 or above for a week. Wang Ziyuan thought for a moment and said, alright, that's not difficult. I agree to your terms. After discussing a few more details, the meeting came to an end. Wang Ziyuan stared blankly at the backs of Lin Chen and Luo Shueiyao, suddenly shaking his head. He couldn't shake the feeling that these two very young, student-like individuals seemed to have immediately decided to go after hearing the news about the reopening of the 5 extremes. Everything that followed seemed like a performance. Was it all just to drive up the price? So young, yet so seasoned in the ways of the world? Why do you need those 10 makers for a week? Lin Chen asked curiously. Do you think making that Ant Queen's palace is so easy? Can I do it all by myself without exhausting myself? Luo Shueiyao shot Lin Chen a glare. I see, aha. Lin Chen chuckled. Back at the hotel, Yu Dapeng reported that a big shot from the White Tiger Guild had just come over, saying they wanted to acquire Starry Sky's anger. But Yu Dapeng directly refused. These guilds are all so arrogant, looking down on us Starry Sky's anger as if we were trash. Zhao Shaoling sneered. It's not surprising. To others, we are just a level 5 guild, equivalent to garbage. If it weren't for the boss's outstanding strength, they probably wouldn't even glance our way, Yu Dapeng said with a bitter smile. So, strength is everything, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Once our guild reaches level 4, or even level 3 or 2, they will have to take us seriously. Then, Lin Chen briefly explained the situation regarding the 5 extremes. Chu Li and the others' expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. Lin Chen, are you really planning to go to the 5 extremes? It's very dangerous there, and you yourself said that it has been silent for 10 years. No one knows if there are any mutations inside. Lin Chen, you must be careful when entering this area. Luo Shueiyao also said. Since Wang Ziyuan mentioned the reopening of this place, she could see from Lin Chen's eyes that he had already decided to go. However, she didn't know that Lin Chen's decision to head to the 5 extremes was not solely for the guild points or the urgent need to create that Ant Queen's palace, but because he felt that a place that had been resting for so long must be filled with monsters. Right now, What he needed most was a place with many monsters to level up. Subsequently, everyone found some information about the 5 extremes to study, gaining a more comprehensive understanding of it. They estimated that this commission would take a considerable amount of time, likely around 3 to 5 days. Finally, everyone discussed and decided that Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui would not participate in this operation and would stay behind to handle the matters of the guild. It was initially decided that Lin Chen, Zhao Xiaoling, and Ning Siyuan would go. That night, Lin Chen finally had a good rest. No one came to disturb him. Perhaps everyone knew that what lay ahead would be a long expedition, so they did not interfere with Lin Chen's rest. Even those who needed to use the restroom at night were very quiet. The next day at noon, Lin Chen woke up. Then, Yu Dapeng came over to explain that, as Wang Ziyuan had said, the 5 Extremes land had indeed reopened at 5 in the morning. This place was officially restricted to personal entry. It had to be organized by the guild. In the morning, Yu Dapeng had already taken care of all the necessary procedures. Then let's set off, Lin Chen said, having prepared various supplies. Last night, he had also replenished some of the pet bugs he had previously lost, and now their condition was very good. The entrance to the 5 Extremes land was located in the Taihang Mountains in the western part of the capital. It only required 2 short teleports to reach the entrance. Not long after Lin Chen set off, at the guild center, several staff members gathered together to discuss. One person, sipping coffee, said, "Have you heard? This morning, the 5 Extremes land, which has been dormant for 10 years, is really bustling. Of course. I have hundreds of requests regarding spirit pearls and ores from the 5 Extremes land. I'm so busy I can't keep up," another staff member complained. "Me too, there are just too many guilds wanting to enter this place. Maybe they've all forgotten that 10 years ago, there was a mutation here that killed hundreds of people. Almost no one from the guild members who entered that day came out alive, and afterward, this place closed itself off." One person sneered. Hearing this, the others' expressions changed. An old man shook his head. "People die for wealth, birds die for food." After 2 short teleports, Lin Chen, Zhao Xiaoling, and Ning Siyuan arrived at the teleport station exit deep in the Taihang Mountains. Not far ahead, a valley was the entrance to the 5 Extremes land. At the entrance, 4 or 5 guild teams were preparing to set off, each with about 20 members. Their equipment was quite powerful, with levels around 40 to 50. Seeing that Lin Chen's team had only 3 members, and they looked like a few college students, or even high school students, they appeared very young. They were momentarily taken aback. "Hey, what's up with you 3? You shouldn't come here for a date. This isn't a place for you to play." An older man, looking quite sturdy, shouted at them. There was no malice in his words, it was just the tone of an adult educating children. "What date? We're from the guild entering the 5 Extremes land," Ning Siyuan said, her face darkening. "Have you ever seen 3 people dating together?" Those people looked at Lin Chen's trio with strange expressions, as if to say, "Aren't you 3 just that? Even if we 3 were dating together, what does it have to do with you?" Zhao Xiaoling snorted coldly. After saying that, she wrapped her arm around Ning Siyuan's and leaned against Lin Chen, looking provocatively at those people. The crowd was instantly shocked. Logically, these 3 should be 2 dating and 1 best friend. But now, 2 beautiful girls leaning against that guy seemed very natural. Who was the main girl, and who was the best friend? Could it really be as that girl said, that the 3 were playing together? Today's youth were too bold. What they didn't see was that when Ning Siyuan touched Lin Chen's body, she slightly stiffened. Her demeanor was nowhere near as open as Zhao Xiaoling's. He. Seeing those people wide-eyed, Zhao Xiaoling chuckled. Following Lin Chen, they walked into the entrance and disappeared into the valley. "TCH, scumbag." A female archer in the crowd snorted, looking at Lin Chen's figure with disdain. "Wait, that guy just now seems to be a member of the Starry Fury who defeated the hunter a few days ago." "No way, I was focused on those 2 girls and didn't pay much attention," a young man said. The female archer glanced at the speaking man and spat on the ground. As they stepped through the entrance, they entered the land of the 5 Extremes. Lin Chen and the others were momentarily stunned. They seemed to have entered a very strange otherworld. The same valley environment, but when they looked around, the greenery of the plants was so rich it seemed meticulously painted in vibrant hues. The flowers' purples and blues were excessively flamboyant, as if exaggerated by a filter. The wild grass on the ground shimmered with a green light. The 3 of them walked deeper in. Whoosh! Zhao Xiaoling suddenly stepped into a small stream. "Be careful!" Lin Chen quickly pulled her back. "This water is too clear, I didn't even notice it was a river," Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed. The ripples slowly calmed down, and the water surface returned to looking as transparent as air. At that moment, they noticed a few colorful fish swimming in the water, as if they were gliding through the air. It was no wonder Zhao Shaoling carelessly stepped into the water. Here, there were almost no signs of water. It was too clear and transparent. What the group didn't notice was that beneath a clump of aquatic plants, a strange fish with sharp teeth lurked slightly under the grass. When Zhao Shaoling stepped into the river, it was almost ready to pounce. But Lin Chen pulled her up too quickly, causing it to halt abruptly. Lin Chen, this place is too bizarre. It seems everything is distorted, Ning Yuanxi said. Distorted? Yuanxi, that word is spot on. Zhao Shaoling agreed. Yeah, everyone be careful. This place is shrouded in a mysterious power, and everything is different from our living environment, Lin Chen said, releasing a dozen gold-eating insects to circle around them as a precaution. An hour later, a towering tree appeared before the three. It soared into the clouds, its top unseen. At this moment, they realized that, unknowingly, the environment here was even more exaggerated than before. The trees shot straight into the sky. The sound of water flowed, but the stream was almost invisible. The soil and stones on the ground gleamed with a cold, hard luster, like cast iron. Suddenly, a long cry echoed. A colorful giant bird flew over the heads of the three. They shivered. This bird was about the size of a desert dragon. Just then, a buzzing sound filled the air. A dozen hummingbirds appeared in front of them, each only the size of a palm. Their wings flapped at an incredibly high speed, appearing almost like phantoms. The long beaks of these hummingbirds emitted a metallic, icy gleam. Come out! With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen summoned 100 gold-eating insects to block the hummingbirds. At the same time, he cast a detection spell. Polar hummingbird level, 40 strength, 8,000 agility, 8,000 spirit, 4,000 constitution, 5,000 skills, piercing strike, fire technique piercing strike. The hummingbird can pierce through hard objects with a 30% chance to trigger a 50% penetration of metal properties. Fire technique, the female hummingbird can spit fire, burning objects and performing fire attribute attacks. These level 40 monster birds were considered ordinary monsters, but their attributes were not low. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the dozen hummingbirds flew towards Lin Chen and the others at an astonishing speed. However, the 100 gold-eating insects, which could also fly, had already positioned themselves in front. In an instant, a battle between insects and birds was about to erupt. Originally, birds were the natural enemies of insects. However, Lin Chen's golden-eating insect was no ordinary insect. Its shell was as hard as iron. Clang, clang, clang. The hummingbird's long beak struck against the shell of the golden-eating insect, producing a sound like two metals colliding. A normal attack couldn't even leave a mark on the insect's shell. Only a penetrating strike might leave a small white mark. But once the golden-eating insect landed on a bird, it would be more than just a small white mark. Eek! A hummingbird let out a sharp, tragic cry, its feathers scattering as it fell to the ground. Your team has killed the polar hummingbird, gaining 40,000 experience points. Few among the dozen or so hummingbirds, 3 female hummingbirds suddenly spat out small fire dragons from their beaks, striking the golden-eating insect. However, this extremely high-temperature fire dragon posed no threat to the golden-eating insect at all. After about half a minute, all the hummingbirds were killed by the golden-eating insect. The 3 of them also gained a hefty amount of experience multiple times. I understand now, this place has strong attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, which is why the plants, flowing water, and rocks here are so strange, Ning Yuan thought. Well, let's go. These little birds aren't even worth an appetizer, Lin Chen nodded. The reason he dared to come to the 5 elements polar region without fear was that he calculated his golden-eating insect was immune to water and fire. It was as if the 5 elemental attributes countered each other. After walking for another half an hour, a golden metallic ripple-like entrance appeared before the 3 of them. We've arrived at the gold polar region. Lin Chen, should we rest for a while or go straight in? Zhao Shaoling asked. Are you tired? Lin Chen inquired. Not at all. You killed all the monsters by yourself, so what's there to be tired about? Zhao Shaoling laughed. Alright, then let's go straight in. The 3 entered the gold polar region. Just as Lin Chen and the others entered the world of gold, the group of people at the previous entrance began to move into the 5 polar region one after another. At this moment, several guild teams arrived at the entrance. Among them was a team that was none other than Lin Chen's old rival, the members of the Hunter Guild who had bet against Lin Chen at the Death Dunes. Coincidentally, the team was led by Zhao Xiong. Humph, after losing the bet at the Death Dunes, I was scolded by the boss. This time, I need to redeem myself. You all better get your spirits up. If we don't collect enough spirit pearls this time, not just me, but you all will have a hard time too, Zhao Xiong reprimanded his team. Remembering the Starry Rage Guild, he felt deep hatred. Zhao, I checked, and the Starry Rage Guild is also here in the 5 elements polar region. I just don't know if they've entered or not, Zhang Jian said beside him. After losing the bet at the Death Dunes, he had been removed from his position as guild leader. So, this guy was constantly keeping an eye on the movements of the Starry Rage Guild, looking for a chance to regain some face. That's good, Zhao Xiong said coldly. The Death Dunes is a multi-dimensional instance, and each person enters an independent instance. But here, the Five Elements polar region is a single-dimensional instance. Once everyone enters, we will meet sooner or later, and then we can settle old scores and new grudges together. At the guild center, Yu Dapeng and Mu Shui, who were coming to handle business, noticed that the commission task area was unusually bustling today. Many guild professionals filled the outer area. Damn, is the Five Elements Spirit Pearl task too popular today? In just half a day, there have been no less than 1,000 commissions, one person exclaimed. This is understandable. The Five Elements Spirit Pearl can only be produced in the Five Elements polar region. When the region was closed before, it was hard to find in the market. Now that the Five Elements polar region has reopened, everyone hopes that adventurers can go out and hunt for items like the Five Elements Spirit Pearl. Yu Dapeng and Mu Shui exchanged glances. I didn't expect this Five Elements polar region to become so popular. It's practically on fire, Yu Dapeng said with a wry smile. If so many people rush in, Lin Chen's competition pressure will be much greater, Mu Shui said with concern. At this moment, the discussions grew more intense. Yeah, look, the commission fees are getting higher and higher. This place has already reached a price of 100 million for a set of Five Elements Spirit Pearls. Damn, isn't the Five Elements Extreme going to be overcrowded today? Don't say that. I'm going back to tell my boss that we should also enter the Five Elements Extreme. This is a great opportunity to make money. Let's go, we should organize our guild members to go in too. On the way back, Yu Dapeng and Mu Shui were worried. So many people. Everyone was here for the Five Elements Spirit Pearls. The competition would lead to conflicts. As for incidents of murder and robbery, they were bound to happen. The two had just returned to the hotel when Luo Shuiyao came over immediately. Yu Dapeng then brought up the topic of the guild center's Five Elements Extreme. I came over to talk to you about this. We need to enter the Five Elements Extreme immediately. Luo Shuiyao quickly interrupted Yu Dapeng's rambling. Shuiyao, what are you talking about? Everyone was taken aback. Mu Shui exclaimed in surprise. Didn't Lin Chen just go in? He said that he and Xiaoling Yuanxi were enough to go in, and that we should handle things outside. Things have changed. I just got news that the Qian family has blocked the entrance to monopolize the Five Elements Spirit Pearls and has sent a large number of people into the Five Elements Extreme to clear the area. No way? There are actually such overbearing people? This is outrageous. Mu Shui was shocked. It's hard to explain the nature of such forces to you in a short time. Luo Shuiyao shook her head. The Qian family? Is it one of the four great families in the capital that is on par with your Luo family? Yu Dapeng's expression darkened. Yes. Then, isn't it very dangerous for Brother Hao and the others inside? Lin Shi suddenly looked worried and almost cried. The Qian family is so overbearing, so evil. So, we must go in to support them. Luo Shuiyao nodded. At this point, Yu Dapeng also realized that things were not looking good, and immediately said, Alright, Shuiyao, you stay outside and be careful. Lin Shi, Mu Shui, and I will head to the Five Elements Extreme right away. Okay. Lin Shi and Mu Shui nodded. Luo Shuiyao shook her head and said, I want to go in too. Ha? Yu Dapeng was stunned. But aren't you a craftsman? You don't fight. Shuiyao, it's too dangerous for you to go in, Mu Shui also said. After 2 teleportations, Luo Shuiyao, Yu Dapeng, and the others arrived at the entrance of the Five Elements Extreme deep in the Taihang Mountains. As soon as they stepped out of the teleportation station, they found the entrance to be noisy and chaotic. Thousands of guild adventurers were crowded near the entrance. On the other side, there were hundreds of well-equipped people completely surrounding the entrance. It seemed they were preventing anyone from entering. On the ground lay 7 or 8 injured people, howling in agony, blood everywhere. Both sides were arguing heatedly. The Five Elements Extreme doesn't belong to your Qian family. What right do you have to stop us from entering? Exactly, you are too overbearing. They only have 200 people. We're not afraid of them, let's charge in. A group of small guild professionals cursed indignantly. Among the 200 uniformed people, a hawk-nosed man coldly said, if everyone wants to take on commission tasks, you can choose others. The Five Elements Extreme is already booked by us. If anyone wants to charge in, these people on the ground are the examples of what happens next. Yu Dapeng quietly asked someone nearby. After understanding the situation, he found out that it was not much different from what Luo Shuiyao had said. Around noon, a large number of people from the Qian family suddenly came to block the entrance to the Five Elements Extreme, claiming they had booked the place. Some had already entered the extreme. Then, the people outside clashed with those guild professionals who wanted to enter. They had just fought a moment ago. The Chin family was ruthless, taking down 7 or 8 people in an instant. Now, those guilds that wanted to enter no longer dared to act, only engaging in verbal sparring. Sister Shueyao, what should we do? We can't get in, Yu Dapeng said with a frown. Luo Shueyao was silent for a moment before saying, it's not difficult to get in, just stick close to me later. Ha? Yu Dapeng was taken aback, not understanding why Luo Shueyao seemed so relaxed. However, thinking about it, the Luo family was indeed a prominent family in the capital. If Luo Shueyao invoked the Luo family name, the Qian family would probably have to give some face. Just as he was pondering this, Luo Shueyao suddenly took out several small metal balls and threw them out with a whoosh. As soon as the metal balls hit the ground, a large amount of smoke billowed out. Soon, the entire area was engulfed in smoke, which also had a strong, spicy pepper-like odor. In an instant, everyone on the scene was in chaos, coughing uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces. Even Yu Dapeng and Lin Shi were bent over, coughing, with the acid in their stomachs rising to their throats. Then they noticed that Luo Shueyao had, at some point, gently covered her nose with a small handkerchief. Let's go! She shouted. At that moment, who could care about preventing others from entering? They could barely see anything. Once they entered the 5 elements extreme, Yu Dapeng let out a long breath. Sister Shueyao, your smoke bomb is an indiscriminate attack. Lin Shi and Mu Shui also came to their senses and said in unison, yeah, next time something like this happens, could you give us a heads up? Luo Shueyao's face was serious as she looked into the distance. There are monsters. Huh, where? As soon as Lin Shi finished speaking, 2 wild wolves appeared among the green grass not far from them. Level 40 wild wolves. Mu Shui's expression changed. Realizing that Lin Chen would be in trouble inside, they resolutely entered to assist. However, with their current strength, dealing with level 40 monsters was still a significant pressure. In fact, none of them had any decent offensive capabilities. Yu Dapeng was a tank, Lin Shi was a healer, and Mu Shui was a support. As for Luo Shueyao, it was even more exaggerated. She wasn't a combat type at all, just a life skills practitioner. The 2 wild wolves lunged at the group, creating a gust of wind. Yu Dapeng took a stance, blocking in front. Then what to do next? Lin Shi and Mu Shui were dumbfounded, they had no attack skills. At that moment, Luo Shueyao suddenly took out a scroll and tore it open. A wave of energy rippled, the scroll vanished into thin air. A fireman, about 10 feet tall, suddenly jumped out from the void. With both fists raised, he struck at the 2 wild wolves. The 2 wild wolves let out a miserable howl and turned to flee, not looking back. The fireman chased away the wolves and returned to Luo Shueyao's side, looking like a well-behaved child. Luo Shueyao's actions were swift and decisive, leaving Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui in awe. From taking out the iron balls to easily entering the 5 elements extreme, to summoning the fireman scroll and effortlessly dealing with 2 level 40 wild wolves, was this really a non-combat profession? How could she seem stronger than the 3 of them? Lin Chan and Zhao Shaoling entered the golden extreme. As soon as they came in, they were stunned. They had imagined various scenarios, but what lay before them exceeded their expectations. Ahead was an enormous waste recycling station. Strictly speaking, it was a recycling station for various cars, machinery, and robots. Piles of broken machinery stretched endlessly, and they had no idea how many there were. A gust of fierce wind blew by, sending a black, worn-out wool rolling across the hard ground. The wind whipped across their faces, like a knife slicing through, giving a sharp sensation. The 3 of them advanced through the piles of waste machinery when suddenly, there was a clatter ahead. A 10-meter-high pile of metal scrap stirred as hundreds of old metal objects began to move. A junked car rolled down from the metal heap. After landing on the ground, with a crunching sound, the hood flipped open, and the car doors spread out like wings, the joints between the doors and the body making a sizzling sound as they separated. The chassis of the car began to rise, and the tires retracted inward. The front of the car extended forward, transforming the original headlights into 2 eyes that flickered with sharp light. This old car transformed before everyone's eyes into a humanoid warrior about 7 or 8 meters tall. Transformers? Lin Chen swallowed hard. The crunching sounds continued. Each piece of old metal from the pile took shape. Soon, in front of him stood a group of transformers, or a mechanical army. There were 400 or 500 of them. Be careful. Step back. Lin Chen's detection spells landed on the opposite side. Transformer Warrior, level 45, Strength 10,000, Agility 8,000, Spirit 2,000, Constitution 7,000, Skills, Transformation, Iron Fist, Transformation. The Transformer Warrior can switch between warrior form and metal state, such as car, airplane, etc. Iron Fist. The Transformer warrior can swing its Iron Fist to physically attack enemies, with a high chance of causing a knockback effect. Robot warrior, level 43, strength 6000, agility 3000, spirit 9000, constitution 5000, skills, machine gun, electromagnetic barrage, machine gun. The robot warrior can use the machine gun in its hands to attack enemies from a distance. Electromagnetic barrage. The robot warrior fires multiple rockets to incapacitate enemies in an area and inflict damage. These metal warriors were not easy to deal with. Come out! Lin Chen shouted. He raised his hand, and 200 gold-eating insects and 200 purple lightning floaters appeared beside him. Lin Chen did not hold back. When he struck, all his battle pets came out. The gold-eating insects, with their shells shimmering with a biological metallic luster, buzzed like bombers as they flew forward. At the same time, the purple lightning floaters around Lin Chen crackled with electricity. A bolt of lightning took shape. Whoosh! A transformer warrior about a meter tall leaped up. Then, in mid-air, it swung its massive fist. Upon landing, it slammed its fist down towards the gold-eating insects. Crackle crackle. Dozens of gold-eating insects were knocked back by the Transformer warrior's Iron Fist. At the same time, a batch of robots raised their guns. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets were fired, attacking the gold-eating insects. However, those knocked back quickly took to the air again. The bullets struck the shells of the gold-eating insects, like hitting hard metal, sparking everywhere. But it hardly counted as damage. The shells of the gold-eating insects were simply too hard. The gold-eating insects landed on the metal warriors, opened their sharp teeth, and bit down on the metal armor. Squeak squeak squeak, a sound of metal grinding that made one's teeth ache. Countless iron shavings fell to the ground. Clap clap clap. Beside them, Zhao Shaoling looked shocked. Lin Chen, what are your insects' teeth made of? They can bite through even high-strength steel, and just watching makes my teeth ache. Lin Chen shrugged. I don't know, maybe they're made of diamond? Your joke is really cold. Zhao Shaoling shot Lin Chen a glance. At that moment, the 200 purple lightning floaters around Lin Chen unleashed purple lightning like a rainstorm. Hundreds of bolts of lightning. The momentum was grand. It covered the sky and the earth. Crackle crackle. Unlike the gold-eating insects struggling to bite through the metal blocks, although the gold-eating insects could indeed bite through high-strength steel, their speed was quite slow. However, lightning is a different scenario. A bolt of lightning strikes, causing the robots to tremble all over, their components rattling loose. But is that the end? Not at all. These bolts of lightning leap to other metal warriors, inflicting damage before jumping to a third metal warrior. Metal is the best conductor of electricity. This causes the lightning to chain together. 200 bolts of lightning fall. In an instant, they merge into a single mass, becoming hundreds or even thousands of bolts of lightning. Continuous and unending. Crash. One by one, the metal warriors fall apart. In a moment, the hundreds of metal warriors have disassembled into heaps of scrap metal. On the team panel, your team has killed a level 45 Transformer warrior, gaining 60,000 experience points. Your team has killed a level 45 Transformer warrior, gaining 60,000 experience points. Your team has killed a level 43 robot warrior, gaining 55,000 experience points. Your team has killed a level 43 robot warrior, gaining 55,000 experience points. In an instant, countless experience notifications flood the screen. At the same time, the experience bars of the three players rise a notch. Your team has obtained a Golden Spirit Pearl *1. Among all this information, a different message suddenly flashes by. Lin Chen's gaze sharpens. The Golden Spirit Pearl. It is one of the items they aimed to acquire on this journey. However, until the information ended, no similar messages appeared again. Did 300 or 400 metal monsters really only drop one Golden Spirit Pearl? Isn't that too few? Lin Chen furrows his brow slightly. For the remaining damaged metal monsters, Ning Yuanxi immediately unleashes her electric elemental skills. A crackle from her left hand. A crackle from her right hand. In no time, she takes down all the metal monsters. Lin Chen, Ning Yuanxi says happily, I've discovered that the electric damage effect against the monsters in this golden polar region is the best. Indeed, metal is a conductor of electricity. One electric skill is equivalent to several. Lin Chen nods. Yes, this is so exhilarating. Lin Chen, just watch me shine from now on. After collaborating with Lin Chen for several battles, it had always been Lin Chen acting alone. It was almost his solo performance. As for Ning Yuanxi, back at Yang City's 8th high school, she was known as one of the two exceptional talents alongside Lin Chen. Once upon a time, Ning Yuanxi was determined to defeat Lin Chen, to conquer this man who seemed indifferent to everything. At that time, Ning Yuanxi had awakened as a legendary electric elementalist first. But unexpectedly, when it came to Lin Chen, he awakened a hidden class. Later on, he soared to new heights, widening the gap between them. After several collaborations, it was always Ning Yuanxi following Lin Chen, reaping the rewards. She had witnessed Lin Chen's terrifying strength firsthand multiple times. Ning Yuanxi had given up on competing with Lin Chen. Now, she finally had a stage where she could showcase her abilities. She had to perform well in front of him. Otherwise, wouldn't he see her as just an insignificant woman? Boom! Luo Shuiao's summoned fire spirit spews a torrent of flames, turning the 5 Treants in front of them to ashes. Behind them, countless monster corpses are left behind. A series of experience points appear on the team panel. Sister Shuiao, you're amazing. Your abilities have broken the boundaries between traditional combat and non-combat professions. Yu Depeng immediately showers her with praise. He is familiar with Lin Chen, having shared the same pants before, so he feels no embarrassment in riding on Lin Chen's coattails. But he isn't as close with Luo Shuiao yet. Thus, since entering the 5 Elements polar region, he has not been tanking but rather flattering Luo Shuiao, acting as her sycophant. Lin Shi and Mu Shui, the 2 girls, couldn't be as shameless as Yu Depeng, but they were indeed shocked by Luo Shuiao's methods. Lin Shi sincerely exclaimed, "That fireman is at least equivalent to a level 40 fire-type practitioner." Before she finished speaking, the fireman suddenly turned into a cloud of ashes and vanished. "The energy is exhausted," Luo Shuiao said. "Then just summon another one," Yu Depeng said with fiery eyes. "If we can summon 10 or 20 of these firemen, the 4 of us can walk through this 5-polar land with ease." "Sure, just pay for it." That fireman scroll from earlier costs about 700,000. Luo Shuiao glanced at Yu Depeng and said, "Ha?" Yu Depeng was stunned. It wasn't that he couldn't afford such a scroll, but rather that he couldn't handle this kind of play. He had thought about getting a few to play with after seeing Luo Shuiao's fireman show off. As he watched the fireman disappear, Luo Shuiao threw out 10 or so metal balls in succession. When these metal balls hit the ground, they made a series of clattering sounds. Then, to the astonished eyes of Lin Shi and Mu Shui, they all transformed into human-sized metal puppets, clad in simple armor, wielding knives or guns, with serious expressions. Their eyes were 2 hollow pits, inside which glowed 2 shining gems. "We're about to enter the Golden Polar Region instance, everyone be careful," Luo Shuiao reminded. "More metal puppets? Just how many of these does Luo Shuiao have?" "Sister Shuiao, how much are these metal puppets each?" Yu Depeng asked cautiously, his eyes ablaze with excitement. 500,000 each, and there are 12 here, so that's 6 million, Luo Shuiao said. Yu Depeng staggered. He was dumbfounded. To spend 6 million in one go, this wasn't about fighting monsters, it was about burning money. He immediately dismissed the thought he had earlier. "We are all mere mortals, we can't compare to this rich girl Luo Shuiao." Luo Shuiao led Yu Depeng and the others to quicken their pace, avoiding any monsters they could. Suddenly, a roar of flames erupted ahead. 7 or 8 practitioners were screaming and fleeing in all directions. A fire-type mage was behind them, continuously casting fireballs to chase them down, clearly intent on taking their lives. Boom! A large fireball struck the slowest fleeing practitioner. That practitioner instantly turned into a fireman, and after a wail, was burned to ashes. Beside the fire-type mage, there were a dozen others, their expressions cold. Yu Depeng and the others felt a chill. What kind of grudge allows one to take a life so easily? What grudge is there? It's just the Qian family wanting to monopolize and seize resources. Luo Shuiao shook her head. Are these people from the Qian family? Yes, let's avoid them as much as possible and not engage, Luo Shuiao whispered. The 4 of them then bent down and quietly bypassed the Qian family members. An hour later, a golden ripple entrance appeared before them. Let's go in. I can feel that Lin Chen and the others have entered the Golden Polar region, Luo Shuiao said as she led the 3 into the Golden Polar region. Chain lightning. A bolt of lightning shot from Ning Yuanxi's staff. Amidst the flickering electric light, 5 or 6 damaged metal warriors fell down with a crash. Not bad, your electric-type damage is quite strong. Lin Chen nodded. Receiving Lin Chen's affirmation and praise, Ning Yuanxi felt a bit proud. The small batches of metal monsters earlier didn't even require Lin Chen's help. Ning Yuanxi had taken care of them all. Zhao Xiaoling stood aside, feeling somewhat unconvinced but helpless. She had tried just now. These metal monsters had extremely strong armor defense. Her assassin skills were ineffective. Help! Suddenly, a shout rang out. Immediately after, a rumbling sound came from the ground in the distance. Not far away, 3 people were running for their lives. Behind them, a giant transforming warrior had morphed into a massive truck and was in pursuit. The 3 had nowhere to escape and, upon seeing Lin Chen and the others, were overjoyed and rushed towards them. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Although these people were in a desperate situation, it felt a bit like they were drawing trouble towards them. At the very least, they seemed intent on dragging everyone into facing this giant. Despite the size of the creature, he found it not too difficult to deal with. However, in a place like this, he didn't want to get involved with anyone. Human hearts are hard to read. Even if you save someone, it doesn't rule out the possibility of them stabbing you in the back. He pulled Zhao Xiaoling and Ning Yuanxi aside, signaling them to avoid the situation. The two immediately understood Lin Chen's intention. The three were preparing to move to a nearby hill. Xiaoling! Xiaoling Jie? A man running in front suddenly shouted loudly, Xiaoling Jie, please help. Zhao Xiaoling was momentarily stunned. She couldn't recognize who it was. But since the person called her name, they must be someone she knew, at least someone who knew her. Zhao Xiaoling glanced at Lin Chen, seeking his opinion. Lin Chen nodded. Ning Yuanxi, without hesitation, raised her staff. A bolt of lightning struck down towards the truck. The truck halted abruptly. Crackling sounds echoed. It immediately transformed into a giant transformer over 3 meters tall. It raised its left arm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 small missiles shot towards them. Everyone quickly dodged. Boom, 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 the small missiles exploded in the dirt, sending up large clods of mud. Lin Chen cast a detection spell. Transforming Warrior, Heavy, Level, 45, Strength, 10,000, Agility, 10,000, Spirit, 8,000, Constitution, 10,000, Skills, Cannon, Iron Fist. Ning Yuanxi's lightning spell had done very little damage to it. She saw the heavy transformer charging towards them at high speed. Its massive feet pounded the ground, creating a series of thudding sounds. She quickly unleashed several rapid-fire lightning strikes. Crack, crack, crack. However, it only slightly affected its speed. It was clear that it was not far from them now. Perhaps in 10 to 20 seconds, it would reach them and unleash its Iron Fist attack. Ning Yuanxi's expression changed slightly. Crack, crack, crack. Just when Ning Yuanxi was at a loss, Lin Chen's purple lightning surged forth, releasing hundreds of bolts of lightning that struck the heavy transformer. Crackle, crackle. How could this transformer withstand so many purple lightning attacks? In an instant, it turned into a pile of scrap metal. Your team has killed a level 45 transforming warrior, heavy, gaining 60,000 experience points. Your team has obtained a gold spirit pearl *1, another gold spirit pearl. Lin Chen was quite satisfied. By now, they had probably collected around 10 gold spirit pearls. Xiaoling Jia, you don't recognize me? An 18 or 19-year-old boy said to Zhao Xiaoling. At this moment, Lin Chen noticed that the 3 people, 1 boy and 2 girls, were all very young, likely students like themselves. Who are you? Zhao Xiaoling was confused. I'm Luo Wenshan, the cousin of Luo Shuiyao. We've met before. Oh, right. It seems like I remember. In fact, Zhao Xiaoling had no recollection at all. How did you end up here? I came in with my girlfriend. He pointed to a girl next to him with quite a few freckles, and her best friend. We saw that it had restarted here and wanted to come in to collect some spirit pearls. Then he pointed to another girl dressed in a pink tulle dress. Oh. Lin Chen glanced at Luo Shuiyao's cousin, Luo Wenshan, a rather handsome young man. Smack! Suddenly, the freckled girl jumped up and slapped Luo Wenshan on the head. She shouted, "Good for you, Luo Wenshan. You actually ran away faster than us." Zhao Xiaoling and the others were speechless. Just now, Luo Wenshan had indeed run ahead of the 2 girls. Luo Wenshan was momentarily at a loss for words, then his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, I was looking for reinforcements. Pa! The freckled girl kicked Luo Wenshan again. The girl in the pink gauze dress remained silent, her gaze shifting between Zhao Xiaoling and Ning Yuanxi before landing on Lin Chen. It's very dangerous here, you should leave as soon as possible. Zhao Xiaoling said. Oh! Luo Wenshan pouted, seemingly reluctant. When his gaze fell on Ning Yuanxi, his eyes brightened. You all are so strong, we can tag along with you. He had just seen Ning Yuanxi strike like lightning. Then, that heavy metal warrior had collapsed with a crash. He thought Ning Yuanxi had killed the monster. Following that, a smile reminiscent of Yu Dapeng appeared on Luo Wenshan's face as he leaned toward Ning Yuanxi. This young lady is exceptionally powerful, I am honored to meet you. He even performed a bow like an ancient scholar. As he opened his hand, he presented Ning Yuanxi with a bottle of Gabriel perfume, a small token of my esteem. Ning Yuanxi's eyes lit up. She found it hard to refuse this temptation and reached out to accept it. Sister Xiaoling, you have one too. I know you've always liked Givenchy. This number 3 suits you best. Luo Wenshan turned and handed Zhao Xiaoling an exquisite high-end lipstick. Wow, I've always been reluctant to buy this. Zhao Xiaoling happily accepted it. In less than a minute of meeting, Luo Wenshan had managed to win over Ning Yuanxi and Zhao Xiaoling. Lin Chen, it's not safe for the three of them to go out like this, Zhao Xiaoling said to Lin Chen. Yeah, and there are two girls. If they encounter a situation like earlier again, no one will save them, Ning Yuanxi added. Lin Chen felt a bit speechless. However, since he was Luo Shuiyao's cousin, he wouldn't just ignore it. Lin Chen glanced at Luo Wenshan, non-committal. It was somewhat of an implicit agreement. Luo Wenshan, being quite familiar, leaned closer to Lin Chen and whispered, "Hey, bro, nice moves. You flirted with my sister Xiaoling and at the same time with such a high-quality young lady. Your skills are no less than mine." Lin Chen found it a bit amusing. Luo Shuiyao seemed like a perfectly normal person. How did she end up with such an unusual cousin? In fact, Luo Shuiyao was not normal either. Lin Chen, this golden extreme land can't be traversed in a short time. How about we take a break? Zhao Xiaoling suggested, noticing that Ning Yuanxi had been using her powers and was quite drained. Sure. After Luo Shuiyao and Yu Dapeng entered the golden extreme land instance, they suddenly saw hundreds of metal warriors wandering in the distance. Too many monsters, should we take a detour? Yu Dapeng looked at Luo Shuiyao. Luo Shuiyao glanced at a device in her hand, shook her head, and said, taking another route might not mean fewer monsters blocking the way. I can sense my brother's location, he's just ahead. Our Luo family has a way to sense each other's positions. Your brother came in too? Yu Dapeng was taken aback. Yeah, I heard he sneaked in. With his strength, he's just asking for trouble, Luo Shuiyao sneered. She put away the device and then took out more than 20 items that looked like array flags. She began to place them in different positions. Sister Shuiyao, what is this? Yu Dapeng was finally witnessing something new today. The non-combat profession of Luo Shuiyao had so many tricks up her sleeve. As Luo Shuiyao set up the flags, she said, these are all metal-type monsters. In the 5 elements, fire restrains metal, and I happen to have a starfire conflagration formation. This set of formation flags I made is modeled after the techniques of formation masters. With my puppets working in conjunction, it should be enough. Did you make this? Yu Dapeng was taken aback. If those puppets earlier were made by a craftsman, that was one thing. But hearing Luo Shuiyao say that she also made these formation flags was impressive. Yes. Luo Shuiyao nodded. Yu Dapeng nearly knelt down. Thinking back to the summoning scroll for firemen, if she had made that too, just how many things could she create? Surely, there couldn't be so many talented people like her in the capital, right? Alright, Dapeng, you and a few puppets go lure those metal monsters over here. All of them? Yu Dapeng noticed that the formation was empty, with no changes at all. All of them. There were hundreds of metal monsters ahead. If he really brought them over, would this formation be able to handle it? Yu Dapeng felt a bit anxious. Don't worry, the people from the Qian family will be here soon. If you don't want to fight them, you need to be quick. Yu Dapeng shouted and charged towards the pile of monsters with 2 puppets, then, he shouted and ran back. Behind him, hundreds of metal monsters followed with a rumble. The difference was that the shouting when he charged was to lure the monsters, while the shouting when he ran back was a genuine cry for his life. Yu Dapeng and the 2 puppets dashed across the empty space of the formation. Soon, all those hundreds of metal monsters entered the formation that Luo Shuiyao had set up. Yu Dapeng suddenly turned around. Suddenly, in the center of the formation, 6 or 7 small flames lit up, spreading rapidly and forming clusters. Then, these small clusters connected together. In less than 10 seconds, it turned into a vast sea of flames. The 12 puppets were arranged outside the formation. When any metal monster tried to escape, they would fight to block it. Inside the formation, the temperature of the flames kept rising, the intense heat distorting the air. One by one, the metal monsters melted into molten iron in the fierce flames. About 3 minutes later, all the 100 or so metal monsters were exterminated. When the energy of the formation dissipated, Yu Dapeng still found it hard to believe. In such a short time, over 100 monsters were wiped out? So it turns out, with money, one can truly be invincible. At the entrance of the 5 Extremes land, the Qian family's team set off in bulk once again. 300 people were divided into 10 teams. Although their levels weren't too high, the highest being only level 45, the members of a major guild were wealthy and extravagant, all equipped with golden grade gear. After the initial rise in levels for professionals, the subsequent leveling slowed down, and most professionals began to focus on crafting equipment. The difference in strength between good equipment and poor equipment was like heaven and earth. Leading them was a woman around 25, known as the eldest sister of the 3rd generation of the Qian family, and the daughter of the current head of the family, Chen Lingfeng, Chen Ruiqi. She had a high nose bridge, luscious red lips, and a tall, graceful figure, but her gaze was very cold. Miss, The man with the hawk-like nose who had blocked the entrance earlier, and was later caught in the chaos caused by Luo Shuiao's smoke bomb, stepped forward to greet her respectfully. "Have you blocked everyone?" Chen Ruiqi asked in a flat tone. "We managed to block almost everyone after we sealed the entrance," the hawk-nosed man replied cautiously. "Almost?" Chen Ruiqi frowned. Hearing this, the hawk-nosed man stiffened and quickly said, "Just now, someone released a smoke bomb here, causing some chaos. Some people might have taken the opportunity to slip inside." He then hurriedly described the situation when Luo Shuiyao had acted earlier. To evade responsibility, he intentionally exaggerated his description. "It was her, Luo Shuiyao." Chen Ruiqi finished listening and spat out 3 words. "The Luo family went in too? The Luo family? I didn't see anyone from the Luo family." The hawk-nosed man was stunned. "Is it almost cleared inside?" Chen Ruiqi changed the subject and continued to ask. "A lot of people came out just now. It seems that General Chen-san has cleared most of them out. However, I didn't see Zhao Xiong from the White Tiger Guild come out after leading his team in." "Zhao Xiong from the White Tiger Guild? Didn't he just lose to a small guild, the Star's Fury, a couple of days ago? How is he up and about so quickly? I heard he holds grudges. Could it be that this little guild, Star's Fury, went in too? Well, I'm not sure about that." "I got it." Qian Rui waved her hand and said to the hundreds of people standing respectfully in front of her, "Let's go in." Hundreds of people entered the 5 Elements Extreme Land. After Lin Chen and the others came in, it had been half a day. But now, even the Golden Extreme Land dungeon had only been explored to less than a quarter of its area. They had only obtained about 10 golden spirit pearls. This progress left Lin Chen very dissatisfied. Besides the golden spirit pearls, they also needed to collect wood, water, fire, and earth spirit pearls. At this rate, it would take not just 2 or 3 days, but possibly 10 or 8 days to get out. It was time to step up their efforts and take more aggressive measures. During the break, Luo Wenshan did everything he could to serve Zhao Xiaoling and Ning Yuanxi well. An endless stream of exquisite delicacies was taken out from the spatial backpack. Seafood, salmon sashimi, fresh shrimp sushi rolls, Western cuisine, French foie gras, Italian ham, desserts, macarons, fruit tarts. Of course, fresh juice, champagne, and even red wine were not lacking. Zhao Xiaoling and Ning Yuanxi initially felt quite embarrassed. After all, they had come with Lin Chen to fight for resources. It was a serious matter. So at first, they nervously glanced at Lin Chen while tasting a bite. But later, they were completely tempted by the food and dug in. When Zhao Xiaoling put the last sushi roll in her mouth and let out a satisfied burp, she said grandly, "Wow, little brother, Sister Ling has decided on you." Luo Wenshan, the sycophant, timely suggested, "Sister Ling, Sister C, look, your team only has 3 people, and with the 3 of us, it's only 6, not too many. You want to join our team?" Ning Yuanxi was slightly taken aback. "Then this matter is useless to ask us too, it needs Lin Chen's approval." Luo Wenshan was momentarily stunned. He had always thought Lin Chen was like him, engaged in a sycophant profession. However, he turned to Lin Chen with a face full of smiles and said, "Brother Hao, what do you think? What value do you have?" Lin Chen interrupted him coldly. "I can defend and also output." He was a great swordsman, balanced in attack and defense. "No, both your attack and defense are too weak." Lin Chen shook his head. Then, Luo Wenshan was momentarily speechless, unable to find his own strengths and value. Just as he was feeling troubled, Zhao Xiaoling suddenly suggested, "I saw you running pretty fast just now, maybe you could help draw aggro." Luo Wenshan's eyes lit up. "Right. I have a pair of agile shoes, 200% speed, made by my sister Luo Shuiyao herself when I begged her." Saying this, he glanced at his girlfriend, the freckled girl, and the one in the pink gauze skirt. He boasted, "I'll take care of all the monsters, I'll be responsible for drawing them to you." Lin Chen was silent for a moment and slowly said, "Seeing as it's for Luo Shuiyao's sake, we'll let you try it out first. However, I must say this up front, we output very quickly. If you can't draw the next batch of monsters over in time, don't blame us for kicking you out of the team." The freckled girl was somewhat displeased upon hearing Lin Chen's words, feeling that being reduced to a monster-drawing sycophant was bad enough, and there was a strong implication that they might not do well. She said to Luo Wenshan, "Wenshan, why don't we just fight our own battles? You said you could handle these monsters without any problem." The girl in the pink gauze dress had been mostly silent, but she occasionally stole glances at Lin Chen. Perhaps she realized that Lin Chen was the core of their trio. "Ah, I'm the best at drawing monsters. Jing Shu, you just stay back. I'll handle everything on my own." Luo Wenshan boasted in front of the girls, claiming his strength was formidable. But in reality, how could he deal with the monsters here? This burden was something only he understood. "All right, we've rested enough. Let's get moving." Lin Chen said afterward. Okay, I'll go ahead and draw the monsters, Luo Wenshan replied, eager to show his initiative. In a flash, he dashed ahead, disappearing from sight. He runs really fast, Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed, shocked. That speed is comparable to my agility class. Lin Chen and the others didn't stay put but slowly followed. About 3 minutes later, Luo Wenshan came running back, shouting, with around 20 metal warriors trailing behind him. Ning Yuanxi immediately raised her staff and unleashed a barrage of lightning. At the same time, a dozen purple lightning sprites emerged from her hands, joining her in the attack. With a crash, the 20 metal warriors hadn't even reached the group before they all fell down. At that moment, Luo Wenshan finally saw clearly. Although Ning Yuanxi specialized in lightning and was quite powerful, the real main damage output came from those strange bugs, which seemed to be under Lin Chen's control. He finally understood why the two girls always asked Lin Chen for decisions during critical moments. He had underestimated him. So, he is the big brother after all. Luo Wenshan, is this how you draw monsters? Just these few little ones? This is like walking a dog. Lin Chen called out from a distance. Luo Wenshan thought to himself that he was worried there weren't enough monsters, fearing that if he brought back too many, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Realizing Lin Chen was the true leader, Luo Wenshan, out of habit, was about to flatter him and build rapport. But when he saw Lin Chen's indifferent gaze, he froze. At that moment, Lin Chen spoke, Luo Wenshan, if you bring back these 20 monsters again, you don't need to come back. Fine, fine. If you think this is too few, wait until I bring back a lot of monsters. If you can't handle it and end up fleeing or getting taken down, that's not my problem. Luo Wenshan steeled himself. This time, he spent 5 minutes outside before returning with a bunch of monsters. While desperately running back, he shouted, there are a bit too many monsters this time, everyone be careful. If you can't handle it, remember to fall back. Lin Chen looked at him, somewhat speechless. There were probably around 60 or 70 monsters. How could he dare to tell everyone to be careful and run if they couldn't handle it? It seemed that if he didn't show some strength, he wouldn't recognize the true power. Zzzz. This time, Lin Chen commanded 200 purple lightning sprites to unleash purple lightning all at once. Instantly, a torrential downpour of lightning fell. The momentum was overwhelming. For a moment, it felt like the entire sky was filled with lightning. Luo Wenshan was so frightened that his legs went weak. He stumbled, nearly falling down. He thought Lin Chen's indiscriminate attack would take him and the metal monsters out together. Crackle! Countless bolts of lightning rained down, striking the metal monsters behind Luo Wenshan. The lightning hit the metal creatures, causing a chain reaction, and in an instant, 200 bolts of lightning transformed into 400 or 500. The entire area turned into a sea of electricity. Luo Wenshan, seeing that the lightning hadn't struck him, felt a bit relieved. Suddenly, he whipped around to look behind him. In an instant, he felt as if a martial arts master had pressed a pressure point on him, rendering him unable to move. His pupils constricted violently. Just now, the dozens of metal monsters he had attracted turned into scrap metal in the electric sea, one by one. It seemed like, in an instant, these dozens of monsters were completely annihilated. What a terrifying display of power. To actually wipe out 60 or 70 level 40 metal warriors in one go. Luo Wenshan turned his head sharply, staring intently at Lin Chen. Although he had a premonition that Lin Chen and the others could also handle these 60 or 70 monsters, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to attract so many. However, he truly couldn't fathom how terrifying Lin Chen's attack was. With a casual wave, it seemed that such a number of monsters turned to ashes. How monstrous could this person be? Luo Wenshan, are you playing house? Stop walking the dog, will you? Or is your level just this low? If next time you can't attract more than 200 monsters, you should leave the team yourself because you're utterly useless, Lin Chen said. His tone seemed to dismiss him entirely. As a young master of the Luo family, how could Luo Wenshan endure such provocation? In an instant, his eyes turned crimson. His pride was completely crushed by Lin Chen. Without needing further instruction, he abruptly turned and dashed away. Lin Chen, aren't you being too cruel to him? Zhao Xiaoling whispered. It's not easy for him to attract dozens of monsters alone. If he attracts more, it could be dangerous for him. Ning Yuanxi, who had benefited from the situation, also chimed in. Even the freckled girl, seeing Luo Wenshan attract two groups of monsters, drenched in sweat and without a moment's rest, was sent by Lin Chen to attract more monsters, looked at Lin Chen with a hint of dissatisfaction and a bit of complaint. The girl in the pink gauze dress, however, seemed unconcerned about Luo Wenshan, smiling as she repeatedly sized up Lin Chen. It seemed like this was quite an interesting matter. This time, Luo Wenshan was gone for a long time. It should have been nearly 20 minutes. Why hasn't Wenshan come back? Is something wrong? The freckled girl said anxiously. Just as her words fell, the entire ground shook violently. In the distance, suddenly, a sea of transformers and robotic warriors surged crazily toward them, like a tsunami. A vast, dark mass, and it was impossible to tell how many there were. In front of this tsunami, a small black dot was desperately fleeing. He zigzagged left and right, unable to shake off the dense army of metal monsters behind him. As Luo Wunshan got closer, everyone could see his face was a mix of red and white. The red was from desperately fleeing, blood rushing to his head, and the white was from fear. Even he couldn't believe he had attracted so many monsters. If he had been even 2 seconds slower, he would undoubtedly have been killed. This time, he was playing with his life. He didn't even have time to shout for everyone to be careful. Seeing the ferocious monsters surging toward him like a tidal wave, the ground rumbling beneath his feet as if experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake, the two freckled girls turned pale. Their faces instantly drained of color, and their bodies trembled. Now, not just Luo Wunshan, but everyone here would find it hard to escape. Even Ning Yuanxi and Zhao Xiaoling's expressions stiffened. Yet Lin Chen laughed heartily. Good, this is more like it. Go! 200 gold-devouring insects fearlessly charged forward. 200 purple lightning bolts floated around Lin Chen, forming an attacking formation. Lin Chen spread his palm. A magic book, resembling a key, appeared. At the same time, he chanted, "The wrath of the sun, the power of the burning sky, the deathly sun, heed my command, the wheel of crimson flames, manifest to the world, incinerate all life, everything shall turn to ash." A wheel of deathly sunlight emerged before him. The enormous sun emitted countless rays of death. Beneath the blazing sun, all the air twisted. Lightning. At the same time, countless purple lightning bolts fell from the sky. In the pile of monsters behind Luo Wunshan, countless attacks fell. Boom, 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 boom. One metal warrior after another fell apart. Robots collapsed one by one. When Luo Wunshan rushed in front of Zhao Shangling and the others, he was out of breath, his face filled with fear. He wanted to shout for everyone to escape quickly, but he saw that everyone present was too busy staring intently behind him. He slowly turned around. In an instant, it felt as if he had been electrocuted. He was dumbfounded. Behind him was an incredibly vast scene of attacks. Countless metal monsters were being reduced to scrap, turned to ashes. Wunshan, quickly look at the information on the team panel, the freckled girl exclaimed. Luo Wunshan glanced at the team panel's information bar. His eyes widened as if they were about to burst. His mouth gaped open, almost unable to breathe. Suddenly, thousands upon thousands of monster kill notifications and experience points surged upward like a frenzy. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Perhaps in less than 10 seconds. No, at most 5 seconds. Already, thousands of messages had flooded through. He turned to look at the calm Lin Chen. His face was filled with shock. Wave after wave, round after round of attacks continued to be unleashed. Batch after batch of monsters fell. Clang! When the last metal monster fell to the ground, countless scraps piled up like a mountain. The entire place fell silent. The freckled girl swallowed hard, moaning, just now, there must have been at least 2,000 metal monsters. How strong were these monsters' defenses? How difficult were they to defeat? She had just fought against them with 2 others. It could be said that they were almost impervious to blades and bullets. Yet, this man before her had taken down those monsters in just a few waves of output. They didn't even reach everyone. And then, they all fell apart. Lin Chen's figure suddenly seemed towering in her heart, as if it were dozens of feet tall. As for the girl in the pink gauze dress named Yaya, after the shock, her eyes lit up as she stared intently at Lin Chen. This time, following Jing Shu and Luo Wunshan into this 5 extremes place, she felt like a superfluous light bulb, constantly watching the 2 of them show off their affection, and her heart was quite complicated. She felt a bit lost. Now, suddenly encountering such an outstanding man as Lin Chen, her heart began to sway. But, the 2 female companions beside him were so beautiful. Thinking of this, she sighed inwardly. Although she was also good-looking, she felt at a disadvantage compared to the 2 of them. Just then, Jing Shu turned her head. Their eyes met as she caught Yaya looking at Lin Chen. Jing Shu was taken aback, then felt relieved. After all, they were close friends, and they all knew the colors of each other's underwear. What secrets were there to share? Jing Shu immediately understood what her little friend was thinking. Little spring feelings were surging, so she decided to fan the flames, whispering, "This guy named Lin Chen looks good and is strong. I think it would be quite suitable for him to marry into the Li family." Ha! Yaya was suddenly stunned. Once she understood what Jing Shu meant, she realized that Jing Shu had seen through her current little thoughts. Her face flushed, and she retorted, "Jing Shu, what are you talking about?" He's only 19, my mom says he's still young and not suitable for dating. Stubborn? Jingshu laughed. If you're not interested, then I'll make my move. Ha? Yeah was shocked. Aren't you with Wenshan? Pfft, who would complain about having too many quality boyfriends? Jingshu said dismissively. After eliminating nearly 2,000 metal warriors, Lin Chen saw his experience points increase by 30% and also received about 10 golden spirit pearls. He nodded, feeling quite satisfied. From what he could see, the drop rate for spirit pearls was very low, and there was no way to obtain more. The only solution was to farm monsters more. With Luo Wenshan acting as a lackey to gather monsters, the efficiency increased significantly. He said, the monsters this time are barely enough to fill the gaps, it's manageable. Next time, we can lure in more. At this moment, Luo Wenshan was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. It seemed that he had expended a lot of energy and stamina to attract such a large group of monsters. What he didn't expect was that these monsters, which he had worked so hard to gather, were quickly taken down by Lin Chen in just a few moves. Then, he was urged by Lin Chen to go gather more monsters. At this point, Zhao Xiaoling felt a bit sympathetic. Lin Chen, he just gathered so many monsters, it was really hard work, and he's exhausted. Are you really planning to give him no rest at all? Ning Yuanxi also sighed. Although this was the job he promised to do, it's a bit pitiful for a young master of the Luo family, who usually lives in luxury, to now be reduced to a monster-luring lackey, deprived of even basic rest. If it were me, I'd probably get so angry I'd want to hit someone. Luo Wenshan glared at Lin Chen with wide, copper bell-like eyes, staring intensely, his face dark and frightening. He stepped forward, one step at a time, towards Lin Chen. Wenshan, don't be impulsive. Lin Chen is asking you to lure more monsters for your own good. It won't kill you, just a bit of hard work, Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed. Don't do this. Lin Chen is a mental-type practitioner with low defense. How can he withstand a strike from you, a great swordsman? Ning Yuanxi quickly added. Jingshu saw that Luo Wenshan couldn't bear Lin Chen's oppression and was about to step in. Just as she was about to intervene, she suddenly felt a strange sensation. How were these two sisters speaking? On the surface, it seemed they were trying to calm Luo Wenshan down, but it sounded more like they were fanning the flames. At that moment, suddenly, Luo Wenshan charged at Lin Chen. Wenshan, no! Jingshu shouted. Then, they saw Luo Wenshan rush over and suddenly drop to the ground, tightly hugging Lin Chen's thigh, shouting loudly, Big boss, I want to hug your thigh. I want to be your forever loyal little brother. Jingshu stumbled. Pfft, yeah spat out her drink. Even Zhao Xiaoling and Ning Yuanxi were stunned, as if struck by lightning. Shameless. Shameless. Never had they seen such a brazen person. Lin Chen didn't even look at Luo Wenshan at his feet and said indifferently, Alright, I'll give you 3 minutes to rest, but after 3 minutes, you must go gather monsters immediately. If you can do it like just now, I guarantee you can level up 1 or 2 times today. If there are more spirit pearls, I can share some with you. Thank you, big boss, thank you, big boss. Luo Wenshan was so excited that tears and snot almost flowed down his face. At that moment, 4 figures appeared. Shui Yao, De Peng? Ning Yuanxi exclaimed. It was indeed Luo Shui Yao, Yu De Peng, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui, who had come looking for them. Wenshan, what are you doing? Luo Shui Yao asked in shock. She couldn't understand why Luo Wenshan was mixed up with Lin Chen, and why he was on the ground hugging Lin Chen's thigh. Why are you all here? Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed, as Luo Wenshan was still tightly hugging his thigh. Sister! Fortunately, Luo Wenshan released Lin Chen's thigh and stood up, calling out to Luo Shui Yao before obediently stepping aside. Luo Shui Yao then briefly explained the Chen family's clearing operation and that Zhao Xiong from the White Tiger Guild had also brought hunters in. Yu De Peng mentioned that there was now a surge in Spirit Pearl commission tasks. Outside, it was now extremely difficult to obtain a single pearl. The demand was going crazy. White Tiger Guild? Qian family? Clearing? Lin Chen pondered. From these words, he sensed that the situation in the 5 Elements Extreme Land was not good and they would likely encounter much competition and conflict. Then let's speed up. Besides the Golden Extreme Land, there are 4 other dungeons we need to enter to collect Spirit Pearls. At this moment, the 2 teams merged into one and accelerated their monster clearing progress. Chen Ruiqi led 300 elites into the Golden Polar region. As the exploration advanced, her pretty face grew increasingly grim. Along the way, countless corpses of metal warriors lay scattered on the ground. The living monsters were few and far between. These were the metal warriors that Lin Chen had cleared along the way. Wasn't it said that the area was cleared? Why are there so many monsters being farmed by others? She asked coldly. What force is farming monsters here? A sturdy man beside her shouted loudly. A trembling underling stepped forward and said, according to our checks, there aren't any major forces or personnel ahead. Useless. The sturdy man kicked the underling away. He turned to Qin Huiqi and said, Miss, judging by this strength, there should be a large guild ahead, and not a small number of people, otherwise, they couldn't clear the monsters so quickly. Where's Qian Laosan? Where did that guy go? His family's assets have been cleared out, and he doesn't even know where to go for wild battles or what. Chen Ruichi huffed angrily. So, miss, what do we do now? Speed up, find out who the opponent is. Whoever dares to be our enemy and snatch our family's livelihood, I want to see who it is. Yes. In an instant, countless scouts were dispatched from the 300 people, spreading out across the entire Golden Polar region instance. Boom! A heavy sword swept through. A mage's head flew into the air. The expression on the head was one of horror and disbelief. He never thought he would die here today, and in such a manner. His small guild had taken a huge risk to enter here to earn some spirit pearls, but 5 minutes ago, they encountered such a team. Upon meeting, they demanded he hand over all his spirit pearls immediately. Where did such arrogant and overbearing people come from? They had only spoken a few words of reason, and the other side had already attacked. They swiftly killed all the members of his 5-man team. That mad swordsman truly did not regard human life as anything. He was the last to die. As his head rolled in the air, he saw his teammates lying in disarray on the ground. Let's be partners in the next life, he thought with a bitter smile, and then the whole world went dark. His head fell to the ground. Damn it! Zhao Xiong spat on the headless corpse. I told you to hand over your stuff, it was to give you face, and you still blabber. He wiped the bloodied heavy sword on the corpse's clothes. His gaze fixed ahead, he coldly said, Where are those guys from the Starry Rage? According to our tracking, they should be not far ahead. Zhang Jian quickly replied, Many of these metal monsters died from the bugs, that's his skill. Good. Zhao Xiong's eyes revealed a crazed look. Wait, I want to break his hands, feet, ribs. One bone at a time. Lin Chen, realizing the situation outside had become complicated, accelerated the monster clearing process. These 5-element spirit pearls were something he must obtain. Although he wasn't afraid of a few groups of enemies, it was troublesome. Whoosh, 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 the 200 gold-eating bugs he had no longer kept by his side scattered out. The gold-eating bugs were incredibly fast. Their speed surpassed that of Luo Wenshan, this dog-leg. 200 gold-eating bugs going out was equivalent to simultaneously drawing aggro from 200 Luo Wenshans. In just a few minutes, thousands of metal warriors were drawn over, and then Zidian floated and everyone simultaneously launched their attacks. Boom, 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 a barrage of attacks. Wave after wave of metal monsters fell. Experience points increased bit by bit. The golden spirit pearls accumulated more and more. Damn, another wave of over 1,000 monsters is coming. Luo Wenshan shouted in disbelief. Since Luo Shuiyao arrived, Lin Chen changed his combat strategy. He no longer had to recklessly lure monsters like before. He was out of a job. At first, he thought Lin Chen would regret it, because without him as the speedy monster lure, wouldn't the team's efficiency drop? However, what shocked him was that Lin Chen's hundreds of bugs spread out like jet planes in all directions. Every few minutes, waves of monsters were drawn in and wiped out. The speed of monster spawning was terrifying. Only then did he realize that Lin Chen had been urging him to lure monsters earlier just to give him a little job. This left him astonished and increasingly in awe of Lin Chen's strength. At the same time, he was utterly impressed. Damn, in this world, how can there be such a freak at this level? Damn, if he levels up to 60 or 70, how many people in this world could be his match? Damn, even if my Luo family is full of talent and elites, who among them can compare? If such a person joins other forces or families, what future would the Luo family have? Various thoughts surged in his mind. Though he appeared to be a sycophant, growing up in the Luo family had undoubtedly given him more insight than the average person. Coming from a powerful family, he inherited innate talent and knowledge. He immediately sensed that Lin Chen was not an ordinary person. At that moment, another thought arose. How could he bring him into the Luo family? While he was deep in thought, he suddenly caught sight of Luo Shueya walking closely beside Lin Chen. Did she think of something? His eyes lit up. Ah! He suddenly jumped up and shouted. Wenshan, are you crazy? Jingshu scolded angrily from the side, startled by his sudden outburst amidst the ongoing battle. But Luo Wenshan paid no mind to Jingshu and quickly walked over to Lin Chen with a big smile, saying, We're about to finish this golden extreme dungeon, should we head into the wood extreme next, brother-in-law? Lin Chen stumbled. Luo Wenshan, what are you calling me? Zhao Shaoling exclaimed. Wenshan, stop shouting nonsense. Luo Shueyao scolded. Damn! Ning Yuanxi also cursed. Jingshu, can you control Wenshan and make him stop talking nonsense here? Even Ye Ya was extremely displeased. Luo Wenshan was taken aback. He hadn't expected that just a little test would almost lead to a brawl. He forced a smile and then shot a glare at Yaya, thinking to himself, the few female companions' objections were understandable, but you've only known Lin Chen for less than an hour. Why are you opposing me? Sister, even you scold me, don't you know I'm thinking of you? Although he was scolded, the seed had been planted. One day, it would bear fruit. Luo Wenshan smiled proudly to himself. Wait! Luo Shueyao suddenly called out. She stared intently at the ground beneath her. She waved her hand. The dozen or so puppets beside her began to dig. Before long, a vein of stone revealed a deep blue ore band. What is this? Yu Dupeng asked curiously. Luo Shueyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is refined gold, one of the hardest metals. Using it to craft bows and arrows gives them excellent armor-piercing properties, and it can also be used to forge weapons and sturdy armor. Every gram is worth its weight in gold. This is refined gold? Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. He had read about it in books, but in reality, he couldn't identify it no matter what. Yes, I wouldn't mistake it. This refined gold isn't something you can buy with money. Anyone who possesses it would never sell it. Unfortunately, I don't know how extensive this ore band is. It's impossible to extract this refined gold. Luo Shueyao sighed, filled with endless regret. Lin Chen was silent for a moment before slowly saying, it's not that we can't take it out, but it will take time. Perhaps because of this refined gold, we might be caught up by the Qian family. Then let's take it out, and we'll talk about the rest later. Hearing that Lin Chen had a way to obtain these items, Luo Shueyao said without hesitation. Looking at Luo Shueyao's state, it was clear how eager and frantic she was about this refined gold. All right. Lin Chen smiled wryly, feeling helpless. He waved his hand, summoning the Ant Queen. Then, a steady stream of ant soldiers appeared. Lin Chen transmitted his thoughts to the Ant Queen. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, the ants began to try to bite down on the refined gold. However, the refined gold was indeed one of the hardest metals, and the ants couldn't bite through it at all. Since they couldn't bite through the refined gold, they would bite the stone instead. As the ants gnawed away, the stone crumbled into fine dust and fell down. Then, the refined gold was exposed. At this rate, it will definitely take a long time for these ants to dig out the refined gold. We might encounter other professionals chasing us here, so everyone be prepared for battle, Lin Chen said as he looked back. Miss, we've really figured it out this time. There are only two teams left ahead, one is the hunters under the White Tiger Guild, and the other is the Starry Rage. Qian Laosan was a bit annoyed. He had just been scolded by Qian Ruiqi when they met. However, he couldn't argue because he was in charge of driving and clearing the area, but now the entire Golden Extreme dungeon was almost cleared out. This young lady had brought a large group to pick up scraps, and so far, they had only obtained a single golden spirit pearl. How could she not be angry? All his fury could only be directed at the two teams ahead. Miss, give me 20 people. I'll speed up and catch up to them, and kill both teams. He only wanted to vent and redeem himself now. Kill, kill, kill. Is that all you can think about besides your own crap? Qian Ruiqi scolded. They've only just entered the Golden Extreme, and they're about to clear the entire dungeon. Have you thought about why? Why? It seems these monsters are all being cleared by the Starry Rage, and those hunters are in a hurry to catch up to them. When it came to these details, Qian Laosan was not very clear. At this moment, Qian Ruiqi showed no urgency to catch up to the two teams ahead. Instead, she stopped and took out a cigarette. Qian Laosan immediately stepped forward to help light it. Qian Ruiqi pinched the cigarette with her jade-like fingers painted with bright red nail polish and took a puff. Smoke billowed from her red lips. She remained still, and hundreds of people dared not move. After exhaling another puff of smoke, she slowly said, to kill 50,000 monsters in the Death Dunes, defeat the Hell-level Desert Dragon, obtain the Essence Heart, and overpower the White Tiger Guild hunters, there must be someone extraordinary in this Starry Rage Guild. Qian Laosan was taken aback. He hadn't expected that such a small incident from yesterday would catch this young lady's attention. Miss, how can you say that? This is just a newly established guild with only a few members, and the highest level is just over 20. I don't think it's a big deal. Although the situation in the Death Dunes dungeon was indeed very strange, by conventional judgment, the strength of Starry Rage was really not that impressive. They probably had some special methods or had taken advantage of the terrain to achieve such results. Do you think this Xiao Xiong is trying to find trouble with Starry Rage here? Qian Ruiqi asked casually. Definitely. If I were a hunter, I wouldn't be able to stand losing 30 billion like that. If I finally ran into them, wouldn't I want to take down this group of Starry Rage? Qian Laosan said confidently. Good. Qian Ruiqi nodded. Then let's push the hunters a bit more, make them speed up, and take action against Starry Rage. Qian Laosan was startled. Is this Mrs. Plan to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf? Maybe. I think the fury of the stars isn't that simple. We can have the hunters give it a try, Chen Weiqi said softly. Can those little bodies of the fury of the stars withstand the hunters? Qian Laosan found it unbelievable. Was the young lady overthinking? Besides, who in the Qian family, with hundreds of people, could escape unscathed? Less than 500 meters away from Lin Chen and the others, Zhao Xiong led 10 hunters. The Chen family is clearing the area behind us. They're getting close, Zhang Jian said with frustration. The Chen family is powerful and numerous. We don't have much time left. Oomph. What spirit pearls? I don't care, but those few from the fury of the stars must die. Zhao Xiong tightened his grip on his heavy sword and said coldly, my white tiger 30 billion isn't so easy to take. You might have a life to take it, but no life to spend it. As a berserker, once he entered a frenzied state, whether killing monsters or people, he was truly insane. Just now, that small gathering of professionals couldn't withstand even one of his charges, instantly killing 3 people. Everyone, enter battle mode and prepare to charge with me, Zhao Xiong said coldly. Lin Chen, the hunters are less than 500 meters away from us, Luo Shuiao said, looking at a screen in her hand. This was the footage returned by the hummingbird drone she had just deployed. Additionally, the biggest threat is the Qian family, a mile away, with hundreds of people. However, from their movements, it seems they are pushing the hunters to engage us while they watch from the back. The Qian family is powerful, but their commander is quite cautious, Yu Dapeng said with a smile. TCH, it's that Qian Weiqi. Luo Shuiao spat, seemingly familiar with the person. Qian Weiqi? Isn't she the poison spider? I've heard that many men have died at her hands, Luo Wenshan exclaimed. What poison spider? She's just a little flirt, Jing Shu suddenly scoffed. Lin Chen, this kind of woman is very flirtatious, you mustn't get close to her, she'll eat your bones. Zhao Shaoling glanced at Lin Chen and warned. Lin Chen was speechless. What Qian Weiqi, poison spider? This was the first time he had heard of her. How could he even talk about getting close to her? Lin Chen, can we handle the hunters? Ning Yuanxi had no time to listen to talk about the poison spider. The first wave of enemies was already in front of them. The hunters are at a much higher level than us, and their equipment is top-notch. Don't worry, I'll handle them. Just be careful, Lin Chen said. Just now, 200 gold-eating insects had already been set up in front. Not to mention a hunter, even the Qian family behind would die if they provoked him. Since the establishment of the Fury of the Stars and the start of gambling, Lin Chen had no intention of developing in a cowardly manner. A team appeared in Lin Chen's line of sight. Leading them was Zhao Xiong, with Zhang Jian by his side. Lin Chen, Zhao Xiang's profession is berserker. Within 100 meters, he can unleash a frenzied charge, doubling his power in critical hit effects. His lethality is terrifying, Luo Shuiao said beside Lin Chen. Zhao Shaoling had already gone invisible, quietly lurking 50 meters away. 300 meters away, both sides could see each other clearly. Lin Chen, we meet again. Zhao Xiong dragged his heavy sword on the ground, creating a shower of sparks. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I said yesterday that this matter wouldn't end so easily. In his eyes, the Fury of the Stars group of low-level rookies were already dead. He was considering whether he could break the record and instantly kill more than 8 people with his first charge. Hey, can't take a loss? What kind of bet is that? Yu Dapeng shouted loudly, is this all the Hunters Guild is capable of? Zhang Jian, you were the one who initiated the challenge that day, weren't you? Zhang Jian's face turned pale. He enjoyed finding these new guilds there and feasting on their flesh through betting. Over the years, he had made quite a fortune from this. However, he never expected that after the battle with the Wrath of the Stars, he would return to square one overnight. Zhao Xiong and the others stepped closer to Lin Chen and his group. Luo Wenshan, Jing Shu, and Ye's expressions changed. They could already feel the immense pressure from the 10 hunters, all of whom were combat types at levels 30 to 40. Sister, can we really hold our ground against these people? Luo Wenshan's face was pale. There weren't many high-level fighters on their side. You and Jing Shu stay back a bit, Luo Shuiao said, also feeling anxious. So far, she had not seen Lin Chen make a move. She had heard about Lin Chen's powerful abilities when killing monsters. But dealing with monsters and dealing with professionals were not the same concept. At that moment, hundreds of meters away, on a hilltop, the Qian family had arrived. Qian Ruiqi stood on the hill, coldly watching the hunters and the Wrath of the Stars in the distance. Miss, if you ask me, why bother watching this dog-eat-dog drama? With hundreds of people from the Qian family, one charge down, what hunters, what Wrath of the Stars, they would all be wiped out. Chen Laosan felt that with the current strength of the Qian family, being so cautious was completely unnecessary. If he was in a good mood, he would let them leave obediently. If he was in a bad mood, he would just kill them. In the dungeon, death was too normal. Whether it was killed by monsters or by people, no one ever cared. Resolving grudges within the dungeon had always been a universal rule. You know nothing. Do you think this is just a game? Just because you have the Chen family name over your head, you think you can act recklessly? Chen Ruiqi fixed her gaze on the two teams below. As Yu Dapeng and Zhang Jian exchanged empty threats, Lin Chen suddenly raised a finger and coldly said, 100 meters. If you dare to enter within 100 meters of us, it will be considered an attack on us, and you will all die. The word die slipped lightly from Lin Chen's lips. Zhao Xiong felt a chill run down his spine, and his steps faltered. The other hunters also stopped in their tracks, shocked as they looked at Lin Chen. Even a stealthy rogue paused. At that moment, Lin Chen stood there quietly, his expression calm. There were no grand warnings or furious roars. However, a chilling killing intent permeated the air. Those indifferent eyes tightened their hearts. This person, this gaze, his hands had definitely been stained with blood, he had definitely killed before. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel this way. Zhao Xiong lowered his head. Indeed, there was a faint line drawn on the ground. He understood. One more step forward was the death zone Lin Chen spoke of. Panic surged in his heart. The one who usually killed gods when meeting gods and killed Buddhas when meeting Buddhas, who was arrogant and unrestrained, was afraid. This was an unprecedented situation. Lin Chen had only said that one sentence and did not speak a second time. Zhao Xiong felt as if his feet were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, making it extremely difficult to lift them. His face turned pale. Humph, pretending to be a ghost, thinking I won't dare to kill you just because you're playing a bluff? Zhao Xiong gritted his teeth. Charge! Zhao Xiong stepped over the 100-meter line and entered the danger zone. He felt a sense of relief. What danger zone? Wait until I chop off all your heads and let you know that life and death are determined by my heavy sword. 90 meters. Berserk! Zhao Xiong roared. In an instant, his face flushed, and his muscles swelled as if filled with blood, transforming him into a prehistoric beast. The mages behind him began to raise their staffs. The archers started to draw their bows. The rogue began to stealthily advance. On the distant hilltop, Xian Laosen said, the hunters are about to start their attack. I fear that in the first round, those kids from Starry Fury will be 10 dead and 8 injured. I guess the battle will end within 3 minutes, and there won't be a single survivor from Starry Fury, someone next to him remarked. There are a few girls inside who aren't bad looking. What a pity. Damn it, Zhao Xiong is a guy who doesn't know how to cherish beauty. If it were us, we would drive the men away or kill them, and as for the women, we could keep them. This place would be great for a little field action, one person said with a lewd smile. The group laughed and joked without restraint. However, Chen Ruiqi's expression remained calm, and she said nothing, but in her eyes, a strong excitement surged. She stuck out her little tongue and gently licked her red lips. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, around the members of the hunters, countless black and silver beetles flew up from the grass. At first, they didn't pay any attention. They were fixated on the people from Starry Fury ahead, preparing to charge and attack. A beetle quietly landed on a mage's neck. The mage immediately felt a sharp pain. He reached up to swat it away, wanting to knock off the little bug. But with a crunch, half of his neck was bitten off by the golden devouring beetle. Ah! The mage let out a terrible scream. At that moment, the teammates behind the mage also saw the terrifying bug. When they tried to help the mage get rid of the bug, it bit him several times at an incredible speed. Thud! The mage's head actually fell to the ground. Blood gushed from the severed neck like a fountain. Scary! In just a few seconds, it happened so quickly, like a rabbit pouncing on a hawk. It seemed as if a bug suddenly landed on the mage's neck, he screamed, and then his head fell to the ground. Just then everyone seemed to witness the most horrifying scene. Countless such bugs landed on them. Fireball! Resist aura! Taunt! In an instant, everyone frantically cast various skills, trying to kill these terrifying bugs or push them away. But soon, they discovered another horrifying fact. These bugs were too powerful. Their skills had almost no effect on these bugs. In no time, 4 or 5 people fell to the ground, rolling in pain. The remaining few were jumping around, trying to shake off the bugs on them. Zhao Xiong suddenly turned his head. In an instant, his eyes bulged as if they would burst. He saw clearly that his teammates were all trapped in the swarm of bugs, and these bugs were terrifyingly strong. He swung his heavy sword and struck at a bug on a teammate. Put! The sword struck the golden devouring beetle. The blade slid aside, cutting through that member. The bug paused for a moment, but it seemed to have only sustained a minor injury, buzzing as it flew toward him. Looking back at those teammates, they were already covered in these black bugs. His heart raced wildly. He couldn't believe that such terrifying things existed in this world. At the same time, an overwhelming despair surged in his heart. In an instant, though he didn't want to admit it, he understood that today, his entire team was going to die here. Screams, frantic cries. Behind him, 9 teammates were rolling on the ground in pain. Many were in so much agony that they lost control, wetting themselves. At this moment, let alone attacking. In an instant, everyone completely lost their fighting capability. And within a minute, they would definitely be annihilated. At that moment, an infinite regret surged in Zhao Xiong's heart. In the White Tiger Guild, he was someone who could command the wind and rain. He never expected that one day, he would die in such a situation. If it weren't for the hunter Zhang Jian provoking the wrath of the stars, he wouldn't have temporarily joined the hunters. He wouldn't have lost 3 billion in the Death Dunes. And he certainly wouldn't have been driven to kill the wrath of the stars no matter what. He saw Zhang Jian rolling on the ground, 4 or 5 bugs biting him frantically. His pants were soaked in a large patch. It looked like he wouldn't survive. Zhao Xiong suddenly felt an immense sense of pleasure. If it weren't for this bastard, he wouldn't be dying here today, right? He abruptly turned his head, staring fiercely at Lin Chen in the distance. "I'll fight you," he shouted, charging at Lin Chen like a madman. Lin Chen's gaze was icy. He wouldn't act unless provoked, but once he did, he would kill without hesitation. 80 meters, 70 meters, 50 meters. Suddenly, countless sizzling sounds erupted. Under the fury, Zhao Xiong looked up sharply. At that moment, he saw a bizarre and magnificent scene. Countless purple lightning bolts struck down at him simultaneously. So, he is terrifying to this extent. This was his last thought before death. On the distant hillside, the scene of hundreds of people from the Qian family, who had been laughing and noisy, was now silent. Every person was staring intently into the distance, their eyes bulging, their bodies trembling. Put! Someone actually lost control and wet their pants, a smell of urine wafting through the air. He was gentle and refined when not acting, but when he did, it was a thunderous strike. Luo Wenshan suddenly turned to look at Lin Chen. This young man, who rarely spoke but whose teammates had to consult him on everything, was now killing 10 people as if crushing a few ants. There was no sign of emotion, still maintaining his habitual indifference. Just before Lin Chen acted, a murderous intent was released and then retracted. He thought it was just his illusion. No, it really wasn't. To be so indifferent after killing, this was definitely not the first time. Luo Wenshan felt a chill in his heart. Looking again at those beetles, his eyes couldn't help but slightly narrow. When killing monsters earlier, those black or silver devouring bugs seemed to lazily fly around, appearing idle. The main output was Lin Chen's purple little flying bugs. Therefore, he didn't have a strong perception or feeling about the devouring bugs. But when the hunters from the White Tiger Guild came, those devouring bugs revealed their terrifying fangs. How could these devouring bugs be just like their master Lin Chen, appearing harmless and even quite delicate and cute? But once they acted, they were so terrifying? A team of 10, well-equipped, far superior in level to the strong teams present, led by the one known as the Berserker Zhao Xiong. How many people had he killed with his heavy sword? Yet here, in front of Lin Chen, he was like a mere chicken. He couldn't even reach Lin Chen. In an instant, death awaited. Lin Chen, who acted decisively, wouldn't hesitate because of your surname Zhao or whatever. Once you posed a threat to him, he would strike without hesitation. A thunderous blow, killing and leaving corpses. Luo Wenshan stared blankly at Lin Chen. Such a person was the true god of death. In contrast, those young masters from noble families, who boasted about how ruthless and powerful they were, seemed like children playing house in front of him. Jingshu glanced at Lin Chen, the wild wind in the valley gently brushing his clothes, making him look like the boy next door. But after experiencing the earlier slaughter, this contrast struck Jingshu's heart, making her feel as if her heart was being gripped by someone, pounding wildly. She couldn't help but take a few steps back, unconsciously grabbing the hem of Luo Wenshan's clothes. At that moment, if Lin Chen turned to glare at her, she would probably be scared to tears. Next to her, Yeya's small hand clutched the hem of her clothes, trembling constantly, her little face pale. Only she knew that her legs had completely gone soft. If someone were to bump into her at that moment, she would surely fall to the ground. Remembering how handsome Lin Chen looked earlier, her heart fluttered, thinking about how she would flirt with him when they went out. Next time the girls gathered, bringing along a little puppy like Lin Chen should be quite impressive. As for her dead best friend Jingshu's suggestion of having him marry into the Li family, she thought that wasn't entirely out of the question. But now, she finally realized, this was no little puppy. A little wolf dog? No, he was a king of the jungle, a great tiger that ruled the entire forest. Such a young person, yet so decisive and ruthless. The young masters and ladies in her circle would seem like a bunch of little sheep in front of this Lin Chen, facing a giant tiger. Thinking of this, she suddenly shivered. Zhao Xiaoling and a group of early followers of Lin Chen looked at the few corpses on the ground and sighed softly. Especially Zhao Xiaoling. On the first day she met Lin Chen, they had gone out at midnight to hunt a wild boss, only to be followed by the four evils of Yang City. That night, she witnessed Lin Chen kill 5 people. The horrific scene of those 5 dying haunted her for many nights afterward. So, why provoke him? Wasn't that asking for death? Zhao Xiaoling shook her head. Among the crowd, Luo Shuiyao, who saw Lin Chen kill for the first time, stared intently at him. She felt different from everyone else present. Unlike others who were somewhat fearful, she was not. On the contrary, an infinite excitement surged within her as she watched the Hunters Guild members rolling on the ground. Seeing Zhao Xiong being bombarded and turned to charcoal, these images made Luo Shuiyao feel a hormone wildly secreting in her body. Excitement, thrill, madness, exhilaration. Yes, kill them, wipe them all out. Ha, so fun, so thrilling. When all those people were dead and the golden devouring insect was still frantically digging through the corpses, she looked at Lin Chen. A feeling of indescribable pleasure suddenly overwhelmed her, making her tremble all over. She let out a muffled moan. There was a great sense of joy and relaxation throughout her body. She looked at Lin Chen, her lips curling into a strange smile. Finally found someone like this. Everyone present was young. Usually, in their peer circles, they might boast a little or play some mind games. But how many had truly seen murder, seen death? Yet now, less than 100 meters away from them, a vivid slaughter was unfolding, inevitably impacting everyone. And then, depending on whether a devil or a kind old man resided in each person's heart, different sensations were produced. Some were afraid. Some couldn't bear it. But some felt exhilarated. Lin Chen, however, calmly looked toward the crowd of the Qian family in the distance. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and stepped forward. His hands casually hung behind him. He charged forward a few steps, and boom, a massive Kunping phantom appeared behind him. It seemed to let out a long cry to the sky. Whoosh! This enormous Kunping phantom, as if its fishtail swayed, propelled Lin Chen rapidly into the sky. The winds of the 9 heavens blew through Lin Chen's clothes. Suddenly, Lin Chen made a turn in the air. His whole body fell toward the mountain peak. Boom! Lin Chen landed in front of more than 300 experts from the Qian family. A turbulent airflow blew the dust beneath his feet in all directions. Hundreds of Qian family experts gasped and retreated. Qian Weiqi's body trembled, forcibly suppressing the impulse to step back. However, her face turned pale. These experts couldn't help but feel fear, because just now they had witnessed how Lin Chen killed 10 hunters. Fierce, ruthless, and even with a hint of evil. Among them, there were those who had killed before. However, whether it was beheading or explosive strikes, none compared to the scene just now, where he literally bit off pieces of flesh from a living person, a sight that was far more terrifying. Seeing the other party writhing in pain, they all felt a sense of agony. Lin Chen landed in front of Qian Weiqi, getting extremely close, their noses almost touching. "What do you want?" Qian Weiqi exclaimed. Lin Chen stared at her, not saying a word. Behind her, 300 experts from the Qian family, who had been so impressive earlier, rushed in upon entering the 5 elements extreme land, attacking anyone they encountered, killing those who moved slowly. They acted as if they were the best in the world. Wherever they went, ordinary people would retreat in fear. But now, Lin Chen stood before them. Hundreds of them didn't even dare to move. "I heard that your Qian family is clearing out the 5 elements extreme land, so I came to ask if I can gamble here?" Lin Chen said calmly to Qian Weiqi. "Of course." Qian Weiqi swallowed hard. "That's good. Also, I want to state that I am quite sensitive. If someone enters within 100 meters of me, I will feel that they have ill intentions towards me, and I won't be able to help but strike." "I understand." Lin Chen's expression remained indifferent as he turned to leave. "Wait!" Qian Weiqi suddenly called out. After a brief moment of panic, her emotions had stabilized significantly. Just now, Lin Chen had been too arrogant, his aura truly overwhelming. He had suddenly attacked and killed, and then, with the might of his actions, he had descended upon her like a cannonball. The pressure was like a mountain crashing down. How could she not be startled? "Oh, is there something?" Lin Chen turned around, looking at her expressionlessly. Qian Weiqi's eyes darted, and she suddenly pushed her ample bosom forward, stepping closer to Lin Chen. The tip of her chest almost pressed against Lin Chen's. At that moment, Qian Weiqi was wearing a half-body hollow metal armor, accentuating her fiery body and her remarkably smooth skin, making her look as if she might explode. Her figure was graceful, with a large chest but a very slender waist. As she approached Lin Chen, he could smell her alluring body fragrance. He even caught the breath that escaped her red lips. Lin Chen felt a bit flustered, unable to help but take a step back. This step instantly shattered the intimidation he had built up earlier. Qian Ruiqi let out a light laugh, her eyes revealing a playful glint. My Qian family, with hundreds of people, has sealed off the 5 elements extreme land, not allowing outsiders in and driving away those inside. Originally, we just wanted to collect a few spirit pearls, but now that all the spirit pearls here have been taken by you, doesn't that mean my Qian family is taking all the blame while serving you and doing good deeds? As Qian Ruiqi spoke, there seemed to be an infinite grievance in her gaze. Lin Chen frowned. So what do you want? That so-called starry rage of yours, a small guild, what's so interesting about it? Come under me, Chen Ruiqi, and I will make you strong and quickly become one of the top guilds. This is what I, Chen Ruiqi, promise. Chen Ruiqi declared boldly. Her tone shifted, becoming extremely seductive as she softly said, working under me, whatever you, Lin Chen, want, you can have. She glanced at her own body, seemingly hinting strongly that if he wanted her fiery self, it was very much a possibility. Hot and tempting, full of bravado, and full of charm. Chen Ruiqi launched one move after another in an instant. If it were an ordinary man, he would likely fall into her hands immediately, allowing her to toy with him. He might not even hear what she was saying, his eyes filled only with her. But Lin Chen shook his head. Our starry rage currently does not wish to rely on anyone else. Can you still resist? Chen Ruiqi was slightly taken aback. Her expression changed, and in an instant, she transformed into a business elite, speaking confidently. How about this? This place was established by our Qian family, but we also recognize your strength, so let's cooperate. What you seek is merely to obtain the spirit pearls and sell them for financial gain. Our Qian family has 300 people who can assist you. The spirit pearls you acquire, we will purchase from you at 20% above the market price, but you must sell them all to us. Chen Ruiqi's words were very skillful. First, she laid the groundwork by stating that this was the territory of the Qian family. Now, she was giving Lin Chen and the others face by not driving them away. Moreover, with so many people cooperating, it would increase their efficiency. Then, she offered to buy the spirit pearls at a high price. It was a well-structured proposal, with no loopholes. It sounded full of sincerity for cooperation. Lin Chen and the others were getting a great deal. What do you think? Chen Ruiqi looked at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with sincerity, kindness, and a willingness to cooperate. Lin Chen remained silent. This price and this method of cooperation, I, Chen Ruiqi, have been in the world for so many years, and this is the first time I'm offering it to someone. Chen Ruiqi saw that Lin Chen seemed tempted. She continued to break down Lin Chen's defenses. Lin Chen suddenly smiled slightly and said, forget it, we few classmates are used to being independent and don't like to cooperate with others. We can't sell all these spirit pearls to you. Chen Ruiqi frowned. She didn't expect Lin Chen to be so stubborn. He seemed on the verge of collapse, yet his mind remained astonishingly clear. You're going too far. Chen Ruiqi's tone became heavy, seemingly angry. My Qian family has 300 experts here, well equipped. If we go all out, it's unlikely you'll have a chance to fight for the monsters. Her words suddenly turned sharp. In your team, it's just you putting in effort. The others, as I saw earlier, are just there for show. Can you outcompete our 300 experts in fighting for monsters? Isn't that obvious? After a few exchanges, Chen Ruiqi displayed various tactics. When soft, she tried to draw you into her embrace. When hard, her momentum was fierce. However, she didn't expect Lin Chen to be impervious. Lin Chen smiled and said, feel free to fight for them, but as I said earlier, you can't come within 100 meters of us. Whoosh! Lin Chen turned and swept down the hillside, returning to the Starry Rage team. Lin Chen, what were you talking about? Why did it take so long? Luo Shuiyao asked with some concern. Chen family's young lady Chen Ruiqi is not an easy person. You need to be careful not to fall for her tricks. Exactly, always flaunting her big chest. Isn't she tired? Zhao Shaoling added from the side. Lin Chen, you must not develop feelings for such a person. The first sentence was a personal attack. Not at all, that type isn't my taste. I prefer someone like you, Lin Chen chuckled. Really? Zhao Shaoling leaned closer to Lin Chen, very happy. What's wrong with having a big chest? Just because you don't have one, you attack others, Lin Shi murmured from behind. I was really afraid those people from the Qian family would take action against you. Ning Yuanxi said solemnly, they can't hurt me, and they wouldn't dare to act. If they did, they would all die. Lin Chen sneered. So what now? Yu Dapeng asked. Everyone fights for themselves, let's see each other's skills. However, no matter how they play, they definitely won't dare to enter our 100-meter range, Lin Chen said. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If they didn't have to fight the Chen family to the death, then this kind of negotiation result was the best outcome. Lin Chen, your ants are almost done digging out all the fine gold here. Once they finish, we'll head straight into the wood extreme land. On the mountaintop, Lin Chen flew away. The 300 masters of the Qian family, for some reason, all breathed a sigh of relief. 300 against 1, logically speaking, the weaker side should be Lin Chen. Yet this one person made them feel an immense sense of pressure. Not a single one dared to take the initiative to strike, not even daring to think about it. At the same time, despite being adversaries, they deeply admired Lin Chen. One person, all alone. He dared to come to the Qian family's stronghold. If he wasn't reckless, then he was incredibly powerful, exuding unmatched confidence.